Su-Yun found himself transported into the enchanting world of Pokémon, where he assumed the role of a host for Alliance TV. At this juncture, the network sought transformation, and Su-Yun emerged as a pivotal figure. In a moment of serendipity, he activated the Star Dialogue system, crafting a sensational program titled Dialogue with the Stars. His inaugural guest for this dialogue was none other than the illustrious primal deity, Groudon, adorned with numerous titles. Su-Yun inquired, "Mr. Groudon, what is your perspective on the label of non-flying that the outside world has attributed to you?" Groudon retorted, "Who claims such a thing? Let them come forth and witness how I wield the Cliff's sword against them." Su-Yun continued, "Yesterday, a flock of Pidgeys ventured out to forage, and, while passing a volcano, they were ruthlessly assaulted by you with the Cliff sword. Could you elucidate the reason behind this?" Groudon exclaimed, "I simply found them displeasing. What's with the ostentation of those wings?" Su-Yun probed, "May I interpret this as an indication of your jealousy towards them?" Groudon snapped, "What nonsense! I perceive your eagerness to experience the taste of the Cliff sword." The audience erupted in laughter. "Ah, Groudon seems riled up." Chapter 1. The Star System. Dialogue with Groudon. Pokemon League. Studio. The station director, Zhao Yuzhen, removed her headphones and approached Su-Yun with a grave expression. "Little Su, our programs have become increasingly challenging to manage. Yesterday's ratings plummeted to an all-time low. If this trend continues, we may all find ourselves packing our bags. The League has already issued directives for us to implement changes to enhance viewership. If the ratings do not improve, our production team may face dissolution. As the most exceptional host in the station, possessing a wealth of creative ideas, do you have any strategies to elevate our program's ratings?" Zhao Yuzhen gazed at the handsome young man before her, seeking a glimmer of hope. Su-Yun replied earnestly, "Director, do not despair. I have been contemplating this matter and believe I may have found a path forward that could enhance the program's ratings." Zhao Yuzhen's expression brightened, and she eagerly asked, "Please share your thoughts." With a slight smile, Su-Yun began a pace. "Our previous approach has been overly reliant on monotonous commentary to disseminate information about Pokemon, which has rendered the program devoid of entertainment and interactivity. Consequently, viewer engagement has dwindled. To overcome this predicament, we must revamp the program format. Perhaps we can adopt a more engaging and interactive style for production." Zhao Yuzhen listened intently and instinctively inquired, "What form might that take?" A knowing smile graced Su-Yun's face. Dialogue. Dialogue? Zhao Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, precisely dialogue." Su-Yun replied with confidence. "This format possesses a strong, interactive, and entertaining quality that can effectively address the current shortcomings of our program. Moreover, presenting the show in a dialogue format allows viewers to immerse themselves more fully, evoking heightened emotional responses." Zhao Yuzhen found merit in Su-Yun's ideas and continued, "How would we implement this concretely?" At this point, Su-Yun chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Well, I merely had a flash of inspiration. The specifics still require further contemplation." Zhao Yuzhen patted Su-Yun on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I believe your idea holds substantial promise and feasibility. Here's the plan. Return home now, take some time to rest, and focus solely on how to implement your idea. If you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to contact me. The fate and future of our department rests entirely upon your shoulders." Su-Yun nodded gravely, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Understood." That evening, upon returning home, Su-Yun brewed himself a cup of coffee and began to ponder the specifics of his implementation plan. Just then, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Star Dialogue system. This system enables the host to proactively invite celebrity figures for dialogue interviews. During this period, all content from the interviews will be broadcast live online, with Alliance TV designated as the distribution channel. Post-broadcast, the system will calculate rewards based on popularity and viewer satisfaction." Su-Yun was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of elation. He had awakened a system. In truth, he was a transmigrant, having arrived in this world 3 years prior, the realm of Pokemon. Leveraging his past experience in broadcasting, he had successfully secured a position as a host on Alliance TV. Now, the sudden awakening of the system justified his identity as a transmigrant. "System, what exactly do you mean by celebrity figures?" Su-Yun questioned, gazing at the prompt interface with curiosity. The system elucidated, celebrity figures encompass both renowned Pokemon and notable individuals, such as the legendary Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, and Kyogre, as well as distinguished personalities like Champion Cynthia, King Kin, and Champion Diantha. Su Yin nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "So, my dialogue video with the celebrity figure will be broadcast live on our program?" Alliance TV was indeed the program group he belonged to, although its ratings had suffered in recent years. Correct. Su Yun inquired further, "How do I invite a celebrity figure?" The system responded, "Considering this is the host's first activation of the system, a complimentary invitation opportunity to a celebrity figure is granted. Shall the host use it now?" Su Yun chuckled. Did this really require contemplation? Absolutely, use it. A second later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the invitation qualification for the celebrity figure Groudon. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's Groudon. This is going to be exciting." As a legendary Pokémon, Groudon naturally commanded attention, possessing a captivating allure. Furthermore, as one of the foremost deities, Groudon was rife with controversy, making an interview with it a spectacle worth viewing. With this thought, Su Yun could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. However, engaging in dialogue with Groudon would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. System, where should I go to seek out Groudon, and how shall I communicate with it? What if I inadvertently provoke it? Could it annihilate me with a single strike of its Sword of Ruin? Su Yun posed a series of inquiries, some pertaining to the program, while others were concerned with his personal safety. In response to these queries, the system provided unequivocal answers. There is no need for the host to actively seek the celebrity entity. A mere thought will suffice, and the system shall automatically transport you to Groudon's location. Regarding communication, you need not fret. During the interview, Groudon's thoughts will seamlessly translate into human language, allowing not only you, but also the audience, watching the live broadcast to comprehend its utterances. As for safety, rest assured that the space you occupy during the interview will be utterly secure, free from any harm. Upon receiving the system's reassurances, Su Yun felt a profound sense of relief. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a significant realization. With the assistance of the system, he could accomplish numerous seemingly insurmountable tasks, thereby greatly enhancing the quality of his live broadcasts. Consequently, he need not concern himself with the logistics of constructing a broadcast studio or crafting an engaging live experience, for these tasks could be effortlessly managed through the system's capabilities. At this juncture, his sole focus would be on the content of his dialogue with Groudon. Chapter 2. Preparations for the broadcast and Groudon's dark history. As Su Yun faced his first dialogue partner, he summoned all his focus to reassess this veteran of the legendary Pokémon, Groudon. Also known as the ancient deity of land, Groudon, alongside Rayquaza and Kyogre, is celebrated as one of the three great ancient Pokémon. Groudon commands the might of the earth, and its rival Kyogre, which governs the ocean, is its eternal adversary. Whenever they cross paths, a fierce battle ensues, one that is often to the death. This information about Groudon is widely known. Yet Su Yun understood that to achieve an exceptional program, he could not dwell on such common knowledge. To capture the audience's attention and elevate the show's viewership, it was imperative to delve into topics that would pique their curiosity. One of humanity's innate interests is, undoubtedly, gossip. This notion proves effective at all times. Thus, Su Yun resolved to discuss some of Groudon's notorious past to enhance the program's appeal. When one mentions dark history, one cannot overlook a well-known fact. Groudon is humorously nicknamed the one that cannot fly. Indeed, you heard correctly, Groudon truly cannot soar through the skies. While it is undeniably a legendary Pokémon, a top-tier deity, and the ruler of the earth, its inability to fly is an irrefutable truth. Consequently, Groudon has been the subject of much ridicule and jest. If there were a ranking of the most intriguing topics within the Pokémon realm, Groudon's inability to fly would surely feature prominently. Upon reflecting on Groudon's life, it is astonishing how its entire dark history is inexplicably linked to this moniker of not being able to fly. Su Yun astutely seized upon this detail and decided to elaborate extensively on Groudon's lack of flight. His instincts told him that this was a sensational point. Capturing this sensationalism would undoubtedly draw the viewer's eyes, thus ensuring a substantial rise in the program's ratings. However, the challenge lay in how to construct a narrative around this singular point, a task that warranted careful consideration. Su Yun felt that his reservoir of knowledge was somewhat inadequate. He needed to delve deeply into everything regarding Groudon's inability to soar. He must grasp it all. This endeavor was monumental and would undoubtedly present certain challenges. Yet, the sense of accomplishment it would yield upon completion would be beyond imagination. Su Yun was well aware that rewards are often proportional to one's efforts. As the old adage goes, One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Thus, he resolved to venture boldly into this unfathomable abyss. Opening his computer, Su-Yun began searching for Groudon's dark history with the keywords cannot fly. He immersed himself in research for an entire night. It was not until the following morning that he managed to compile a preliminary dialogue script. With just a bit of refinement, it could serve as the official manuscript. After a night of relentless work, Su-Yun felt utterly drained, his dark circles under his eyes so pronounced one might mistake him for a panda. Finally, he had reached a preliminary completion. Su-Yun gazed at the draft in his hands and exhaled a sigh of relief before collapsing onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhao Yuzhen, busy at the studio, received a call from the league. On the other end of the line came a sarcastic voice. Director Zhao, how is the progress on your Program S reform? I've noticed that your ratings haven't improved in the slightest these past few days. They've actually declined. The number of viewers in a week is less than what our program garners in half a day. If you're really struggling, perhaps it would be best to disband entirely. We could use some extra hands on our team. If you're dismissed, I might consider offering you a crumb of work. Zhao Yuzhen's face darkened, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. He fought to suppress his anger, responding in a low voice. Director Wang, you needn't concern yourself with our Program S affairs. Surely, you didn't call me at this hour merely to inquire about our situation? Wang Fengxiang scoffed derisively. Oh, I'm not that bored. I called to inform you that the League's publicity office has instructed me to notify you. If your program shows no improvement in 3 days, you might as well pack up and leave. With that, Wang Fengxiang hung up. Zhao Yuzhen let out a weary sigh, glanced at the number on his phone, and ultimately chose not to call back. He resolved not to put any pressure on Su-Yun. The poor lad was already doing his utmost. Let him bear the burden of the higher-ups' demands. Zhao Yuzhen murmured to himself, tucking his phone back into his pocket. By the afternoon, Su-Yun had regained much of his energy. Rising from his slumber, he promptly dialed Zhao Yuzhen's number. Director, I have finalized the specific operational procedures for the new program, and we can officially launch tomorrow. Upon hearing this promising news, Zhao Yuzhen shuddered, a hint of color returning to his aged face. That is splendid. The success of our program hinges entirely on you. By the way, what do you need to prepare? Let me know at once, and I shall arrange it. Su-Yun shook his head. Nothing is required. Tomorrow, you need only promote our program with the utmost vigor. Zhao Yuzhen paused. Nothing at all. What about the actors and props? Su-Yun replied, I have already taken care of everything. You need only watch the program on the television. Zhao Yuzhen was taken aback, his tone turning serious. Su-Yun, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Are you certain everything is ready? Su-Yun smiled calmly. Rest assured, just wait and see tomorrow. I guarantee that Alliance TV will set the internet ablaze. Seeing Su-Yun's unwavering confidence, Zhao Yuzhen felt a surge of excitement. Have you decided on the name of tomorrow's program? A meaningful smile crept across Su-Yun's lips as he slowly replied, Dialogue with Groudon, discussing its inability to fly, and it will be furious. Zhao Yuzhen stood frozen, and by the time he regained his composure, the call had already ended. Groudon? That is a legendary Pokémon, although it is seldom seen. Discussing its inability to fly openly, surely that would not end well. Moreover, since it is a dialogue program, Groudon, as the guest, must be present. Could Su-Yun truly summon Groudon? Zhao Yuzhen chuckled, realizing how absurd his thoughts were. It seemed he would need to arrange for someone to impersonate Groudon. Though he wondered what the outcome would be, he began to look forward to tomorrow's program. Little did he know, Su-Yun had not recruited any actors. He intended to actually summon Groudon. Chapter 3, Dialogue with Groudon, going viral across the internet. In the evening, Su-Yun was engrossed in crafting tomorrow's dialogue script. He had already settled on several pivotal questions that would determine whether the program would become a sensation. For instance, how did Groudon perceive its inability to fly? Furthermore, there was the time Groudon boldly declared that it would one day use its cliff sword to bring down a flock of molters. For instance, there was an occasion when Groudon clandestinely practiced flying, only to inadvertently tumble from a cliff, resulting in a seismic tremor of magnitude 5 in the vicinity. In summary, every event seems meticulously orchestrated to highlight Groudon's inability to soar, rendering it a spectacle that is undeniably captivating and bound to dazzle the audience. Su-Yun has begun to harbor a sense of anticipation for his dialogue with Groudon the following day. It is nearly time. He intends to rest thoroughly tonight, as tomorrow marks the commencement of a significant endeavor. Stretching languidly, he committed the script to memory before retiring to bed. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, while he slumbered soundly, Zhao Yuzhen found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities, unable to find solace in sleep. At that moment, Within the production team of the Alliance TV program, Zhao Yuzhen was diligently preparing for Su Yun's live broadcast scheduled for the following day. He understood that the success of this broadcast would be pivotal for the survival of their program. Thus, he could not afford even the slightest oversight, striving for meticulousness in every detail to avert any blunder. "Old Zhang, how is the promotion coming along?" Zhao Yuzhen inquired as he approached the promotional department. Addressing the diligent Old Zhang. Pausing momentarily, Old Zhang turned to him, a flicker of hesitation evident in his eyes. "Speak plainly," Zhao Yuzhen urged, discerning the unease in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Old Zhang seemed to arrive at a resolution and looked Zhao Yuzhen in the eye, stating, "I shall not withhold any longer. I have successfully arranged the promotional aspects for the program you entrusted to me. Once the broadcast begins tomorrow, Alliance TV will be streaming live across major online platforms. However, this promotion has nearly depleted all our resources. Should the viewership falter, all our investments will be in vain. Director, I recognize that Su Yun is our program's most exceptional host and that you hold him in high regard, yet he remains rather young and lacks extensive experience. I cannot concur with your decision to place all your bets on him. If anything goes awry, our entire team may suffer the consequences. Do you believe this is fair to the others?" Zhao Yuzhen lit a cigarette, acknowledging Old Zhang's concerns were not without merit. Nevertheless, he opted to place his trust in Su Yun, driven by an instinctive affinity. Moreover, he had a keen sense of judgment, typically not erring in his assessments. He believed this occasion would be no different. "You need not worry. Should the sky fall, I shall bear the brunt. Just focus on your responsibilities, and by tomorrow, you will see whether my decision proves right or wrong." Old Zhang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to abandon his attempts at persuasion. With the conversation having reached this point, he understood he could not sway Zhao Yuzhen, so he resigned himself to taking a gamble alongside him. He hoped fervently that the young man would indeed fulfill his promise. Dialoguing with Groudon, how audacious! One must admit, the audacity of today's youth knows no bounds. The following day, Su Yun arose an hour earlier than usual. After a brief grooming session, he summoned the system. "System, transport me to the live broadcast location." Ding. "Your live broadcast location is the lava volcano. Transporting now, please hold on." 3 seconds later, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing atop a volcano, with molten lava bubbling beneath his feet. Gazing downward, he could distinctly observe the churning magma and the rising, steaming bubbles. The scorching heat enveloped him. Even from the volcano's exterior, Su Yun could feel the oppressive warmth. The sky loomed dark, intermittently releasing volcanic ash that fell like gray snowflakes, blanketing the earth in a silvery layer. He surveyed his surroundings and noted the desolate landscape, thickly coated in volcanic ash. Groudon must be somewhere within the lava, but how to awaken it? Just as Su Yun pondered this dilemma, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Detected that you have arrived at your destination. Would you like to awaken Groudon now for the dialogue program?" Surprised by the system's considerate offer to assist in waking Groudon, Su Yun hesitated for a moment before declining. "Not just yet. I will awaken it shortly." Presently, he had another pressing matter to attend to, contacting Zhao Yuzhen to ascertain the preparations on his end. Only when everything was ready there could he formally commence. "Hello, Director, is everything set for the broadcast? If there are no issues, I shall prepare to begin." The anxious voice of Zhao Yuzhen trembled through the phone. "Everything is in place, Xiao Su. This time, it all hinges on you." Su Yun smiled faintly. "All right, just watch." After hanging up, he glanced at his watch, realizing there was just 1 minute until the program was due to commence. "System, initiate the broadcast in 1 minute." "And awaken Groudon." "Acknowledged." Simultaneously, online audiences began to take notice of the unusual nature of Alliance TV's program that day. A dialogue with Groudon? Intriguing. I must post about it. Oh dear, will the brother who cannot fly be publicly scrutinized? I must tune in and prepare to record. No way. Could it be true that a divine beast cannot fly? Oh, it's Groudon. Never mind, disregard what I said. This young man has the audacity to broadcast about Groudon's inability to fly. Does he not fear being struck down by the sword of judgment? This is outrageous. I must definitely follow this program. 1 minute later, the screen of Alliance TV illuminated with Su Yun's presence. He stood at the volcano's rim, addressing the audience. "Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am your host, Su Yun, and welcome to the exclusive program dialogue with the All-Stars presented by Alliance TV. Today's episode is themed A Dialogue with Groudon, discussing its inability to fly, and it becomes agitated. Without further ado, let us welcome our guest, Groudon, to make a dazzling entrance." The camera shifted to the interior of the volcano, igniting excitement among the viewers as they began to voice their thoughts. Chapter 4. What is your perspective on the matter of not being able to fly? Goodness, this scene is astonishingly realistic. The host can't possibly be near the volcano. Can he? Huh. In my opinion, this must be merely a post-production effect. Just wait. They'll reveal their true colors soon. How interesting. The visuals alone are captivating enough for me to share this and hope more people tune in. Wow. Look at the bubbling lava. It must be shooting up at least a meter or two, comparable to my youth. I have to share this with my wife. The visual spectacle of the bubbling lava was striking. Glug glug. The once placid lava now resembled boiling water, surging upward with a clear intent to erupt. Zhao Yuzhen and the others drew a sharp breath at this sight. Where did this kid find such a special effects artist? The effects are incredibly lifelike. The searing lava radiated heat even through the screen, making it feel as though one were truly standing amidst an active volcano. Perhaps this time, our league's TV program team can truly rise to prominence. At the volcano's crater, Su Yun gazed intently below, acutely sensing a formidable force drawing near, poised to burst forth from the magma. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire volcano seemed to boil over, vast torrents of magma erupting from its depths. Soaring towards the heavens and cascading onto the earth, the sky darkened as countless fragments of magma transformed into fiery meteors, plummeting down. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in flames, resembling a hellish inferno. Ah, how exhilarating. It's igniting. Goodness, is the apocalypse upon us? This is utterly terrifying. With the volcano erupting and the world engulfed in flames, is this the moment of the great deity Groudon's emergence? Boom. The entire volcano began to tremble violently, as a colossal creature, shrouded in magma, slowly emerged from the scorching molten rock. It was a truly fearsome entity. Its body was enveloped in dark red, plate-like scales, with deep fissures between each scale, from which searing magma flowed, flickering ominously. Along its sides, sharp spikes were arranged in an orderly fashion, appearing exceedingly menacing. Its limbs bore long, sharp claws that glimmered with a chilling light in the fire's glow. With a single swipe, even the sturdiest mountains would be cleaved in two. It was none other than the star of this event, the very being Su Yun had summoned, Groudon, the Earth King. Wow, it truly is Groudon. This streamer is incredible. They can summon even Groudon? No wonder it's a legendary Pokémon. I can feel its regal aura even through the screen. Can anyone tell me whether this is special effects or reality? It must be special effects. No one can summon Groudon. If this isn't special effects, I shall perform a handstand right here. Whoa, the person upstairs is quite bold. The online platform erupted into chaos, and the program's popularity soared. The viewership jumped from a mere dozens to hundreds. And this is just the beginning. The numbers continued to escalate at an alarming rate, soaring past 1,000 in the blink of an eye. However, Su Yun remained blissfully unaware of this. At this moment, he was preparing to welcome Groudon's arrival. Human, are you the one who has awakened me? Groudon inquired, addressing Su Yun. Su Yun smiled modestly, exuding a dignified calm. Yes, Mr. Groudon. It is an honor to have you participate in our Dialogue All-Star program. In this show, I will engage you in conversation, and I hope for your cooperation. Groudon murmured. Dialogue All-Star? Interesting. He readily acquiesced, saying, very well, I agree. After all, as the Earth King, I should be known to more humans. Su Yun smiled faintly, knowing the plan was set in motion. Meanwhile, the viewers were in an uproar. What is happening? Groudon can speak human language? It's clearly a voiceover. This is nothing but a self-directed farce. Get lost if you don't want to watch. Stop with the snide remarks. Exactly, trolls should take a detour. Through the system, Su Yun could see the barrage of comments from the online audience. Noticing many were curious about why Groudon could speak, Su Yun took the opportunity to explain. Dear viewers, this program utilizes special equipment that automatically translates the thoughts of Pokémon into human language, which is why you can hear Groudon speaking. It is, in fact, its inner thoughts. With this clarification, the majority of the audience began to comprehend. Those who had initially criticized Su Yun fell silent. All right, without further ado, let us commence our dialogue. Su Yun smiled gently, extending his hand to invite Groudon to take a seat. Instantly, a chair fashioned from rock ascended from the ground beneath Groudon. Groudon's eyes widened in surprise, astounded by Su Yun's display of power. Who would have thought this human possessed such skills? It seems even I, the Earth King, might struggle to achieve this feat. This human is indeed impressive. The audience was equally astonished by Su Yun's display. Wow, the streamer is amazing. This move has elevated the program's prestige. I must admit, this streamer has some talent. One can only say the special effects are well done. Groudon settled into the earthen chair, fixing its gaze upon Su Yun, awaiting the program's progression. Su Yun waved his hand, and summoned a chair for himself, taking a seat. Within the realm established by the system, he was akin to a creator deity, capable of manifesting any thought into reality. Thus, the astonishing scene had unfolded moments earlier. Mr. Groudon, our dialogue format is primarily a question-and-answer session. I shall pose several questions. Do you have any inquiries? Groudon shook his head confidently, replying, no questions. Feel free to ask. Very well, I shall begin with the first question. Suyin nodded and continued. What is your opinion on the external perception of you as a creature that cannot fly? Groudon fell into a brief silence, seemingly caught off guard by Su Yun's unexpected and somewhat impudent inquiry that struck a nerve. With a resounding crash, Groudon smashed the earthen chair, furiously pointing at Su Yun and exclaiming, Nonsense! Who dare say I cannot fly? Have them stand before me and say it again. I'll show them the might of my cliff sword. Chapter 5. I am a ground-type Pokemon. Is it not reasonable that I cannot fly? Su Yun, let us keep the conversation civil. Why are you so irate? Raising an eyebrow, Su Yun retorted, Oh, so you can fly then? Groudon, I'm quite vexed. Do you not know whether I can fly or not? Why ask such a provocation? Do you wish to taste my cliff sword? Meanwhile, the audience watching the program erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this streamer is too mischievous, knowing full well Groudon cannot fly and still asking. This is a public humiliation for Groudon. I can't take it anymore. Look at Groudon's furious face. It's priceless. Just asking, does the streamer's audacity not invite a beatdown from Groudon? How can one who can fly fear the cliff sword? That's a fair point. Indeed, Groudon launched an attack against Su Yun, employing its signature move, the cliff sword. The earth split apart as blades of rock surged upwards towards Su Yun. Unfazed, Su Yun merely leaped lightly into the air. Apologies, but I can fly. Groudon, audience. Ha ha, I can't breathe from laughter. Groudon has fainted in the restroom. Apologies, but I can fly? This streamer is quite audacious, daring to flaunt his ability to fly before Groudon. The best part is, Groudon is powerless against him. How infuriating. Groudon felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and, in a fit of anger, turned to leave. I'm done. I'm going back to sleep. Naturally, Su Yun would not allow it to depart, especially since it was impossible for Groudon to leave. Until the show concluded, he was the undisputed sovereign of this realm, and even Rayquaza would have to comply. As long as he disagreed, Groudon could not exit this space. Soon, Groudon realized the gravity of the situation. It could not return. Su Yun resumed his seat and said with a hint of melancholy, Mr. Groudon, you cannot leave until the program concludes. I kindly ask for your cooperation in this endeavor. Groudon's face darkened, realizing too late that it had boarded a rogue ship. It was too late to jump off now. With a reluctant clatter, Groudon returned. Get me a chair like the one from before. Su Yun, for the sake of the program's smooth progression, complied without hesitation. After all, it was no trouble. Now, may I receive a straightforward answer to my previous question? Su Yun continued. Groudon scoffed, replying with disdain, ISNT it perfectly normal for a ground-type Pokemon not to fly. Have you ever seen a ground-type that can fly? Su Yun pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. What about Scorpius? Groudon's countenance darkened further. That doesn't count. It has a flying-type attribute, so it's entirely reasonable for it to fly. Su Yun countered. What about Garchomp? Groudon retorted, that doesn't count either. It's a dragon type, and dragons fly, which is quite logical, isn't it? The audience, captivated by Groudon's peculiar reasoning, murmured in agreement. I feel like Groudon has a point. It seems there are indeed no pure ground-type Pokemon that can fly. After a moment of contemplation, they concluded that Groudon's inability to fly was, in fact, a genetic issue. Does this imply that Groudon will never have the ability to fly? Groudon interjected. Are you being polite? Su Yun, undeterred by Groudon's attempt to deflect, cleverly inquired. If that's the case, does it imply that single-type water Pokemon cannot fly either, considering they all reside in water? Groudon confidently asserted, absolutely. A bunch of turtles hiding in the water. How could they possibly fly? A sly smile crept across Su Yun's face as he slowly uttered, might I suggest that your arch-nemesis, Kyogre, is a pure water-type Pokemon and coincidentally can fly? Groudon's expression hardened, and its demeanor soured. Upon reflection, Su Yun's statement appeared to hold some truth. Damn, it turns out I'm the only one who cannot fly. At that moment, Groudon grasped the severity of its predicament. The audience, meanwhile, was in stitches, reveling in the unfolding drama. Haha, this host is so mischievous. Yet I adore it. How much psychological trauma does Groudon have right now? One must ponder, among all the legendary Pokemon, is it true that only Groudon cannot fly? Statistically, 99% can soar through the skies. Otherwise, why would Groudon be deemed a disgrace among the legendaries? Meanwhile, The internal dynamics at Alliance TV were abuzz. Unlike the audience's lighthearted jests, the staff was genuinely thrilled and elated. Soo-Yun's antics had catapulted the show's popularity by an astonishing 300%. The viewership on just one platform had soared past 30,000. When accounting for other platforms, the total audience likely numbered in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, simultaneously tuning in. It was safe to say that Alliance TV had achieved unprecedented success, all thanks to Soo-Yun. In the volcanic setting, Soo-Yun and Groudon locked eyes, one exuding innocence and the other brimming with resentment. Can we move past this question? Groudon asked, noticeably exasperated. It truly did not wish to linger on this topic any longer, lest it go mad. Soo-Yun, displaying remarkable understanding, graciously replied, "Of course. I have several more questions prepared for you, so we can let this one slide. For my second inquiry, I learned that a flock of Pidgey was foraging for food when they passed by this volcano, only to be ruthlessly attacked by you with your cliff sword. Is this true?" Groudon did not shy away from the truth and admitted candidly, "Yes, it was me. What is the problem with that?" Soo-Yun smiled slightly. "May I inquire why you chose to attack them?" Groudon shrugged, muttering under its breath, "Can I dislike them? Just because they have wings. They think they're so special?" Chapter 6. The evidence is clear. Groudon is indeed jealous. Soo-Yun's lips twitched slightly as he quietly remarked, "Can I interpret that as you being jealous of them?" Groudon abruptly shot up, molten fury brimming in its eyes, glaring at Soo-Yun and bellowing. "What kind of nonsense is that? You must be itching to taste my cliff sword." Soo-Yun retorted, "I can fly. You can't reach me." The audience erupted in laughter at Soo-Yun's response. Wow, this host is relentless, clinging to Groudon's inability to fly. Do you think Groudon is about to explode with rage? It was uncertain, but it was clear that Groudon was indeed furious, especially since it was a legendary Pokémon unable to touch a mere human. How is that fair? Gradually, Groudon's anger subsided, and it allowed Soo-Yun to fashion another earth chair for it. Now, it understood, attempting to exert dominance over this human was futile. After all, the human could fly. Groudon could only hope for the swift conclusion of this interview. "Are you indeed jealous of them?" Soo-Yun inquired once more. Groudon's heart ached, but it could only muster a stubborn response. "No, absolutely not. I am a dignified legendary Pokémon. How could I envy a bunch of scruffy birds?" Soo-Yun replied. "But they can fly." Groudon scoffed. "So what if they can fly? I can breathe fire." Soo-Yun sighed. "All right, let us consult the victim, Mr. Pidgey, to hear his perspective on this matter." Groudon's heart sank, foreseeing impending trouble. However, it was too late to prevent Soo-Yun from proceeding. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen appeared before everyone, showcasing a Pidgey soaring freely through the sky. Simultaneously, melodious music filled the broadcast room. "In your heart, soaring freely," Groudon retorted. "Do you think you're amusing?" Soo-Yun replied, "Just a bit." Turning to the Pidgey on the screen, he greeted, "Hello, Mr. Pidgey. I am Soo-Yun, the host of Dialogue All-Stars. I would like to ask you a few questions regarding the incident of your flock being attacked by Groudon. Would that be all right?" Upon hearing of the unprovoked assault on its kin by Groudon, Pidgey was incensed, immediately acquiescing to Soo-Yun's request. "No problem, ask away. I shall divulge all that I know. By the way, is your program live?" Soo-Yun replied, "Indeed, we are currently broadcasting across all platforms, and Mr. Groudon is right here in our studio." Soo-Yun then directed the camera towards Groudon. The moment Pidgey laid eyes on Groudon, its expression darkened. In stark contrast, Groudon wore an air of disdain, his gaze brimming with contempt, seemingly dismissing Pidgey entirely. At this juncture, Soo-Yun inquired, "Mr. Pidgey, may I ask why you were targeted by Mr. Groudon? Our understanding is that Mr. Groudon attacked you out of sheer animosity. Was there a prior conflict between you?" Pidgey flapped its wings in agitation before bellowing, "What conflict? That oaf simply envies our ability to soar while he remains earthbound, and thus he resorts to treachery against us." This proclamation elicited a gasp from the audience, all eyes riveted on Groudon. In a fit of rage, Groudon retorted, "You lie. I harbor no jealousy towards you." Pidgey scoffed, taunting, "Oh, indeed, you're not jealous. It wasn't you who stood upon the cliffside, howling at the heavens, vowing to one day use the sword of the cliff to bring us down." Groudon laughed. "Ha ha ha. I can't contain myself any longer. Permit me to laugh thrice. Pathetic. Your perspective is so limited it's comical. I'm screenshotting this, crafting memes. For those interested, DM me, 51 images available." Eerily, I find myself perceiving Groudon as somewhat endearing. "Thank you for your candid response, Mr. Pidgey. Now, do you have any words for Mr. Groudon?" Pidgey pondered for a moment, then a mischievous grin crept upon its beak. "Let me see who else cannot fly. Ah, it turns out to be you, Groudon. Groudon, your mother." The audience erupted in laughter. "Ha, this is hilarious. Groudon is on the verge of a breakdown. Pidgey has utterly disarmed Groudon. One must wonder, among the legendary beasts, is Groudon truly the sole one incapable of flight? Surely not. I recall King Toilet also lacks the ability to fly. Correction, King Toilet can levitate through telekinesis. Thus, it seems that, in reality, only Groudon cannot soar. Goodness. You are going to make me die of laughter. Mr. Groudon, do you have anything to say regarding Mr. Pidgeys' remarks? Su Yun pointed the camera towards Groudon, who gazed back with a look of deep resentment and coldly stated, "No." Su Yun chuckled, "Very well, this concludes our interview. Thank you, Mr. Pidgey, for your cooperation. Until next time. Next, we shall proceed with the third question. Are you prepared? Groudon, if I am unprepared, will you refrain from questioning me? Su Yun, absolutely not. Groudon, then what will you ask? Su Yun, oh, perhaps I shall refrain from questioning next time. Groudon, the third question. I have heard that you once attempted to practice flying, only to accidentally tumble from a cliff 100 meters high, resulting in a local magnitude 5 earthquake. Is there any truth to this claim? Su Yun posed another sensational query. Groudon's brow furrowed with irritation. It was curious how Su Yun had stumbled upon such private matters. However, despite the revelation, Groudon would never admit to it. It was simply too humiliating. Defamation. This is unequivocally slander. Groudon declared with righteous indignation. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Oh, is that so? Before revealing the truth, let us conduct a brief poll. Those who believe this incident to be true, please type 1. Those who think it is fabricated, type 2. With a wave of his hand, Su Yun consolidated the barrage of comments. Instantly, rows of uniform ones swept across the screen, dominating the display, while 2 appeared only sporadically. Chapter 7. I too have strived for my dreams. Need we ponder? Given Groudon's obsession with flight, it is undeniable that it must have practiced in secrecy. I swear on my great-grandfather's honor, the host's assertion is indeed factual. The user above is quite bold, truly commendable. Seeing the flood of ones, even Groudon, despite being the sovereign of the earth, found it increasingly difficult to maintain its composure. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, the illustrious Earth sovereign, engage in such underhanded antics? If you possess evidence, present it now. Otherwise, do not blame me for wielding the sword of the cliff without mercy. Groudon sneered, overtly threatening. Su Yun remained unfazed, merely smiling serenely. No rush. Let us first watch a video. And then you may determine whether or not you committed this act. With that, Su Yun waved his sleeve, not taking a cloud with him, but rather capturing a slice of the screen. He directed the camera towards the floating screen. Groudon, intrigued, focused intently on the display, eager to see what trickery Su Yun was up to. The footage revealed a tempest, with thunder and lightning crashing around. The first sight to greet the audience was a towering, steep cliff. The camera ascended, shrouded in clouds. It was not until 10 seconds later that the protagonist emerged, a colossal creature, towering at 4 to 5 meters. Its body encased in red scales with molten lava coursing across its surface. Despite the dim lighting and the inky blackness of night, some were quick to identify this figure. Is that not Groudon? It was highly likely, as its form was unmistakable. To everyone's astonishment, Groudon truly stood at the edge of the cliff. Thus, the host's earlier claims appeared to hold merit. Obviously, if it were untrue, the host would not have made such statements before an audience. Even Groudon's expression shifted. The familiarity of the scene stirring memories it wished to forget. Those recollections began to surface, intertwining with the imagery on screen. At the cliff's precipice, rain cascaded upon Groudon. Yet it could not extinguish the fiery determination burning in its eyes. Its gaze was resolute, embodying an indomitable spirit. With a thunderous roar, it lamented the injustices of fate, vowing to rebel against the heavens and alter its destiny. In the next moment, it extended its arms, resembling the wings of a bird, unfurling amidst the torrential rain. With a swift leap, it plunged downwards, vigorously flapping its arms, mimicking a bird in flight, yearning to ascend and soar through the skies. Alas, while the dream was enchanting, reality proved cruel. Gravity, like an invisible adversary, mercilessly shattered its remaining fantasies, dragging it unceremoniously into the abyss below. Groudon's massive form plummeted downwards at an accelerating velocity, despite its fervent attempts to flap its imaginary wings in vain. Thud! With a resounding crash echoing off the cliffs, Groudon landed face first onto the ground. The tremendous impact caused the entire cliffside to tremble, dislodging a cascade of rubble that rained down upon Groudon. Struggling to rise, Groudon allowed the torrential rain to pummel its face, unleashing a defiant roar towards the heavens. It had failed. Even the fissures in the earth seemed to mock its naivete. forming a grin of derision. Groudon fixed its gaze upon the sky, ultimately perceiving a phrase formed by the gathering lightning amidst the stormy clouds. Wake up, you cannot fly. Damn, how infuriating. Groudon rejected the notion of fate, placing its faith solely in itself. Time and again, it returned to the precipice, resolutely practicing its flight. On that fateful day, the earth quaked. Nearby villages experienced a magnitude 5 earthquake, and many lamented their misfortune. Viewers, moved by the story unfolding before them, were brought to tears. Alas, it turned out that little Groudon was indeed a tireless spirit. How inspiring. From this day forth, I shall no longer mock its inability to soar, but rather honor it as the most diligently striving non-flyer. Groudon, thank you and your entire family. Look, even the legendary Pokémon Groudon is exerting itself. What excuse do we have to surrender? Come, shiny Gardevoir, let us practice our battle skills together. I envy the resolute Groudon. Unlike my Pidgey, which, aside from flight, is utterly inept. Does no one else wonder about the ultimate outcome? Watson, you've uncovered a blind spot. I too yearn to know whether Groudon ultimately succeeded. Same here. 1. The camera returned to Groudon, which seemed to exude steam, as if recalling sorrowful memories. So, diligent Mr. Groudon, do you have anything to express? Suyin inquired. Groudon's gaze hardened, its claws clenched, exuding an undeniable aura of majesty. It looked into the camera and solemnly declared, those who strive should never be ridiculed. Well said, Mr. Non-Flyer. I shall refer to you as the most diligent of the legendary beings. The comments flooded the screen. Groudon, you lot are truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Suyin had already compiled the most frequently asked questions from viewers. Mr. Groudon, regarding the conclusion of this matter, the audience is quite curious. Might you share with us? Upon this query, a faint sadness flickered in Groudon's eyes. You see, I am invincible on the ground. Please do not evade my topic. I shall wield the sword of the cliff in a spectacularly flamboyant manner. Do not evade my topic. I am tremendously diligent. Please do not evade my topic. All right. Truth be told, I failed. Suyin smiled gently, encouragingly stating, every individual who has put forth effort deserves respect. Groudon nodded in agreement. Clearly, this experience of learning to fly was one of the most cherished memories of its life. Respect, a tribute to those who have strived. A salute to the diligent Groudon. A tribute to those who have tried, yet remain grounded. The comments turned crimson. Groudon, this wretched live stream, I truly wish to leave it. Not wishing to remain a second longer. Allow Groudon a moment to breathe. Only then did Suyin pose the fourth question. Chapter 8. Regarding the inability to return home after being summoned by Hoopa. Mr. Groudon, do you recall being summoned by the Ultra Beast Hoopa to battle alongside other legendary Pokémon? Groudon nodded, its expression darkening like never before. Clearly, this recollection was one it wished to forget. Suyin smiled faintly and continued. After the battles concluded, how did you return to your homeland? Upon this inquiry, the online audience erupted in excitement. The method of Groudon's return was one of the 10 unsolved mysteries in the Pokémon world. Could it be unveiled today? Everyone's anticipation surged. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuzhen and others, while tallying the viewership, were left agape. The current viewer count for the champion had surged into the tens of millions, with no signs of abating. Such numbers placed the show at the pinnacle of popularity. If this trend continued, it might even surpass historical records for league viewership. Returning to the volcano's mouth, Groudon shed tears of sorrow at this question. However, before the tears could fall, they evaporated into white mist, dispersing into the air. Suyin discerned that Groudon had undoubtedly endured unimaginable hardships before finally returning home. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, patiently allowing Groudon the time it needed to compose itself. 5 minutes later, Groudon's mood had calmed, and it began to speak. Years ago, that rascal Hoopa inexplicably summoned me to the battlefield, and I found myself uncontrollably drawn into the fray. When my senses returned, I realized I had been forcibly summoned. Out of respect for my fellow legendaries, I chose not to hold it against him, thinking that if he merely returned me, we could consider the matter settled. At this point, Groudon paused, fury flashing in its eyes as it continued through clenched teeth. However, I never imagined that the scoundrel would forget me. While other legendaries spiraled back home, I was left to traverse mountains and seas, enduring countless trials over 3 long years before I finally returned to my homeland. Can you imagine the torment of that experience? No, you cannot, and you shall never comprehend that feeling. As it spoke of its anguish, layers of mist formed in Groudon's eyes once more. Suyin, deeply moved, found himself choked up. For a legendary Pokémon that could not fly and could only traverse on foot, this was indeed a story that would bring tears to the ears of listeners. After a moment of silence, Suyin inquired, Could you share the greatest challenge you faced on your journey home? Groudon pondered for a while before slowly lifting its gaze and responding, battling a Wylord. At one point, while crossing a vast ocean, I was ambushed by a Wylord, nearly dragged beneath the waves. Alas, I was utterly exhausted. Had I been at full strength, I would have surely turned it into a pancake. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes brightened. He quickly asked, "You mean to say that on your way home, you actually fought against a Wylord, or rather, Kyogre?" Groudon nodded. Su Yun seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm, with a mere slip of his hand. A screen materialized out of thin air. "Now, let us connect with Mr. Kyogre," he announced. As the scene transitioned, a vast, unfathomable ocean unfolded before the audience's eyes. Beneath the depths of this sea, a colossal aquatic Pokémon was playfully blowing bubbles. It was none other than Kyogre, one of the legendary ancient beasts, renowned alongside Groudon. It is the sovereign of the ocean's tides. "Hello, Mr. Kyogre. I am Su Yun, the host of the Dialogue All-Star program. I would like to inquire about your battles with Groudon. Would that be agreeable to you?" For reasons unknown, a surge of memories related to the Dialogue All-Star flooded Kyogre's mind, leading it to inexplicably acquiesce to Su Yun's request. "I've clashed with that fellow on several occasions. Which battle do you wish to discuss?" Su Yun replied, "Let us talk about the incident when Groudon, while on its way home, inadvertently crossed into your territory, leading to a fierce confrontation." Kyogre pondered for a moment, then its face lit up with realization. "Oh, you mean that battle? I can't be entirely blamed, after all. Why was he wandering into my domain? If he didn't want to fight, he shouldn't have come here." At this, Groudon could no longer contain itself. "What do you mean? You fat fish. I was merely taking a shortcut. What is the harm in passing through your territory? Must you be so petty?" Kyogre chuckled. "A shortcut? Then why didn't you just fly over? That would have been much quicker." Groudon, exasperated, retorted, "If I could fly, would I bother with the sea route?" Kyogre quipped back, "Well, I suppose that's your own shortcoming. Don't blame me for your inability to fly. Oh, I nearly forgot. Seems you're the only one in the entire legendary circle who can't." With a mocking tone, Kyogre unleashed a wave of derision upon Groudon, igniting its fury and causing molten lava to erupt from its body. Fortunately, Su Yun held an invincible status in this realm, or he would have surely been reduced to ashes. "Fat fish, are you looking for trouble?" Groudon bellowed in anger. Unfazed, Kyogre shot back defiantly. "What? Not satisfied? Come and try me. Whoever backs down is a coward." As the tension escalated towards a physical confrontation, Su Yun felt a headache coming on and hastily severed the connection with Kyogre. Truly, these age-old rivals could engage in a spat even through a screen. He was quite exasperated. Meanwhile, the audience was abuzz with excitement over the exchange between Groudon and Kyogre. Wow, Kyogre is quite the audacious character. Of course, they're both ancient legendary Pokémon and longtime adversaries. How could Kyogre possibly show Groudon any courtesy? Honestly, they're all just a bunch of nobodies. In front of my Rayquaza, they would all have to behave. Goodness, are today's bug catchers really that impressive? Do they think that by merely possessing an Everstone and leveling up a Caterpie to 100, they can transform into Rayquaza? It's utterly laughable. Chapter 9. Is Groudon expelled from the Legendary Pokémon Alliance? Mr. Groudon, please calm down. This incident is indeed Kyogre's fault, and I stand with you on this matter," Su Yun said, attempting to pacify the still fuming Groudon. His words struck a chord with Groudon, whose expression softened slightly as it muttered, "Humph, when the opportunity arises. I will definitely teach that fat fish a lesson." Su Yun could only twitch the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the rift between these two was far from resolution. After a brief pause, Su Yun turned the camera towards himself and announced, "Dear viewers, the question that has plagued humanity for millennia has finally been unraveled through my relentless efforts. Today, I can definitively declare that after its battle years ago, Groudon has returned to its homeland. Although it faced numerous hardships along the way, the outcome is ultimately a positive one. Let us extend our sincere blessings to Mr. Groudon." The comments flooded the screen. "Groudon forever. My Groudon, I wish to take on your form. Groudon, the magma of our homeland has erupted again. You've finally returned to see it. Groudon, fly without worry. Your fans will always accompany you. Wait, ISNT Groudon incapable of flying?" Groudon felt a swell of pride at the adoration from the audience, aside from the remarks about its inability to fly. Seeing Groudon's mood improve, Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he asked, "So, Mr. Groudon, can we proceed to the next topic? This will be the final subject of our program, after which you may depart." Groudon's eyes lit up. It could finally leave this confining space. Being here was quite stifling, preventing it from showcasing the grandeur befitting a legendary Pokémon. "All right, go ahead and ask," Groudon replied with a broad smile, clearly delighted at the prospect of leaving. Su Yun continued, As I understand it, the Legendary Pokémon Alliance, including the mythical Pokémon, is convening a significant meeting to discuss expelling you from the Alliance. What are your thoughts on this? Groudon was taken aback, leaping from its seat in fury. What? They wish to expel me? On what grounds? And why was I not informed of this? Clearly, Groudon was entirely unaware of the situation. Had Suyun not informed it, it would still be in the dark. Suyun gestured for it to calm down and sit as they discussed the matter. At present, Groudon sought Suyun's assistance, and it could not afford to be overly aggressive. Thus, it complied and resumed its seat. As for the meeting of the Legendary Pokémon Alliance, I only have a vague understanding. The specifics of why they wish to expel you would require insight from a professional. However, I suspect it may relate to your inability to fly. Groudon's displeasure was evident. What is so great about flying? How many in the Legendary Pokémon Alliance could possibly defeat me? Believe it or not, I could obliterate them all with a single cliff blade. Groudon's anger reached a boiling point, causing the magma beneath it to surge like a river. Suyun shook his head in exasperation, signaling for it to temper its emotions. Let us first connect with the core figure of the Legendary Pokémon Alliance, Rayquaza, to inquire about the specifics. Groudon fell silent, momentarily suppressing its ire as it awaited Rayquaza's explanation. With a swift motion, Suyun conjured a screen before them. Within the screen, swirling clouds obscured the view. Rayquaza soared freely within the ozone layer, emitting powerful roars as it showcased its might. Suddenly, Rayquaza sensed something amiss, and a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into its mind. In an instant, it understood the situation. The Dialogue All-Star. Humans today truly have a flair for entertainment. Who would have thought that Groudon would participate in such a program? It promised to be quite interesting. Perhaps it should take a look someday, and let the world witness its own power. As Rayquaza mused to itself, Suyun's voice suddenly echoed in its ears. Greetings, Mr. Xerneas. I am Suyun, the host of the Dialogue All-Star program. Regarding the decision of the Legendary Beast Alliance to expel Groudon, I would like to pose a few questions to you. Is that acceptable? Suyun stated with a calm, yet assertive demeanor. Xerneas was taken aback. This decision by the Legendary Beast Alliance was known only to a select few core members. How could this human be privy to such information? Could there have been a leak? Xerneas found this unlikely, as human contact with legendary beasts was scarce, particularly with the core members of the Alliance. Furthermore, there was no apparent reason for humans to be informed of this matter. Contemplating this, Xerneas couldn't help but regard Suyun with a newfound respect. Nevertheless, it had no intention of concealing the truth, as it had planned to inform Groudon in a couple of days anyway. Since the individual had approached them, a slight advancement of a day or two was inconsequential. Very well, you may ask, Xerneas replied candidly. Suyun adopted a serious tone and inquired, may I ask why the Legendary Beast Alliance has decided to expel Groudon? This question was also one that Groudon yearned to know. At that moment, Groudon fixated intently on the screen, awaiting Xerneas' response. Xerneas elucidated. It is quite simple, because it cannot fly. The Legendary Beast Alliance believes it brings shame upon us, for there is no member within our ranks who cannot soar through the skies. Thus, the decision to expel it was reached unanimously through a vote among the Alliance's members. I can only assert that this outcome reflects the will of the populace. Suyun exhibited no surprise, having anticipated such a possibility. However, Groudon, as the aggrieved party, was less than pleased. To be expelled simply for its inability to fly. This was a notion it found utterly unacceptable. Caterpie, are you deliberately seeking trouble? My inability to fly brings disgrace to the Alliance? Yet you clandestinely consort with Superior without it being a source of shame for the Alliance? Upon hearing this, Suyun was momentarily stunned, sensing he had stumbled upon something significant. It appeared that Xerneas was entangled in a narrative yet to be revealed, and he needed to extract this information from Groudon, as it might prove useful for future interviews with Xerneas. Suyun calculated his next move in silence. Meanwhile, the audience watching the show erupted in astonishment, their perceptions shattered by Groudon's revelation. Chapter 10. So, a backstabber are we? Everyone, let's just give up, one exclaimed. Goodness. What shocking news. Xerneas is actually involved with Superior, utterly despicable. Another remarked. Can you believe it? Xerneas, that two-faced creature, has a whole brood of Superior. How shameless. Yet another added. Wow, Xerneas has even had offspring with Superior and abandoned them. What a heartless act. Xerneas. One must admit, the power of rumors is astonishing, spiraling into absurdity beyond imagination, rendering the situation utterly unwatchable. Suyun had not anticipated the audacity of the current netizens, who dared to openly mock Xerneas, seemingly unafraid of inciting its wrath and the potential devastation of a Dragon Star attack. To avert unnecessary casualties, Su Yun decisively disabled the comment feature, temporarily shielding Xerneas from the audience's remarks. At this moment, Xerneas' countenance darkened considerably, as though its reputation had been sullied, its former majesty completely diminished. Cannot fly? I see you are itching for trouble. Should you dare to slander me again, be wary of my wrath. Xerneas threatened without restraint, while both were ancient-level legendary beasts. In terms of combat prowess, Groudon was indeed no match for Xerneas. Not to mention, even if Kyogre and Groudon joined forces, Xerneas would remain undaunted. After all, its illustrious record of defeating 6 opponents was not mere boast. It was a testament to its formidable strength. Groudon, clearly intimidated by Xerneas, nevertheless retorted defiantly. Oh, so you have the audacity to act without the courage to admit it, do you? Your increasing agitation only serves to validate my claims. Upon hearing this, Xerneas refrained from further provocation. As Groudon rightly pointed out, should it act impulsively, the situation could escalate, leading to irreversible consequences. With a scowl, Xerneas stated, I recognize your discontent, but this matter cannot rest solely on my shoulders. If you are truly aggrieved, you might consider addressing the issue with Mew, as it was the one who initially proposed your expulsion from the Alliance. Groudon was taken aback, astonished that it was indeed Mew, that scheming interloper, who sought to oust it from the Legendary Beast Alliance. That wretched deceiver, backstabbing me, truly despicable. Groudon seethed. Su Yun, keenly aware of this revelation, feigned surprise and asked, could it be that you still share some connection with Mew? Reluctantly, Groudon nodded. Yes, it once approached me, suggesting that if I taught it how to wield the cliff sword, it would instruct me in the art of flight. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. And what was the outcome? Groudon's face darkened. The outcome was me standing at the edge of a cliff, jumping for 3 days and nights. After mastering the cliff sword, that rascal Mew vanished without a trace, leaving me in the lurch. Su Yun. So, it turns out that the idea of jumping off a cliff to practice flying came from Mew. One must admit, Mew possesses quite the mischievous streak. The audience, upon hearing this hidden tale, was left utterly astounded, realizing that there was an untold story between Groudon and Mew. Goodness, Mew, seemingly innocent, harbors such a dark heart. From now on, I shall embrace the dark side. Oh, poor Groudon, I just want to give it a hug. Forget everything else. Groudon is now my sole belief. Amidst the astonishment, Groudon suddenly queried Su Yun, can you connect with Mew? Surprised, Su Yun instinctively nodded, yes, I can. But why do you wish to reach out to it? Even if you inquire about your expulsion from the Alliance, it will undoubtedly cite your inability to fly. Groudon responded wistfully, I do not wish to ask that. I merely want to vent my frustrations. Su Yun. Groudon certainly holds a grudge. Yet, truth be told, Groudon was indeed pitiable, and as Su Yun's dialogue partner, it was only right that he extend the courtesy it deserved. Thus, he conceded, very well. I shall assist you in connecting with Mew. With a wave of his hand, the screen swiftly transformed. A white Pokémon was seen playfully chasing a school of fish. Isn't that Legia? Have you made a mistake? Groudon queried, perplexed. Su Yun smiled knowingly, assuring, rest assured, there is no mistake. Do not forget, Mew possesses the ability to transform into any Pokémon. Just watch, I shall reveal its true form. Clearing his throat, Su Yun called out to the Lugia on the screen. You sly creature. Instantly, Lugia perked up, its vigilance heightened as it scanned its surroundings. Simultaneously, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into its mind. Soon after, its form began to shift, transforming into a small pink Pokémon. Who else could it be but Mew? A netizen, wide-eyed and incredulous, murmured to himself, this fellow dares to take on the guise of Lugia to chase after schools of fish and engage in mischief. Yet he is not afraid of retribution from Lugia? TCH, what a trivial matter. I've witnessed him transform into Rayquaza to rob a jewelry store in the past. How small-minded. I've even seen him masquerade as Shalebi to sneak into a women's bathhouse and steal clothes. With that, he declared, I shall not involve myself in this affair any further. If you have anything to say, address it directly to him. Su Yun then directed the camera towards Groudon, granting it the opportunity to confront Mew. Primarily, he himself had no pressing inquiries from Mew. Groudon cleared its throat and launched into a tirade. You deceitful scoundrel. How dare you stab me in the back and expel me from the Legendary Pokémon Alliance? Just wait. If you think you can make my life miserable, I shall ensure that you do not escape unscathed. I will unveil all your misdeeds to the members of the Legendary Pokémon Alliance, so they can see just how sinister you are behind closed doors. Upon finishing, Groudon felt a wave of relief wash over it. It then turned to Su Yun and inquired, can you connect with all the Legendary Pokémon? I intend to make Mew's transgressions public. This time, Groudon was truly committed to the endeavor. Su-Yun did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he asked, "What sort of misdeeds has Mew committed?" Groudon pondered for a moment before responding. "Countless. For instance, he pilfered Hoa's egg, stealthily struck Shalebi to seize its Mega Stone, and even absconded with the tablets left behind by the creator." Su-Yun hastily interrupted Groudon, a plan forming in his mind. "How about this? Let us reserve these secrets for a future episode. I will conduct a solo interview with Mew, exposing all its misdeeds to the public. The impact will undoubtedly be far greater than your current approach." Groudon found Su-Yun's suggestion to hold merit. If Su-Yun were to interview Mew, it could maximize the effect, just as it had today, leaving Groudon feeling rather embarrassed. Thus, it nodded in agreement with Su-Yun's plan without hesitation. Chapter 11. Highly Praised, Su-Yun Forever. Groudon and Su-Yun briefly discussed the plan for interviewing Mew, and they quickly reached a mutual understanding, both sporting mischievous smiles. "Is that settled then?" Su-Yun asked with a knowing glint in his eye. Groudon, visibly elated, nodded vigorously, magma bubbling from its nostrils, eager to witness Mew's downfall. Su-Yun smiled subtly and high-fived Groudon, signifying their newfound collaboration. Meanwhile, Mew, noticing the two conspiring about some nefarious scheme, grew anxious. After all, Groudon was privy to many of its embarrassing secrets. If Groudon divulged these to Su-Yun, who then utilized the show Dialogue All-Stars to expose its secrets, how could Mew continue to navigate the Pokemon world? As the ancestral figure and leader of the Pokemon realm, it could not allow such a thing to transpire. It must fight for its honor. Indeed, that was the way. Mew incessantly called out, "Mew Mew Mew." Yet no one paid him any heed, save for a group of spectators bantering lightheartedly. "This Mew is quite pathetic. It can't even handle the host." "Exactly. My brother Groudon is truly impressive. Does it dare to speak ill of others without fearing retribution? Could it be? I'm genuinely frightened. Hee. Would you like me to accompany you? I am rather formidable. Apologies, but I am already married." "Oh wow, that makes it even better. I like you just the way you are." In response to Mew's incessant chatter, Su-Yun's approach was straightforward. He showed no mercy and severed the connection. Mew was left bewildered, staring at the vanished screen, its fury boiling over as it spun around in the air, shifting its form repeatedly. This infuriates me. Groudon. And that human, Mew, will not let this go unpunished. You will regret this. Even the creator will be of no help to you." Yet, all of this was merely the futile raving of its powerlessness. Returning to the lava volcano, Su-Yun prepared to conclude the day's program. Alright, dear viewers. This marks the end of today's episode. Thank you all for tuning in. Parting is always the hardest, even if it is just for a single episode. The comments section was flooded with pleas for Su-Yun to stay. "Please don't go, host. Just a little longer. I truly adore this show." "Me too. I've never seen such an entertaining program. Please ask Groudon a few more questions." "I'm different. I really like the host. He is incredibly handsome and speaks so eloquently." Su-Yun took note of the viewers' messages. As the saying goes, a drifting leaf returns to the sea. In life, we encounter one another in various places. Departures are always temporary. We shall meet again in the next episode. If you enjoy this program, please offer your commendation. To preserve the show's reputation, Su-Yun exerted his utmost effort. So thrilling. The host is truly a genius. Brothers, 5-star reviews only. We cannot let such a splendid show fade away. Su-Yun's productions are always top-notch. Liking before watching has become a habit. Some engaged in spirited discussions to promote the show, while others swam against the current, attempting to disparage it. A bunch of trolls. How could such a trashy program deserve praise? I shall swiftly leave a 1-star review and report it. However, no sooner had the comment been posted than it was met with a barrage of insults from thousands of viewers, rendering the author speechless. The eyes of the masses are ever discerning. Gold will always shine brightly. At this moment, some viewers expressed curiosity about the next episode, posing various questions. "Host, when will the next episode air? Can you share that with us? I want to camp out early." Su-Yun replied in the live stream. "The specific airing time for the next episode has yet to be determined. Once it is set, we will announce it on the Alliance TV website, where you can check for updates. Can you reveal who the next interviewee will be?" Yes. I think Rayquaza would be excellent. He looks so majestic and righteous. I suspect he may be a bit of a rogue behind the scenes. Rayquaza is dull. I believe interviewing that scoundrel would be better. He certainly has more dirt than Groudon, which would be quite entertaining. You all have such narrow visions. Host, could you interview Shiny Gardevoir? I adore her. Host, could you interview Shiny Machamp? She is fantastic and truly meets my preferences. Su-Yun could only chuckle at the viewers' inquiries, especially the one requesting an interview with Shiny Machamp, which nearly dropped his jaw in surprise. Clearing his throat, Su-Yun slowly spoke, Dear viewers, I cannot yet disclose the interviewee for the next episode. However, after the episode airs, I will initiate a guessing game on the Alliance TV website, and you may participate. The audience members who correctly guess will have the opportunity to become special guests on our show, limited to the first 50 participants. It's first come, first served. So prepare yourselves early. Having concluded this live broadcast, Su-Yun noticed the surrounding spatial constraints gradually dissipating, allowing Groudon to return to the magma. Facing the unrestrained Groudon before him, Su-Yun felt a twinge of nervousness. However, in anticipation of the upcoming interview, he strove to suppress his anxiety. Mr. Groudon, could you elaborate on the dark secrets of Mew for me? I would like to prepare in advance. Groudon nodded. All right. However, there are quite a few secrets. Can you remember them all? Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart leaped with joy. It was not the abundance of secrets that frightened him, but rather the absence of them. Of course, I have paper and pen with me. Just speak, and I'll note everything down, he replied, all ears. He welcomed any revelations from Groudon. Meanwhile, at the Alliance TV production base, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Everyone was celebrating the successful conclusion of the live broadcast. With this event, Alliance TV had firmly established itself, becoming the most popular program of the day. Even the erstwhile ratings champion, the unbreakable bond between Pokemon and humans, the shiny Kirlia saga, could not compare. Today, they not only rekindled past glory but also shattered long-standing records, emerging as the most viewed program in history. Little Sue, he is our savior at Alliance TV. Without him, there would be no present, nor any future for us. Zhao Yuzhen exclaimed with heartfelt emotion. The director is right. Su-Yun is a great hero. My brother Yun is incredible, eternal youth. Others echoed in agreement, brimming with admiration and gratitude for Su-Yun. Chapter 12, System Rewards. The second dialogue. Just then, a data analyst approached, holding a tablet. The crowd's cheers began to subside with his arrival. Although they already knew that today's program had garnered worldwide attention, breaking the Alliance's viewership records, they were still unclear about specific data. Director, all the data has been compiled. Would you like me to report it now? The analyst, noticing the eager gazes directed at him, couldn't he help but shiver as he spoke. Zhao Yuzhen smiled brightly, waved her hand dismissively, and said, just go ahead. It'll be fun for everyone to hear. Nodding, the analyst began to report the figures. By the end of the program, the total viewership across all platforms had reached 156, 453, 276. With a peak concurrent viewership of 37, 865, 487 and a commendation rate of 97. With each statistic announced, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Goodness! Over 100 million views, with a peak concurrent audience exceeding 37 million. That's astonishing. If I recall correctly, the Alliance's previous record was only around 30 million. And we surpassed that by over 5 million. A group member exclaimed, their face a portrait of shock. This was no mere surpassing. It was a complete obliteration of the competition, demonstrating an invincible momentum. Yes. How does that saying go? In the world of viewership, we occupy 8 out of 10 parts. Someone else chimed in, overly excited, their words flowing like a river. At this moment, the sound technician quietly turned on the speakers, selecting a fitting tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. After meticulously organizing the revelations about Mew from Groudon, Su-Yun bid farewell to the legendary creature. He pondered whether he would have the chance to converse with Mew, the elusive one, in the future. Honestly, I'm quite curious about my next dialogue partner, he murmured to himself. Yet, the system had remained silent until now, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless regarding the selection of his next interlocutor. Just as his frustration mounted, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The program has concluded, and data and rewards are being tallied. Please hold on. Su-Yun's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with joy, System, you've finally returned. Filled with anticipation for the program's outcome and rewards, he eagerly awaited the next announcement. 3 seconds later, the system's voice echoed once more. The final rating for this program is S. Congratulations, host. You have earned a designated summoning card, a king-level demigod gift pack, and a crimson gem. Designated summoning card. Upon use, it allows for the active summoning of any Pokemon to become a special guest of the dialogue. King-level demigod gift pack. Upon use, it randomly grants 1 king-level demigod Pokemon. Crimson gem. A mysterious gem radiating a crimson glow, said to contain powers from the ancient era. Gazing at the rewards bestowed by the system, Su-Yun couldn't suppress his excitement. So, with this designated summoning card, I can choose my next dialogue partner, right? He sought confirmation to ensure he understood the system correctly. Indeed. However, Each summoning requires a cooldown period. You may summon a Pokemon again in 3 days. Su Yun fell into contemplation. 3 days wasn't too long. It was just enough time for him to prepare thoroughly. In truth, he was indifferent about when the next episode would commence. He merely worried that the audience would grow impatient. System, can I use the designated summoning card right now? You can summon the designated Pokemon when the time comes, Su Yun asked eagerly. Without solidifying this matter, his heart felt unsettled. Yes, please select the Pokemon you wish to summon next. Without hesitation, Su Yun declared, Mew. 3 seconds later, a notification chimed. Ding. Target locked. Your next dialogue partner will be Mew. Please prepare in advance. Su Yun let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably more at ease. With the issue of his next summoning partner resolved, his spirits lifted, and he turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. A King-level Demigod gift pack? That is splendid. It could directly grant me a King-level Demigod Pokemon, making me a true king in my own right. Perhaps I could even challenge Rayquaza or Kyogre for a sparring match. Su Yun was genuinely thrilled about the King-level Pokemon the system would grant him. System, open the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a King-level Demigod, Metagross. Su Yun's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Wow, my luck is extraordinary. I can't believe I drew Metagross. Among all the demigods, his favorites were Garchomp, Dragonite, Tyranitar, Metagross, and Dragapult. Now that he had drawn one of them, it felt like the pinnacle of fortune. At the outset, Su Yun harbored some trepidation regarding the possibility of drawing a rather lackluster pseudo-divine Pokemon, such as the likes of Nihilego or Dragapult. However, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to deftly evade these 2 relatively underwhelming pseudo-divines. Instead, he drew a Metagross, a creature capable of mega evolution, with exceptionally well-distributed base stats. Curiosity piqued. Su Yun opened Metagross's information panel. Pokemon, Metagross, Shiny. Gender, genderless. Base stats, 600. Potential, SS, ranging from low to high. Basis, where potential influences the Pokemon's growth rate and future achievements. Strength, champion level, strength ranked from low to high. Beginner, intermediate, elite, gym leader, pseudo-champion, champion, master, headmaster. Level 2 deity and level 1 deity. Types, steel, psychic. Ability, clear body, prevents ability or move-induced stat reductions. Moves, hammer arm, tackle, psychic, metal claw, magnet rise, pursuit. Bullet punch, miracle eye, zen headbutt, shadow punch, psychic, agility, meteor mash, iron fist, giga impact. Upon noticing that his Metagross was of the shiny variety, Su Yun was taken aback. A champion-level shiny Metagross. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. System, I shall henceforth regard you as the epitome of strength. Su Yun silently bestowed his admiration. With such a system at his disposal, what more could one desire? Chapter 13. The Secrets of Rayquaza Releasing Metagross. Su Yun exuberantly admired the magnificent silver-hued creature before him, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Truly, as a shiny Metagross, it exuded an aura of regality. Su Yun was immensely pleased with his newly acquired companion. If only he possessed a Mega Stone, the delight would be unparalleled. Metagross. The creature emitted a low growl, seemingly resonating with Su Yun's excitement, mirroring his jubilance. Approaching, Su Yun gently patted its head and earnestly declared, From this day forth, you shall be my partner. I look forward to our journey together. Metagross. It responded, as if acknowledging, I too anticipate our collaboration. At that moment, the sound of his phone disrupted the tranquility. Glancing at the screen, Su Yun noted it was a call from Zhao Yuzhen. It was evident what purpose this call served, either congratulations or well wishes. With a slight smile, he answered the call. Hello, Director. I trust the program's reception has been satisfactory? On the other end, Zhao Yuzhen's voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Su, do you realize our show's viewership has surpassed 100 million? Moreover, peak online viewership reached over 50 million, shattering all records within the league. Not only has the crisis at the station been averted, but we've also received commendation from the league, along with a substantial financial grant to enhance our station's facilities. You have become the savior of our station, and everyone here is utterly in awe of you, clamoring for a celebration. We plan to host a grand banquet in the city's most luxurious hotel in your honor. What do you think? From her voice, Su Yun discerned Zhao Yuzhen's genuine gratitude and excitement. Had it not been for him, all personnel at Alliance TV would have faced dismissal. To label him as the savior of Alliance TV would not be an exaggeration. However, Su Yun had no desire for an extravagant celebration. He had never been one to crave ostentation. Director, a celebratory banquet is unnecessary. Let us keep it simple. A casual dinner with everyone will suffice. there's no need for a lavish venue. Zhao Yuzhen was not pleased with his response, adamantly retorting, that simply will not do. You have contributed immensely to our station. It cannot be dismissed so lightly. No, you must heed my words. There will be a grand celebration at a luxurious hotel. This matter is settled. No arguments. Tomorrow, I shall personally come to fetch you. With that, she concluded the call, leaving Su Yun in a state of bemusement. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. Very well, a day of rest would not be unwelcome, he mused, feeling somewhat relieved. With a mere thought, a crimson orb materialized in his hand. This was the reward bestowed by the system, the ruby orb. Although the system had not elucidated its effects, Su Yun, as a traveler from another realm, possessed an understanding of its significance. The ruby orb, a signature item of Groudon, not only had the capability to awaken Groudon, but also enabled its primal reversion. Furthermore, should he choose to assimilate the ruby orb within himself, he could even exert control over Groudon. Thus, the value of this orb far surpassed that of a shiny Metagross. Gripping the ruby orb tightly, Su Yun felt a connection to Groudon. In the event of future tribulations, he might call upon Groudon's assistance through the orb. After securing the ruby orb, Su Yun organized his notes regarding the dark matters surrounding Mew before retiring to bed. As night fell, within the depths of a certain forest, a verdant dragon-like Pokémon descended silently, refraining from uttering a sound. It stealthily infiltrated the woods, scanning its surroundings, confirming the absence of observers. It exhaled a sigh of relief and slinked into a cave. Inside the cavern lay a remarkably elegant and large superior. It was evident that this was no ordinary superior. Its length exceeded 5 or 6 meters, rivaling that of Rayquaza itself. Adorned with a crown, it emanated an aura of nobility and grace. Appearing as a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, untouched by earthly impurities. A single glance was enough to evoke admiration, causing hearts to flutter. Who could have anticipated that a superior could possess such breathtaking beauty? Beneath the superior, a translucent Pokémon egg lay nestled, clearly belonging to the superior, indicating that she had assumed the role of a mother. Remarkably, her figure had not only retained its allure, but had grown even more enchanting, captivating all who beheld her. Ching ching, it is I, Xiao Lai Lai. I have come to find you, Rayquaza cooed with a flirtatious smile, devoid of the awe-inspiring gravitas typically associated with divine beings. Upon hearing Rayquaza's voice, the superior languidly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered like beautiful butterflies, enchanting to behold. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, ensnared Rayquaza's gaze, and he found himself utterly captivated. In truth, even among his kin, Rayquaza felt no one could rival the superior's beauty. She was simply too breathtaking, a beauty that left one breathless. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken his fellow Rayquaza to seek an illicit rendezvous in this secluded wilderness. However, he found himself perplexed as to how Groudon had come to know of this affair. Had it not been for Groudon's inadvertent revelation, this secret might have remained undisclosed. If the elders of the clan were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In fact, the repercussions could be severe enough to warrant expulsion from the dragon lineage. Thus, he dared not make this matter public, at least not at this moment. However, his affection for the monarch serpent ran deep, and the two had even produced offspring together. That egg, cradled in the embrace of the monarch serpent, was the embodiment of their love. For the sake of the monarch serpent and their child, Rayquaza had been striving tirelessly, hoping to gain the approval of his clan. Yet, since time immemorial, dragons and serpents had been at odds. The biases ingrained in the hearts of many were as immovable as mountains. No amount of effort could budge them. What more could be said of the divine beast lineage? They would never permit their noble bloodline to be sullied. Rayquaza had been feeling utterly drained of late, his resolve waning. Thus, he sought to visit his beloved and their child, hoping to draw inspiration from their presence to continue persevering. Ray, the monarch serpent, stirred awake, her supple form curling beside Rayquaza, seeking solace in his embrace. This brought her warmth, a profound sense of home. I came to see you both. Rayquaza forced a smile, though his voice trembled with emotion. Chapter 14. There is no such thing as a tranquil passage of time. It is merely a facade maintained by those who bear the weight of burdens. We are well, you need not worry, the monarch serpent reassured him softly, her eyes shimmering with a blissful smile. Ray, it won't be long before our child is born. Do you think it will resemble me, or you? Rayquaza's expression momentarily brightened, a flicker of joy marking his face, the elation of impending fatherhood. Yet, it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of melancholy. He envisioned the future of their child and felt a pang of sorrow. Should they fail to gain the clan's approval, once their secret was laid bare. Not only would he suffer, but the monarch serpent and their child would also be ensnared in the clan's wrath. To the bitter end. The Rayquaza clan would never permit their bloodline to intermingle with the outside world. He recalled how his uncle, once a paragon within the clan, was hailed as the hope for the future and the next leader. In his youth, he had single-handedly faced 6 progeny of the divine beasts and emerged victorious, embodying the spirit of the former Rayquaza leader who had battled 6 first-tier deities. Alas, he ultimately strayed from the path and fell in love with a Milotic. The clan's fury was swift. They stripped him of his lineage and imprisoned him, a fate he still endured to this day. As for that Milotic, she was discreetly dealt with by the clan's powerful members. The Milotic lineage could only seethe in silence, bearing the shame that lingered even now. Rayquaza feared he might follow the same tragic path as his uncle, lacking the strength his uncle possessed, and knowing that even he could not protect his beloved. Rayquaza felt the weight of despair. However, despite the bleakness of the future ahead, he resolved not to surrender, to carve a path for his beloved, to forge a future for his descendants. This was his sole aspiration. If he failed in this endeavor, guilt would haunt him for a lifetime. It will undoubtedly resemble you, Rayquaza said tenderly. He truly wished for their child to embody the qualities of the monarch serpent. Otherwise, he would only invite endless troubles upon the child. To be a monarch serpent, to be a little more ordinary, is not a bad thing at all. No, I believe it will take after you. The monarch serpent replied playfully, unaware of the immense pressure Rayquaza endured, and he was disinclined to divulge such burdens to her. Let the tranquility of time be reserved for the monarch serpent and their child. As for him, he would continue to bear the weight of his struggles. Indeed, Rayquaza wished to say more, but the words caught in his throat. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. The dragon and serpent entwined, radiating love. The following day, as Su Yun rose from slumber, he received a call from the Fonyuan Alliance. It turned out that due to the previous day's program, Su Yun had become quite the sensation in the Pokemon League. Consequently, the Fonyuan Alliance wished to invite him as the spokesperson for the Fonyuan Champion Tournament, hoping he would assist in their promotion. Initially, Su Yun had intended to decline. However, upon learning that they could provide a Mega Evolution Stone as a token of gratitude, he promptly changed his mind and reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, he was in need of a Mega Evolution Stone for his Metagross. So the Fonyuan Alliance had struck a favorable chord. After a simple breakfast of soybean milk, a fried dough stick, and 2 eggs, Su Yun made his way to the Fonyuan Arena, the venue for the champion tournament. As he alighted from the vehicle, he was greeted by a line of youthful maidens clad in ultra-short skirts, brandishing bouquets to welcome him. Such a grand reception was a first for Su Yun, and he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Notably, each of the welcoming ladies was more enchanting than the last, their figures eye-catching and delightful. A feast for the eyes. Su Yun found himself curious about where the Fonyuan Alliance had sourced such stunning individuals. Their selection was impeccable. While Su Yun was lost in admiration of the beautiful scene, a short-haired lady in a professional outfit approached him, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "Hello, Mr. Su Yun. I am Lin Wan. You may call me Xiao Lin. Allow me to show you around our Fonyuan Arena." Su Yun nodded in agreement. "All right. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Lin." Lin Wan smiled warmly. "You are too kind, Mr. Su Yun. Please, follow me." As she guided him through the arena, the camera crew followed closely behind, capturing every moment. Meanwhile, Fonyuan Arena TV was broadcasting this very scene. "Wow, Su Yun is filming another program behind our backs. Unforgivable. This must be shared with others. Hey, who is that girl besides Su Yun? The way she moves is simply captivating. Brothers, spread the word. Su Yun is back on the show. We must support him." Unbeknownst to Su Yun, a live broadcast was underway. Upon entering the arena, Lin Wan began by sharing the history of Fonyuan Arena and its accolades. Subsequently, she led Su Yun to the viewing area. "Mr. Su Yun, look. The 2 trainers battling below are participants in the Fonyuan Champion Tournament. Their skills are impressive, and they have the potential to challenge for the title," Lin Wan chattered animatedly. Pointing at the competitors below, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was evident that someone in her profession could talk so much. Just then, someone in the audience recognized Su Yun and erupted into cheers. "Ah, it's the great Su Yun. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I am seeing him in person. How thrilling. Who is Su Yun? Is he really that famous?" "Uft, you clueless one. Su Yun is the host of the League TV's Dialogue with the Stars program. He is currently the most renowned host in the entire league. How could you not know? Did your family just get internet?" As some remained astonished, others swiftly activated their live streams. "Hello everyone, I am at Fonyuan Arena, and I just bumped into the great Su Yun. For those wanting to see his charm, please tune into my live stream. Shockwaves reverberated through the crowd. The esteemed Su Yun has allegedly been entangled with the host of Fengyuan Arena. The unexpected appearance of Su Yun at Fengyuan Arena has sparked curiosity, and it has been substantiated that Su Yun is, in fact, a concealed master of unparalleled caliber. As Su Yun heard the excited screams from the crowd, she greeted everyone with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. Su Yun is looking at me. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? How embarrassing. No way. Su Yun is clearly gazing at me. She must have an affinity for me. It's me. Woe is me. While the droughts claim the parched, the floods drown the soaked. Su Yun, could you perhaps grant me a girlfriend? Just then, a discordant voice erupted from within the throng. Just a mere host. What is there to idolize? Are you any good at hosting? What does being a host even matter? In this arena, it's all about strength. The cheers and screams of the crowd abruptly ceased, and all eyes converged on the source of that voice. Chapter 15. Are you proficient in combat? The speaker was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, in the prime of his youth, brimming with vigor. As he noted the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, his expression swelled with arrogance as he pointed at Su Yun, declaring, "What? Am I mistaken? Isn't he merely a host with no combat prowess? In terms of Pokemon battles, I dare say even a student from a novice academy would best him." The youth's words were laden with scorn, mercilessly mocking Su Yun. With a calm smile, Su Yun remained silent, but beside her, Lin Wan could no longer contain herself. "Wang Xinghe, are you out of your mind? Has Su Yun wronged you in any way that you look down upon him?" "Yes. Perhaps Su Yun may lack in Pokemon battles, but isn't it normal for someone to excel in one area while being less adept in another? Just as you, in hosting, would likely not stand a chance against Su Yun." The surrounding audience began to murmur disapprovingly at Wang Xinghe. What a disgrace to even dare to tarnish the name of Su Yun. Truly shameless. Indeed, he is likely a mere clown seeking to ride on Su Yun's coattails. Absolutely. Just look at him. He's not a good person, probably just trying to take advantage of Su Yun. Upon hearing the crowd's opinions, Wang Xinghe's expression darkened considerably, especially as Lin Wan defended Su Yun publicly, intensifying his ire. "Oh, Lin Wan, you're so eager to attach yourself to a man of renown. As if you're afraid the world doesn't know how desperate you are." He continued, "Let us not forget, had it not been for me, you wouldn't have ascended to this position." At his words, Lin Wan's face instantly paled, the previously bold demeanor evaporating, and she couldn't bear to meet Wang Xinghe's gaze. The crowd, noticing her sudden change, began to whisper among themselves. TSK, this host seems glamorous, but who knows how many men she has been with behind the scenes. Do you think anyone in this industry is clean? Who hasn't used unscrupulous means to get ahead? It's rare to find someone like Su Yun who has achieved this level through sheer talent." Wang Xinghe reveled in the effect of his words, his face radiating pride and arrogance. Though Lin Wan feared her past indiscretions might surface, she was more concerned about failing to treat Su Yun properly. Reluctantly, she retorted, "Wang Xinghe, enough. Mr. Su Yun has no enmity with you. Why do you persist in bothering him for no reason?" With a cold smirk, Wang Xinghe replied, "No enmity? My dear lady, you have quite the selective memory." His eyes narrowed, delivering each word with icy precision. "Let us not forget that today's interview was initially meant for me. Had this fellow not butted in, I would be the one standing before the camera." Su Yun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Wan, sensing a misunderstanding between her and Wang Xinghe. Lin Wan, fearing to offend Su Yun, hurriedly explained, "Mr. Su Yun, the situation is this. Wang Xinghe is a frontrunner in the Fengyuan King tournament, and there was supposed to be a special interview arranged for him. However, due to your overnight rise to fame, the decision was altered, and his exclusive interview was replaced with yours." After Lin Wan's clarification, Su Yun finally grasped the situation. He had wondered why Wang Xinghe was so intent on causing him trouble, and now it made sense. Yet, this was not his fault, and he had no prior knowledge. If Wang Xinghe was dissatisfied, he should confront the organizers, not take it out on him as if he were an easy target. Su Yun had never been one to tolerate such provocations. Wang Xinghe, seeing the misunderstanding laid bare, no longer held back, directly challenging Su Yun, "If you're a man, step up and fight me. Do you dare?" With a chuckle, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you quite skilled in combat?" Wang Xinghe instinctively lifted his chin, his face brimming with arrogance. "I am the favorite to win the King tournament. What do you think?" Su Yun maintained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "Is being a king really that impressive?" At this, Wang Xinghe faltered. What did he mean, is being a king impressive? That status is exceptionally prestigious. Many spend their entire lives striving to reach such heights. King-level fighters are a rarity in the Pokemon world, their strength unquestionable. Wang Xinghe felt Su Yun was overstepping in his bravado. The surrounding audience, too, appeared taken aback, gazing at Su Yun in astonishment. Su Yun's aura was undeniably strong. Yet doubts lingered about whether his prowess was truly as formidable as he claimed. Oh no, oh no. While Su Yun may possess extraordinary talent in hosting, when it comes to Pokemon battles, he may indeed not match Wang Xinghe. People murmured about Su Yun's abilities, recalling past discussions that painted him as fairly average. The current outlook for him seemed grim. Is it true? Oh no, my Su Yun. Most spectators held little faith in Su Yun. After all, he was a host, not a trainer, while Wang Xinghe was the favored contender in the tournament. This implied that Wang Xinghe likely possessed at least quasi-king level abilities, making him a formidable opponent even in the vast Pokemon realm. The odds of Su Yun emerging victorious appeared slim. Arrogance. If you have the mettle, step up and show me whether your prowess matches your boastful words. Wang Xinghe scoffed, his challenge dripping with disdain. Once in the arena, he was confident he could humiliate Su Yun. After all, he was assured that in the realm of Pokemon battles, Su Yun was no match for him. At that moment, Lin Wan became anxious, urging, Mr. Su Yun, do not acquiesce to him. He is merely causing a ruckus. If you were to suffer a defeat at Wang Xinghe's hands, the higher-ups would not let me off easily, and my career would be over. Indeed, Su Yun, just disregard him as if he were a barking dog. Indeed, if a dog bites you, would you retaliate in kind? The surrounding audience exhibited expressions of concern, urging Su Yun not to engage in a contest with Wang Xinghe. In their eyes, Su Yun was undoubtedly no match for Wang Xinghe. In response, Su Yun merely smiled faintly, taking a step forward to meet Wang Xinghe's gaze. Very well, I accept your challenge. Since the world doubts my strength, I shall reluctantly prove it. Moreover, this will provide an opportunity to witness the prowess of the shiny Metagross. Chapter 16. The Battle of the Semi-Gods, who shall reign as the Semi-God King. What? The great Su Yun is actually going to face Wang Xinghe? This is disastrous. My Su Yun is destined to be humiliated. The audience lamented, their voices filled with despair. Oh, Su Yun, why did you agree to this? They cried, as if they could already envision the scene of his defeat. Meanwhile, Wang Xinghe wore a smug grin, his heart filled with derision. Su Yun, battling me will be the most regrettable decision of your life. I will show you that true strength is never found in the antics of shallow showmen. I, Wang Xinghe, am the most revered existence in this world. With determined strides, Wang Xinghe made his way to the arena. Su Yun smiled softly, turning to Lin Wan. Miss Lin, would you be so kind as to escort me? Lin Wan appeared hesitant. Mr. Su, is this truly advisable? No worries, nothing will go awry, Su Yun assured confidently. Taken aback by his poise, Lin Wan found herself nodding in agreement, leading Su Yun into the arena. It was only when she witnessed the standoff between Su Yun and Wang Xinghe that she grasped the gravity of the situation. She hurriedly took out her phone to inform her superior. However, to her surprise, rather than discouraging the duel, her superior insisted on broadcasting their confrontation live. This left Lin Wan perplexed, unable to fathom her superior's motives. Nevertheless, since the directive had been given, she complied. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am here to livestream the epic battle between Su Yun and Wang Xinghe. The chatroom erupted in excitement. Fans of Su Yun flooded in, nearly overwhelming the broadcast. Wang Xinghe, being a favorite to win, also had a considerable following. The moment they arrived, a fierce rivalry ignited between their supporters. The great Su Yun is invincible. No, the great Wang Xinghe is the true champion. In the arena, Su Yun and Wang Xinghe stood poised against each other. Wang Xinghe scrutinized Su Yun mockingly, sneering, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I shall allow you the first move. With that, he prepared to unleash his Pokemon. Su Yun, however, was not about to grant him such an advantage. No, I'd rather you not have an excuse for your defeat. Allow me the honor of the first strike instead. Without waiting for Wang Xinghe's response, Su Yun released his Pokemon. Wang Xinghe glared furiously, feeling disdained by Su Yun's apparent arrogance. Yet, upon seeing the Pokemon Su Yun summoned, he was momentarily stunned. This fellow had concealed his true strength so well. The audience was equally astounded by Su Yun's revelation. Did I just see that correctly? The great Su Yun has summoned a shiny Metagross. My goodness. He is not only a titan in hosting, but also a formidable Pokemon trainer. Wow, the shiny Metagross is so magnificent, just like the great Su Yun. I wish to embody his greatness. Sorry, but I already embody the greatness of the great Su Yun. Wang Xinghe's expression turned grave as he recognized his underestimation of Su Yun. Although Su Yun had granted him the advantage of the first move, as a true champion, He refused to rely on such petty tactics for victory. To win, one must do so with honor. Your Metagross is impressive, but it still pales in comparison to mine. You are destined to lose this battle, Wang Xinghe declared, removing the Pokeball from around his neck. Come forth, Sharpedo. Shark. Sharpedo let out a hoarse roar as it descended from the sky. Oh my, it's a standout among semi-gods, Sharpedo. This will be an exhilarating match. The audience buzzed with anticipation. In a battle of semi-gods, it was anyone's guess who would prevail. Is there even a question? It's undoubtedly Sharpedo. Nonsense. Metagross is the mightiest. As the battle was about to commence, neither Su Yun nor Wang Xinghe made an immediate move. Su Yun chuckled, I'm awaiting data analysis. What are you waiting for? Soon, pertinent information about Sharpedo appeared before him. Pokemon, Sharpedo, gender, female, base stats, 600, qualification, SS, strength, semi-king level, type, water. Dark, ability, speed boost, increases speed in a sandstorm. Held item, focus sash, allows survival from a potentially lethal hit. Moves, sand attack, crunch, tackle, dragon rage, sandstorm, fire fawn. Double edge, body slam, sand tomb, slash, dragon claw, dig, dive, surf, explosion. The semi-king level Sharpedo shared the same SS qualification as Metagross, indeed a worthy adversary. Su Yun murmured, steeling himself for the impending clash. Metagross, use Psychic. Su Yun commanded, opting to strike first. Metagross. The X-shaped emblem on Metagross's head radiated a brilliant white light as it charged towards Sharpedo. Sharpedo raised its arms to defend itself, being pushed back several meters. Sharpedo, ascend and unleash Sandstorm. After taking a hit from Metagross, Wang Xinghe remained unperturbed. Sharpedo soared into the air, generating a furious gale. Instantly, the arena was enveloped in chaos. With dust swirling violently, the previously clear skies transformed into a tempest of sand. Are you attempting to leverage the weather to secure victory? A commendable strategy, Su Yun mused. Once more issuing commands to his shiny Metagross. Utilize Magnet Rise to ascend, then execute Meteor Mash. Electricity crackled beneath Metagross's feet, producing sharp sounds. Gradually, its massive form floated upward, reaching the same altitude as Sharpedo. With its limbs drawn together, it formed a colossal fist, radiating dazzling light as it shot towards Sharpedo like a comet, its speed rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Use Dive to evade. At the critical moment, Wang Xinghe commanded. Sharpedo opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of multicolored light that transformed into a dragon, striking in a zigzag pattern towards the approaching Metagross, colliding with it. The two forces clashed fiercely, with Metagross's momentum slowing as it faced the might of Dragon Dive. However, the strength of Dragon Dive was evidently inferior to Metagross's Meteor Mash, as it was gradually forced back. Hold on, Wang Xinghe, feeling a sense of urgency, shouted fervently at his Gyarados, rallying its spirit for the battle. Chapter 17, The Metagross, the Herald of the Semi-Gods. Su Yun remained unruffled, calmly asserting, unleash all your power. It shall not withstand the onslaught. Despite both sides being at the threshold of semi-divinity, a significant disparity in strength remained. Wang Xinghe's Gyarados possessed merely semi-champion level prowess, while Su Yun's shiny Metagross boasted true champion capabilities. The difference, though seemingly just a single word, was indeed astronomical. Otherwise, countless semi-champion trainers would not be so desperate to compete for the champion title in the King S tournament. Metagross. Following Su Yun's command, Metagross maximized the potential of its Meteor Mash. The once dim white light flared back to life, reigniting with vigor. The brilliance surged forth, engulfing Gyarados entirely. Boom. In the next moment, a figure shot backward at lightning speed, emerging from the radiant glow, crashing against the arena's stone wall. It was Gyarados, vanquished. A keen-eyed spectator in the audience quickly discerned the outcome, shouting to the crowd, it's indeed Gyarados. Both are semi-gods, but the strength disparity is quite pronounced. Su Yun's shiny Metagross clearly holds the upper hand, dominating Wang Xinghe's Gyarados. The outcome of this battle had become evident. Victory was undoubtedly destined for the esteemed Su Yun. Today was truly an eye-opener. Who would have thought Su Yun was not only adept at hosting, but also formidable in Pokemon battles? Who could argue otherwise? I even find myself wishing to be a woman and marry Su Yun. The stage erupted into chaos, all stunned by the prowess displayed by shiny Metagross. After all, prior to the commencement of the match, the majority had not held Su Yun in high regard. Yet, unexpectedly, he revealed himself as a hidden master, unleashing a torrent of power right from the start, decisively overshadowing Wang Xinghe. Hearing the discussions from the stage, Wang Xinghe's expression darkened. This battle was of his own making. Should he lose, not only would he be barred from the King's tournament, but he would likely be shunned throughout the Fengyuan region, regardless of the circumstances. He could not afford to lose. Gyarados, can you still fight? Rise. The battle is far from over. I believe you will not succumb easily. Wang Xinghe shouted passionately at the downed Gyarados, seeking to rekindle its fighting spirit. Fortunately, he succeeded. Responding to its trainer's call, Gyarados summoned a surge of strength, rising to its feet once more. Well done, Gyarados. Now, heed my command. Utilize the sandstorm to your advantage, evade its attacks, and wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Wang Xinghe's strategy was remarkably clear. Gyarados' ability, Sand Rush, synergized perfectly with the sandstorm weather conditions. Despite the previous setback, Wang Xinghe did not lose his composure or abandon his advantage. Such clarity of thought was commendable, even earning Su Yun's nod of approval. For a semi-champion Gyarados to aspire to conquer a champion-level shiny Metagross by fully leveraging its own traits, and the battleground was indeed a sound approach towards attaining victory. Setting aside other considerations, Wang Xinghe's capabilities were worthy of recognition. Gyarados, it roared hoarsely, its eyes gleaming with determination, piercing through the air like a sharp, icy blade aimed directly at shiny Metagross. The latter, unfazed, met Gyarados' gaze with regal composure, fully aware that its opponent posed no real threat. Following the previous clash, it had concluded that this Gyarados was not its match. Thus, no matter how Gyarados might attempt to assert itself, shiny Metagross felt no fear. Metagross, use confusion. Wang Xinghe aimed to shift from a defensive to an offensive stance, hoping to counteract Su Yun's strategy. Metagross. With that command, Metagross conjured a sphere of psychic energy and hurled it towards Gyarados. Wang Xinghe swiftly issued a countermeasure. Gyarados digged to evade its attack, then seized the chance to strike. He sought to catch Su Yun off guard with Gyarados' dig attack, a ground-type move effective against shiny Metagross. If successful, it could indeed inflict substantial damage. Yet, how could Su Yun allow such a plan to unfold? Recognizing the futility of the confusion against a Gyarados burrowing underground, he promptly issued new orders. Use telekinesis to locate it. Shiny Metagross levitated into the air, enveloped in a shimmering pink aura. The energy waves clung to its surface, emanating a soft glow. Utilizing this psychic force, Metagross sought out Gyarados' concealed position underground. While light could not penetrate the earth, psychic energy could. Metagross, suddenly, with a resounding roar. The aura around it blazed like a raging inferno. It had located Gyarados' position. With eyes shimmering with pink light, Metagross exerted its utmost to control Gyarados. Crack! The ground split open, and a blue and yellow Pokémon slowly emerged. It was indeed Wang Xinghe's Gyarados. Under the influence of the psychic control, Gyarados found itself immobilized, suspended helplessly in midair like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Gyarados, break free from its grasp. Wang Xinghe cried desperately, his voice filled with urgency. Yet it was all in vain. Shiny Metagross concentrated all its strength into this one attack. Gyarados, at its current level, could not possibly escape. However, this power came at a price, severely taxing Metagross' physical and mental endurance. At that moment, Metagross began to tremble, on the verge of exhaustion. As its trainer, Su Yun sensed this fatigue and, unwilling to delay further, commanded Metagross to execute a final offensive. Launch it high into the air, then bring it crashing down. This tactic, a staple of telekinesis, was devastatingly effective and visually striking. Metagross. It slowly raised its gaze, lifting Gyarados high above before abruptly sending it crashing down to the earth. Boom. Gyarados plummeted like a mountain, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The sturdy ground was left with a substantial crater, a testament to the force of the impact. Under such intense collision, Gyarados began to falter, its head spinning, consciousness fading. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun showed no mercy, instructing shiny Metagross to deliver a finishing blow. Use Meteor Mash to end this. Metagross brought its limbs together, transforming into a comet hurtling towards the earth. Chapter 18, The Honorable Champion. Thunderous explosions erupted, and a dazzling white light illuminated the arena. The comet punch of the shiny Metagross struck with precision against the Sharpedo, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. How infuriating! Wang Xinghe gritted his teeth in frustration. Throughout his life, he had never felt such humiliation. In every Pokémon battle he engaged in, he was always the victor, until he encountered Su Yun, who shattered his pride into countless pieces. What enraged him further was the realization that Su Yun was merely a host, not a bona fide Pokémon trainer in the strictest sense. Yet, This unconventional trainer had managed to defeat him, a notion he found utterly unbearable. Recalling the earlier provocation he directed at Su Yun filled Wang Xinghe with deep shame. He longed to disappear into the earth. Although he did not turn to observe the audience's reaction, he could easily imagine them openly mocking him while showering praises upon Su Yun. As he suspected, the reality matched his thoughts. Upon Su Yun's victory, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, lavishly extolling Su Yun's prowess. Su Yun is magnificent. I adore you, Su Yun. Please, do consider dating me. If it's Su Yun, I'd willingly accept anything. A portion of the crowd, however, took the opportunity to deride Wang Xinghe, brazenly mocking him. I thought Wang Xinghe was formidable. Turns out he's just a pathetic loser. Is this what it means to boast the loudest and receive the harshest blows? Huh, is that all he has got? Not only the audience, but even Lin Wan was left dumbfounded. Previously, she had worried about how to manage the situation if Su Yun were to lose, yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Xinghe had been defeated. She was well aware of Wang Xinghe's strength. As a top contender in the tournament, few could rival his prowess among the quasi-champions. That such might have been so effortlessly overcome by Su Yun was astonishing. Su Yun was simply terrifying, excelling as both a host and a master of Pokemon battles. Such a remarkable man was unlikely to be found anywhere else in the world. Lin Wan felt a profound admiration and affection for Su Yun. Yet she was acutely aware of her own inadequacy, relegating herself to silently gazing up at him from the crowd. In the arena, Su Yun recalled his shiny Metagross. You did splendidly. Return now, he said, turning to face the audience. He waved and smiled, murmuring, do not become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with excitement, akin to a roaring tsunami. Ah, how handsome. I am utterly in love with Su Yun, cried a girl with a goddess-like aura, her voice piercing through the commotion. Su Yun, permit me to take your form, exclaimed a bold little girl, shocking those around her. If there are deities in this world, I wish for my sister and I to be Su Yun's women. Even pairs of sisters offered themselves up willingly. In the face of such fervor, Su Yun merely offered a languid smile. Women would only serve to hinder the speed at which he threw his pokeballs. At the opposite end of the arena, the dejected Wang Xinghe stood in stark contrast to the resplendent Su Yun. Watching Su Yun's retreating figure, he felt an overwhelming pressure and a premonition that Su Yun would undoubtedly become his most formidable rival in the future. Sharpedo, we must strive even harder. Wang Xinghe inhaled deeply, pushing down his negative emotions. Gazing at the pokeball in his hand, he recalled the moments spent battling alongside Sharpedo, reigniting the flames of determination within him. At the Fengyuan Arena, in the executive conference room, the leaders of the Fengyuan Alliance were taken aback after witnessing the battle between Su Yun and Wang Xinghe. They had not anticipated that this young man, Su Yun, possessed such depth, easily overcoming even Wang Xinghe. Lord Dahu, it seems this young man shares a connection with you. He employs a shiny Metagross as well, someone remarked, turning to the blue-haired youth seated regally upon the champion's throne and jesting. The blue-haired youth, handsome and exuding an air of sophistication, sat gracefully, reminiscent of an elegant young noble. He was none other than Dahu, the inaugural champion of the Fengyuan region, who also fought with a shiny Metagross. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Dahu replied nonchalantly, his expression betraying no emotion. The others had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. At that moment, someone proposed, given such talent, we should forge an alliance with him, bringing him into the Fengyuan Alliance to serve the region in the future. Indeed, that is my thought as well, another chimed in. However, a question arose. But how shall we proceed? With a slight smile, someone confidently replied, this is simple. We could bestow upon him an honorary champion medal, allowing him to become a champion of the Fengyuan Alliance without participating in the champion tournament. This way, he would be bound to our alliance. Yes, that could work. This is a brilliant plan. I support it. I concur. The others voiced their approval and turned to Dahu. Mr. Dahu, what are your thoughts? Someone respectfully inquired. Dahu stood and exited the room, stating, you may decide. I have matters to attend to. The others were left bewildered. Did we say something wrong? I am uncertain. In the arena, having concluded his role as spokesperson, Su Yun prepared to collect his due reward. Mr. Su Yun, this is what our leader has instructed me to deliver to you. Lin Wan approached, holding a sandalwood box. Thank you. Su Yun took the box and opened it, revealing a Mega Stone, a Mega Evolution Bracelet, and an additional champion medal. Wait, what is this medal about? Su Yun inquired, puzzled, as he had not been informed of a champion medal included in his reward. Lin Wan explained, Mr. Su Yun, our leader witnessed your match with Wang Xinghe and recognized your strength. believing you have earned the right to the champion medal. Thus, he specially presented it to you. Su Yun was somewhat astonished. Is your leader a high-ranking official of the Fengyuan Alliance? Lin Wan nodded. Su Yun then realized the implications. Ordinarily, a champion medal could only be obtained through participation in the champion tournament, while an honorary champion medal could be directly awarded by the Alliance's high-ranking officials, contingent upon recognition of one's strength. Please convey my gratitude to your leader. Su Yun smiled, displaying his understanding of the nuances of human relationships. Chapter 19. Posting updates. Guessing games. All right, I will, Lin Wan replied with a nod. After leaving the Fengyuan arena, Su Yun returned home. He opened his computer, logged onto the official website of the Alliance TV, and posted a topic poll. The topic was titled, Guess, 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 who will be the next guest? A. Rayquaza. B. Kyogre. C. Mew. D. Arceus. The first 50 users who answer correctly will have the opportunity to become special guests on the next episode of the show. The announcement of this topic has caused quite a stir online. Many eager netizens, who had been vigilantly waiting, were ecstatic to see that the official website of Alliance TV finally had a new update, trembling with excitement as if they had reached a climax. Damn it. I haven't slept a wink all night, and I finally waited for you. This time, I am surely the first to learn of the news. No one can be faster than me. This means that I am still within the top 50, and as long as I guess the question correctly, I will have the chance to be a special guest on the next episode. In a dimly lit rental room, a slender man's eyes sparkled with intensity. Engulfed in a state of extreme exhilaration, he stared intently at the screen, trying to extract the answer from the words displayed. Just then, a naked woman wrapped her arms around him from behind, seductively coaxing, "Honey, let us go to bed." Slap. The man immediately pushed her away and smacked her. "Get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm solving the problem." Meanwhile, at the Fengyuan Grand Hotel, a voluptuous red-haired woman sauntered out of the bathroom, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, failing to conceal her impressive curves. A white bath towel was loosely draped over her, revealing glimpses of her allure as she moved. Approaching the computer, she picked up the glasses from the table. Once adorned, they added an extra touch of charm. Her sensuous red lips slightly parted as her gaze fixed on the computer screen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face at the rapid update. The update is here. Quite swiftly. It seems my luck is holding. Perhaps I can make it into the top 50. After glancing at the timestamp of the update, a smug smile crept across her lips. She then moved the mouse and clicked on the word Mew. Only after the message "Thank you for participating. Your ranking is 45" appeared on the screen did she finally exhale in relief. Fortunately, there is still a chance. If my answer is correct. 10 minutes later, an online frenzy erupted, with discussions swirling about who the next dialogue partner for the All-Star show would be. Brothers, what do you think the answer to the question on the official website is? I believe the likelihood of it being Rayquaza is greater. Why? Think about it. The first dialogue partner was Groudon, an ancient legendary Pokémon and the guardian of the Hoenn region. Thus, the next dialogue partner is likely to be another ancient legendary Pokémon and guardian of Hoenn. Rayquaza fits both criteria perfectly. Who else could it possibly be? It could also be Kyogre, that fat-headed fish. Forget it. If they are truly considering the show's viewership and quality, Su Yun would never abandon Rayquaza for dialogue. That indeed seems plausible. Soon, differing opinions emerged. I think the next dialogue partner is very likely to be Mew. Oh, have you discovered some secret? Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be so certain. Quickly, share your thoughts. Didn't you notice that the question on the official website aligns perfectly with an eternal pattern? What pattern? When 3 are long and 1 is short, choose the shortest. When 3 are short and 1 is long, choose the longest. For 1 long and 1 short, select B. And for uneven choices, pick D. Though I know this is nonsense, why does it sound so reasonable? I agree. Haha, a bunch of dimwits. The least likely answer is C. I hereby vow, if the answer is C, I will gift each of you a shiny Shinx. Wow, brother, you're generous. For the sake of that shiny Shinx, I must support you. In a certain room, a middle school boy smirked, adjusting his glasses and displaying a confident smile. Haha. Su Yun, did you not expect this? I have already predicted your prediction. This question, you intentionally designed the answer to lure us all into selecting C, thereby ensuring no one could choose the correct answer. Unfortunately for you, I am the top genius of Flip Cup Elementary School. I can perform addition and subtraction within 10 without hesitation, and your scheme has long been uncovered by me. Haha. This time, it's I, Wong, who shall emerge victorious. In the evening, Su Yun received a call from Zhao Yuzhen, instructing him to prepare for a dinner gathering at the Fengyuan 5-star hotel. Just as Su Yun finished getting ready, Zhao Yuzhen arrived downstairs. After a round of warm conversation, The two made their way to the hotel. Let us go in. Everyone is waiting for you inside. Zhao Yuzhen personally opened the door for Su Yun, giving him a measure of respect. Inside the private room, a group of well-dressed individuals sat together, engaged in jovial conversation. Upon seeing Su Yun enter, they all rose to greet him. Brother Su. Su Yun was taken aback by their enthusiastic reception, chuckling. You are being too formal. We are all old colleagues. Let us skip the pleasantries. The crowd paused, exchanging smiles. As you say, Brother Su. Indeed, Brother Su's words are always correct. They took their seats, raising toasts to Su Yun. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Yuzhen stood up. With sincerity in his eyes, he addressed Su Yun. Little Su, our Alliance TV has achieved what it is today, all thanks to you. If it weren't for your heroic efforts, we would probably be languishing elsewhere. Zhao Yuzhen, feeling the effects of the alcohol, was becoming tipsy. Su Yun waved his hand, saying, Director, today marks the rebirth of our Alliance TV. Let us not dwell on the past. Our only theme today is to enjoy ourselves. His words garnered much agreement. Enjoyment is a must. Come on, let us toast to Brother Su again. Su Yun chuckled in exasperation, saying, Toasting is fine, but don't keep flattering me. If you keep it up, my tale will surely soar to the heavens. The crowd paused at his words and then erupted in laughter. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yuzhen continued the conversation. Little Su, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider finding a girlfriend. Su Yun nodded. Zhao Yuzhen pressed on. What do you think of my daughter? She's 18, in the bloom of youth. Although she's a bit younger than you. What man doesn't tea like an 18-year-old girl? Just say the word, and I'll bring her to meet you tomorrow. Chapter 20. Is the lucky viewer King Kina? Su Yun shook his head, chuckling. Director, you really have had too much to drink. Do you not remember? I know sure. Zhao Yuzhen was taken aback, scratching his head, furrowing his brows as he asked, You know her? When did that happen? Su Yun explained. Last year, the station was too busy, and you didn't have time to pick her up, so I went in your stead. Since then, we've been acquainted. Besides, sure often comes to hang out with me during her breaks. Hasn't she mentioned it to you? Zhao Yuzhen shook his head, exclaiming, That girl is playing hide and seek with me. A daughter grows up and forgets her father. I can't hold on to her anymore. Yet, his face radiated a smile. Since you and Sure have spent so much time together, what do you think of her? Su Yun sighed. Director, I've always regarded her as a little sister. I have no romantic intentions. Moreover, if my memory serves me right, Sure is merely 16 years old and still pursuing her education. Isn't she? Your thoughts seem a tad inappropriate. I dare not entertain them. As the deception was unveiled, Zhao Yuzhen awkwardly chuckled and attempted to lighten the mood. Oh really? Perhaps I misremembered, she mused. However, I do believe you two make quite the pair. Who knows what possibilities may arise in the future? Zhao Yuzhen remarked with feigned seriousness. Su Yun offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Some matters are best left untested. By the time the evening festivities concluded, it was well past 10 o'clock. Su Yun, reeking of alcohol, returned home and collapsed onto her bed, slipping into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The following morning, after having breakfast, Su Yun opened her computer to review the voting records from the previous day. Ultimately, after tallying the results, it was revealed that over 3 million individuals had participated in the voting, yet only a few tens of thousands had selected the correct answer, a rather low percentage. Among those few tens of thousands, only 10 individuals ranked within the top 50 who had successfully chosen the right answer. In other words, within the top 50 voters, merely 10 had managed to select the correct response. It appeared that these 10 would need to undergo another round of scrutiny. Su Yun murmured to herself as she compiled the list of those 10 individuals and posted it online. Subsequently, she randomized their names, allowing the computer to select one at random. Ultimately, the special guest for the next episode was chosen, the ID Too Big ISNTA Crime. Upon seeing this ID for the first time, Su Yun instinctively assumed the individual was male, given the connotation of the name. Generally, such names tend to be predominantly chosen by males. However, upon further reflection, she realized that her subjective bias may have led her astray. The owner of this ID could very well be female, as many women also enjoy boasting about their big white rabbits. Yet, such women often possess more open personalities. Curiosity piqued, Su Yun wondered what the individual behind the ID truly looked like. But why dwell on it? She would find out in due course. Putting aside her musings, Su Yun uploaded the video recording of the random selection process for the special guest along with the list of winners online. Soon, it sparked a considerable uproar across the internet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the next dialogue partner be Menghua? It should be Li Kansuo. Cries of disbelief echoed. Report. Su-Yun must have altered the results after viewing the voting outcomes. Indeed, there was no one more knowledgeable about voting than I. Conversely, some netizens found the situation amusing and eagerly chimed in. That person who promised to send Shinado, come forth and fulfill your promise. I'm simply itching for it. Wife Beast, my beloved Wife Beast. It's my first experience with a Wife Beast. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Just ensure safety measures are in place. Damn, this ISNTA kindergarten bus. I want to get off. Naughty, naughty, the doors have been welded shut. No one gets to leave. Meanwhile, in a corner, a young boy clad in elementary school attire had tears streaming down his cheeks. No, why must it be Menghua? Melodious music resonated through the broadcasting station. Snowflakes danced in the breeze, the north wind howled, and the world appeared vast and desolate. At Fengyuan Grand Hotel, a red-haired young woman gazed at the results displayed on the screen, her heart filled with surprise. I've actually been selected to be a special guest? Indeed. She was the owner of the ID Too Big ISNTA crime, her true identity being Miss Kona, one of the 4 kings of the Kanto region. Renowned for her prowess with ice-type Pokémon, commonly referred to as the Ice King. Originally, she had traveled to the Fengyuan region for a leisurely vacation, but unexpectedly found herself embroiled in this affair. One could only say that fate can be wonderfully unpredictable. The next episode is set to commence the day after tomorrow. There is still time. I might as well meet this Su-Yun, Miss Kona mused, contemplating the notification on the official website. A devoted fan of the Alliance TV, she was captivated by Su-Yun's hosting of the All-Star Dialogue program. Moreover, Su-Yun was not only handsome but also exceptionally talented, excelling in both hosting and Pokemon battles. She had watched his previous duel against Xian Xinghe online. It was difficult not to be drawn to such an outstanding man, and even a figure of her stature. A king was not immune to admiration. However, she held no grand expectations. She merely wished to meet Su-Yun and perhaps forge a friendship. With that thought, Miss Kona saved Su-Yun's contact information and sent him a message. On the other end, Su-Yun quickly received the text from Miss Kona. Can we meet? I would like to get to know you. Surprised, Su-Yun had anticipated that the recipient would respond so swiftly to his announcement. After some contemplation, he deemed it necessary for them to meet and discuss matters concerning the upcoming episode. Thus, he agreed. Sure. 11 this morning, at the Alpaca Cafe. Before long, Miss Kona replied, sounds good, I'll see you there. Su-Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Up until now, he was unaware of the other party's gender. This air of mystery exhilarated him. Of course, meeting in person might lead to disappointment, yet Su-Yun remained unperturbed. Life should be a roller coaster of highs and lows, filled with both surprises and disappointments. Having changed into a fresh and polished outfit, Su-Yun departed in his limited edition Li Kanzuo sports car as the hour approached. The Alpaca Cafe, situated in the heart of Zijing City within the Fengyuan region, was a well-known establishment. The cafe was named after the owner's purported connection with the creator deity Arceus. In honor of this connection, the cafe was opened under the whimsical name of Alpaca Cafe. Once, someone had inquired why it wasn't named the creator deity cafe or the Arceus Cafe, to which the owner simply replied that Alpaca Cafe felt more approachable. Chapter 21. Miss Kona, you are a good person. Upon entering the cafe, Su-Yun immediately noticed that someone was already seated at the table he had reserved. The individual, draped in fiery red hair, was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to his arrival. From a distance, her ample figure was unmistakable, particularly the 2 prominent features constrained by a delicate neckline, resembling balloons that might burst with the slightest touch. Indeed, they were quite substantial. Surely they must be a size G? A glimmer of intrigue crossed Su-Yun's eyes as he murmured to himself. This woman's form was truly befitting of her ID. Straightening his attire, Su-Yun approached confidently. Hello, I am Su-Yun. With a smile, he extended his hand in greeting. The red-haired woman slowly lifted her gaze, offering him a brief glance as a charming smile graced her lips, reciprocating his handshake. When Su-Yun finally beheld her features, he found himself momentarily frozen in place, his mouth agape in astonishment. Are you the Ice King Kina? Su-Yun questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His impression of Kina had always been profound, both before his journey to this world and after his arrival. Kina arched an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise gracing her features. Oh, you know me? Su-Yun chuckled indeed. Kina, one of the 4 kings of Guandu, renowned for her mastery of ice-type Pokémon. It would be impossible for me not to recognize you. I have long heard tales of your beauty, and seeing you in person today confirms those rumors. He took a seat, showering Kina with praise. Previously, he had only seen her on television, where her brilliance was undeniable. Both her appearance and figure were of the highest caliber. Now, encountering her in reality, he could truly appreciate her allure, a captivating aura emanating from her that made one instinctively desire to draw closer. Kina was amused by Su Yun's compliments, letting out a melodious laugh. I never expected the esteemed Su Yun to possess such charm and flirtation. Before meeting you, I assumed you were merely a cold, bookish type. Su Yun humbly replied, I merely speak the truth. I know little of the art of seduction. Kina chuckled lightly, taking a sip of her coffee, pretending not to hear his modesty. Clearly, she was skeptical of his claims. Su Yun, uninterested in further elaboration, ordered a vanilla latte and moved to the crux of the matter. Miss Kina, I would like to discuss your participation in the upcoming program. Setting her coffee down, Kina smiled slightly, gesturing for him to continue. Considering the confidentiality and technical peculiarities of this program, it would be impossible for you to be present in the studio. Therefore, my proposal is to connect with you remotely through an innovative technology. You would appear in the studio in a virtual identity. What do you think? It was imperative that the existence of his system remained a secret, revealing it would only invite unnecessary complications. Allowing Kina to attend the live studio would undoubtedly expose this fact. Thus, Su Yun was compelled to propose this alternative, which, with the system's assistance, would be a mere matter of a wave of his hand. Kina regarded Su Yun with astonishment, surprised by his proposition. However, as the host of the program, she felt it inappropriate to question him further. After a moment's thought, she replied, No problem, but I still don't quite grasp what you mean. Could you elaborate on my mode of attendance? Su Yun smiled gently, feeling a sense of relief. As long as Kina accepted this arrangement, all would be well. Let me put it this way. Are you familiar with virtual personas on the internet? Kina pondered briefly, uncertain. You mean those 3D cartoon characters? Precisely, Su Yun clarified, but not in a cartoonish form. Rather, it would reflect your true likeness from reality. For instance, if you wear a red dress and light makeup on the day of the broadcast, the virtual representation would mirror that. After Su Yun's explanation, Kina began to grasp the concept. Understood. It seems I must maintain my appearance. If the entire nation were to see me in pajamas, my image would be irrevocably tarnished. She joked. Su Yun nodded. Indeed, it would be best if you dressed formally that day. But the technology you mentioned must be rather complex. Will I need to do anything? Kina inquired seriously. While Su Yun's explanation was simple, the execution would pose a significant challenge. You need not worry. Our team will handle everything. Kina nodded, reassured. That is good to know. Afterward, Kina posed several more questions, seeking clarity on any uncertainties before engaging Su Yun in casual conversation. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Su Yun's answer surprised Kina. Given his handsome looks, wealth, and capability, it seemed improbable that he would be single. You truly don't have a girlfriend? Kina asked, still incredulous. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Is that so hard to believe? Kina nodded. With your good looks and abilities, how could you be without a partner? With a subtle smile, Su Yun retorted, You are exceptionally beautiful, and yet, as a renowned king, you too find yourself without a boyfriend. Kina responded playfully. Touché, you are quite the conversationalist. The two fell into a brief silence. Kina toyed with her teacup, while Su Yun gazed out at the scenery. Why don't we give it a try? Kina suddenly proposed, catching Su Yun off guard. You're not joking, are you? Kina replied earnestly. I never take matters of the heart lightly. She felt a favorable inclination towards Su Yun, or else she would not have made such a suggestion. At 23, she was no longer a child, and the pressure from her parents regarding marriage had become overwhelming. Hence, her vacation here was not merely for leisure. Su Yun pondered gravely before responding. You are a wonderful person. Miss Kina, are you saying I'm just a good friend? The Ice Queen, one of the 4 kings of Guandu, a goddess of beauty and strength, receiving the good person card was a blow to her pride. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Pokemon world. Kina appeared slightly irritated. Su Yun was undoubtedly exceptional, yet she too possessed her own merits. There was no question of one being unworthy of the other. Su Yun's abrupt rejection, without careful consideration, struck a blow to her pride. Noticing the subtle shift in Kina's expression, Su Yun hastened to clarify. Miss Kina, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no contempt for you. It's simply that I am not currently inclined toward that direction. Kina found it amusing, eyeing Su Yun teasingly. You wouldn't be, you know, would you? Su Yun hastily waved his hands. My orientation is quite normal. Kina chuckled softly. If you hadn't explained, I might have thought you were gay. Naturally, she would never dare voice such thoughts aloud, keeping them to herself. Very well, let us pretend I never said anything. Kina waved her hand, opting not to dwell on the matter any longer. After finishing her coffee, she stood to leave. Remember to call me before the broadcast, so I have time to prepare. Su Yun gave her an okay gesture, assuring her all would be well. After a short while, Having settled the bill, Su-Yun also departed the cafe. Upon returning home, he began preparations for the live broadcast scheduled in 2 days. And just like that, 2 days swiftly passed. In the early morning, sunlight cascaded upon Su-Yun's face, enveloping him in a golden glow. "Hello, Miss Kona. We commence our broadcast at 8 o'clock. Please make the necessary preparations in advance." Su-Yun dialed the phone, gently reminding Kona. Subsequently, he summoned the system. "System, transport me to the realm of Mew." The system's voice resonated within his mind, currently in the process of teleportation. "Please hold." 3 seconds later, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, and Su-Yun vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself perched atop a magnificent tree, its branches lush and sprawling. To his right, there lay a cozy nest fashioned from twigs and soft moss, where a charming pink creature lay nestled. That creature was none other than Mew, the progenitor of the Pokémon world. Have I truly arrived at the sacred grove of the World Tree? Su-Yun surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was standing atop a colossal tree, so robust and towering that a dozen individuals encircling its trunk would struggle to embrace it. Gazing upward, wisps of white clouds floated by, yet the top of the trunk remained elusive. At that moment, Mew suddenly opened its dreamy eyes. Upon perceiving the unfamiliar figure before it, Mew paused, momentarily taken aback. As the guardian of the sacred grove, no outsider could breach this sanctuary without its consent. Any intrusion would be sensed, and the 3 guardian pillars would ensure that no stranger passed through unchallenged. Mew's little mind began to grapple with the situation. Its gem-like eyes widened in curiosity as it scrutinized Su-Yun. Gradually, its expression darkened, for it recognized Su-Yun as the very human boy who had once conspired with Groudon to embarrass it in the realm of legendary Pokémon. Mew Mew. Mew instantly became alert, distancing itself from Su-Yun and fixating its gaze upon him, intent on deciphering this human's intentions. Observing Mew's awakening and its subsequent realization of his presence, Su-Yun remained unperturbed. He settled down nonchalantly, offering a gentle smile. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Upon hearing this, Mew couldn't help but smile, regarding Su-Yun with a hint of disdain, as if to say, "What status do you possess to address me in such a manner? I am the progenitor of the Pokémon world. Even Groudon himself would kneel before me." Within the confines of the system's constructed space, Su-Yun comprehended Mew's thoughts. He chose to disregard Mew's provocations, merely responding with a slight smile before snapping his fingers. In an instant, Mew found itself immobilized, its body ensnared by a mysterious force that rendered it powerless to resist. Despite its extraordinary abilities, it had no means of escape. Mew's countenance shifted dramatically, fear washing over it. What had this human done? Why could it not wield its powers? Surely, even Arceus, the creator deity, lacked such capabilities. What manner of being was this human? At that moment, Su-Yun's threat level soared in Mew's perception. With a subtle wave of his hand, Mew was drawn closer to him by an invisible force. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I merely wish for you to participate in my program as the dialogue partner for this episode." Mew hesitated, seemingly recalling something. It queried suspiciously. "Just like the previous encounter with Groudon?" Su-Yun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just like that. The memory of Groudon's public shaming prompted Mew to instinctively retract its neck. While Groudon had fared relatively well, only bearing the blemish of its inability to fly, Mew was acutely aware of its myriad misdeeds throughout its existence, far too many to count, perhaps numbering in the hundreds. Should all of its transgressions be laid bare for the world to see, how could it possibly continue to navigate the Pokémon world without becoming a target of scorn? Even though few could rival its power, Mew was unwilling to see its reputation tarnished. "No, I absolutely cannot participate in this program," Mew resolutely decided within. Having witnessed Groudon's prior experience, Mew had developed a psychological aversion to the dialogue format. "I refuse," it declared firmly, its demeanor unwavering. Su-Yun chuckled softly. "I am most averse to coercing others. If you decline, then so be it. I had hoped to spare you some humiliation through this program, but it seems that hope has vanished. In that case, I shall simply broadcast all your scandals online. Oh, and I will send a copy to the Legendary Pokémon Alliance as well, so they can marvel at your illustrious exploits." Su-Yun feigned regret, portraying non-participation as a significant loss for Mew. Upon hearing that Su-Yun intended to unveil its secrets to the world, Mew's composure shattered. Wait, let's discuss this." Su-Yun offered a slight smile, presenting Mew with 2 choices. First, participate in the program, answer 4 questions truthfully, which will minimize your notorious reputation. Second, I will expose all your misdeeds online for the world to witness. The choice is yours. Chapter 23. What are your thoughts on being the progenitor of Pokémon? Mew appeared conflicted. Is there truly no other option? I am, after all, the progenitor of Pokémon. Must you not grant me some grace? Suyun shook his head, stating earnestly, there is none. A hint of melancholy washed over Mew's face, but it steeled itself, finally declaring, then I shall participate in your program. It understood that the choice between losing face 4 times versus countless times was clear. A smirk crept upon Suyun's lips, revealing a sense of triumph. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. As expected of a progenitor-level being, you are quite astute. Mew felt a flicker of pride, as one of its greatest pleasures in life was to receive compliments from others. Glancing at the time, Suyun summoned the system and activated the live broadcast feature. The time has come. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second episode of Dialogue with the Stars. Our guest today is none other than Mr. Mew, the progenitor of Pokémon, revered as the oldest Pokémon in existence. Mr. Mew, please greet our audience. Suyun directed the camera towards Mew. Mew forced a smile, waving at the camera. Instantly, the live chat exploded with comments. Wow, it's really Mew. How adorable. I just want to pinch its cheeks. Not to mention, I, a grown man, am utterly enchanted by Mew. I wish I could catch one. By the way, I've heard that Mew can transform into any shape. Does anyone know if it can become a human woman? Buddy, that's quite a thought. Hey, can I get in on that? Mew could see the comments as well, which varied in tone from praise to jest, and even some derogatory remarks. However, it selectively ignored the unfavorable comments, focusing solely on those that lauded it. As it read the flurry of compliments, Mew felt as though its spirit soared to the heavens. A triumphant smile involuntarily graced her face, her large, gem-like eyes curving into crescent moons. At this moment, Suyun spoke again, introducing, for this episode, we have invited a special guest. Now, let us welcome our esteemed guest to the stage. With a thought, a virtual figure materialized on the screen. She was a strikingly alluring beauty, her voluptuous figure captivating all who beheld her. Cascading red locks draped over her shoulders, exuding an aura of passionate exuberance. A sheer white blouse rested upon her fair shoulders, embodying a hazy beauty reminiscent of a delicate veiling. Paired with a snug short skirt and enticing black stockings, her charm was irresistible. Those of wavering resolve would find themselves utterly ensnared at a mere glance, willingly surrendering themselves as her devoted servants, eager to offer everything in her service. Is this the user with the ID too big is not a crime? She is simply stunning. Oh dear, I have fallen in love again. I can't wait to see her in a bikini. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life for just that. Bro, think bigger. If I could just hold her hand, I might just expire on the spot. Many viewers found their blood boiling, utterly enchanted by the captivating appearance. Yet, some keen-eyed viewers recognized her identity. Wait, doesn't she bear a striking resemblance to King Kina from the Guandu region? Oh my, now that you mention it. I was so entranced by her figure that I hardly noticed her face. I did a quick search, and it appears she really is King Kina. Is Suyun truly that impressive to have secured King Kina as a guest? If so, does this not border on a shady transaction? Oh no. Has my beloved Kina truly taken the shape of Suyun? Observing the growing discord in the comments, Suyun promptly clarified, the special guests for this program are selected at random. There is no hidden manipulation involved. If there are any lingering doubts, feel free to visit the official website to view the video I posted. After her explanation, Suyun chose to disregard the opinions of others, directing the camera back to Kina, saying, now, let us invite our special guest to introduce herself. Kina flashed a charming smile at the camera, waved her hand, and said, hello everyone. I believe many of you have recognized me. Indeed, as you surmised, I am Kina, the Ice King from the Guandu region. Following her introduction, the comments erupted with declarations of love for Kina. Once the viewers had calmed down, Suyun continued, all right, without further ado, let us officially commence our program. She redirected the camera to the true star of the show, Mew. Mr. Mew, I will now pose the first question, and I kindly ask you to respond truthfully. Suyun stated with her captivating voice. What is your perspective on being referred to as the progenitor of Pokémon by many? Mew seemed to wholeheartedly embrace this title, lifting its head slightly and adopting a proud demeanor, declaring, indeed, I believe they speak the truth. I am the progenitor of Pokémon. By virtue of seniority, I must say that all present are merely derivatives. Mew extended a tiny pinky finger. The room erupted in chaos. Wow, how incredibly audacious. In all my years, I've never encountered such a boastful Pokémon. Oh no, Mew is no longer adorable. If it continues to brag, will it not face the wrath of the other legendary Pokémon? Very likely, but unfortunately, the other legends probably won't witness this spectacle. Some mischievous viewers began to taunt. Mew, do you dare to boast in front of the other legendaries? Exactly. I bet you only have the courage to say such things behind their backs. If even a Rayquaza showed up, you'd undoubtedly back down. No need for Rayquaza. Just let its arch-nemesis, Mewtwo, appear, and I bet it would fall silent. Facing the provocations from the viewers, Mew merely scoffed, countering with the simplest of retorts. It turned to Su Yun and inquired, "Is there a way to connect with all the legendary Pokémon?" Su Yun nodded yes. "But are you certain you want to do this?" Mew raised an eyebrow, sneering. "What? Are you afraid of them?" Su Yun shook her head. "No. I merely fear that you might get hurt." Mew dismissed her concern. "No worries, you'll be there to shield me, won't you? What do I have to fear?" Su Yun was left speechless. It seemed there was some truth to that. Contemplating for a moment, Su Yun connected with all the legendary Pokémon. Rayquaza, Xerneas, Yveltal, Mewtwo, any prominent figure made an appearance on the screen. Naturally, the trio of foolish birds and the trio of foolish dogs were excluded. It was not due to Su Yun's discrimination, but rather the limitations of the screen size and the need to consider the bandwidth affecting the quantum state transitions, which could destabilize the image, leading to delays. In summary, a solemnly ridiculous statement. The audience was awestruck by this grand assembly. Wow! All legendary and mythical Pokémon appearing on the same screen. How incredible! Good gracious, I've hit the jackpot. To witness so many legendary and mythical beings at once is something I can boast about for a lifetime. Even the time-space deities have appeared. How did the host manage this? In short, one could only say that the host was remarkably impressive. However, it wasn't too long before someone noticed a rather awkward scene. Wait, look at what Ho-Oh is doing. Is Ho-Oh doing push-ups? Why is the screen shaking so much? Is it possible that someone is underneath? Maybe it's not a person under there. As is well known, Ho-Oh also has a lineage. Oh no, I instantly understood. Am I doomed? Su Yun also noticed this detail and quickly cautioned Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, overly engrossed in its activity, suddenly realized it was live streaming, causing it to startle. Ahem. This king was merely exercising. Yes, exercising. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Ho-Oh regained its former regal demeanor, attempting to explain to the audience. However, it felt somewhat like a case of too much denial. Su Yun was utterly speechless, astonished that Ho-Oh was not only quite unrefined but also possessed a thick skin, entirely unlike her previous impressions of the creature. Nevertheless, considering that Ho-Oh belonged to a lineage, Su Yun found herself understanding. Perhaps this particular Ho-Oh was merely an anomaly within its kind? With this thought, Su Yun chose to divert her attention from the matter and return the camera to Mew. The task you requested has been accomplished. Please proceed with what you wish to do. Mew nodded, stepping back a few paces and positioning itself in the center of the screen. It then struck a nonchalant pose, gazing directly at the legendary and mythical Pokémon. All the legendary and mythical beings appeared bewildered, uncertain of what this mischievous Mew was about to do. Amidst their puzzled stares, Mew posed a question. "I am the progenitor of Pokémon. Do any of you have objections?" The assembly of legendary beasts shook their heads in agreement. Only the time-space duo and Giratina scoffed in disdain. Strictly speaking, they do not belong to the realm where Mew resides. Thus determining who is older becomes a rather convoluted matter. Mew is well aware of this, which is why it selectively chose to disregard the three of them. Whispering to Su Yun, "Could you sever their connection? Their presence is quite vexing." Su Yun chuckled softly, fully cognizant of Mew's ulterior motives. However, he chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acquiescence. Very well. With a grand gesture, the time-space duo and Giratina were expunged from the scene. Observant netizens quickly identified this oversight, erupting in protest. On what grounds are the time-space duo and Giratina erased? Are they not worthy? A well-meaning netizen explained. It's rather straightforward. All three are subordinates of Arceus, not part of our Pokémon world. Do you truly think they would acknowledge Mew as the progenitor of Pokémon? I suspect Mew is also aware of this. Hence the subtle disconnection to avoid a potential embarrassment later on. Su Yun silently approved of this interpretation. While not many netizens are astute, there are still a few. With the troublesome entities removed, Mew became increasingly audacious. Having garnered the affirmation of all the legendary and mythical Pokémon, Mew proclaimed with fervor, raising a tiny hand, pointing skyward. An aura of invincibility radiated from it. Then, with a seemingly innocuous smile directed at the assembled legendary and mythical Pokémon, it spoke slowly, as the progenitor of Pokémon. Is it not reasonable for you to address me as father? Mew then turned its gaze towards Groudon. Come, since you cannot fly, let us start with you. Call me father so I may hear it. Groudon, the other legendary and mythical Pokémon? The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Even Su Yun felt compelled to distance himself from Mew. There was no remedy. Mew was simply too troublesome, and he feared he might be caught in the crossfire. Boom. In the next moment, chaos erupted. All the legendary and mythical Pokémon unleashed a torrent of invective upon Mew. Groudon, you, with your pus-covered, festering pink fur, dare to make such demands? Utter another word, and I shall strike you with the sword of ruin. Rayquaza, mere fool, I disdain to associate with you. Henceforth, do not claim to represent the legendary Pokémon Alliance. Kyogre, my primal wave is already parched and yearning. Zekrom, do not let me see you again, else I shall pierce every pore of your being with lightning. Yveltal, death may very well be your most fitting destination. White Kyurem, what the hell? Even the audience was taken aback, bewildered by Mew's audacity. Has this mischievous creature always been so bold? Challenging all the legendary Pokémon single-handedly. It truly is impressive. I would dare to call it the strongest self-sabotaging Pokémon. Haha, had it not been for the host's protection, I would guarantee this audacious creature would have been beaten to a pulp. As no one called it father, Mew became notably displeased. Coupled with the relentless taunting from the netizens referring to it as a mischief maker, it became increasingly agitated, angrily lashing out at the entire world in the live stream. Observing that the originally pleasant program was veering towards a verbal brawl, Su Yun hastily intervened, severing the connection with the legendary and mythical Pokémon. However, prior to this, he took a moment to clarify to the assembly of legendary and mythical Pokémon. This incident was solely the doing of Mew and bore no relation to him. Should any grievances arise, they were to be directed towards Mew. Upon hearing this, Mew was immediately incensed, shouting incessantly, clearly ready to unleash its wrath upon Su Yun at the slightest provocation. To quell this unrealistic notion, Su Yun delivered a firm strike, subduing Mew beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Instantly, Mew's temper dissipated, and it submitted. Only then did Su Yun release it. It was one thing to show off before them, but to act so before me? I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Mew nodded submissively, resembling a chastised pet. Chapter 25. Is this what you call a shiny chatted? The audience was thoroughly amused by Mew's impotent display of indignation. Ha. I never expected this trickster to encounter a setback. It's utterly hilarious. The host is truly remarkable. Only they could bring such a rebellious creature to heel. Host, you're so talented. Can you make Mew transform into a girl for us to see? I second that, preferably one in black stockings. I believe white stockings are superior. That's too narrow-minded. Why not both white and black stockings together? In response to the audience's whimsical requests, Su Yun could only smile wryly. Thus, he sincerely advised, lust is the root of all evil. Dear friends, do take care of your health. If you wish to see a girl, I fear I cannot fulfill that desire. However, if it's a beautiful lady you seek, we have one right here in our live stream. Why venture afar? Su Yun gestured towards the poised Miss Kona. Miss Kona smiled back, yet inwardly seethed. So, Su Yun, you brought me over merely to be a decorative vase, did you? Just wait until the live stream concludes. I shall teach you a lesson. Su Yun's words proved effective, as the audience's focus shifted back to Miss Kona, leaving the notion of Mew as a girl forgotten. Observing this, Su Yun recognized that he had achieved his goal. He then continued, next, let us proceed to the second question. Su Yun turned to Mew and inquired, Mr. Mew, I have come to learn that you once pilfered Ho-Oh's egg. Do you have any explanation for this matter? Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted before Mew could even respond. What? Mew actually stole Ho-Oh's egg? Is that true? What a scandal. Of course, what is so surprising? Mew possesses transformation and invisibility abilities. Stealing an egg is hardly a feat I wish to take Mew as my master. That way, I wouldn't be caught when sneaking into the women's bathhouse. Mew, however, expressed profound dissatisfaction at the accusation. Defamation. This is unequivocally slander. I swear on my honor. I have never engaged in such underhanded antics. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Do you even have any honor left? Nevertheless, when Mew put on a performance, it was truly of an imperial caliber, leaving no trace of a flaw. Had he not possessed evidence, he might have been deceived by this trickster. Really not. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, giving it yet another chance. Mew adamantly denied, proclaiming, no, absolutely not. However, no sooner had it uttered these words than a small bird flew in from the distance. Mayumiyomiyu. The bird's call was quite distinctive. One might even mistake it for Mew's own voice. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the suddenly appearing little bird. It sported 3 tufts of golden feathers atop its head, adorned with resplendent red and gold plumage. Its neck was encircled with green feathers, and the tips of its wings were embellished with a hue of life, while its tail ended in a soft yellow. Its entire being was enveloped in a faint halo of iridescent colors, exuding an aura of sanctity, resembling a deity descending from the celestial realms. Who could it be if not the divine beast, the Ho-Oh? Su Yun. Dream. The audience. No one could have anticipated that just as Dream had finished pledging, the little Ho-Oh made its entrance. Su-Yun gazed at Dream with a hint of amusement. Teasingly inquired, "So what do we have here?" Dream feigned ignorance, responding with a playful tone. "It's merely a shiny Pidgey, don't you recognize it?" "Su-Yun, is this how your shiny Pidgey looks?" Dream replied with an air of certainty. "Of course. Isn't this what your shiny Pidgey looks like?" Su-Yun was utterly speechless. "But have you not noticed that it is radiating light? And not just any light, but a resplendent multicolored glow." Dream shrugged, rolling her eyes. "Isn't it reasonable for a shiny Pidgey to shine? I've seen ones that sparkle in 8 or 9 colors." "Su-Yun, you truly possess an extraordinary talent for boasting. In that case, let us seek the opinions of others." Su-Yun first turned to Kana. "Miss Kana, do you believe this creature is a shiny Pidgey or a Ho-Oh hatchling?" Kana appraised the Ho-Oh hatchling, a smirk dancing on her lips as she declared, "A shiny Pidgey." "Su-Yun, Kana, I'm just not being truthful. I'm merely having fun." "Su-Yun, are you trying to play tricks on me? Prepare for a reckoning." Though Kana had played a prank on Su-Yun, it added a delightful flair to the show. What a surprise. How could Kana, the esteemed one, confuse a shiny Pidgey with a Ho-Oh? The truth is, Kana was merely teasing Su-Yun, intentionally providing such an answer. So, does this imply that Kana and Su-Yun share a deeper connection? Has Kana already assumed Su-Yun's form? Are they parents to a 3-year-old child? Su-Yun promptly disabled the comments, preferring not to dwell on the matter. Kana, however, felt her cheeks flush, embarrassed by the inappropriate remarks in the comments. Meanwhile, Dream was gleefully laughing like a child, pointing at Su-Yun and roaring with laughter, seemingly mocking him as a jester. With a darkened expression, Su-Yun initiated a poll online. "Dear viewers, what do you believe this creature to be? A. Shiny Pidgey, B. Ho-Oh hatchling." The audience erupted into fervent discussions. Did it even require contemplation? It was undoubtedly A. Hilarious, hilarious, hilarious. Choose A, if for no other reason than to follow in Kana's footsteps. Ladies, let us all select B. We shall always be the steadfast support of the great Su-Yun. Anyone who picks B, I'll gladly accompany you for a night. Any position you desire. What a delightful incentive, B, 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 B. 10 minutes later, the results were in. Only 37% voted for A, whereas 63% opted for B, leading by a substantial margin. Dream immediately became displeased, adamantly refusing to accept this outcome. Su-Yun, unperturbed, waved his hand, summoning the Ho-Oh hatchling. The hatchling blinked its large eyes, appearing as though it had just awakened from a dream. Particularly, its paws, which seemed to have nowhere to rest, bore a striking resemblance to Dream. One might mistakenly believe this creature was the offspring of Dream and the Ho-Oh. "Come here, little one, draw a bit closer. Let me get a close-up of you," Su-Yun said kindly. The Ho-Oh hatchling circled around Su-Yun before its gaze fixated on the pokeball at his waist. A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over Su-Yun. By the time it registered, the hatchling had snatched the pokeball and darted over to Dream, presenting it to her while making incessant sounds, seeking her praise. Su-Yun's expression darkened immediately. The Ho-Oh hatchling had clearly been led astray by Dream. At such a tender age, it already knew how to steal. What would become of it as it grew? It would surely become a master thief. Chapter 26. The Ho-Oh's Charisma. To safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world, Su-Yun deemed it necessary to impart some guidance to this little rascal. With a sweeping gesture, he retrieved his pokeball. Upon realizing the pokeball had vanished, the Ho-Oh hatchling became irate, soaring to Su-Yun's side, incessantly chirping in protest. Akin to a shrew scolding, Su-Yun, unyielding, tugged at its tuft of hair and playfully swatted its little behind 3 times. The hatchling immediately quieted, its eyes brimming with tears as it turned to its father, Dream, seeking assistance. Dream averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. It wasn't he that she was heartless or unwilling to help. Rather, she felt utterly powerless against Su-Yun, who was simply too peculiar for her to contend with. With a sudden wail, the Ho-Oh hatchling burst into tears, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Some audience members, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel pity and express their discontent. The host is being too harsh. It merely stole your pokeball. It's just a child. Is it really necessary to be so petty? Moreover, you've already retrieved the pokeball. Do you really lack a conscience in bullying a Ho-Oh hatchling? Just as Su-Yun was about to admonish this benevolent viewer, another stepped in ahead of him, retorting, "Please, self-righteous saint, step aside. Clearly, if it were your pokeball that was taken, you wouldn't feel so indifferent. What is wrong with a child? If it's a mischievous child, they deserve a good thrashing. If I were the host, you'd see me twist its little limbs into a pretzel." The remaining viewers joined in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Exactly. It's easy to speak when you're not the one suffering the loss. If it were your possessions at stake, you'd be far harsher. The kind-hearted viewer, unable to contain their frustration, retorted, "Huh, you cold-blooded beasts are unworthy of living in this world. A child is still a child, and no matter how mischievous, they should not be met with violence. Even if the Ho-Oh hatchling stole from me, I would never resort to hitting or scolding it. Instead, I would use love and sincerity to guide it." Upon hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but chuckle. Such a paragon of virtue still existed in the world? He was eager to witness this firsthand. Looking at the Ho-Oh hatchling in his hands, he remarked, "Little one, do you see? Someone is inviting you to their home to steal things. No matter what you take, they won't blame you. Would you like to go?" The Ho-Oh hatchling's eyes lit up at the prospect of such a delightful opportunity, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, saying, "Yes, yes. Where is it? Take me there quickly." Suyun replied, "Don't rush. I will send you there right away." With that, he opened a passageway. The Ho-Oh hatchling zipped through, disappearing from sight. Soon after, the screen displayed a woman and the Ho-Oh hatchling. The hatchling was frantically pilfering valuable items from the woman's home, such as Pokeballs, evolution stones, and gems, while the woman chased after it, hurling obscenities, completely abandoning her earlier saintly demeanor. The viewers, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but mock. Huh. So not only is she a saint, but also a hypocritical one. Just moments ago, she preached about not hitting or scolding, about using genuine emotion and love to guide. Yet now, her so-called love is represented by the feather duster in her hand. Upstairs, you seem to have overlooked one detail, not to mention that foul-mouthed creature. Ha ha. You've truly made me laugh to the point of tears. Your wit is remarkable. After delivering a lesson, Suyun summoned the Phoenix King's offspring back. It suffices to teach such individuals a lesson, exposing their true nature to the world without going overboard. After all, we are still live streaming. If something were to be stolen, the League would not take it lightly. The young Phoenix King was instantly displeased, having gone through so much effort to acquire those treasures. It ended up with nothing to show for it. Naturally, it began to contemplate turning its attention towards Suyun. Perceiving its intentions, Suyun issued a playful warning. "Don't even think about it, or else I shall catch you and give your little behind a smack." The young Phoenix King flinched, retreating behind Dream, casting a fearful glance at Suyun. Suyun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the antics of this little creature. After regaining her composure, she continued with the show. "Mr. Dream, since you refuse to acknowledge that this is the Phoenix King's offspring, shall we invite the Phoenix King for verification?" With a grand gesture, Suyun connected with the Phoenix King. At that moment, the Phoenix King was entangled in a tender moment with another Phoenix King. Upon sensing the familiar energy descend, its expression darkened. "Human, do you find this amusing? You never seek me out, yet you choose this critical moment to do so?" Suyun chuckled lightly. "We're live streaming." The Phoenix King quickly adopted a different demeanor. "Ahem, primarily. I am in the midst of honing my skills, you understand, and I cannot be interrupted." Suyun nodded in agreement. Without further ado, she stated, "Mr. Phoenix King, I called upon you primarily to help identify a Pokemon." The Phoenix King eyed her suspiciously. "What Pokemon?" Suyun smiled slightly and directed the camera toward the young Phoenix King. "Do you recognize this Pokemon?" The Phoenix King cast a glance and scoffed. "What a pathetic shiny Spearow." The audience erupted in laughter. "Ha! What a ridiculous shiny Spearow. Oh dear, even the Phoenix King, the father, does not recognize its own child. If the Phoenix King doesn't want it, I can take it in. You think too highly of yourself. If anyone should take it in, it should be me. Why should I let you? Do you think you're superior? Haha, pardon me, but I usually keep it coiled around my waist, don't you think?" As the absurdity escalated, Suyun hastily intervened. The current netizens are indeed something else. They leap to conclusions too quickly. With a resigned smile, Suyun aimed the camera back at the young Phoenix King and implored, "Mr. Phoenix King, please take a closer look and tell us what it truly is." The Phoenix King scrutinized the young one intently, a note of surprise escaping it. How does this creature resemble me so closely? Wait a moment. Could it possibly be a descendant of my Phoenix lineage?" Its expression darkened further. Cursed be it. Which rascal dared to engage in a clandestine romance and produce this little cub? The Phoenix King turned its gaze to Suyun, asking sternly, "Where did you find this young Phoenix King?" Suyun smiled softly and replied, "Do you recall the time when Dream stealthily took one of your Pokemon eggs?" At her words, the Phoenix King was engulfed in memories. In its past life of romantic escapades, it had secretly met with members of its clan, and fearing exposure, they exchanged affections in the wild, resulting in the birth of a cherished offspring. However, during the hatching process, one egg mysteriously vanished, and its whereabouts remain unknown. Now, As Suyin mentioned this incident, a chill ran down its spine. Could this little cub truly be my child? Chapter 27, The Master of Ambush. If that is the case, did I just insult myself? With this thought, the Phoenix King's expression grew darker. Yet, to ascertain the true identity of the young Phoenix King, it maintained its composure and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this young Phoenix King is the very egg that went missing?" Suyin smiled serenely and nodded. "Indeed it is. Dream stealthily took the egg while you were distracted, successfully hatched it, and has kept it close ever since. Have you not noticed how this young Phoenix King's demeanor mirrors that of Dream?" The Phoenix King furrowed its brow as it observed the young one. "You have a point. There are indeed similarities. But the crux of the matter lies herein. The thief of my Pokémon egg was none other than my sworn brother Dream." Infuriated, the Phoenix King glared at Dream, its eyes ablaze with rage. Dream chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of his wrongdoing, and sincerely apologized. "Brother Phoenix, I was in the wrong. I truly am sorry. How about this? I will return it to you now. While I did steal it, I've raised it with great care over the years. There's no merit without hardship. Shall we balance the scales and let bygones be bygones?" Dream's rhetoric was artfully delivered. Remarkably, the Phoenix King, being a reasonable entity, lived up to its divine reputation. "That won't be necessary. Since it has been with you for so long, let it remain by your side. Even if you were to return it, reintegrating it into the clan would not be a simple task." Upon hearing this, both Dream and Suyin were momentarily taken aback. "What is this? A grand reunion scene, and you choose to present this? Are you sure you don't want to?" Dream asked incredulously. For what father would abandon his own child? The Phoenix King stated firmly no. Suyin quickly pieced it together, softly murmuring, "A notorious philanderer. This young Phoenix King must be the result of the Phoenix King's secret affair with another clan member, a matter that should not see the light of day. If exposed, it could lead to a series of complications." Just moments ago, the Phoenix King was engaging in aerobic activities. The Phoenix King, upon hearing this, immediately erupted with indignation. "What nonsense! I am merely considering the survival of my lineage. What is wrong with sacrificing my own desires for the greater good of my kind? Dream, I have never encountered someone who can speak of such depravity with such eloquence. Suyin, this is a first for me, witnessing such a delightful display of shamelessness. The audience, goodness, I thought my weekly change of girlfriends was bad enough, but the Phoenix King is even worse. A week is quite reasonable. I usually change every day. You all are amateurs. I switch every hour. Heh, a bunch of novices. I change every second." Suyin glanced at the young Phoenix King, curious about its feelings. After all, being abandoned by one's biological father must be a heart-wrenching experience. However, she regrettably overestimated the bond between the young Phoenix King and its father. The young one showed no signs of distress, instead beaming with joy as it returned to Dream's side, appearing exceptionally affectionate. It was clear that it and Dream shared a close relationship, akin to that of a biological father and son. With a sigh, Suyin refrained from further commentary. In truth, this outcome represents the most favorable conclusion for Dream, the Phoenix King, and even the Phoenix King's offspring. "Mr. Phoenix King, do you have anything further to express?" Suyin inquired, casting a glance at the Phoenix King. After a moment of contemplation, the Phoenix King's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he addressed Dream. "Brother Dream, please take good care of it." Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, the Phoenix King's offspring is undeniably his child. The notion of simply severing ties is wholly unfeasible. Dream narrowed his eyes, nodding affirmatively like a chick pecking at grain, as if to convey, "Fear not, dear brother Phoenix. I shall nurture your daughter." Once the connection with the Phoenix King was severed, a brief silence enveloped the live stream. Once the audience's emotions had been released, Suyin proceeded to the next topic. "Now, let us first view a short clip." With a sweeping gesture, a screen materialized out of thin air. The visuals revealed a landscape surrounded by towering mountains and jagged stones. A white figure descended from the heavens, exuding a commanding presence that resonated with the very earth. The figure's eyes glimmered with a purple radiance, sharp as an unparalleled blade, instilling a sense of trepidation in any onlooker who dared to meet its gaze. For those who might feel their own eyes were lewd, I dare you to gaze upon it for a minute. Trust me, your gaze will transform into one as piercing as that of a beast. In an instant, the figure touched down upon the ground, drifting towards a distant ruin. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream recognized the identity of this figure. "Oh my, it's Mutuo, the most captivating Pokémon, utterly dazzling. Mutuo is so incredibly cool. I'm overwhelmed by Mutuo's charisma. If it's Mutuo, the stakes are certainly high." Meanwhile, upon spotting Mutuo, Dream pouted, crossing his arms in a display of defiance. The long-standing rivalry between him and Mutwo had always led to confrontations. They were simply not on amicable terms. Observing his father's animosity towards Mutwo, the Phoenix King's offspring mimicked the expression, adopting a similarly sullen demeanor. Su Yun, accustomed to this dynamic, turned his attention back to the screen. The footage depicted Mutwo discovering a gem shimmering with a rainbow of colors amidst the ruins. While some may not recognize this gem, Su Yun certainly did. It was the Y-shaped Mega Stone that allowed Mutwo to undergo Mega Evolution. This stone held profound significance for Mutwo. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to seek it out. Just as Mutwo was about to claim the Y-shaped Mega Stone, Dream suddenly appeared behind him, brandishing a massive spike club that dwarfed even Mutwo. The spikes glinted ominously in the sunlight. With a mischievous grin, Dream swung the club without hesitation, aiming for Mutwo's head. With a resounding thud, Mutwo found himself enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Dream, beaming with satisfaction, seized the Y-shaped Mega Stone and vanished in the blink of an eye, not forgetting to deliver another blow to the back of Mutwo's head as he departed. Chapter 28. When it comes to banter, we are professionals. The footage concluded, yet the preceding events were abundantly clear. In summary, Dream delivered a sneak attack and pilfered Mutwo's Mega Stone. Upon finishing the short film, a triumphant expression spread across Dream's face. He relished the accomplishment of having successfully ambushed his long-standing rival, reveling in the satisfaction of witnessing Mutwo's misfortune. What could be more gratifying than this? In stark contrast to Dream's elation, the guest watching the clip, Kina, was left agape, as if she could fit a large sausage in her mouth. She was astonished. Never had she envisioned Dream to be so audacious, attacking Mutwo and stealing his Mega Stone. Hadn't he this effectively crossed a line with Mutwo? Would he not retaliate upon awakening? Logically, with Mutwo's notorious temper, it was only reasonable to expect a reckoning. Unless, of course, Mutwo remained unaware of Dream's involvement. If that were the case, Kina couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Mutwo. The audience's reactions varied widely. Some expressed admiration for Dream's bravery. Wow, truly deserving of the title of Ancestral Master. When faced with Mutwo, without a moment's hesitation, wielding a club to strike, what genuine courage. Could this be the legendary bravado of the club-wielding hero? Master Dream, please accept my homage. Master Dream is indeed an invincible force. Even deities would fall before him. Conversely, others expressed pity for Mutwo. Just watching it is painful. I can't imagine what Mutwo felt in that moment. If it were me, I'd surely be unable to withstand it and would have perished from the pain. Dream only knows how to resort to underhanded tactics, should they confront each other head-on. Mutwo would easily subdue him. Such cruelty, Dream is truly despicable. After a brief moment of sympathy for Mutwo, some viewers grew curious about his condition. Isn't anyone concerned about Mutwo's current state? Is he not dead, is he? Oh please, do you underestimate Mutwo's defenses? 2 mere blows cannot take his life, though he will undoubtedly sustain significant injuries. External wounds are trivial. The real concern lies within. In response to the multitude of discussions, Su Yun merely smiled faintly. The disputes and grievances would find their resolution in due time, and it was not for these outsiders to dictate. Turning to Dream, Su Yun posed a third question. Regarding your underhanded attack on Mutwo and the theft of his Mega Stone, do you have anything to say? Dream feigned contemplation for a moment before nodding and earnestly replying. He had it coming. After all, he constantly opposes me. Should we cross paths again, I shall strike even harder than this time. Humph. If he dares to contest my actions, he is welcome to challenge me. We can settle it then. Su Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dream, who appeared to be an innocuous little darling, was in fact a formidable character. Oh, so you are quite the brave one, are you? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, sensing a hint of arrogance in Dream's demeanor. Dream, brimming with pride, declared, I am incredibly brave. Su Yun chuckled, possessing a knack for dealing with those who relished boasting. Since you are so formidable, let us witness how you managed to strike Mutwo. He proceeded to connect with Mutwo and then transmitted the earlier footage into Mutwo's mind. Instantly, Mutwo absorbed the memory, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. His long-sought nemesis was none other than his old rival. Indeed, he should have anticipated this. No one else would engage in such treacherous behavior. Dream, you struck me from behind and stole my gem. I shall not rest until I seek vengeance. Mutwo bellowed, his voice resonating with wrath. As a powerful aura surged within him, driving the clouds above to disperse for miles. The very ground beneath him fractured in response to his fury, echoing across the distant mountains, which bowed in submission to his rage. Even from behind the screen, Dream could feel the intensity of Mutwo's wrath. A chill involuntarily coursed through its heart. Though it boasted a bravado of fearlessness towards Mutuo, claiming it could defeat one, or even two with ease. The reality of battle painted a different picture. Neither side would emerge unscathed. The sole determinant of victory lay in the willingness to risk everything. Clearly, Mutuo, consumed by rage, was more inclined to do just that. It had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Mutuo, for such an encounter would be utterly unwise. It had yet to seize all the treasures of the world, nor had it savored the most enchanting vistas. How could it contemplate departing from this realm prematurely? No, absolutely not. Thus, it was prudent to avoid confrontation for the time being. However, considering Su Yun's presence, Mutuo would be unlikely to trace it here. Mew sighed in relief. Su Yun cast a knowing glance at it, as if penetrating the depths of its thoughts, and chuckled, "I can protect you for a moment, but not for eternity. Once this episode concludes, I suspect Ho-Oh, Mutuo, and Rayquaza will come seeking you." Mew recoiled in confusion, asking, "Though I have provoked Mutuo and Ho-Oh, I have not antagonized Rayquaza. Why would they come to trouble me?" Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Mew truly had a short memory. Wasn't he just moments ago that it had them calling it daddy? Mew's eyes darted, and it awkwardly chuckled. "Hey, that was just in jest." Su Yun laughed softly. What is said in jest may resonate differently with others. You may think it was a joke, but they certainly do not. Mew grew anxious. What should I do then? One or two are manageable, but if they all come, even I cannot face them all alone. Su Yun let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Then you must rely on your own fortune and hope this episode drags on a bit longer." Sometimes, a little fright can be beneficial to a rogue, preventing it from wreaking havoc and boasting recklessly. Mew's thoughts turned to escape. While it might not be able to overpower them, it was confident that it could outrun them, claiming the title of the second fastest. At that moment, Mutuo began to hurl insults at Mew, vowing to twist its head off and use it as a ball to kick. Mew had grown accustomed to such threats, though fear lingered within. It could not afford to lose its bravado, defiantly pointing at Mutuo and shouting, "What are you boasting about? Come here and see if I don't knock your teeth out." This provocation infuriated Mutuo, its face turning a shade of dark purple as rage simmered just beneath the surface. Yet, it found itself powerless, unable to reach Mew's location. Had it the means, it would have already charged at Mew. Meanwhile, Su Yun, relishing the chaos, interjected, "Want to come over? I can help you." Chapter 29, The Stick Education. Both Mew and Mutuo were taken aback by this statement. They understood well what would transpire should they meet. While it might not lead to the end of the world, the ground would surely quake beneath them. A catastrophic battle was inevitable. Su Yun's suggestion seemed to emanate a sense of delight in chaos. Mew glared at Su Yun, its large eyes ablaze with rage, cheeks puffed out in indignation like two inflated balloons. "You troublemaker. Can't you refrain from stirring the pot? You're making things difficult for me." Su Yun chuckled. "Difficult? Then don't do it." With a grand gesture, a screen materialized out of thin air. "Dear audience, if you wish to witness a battle between Mew and Mutuo, press 666. Instantly, the comments flooded in. Must support, 666,666. Upside down support, 999,999. My wife and I support together, 696,969. Even Miss Kona silently pressed 666. The prospect of a Mutuo versus Mew showdown was exhilarating. Surely, no one would decline to watch, would they? Mew's expression darkened, and it stealthily approached Su Yun, circling him a few times before producing a long, dark, and thick-spiked club. Miss Kona gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Many female viewers expressed their thrill, with some daring souls eager to try it out. Hey, what are you doing? I warn you, think twice before you strike. I am invincible," Su Yun exclaimed, taking a wary step back from Mew. Such a massive club, if swung down, could easily incapacitate even Mutuo, let alone his fragile form. He was no ash, endowed with the resilience of a champion. A single strike could spell his doom. Mew rolled its eyes, exasperated by Su Yun's caution. As if to say, "Relax, I'm not aiming to hit you." It then positioned itself in front of the screen with the spiked club, signaling to Su Yun, "All right. Summon him over. Let us see if I can swing at him." Su Yun realized Mew had a trick up its sleeve. If he were to truly bring Mutuo out from the screen, it would surely be met with a swift blow from Mew. In that scenario, Mutuo might even question whether he was in league with Mew, conspiring to ensnare it. To prevent such a possibility, Su Yun was determined to thwart Mew's intentions. "Very well," Su Yun replied, feigning compliance while secretly altering the teleportation coordinates to place Mutuo behind Mew. Miss Kona remained oblivious to this scheme, lamenting and covering her forehead, unable to bear the impending carnage. The audience too was left in the dark, filled with deep concern for Mutwo. Oh no, Mutwo is about to face the same fate again. Is Mutwo really going to be knocked out by Mew once more? Then have its belongings stolen? Mutwo's plight seemed dire, and many viewers felt apprehensive about what was to come. It's cruel, yet why am I feeling a thrill? This is delightfully twisted. I like it. 3 seconds later, Mew, wielding the spiked club, fixated intently on the screen, unaware that Mutwo had stealthily appeared behind it. The viewers in the live stream suddenly caught on, their astonishment palpable. What the? Shouldn't Team Mutwo have emerged from the screen? How did it suddenly appear behind Mew? Wow. Is this the legendary trickster? Truly terrifying. Haha, the host is quite devious, pulling off such a maneuver, stealthily relocating Mutwo to Mew's rear. Poor Mew, still oblivious. And now it's in for a surprise. One viewer mused aloud, raising the question, do you think Mutwo might retaliate in kind, perhaps wielding a spiked club against Mew? As they speculated, Mutwo had already silently conjured an enormous spiked club of its own, mirroring the one in Mew's grasp, though vastly larger in scale. In the grasp of Dream's hand lies a weapon no longer than a meter, while the one held by Mutwo extends an impressive 2 to 3 meters in length and boasts a width of over half a meter. The head of this formidable mace dwarfs that of Dream's significantly. In the presence of such a colossal weapon, Dream appears diminutive, akin to an ant scuttling upon the ground. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in fervor. Goodness, the seer, it's over. What a fierce contender. At such a size, even Dream might struggle to withstand it. Mutwo's display was nothing short of astounding. With a single swing, Dream could very well be reduced to mere pulp. Seizing the moment while Dream remained oblivious, Mutwo quietly raised the mace aloft. Then, like a shooting star plummeting toward the earth, it descended with tremendous force. A gust of wind erupted forth. Only then did Dream react, turning to see the massive weapon hurtling toward it. A wave of terror washed over Dream, prompting it to drop the mace it had been wielding. In a frantic bid for defense, it hastily conjured a protective barrier before it. Alas, it was too late. Just as the barrier began to materialize, Mutwo's mace crashed down upon it, shattering the half-formed shield into a cascade of shimmering particles. With a resounding thud, the mace struck Dream squarely in the face, sending it flying as if it were a baseball. Whoosh! Crack! Dream traced a graceful arc through the air before landing with a soft thud, face down. Groudon, observing this scene, shed tears of envy. So this is the simplicity of flight. Mutwo, holding the mace, stood triumphantly in midair, wearing an expression of utmost satisfaction. It had never realized before. But after experiencing the thrill of wielding such a weapon, it became apparent that striking with it was an exhilarating endeavor. Grasping the mace, Mutwo soared to the spot where Dream had landed, unleashing a series of powerful blows. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. The ground was left scarred and battered, reminiscent of a meteor strike. Su-Yun, witnessing the chaos, couldn't help but swallow hard. Could Dream have met its end? Coincidentally, Kina harbored the same thought. Meanwhile, the audience engaged in fervent discussions. Wah, my Dream, is it truly departing from me? Sigh, perhaps this is where it ends. To watch further would be impolite. No, it cannot be. I have yet to see Dream transform into a human girl. Melodious voices resonated from an unknown corner of the world. Had I been brave enough to intervene back then, would the outcome have been different? Chapter 30. I am Black Tiger Alming. Are you prepared to face your demise? A storm of yellow sand swept through the air. Mutwo found itself amidst this swirling chaos, vigorously swinging the mace. Little did it know, Dream had quietly burrowed underground, nursing a swollen head, and had arrived beside Su-Yun. Goodness, this creature has not perished. Is that even a question? It is Dream, the most ancient of beings. A mere strike could never bring it down. Huh. So you were the one lamenting earlier about Dream's demise? Su-Yun noticed the chatter among the viewers. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Dream, adorned with various peculiar lumps on its head, gazing at him with an expression of deep resentment, reminiscent of a scorned maiden. Unable to contain himself, Su-Yun broke into laughter. This drew Dream's ire, prompting it to emit a series of discontented sounds. Su-Yun shrugged, indicating that he could not be blamed for his amusement. He had undergone professional training and typically refrained from laughter, unless utterly unable to suppress it. This was one such occasion. The sight of Dream's swollen head was simply too comical. Some lumps were round and bulbous, resembling 2 Mongolian yurts, while others were elongated and thick, approximately 18 centimeters in length, bright red, and brimming with blood. Occasionally, when Dream became incensed, it would bounce around, inviting a myriad of humorous interpretations. There were also oddly shaped lumps, unique and striking in their own right. Observing this scene, Not only Su Yun, but even Kina succumbed to laughter. Their laughter rang melodiously, captivating the hearts of those who heard it. Some playful netizens began to indulge in humorous musings, their quips flowing freely. This is too hilariously absurd, like a toad. Civilly speaking, that would be a golden toad. Enraged, Dream brandished the over a meter-long mace and swung it towards Su Yun's head. You may kill me, but you cannot humiliate me. Dream felt its dignity was affronted and deemed it necessary to rectify this misperception. Even against a deity, it would demonstrate its prowess to the world. With a resounding thwack, the sturdy mace passed through Su Yun's form, striking only the soft air. Su Yun smiled nonchalantly, adopting an air of superiority. Apologies, but here I am invincible. Instead of pondering how to deal with me, perhaps you should contemplate how to quell that one's wrath. He gestured toward Mutuo in the distance. At that moment, Mutuo had also spotted Dream's form. Seeing the assortment of peculiar lumps adorning Dream's head, Mutuo felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Now this is a delightful feeling. With the mace raised, Mutuo charged once more toward Dream without hesitation. Skyward Hammer, Cat S Descent, Lotus Drifting, Kangaroo Leap, Crows on Airplanes, Supernova Ignition. A myriad of techniques unfolded before Su Yun's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. Whoa, is that Black Tiger A Fu making an appearance? This is quite intriguing. Su Yun fetched a small stool and settled down beside Kina, immersing himself in the spectacle of this grand duel. The audience was unable to remain passive. Release that girl. Let me take her place. Stay away from my goddess. No, Miss Kina belongs only to me. Jealousy sparked among the viewers, leading them to cast subtle aspersions at Su Yun. Why do I get the feeling the host is a bit too smug, not quite the good guy? Heh, I knew at first glance he was no saint. Hey, Su Yun, reveal your true form and behold my great might. To this, Su Yun merely chuckled, quietly humming a long-forgotten tune. What cannot be obtained always stirs, while those favored possess an air of invincibility. This incited considerable ire among the audience. Unfazed, Su Yun continued chatting with Kina, enthusiastically explaining the various techniques Mutuo employed. This is the praying mantis fist. This is the serpent step. This is the stubborn donkey kick. This is the eagle spread. This is the mouse in the maze. And this is the tornado that devastates the parking lot. Kina wore a perplexed expression. You may be speaking in human language, but I comprehend not a word. Su Yun paid no mind to whether Kina understood, immersed in his own narrative. The battle raged on fiercely. Mutuo moved with boldness and flair. Despite being a psychic-type Pokémon, it exuded the demeanor of a martial artist. Undeniably, Mutuo's fighting style was visually stunning, captivating the audience to an extent that Kina's beauty could not rival. Indeed, battle was the ultimate passion for men. Beauty was merely a trivial diversion during idle moments. Snap! With a resounding crack, Mutuo's fist shattered the spiked club held by Mew. Mew's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the newfound prowess of its former rival. Discarding the broken weapon, Mew ceased to conceal its strength and began to fight with full determination. It unleashed a torrent of water, executing a formidable water-type technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Mutuo, undeterred, countered with a swirling mass of dark purple energy. Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere. Su Yun watched in astonishment. Goodness, are they reenacting a battle from Naruto? Yet, one must admit, the combat effects are truly captivating. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated across the sky, rallying cheers for the duel. The two combatants exchanged blows with remarkable agility, executing techniques like Shadow Ball and other skills in a dazzling display that left onlookers spellbound. As natural adversaries, both Mew and Mutuo matched each other in strength, neither able to gain the upper hand. Thus, the battle raged on for over an hour without resolution, causing the audience to experience visual fatigue. If this continued, the show would be unmanageable. Su Yun intervened to halt the confrontation. With a wave of his left hand, Mew was immobilized in place. A flick of his right hand rendered Mutuo powerless. Such extraordinary abilities left the audience agape. I thought Mew and Mutuo were formidable enough, but it turns out Su Yun surpassed them both. Did you think Mew and Mutuo were the protagonists of this clash? No, the true mastermind was Su Yun, who sat aside and observed. Unexpected, isn't it? Su Yun smiled nonchalantly, appearing harmless as he stated, I am the host. Grant me this favor and cease your hostilities. Mew responded, even if we wish to fight, we must first be able to move. Mutuo remarked, this individual is remarkably fierce, effortlessly controlling my body. No wonder that rogue obeys him. Could he be the offspring of Arceus and a human? Su Yun's expression darkened. You're the one who is Arceus's illegitimate child. Your entire family is. Mutuo replied, I was complimenting you. Can't you tell? Su Yun retorted, "Thank you very much. Mutwo, this is quite perplexing. Surely, no one truly wishes to be Arceus's illegitimate child, right?" Chapter 31, Disobedience? The Seven Wolves Await. Ultimately, the conflict concluded inconclusively, quelled solely by Su Yun's intervention. Through this incident, Su Yun vividly demonstrated the virtue of persuasion. Through his relentless efforts, Mew and Mutwo reconciled, appearing akin to brothers. This is the right approach. Peace is eternally the forefront theme of the world. Instead of resorting to violence, why not emulate me and win hearts through virtue and reason? Mew and Mutwo nodded enthusiastically, resembling chicks pecking at rice. Regardless of what Su Yun said, their responses remained consistent. Yes, yes, yes. There was no choice. Under the roof of another, one must bow. In today's world, where humans wield power over Pokémon, stubbornness is futile. From a certain perspective, Su Yun's ability to simultaneously manage both Mew and Mutwo underscored his exceptional prowess. With Mew under his left arm and Mutwo under his right, Su Yun assumed the demeanor of an elder brother, imparting wisdom to the two Pokémon. As mythical creatures, we ought to embody the essence of mythical beings. Wouldn't you agree, dear Mew? Mew replied, "Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Whatever you say is correct." Su Yun was pleased with Mew's attitude and slowly extended his hand, stating, "Now that you comprehend this principle, it's time to present the item." Mew tilted its head, feigning ignorance. "What item?" Su Yun shot a disapproving glance and replied, "Stop pretending. Where is Mutwo's megastone that you stole?" Mew feigned sudden realization. "Oh, you mean that thing? I tossed it away." Su Yun. "Mutwo, how infuriating. This creature is definitely doing this on purpose." Mutwo was on the verge of losing its temper. Su Yun gently patted the tuft of hair atop its head, soothingly saying, "Stay calm. Watch what I do." Mutwo's face flushed instantly. That was its sensitive spot. Su Yun was aware of this, lifting Mew like a rag doll. Su Yun withdrew his belt and treated it to a seven wolves meal. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was melodious, igniting fervent discussions among the audience. "Am I blind? What just happened? My sister is right beside me. I'm mortified. Wah. Host, my mother says I've grown up." Report, the host is engaging in inappropriate conduct. Even Kana, who was present, blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to watch. 3 minutes later, Su Yun concluded. One word, satisfying. Mew hung limply in his grasp, resembling a deflated balloon, utterly devoid of spirit. Well, this was a monumental embarrassment. To be spanked by a human with a belt. And in front of the entire world no less. How could it ever face the godly Pokémon community again? However, remembering its transformation ability, Mew felt somewhat reassured. At worst, it could simply transform into Mutwo when it ventured out. Su Yun extended his hand, reiterating, "Hand over the megastone." Mew obediently complied, extracting a multicolored gem from behind. Su Yun stared in disbelief at Mew. Mew looked back at Su Yun with suspicion. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Su Yun distanced himself, pinching his nose in disgust. It was then that Mew realized it had been misunderstood. Instantly, its face darkened with anger. "I retrieved this from an independent space. What are you imagining?" Su Yun chuckled. "You should explain that to the audience." At that moment, the audience was left astonished by Mew's unexpected retrieval. "What am I witnessing? Mew just pulled out a megastone from. Oh no, my eyes are tainted. Dude, I'm eating here. What is going on? Isn't anyone curious about how it got that in there?" Mew was on the verge of tears. It realized that its explanation was utterly feeble against the audience's vivid imagination. Well, there goes its reputation, ruined in an instant. Su Yun tossed Mew to Mutwo. "Here, your megastone." Mutwo glanced at the innocent-looking Mew, then at the megastone in its hand, and was suddenly hit by a peculiar scent. Pink rainbow essence. "Damn it, it's just a megastone. I don't want it." Mutwo flung the stone away and turned to flee into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Moments later, it returned with a dark expression. "Take me back, Su Yun." Mutwo seemed somewhat dim-witted. Su Yun kindly escorted Mutwo back. Along with them was the megastone. Though Mutwo was reluctant to accept it, under Su Yun's persuasion, it begrudgingly donned it. Just as Mutwo departed, the system's voice echoed in its mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the special live streaming task, aiding Mutwo in reclaiming the Super Stone, and receiving unique rewards in the form of extraordinary abilities. A subtle smile graced Su Yun's lips. Did you think that he, despite the risk of offending Mew, would selflessly assist Mutwo out of a personal affection for it? If that were truly your belief, it would only reveal one thing. Dear youth, you remain rather naive. Su Yun was validating his hypothesis, pondering whether fulfilling the wishes of the Pokemon guests in the program could indeed yield special rewards. Clearly, his conjecture was correct. Initially, during his conversation with Groudon, he had entertained this notion. Yet, it was widely acknowledged that Groudon's wish was to fly, a rather impractical aspiration, one that left Su Yun utterly powerless. Hence, he had postponed his validation until now. Compared to Mew's wish, Mewtwo's desire was evidently much easier to fulfill. This was the primary reason behind his insistence on assisting Mewtwo in reclaiming the Super Stone. Extraordinary abilities were undoubtedly a remarkable reward. In the future, he would be a bona fide wielder of such powers. Su Yun felt a surge of anticipation. While it may not be accurate to claim that an extraordinary being is omnipotent, if developed to a sufficient extent, it could be quite close. On a smaller scale, one could effortlessly achieve teleportation, X-ray vision, and both offensive and defensive capabilities. On a grander scale, one might control the thoughts and actions of others, or even transform people into puppets. Take, for instance, the renowned psychic, Natsum, who possesses the ability to turn individuals into puppets. Her powers are indeed among the most comprehensively developed. At present, Su Yun had merely acquired these extraordinary abilities. Mastering their use was still a distant prospect. He attempted a simple teleportation and found himself incapable, let alone the more complex abilities of X-ray vision and offensive or defensive maneuvers. Once the program concluded, he would seek out a psychic to instruct him. Su Yun murmured to himself, acknowledging that such formidable capabilities must not go to waste. Chapter 32, The Creator God? Merely a llama with a skeleton frame. Mewtwo departed. Yet Mew remained, its expression forlorn, a poignant testament to its sorrow. No matter how arduous or challenging, the show must go on. Su Yun offered comforting words, which eventually stabilized Mew's emotions. 10 minutes later, it resembled a carefree fool, returning to its sunny and charming demeanor. Su Yun even began to suspect whether it had secretly employed an amnesia skill. After all, there seemed to be no ability it lacked. The triviality of amnesia seemed manageable with just a bit of effort. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, facilitating the continuation of the program. After adjusting his attire, Su Yun posed the fourth question. I have heard that you once stole the plate of the creator god, Arceus. Is this true? Mew chuckled, a smirk gracing its lips. What creator god? Merely a llama with a skeleton frame. Su Yun was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so unabashedly candid about the creator god being a llama with a skeletal structure. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished to hear Mew's audacity in making such a statement about the creator god. Wow, is this guy always this bold? That's the creator god we're talking about, a being that shaped the universe. A mere flicker of its anger could lead to devastation. Isn't Mew afraid of attracting its ire? One viewer remarked, this character is far too arrogant. It needs to be taught a lesson. Another wagered a pack of spicy snacks that the creator god would undoubtedly seek retribution that very night. Kona, too, was astonished, mouth agape, gazing incredulously at Mew, deeply shaken. No one had anticipated that Mew would exhibit such audacity. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as he teasingly inquired, do you think if I were to contact the creator god right now, it would come over to give you a good thrashing? Mew, unfazed, responded with brazen arrogance. Feel free to connect. If I flinch, consider it a loss for me. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is that so? Then I shall witness this. With a grand flourish of his hand, a screen materialized before the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, let us connect with the creator god, Arceus, and see what it has to say about this matter. As his words fell, the scene shifted. On the boundless expanse of the Hulunber grassland, flocks of sheep frolicked freely. The wind swept through the grass, lifting the skirts of the wheat and reddening the cheeks of the clouds. Suddenly, a dapper white head emerged from the rolling grass. Those keen eyes glimmered with wisdom, curiously surveying its surroundings. Confirming the absence of any danger, it leaped into view, fully revealing itself. The sight left everyone in a state of bewilderment. It was a creature as white as snow, its stylish bangs fluttering in the wind. Adorning its body was a semicircular skeletal frame with 18 grooves, some of which housed colorful stones. From appearances alone, they appeared to be evolution stones of various attributes: firestone, waterstone, thunderstone, darkstone. Indeed, its semblance to the legendary Arceus was striking. Is this truly the creator god? You must be jesting. A mere skeletal frame does not a creator god make. If I were to paint my gecko, would it then become Groudon? Su Yun exclaimed, incredulous. You may question my character, but do not insult my intellect. This is clearly a llama, not Arceus. At last, he understood why the creator god was referred to as a llama. It was an utterly ridiculous image. Su Yun, equally perplexed, had not anticipated connecting with such a peculiar entity. System, have you short-circuited? The system coldly replied, Even in death, I would not short-circuit. Su Yun retorted, why does that sound so unappealing? You must inquire about this llama with Mew, the system responded. Su Yun turned to Mew, suddenly contemplating a possibility, suspicion coloring his expression. You don't mean to say that the creator god you encountered back then was this fellow, do you? Mew, with an air of certainty, replied, of course. What else would it be? If it were truly the creator god in its full form, I wouldn't dare to steal from it even if I had 100 lives. Su Yun's lips twitched. After all this, it turned out to be a monumental misunderstanding. So that plate was also fake. Mew shook its head. No, that part is indeed true. Su Yun was momentarily lost, but if it's a fake llama, how could it possess a genuine plate? Mew shrugged, who knows? Perhaps it's a distant relative of the creator god? Su Yun regarded the llama on the screen once more. How to describe it? It was quite handsome and undeniably proud. The rebellious glint in its eyes bore a striking resemblance to the creator god. At that moment, the llama noticed Su Yun's gaze. Aware that it was part of a program, shaking its flowing bangs, the llama looked down upon Su Yun and spoke slowly. Human, why do you not bow upon seeing me? I am the creator of the gods, the architect of your world. Su Yun's face darkened to an almost coal-like hue. He discovered that this alpaca's ability to show off was truly unparalleled, rendering everything before it as mere trifles. In its presence, even dreams seemed insignificant. System, could you elevate the camera angle a bit? I find its appearance rather displeasing. The system replied, certainly, host, with a raised camera angle. The perspective shifted from an upward gaze to a commanding downward view. Now, Su Yun looked down upon the alpaca with an air of superiority. Quite pleasant indeed. A satisfied smile graced Su Yun's lips. The alpaca, however, was incensed by this shift, its fury igniting. How dare you? Do you not recognize my stature? You, a mere mortal, dare to show such disrespect to a divine being. I see you are courting death. It demanded that Su Yun prostrate in reverence, warning that failure to do so would unleash its wrath. As it spoke, the evolution stones adorning the alpaca shimmered with a brilliant light, creating an illusion of divinity. If one did not observe closely, they might mistake it for a deity incarnate. Su Yun, amused, shouted, how bold! What do you think you are, barking like a dog? The alpaca was momentarily taken aback, stunned into silence. Regaining its composure, it spat a mouthful of saliva at Su Yun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Another round. Su Yun was utterly speechless. Truly, this alpaca possesses unparalleled spitting skills. Turning to Dream, Su Yun inquired, does it possess any other abilities besides spitting? Dream shook its head, declaring it merely an ordinary alpaca, with nothing to offer apart from its penchant for showboating and a slight resilience to blows. Su Yun exhaled in relief. Matters had just become considerably simpler. Dream, puzzled, asked, what do you intend to do? A cruel smile crept across Su Yun's face. Let us deal with it. Chapter 33. Hit me, you fool. With a wave of his hand, the communication system summoned the alpaca from its distant location into the live stream. Su Yun clenched his fists, eyeing the alpaca with malicious intent. Dream's expression was equally mischievous, its tail perked high. The alpaca felt a sudden tightening in its chest. Swallowing back the saliva that had nearly escaped, there was no denying the palpable sense of danger as the two, one human and one beast, regarded it with ill intent. What do you intend to do? I warn you, assaulting a spirit is against the law, and the entire nation is watching. Surely you do not wish to tarnish your reputations? Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent. I care not for such superficial matters. Dream added with a hint of melancholy. Reputation? Huh. I lost mine long ago. It's all tears from here on out. The alpaca panicked. It did not wish for its grand and noble image to be sullied by these two. With righteous indignation, it declared, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Ah, this alpaca is quite fashionable, even tossing around some English phrases, Su Yun noted. But before we engage, I require a reason. I don't fight pointless battles. Even in death, one must maintain their dignity. Su Yun's expression darkened. I despise being spat upon, especially by an alpaca. The alpaca nodded. The reasoning was indeed sufficient. It glanced at Dream, awaiting its justification. With a mischievous grin, Dream stated innocently, I simply find you displeasing. The alpaca sighed. It was a rather flimsy excuse. Nevertheless, it resolved to distance itself from the two and prepare for the bout. As a being of divine origin, it could not afford to lose face. However, before the fight commenced, the alpaca made a point to declare, let me clarify. This is all in good fun, but do not strike my handsome face. I have plans to utilize it for sustenance. Su Yun couldn't help but grimace. He failed to see what was so appealing about the alpaca's visage, which resembled a shoehorn. Nevertheless, Out of courtesy, he decided to grant it some leeway, considering its divine lineage. With a swift motion, Su Yun produced a spiked club from behind, glistening ominously in the sunlight, a tool that could certainly spell doom for any unfortunate target. Upon witnessing this, Dream's eyes lit up, and it scampered over, eagerly exclaiming, "Do you have another? Let me have one too." It realized Su Yun's club was far more aesthetically pleasing than its own. Generously, Su Yun offered his club to Dream. "Use this one." Dream paused, confused. "Then what will you use?" Su Yun waved dismissively. "Oh, I have something else." With that, he revealed a massive club over 2 meters long. Dream stared at the club in its possession, then at Su Yun's, stunned into silence. "Is this what you call casual?" The difference is staggering. If Dream's club was akin to a bird's gun, Su Yun's was a cannon. There was simply no comparison. The audience, witnessing this dramatic scene, erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, the host is too cheeky." I can already see the forlorn look in Dream's eyes. One viewer quipped, "Why does this remind me of a classic advertisement line? Trade your bird gun for a cannon." See the disparity between the host and Dream? It's akin to the gap between us. With the battle poised to commence, a resounding clang echoed as Dream's club struck the alpaca. Miraculously, the alpaca remained unscathed. While Dream's club reverberated, its spikes bending under the impact. Su Yun, taken aback, exclaimed, "So sturdy? Is this for real?" Such defense could withstand even divine beasts. At that moment, the alpaca unleashed a scornful retort, "Is this all you've got? I expected more strength from you." It stood with an air of invincibility. "You there? The small fool. What are you gaping at? Come, come, I'm right here. If you can breach my defenses, I'll concede." With a defiant glare, the alpaca scrutinized Su Yun, taunting him. The audacity of its demeanor was infuriating. Su Yun, known for his short temper, could not let such insolence slide. He swung his massive club towards the alpaca without hesitation. Clang! The club collided with the alpaca as if striking solid steel, leaving no mark while sending a jolt of pain through Su Yun's hands. The alpaca cast a dismissive glance at Su Yun, its expression dripping with mockery. "Had your fill of food? Put in some effort." Fuming, Su Yun's hands trembled as he gathered his strength for another strike. "Ah!" The alpaca emitted a cry that stirred the imagination. Su Yun's face brightened, thinking he had finally inflicted damage, only to discover the alpaca had not suffered at all. He fell into disbelief. What else with all the noise? The alpaca, unrepentant, shot back, "I can shout if I wish. What is it to you? Not satisfied? Come at me." Su Yun's temper flared, and he unleashed a barrage of strikes. "Ah, ah, ah!" The alpaca cried out, each wail more piercing than the last. Su Yun was left speechless. The audience, piqued by the commotion, began to indulge in playful banter. "I am blind. Could someone enlighten me on what transpired? The evidence is irrefutable. The streamer is in GHS. No lewdness allowed. But I want lewdness. I want it." Kina's face flushed, and she appeared somewhat unwell. Su Yun, breathless and fatigued, ultimately failed to subdue the alpaca. In contrast, Dream, displaying remarkable wisdom, recognized the futility of breaching the alpaca's defenses and opted instead to settle onto a small stool. Munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle of Su Yun and the alpaca engaged in verbal sparring and combat. Su Yun, exasperated, exclaimed, "We agreed to act in unison. And yet you sneak off to watch the show?" At that moment, the alpaca resumed its antics, leaping repeatedly along the precipice of defeat. "Humph!" It spat at Su Yun, only to close its mouth when Su Yun turned to confront it. Subsequently, it began to mock. "I just spat again, and I swallowed it back. Spat again. What will you do? Hit me, you fool." Enraged, Su Yun leaped onto the alpaca, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The alpaca remained unfazed. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You're furious, aren't you?" However, its bravado quickly dissipated. Chapter 34. You dare to remove my skeleton? Su Yun mounted the alpaca's neck, striking its face. The alpaca, now flustered, lost its previous composure. "You promised not to hit my face. You're cheating." Yet Su Yun, unconcerned with such trivialities, thought, "In this space, I am the absolute master. Who dares to challenge my authority?" The crisp sound of impact echoed through the air, evoking myriad thoughts. As Su Yun showed no signs of relenting, the alpaca retaliated, casting aside its dignity. Dignity? Away with it. The alpaca bared its gleaming white teeth and lunged at Su Yun's hand. Su Yun's expression shifted. He hastily withdrew his hand. The alpaca's teeth glinted ominously in the sunlight, resembling a set of razor-sharp blades, exuding an aura of extreme danger. A single bite could render him severely incapacitated. Su Yun had no desire to lose his hands at such a young age, nor to become disabled. Noticing Su Yun's hesitation, the alpaca grew smug once more. Heh, you're no match for me. It raised its head, flicking its stylish mane, and cast a flirtatious glance at the camera, nearly nauseating the audience. Damn, that's truly revolting. My stomach is in turmoil. I feel as if I've just ingested something foul. Can you imagine that sensation? This alpaca is both infuriating and narcissistic. Support the streamer in taking it down. Huh, can you not discern the situation? It's not that the streamer is unwilling. It's simply impossible to overpower it. Have you not seen the streamer's face turn the color of liver? In the footage, Su Yun's visage was exceptionally grim. His inner fury surged violently, yet found no outlet. The alpaca was indeed vexing, but one couldn't deny its impeccable defenses. No matter the method employed, Su Yun found it impossible to breach its defenses. He even pondered, is this creature's sole purpose to be a source of annoyance? Surely not. Surely it can't be that insurmountable? You're just a novice. Seeing Su Yun pause, the alpaca resumed its taunting. Su Yun, now with a purple face from rage, declared, I refuse to believe you have no weaknesses. He scrutinized the alpaca once more, finally fixating on its skeleton. A sly grin crept across his face. If I cannot breach your defenses, surely I can dismantle your skeleton? Once I remove that, let us see how you portray yourself as a deity. An alpaca remains an alpaca, even with a skeleton. Su Yun exclaimed, venting his frustration. He then seized the skeleton on the alpaca's back and pulled upwards with all his might. Instantly, the alpaca screeched, Hey, what are you doing? Don't you dare remove my skeleton. The alpaca began to panic. The skeleton was its only claim to identity. Without it, could it still call itself a deity? Obviously not. As a deity, the skeleton represented its very dignity. I can lose my head, bleed, but I must not lose my skeleton. The alpaca exerted itself, inflating its belly to entrap the skeleton. No matter how hard Su Yun pulled, it wouldn't budge. Come down. Su Yun strained, managing to raise the skeleton by 5 centimeters. The alpaca twisted its body, lowering the skeleton by an equal measure. Up and down, in and out. They engaged in a tug-of-war. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. What are they doing? Is this a piston motion? If this continues, the alpaca's fur will surely wear off. Perfect. We can rename it the shiny alpaca. Laughter erupted from Kina as she observed the ongoing struggle between Su Yun and the alpaca, her mind drifting to a particular activity from her past. 10 minutes later, the alpaca lay on the ground, with Su Yun sprawled atop it. Both were gasping for breath, appearing utterly drained. You've got guts to touch my skeleton. You're finished. Just wait until I recover. You'll see if I bite you. The alpaca growled, incensed by Su Yun's actions. Su Yun retorted defiantly. You'd better be ready. Once I've recovered, let us see if I can pull your skeleton. Another 10 minutes passed. Both parties had caught their breath, yet strangely, neither moved, as if their earlier declarations were mere frivolities. Shall we postpone for another day? The alpaca suggested, somewhat wary of Su Yun's prowess. Since you've asked, I'll begrudgingly comply, Su Yun replied, cautious of the alpaca's sharp tongue. They shook hands in reconciliation, and Su Yun swiftly returned it, not to the grasslands, but to the mouth of a volcano. At that moment, the legendary Groudon, observing the alpaca descending from the sky, wore a perplexed expression. Where did this young creature come from? How infuriating. It can fly. I must take it down. Thus, the bewildered alpaca found itself ensnared in the onslaught of the sword of the abyss. Cursed humans, daring to deceive me. I, the deity, will not rest until I have my vengeance. In the forbidden realm of the Tree of World's Genesis, Su Yun grew increasingly suspicious. He inquired of Dream. Why does that alpaca possess such formidable defenses? No matter how we strike, it remains unscathed. Dream shook her little head vigorously, indicating her ignorance. Su Yun voiced his hypothesis. Could it be that it carries a general attribute tablet, rendering it immune to our attacks? The ordinary attribute slate is one of the 18 slates belonging to the creator god, also known as the Void Slate. Once acquired, it grants the bearer the power of ordinary attributes and immunity to attacks of the same nature. For instance, when Su Yun employs forceful tactics against the alpaca, it falls within the realm of ordinary attributes. Upon hearing the mention of the slate, a flicker of panic crossed Dream's gaze, prompting her to evade the topic, as if she sought to conceal something. This subtle shift did not escape Su Yun's keen perception. Are you hiding something from me? He inquired, his expression stern. Dream vehemently denied it, insisting, No, absolutely not. Su Yun merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh," choosing not to press further. Dream exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Su Yun blurted out at an astonishing speed. In fact, you've known all along that the alpaca possesses the Void Slate. A jolt of surprise shot through Dream as she instinctively nodded. A smirk played on Su Yun's lips, revealing a sense of triumph. How careless of you to not have dodged, she remarked, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, casting a reproachful glance at Su Yun. You rascal. Resorting to underhanded tactics against an elder like me. Chapter 35, The Secret of the Alpaca. The two engaged in an intense stare-off until, after a prolonged moment, they reluctantly averted their gazes. Su Yun broke the silence. So what is the story? Dream hesitated, feeling uneasy about discussing it live. After all, you wouldn't want this information to reach others, would you? Su Yun shrugged, unconcerned. It's no big deal. It's not something scandalous. The main issue is that if we don't discuss it now, there may not be another opportunity. After all, once he departed from this space, all his abilities would vanish. Attempting to converse with Dream later would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, futile and self-destructive. Therefore, it was imperative to clarify matters while still in the midst of the broadcast. Taking a deep breath, Dream appeared somewhat reluctant. This is a significant secret. Are you absolutely certain you want to disclose it now? Su Yun chuckled softly, fixing an enigmatic gaze on Dream while remaining silent. Let us not just call it a significant secret. Even a major revelation must be made public today. Dream reclined her head in resignation. All right. The truth is that the alpaca consumed the void slate long ago, thus acquiring its powers. Initially, it intended to consume the lightning slate as well, but fortuitously encountered me. And I intervened. Su Yun was taken aback, yet a sliver of doubt crept in. But wait, the alpaca merely ingested the void slate. As a psychic-type Pokémon, it shouldn't be immune to your powers. Why didn't you reclaim the void slate? Given Dream's petty nature, it was inconceivable she would remain indifferent to the theft of such a treasure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned her reputation as the trickster. A hint of exasperation appeared on Dream's face as she replied, I wish I could, but it's utterly futile. The void slate seems to have fused with its body, making it impossible to extract. If I were to forcefully intervene, I fear the slate would be destroyed along with it. Su Yun fell into a daze. Such a scenario was indeed beyond his expectations. Is it truly that peculiar? Dream nodded gravely. Don't be fooled by the alpaca's nonchalant demeanor. It's far more complex than it appears. I suspect that it may indeed have an inexplicable connection to the creator god. Su Yun bowed his head, plunged into silence. He had pondered Dream's speculation himself, as he too could not unravel the alpaca's origins. Clearly, it was time to investigate the alpaca thoroughly. In his mind, Su Yun calculated the implications. The alpaca harbored significant secrets, and if he could uncover them, it might lead to a fresh episode for the show. Moreover, there was a substantial likelihood that he would earn generous rewards from the system as a result. By the way, you currently possess the lightning slate, don't you? Could you show it to me? With the void slate now unattainable, Su Yun shifted his focus to the lightning slate. Securing it would grant him the power of lightning. Coupled with a mighty hammer, becoming the next thunder god was not beyond the realm of possibility. Dream chuckled knowingly, as if she had anticipated Su Yun's interest in the lightning slate. With a shrug, she teased, sorry, I gave it away. Su Yun stared at her in disbelief. You gave something away? How can that be? It was well known that Dream was notoriously stingy. She only accepted gifts from others, never the other way around. A flash of indignation crossed Dream's face. You may question my abilities, but do not insult my integrity. As the progenitor of Pokémon, it's reasonable for me to have a few good friends, isn't it? Su Yun nodded, conceding the point. Dream continued, since they are good friends, it is quite reasonable for me to offer them a small gift, don't you think? Su Yun chuckled softly, setting aside whether Dream truly had friends. The lightning slate was hardly a mere trifle. It was an artifact of Arceus, one of the most powerful items in existence. To part with it so easily? Su Yun clearly found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, seeing that Dream did not appear to be lying, he asked, who did you give it to? Dream smirked, basking in her own pride. If I reveal the name, you'll be shocked. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who is it? Dream crossed her legs and withheld the name. Here's a hint. It's an electric-type Pokémon. Su Yun pondered for a moment and realized there were indeed several potential candidates. As the host of the show, he astutely recognized this as an excellent opportunity to enhance viewer engagement and participation. Without hesitation, he initiated a guessing game. Dear viewers, unleash your imaginations and guess which electric-type Pokémon Mr. Dream is referring to. As the topic emerged, the live chat erupted into fervent discussion. Isn't it obvious? It must be my beloved Zapdos. Capable of fierce battles and home duties, transforming into a cat girl. Who else could it be? No way. Dream and a cat girl? Nonsense. I say it should be Raikou or Zapdos. Haha, those three silly birds and three useless dogs don't stand a chance. Actually, Thundurus or Tapu Koko could also be possibilities. They're in the same camp as Dream and quite adorable. Has no one considered Zekrom? That's impossible. Zekrom's cold demeanor suggests he and Dream would clash. It would be surprising if they didn't end up in a fight. I agree with the previous speaker. If it is Zekrom, I'll treat everyone to 30 bottles of beer. As the audience continued their lively debate, Su Yun smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied with the current atmosphere. He then turned to Kinna and inquired, Miss Kinna, who do you think it could be? Kinna contemplated before responding, Zekrom. Her analysis stemmed from the perspective of combat prowess. Among all electric-type Pokémon, only Zekrom could be deemed a worthy opponent for Dream. Although Jirachi is indeed impressive, it pales in comparison to the top-tier experts. I share the same sentiment. A smile graced Su Yun's face, as his conjecture mirrored that of Kona. Whether it is right or wrong, the answer lies with Jirachi. In that moment, all eyes converged upon Jirachi, eagerly anticipating its response. Jirachi relished the attention, a hint of pride dancing across its small visage. As it slowly began to speak, actually, it is. Chapter 36, The Unfathomable Bond Between Jirachi and Kona. Actually, it is Reshiram. When the name Reshiram was uttered, both Su Yun and Kona's lips curled into faint smiles. The viewers in the live stream, however, erupted in chaos. Why that electric black mouse? Is my Jirachi unworthy? Mr. Jirachi, I advise you to reconsider your answer. You wouldn't want others to discover your indiscretion in the women's bathhouse, would you? Has the affection waned? And has Jirachi forsaken me because my Jirachi's cat-eared transformation is unappealing? Is it possible that my Jirachi simply cannot transform at all? How dare you disrupt my resolve? Thus, a question arises. Why did the contrasting personalities of Reshiram and Jirachi become such good friends? The camera shifted to Jirachi. Unfazed, Jirachi readily addressed the crowd's curiosity. I lent it a small hand. A small hand? Su Yun inquired, perplexed. I gave Reshiram a good thrashing. Su Yun. Kona. The audience. This is utterly ridiculous. So what did Reshiram grant you in return? Su Yun was unconvinced that Jirachi's assistance was merely for the sake of friendship. There must be some undisclosed arrangement that forged a bond between these seemingly unrelated Pokémon. Jirachi chuckled, a blush creeping onto its face. Well, that's confidential. Su Yun keenly sensed something amiss with Jirachi. Its dealings with Reshiram were undoubtedly complex. Meanwhile, the audience began their own speculations. Jirachi and Reshiram's arrangement must be. Your thoughts are misguided. No, it should be that you can't comprehend. FBI, open the door. Su Yun had intended to ask Jirachi for clarification, but Jirachi was adamant, refusing to divulge any details. Reluctantly, Su Yun abandoned that line of inquiry. As for the nature of the undisclosed arrangement between Reshiram and Jirachi, it was left to the audience's imagination. Concluding the last round of questions, Su Yun reserved the final inquiry for this episode's special guest, King Kona. Miss Kona, our dialogue segment concludes here. As our special guest, you now have the opportunity to pose a question to Mr. Jirachi. What would you like to inquire? Kona nodded almost instinctively. In truth, upon learning that the guest for this episode was Jirachi, she had longed to confirm a buried question that had lingered in her heart for years. Perhaps today, this question would finally receive an answer. Kona gazed at Jirachi with sincerity and warmth in her eyes. She parted her lips, her voice quivering slightly, whether from excitement or nervousness. 18 years ago. Did you save a little girl at Meteor Falls? 18 years ago, when she was merely 5, she had ventured to Meteor Falls with friends. Tragically, while playing, she fell into the waterfall. At that time, she was unable to swim, desperately flailing in the water and calling for help. Unfortunately, the roar of the waterfall drowned out her cries, and no one noticed her plight, leaving her to struggle alone. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, believing she would drown, a pink figure suddenly appeared beside her, rescuing her from the depths. However, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, only vaguely recalling a pink silhouette and a unique call. Since then, she had spent 18 years searching for her mysterious savior. Ultimately, she pinpointed her search to Jirachi. Yet, she could not be certain her assumption was accurate. After all, childhood memories were often muddled, and she needed to seek out Jirachi to confirm the truth. Now, the opportunity lay before her. Jirachi tilted its head in contemplation, then smiled broadly at Kona, nodding in affirmation. Kona's body trembled, tears of warmth filling her eyes. After years of pursuing the truth, it finally revealed itself in this moment. Kona blinked through her tear-filled gaze, her voice choked with emotion. Do you remember me? I am that little girl you saved. Jirachi scrutinized Kona curiously, its gem-like eyes filled with puzzlement. It only recalled seeking out Zapdos for a chat, in truth, hoping to seize an opportunity to steal Zapdos's egg and inadvertently encountering the drowning girl, whom it rescued without a second thought. However, the incident had not left a lasting impression, as it was merely a spontaneous act. As for the girl's appearance, that was even more elusive. A flicker of disappointment crossed Kona's face as she hung her head. Yet, she quickly lifted her gaze, her smile blooming anew. It's all right. I merely wanted to express my gratitude. If you hadn't saved me back then, I might not be here today. Jirachi beamed, its eyes curving into crescent shapes. It accepted Kona's thanks, although it did not fully grasp her emotions at that moment. Su-yun, upon hearing of Kona's harrowing childhood experience, was equally astonished. Who would have thought that this unreliable Jirachi was indeed Kona's savior? It seems it isn't so bad after all, perhaps just a tad mischievous. Su-yun felt a genuine admiration for Jirachi's heroic act. The audience, moved by this extraordinary yet touching tale, found their eyes moistening as well. Woo-woo from now on. If anyone dares to say my Jirachi is a scoundrel, I will not hesitate to confront them. I was mistaken about Jirachi. It turns out to be a kind-hearted Pokemon. How heartwarming. Miss Kona is so strong, having pursued Jirachi for 18 years. If it were me, I would have surely given up long ago. This is my goddess. Miss Kona, I adore you. Please allow me to be your shape. No, Miss Kona is mine. Anyone who dares to take her from me will face my wrath. The comments transitioned from heartfelt to humorous, and Su-yun seized this rare jovial atmosphere to conclude the episode. Alright, dear viewers. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Dialogue with All-Stars. As we wrap up, please do not hesitate to share your 5-star ratings. Your praise is our greatest motivation. Until next time, we look forward to your company. Beep. Chapter 37, Kona's Emotion, System Reward. Upon concluding the live broadcast, Su Yunfei swiftly departed from the forbidden realm of the Tree of Origin. This was by no means an act of cowardice. Rather, it was a mere adherence to his inner instincts. Fortunately, Meng Huan was a person of discernment and did not pursue him. Upon returning to the Fengyuan region, Su Yun was just about to head home for a moment of respite when he spotted a stunning beauty stationed at his doorstep, blocking his way. With her alluring figure and exquisite curves, she was the epitome of grace and allure. Who else could it be but Kina? What could she possibly want from him? Furrowing his brow slightly, Su-yun murmured as he approached her. Shall we go have a meal together? Kina turned around, a charming smile gracing her lips as she eagerly invited him. Today, she donned a low-cut gown that accentuated her ample bosom, tempting enough to make one yearn to take a bite. Even Su-yun, who usually focused solely on the essentials, found his throat dry and swallowed hard. He touched his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Thus, he casually acquiesced, "You're treating." Kina pouted with a playful huff, adopting a demure pose. "Is it proper for a big man like you to let a girl treat?" Su-yun replied with a nonchalant expression, "I still have money left." Kina was momentarily speechless. It appeared he was quite the miser. "Fine, I shall treat you," she said, deliberately elongating her words, her tone laced with sarcasm. Su-yun retorted innocently, "Is your throat stuck? Do you need me to help you with that?" Kina laughed derisively, "You big straight man. No wonder you're single." With a sulky expression, Kina marched ahead while Su-yun leisurely followed, hands tucked behind his head, creating a stark contrast between the two. To the onlookers, it might have seemed as if a couple was having a petty quarrel. At the Alpaca restaurant, which was part of the same enterprise as the Alpaca Cafe, belonging to Alpaca Group Company, Limited, Su-yun felt his appetite awaken at the delectable aroma wafting through the air. In his earlier days, he had been quite the foodie, but after becoming a host, he altered his dietary habits to maintain his physique. Now, he found himself yearning to return to his culinary roots, for after all, the allure of the Dialogue with All-Stars program lay in its guests, not in his physique or appearance. Kina nodded. "Go ahead and order. It's rare for me to treat you." She held a sense of gratitude towards Su-yun. If she couldn't even afford a meal, it would be a disservice to her status as a superstar. Su-yun wasted no time, calling over a waiter. "Bring us all your finest dishes." Kina's expression darkened immediately, her ample bosom heaving dramatically, nearly spilling forth. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" She gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Su-yun. With an innocent demeanor, he replied, "Food can be eaten haphazardly, but words must be chosen wisely. I merely wish to indulge in a high-end experience. Is that a problem? Besides, didn't you say you would treat me? Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? A renowned superstar wouldn't be unable to afford a simple meal, would she? Oh, if the public were to find out." A mischievous grin spread across Su-yun's face. "Miss Kina, I believe you wouldn't want this to become common knowledge, would you?" Kina's cheeks flushed red with indignation, making her appear as if she had just completed an intense workout. "Fine, encountering you is my misfortune, She reluctantly conceded under Su Yun's pressure. After this meal, we shall owe each other nothing. Su Yun stared in surprise. You didn't owe me anything to begin with. But Kina countered, you introduced me to Menghuan, helping me fulfill my wish. I owe you a favor. With a wave of his hand and a gentle smile, Su Yun replied, you're overthinking it. This was merely your good fortune. It has nothing to do with me. He was neither magnanimous nor trying to win Kina's favor. He merely spoke the truth. Initially, he had no intention of inviting her as a special guest. It was all a matter of chance and luck on her part. Thus, this incident bore little significance to him, and he had not aided Kina in any way. However, Kina perceived it quite differently. Is he trying to woo me? Does he wish to endear himself to me? She mused, a smirk forming at the corner of her lips. Since he has extended an olive branch, I shall reluctantly accept. Women, especially those without boyfriends, can be quite prone to fanciful imaginings. Su Yun noticed the upward curve of Kina's lips and felt a sudden pang of anxiety. What was she smiling about? Surely she wasn't concocting some scheme against him over a simple meal? Feeling a sense of unease, he fixated his gaze on Kina, while she interpreted his intense attention as a sign of his attraction to her beauty. Humph, my charm is undeniably potent. Look at that big oaf. He can't even tear his eyes away. Ultimately, their meal concluded amidst mutual misunderstandings, one filled with trepidation, the other warmed by a sense of affection. Ding. The task rewards have been tallied. Would you like to claim them now? Just as they exited the restaurant, the voice of the system resonated in Su Yun's mind. Rewards were here. A flicker of excitement crossed his face. What rewards awaited him this time? Though he was eager to see, Kina was beside him, making it impractical to check. He momentarily shelved the idea. Not yet, he replied to the system, then turned to Kina. I must be on my way. I have matters to attend to. Waving goodbye, Su Yun hurriedly made his way home, leaving Kina to ponder in disbelief. What is more rewarding than a woman? Stunned, she stood rooted for a moment before finally exclaiming in the direction Su Yun had left. Humph, straight man. You had your chance and still failed. Upon returning home, Su Yun eagerly accessed the system. System, dispense the rewards. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one special ability awakening card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one dragon-type spirit summoning card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one time-space transfer card. Special ability awakening card. Upon use, grants a random special ability. Dragon-type spirit summoning card. Upon use, summons a dragon-type spirit to become a special guest on Dialogue with All-Stars. Time-space transfer card. Upon use, allows transfer to any designated location. Chapter 38. One Punch Man in the World of Pokémon. Gazing at the system rewards before him, a smile crept upon Su Yun's lips, brimming with excitement. More special abilities? With the previous superpower, he now possessed two unique abilities. It seemed the system intended for him to transcend humanity. Su Yun licked his lips, feeling as though he were a one-punch man intruding into the world of Pokémon. He is none other than the One-Punch Man. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary ability he will awaken this time. With a tinge of anticipation and curiosity, Su Yun activated the special ability awakening card. 3 seconds passed. The system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the special ability, Wave Guidance. Wave Guidance. The power to manipulate the waves of all things at will, enabling means of attack, defense, communication, and reconnaissance. The power of Wave Guidance, which allows the manipulation of waves from all entities. To be honest, Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. Among all the special abilities, Wave Guidance was his favorite. Its versatility is immense. It can serve both offensive and defensive purposes, as well as perceive all things and communicate with spirits. In summary, there is nothing unattainable for Wave Guidance. TSK. If Wave Guidance merges with superpowers, wouldn't I be on the path to invincibility? Envisioning himself with a Wave Guidance ball in his left hand and a superpower sphere in his right, Su Yun couldn't help but break into a broad grin. A trainer who does not aspire to surpass the legendary beasts is not a worthy trainer. Su Yun set a modest goal for himself. First, to defeat Groudon. Why Groudon, you may ask? The answer is simple. Would you fear a legendary beast that cannot fly? Those in the know understand. Su Yun focused his mind, attempting to channel the Wave Guidance within him, slowly coalescing it in his palm. After 5.5 seconds, a Wave Guidance ball, the size of a chicken egg, appeared in his hand. Ah, it's here. Su Yun exclaimed excitedly. In his first attempt, he successfully manifested a Wave Guidance ball. Although it was merely a small orb that took 5.5 seconds to form, it pulsated with vitality in his hand. rhythmically bouncing as if a new life was showcasing its abilities to its creator, Su-Yun. Hello, Master. I am the Wave Guidance Ball formed in 5.5 seconds. My specialties include singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Su-Yun, what? You're too beautiful? Of course. The above was purely a jest. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. The Wave Guidance Ball in Su-Yun's hand was diligent. And after 2.5 minutes of development, it had transformed from the size of a chicken egg to that of a basketball. Su-Yun felt an impulse to spontaneously perform a dribble, but he restrained himself, considering he might be ridiculed by some critics. It's about time. I wonder if I can successfully launch it? Su-Yun made his way to the courtyard, aimed at a large tree, and shot the Wave Guidance Ball from his hand. Whoosh. Crack. The basketball-sized Wave Guidance Ball flew for 0.01 meters before plummeting to the ground, splattering into a viscous liquid. Darn it. I shot too quickly and miscalculated the distance. Su-Yun was quite frustrated. He had been too excited, which led to this embarrassing moment. Normally, he could at least shoot it 2 meters. Concentrating, Su-Yun prepared to try again to prove his abilities. He sensed the wave guidance within him, guiding it to coalesce in his palm. When it reached the size of a basketball, he abruptly launched it. Here it goes. Whoosh. Crack. Looking at the Wave Guidance Ball that fell to the ground, Su-Yun nodded in satisfaction. Well, not bad. With such innate talent, he would surely achieve greatness in the future. Progress was evident. He had improved by 0.01 meters. Calmly, Su-Yun regulated the wave guidance within him and opened the system again. A Dragon-type spirit summoning card? Does this mean my next dialogue partner will be a Dragon-type spirit? Su-Yun murmured to himself. Dragon-type spirits are exceedingly rare, and their power is formidable. Among them, legendary beasts abound, such as Latias, Latios, Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, all renowned masters. If he could interview any one of them, the program's impact would undoubtedly be significant. With this in mind, Su-Yun utilized the Dragon-type Spirit Summoning card. Extracting, please wait. 3 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the Sky Ruler, Rayquaza. Your next dialogue partner will be Rayquaza. Please prepare in advance. And you may begin the live broadcast in 3 days. Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at his luck. Rayquaza, what extraordinary fortune. As one of the ancient legendary beasts, Rayquaza's exploits, whether in defeating a group of 7 or its rumored connections with the superior, are immensely captivating. Engaging in dialogue with it would surely yield excellent program results. It seems I need to delve into the stories behind Rayquaza in the coming days, especially regarding its connection with the superior. If true, it would undoubtedly astonish many viewers. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su-Yun's eyes. The most qualified to speak on this matter would be Groudon. After all, it was Groudon who initially revealed this to Su-Yun. I shall visit Groudon tomorrow and discuss this matter in detail, Su-Yun resolved internally. Then, he turned his attention to the final reward, the space-time teleportation card. It can transport me to any designated location? An idea suddenly flashed in Su-Yun's mind. System, if I wish to find the alpaca, can I use the space-time teleportation card to be transported to its side? He had been curious about the alpaca's origins ever since the program, but due to live broadcast restrictions, he could not explore further. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly did not want to miss it. Perhaps he could uncover the secrets of the creator god. The system responded, yes. Su-Yun's expression brightened. That is splendid. With this, I need not worry about where to find the alpaca. Suppressing his excitement, Su-Yun began to devise his next plan. First, to locate the alpaca and uncover the secrets behind it. Secondly, to consult Groudon and ascertain whether there is any truth to the connection between Rayquaza and the superior. Both tasks could be accomplished within a day. With 3 days until the next broadcast, even excluding tomorrow, he still had 2 days to prepare the dialogue content. There was ample time, more than sufficient. This is settled. Su-Yun decisively confirmed his plan for the next 3 days. Oh, and I must post a poll on the official website. Su-Yun suddenly recalled an important matter. He realized that incorporating a special guest into the program significantly enlivened the atmosphere of the live broadcast. Therefore, for the next episode, he intended to invite another special guest. The selection method would be straightforward, just like last time. Chapter 39, Formulating the Plan, Searching for the Alpaca. With a flurry of activity, Su-Yun successfully published the quiz topic. Who do you think the next dialogue partner of the program will be? A. Giratina. B. Alpaca. C. Yveltal. D. Rayquaza. Reminder, the first 50 users who correctly answer will have the opportunity to become the special guest in the next episode. Having completed all of this, Su-Yun reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow, there were tasks yet to be accomplished. Meanwhile, during this interval of rest, The nocturnal revelers emerged en masse. While you were asleep, they indulged in merriment. When you were studying, they continued their festivities. Even during your own celebrations, they persisted in their revelry. Upon the very first glance at the question, some netizens transformed into the illustrious Detective Conan, embarking on a deductive analysis. The cunning Eva declared, "The answer is A. Oh, pray tell, esteemed sir, what insights do you possess?" Hee, I am affectionately dubbed Little Conan. Allow me to elucidate for you. From the previous dialogues, it is evident that the host consistently converses with immensely powerful divine beasts or mythical creatures. Hence, we can first eliminate the alpaca. Next, examining the remaining 3 Pokémon, Giratina, as a subordinate of the creator deity, possesses the highest prestige, governing a particular realm alone. Therefore, the next dialogue partner must undoubtedly be it. This analysis was compelling and garnered much agreement from the online community. Yet, some voiced their skepticism. Is that so? I beg to differ. I believe Yveltal is far more likely to be the correct answer. You must understand, what is the essence of the program? As someone within the industry, I can assuredly inform you that it is the selling point. The more captivating the selling point, the more explosive the program's popularity. Thus, the criteria by which Su Yun selects his dialogue partner are not based on strength or prestige, but rather on whether the entity possesses a compelling selling point. As the god of death, Yveltal, who once plunged the world into silence, undoubtedly possesses an abundance of selling points. Furthermore, its rival, Xerneas, is also steeped in numerous classic tales. I conjecture that Su Yun is likely to use Yveltal as an entry point, bridging to Xerneas to narrate the next episode. This reasoning held merit and found favor with many. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, the Rule King made an appearance. Previously, it had successfully identified the correct answer through the 3 long, 1 short method, earning the support of many. Oh my, the master has finally arrived. Pray tell us, what should we choose this time? Some, unable to contain their impatience, posed the question. The Rule King smiled faintly, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a slow ring of smoke, exuding an air of a sagacious sage. 3 long, 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 short, 1 long, choose the longest. For the 2 extremes, select B. If they are uneven, then choose D. Upon hearing this, the online community erupted in excitement. Master, I have understood. Your implication is that the answer to this question is D. Brothers, the master has spoken. The answer is D. Brothers, the master claims he has D. Brothers, the master has a brother. Brothers, the master says his brother is Su Yun. Brothers, the master says his brother asserts the answer is D. The following dawn, Su Yun tidied up and prepared to use the time-space teleportation card to seek the alpaca. Just then, a sudden knocking resounded at the door. Who could possibly be bored enough to seek him out at this hour? Su Yun's first thought was of the station chief, Zhao Yuzhen. Surely, she isn't here to throw me a celebration banquet again? Su Yun chuckled wryly as he opened the door. Instantly, a blinding white light met his eyes. So large, so white, so soft, so fragrant. These were Su Yun's immediate impressions. Yet, he quickly sensed something was amiss. With such a formidable presence, the image of Kanna immediately surfaced in his mind. Raising his gaze, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed Kanna. Today, Kanna appeared somewhat different than usual. She wore a light-colored floral long dress, embodying a blend of innocence and charm. The upper portion of her dress was slightly loose, yet it failed to conceal her alluring figure. In fact, the looseness meant that when Kanna bent slightly, a considerable expanse of her fair skin was revealed. Just like now. Gulp. Su Yun swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure, and diverted his gaze, inquiring, "Did you come here for something?" Kanna, rarely playful, flashed a mischievous smile reminiscent of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. "Can't I come to see you without a reason?" Su Yun was taken aback, thinking, "Why would you come to see me without a reason?" Kanna's expression darkened, her chest heaving with indignation. She had encountered such a direct man previously, once. It was a boy named Ash, who wore a Pokemon hat. His level of directness rivaled that of the Eiffel Tower. To illustrate, if faced with a stunningly beautiful woman and a Pokemon, Ash would unhesitatingly choose the Pokemon. Don't ask why. The world of a straight man is one you shall never comprehend. Kanna took a deep breath, striving to maintain her refined demeanor, and smiled. "I heard there's a new movie out called The Goddess of Shenado. I thought we might go see it together." Su Yun swiftly declined. "Oh, I'm busy. I have matters to attend to. You should go by yourself." Kanna replied, Relax, relax. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good. Not good." With a smile still gracing her face, she asked, "What are you up to? Can I join you?" Su Yun appraised Kanna from head to toe. After all, she was a champion of the Kanto region, possessing considerable strength. Given her penchant for mischief, she would undoubtedly be a help in his quest to find the alpaca. After careful consideration, Su-Yun nodded. You may accompany me, but you must keep what we do a secret. Kanna earnestly promised. No problem. My reputation is as reliable as my figure. Then come in. Su-Yun invited her inside, instructing, don't ask questions or speak. Just follow my lead. Do you understand? Kanna, like a well-behaved neighbor girl, nodded vigorously. I understand. However, there was something peculiar about her tone that made her feel somewhat uneasy. Close your eyes. Su-Yun commanded Kanna. Simultaneously, he summoned the system. Kanna's face flushed, and her mind began to wander. Are we going to kiss? How embarrassing. Chapter 40. I once made a pact with the creator deity. As her imagination wandered, Su-Yun suddenly pulled Kanna into a tight embrace. The pressure caused her prominent features to shift. System, activate the time-space teleportation card, target location, beside the alpaca. Such an intimate gesture rendered Kanna's face crimson. Her heart racing wildly. Are we about to engage in something scandalous? Why do I feel so anticipatory? Just as Kanna readied herself for Su-Yun's entrance, she curiously found that nothing transpired. Was it too brief, too subtle to feel? Miss Kanna felt a twinge of disappointment as she indulged in her own fantasies. Su-Yun's voice suddenly rang in her ears. All right, open your eyes. So soon? Kanna was astonished by Su-Yun's speed. He was the fastest man she had ever encountered. As the lashes fluttered, golden sunlight streamed through the narrow crevice, illuminating their eyes. Kanna couldn't help but part her crimson lips slightly, utterly astonished by the scene before her. Are we on the prairie? Kanna found it hard to believe her eyes and glanced uncertainly at Su-Yun. Just a moment ago, they had been in a room, and now, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the vast grasslands. If this extraordinary event had not happened to her, she would have never accepted it as reality. Su-Yun nodded, seemingly confirming the situation. Kanna was momentarily taken aback. What does seemingly mean? Do you not know where this place is? Su-Yun shrugged her shoulders, expressing her uncertainty. A line of black threads appeared on Kanna's face in response. Then why are you here? Su-Yun smiled faintly and slowly revealed 3 words. To find the alpaca. Kanna was taken aback, enlightened by Su-Yun's statement. It dawned on her that the environment bore a striking familiarity, resembling the very place where she had once seen the alpacas in her visions. Wait, how did we arrive here? Kanna hurried after Su-Yun, her curiosity piqued. Su-Yun explained with utmost seriousness. Actually, I possess superpowers. As she spoke, she conjured an energy sphere in her palm. Kanna's mouth gaped in astonishment, her small crimson lips appearing capable of accommodating a sausage. You are a superpowered individual. Kanna found it hard to believe. She had encountered superpowered beings before, one of whom was Naz, the master of the superpower dojo in the Kanto region. A friend of hers. Yet, she had never imagined Su-Yun to be one of them. So, you just used teleportation to bring us here? Su-Yun turned back, a faint smile gracing her lips. Bingo. At that moment, a white figure suddenly bounded into view on the distant prairie. The figure leapt high, frolicking across the grasslands. Its skeletal adornments swaying rhythmically with its jumps, reminiscent of a fish gliding through the ocean. Look, we found it. Su-Yun exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the figure. Following her gesture, Kanna indeed spotted the alpaca. Let us hurry over. Su-Yun, brimming with impatience, dashed toward the alpaca. Kanna lifted her long skirt, trailing closely behind. The prairie wind tousled her hair and billowed her skirt. Alpaca! From afar, Su-Yun shouted loudly. The alpaca, recognizing the familiar voice, instinctively turned its head. Upon seeing Su-Yun, its once bright smile faded into a frown. Well, look who has come to find me instead of the other way around. Let us see how I can humiliate you. The memory of Su-Yun's previous beating ignited its fury. Now that Su-Yun had come, it was determined to regain its honor. Thump, thump, thump. The alpaca vigorously flailed its little hooves, charging towards Su-Yun. Just as it was about to reach her, it leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a 4-hoofed face stomp. Slap. Su-Yun swiftly swatted it down. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can get away with that? Although Su-Yun's wave power could only project a distance of 0.02 meters in close combat, its strength was still formidable. The alpaca could only resist general-type attacks and was vulnerable to fighting-type wave bullets, resulting in this dramatic scene. Of course, the alpaca's carelessness and Su-Yun's ambush also played a role. Regardless, Su-Yun's slap proved effective, leaving the alpaca dazed, squatting on the ground in a subdued manner. With a harmless smile, Su-Yun looked at the alpaca and asked, Are you touched that I traveled so far to find you? The alpaca shook its head repeatedly. I dare not be. Su-Yun, satisfied with its response, continued. Now, I have a few questions for you. Yuan-Ti refused to answer, will you? The alpaca's expression turned peculiar, its caution evident as it inquired, what do you wish to ask? Su Yun smiled slightly. What is your relationship with the creator god? The alpaca let out a sigh of relief, having expected Su Yun to inquire about the stone tablet. Oh, you mean the creator god? It's my little brother. Su Yun. Kana. Oh, this was her first encounter with someone boasting about having the creator god as a companion. Su Yun's expression darkened as she retorted, do you have any idea what the consequences will be if I tell the creator god what you just said? You wouldn't want the creator god to discover you speaking ill of it, would you? So you'd better be honest. The alpaca immediately deflated, offering an awkward smile. All right, actually, I am its little brother. Su Yun nodded, finding this statement somewhat acceptable. Do you know the creator god? The alpaca nodded, its head lifting slightly. A hint of pride appearing on its face. I once swore brotherhood with it. Upon hearing this, both Su Yun and Kana exchanged astonished glances, shock evident in their eyes. The alpaca had sworn brotherhood with the cosmic sovereign, the creator god? If this information were to spread, no one would likely believe it. Care to elaborate? Su Yun's demeanor softened considerably toward the alpaca. Better to believe it than to dismiss it outright. If the alpaca truly had sworn brotherhood with the creator god, angering it could lead to dire consequences. The alpaca flicked its forelock, its gaze growing distant as it fell into reminiscence. This tale begins when I was just a year old. That year, I was vibrant and charming. Wait, let us get to the point, Su Yun interjected, her tone darkening. All right, the alpaca replied sheepishly. I was playing and got separated from my group, wandering into a forest. Exhausted, I fell asleep amidst the trees, only to be jolted awake by a deafening sound from the sky. Terrified, I hid in the bushes to observe the situation. I saw a multicolored, injured fairy plummeting from the sky. However, after its wounds had healed, it departed without a word. Since that moment, I have never seen it again. At this point, a hint of sorrow graced the alpaca's visage. It was only later that I learned it was none other than Arceus, the legendary creator of the universe. I felt a profound sense of pride for having such a brother, in memory of my sibling and to satiate my own vanity. I took on the guise of the creator deity and wandered the world. The alpaca's revelation left Su Yun utterly astonished. The notion that the sovereign of the cosmos had also suffered grievous injuries was simply unfathomable. Who possessed the power to inflict such harm on the creator? And for what purpose? Where had the creator vanished to? All of this hung over his head like a dense fog, refusing to dissipate. Moreover, the alpaca was not as feeble as he had imagined. It was not merely a charlatan impersonating the creator, but rather a heartfelt tribute to its brother. This notion filled Su Yun with deep admiration. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in his heart. If the creator had departed without a word, from where had the alpaca acquired the stone tablets? Su Yun turned his gaze back to the alpaca, first expressing his respect and apologizing for his prior misjudgments. I apologize. I had assumed you were simply a vain creature posing as the creator, but it seems you are, in fact, a creature of deep loyalty. I truly admire that. Let us consider ourselves acquainted through conflict, and I hope you can let bygones be bygones. The alpaca's mouth twitched slightly, its thoughts filled with resentment. How easy it was for you to say, as if I had endured all those blows for nothing. However, recognizing Su Yun's ruthless demeanor, it begrudgingly conceded, forgiving him. Oh, yes. From now on, we shall be brothers. The alpaca responded with a smile. Su Yun extended his hand, shaking its hoof as a gesture of reconciliation. Then, with a serious tone, he inquired, since the creator departed without a word, where did you acquire those stone tablets? As far as I know, you possess a piece of the null stone within you, correct? And there is also the thunder stone, though it was unfortunately taken by Mew. The alpaca's heart sank. Its expression suddenly grave as it warily regarded Su Yun. What are you plotting? I warn you, my brother is the creator. Think carefully before you act. The alpaca had assumed Su Yun intended to seize its stone tablets, which heightened its anxiety. Su Yun shook his head, chuckling softly, signaling for it to relax. Rest assured, I am not here to steal your stone tablets. If that were my intention, I would have acted long ago. The alpaca pondered for a moment, realizing Su Yun might indeed be telling the truth. Seeing no deceit in Su Yun's demeanor, its vigilance gradually subsided. Actually, it was Mew who informed me about the stone tablets, and I merely wished to inquire where you acquired them, Su Yun continued. A stream of dark lines appeared on the alpaca's forehead. That wretched creature. One day, I shall seek vengeance. It swore angrily. Taking a deep breath, it continued, indeed. I possess a piece of the null stone within me. It has fused with my being, and you cannot extract it. As for how it came to be inside me, I am uncertain. However, I suspect it to be a gift from my brother. The thunderstone you mentioned was also left to me by him. When I awoke, I found it beside me, but for reasons unknown, it did not merge with my being like the nullstone did. Initially, I was unaware of its significance, believing it to be a simple gift from my brother, and wore it as an adornment. Only later did I come to understand its true value upon learning of my brother's identity. To harness the power of that stone, and to prevent it from falling into the hands of others, I intended to find a secluded place to absorb it. However, unexpectedly, Mew appeared out of nowhere, clearly aware of the stone's worth, and seized the thunderstone when I was unprepared. To make matters worse, it even gave me a beating. As the alpaca recounted this, its tone turned distinctly furious. Su-yun, feeling a mix of sympathy and disbelief, remarked, "I had no idea Mew could be so unscrupulous." "My condolences." He patted the alpaca's shoulder in consolation. The alpaca huffed in response, unappreciative of the gesture. "If you truly wish to comfort me, join me in reclaiming the thunderstone from that wretched creature." Su-yun shrugged helplessly, saying, "You may not be aware, but Mew has already gifted the thunderstone to someone else." The alpaca froze, a look of astonishment crossing its face. "To whom?" Su-yun replied, "To Zekrom." The alpaca furrowed its brow, inquiring, "Who is Zekrom?" Su-yun, suppressing his exasperation, explained, "A powerful Pokémon of electric and dragon types, whose strength rivals that of Mew." The alpaca fell into deep contemplation, falling silent. Observing the flicker of thoughts in its eyes, Su-yun was suddenly struck by a terrifying notion. "Wait, you aren't thinking of seeking out Zekrom, are you?" The alpaca shook its head, chuckling dismissively. "How could I? I am not foolish enough to seek death unnecessarily." Su-yun breathed a sigh of relief. That was for the best. Zekrom was not like the trickster Mew, while Mew was a rogue. It understood restraint and would not resort to lethal force. However, Zekrom was a different story. Its temperament was quite ferocious, and if displeased, it might very well devour a person whole. Hearing Su-yun's earnest warnings, the alpaca felt a tremor of unease. Initially, it had entertained the idea of seeking out Zekrom to retrieve the thunderstone, but now, after hearing Su-yun's words, it felt a sudden retreat from that thought. Su-yun remained silent, processing the information the alpaca had shared earlier. One thing was certain: the creator was undoubtedly in serious trouble. Even possessing the stone tablets had not safeguarded it from harm. Otherwise, it would not have entrusted such invaluable tablets to the alpaca. Yet, what kind of power could possibly overwhelm the creator and inflict such grievous injuries? Su-yun found himself perplexed. This matter was not something he could delve into at the moment. Knowing too much could lead to dangerous repercussions. Thus, he buried the secret deep within his heart and bid farewell to the alpaca. "Whenever you have the time, feel free to visit us. Whatever you wish to eat, just say the word. It's on me," Su-yun generously offered. The alpaca's eyes lit up at this. "You said it. So be sure not to go back on your word." "One of my dreams is to taste the delicacies of the world." Su-yun smiled faintly, patting his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, I keep my promises." Beside them, Kinna appeared rather exasperated, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Gritting her teeth, she remarked in a low voice, "You can swear all you want, but why are you patting my chest?" Su-yun chuckled, providing a reason that left her speechless. "Because yours is softer." Perched atop Articuno, Su-yun stood with his hands clasped behind him, eyes half closed as he savored the gentle breeze. Kinna gazed up at him, a flicker of disdain stirring within her heart. "In this desolate place, devoid of any witnesses, whom are you trying to impress?" Su-yun replied coolly, "Are you not human?" Kinna, though her words were somewhat crude, could not shake the impulse to strike him. "I find your demeanor quite unappealing. Your attempts to appear impressive are futile," Kinna declared, albeit with a hint of pride swelling within her. To her mind, a boy who tries to act cool in front of the opposite sex is likely doing so because he harbors feelings for her. This led her to believe that Su-yun's apparent aloofness might indeed mask an interest in her. The thought filled Kinna's heart with a sweetness akin to honey. However, Su-yun's subsequent remark shattered her delightful reverie. "You think too much. I am merely attuned to the rhythms of the universe." Kinna responded, "Though I fail to comprehend your words, they certainly convey an air of superiority." "Uft, mere boasting." Su-yun raised an eyebrow. "You do not believe me?" "I do not." "Then let me prove it. There is a cave beneath you." Kinna glanced down and gasped in astonishment. "Indeed? How did you know?" Below her, there was indeed a hidden cave, seamlessly integrated into the surrounding wilderness, almost imperceptible unless closely examined. Yet, how did Su-yun, with his eyes closed, possess such knowledge? Had he visited this place before? Just then, Su-yun furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing an anomaly within the cave, and suddenly said, "Stop, let us descend and investigate." Kinna, momentarily startled, then gently patted the neck of her frozen bird, signaling it to land. Upon reaching the ground, Su Yun effortlessly leaped down. He turned to Kinna, still perched on the bird's back, and asked, "Shall I catch you?" "I will not." "Very well." Kinna felt increasingly inclined to strike Su Yun. "Oh no. I twisted my ankle." She stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Yun cast her a sidelong glance and coolly remarked, "Crawl to me." Kinna retorted, "You are rather heavy. Perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds." As Su Yun carried Kinna on his back, he couldn't help but mentally scoff, yet Kinna was not offended. Instead, she felt a thrill of joy. "What do you know? My form is perfectly proportioned. Do you not find my physique appealing?" Su Yun, sensing the two round forms pressing against his back, nodded in reluctant agreement. "It is indeed quite commendable." Upon entering the cave, Su Yun distinctly perceived an unusual energy within. In the cavern, two waves of aura, one strong and one weak, echoed the sensations he'd sensed before. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from ahead. Su Yun instantly heightened his vigilance, instinctively reaching for his pokeball. However, upon catching sight of two figures, one large and one small, he froze in astonishment. Two royal serpents. According to the information from the system, they appeared to be mother and daughter. The larger one exuded an air of elegance and nobility, reminiscent of a queen, while the smaller one possessed a quirky charm akin to a princess. How could two royal serpents emit such potent aura? Su Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. He could sense an immense wave of energy from the two, particularly from the smaller one, whose aura seemed remarkably rich, far from what one would expect from a newborn. Su Yun squinted, scrutinizing the small royal serpent. His instincts warned him that this creature was far from ordinary. Suddenly, he noticed a protruding bulge on the serpent's abdomen. Does this creature have legs? He thought, startled. It was his first encounter with a legged royal serpent. Suppressing his curiosity, he looked upwards. At the neck of the small royal serpent, he spotted another distinctive feature, four small bulges arranged in a symmetrical X pattern. At this moment, a powerful figure flashed through his mind. The sky's sovereign, Rayquaza. A bold thought also took shape in his mind. Could this creature be a descendant of Rayquaza? And the one beside it would be Rayquaza's mate? This would mean that what Groudon spoke of was indeed truth, and not mere fantasy. Su Yun was momentarily dumbfounded, taken aback by his own speculation. These two royal serpents are quite peculiar, do you not agree? Especially the smaller one, which resembles more of a dragon than a serpent. Kinna whispered, having also noted the oddity. Su Yun nodded subtly, gently pinching her arm as a signal for her to remain still. He then turned towards the larger royal serpent, hoping to utilize his aura to communicate. Chapter 43. Love knows no bounds. Mountains and oceans cannot divide. There's no need for such complexity. I am capable of human speech. Suddenly, the larger royal serpent spoke, startling Su Yun. He froze, astonished. The only other Pokemon he had encountered that could speak was Meowth from Team Rocket. Now, he had met a second royal serpent. I have heard of you. Your name is Su Yun? The larger royal serpent continued, her voice possessing a captivating allure, noble yet enchanting, cold yet tender, evoking a sense of divinity and untouchable grace. Were she to transform into a human woman, she would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, perhaps even outshining Kinna. Of course, this was merely a judgment based on her voice. You know me? Su Yun was taken aback. Was his reputation so widespread that even a royal serpent dwelling deep within the mountains was aware of him? A sense of pride swelled within him. The larger royal serpent nodded, stating, Ray mentioned you to me. He said you are no ordinary person. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. In a sense, Rayquaza indeed bore the surname Ray. Could it be that the Ray referred to by the larger royal serpent was the very Rayquaza he knew? The larger royal serpent, perceptive to his thoughts, remarked, You are not mistaken, Ray refers to Rayquaza. Though he had suspected this, Su Yun could not help but feel a surge of surprise. And you and Rayquaza are? The larger royal serpent nodded. We are mates, and this is our child. Enlightenment dawned upon Su Yun. No wonder the offspring bore such resemblance to a dragon. Kinna, too, grasped the unfolding narrative, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a long moment, she finally managed to close her mouth and asked, But wait. If you are Rayquaza's mate, why reside in this cave? Su Yun shot Kinna a glance, thinking, You dense woman, how could you not perceive this? Rayquaza and the royal serpents are clearly of different lineages, and thus cannot coexist. Even if Rayquaza wished to bring them back to his kin, the other Rayquazas would likely oppose it. Regrettably, after uttering these words, Su Yun felt a pang of remorse. Such words ought not to be uttered in the presence of the great monarch serpent. Su Yun cast an apologetic glance at the great monarch serpent, saying, I beg your pardon. I tend to speak my mind without reservation. Please do not take offense. The great monarch serpent shook its head, a gesture of understanding. It is of no consequence. I was already aware of the matter you speak of. A hint of melancholy shadowed the great monarch serpent's visage. Though Lai Ge hesitates to discuss this with me, fearing it may cause me distress, I am not oblivious to the truth. I am acutely aware that Lai Ge tirelessly labors for the sake of both our lives, yet I cannot bear to witness his suffering. Do you know? Once, when he visited me, he was covered in wounds, his life force waning. It filled me with dread. I suspect it was the doing of others within his clan. Yet Lai Ge adamantly forbids me from intervening. Now, as he embarks on this perilous journey once more, I live in fear of what may befall him. Tears streamed down the great monarch serpent's cheeks, glistening like dewdrops upon verdant leaves. The young monarch serpent, seeing her mother weep, chirped incessantly, attempting to console her. Unaware of the immense pressure her mother faced, Kuna, too, was moved by this poignant scene, tugging at Su Yun's sleeve and softly remarking, "Their plight is truly heart-wrenching. How could the Lycong clan treat them so?" Su Yun chuckled lightly. Divine beings possess their own nobility. The strong clans never permit the weak to join their ranks. My dear Kana, surely you comprehend this simple truth? Kana sighed. I understand, yet it vexes me greatly. Why not lend them a hand? Su Yun shook her head. Assist? How could we? Are you capable of besting them in combat, or persuading them with mere words? Kana fell silent. For although she was a celestial king, she knew she could not stand against the Lycong clan. Not even a regional champion could offer any aid. Bowing her head, she pondered her next course of action. At that moment, the great monarch serpent turned to Su Yun, her voice trembling slightly. I wish to ask you for a favor, if I may. Su Yun anticipated her request, and replied with regret, I am afraid I cannot assist you in this matter. I am but an ordinary human, unqualified to confront the Lycong clan. A wave of frustration washed over her, for this meant that during her next interview with the Lycong clan, the matter of the monarch serpent must remain unspoken. Otherwise, the repercussions would extend beyond the monarch serpent herself. The great monarch serpent's complexion paled, her body quivering slightly. After regaining her composure, she continued, I understand. However, I still hope that if Lai Ge finds himself in danger, you might come to his aid. I know you are acquainted with many powerful divine beings. Perhaps they could lend a hand. Regardless of your willingness, I thank you on behalf of Lai Ge. As she spoke, the great monarch serpent prepared to bow in gratitude. The young monarch serpent, sensing her mother's plight, imitated her by bowing to Su Yun as well. Su Yun's expression shifted as she quickly interjected, there is no need for such gestures. You mentioned that I know many divine beings. This has sparked an idea. Perhaps I can assist you in navigating the crisis you currently face. If all goes well, it may even lead to your acceptance by the Lycong clan. The great monarch serpent was momentarily taken aback, tears of clarity streaming from her eyes. Is that truly possible? To resolve the current crisis and save Lycong? I would be immensely grateful. As for gaining the clan's recognition, I dare not hope for such a blessing. Su Yun nodded. Let us simply say it is worth a try. I have a notion, but whether it will bear fruit remains uncertain. The great monarch serpent was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you ever so much. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to ask. As long as there is breath in me, I shall not relinquish hope. Even if but a fraction of hope remains, I will persevere. Su Yun smiled gently. Once I have formulated a concrete plan, I shall return to discuss it with you. Very well. The great monarch serpent nodded emphatically, her demeanor lightened by Su Yun's words. After bidding farewell to the monarch serpent and her offspring, Su Yun and Ku Na departed the cave. Su Yun, you were truly magnificent just now. I thought you had no intention of aiding them. Yet your compassion shines through, Ku Na remarked, her eyes sparkling like a starry night, gazing at Su Yun with admiration. Su Yun smirked, playfully pinching Ku Na's cheek. Is this what has captivated you? Do be careful not to fall in love with me. Why ever not? Because I am but a legend. As Su Yun's charismatic and unique silhouette faded from view, Ku Na found herself recalling a classic line from a beloved film. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Chapter 44. Air? Divine Beast Male. Upon returning home, Su Yun had scarcely reclined on her bed when the system's notification chimed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the special task of becoming the beloved of the Lycong, receiving the reward of the rainbow-patterned meteorite. Rainbow-patterned meteorite, infused with potent cosmic energy. It reacts with the Lycong's royal organ, forcibly enabling the Lycong to undergo super-evolution. Su Yun was taken aback. Is the system truly this benevolent? I merely displayed a modicum of kindness, and yet, this reward is quite overwhelming. System, would you prefer to decline it? Not a chance. In no time, Su Yun extracted the rainbow-patterned meteorite. This is a miraculous artifact capable of forcing the Lycong to evolve. How could I possibly refuse? With this artifact, the Lycong should be able to achieve super evolution. Such an outcome would significantly enhance its power, granting my plans a greater likelihood of success. Su Yun mused as she gazed at the rainbow-patterned meteorite. Generally, a Lycong could only undergo super evolution upon mastering the skill of finishing touch and reaching a certain level of strength. However, some Lycongs, despite lacking the requisite power for super evolution, had already grasped the skill. In such cases, the rainbow-patterned meteorite could passively stimulate their royal organ, compelling them to achieve super evolution. Su Yun surmised that the Lycong she had previously encountered likely lacked the capacity for super evolution. Otherwise, the current predicament would not have arisen. Still, whether it had mastered the finishing touch skill remained unknown. She resolved to confirm this when she next sought out the monarch serpent. Stowing the rainbow-patterned meteorite away, Su Yun logged onto the official website of the Alliance TV. She wondered which delightful guest would grace the show this time. Upon entering the backend, the top 50 users who answered the questions correctly had been filtered out. As before, Su Yun clicked to watch the recording and began randomly selecting a fortunate viewer. 3 seconds later, a username appeared before her. What a peculiar name, Su Yun mused, furrowing her brow. Typically, individuals with such names fell into one of two categories. Either they were aloof powerhouses or simply overzealous fools. Su Yun harbored no interest in speculating about the nature of the other party and promptly uploaded the video online. Instantly, it sparked fervent discussions among netizens. That elementary school detective, Conan, is truly lacking, unable to deduce even this. As I anticipated, I had already surmised the answer was D. Rule King is remarkable. Having guessed correctly twice in succession, I shall henceforth regard him as the strongest. Rule King, I humbly submit my knee to you. From now on, I shall follow in your footsteps. At that moment, Rule King also took to the stage to address the crowd. Ahem, dear friends, I am deeply grateful for your affection. However, I have grown weary and am contemplating retirement. It is a pity that my skills will not be passed down. After much deliberation, I have decided to publicly recruit disciples across the internet. For the mere sum of 9,999 Alliance coins, you can become my closed-door disciple. Those wishing to enroll, please click on my avatar. Instantly, the comment section erupted into chaos, filled with users eager to register under Rule King. Among them, a user with the ID MyPie posted a comment that became a torrent in the comment section. By the way, is no one curious about who this fellow named Kong is? Within a second, netizens began to respond below. Indeed, that name possesses quite the imposing ring to it. Doesn't he? Kong, come forth and reveal yourself. If not, at least introduce yourself so that we may all get acquainted. Hee. Could it be that you are a shy beauty, too bashful to show your face? Oh, splendid. This is precisely the sort of thing I adore. Meanwhile, in a wooden cabin elsewhere, a slender man gazed at his phone, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Is it my turn this time? He chuckled softly. How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. Rayquaza, if it proves satisfactory, I might just consider capturing it. With a smile still playing on his lips, he turned to the Latios beside him and said, Latios, you shall participate in the program on my behalf. I must see it in person. Understood, Master, Latios replied, transforming into the figure of a small boy, bowing respectfully. Then, the man directed his gaze toward the Darkrai on the other side and said, Fetch me a cup of coffee. It is time for me to commence my work. Meanwhile, lying on his bed, Su Yun dialed Conan's number. Prior to their departure, they had exchanged contact information, initiated by Conan herself. Considering his need for guidance in utilizing his supernatural abilities, Su Yun first thought of the master of the Psychic Ability Dojo in the Kanto region, Natsu. However, he realized he was not acquainted with Natsu. After pondering, he concluded that Conan was the most likely candidate to know her, thus he made the call. Soon, Conan's somewhat smug voice came through the line. Oh, have you missed me after just a few hours apart? Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a playful slap to her cheek and shout, I miss you, you big-headed ghost. Alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. On a serious note, I need to discuss something with you. Conan, with a smile gracing her lips, felt her heart soar. What is it? She inquired, mistakenly believing that Su Yun had come to his senses and wished to deepen their connection. The extent of that deepening would depend entirely on Su Yun's performance. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Su Yun's next statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her, extinguishing the flames of excitement within her. Do you know Natsu? I wish to befriend her. Conan's expression instantly darkened, her hand trembling around her phone. Scumbag. With that, she hurled her phone to the ground, furiously exclaiming, Having a stunning beauty like me isn't enough for you. You want to pursue my best friend as well? Conan could not bear it. Meanwhile, Su Yun was utterly bewildered. What's the matter? I merely wish to make a friend. Why are you so furious? Indeed. It seems that women with ample bosoms are particularly prone to anger. Su Yun silently noted this in his little notebook. However, considering that apart from Conan, he had no other connections with the experts in the Kanto region, Dodo Bird was busy with the Kanto Alliance, a being one rarely sees. He had no opportunity to approach him. After much contemplation, Su Yun decided to muster his courage and call Conan again. You foul woman, if you dare hang up on me again, I shall treat you to a 7 wolves set next time. He had mastered the art of intimidation. Chapter 45. I offer you an opportunity. I hope you do not take it for granted. Woman, I grant you the chance to hear my explanation. I wish to know Natsu, so she can teach me how to wield my supernatural abilities. I understand you might know her, and I hope you can assist me. Remember, among 1,4 billion people, I have only given you this chance. I hope you do not fail to recognize it and narrow your own path. Su Yun's bold proclamation left Conan momentarily speechless. What a man, was her immediate impression. Then, she gleaned crucial information from his words. Su Yun did not intend to pursue her friend. He merely sought her assistance. It turned out, she had misjudged him. Conan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, recalling her status as a top-tier figure, she resolved never to admit her mistake. Clearing her throat, she mimicked Su Yun's earlier tone, saying, Man, I now grant you an opportunity to forgive me. Let us forget what just transpired and consider it as if nothing happened. Remember, among 1,4 billion people, I have only given you this chance. I hope you do not fail to recognize it and narrow your own path. Su Yun was taken aback, unable to suppress his laughter. Those with ample bosoms tend to be rather proud. He silently noted this in his little notebook. Very well, Sister Conan, Su Yun teased. Conan retorted in kind. Thank you, Brother Su Yun. She added a quiver in her voice and a hint of breathiness. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly, and he said seriously, When can you help me contact her? After a moment's thought, Conan replied, Tomorrow is Saturday. The dojo will be closed. How about you go there tomorrow? I will inform her shortly. All right, Su Yun responded. Given his capacity for learning, a day's time would suffice. After hanging up, Su Yun took the afternoon to rest. By 6 o'clock that evening, he visited the lava volcano. Taking out a crimson jewel, he awakened Groudon, who had been slumbering within the magma. Roar! Groudon emerged, spewing lava, gradually appearing beside Su Yun. It's you, what do you seek? Groudon recognized Su Yun and inquired with confusion. Su Yun presented his phone, opened a video, and tossed it to him. Here, take a look. Previously, he had promised Groudon to expose the embarrassing moments of Mew. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. However, Groudon seemed a bit dim-witted, having forgotten about this matter. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid, exceedingly splendid. Upon witnessing the contents of the video, Groudon erupted in laughter, causing fiery magma to spew forth from its mouth, turning the surrounding earth into charred blackness. Calm down, or you might inadvertently injure me. And that would be quite the predicament, Su Yun remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. It was then that Groudon realized his faux pas and, with an awkward smile, said, Apologies, my friend, I got a bit too excited. But I must say, your performance was truly exceptional. Did you see that pitiful creature's frustrated expression? It was absolutely exhilarating. And your strikes against it were simply delightful. Brother, I may not be well educated, but I do recognize one thing. You are someone worth befriending, and I wholeheartedly acknowledge you. Let us not beat around the bush. From now on, we are brothers. You can call me Big Brother from now on. Groudon's seriousness suggested that refusal would not be taken lightly, as he brandished his sword ominously. Su Yun's expression darkened considerably. After exerting so much effort to arrive here, he found himself unwittingly acknowledging a big brother without any tangible benefits. Who could tolerate such a situation? Naturally, Su Yun was unwilling, unless Groudon agreed to be his subordinate. Rather than respond, he deftly shifted the topic. Old Groudon, I came to ask for your assistance. Groudon, not one to be easily fooled, interrupted, call me Big Brother. Su Yun smiled slightly. All right, Old Groudon. Groudon corrected him. It's Big Brother, not Old Groudon. Su Yun replied. I understand, Old Groudon. Groudon, exasperated, conceded, Fine, call me whatever you want, as long as it's not about my inability to fly. Now, what do you need help with? Su Yun began. I have another event in a few days, and the guest will be your cousin, Rayquaza. Some members of Rayquaza's clan might come looking for trouble, and I would like you to be there for support. Groudon's eyes ignited with fervor. Can I fight? I've been itching to take down those guys who float around aimlessly in the sky. Su Yun responded, What's the matter? Do you take issue with those who can fly? Not necessarily, Su-Yun admitted, but I can't rule it out. Groudon's enthusiasm waned at this. Then I won't go. Just watching without engaging would be pointless. Su-Yun's eyes twitched at Groudon's fervent desire to fight. It would be wise to avoid any confrontation. After all, he might not stand a chance against them. Groudon was not pleased. What are you implying? Do you look down on me? I may not fly, but I am the ruler of the earth. Taking down a caterpie is childish play. Su-Yun could only sigh. Moreover, you still have that crimson orb, right? If things go south, let me revert to my primal form. I assure you, I will handle those caterpies with ease. A pang of caution shot through Su-Yun as he tucked the crimson orb away. That's mine. Groudon scoffed. We are brothers. Why divide what's yours and mine? Su-Yun felt a wave of irritation. How had he not realized how shameless Groudon could be? You're delusional. Groudon retorted, stingy. I am your brother. Su-Yun shot back, just a formality. Groudon fell silent. Eventually, they both made concessions. I promise, if things spiral out of control, I will use the crimson orb and allow you to revert to your primal form, Su-Yun assured. Groudon was satisfied. That is more like it. By the way, where did you acquire that crimson orb? I scoured the entire continent and found nothing. Su-Yun raised a finger skyward. Groudon's expression darkened. Are you insinuating that I can't fly? Su-Yun quickly shook his head. Of course not. We are brothers. Groudon remained skeptical. You just called us just a formality. Su-Yun earnestly explained. Blood is thicker than water, my brother. Groudon scoffed. A man's words are deceitful. After bidding farewell to Groudon, Su-Yun arrived at the forbidden area of the world tree's origin. Fireflies danced, illuminating the early autumn starlight in the September night sky. Mew and Ho-Oh's offspring were leisurely drifting through the sea of stars, reveling in their companionship. The scene inspired Su-Yun to compose a poem. Two mischievous ones. Soaring through the galaxy. Fly, oh fly. Hello, mischievous one. Long time no see. Su-Yun approached Mew with a smile. Mew pouted, evidently displeased with the moniker. What do you want? Mew asked curtly, not particularly welcoming Su-Yun. Su-Yun chuckled, getting straight to the point. I need your help. Mew paused, circling Su-Yun. Before a smirk appeared, perhaps realizing the current disparity in their standings. With a casual pose and a nonchalant tone, Mew asked, what is it? Su-Yun's mouth twitched at Mew's newfound airs. However, as the adage goes, under the eaves, one must bow their head. He had a request, so he refrained from complaining. After a moment of patience, Su-Yun said, in a few days, there will be a great battle, and I need you to help bolster our numbers. If possible, I also need you to engage in the fight. Upon hearing the prospect of combat, Mew perked up. Though not fond of direct confrontation, Mew relished the idea of a surprise attack, especially against formidable foes. Excitement gleamed in Mew's eyes as it eagerly inquired, who is the adversary? Su-Yun replied, the Rayquaza clan. Mew raised an eyebrow, frowning. Are you suggesting there may be more than one Rayquaza? Su-Yun nodded, clarifying that only time would reveal the full extent of the situation. Mew, not hastily agreeing, weighed the pros and cons before asking, what's in it for me? Su-Yun chuckled, you wouldn't want me to interview you again, would you? Mew immediately extended a hand to Su-Yun. Pleasure working with you. Sometimes, a gentle nudge proves more effective than coercion. By the way, do you know any other legendary or mythical beasts? If possible, I would like you to find another ally. Su-Yun suggested. Feeling somewhat underwhelmed by his current support, Mew spun around, twirling and twisting before turning to Su-Yun with a serious demeanor. For legendary beasts, I can bring Kyogre and Ho-Oh. As for mythical beasts, they are all too weak and would likely be fodder, so it's unnecessary to involve them. Su-Yun retorted. Aren't you a mythical beast yourself? Mew waved dismissively, pride radiating from its demeanor as if it were above associating with lesser mythical creatures. We are not the same. What makes you different? Su-Yun inquired. I am the most exceptional of them all. Mew stated with an air of superiority. Su-Yun realized he had underestimated Mew's audacity. All right, that settles it. I will notify you in advance. Su-Yun gave a brief admonition to Dream before departing from the location. With the formidable combination of the Phoenix King and Gyoka, he no longer harbored hopes of Dream summoning additional legendary or mythical Pokémon. After leaving the forbidden realm of the world's origin tree, Su-Yun made his way to New Island, the residence of Mewtwo. Having previously aided Mewtwo in reclaiming the Super Stone, he felt he had rendered a significant service. Thus, he anticipated that Mewtwo would be amenable to his request this time. At New Island, Mewtwo was seated in meditative posture, engaged in a game of chess with Shinado. Observing this scene, Su-Yun could not help but marvel. How extraordinary it was that one had to hover in midair to play chess, seemingly disregarding Groudon entirely. Shinado, with her ethereal grace and celestial beauty, appeared almost otherworldly. A fairy who could only be admired from afar. Ah, What a delightful indulgence it was to play chess with such a stunning Shinado, Su Yun mused internally. He bore no jealousy, he merely stated the facts. Ah, Mutuo, Su Yun approached, prepared to speak, but was silenced by Mutuo's gesture, which unmistakably conveyed. Wait until I finish this game. Reluctantly, Su Yun took a seat nearby, passing the time by observing the match. The game, a timeless classic of Go, unfolded in a dance of black and white, representing the duality of yin and yang. Su Yun, once a youth devoted to Go, recalled his fondness for the opening move at the star point, aptly named the great harmony of heaven and earth. Victory or defeat mattered little. What truly counted was the elegance of the play. After a cursory glance at the board, he nodded sagely. It eluded his comprehension. The skills exhibited by the two were far beyond his ability to grasp. Finding it all rather perplexing, he stepped aside to wait. At that moment, he spotted a Cerulean and, unable to resist, approached to embrace it. As a trainer, it is perfectly reasonable for me to have an affection for such a small and charming Cerulean, I assent it. The little creature had two adorable tufts atop its head, rosy and enticing in appearance. Su Yun's hands itched with the desire to stroke it, and as he gently caressed its head, his eyes instinctively narrowed in delight. The sensation was truly delightful. Cerulean trembled at the touch, a surge of energy coursing through its body. Kiru. It radiated a soft pink glow, and in a moment of unintentional exuberance, unleashed a powerful psychic force. With a sudden crash, Su Yun found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. He had been bested by a mere Cerulean. How utterly embarrassing. Indeed, none of the Pokémon dwelling alongside Mutuo were to be underestimated. Feeling a sense of mortification, Su Yun wished to regain his dignity, but alas, he was no match for Cerulean's control over its abilities. Cerulean, sensing its own overzealousness, cast a remorseful glance at Su Yun and helped him to his feet. Just then, Mutuo approached, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. I considered you a brother, and yet you are attempting to woo my cousin? Noting Mutuo's displeasure, Su Yun hastily clarified, dispelling any misunderstanding between them. So what brings you here today? Mutuo inquired, ushering Su Yun to a quiet corner and pouring him a cup of tea. Su Yun, unreserved and direct, delved into the matter at hand. I seek your assistance. In 2 days, I will commence the 3rd episode of the Dialogue All-Stars program, and I anticipate that the Rayquaza clan may come to stir trouble. I would like to request your presence to lend support, and if necessary, to engage in battle. Mutuo's expression remained impassive as he replied, Give me a reason to assist you. I helped you reclaim the Super Stone, Su Yun retorted. Deal. Both shared a smile, an unspoken agreement reached. Upon returning home, the night had deepened. As Su Yun entered, he was surprised to find 2 individuals already seated inside. One was elegantly poised, while the other sported sleek black stockings. Kona and Naz. When did you 2 arrive? Su Yun inquired, bewildered. Naz, typically reticent and enigmatic, remained silent as Kona answered on her behalf. 2 hours ago. After I shared your situation with Naz, she instantly teleported here, asserting that it was unnecessary to go through such trouble and that she could come directly to your house. So, I escorted her here. Taken aback, Su Yun glanced at Naz. Are all psychics this formidable? Perhaps I should elevate my own status. He considered this essential. After all, one's charm is a lifelong pursuit. How did you gain entry? Su Yun questioned, recalling that he had secured the door before leaving. His home boasted state-of-the-art security, the kind that even Lubon could not breach without a key. Kona flashed a mischievous smile. Naz made it easy. She merely tapped her finger on the door, and it opened. Su Yun was taken aback, feeling a sense of offense. Yet, this also attested to Naz's remarkable abilities. With such a skilled mentor, he was confident in his swift advancement. Shall we commence tomorrow? Su Yun ventured, noting the late hour and his own fatigue. Kona looked to Naz for approval. When Naz nodded, she replied, All right, then we shall begin tomorrow. Also, you must arrange accommodations for us. It would be quite improper for 2 lovely ladies to sleep on the couch. Su Yun chuckled heartily. That certainly cannot be the case. He led the 2 upstairs, preparing a room for them, and then descended in search of sustenance. Having gone an entire afternoon without a meal, he was on the brink of starvation. Hearing the grumbling of his stomach, Kona stifled a laugh and playfully remarked, You can relax. Today, you shall experience the culinary skills of this esteemed beauty. Su Yun was astonished. You can cook? Kona proudly raised her chin, her chest puffing out. Of course, I am an honorary chef of the Alliance. Intrigued, Su Yun eagerly anticipated the meal. With a top-tier chef preparing his food, he felt utterly at ease. Just wait, Kona declared, strutting into the kitchen like a proud swan. In the living room, Su Yun and Naz exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Undeniably, Naz exuded a powerful aura. Merely sitting beside her felt suffocating. To ease the tension, Su Yun casually initiated a conversation. Your black stockings are quite lovely, Naz. The moment the words left his lips, Su Yun regretted them. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he had inadvertently voiced his true thoughts. With a sudden force, he found himself flattened against the ground, an invisible, formidable pressure rendering him unable to rise. Su Yun was on the verge of tears. How had he become so unfortunate, unwittingly revealing his heartfelt sentiments? His image as a gentleman was utterly shattered, and he feared being misconstrued as a pervert. Despondency enveloped him. At that moment, Kinna emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. Upon seeing Su Yun sprawled on the ground, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "What are you doing?" Su Yun yearned to respond, yet the opportunity eluded him. It was then that Naz interjected, explaining, "I'm helping him practice his superpowers." A hint of concern flickered across Kinna's face. "Didn't we agree to practice tomorrow? Look at him. He is exhausted. He needs to rest today. If you continue to be so harsh on him, I might just get angry." Kinna pouted, helping Su Yun up from the floor. Su Yun took a deep breath, realizing that he couldn't blame Naz for this, and said, "It's all right. I can't fault her. It's my own eagerness to try things out." Naz looked at Su Yun in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to defend her. Kinna feigned anger, retorting, "How can you say that? You're wearing yourself out, and see if anyone will take care of you." Su Yun chuckled, dismissing the matter. "Let us eat, let us eat." Kinna exclaimed, "You had your chance to impress, and you still failed. Bah, a typical guy, a glutton, destined to remain single for life. From now on, I will be single and remain indifferent to you." Su Yun responded, "Ah, right. Your ample bosom gives you authority." The meal was delightful, or at least, that is how Su Yun felt. To be frank, Kinna's culinary skills were quite impressive, rivaling those of top chefs in fine dining establishments. "Is there a possibility you could cook for me every day in the future?" After finishing the meal, Su Yun looked at Kinna earnestly. Kinna's face flushed with embarrassment, the previous vows forgotten. "Ugh, do you want me to be your—" Before she could finish, Su Yun nodded. "Exactly, I want you to be my personal chef, Kinna." Seeing Kinna stunned, Su Yun assumed she was dissatisfied with the pay and generously added, "Don't worry, I promise the salary will be satisfactory. I'm going to bed now." Kinna, fuming, left in a huff, much to Su Yun's astonishment. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Yun looked bewildered at Naz, who, without a word, vanished in a flash. Su Yun. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Yun began practicing his superpowers, starting with teleportation. Naz was earnest in her teachings, and Su Yun picked it up quickly. Initially, he could only teleport a meter or two, but after half an hour, he managed to teleport 10 meters away. He then learned various techniques such as X-ray vision, invisibility, attack, and defense. By afternoon, he had mastered most of these skills. "You have quite the aptitude," Naz remarked, rarely offering praise. Su Yun chuckled, scratching his head, feeling a bit proud. "How do I compare to you?" Naz pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "Perhaps just 1,000th of my ability." "Su Yun, are you being deliberate?" Kinna, carefree, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you were so arrogant, and now you've been humbled." Not one to let it slide, Su Yun teleported behind her, raised his right hand, and gave her a sharp smack on the backside. Smack. The sound was crisp and resonant, leaving a delightful sting. Kinna paused for a moment. Then fury surged within her, her cheeks flushed like the fiery clouds of sunset. "Ah, Su Yun, you big jerk, how dare you slap my butt?" Kinna shrieked, charging at Su Yun with outstretched claws. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, the three of them shared a farewell meal, and Su Yun bid farewell to the other two. Everything was set. He was ready to seek out the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, once more. With this thought in mind, Su Yun returned to the cave where he had first encountered the mother and daughter duo. Upon his arrival, the great Rayquaza displayed a mix of joy and apprehension. "How did it go?" Su Yun smiled slightly, reassuring her, "Rest assured, it was quite successful. However, the crucial part still requires your assistance." The great Rayquaza breathed a sigh of relief, a charming smile gracing her features. "You say, as long as I can manage it, I will certainly assist you." Su Yun replied nonchalantly, "Well, this task is rather simple. I just need you to bring little Rayquaza to the scene when the time comes." Su Yun proceeded to outline his plan to the great Rayquaza. A deep concern marred her expression as she hesitated. "Is this truly feasible?" Su Yun assured her. "As long as you cooperate, it will be foolproof. The worst-case scenario is that you may not gain the approval of the Rayquaza clan. But Rayquaza will certainly be safe afterward. Not only for him, but your future together will also be secured." With Su Yun's words as a guarantee, the great Rayquaza finally felt at ease. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Su Yun nodded, Then it's settled. I will contact you in advance. Yes. The great Rayquaza nodded emphatically, embracing a resolute spirit. After finalizing this last matter, Su Yun returned home. He opened his computer and connected with a netizen named Kong, informing him of certain points to note regarding the special guest. Once he confirmed that there were no questions, Su Yun ended the conversation. Strangely, he felt that the voice he had just heard was oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Listening to the busy signal on the line, Su Yun recalled Kong's voice and couldn't help but murmur. Unfortunately, after pondering for quite some time, he couldn't grasp any clue. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. I should consider the dialogue for the day after tomorrow. Besides the matters concerning Rayquaza and the great Rayquaza, Su Yun needed to find additional topics. After all, relying solely on this one subject was far from sufficient to sustain the entire program. In his search, Su Yun frequently encountered discussions about the epic battle of the 7 gods against Rayquaza. Yet, this alone would not suffice. Moreover, Su Yun suspected that this battle was not conducted by the Rayquaza he was to interview, as the colors did not match. The battle of the 7 gods involved a black Rayquaza, the shiny Rayquaza, while he was familiar with a regular Rayquaza, clearly indicating they were different beings. Thus, while this topic could be used for dialogue, it likely wouldn't yield explosive results. Su Yun needed to seek out additional controversial topics to fill the gaps. 2 days later, Su Yun faced his third live broadcast. He rose, dressed, and freshened up, ready to face the day with vigor. System, take me there. Teleportation in progress. Please wait. 3 seconds later, Su Yun found himself atop a high platform, surrounded by billowing white clouds, resembling a paradise on Earth. The Sky Pillar ruins. At that moment, a divine dragon, approximately 10 meters long and entirely green, was coiled there, resting. It seemed weary, as if it had endured a fierce battle the previous night. Su Yun approached quietly, intending to awaken it. Ah, brother Rayquaza, I trust you have been well. Su Yun's smile radiated like the brilliant sun, warm and vibrant. Rayquaza lazily lifted its eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Su Yun, exhaling 2 puffs of white vapor from its nostrils, and replied nonchalantly. How did you know I was here? Su Yun replied with a faint smile, countering, who among the populace is unaware of your presence here? It is common knowledge that a Rayquaza resides atop the Sky Pillar. Rayquaza's dragon-like tendrils twitched slightly, emitting a scoff. Only those unworthy of flight would be ignorant of my location. Groudon interjected, keep talking like that. Su Yun cleared his throat, deftly shifting the topic. For he was keen to avoid any further entanglement regarding the matter of flight, especially since a meeting was to take place shortly. It would be rather awkward if things became too tense. Su Yun stated plainly, I have come to invite you as my guest. He continued, you may have heard. Our program has garnered quite the acclaim among the legendary Pokémon. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with our previous guests, Mew and Mr. Groudon. Rayquaza understood, realizing that Su Yun intended to feature him as a guest in the 3rd episode, having participated as a cameo in the previous installments. Rayquaza was acutely aware of the program's whimsical nature. Thus, it felt a pang of resistance, reluctant to partake. Am I allowed to decline? Su Yun shook his head. Rayquaza remained sprawled in its position. Then why continue this dialogue? Su Yun smiled gently, unperturbed. There is no need for discontent, I assure you. Participating in this episode will yield only benefits for you, and no detriments. Rayquaza regarded Su Yun with skepticism. Are you certain? Su Yun replied with fervor, I am indeed. A person from the Hoenn region would not deceive another from Hoenn. Rayquaza reluctantly acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall agree under duress. But let it be known. No embarrassing revelations about me. Su Yun smiled serenely. Of course, I swear upon the name of my brother. Rayquaza nodded, feeling reassured. By the way, who is your brother? An alpaca. Rayquaza's expression conveyed a sense of misgivings. Something feels amiss. Nevertheless, it shrugged off the thought, declaring, I am a ruler. I fear no one. If you are prepared, let us commence. Rayquaza nodded, and thus they began. Su Yun initiated the livestream, donning a warm smile as he grandly introduced the episode's guest and special invitee to the audience. Greetings, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the 3rd episode of Dialogues with Legends. Now, allow me to introduce our dialogue partner and special guest, Rayquaza, and our mysterious guest, Kong. The screen split into 2 frames. On the left stood Rayquaza, exuding an air of majesty, while on the right was Kong, draped in a black cloak and wearing a mask, emanating a shroud of mystery. The audience, upon seeing Kong's concealed visage, began to murmur amongst themselves. Afraid to show their face? They must be deemed unattractive. Wrapped so tightly, they must have something to hide. Likely a criminal, fearful of being recognized. Could it be they are a murderer? I recently saw a news report about a serial killer whose physique resembled this individual. Surely not. If that were the case, would they dare to appear so brazenly on a live stream? But that's precisely the tactic of a cunning criminal. No need to thank me. I have already alerted the authorities. Su-Yun found it peculiar. A normal individual had no reason to hide their identity unless they were involved in something illicit. He remained vigilant, but continued to host the program as usual. Maintaining composure in the face of uncertainty, an essential skill for any host. Alright, dear viewers, let us now transition into our dialogue segment. Audience, why do I feel insulted? Be confident, just let go of that feeling. If it were Su-Yun, even an insult would be acceptable. Wow, the person above is quite peculiar, but I find it amusing. Su-Yun turned his gaze to Rayquaza, directing the camera towards it. Mr. Rayquaza. A popular rumor suggests that a green caterpillar, when equipped with a certain item and elevated to level 100, can evolve into Rayquaza. What is your perspective on this matter? Su-Yun posed the first question. Rayquaza scoffed derisively. Such claims are utterly preposterous. A caterpillar is merely a caterpillar. No matter how hard it tries, it can only remain grounded, forever incapable of becoming a dragon. Rayquaza's words ruthlessly shattered the dreams of many. Instantly, dissent arose among the audience. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One day, as a bug catcher, I shall lead my army of Rayquaza to prove the world wrong. I support the person above. We are all green. Why should you be superior? Even if one caterpillar fails, there are countless others. The caterpillar shall never surrender. The crowd was stirred. Yet, there were also mocking voices. A bunch of impoverished dreamers, forever fantasizing about soaring to greatness. Alas, a Swablu will always be just a Swablu, and no amount of glitter can change its fate of not being a Rayquaza. Swablu, what is wrong with me? Did I eat your food or drink your water? Dare to insult us again, and I shall peck you to death. Meanwhile, in a remote wooden cabin, a distinguished green caterpillar watched the Rayquaza on the television, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of its mouth. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the green caterpillar. One day, should I return, I shall be the Dragon King. Chapter 49. Let me share a secret with you. A green caterpillar cannot transform into Rayquaza. Online discussions became heated, with many expressing their discontent at Rayquaza's merciless dismissal, especially the bug catchers, who were eager to roll up their sleeves and confront Rayquaza. In their world, the evolution of a caterpillar into Rayquaza was akin to their very faith. Once that faith crumbled, their world would collapse along with it, a reality they could not permit. In the livestream, Rayquaza remained steadfast. It had always scoffed at the beliefs of the bug catchers. Observing how many listeners, after hearing its words, not only failed to recognize reality, but also continued to dwell in their fantasies, Rayquaza felt compelled to deliver an even harsher blow. One that would force those deluded individuals to confront the truth. Let me share another secret with you. Even if Groudon could fly, a green caterpillar would still never become Rayquaza. Upon utterance of this statement, the response was even more intense. It is widely known that Groudon cannot fly. To suggest that Groudon could achieve flight is nothing short of a fool's errand. Yet Rayquaza now claimed that even if Groudon could soar, a green caterpillar would remain incapable of evolving into Rayquaza. The implication was clear. The transformation of a caterpillar into Rayquaza was an impossibility of impossibilities. How dare you challenge my resolve? The Bug Catcher Alliance shall endure eternally. We shall not relent. One day, we will lead thousands of Rayquaza to prove to the world that we are in the right. Regarding the Bug Catcher's fervent devotion, Su-Yun felt a mix of pity for their plight and ire at their obstinacy. In those bygone days, he was once a dream-chasing youth, firmly believing that a Caterpie could evolve into a Rayquaza. Remarkably, he captured a flawless 6V Caterpie in the wild, equipped it with a Everstone, and embarked on the tedious journey of leveling up. On that splendid day, under a clear azure sky and warm sunlight, he finally elevated the Caterpie to level 100. With bated breath, he succeeded in initiating its evolution. However, at the moment the notification popped up, despair washed over him. He distinctly recalled the stark, alarming message. Surely, no one believes that a level 100 Caterpie, with an Everstone, can evolve into a Rayquaza? From that moment forth, Su-Yun never touched that game again. Did you think that was the end? Oh, how mistaken you are. Later, Su-Yun diligently sought out the game's creator, and in gratitude, he gifted the creator a childhood filled with cherished memories. He charmed the creator's daughter, who happened to be a twin. Reflecting back, tears of reminiscence welled up. Wiping away the non-existent tears, Su-Yun gazed at Rayquaza and solemnly remarked, "You could offer them a glimmer of hope. After all, Rayquaza cast a sidelong glance and interrupted. Are you attempting to instruct me? I, Rayquaza, have lived my life as I see fit, with no need to justify my actions to anyone. Suyin was taken aback. He understood Rayquaza's irritable temperament, yet he never anticipated such audacity in its retort. With a swift motion, Suyin slapped Rayquaza, pinning it down. How dare you? Do you know who I am and your place in this hierarchy? You speak to me as if you are unaware of my prowess. Recalling the past when even the likes of Mutwo and Groudon were once rebellious, he continued, yet they ultimately yielded to my command. In my presence, dragons must coil, and tigers must lie down. Rayquaza, evidently indignant, thrashed violently. Suyin, not relenting, pressed it down and rubbed it against the ground, humming a little tune. Rub, rub. On this smooth surface, rub, rub, to the devil's rhythm, watching its belly spark with embers in the wind. Rayquaza's composure unraveled. Do you fancy yourself amusing? Suyin replied. Just a tad. I am quite the romantic at heart. Rayquaza retorted, show some respect. I am a divine beast. If this continues, you'll rub my belly raw. Suyin released his grip. He was a considerate host. Meanwhile, the audience was electrified by the spectacle, cheering as if invigorated. The host is incredible. I want to have your children. With Groudon beneath his feet and Rayquaza in his grasp, throughout history, only Suyin stands unrivaled. If the heavens granted me a chance for rebirth, I would wish to embody the form of Suyin. And if I must prepend a dimension to it, I desire it to be 18 centimeters. Damn, the vehicle is crushing my face. Slow down. Amidst the audience's admiration, Suyin merely waved dismissively, offering a casual explanation. Basic skills, don't overdo it. I departed gently, just as I arrived softly. I flaunt my grandeur without leaving a trace of cloud behind. Turning to the special guest, he inquired, Mr. Sky, what are your thoughts on this matter? Silence ensued, an eerie stillness. Like a steadfast bamboo, Sky stood mute, leaving onlookers pondering if he was a mere scarecrow. After a prolonged silence with no indication of a response, Suyin abandoned the inquiry. The audience began to speculate. Is this fellow a mute? Perhaps even deaf? Something seems awry. I sense there is more to him. Hey, bold anomaly, I can see you are not human. I shall unveil your true form. Behold my formidable prowess. Suyin frowned, but chose to ignore him. Addressing the camera, he declared, thus, the first question has been answered. Regrettably, I must inform you all that a Caterpie cannot evolve into a Rayquaza. Even with an Everstone and reaching level 100, it remains impossible. Therefore, aspiring trainers wishing for a Rayquaza should relinquish that dream. Of course, should you feel discontent and desire revenge, direct your ire toward this Rayquaza, with its verdant skin, emerald head, and jade claws, Suyin succinctly summarized. Rayquaza looked at him with a resentful expression. Thank you and your family, you cunning trickster. The audience erupted in laughter at his antics. This host is hilarious. Just look at Rayquaza's frustrated demeanor. It truly resembles a Caterpie. Thus, it was joyfully decided that from this moment forth, Suyin would embrace the title of the ultimate trickster. Look, Rayquaza's face is turning as dark as coal. At this rate, it might transform into a shiny Rayquaza. Shiny Rayquaza. Thank you, I feel offended. Chapter 50. The Battle of Deities. Do you call me Caterpie? Amidst the squabbles and frustrations, Suyin concluded the first question. With a grand gesture, a screen materialized before the audience, igniting their curiosity about his next move. What an unusual atmosphere. Are we about to watch a short film? How thrilling. This is my first time sharing this experience with others. Hey, no inappropriate content. Is the host planning something risque? How exciting. I declare that from now on, I shall not only embody various personas, but also embrace the risque. The barrage of comments took an unexpected turn. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a segment of the Battle of the Gods. Suyun's proclamation redeemed the wayward youth. As the screen gradually focused, an enormous demon with 6 arms materialized, each limb not directly connected to its body, creating a disconcerting distance. Its chest was hollow, exuding a menacing aura, crowned with 2 devilish horns, a true embodiment of evil. Upon seeing this entity, many spectators recognized its identity. It was the supreme demon Hoopa. I comprehend now. The host intends to reenact the legendary battle where Rayquaza faced 7 opponents. But wasn't this a film produced by the League? Why is the host showcasing it? It can't be real, can it? Ah, so you're just now realizing it's true? The footage continued as 5 legendary beasts stood alongside the supreme demon Hoopa, each a level 1 deity, presenting an imposing spectacle. Gyoka, Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, and White Kyurem. At this juncture, one might wonder, wasn't it supposed to be a 1 versus 7? Adding the extraordinary Hoopa only amounts to 6. Where's the 7th? The answer is quite simple. Please read on. In the vast ocean, a towering figure stands majestically, gazing up at the sky, aligned with Hoopa and the others. It is none other than the final member, Groudon. Yet, surely, some may inquire, why does Groudon not stand alongside the other Pokémon? Regrettably, I must inform you that Groudon cannot fly. The audience, witnessing this stark contrast, erupted in laughter, mockingly deriding the situation. Could it be that a legendary Pokémon cannot fly? Ha ha ha. One might ponder just how much psychological trauma Groudon is enduring at this moment. What an embarrassing scene. May I boldly ask, does Groudon not feel a twinge of awkwardness? Oh dear, you bunch of critics, do not besmirch my beloved Groudon. The cold ocean waves crash chaotically against me, and in the end, it is always Groudon who bears the brunt of the hurt. The scene shifts dramatically. The protagonist finally makes an entrance, a black body adorned with golden dragon whiskers, exuding an aura of majesty and power. With a single roar, it can shake the heavens and rend the earth, instilling fear in countless Pokémon. It is none other than the magnificent Mega Rayquaza, and it is shiny. The appearance of this dazzling Mega Rayquaza is simply breathtaking, is it not? I adore it. I am utterly enamored with shiny Mega Rayquaza. Shiny Mega Rayquaza forever. The iconic 1 vs 7 scene is about to unfold again. How thrilling. I am fully prepared for another exhilarating climax. Oh, Mega Rayquaza, please fulfill my desires. The audience's emotions are gradually spiraling out of control. As the most formidable entity among the Hoenn trio, Mega Rayquaza's popularity is indisputable. Otherwise, why would so many aspiring trainers yearn to possess one? With a mighty roar, shiny Mega Rayquaza conjures a terrifying tornado in the sky, engaging in battle with the 7 legendary Pokémon. The spectacle is nothing short of magnificent, with a plethora of powerful moves unleashed. Yet, shiny Mega Rayquaza moves as if it is a god of war, navigating the chaos with ease, and even managing to overpower its opponents. Such impressive feats are bound to ignite the bloodlust of onlookers. Truly magnificent, Mega Rayquaza is invincible. Goodness, is this not more exhilarating than Boruto? My blood is already boiling. Sylveon, do you wish to join in? At this moment, Suyun's feelings are equally tumultuous. Although he has witnessed this classic scene countless times, he cannot help but feel a surge of adrenaline whenever he recalls it. It is simply too exhilarating. As the battle gradually reaches its conclusion, the visuals begin to fade. Yet, the audience's fervor remains unabated, still pulsing with enthusiasm. Even Rayquaza itself, upon viewing this video, cannot restrain a roar towards the heavens. Its eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit, eager to showcase its might. Seizing this rare opportunity, Suyun immediately poses his second question. Mr. Rayquaza, what is your perspective on shiny Mega Rayquaza, S1 vs 7? Upon hearing this, the audience's gaze instinctively converges on Rayquaza. It is evident to any discerning eye that the shiny Mega Rayquaza in the video is distinctly different from the one before them. Nevertheless, they remain curious about the thoughts of Rayquaza, belonging to the same lineage, regarding this matter. Rayquaza, with an air of pride, raises its noble head, clearing its throat before saying, "Let us keep it low-key, don't flaunt the basics." Suyun, the audience. It seems that the one in the video does not resemble you at all. What do you mean by not flaunting the basics? Suyun gazes at Rayquaza, bemused. This creature indeed has a thick skin. He wonders what exactly the sovereign serpent sees in this character. Rayquaza, understanding Suyun's thoughts, explains. Let me ask you this. Is the one in the video not a Rayquaza? Suyun nods. Rayquaza continues. Then am I not a Rayquaza? Suyun nods again. A smirk appears on Rayquaza's face, a gleam of satisfaction evident. If Rayquaza equals Rayquaza, then it means he equals me. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Suyun, you truly are a master of logic. Before Suyun can elaborate further, the audience begins to express their discontent. Goodness, this Rayquaza is utterly shameless. How could it dare to compare itself to my shiny Mega Rayquaza? I have never encountered such a brazen dragon. Now I seriously suspect that this Rayquaza is a transformed Caterpie. I demand a DNA test. I concur with the previous statement. This creature is undoubtedly a Caterpie. I question why it claimed that Caterpies cannot evolve into Rayquaza. It was to conceal its true identity and the secrets behind it. Ultimately, the audience's speculations grow increasingly absurd, and Suyun can no longer bear it. How despicable! How can you tarnish someone's reputation without cause? Suyun exclaims indignantly, turning to Rayquaza. Right, Mr. Caterpie? Rayquaza responds. You are the Caterpie. Your entire family is a bunch of Caterpies. Chapter 51. Divine Rayquaza, have you become timid? Both parties find themselves locked in a tense standoff. Suyun, are you certain that is you? Rayquaza, is it not me? Su-yun, I maintain that it is not you. Rayquaza, I assert that it is indeed me. Su-yun, then why do the two of you not even share the same color? Rayquaza, I said I dyed my color. Do you believe that? Su-yun. After a moment of silence, Su-yun is left at a loss for words. A dyed Rayquaza? This is a first for him. Would a legitimate Rayquaza undergo dyeing? Can a dyed creature truly be a legitimate Rayquaza? Ultimately, all of Su-yun's myriad thoughts coalesce into a singular phrase. You are quite flamboyant. Rayquaza, with a darkened expression, feels an urge to unleash a dragon pulse upon Su-yun. However, it ultimately restrains itself. After all, it is in Su-yun's territory. Well, that is not really me. Rayquaza concedes. I simply wish to appear impressive. Why must it be so difficult? Then who are you? Su-yun presses. The audience, equally eager, looks at Rayquaza with anticipation, yearning to uncover this mystery. I am the leader of the Rayquaza clan. You should comprehend my significance. Su-yun, taken aback, uncertainly responds, the one with divine authority? Rayquaza nods, a sense of unspoken melancholy evident on its face. Su-yun's heart sinks, a foreboding feeling creeping in. He quickly inquires, what is your relationship with it? Rayquaza shrugs, looking disheveled. It is akin to the relationship I share with you. Su-yun ponders for a moment and mutters, that's not too bad. Rayquaza glares at him. Could you possibly show a modicum of dignity? Su-yun awkwardly smiles, his expression turning somber. The poor relationship between Rayquaza and its leader complicates matters significantly for him. Should the leader of the Rayquaza clan choose to join the fray, even Mewtwo and its companions would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Although Mew is revered as the progenitor of the Pokémon world, it lacks prowess in combat, preferring a leisurely existence filled with mischievous antics. In a direct confrontation, it would most likely fall short against the Rayquaza leader. As for Groudon, its inability to fly is not merely a moniker, it is a significant limitation. Regarding the allies Mew has summoned, namely Ho-Oh and Kyogre, Su-yun harbored little hope. Ho-Oh, known for its flirtatious nature, likely has already exhausted its vitality. Furthermore, its primary role leans towards support rather than combat, rendering it ill-suited to contend with the Rayquaza leader. As for Kyogre, it would be a miracle if it and Groudon didn't engage in conflict themselves. This situation was proving quite troublesome. As Su-yun furrowed his brow in contemplation, observing his expression, Rayquaza inquired with suspicion, "What's the matter? Are you planning to flee?" Su-yun's countenance darkened immediately. He had never encountered such an insufferable legendary Pokémon. It rivaled that troublesome character in its audacity. "Leave," Su-yun retorted sharply. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside his worries and return to the matter at hand. After all, one must meet challenges head-on, as the saying goes. At that moment, the audience began to speculate about the leader Rayquaza had mentioned. I knew it. The shiny Rayquaza is invincible. It's undoubtedly imbued with divine attributes. Otherwise, how could it possibly take on 7 opponents at once? As a complete novice, could someone explain what divine attributes are? Divine attributes are special titles designated for powerful legendary Pokémon. Those possessing such attributes have strength that far surpasses those without. For instance, the shiny Rayquaza from the video could effortlessly take on 7 foes due to its divine status. A regular Rayquaza would never manage that. Oh, I see. So does Mew possess divine attributes as well? No, Mew does not have a clan. It is a unique entity and thus lacks divine attributes. Then, does its nemesis, Mewtwo, also lack them? Precisely. Although Mewtwo is a legendary Pokémon, being artificially created means it falls short of the true top-tier legends. As the discussion among the audience grew animated, a viewer with the ID of my Pi de Schwai chimed in. "Host, I really want to see the shiny Rayquaza up close. Could you connect us?" Upon hearing this, other viewers eagerly joined in. Yes. Host, connect with the shiny Rayquaza. Host, if you connect with the shiny Rayquaza, I'll be yours for the night. Host, if you manage to connect with the shiny Rayquaza, I'll willingly accompany you in any manner you choose. The myriad of tempting offers nearly swayed Su-yun. There were even bold viewers who sent him private messages with enticing photographs, causing him to secretly marvel, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, being well-read and seasoned, he had long risen above base desires and cared little for mundane appearances or physiques. No negotiations. Su-yun firmly rejected the viewers' requests. It was not yet the time to connect with the shiny Rayquaza, and he would not agree no matter what they said. The viewers, seeing Su-yun's refusal, immediately began to lament. There's no love left. Su-yun has already found a new favorite and abandoned us fans. Wah! Has Su-yun truly fallen for another? I'm heartbroken. I must leave this sorrowful city and find a place filled only with Shinado. Bro, take me with you. I'm tired of only having female Macamp for company. Su Yun was both amused and exasperated. The current batch of netizens was quite a handful. Everyone, I truly can't manage this. Let us return to the previous topic. He turned the camera back to Rayquaza and asked, Rayquaza, how would you evaluate your clan leader? The shiny Rayquaza? Rayquaza's expression grew serious. This was a precarious question. A slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences. If that individual were to discover that he spoke ill of them in public, he would not escape unscathed. To ensure his own safety, Rayquaza replied earnestly, It is a deity worthy of respect and admiration. My reverence for it flows like an unending river, as relentless as the Yellow River in flood. Su Yun interjected, Could you be any more disingenuous? Rayquaza retorted, What do you mean? Are you trying to endanger my life? Su Yun responded, You're being cowardly. Rayquaza protested, I am not. I am simply following my heart's guidance. Su Yun countered, Yet you still appear cowardly. Rayquaza snapped, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Su Yun quipped, What? Do you intend to attack me with a blade? Rayquaza fell silent. Chapter 52. I have stood upon the mountain's peak and descended into the depths. After a vigorous discussion, both parties exchanged views on the shiny Rayquaza and reached a consensus. A legendary hero. I believe we can proceed to the third question now, Rayquaza said. Looking at Su Yun with urgency, it truly wished to move past the topic of the shiny Rayquaza. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships, and a careless remark could lead to disaster. Su Yun, understanding its sentiment, agreed to its request. Very well, let us continue with the third question. A benign smile graced Su Yun's face. To be honest, the sight of Su Yun's smile made Rayquaza somewhat uneasy. It felt as though Su Yun was harboring some mischief, akin to the trepidation of a teammate who is known for their cunning. Before posing the next question, Su Yun gestured grandly, and a screen materialized before the camera. Rayquaza, intrigued, instinctively leaned closer to see what Su Yun intended to show. You're blocking my view. Su Yun poked the X-shaped emblem on Rayquaza's neck, exasperated. Rayquaza glanced dismissively, muttering, Couldn't you shift a bit? Su Yun's expression darkened. Oh, I could lose my temper. Do you believe I wouldn't break your horn? Rayquaza stepped back slightly, once again demonstrating its magnanimity. The audience was awestruck by its generosity. It is often said that a great leader can endure much. Who would have thought Rayquaza possessed such a quality? Love it. It turns out Rayquaza is a dragon of great breadth, good looks, strength, and refinement. Who wouldn't adore such a legendary Pokémon? Is it possible that Rayquaza is actually just cowardly? What nonsense. You'd best watch your words. Exactly. Our Rayquaza is the most exceptional. Does little black eat oil cakes? A battle was brewing. In the footage displayed, a meteor blazing with fierce flames descended from the heavens, accompanied by a Rayquaza in pursuit. Unlike the previously dazzling and formidable Rayquaza, the creature depicted in this scene appears to be somewhat smaller, adorned in a verdant hue, and merely in its ordinary form, lacking any semblance of mega evolution. With a resounding crash, a meteor plummets to the earth, stirring a whirlwind of dust. The ground is left with a deep crater, measuring only a few dozen meters across, as surrounding wild Pokémon flee in sheer panic from the immense disturbance. Amidst the swirling dust, a humanoid, enigmatic Pokémon stretches its limbs and emerges slowly from the depths of the pit. Its eyes shimmer brilliantly, casting forth a delicate lavender spiral of light. Upon touching the ground, this radiant beam reveals a mysterious green crystal. It is evident that this peculiar figure's objective is precisely that green gem. At this moment, Rayquaza descends from the sky, poised for confrontation. The two stand in stark opposition, an impending battle on the horizon. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, begins to surmise the identity of the strange silhouette. Hiss! It is the cosmic Pokémon, Deoxys. I recall this entity possesses 4 forms, capable of switching between them at will, boasting formidable power. Indeed, being a cosmic Pokémon, how could it not be impressive? Just consider Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma. Each of them is astonishingly powerful. Thus, it is no wonder that this Deoxys could utterly dominate Rayquaza. However, this assertion is flawed. Rayquaza's suffering stems not solely from Deoxys' might, but rather from Rayquaza's own inadequacy, leading some to believe it resembles a mere caterpillar on the verge of evolution. Rayquaza, excuse me? The scene unfolds further. In an instant, Rayquaza and Deoxys clash. Their battle ignites fervently, with both sides initially exchanging blows. However, Deoxys seems reluctant to engage directly with Rayquaza. Yet, Rayquaza persists, attacking with full force. Then, the tide shifts dramatically. Rayquaza finds itself overwhelmed, being mercilessly pressed by Deoxys. The audience's sentiments begin to shift towards mockery. This Rayquaza is simply pathetic, unable to best even a modest Deoxys. It's painful to watch, truly a disgrace to the Rayquaza lineage. If I were shiny Rayquaza, I would have expelled this disgrace from the family long ago. Surely not. Could it be that Rayquaza lacks the ability to perform Draco Meteor? Draco Meteor? Have you not seen that this creature doesn't even know how to execute Meteor Beam? Faced with the audience's jeers, Rayquaza dares not utter a word. The creature's heart is heavy with despair, yet it cannot reveal its feelings. To do so would be to acknowledge that the Rayquaza in the video is indeed itself. Thus, feigning ignorance becomes the wisest course of action. After a time, the battle concludes with Rayquaza's humiliating defeat. The audience remains enraptured, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, a flicker of anger crosses Rayquaza's face as it points an accusatory finger at Su-Yun, demanding, "What do you mean? You in the video without a word. Yet you omit the part where I turned that thing to stone?" Su-Yun raises an eyebrow, gazing at Rayquaza with surprise, and softly utters, "You?" Then, feigning deep contemplation. "So, the Rayquaza in the video is you, is it?" Rayquaza is taken aback, suddenly realizing its slip of the tongue. Impulsiveness is a treacherous companion. Regret floods over Rayquaza. Yet the deed is done, and remorse serves no purpose. Therefore, it dons a facade of innocence. "What me? Do not slander me, or I shall accuse you of defamation." It laments to the camera. However, the audience gazes back with playful mockery, as if they have uncovered an amusing secret. A sense of dread grips Rayquaza, akin to a fragile maiden surrounded by a band of brutes. Rayquaza quickly turns to Su-Yun, casting a pleading glance. "I am a divine beast. Grant me mercy. Spare me." Su-Yun smiles faintly. "Of course, I can let you off the hook." He swiftly pivots the conversation. "But do you think they will show you mercy?" Su-Yun gestures toward the lens, the implication unmistakable. The audience's hungry gazes resemble countless tendrils, slowly tearing away at Rayquaza's cloak of modesty, subjecting it to the harshest of humiliations. Chapter 53. Success, but not entirely. What shall I do? Rayquaza is truly distressed. It desperately wishes to keep this embarrassing incident under wraps. Su-Yun offers heartfelt counsel: confess and receive leniency, resist and face severe consequences. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the only refuge. Rayquaza retorts, "Do you look down upon me? Say that again if you dare." Su-Yun brings his hands together. "Oh, practitioner, lay down your sword and become a Buddha." "Rayquaza, I considered you a brother, and you betray me?" The bond has soured. It is what it is. If only Rayquaza had a shovel in hand, it would not hesitate to bury Su-Yun. Meanwhile, the audience joins in on the spectacle, constantly boasting about taking on 7 opponents, only to be pinned down by Deoxys. I won T-name names. I refuse to acknowledge any fault. I shall remain silent. Merely playing along. Look at those clouds floating above. Do they not resemble your swollen pig's head after a beating? Is it not cloudy today? Where did those clouds come from? Forgive me. I can no longer contain my laughter. I've broken down. Rayquaza crumbles, its elongated form collapsing like a deflated balloon. It gazes mournfully at the camera, eyes brimming with sorrow. Enough already. Is this banter amusing to you? I am a divine beast, the ruler of the skies. The audience responds, "No divine authority." Rayquaza, "I can fly." The audience, "Yet you cannot defeat Deoxys." Rayquaza, "I can use Draco Meteor." The audience, "You cannot defeat Deoxys." Rayquaza, "I can perform the finishing touch." At this proclamation, the audience falls silent, their gazes shifting toward Rayquaza, infused with curiosity and anticipation. Even Su-Yun raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "You claim you can perform the finishing touch?" Rayquaza raises its head proudly, declaring, "What? Is it difficult? It merely requires having hands." Su-Yun smirks, incredulous that this creature could boast so. Nevertheless, he remains skeptical about Rayquaza's ability to execute the finishing touch. "Mr. Rayquaza, please demonstrate." Su-Yun gestures invitingly, filled with sincerity, granting Rayquaza the respect it seeks. Rayquaza, embracing its moment, begins to sway gracefully, stating, "Since you all beseech me, I shall reluctantly allow you to behold my prowess." The crowd responds, "A little sunshine will make you glorious, I presume?" Rayquaza finds a clear space and commences its performance. Closing its eyes to focus, it taps into its inner strength. Gradually, a layer of aquamarine luminescence begins to emanate from its form. This glow, faint at first, spreads from its head to its tail, ultimately enveloping half of its body. Indeed, half of its body. As the greenish luminescence cascades over half of Rayquaza, it suddenly halts. Su-Yun, witnessing this spectacle, stares wide-eyed, utterly astonished. He had encountered a Legendary that could not execute the art of drawing the dragon's eye, as well as one that could. However, this was the first instance he had witnessed a Legendary that only partially performed the technique. You might say it was incapable, yet it indeed manifested a semblance of it. Conversely, one could argue it was proficient, though it had not fully realized its potential. Ultimately, Su Yun concluded, it had learned, yet not entirely. It had demonstrated, but not completely. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. Who could explain what this was? It felt akin to the sensation of being caught mid-excretion, unable to proceed either in or out. They understood, but not fully. They grasped that it was teetering on the brink between capability and incapacity. Ah, now I see. This is the legendary art of the long-lost secret technique, performing erratic oscillations. Master, I have comprehended. I shall now attempt this with Sanedua. In and out, erratic oscillations? Quickly erase that thought. The imagery is becoming vivid. With a swift motion, the Legendary shot forth. Why use the term shot? Because flying hardly sufficed to describe its velocity. To be fair, while the Legendary's execution of drawing the dragon's eye was somewhat half-hearted, the effect was undeniably apparent. It bore a striking resemblance to a true manifestation, at least it appeared so. To test the power of the Legendary's technique, Su Yun resolved to put himself at risk. He took a bold step forward and addressed the Legendary. Unleash your drawing the dragon's eye upon me. Directed here, with vigor. The Legendary, taken aback, had never before encountered a request to strike. Was this creature a masochist? It pondered internally, noticing the Legendary's hesitation. Su Yun urged once more, strike me. Fear not, I can endure. The Legendary's mouth twitched slightly. Such a bizarre demand excited it. Just to clarify, no retaliation is permitted. The Legendary cautioned, concerned that Su Yun might become irate. Su Yun, patting his chest in assurance, proclaimed, rest assured, I shall not seek revenge. The Legendary relaxed and, aiming at Su Yun, attempted the drawing the dragon's eye once more. Whoosh! With a resounding crack through the air, the Legendary transformed into a streak of green light. Bang! The Legendary struck Su Yun with precision. Oddly, Su Yun emerged unscathed. As he sensed the power of the Legendary's technique, he regarded it with suspicion and suddenly inquired, have you been overexerting yourself lately? The Legendary, taken aback, responded in surprise, how did you know? Su Yun nodded knowingly. You seem quite depleted. The Legendary retorted, but I am fast. Who among you can match my speed? For reasons unknown, Su Yun felt an impulse to laugh upon hearing the Legendary's assertion of its swiftness. Indeed, no one can rival you. You are the fastest, both swift and feeble. The Legendary tilted its head in confusion, sensing something was amiss. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into laughter. Ha ha, this streamer is too witty. Subtly mocking the Legendary. The streamer was indeed a master of sarcasm. It was no wonder he enjoyed taking on the role of the trickster. With a lineage of jesters, there was no denying it. The revelation that the Legendary was undoubtedly still single was inescapable. Otherwise, it would not be oblivious to the streamer's jabs. In response to the audience's banter, Su Yun merely scoffed. The Legendary was not a solitary creature. It had offspring. What was that saying? While you mock others for being single, their children have already learned to fetch soy sauce. However, Su Yun was left pondering why the Legendary had not grasped his underlying insinuations. After much contemplation, he could only surmise one reason. Perhaps the Legendary struggled to comprehend human thought processes. Chapter 54. You may question my strength, but you shall not insult my noble draconic essence. Upon learning that the Legendary could indeed perform the drawing the dragon's eye, albeit in a half-hearted manner, Su Yun felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Especially considering that with the aid of the colorful pattern meteorite, it might successfully achieve its ultimate evolution. He turned to the Legendary and inquired, may I ask, Sir Legendary, why did you initially attack Aochishisu? The Legendary paused, adopting a serious demeanor. What nonsense. I never admitted that the Legendary in the video was me. Su Yun chose not to argue, but merely smiled faintly. I shall remain silent, merely observing your discomfort. Although Su Yun refrained from speaking, the online audience was far from muted. Stop denying it. That Legendary is undeniably you. The eyes of the public are keen. I would stake my brother's lifetime of singleness on it. The Legendary in that video is certainly you. In the video, the dragon did not roar, and the little green bug is laughable. Ha ha, how amusing. The one above is truly a genius of mockery. The Legendary felt utterly defeated. A sense of despair washing over it, as if it could not cleanse itself even if it jumped into the Yellow River. All right, I concede. Ultimately, The Leerkonjoa could not withstand the barrage of commentary from netizens. However, you may question my strength, but you absolutely cannot insult my esteemed draconic essence. I acted impulsively only to safeguard the peace of the Pokemon world. The Leerkonjoa proclaimed with feigned seriousness, projecting an image of gallant righteousness. The audience was taken aback, feeling somewhat incredulous. Why do I feel like it's spouting nonsense? Shouldn't it be that Aochihito invaded its territory, prompting its response? Ahem, let us clarify, it's dragon nonsense. This is serious absurdity. Surely no one believes this? Heh, even if the illustrious Ultra arrives, begging on its knees, I would not believe a single word you say. Su Yun, intrigued, gazed at the Leerkonjoa and playfully asked, is that so? I beg to differ. The Leerkonjoa insisted with unwavering certainty, so, da sunoi. That's right. Su Yun chose not to dispute. Evidence was the most compelling weapon for rebuttal. Since you insist on this narrative, let us consult Daiochi Shiseo. With a grand gesture, Su Yun summoned a screen that materialized in the frame. Soon after, Baiafisu appeared on the screen. Good day, Mr. Daiochi Shiseo. I am Su Yun, the host of the Dialogue All-Stars program. Regarding your battle with the Leerkonjoa, I have a question to pose. Would you be amenable? A surge of memory flooded his mind, and it quickly grasped the nature of Su Yun's inquiry. Realizing its old adversary was present in the live stream, Shiseo readily agreed. Certainly, what would you like to know? Su Yun continued, I wish to understand, what prompted the confrontation between you and the Leerkonjoa? Upon mentioning this, Baiu's anger became palpable, with a darkened expression and a somber tone. It replied, why? Huh, did that big bug not inform you? Daiochi addressed the Leerkonjoa dismissively, showing no regard for its presence. Upon hearing Deoxys refer to it as Big Bug, Rayquaza was incensed, roaring at Deoxys, you foul stone. Dare to repeat that? Do you believe I won't beat the very essence out of you? Deoxys let out a scoff. Oh yes, you're formidable, you're invincible. But who was it that I had pinned down back then? Rayquaza bellowed in fury, thoroughly provoked by Deoxys. Nonsense. I clearly emerged victorious in that battle. Deoxys was unyielding. Had it not been for your sneak attack, do you truly believe you could have won? Rayquaza, agitated, retorted. Are you questioning my strength? Come over here and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Deoxys chuckled derisively. You come here, and I shall see to it that I break your horns. In an instant, the two were embroiled in a heated exchange. Su Yun, exasperated, shook his head to halt their quarrel and turned to Deoxys, stating, Mr. Deoxys, it appears that Rayquaza claims its actions against you were to safeguard the world. What is your perspective on this? Deoxys paused, looking at the camera with disbelief. Wait a moment. Wasn't it because it thought I had invaded its territory that it attacked me? When did this become about saving the world? Moreover, my visit to Earth was solely to search for my companions. I had no intention of harming this planet. So how can one speak of protecting it? At this revelation, all eyes turned towards Rayquaza. Its face flushed with embarrassment as it pointed at Deoxys, exclaiming, it's slandering me. You must believe me. I was genuinely trying to protect the Pokemon world. Su Yun simply remarked, the outcome is quite evident. Thank you for your insights. We shall reconvene another time. With that, Su Yun severed the connection with Deoxys and silently observed Rayquaza. The latter wished it could dig a hole to hide from the piercing gazes of the audience. Well, I am a legendary beast, so let us just move on to the next question, which will surely be far more interesting, Rayquaza said with a sheepish grin. Eager to escape the scrutiny, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, are you certain you wish to proceed to the next question? The upcoming query concerns your relationship with the Sovereign Serpent, which is undoubtedly the highlight of this segment. Rayquaza resolutely replied, absolutely. Enough of this, let us get started. Seeing the main subject in agreement, Su Yun proceeded, very well, listen closely. What do you have to say regarding your affair with the Sovereign Serpent? Boom. The moment those words left Su Yun's lips, Rayquaza's heart sank, and its expression shifted instantly. The matter of the Sovereign Serpent was the most deeply buried secret within Rayquaza, one it had never disclosed to anyone. How did Su Yun come to know? Chapter 55, The Tale of Dragons and Serpents, A Forbidden Romance. Rayquaza suddenly recalled the time Su Yun had interviewed Groudon, who, in a fit of rage, had unveiled some of its hidden past. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. I understand now. It must have been that rascal Groudon who spilled the beans. With this understanding, Rayquaza breathed a sigh of relief. Groudon had merely caught wind of the situation, knowing only a fragment of the truth, and was uncertain whether Rayquaza truly had a connection with the Sovereign Serpent. Since Groudon was unaware, Su Yun surely was as well. Now, Su Yun's sudden inquiry was likely a trap designed to provoke a reaction. As long as Rayquaza remained silent, Su Yun could not substantiate the claim. With that thought, Rayquaza couldn't help but chuckle. It lifted its gaze to Su Yun, brimming with confidence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, the illustrious Rayquaza, ever harbor feelings for the sovereign serpent? I am a noble dragon, devoted to the principles of virtue and honor, and I have never engaged with the sovereign serpent. I hold no interest in her whatsoever. At this point, Su Yun could no longer contain his laughter. Rayquaza shot him a sharp glance, its eyes like daggers. What are you laughing at? Su Yun waved his hands. No, I just suddenly thought of something amusing. Rayquaza stared intently. You are clearly mocking me. I can see the corners of your mouth rising. Su Yun adopted a serious expression. Mr. Rayquaza, please mind your demeanor. As a host, I have undergone rigorous training. Regardless of how humorous the situation may be, we shall not laugh unless it is utterly unavoidable. The audience erupted in laughter at Su Yun's witty remarks. Ha ha. I can't breathe. This host is too hilarious. I'm in love. To dare mock Rayquaza so openly, I would bestow upon Su Yun the title of the greatest. I was in the middle of a rather private moment when I heard the hostess' words. I almost fell off my seat. I'm inspired. I shall now attempt to win over Shinader's heart. Rayquaza interjected. I assure you, I am telling the truth. Yes, I believe you. Su Yun replied with a subtle smile. The two engaged in a stare-off, each eyeing the other intently. You know, one cannot conceal the intent to attack with their gaze. Rayquaza remarked pensively. And you know, one cannot hide the desire to strike a dragon. Su Yun casually retorted, revealing his own resolve. Rayquaza faltered. When speaking, one must present evidence. You claim I am fond of the sovereign serpent. Where is your proof? Fail to produce it, and I shall sue you for defamation. Su Yun chuckled. Proof? Naturally, I have it. But I fear that once it is revealed, you might faint from shock. Rayquaza scoffed. Huh? Not a chance. Even if the clan leader were to appear, I would not flinch. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh? So confident, are we? Rayquaza declared proudly. I am unwaveringly confident in my strength. Su Yun clapped his hands, and a portal of time and space materialized behind Rayquaza. The portal began to tremble violently. In the next moment, an elegant and noble sovereign serpent, accompanied by a small sovereign serpent, stepped through the portal. Upon seeing the duo, Rayquaza was left utterly dumbfounded. My dear wife? The audience erupted in chaos at Rayquaza's words. What? Rayquaza is really involved with the sovereign serpent? And they have a child together. My goodness. My worldview has shattered. It has always been said that dragons and serpents do not coexist, and yet here we are. A forbidden romance that still endures. Where are the names of the legendary figures of yore? I once thought only I and Shinader shared true love, yet Rayquaza and the sovereign serpent also share a bond. All things considered, that sovereign serpent is quite appealing. She is certainly my type. The sovereign serpent gracefully approached Rayquaza, tugging at his horns with mock fury. What's this? Have you lost your shame? You don't even acknowledge your own wife and child? The once mighty Rayquaza, so boastful moments ago, immediately shrank in demeanor, bowing its head. Dear, I only acted for your and our child's safety. Ah, indeed, a husband under the thumb of his wife. Li Kongzuo, I jest with you. The gentle and serene Jun Zhuxi nestles in the embrace of Li Kongzuo. Junmei, if you can comprehend my plight, then I shall find contentment. Li Kongzuo holds Jun Zhuxi tightly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Li Kong, Junmei, Su Yun gazes at the two with a look of deep yearning. This wave of affection caught me completely off guard. The audience shed envious tears. Oh, how moving. When shall I find someone who loves me? It has been said that profound affection cannot be retained. Only cunning can win the heart. Brother, as someone who has traversed this path, I advise you to let go. How enviable. I too wish to experience the sweetness of love. Wait, that is not right. I seem to already have Shinai Duo. Ah, Duo, allow me to explain. I am not unfaithful. After a lengthy pause, Li Kongzuo and Jun Zhuxi finally parted ways. Junmei, you must leave this place at once. Our matters cannot yet be revealed to my kin. Li Kongzuo suddenly realized a grave issue, speaking solemnly to Jun Zhuxi. At that moment, Su Yun approached and reassured, Fear not. I have already shielded your kin from seeing us. Li Kongzuo stared, astonished by Su Yun's unexpected assistance. Did you invite Junmei here merely to witness my folly? Su Yun shook his head with a wry smile, retorting, Do you consider yourself a joke? Li Kongzuo shook his head, stating, I do not believe so. Su Yun nodded. Then that settles it. My intention in inviting Junju, she was to assist you in resolving this matter. I understand that your kin do not accept Junju Shi. And if they were to learn of this, both you and she would be in peril. But have you considered that if you continue to conceal this, it shall inevitably be discovered? You must realize that paper cannot contain fire. You may hide it for a time, but can you conceal it for a lifetime? Even if you manage to keep it hidden, do you wish to see your wife and children live in perpetual fear, too afraid to even show themselves in this world? Is this truly the future you desire? Su Yun's words struck a chord deep within Li Kongzuo, awakening a fierce longing for change. His eyes reddened, and a surge of defiant fury rose from within. No, this is not what I want. I wish to alter everything. I am in the process of changing it all, and I shall change it. Li Kongzuo's resolve was unprecedentedly firm, the exhaustion that once weighed upon him now ignited by Su Yun's words. Though burdened with 1,000 pounds, he refused to bow to fate. Chapter 56. Old Lycong, do you desire an opportunity? Precisely, Su Yun said earnestly, patting Li Kongzuo's back. There exists an opportunity for you to reshape your future. Will you seize it or let it slip away? Simply utter the words, and I shall advocate for you. Should you decline, I will act as though this matter never transpired and return your wife and children. Li Kongzuo steeled himself, wagering all his courage for the future of his family. What do you propose? Su Yun's lips curled into a confident smile. It is straightforward. Converse with your kin. Disclose this matter openly, confront them, and seek their acceptance of Junju Shi's existence. Li Kongzuo blinked. Is that all? Su Yun nodded. Indeed. Li Kongzuo sighed in exasperation. Your suggestion is akin to saying nothing at all. If I could convince them to accept Junju Shi, would I have waited this long? Su Yun shook his head, clarifying. It is not the same. Previously, you lacked strength and influence. To put it bluntly, you were merely a nobody. But now, you have my support. I will summon all the divine beasts to advocate for you, including several of your old acquaintances who will be present. Thus, even if your kin descend to challenge you, I can ensure the safety of you and your family. Furthermore, I can enhance your strength and facilitate your evolution. I believe a Li Kongzuo capable of evolution would command considerable respect and authority within your kin. Li Kongzuo's eyes widened. While he had been indifferent to the earlier words, the prospect of evolution ignited a fervor within him. You can help me achieve evolution? Su Yun nodded. Certainly. I possess the Rainbow Stone. And you happen to know the skill of the finishing touch. Although your mastery may be rudimentary, it is sufficient. With these two elements, we can awaken the energy within you and force your evolution. Li Kongzuo gazed at the Rainbow Stone in Su Yun's hand, excitement illuminating his face. If evolution were possible, his confidence would soar. After all, among the entire Li Kongzuo kin, those capable of evolution were exceedingly rare. Should he succeed, his standing and influence within the clan would undoubtedly skyrocket. What say you? Do you dare to take this gamble? Win, and your family's future is assured. Lose, and they will remain unharmed. Su Yun awaited Li Kongzuo's response. Li Kongzuo hesitated, understanding that this was a gamble, risking everything he had, which necessitated caution. Brother, follow your heart's choice. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Junju Shi gazed at Li Kongzuo with tender eyes. Papa, little Junju Shi murmured innocently, climbing onto Li Kongzuo's back. Observing the mother and daughter, Li Kongzuo ultimately resolved to take the plunge, turning to Su Yun with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall wager. Su Yun smiled serenely, knowing Li Kongzuo would make this choice. As a father, once this question was posed, the outcome was all but predetermined. All right, prepare yourself. I shall now connect with your kin. With a sweeping gesture, Su Yun conjured a screen before them. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Finally, they were about to witness the Li Kongzuo kin. I am ready to capture this moment. What are the Li Kongzuo kin? Merely a bunch of unruly green caterpillars. To be fair, regardless of their kinship, I am more curious whether they will indeed accept Junju Shi. The likelihood is slim. After all, Li Kongzuo is a divine beast, possessing an inherent majesty that likely forbids the tainting of their noble lineage. Alas, I hope the Li Kongzuo kin will embrace Junju Shi and not tear them apart. Enough said. Let us silently pray for them. Li Kongzuo glanced at Junju Shi beside him, his gaze resolutely firm. The fears and anxieties within him transformed into courage at this moment. A hum filled the air. The image wavered, and amidst the swirling mist, a multitude of Li Kongzuo soared through the sky. This was indeed the Li Kongzuo kin. Atop the majestic clouds, a dark figure circled above, casting a regal gaze upon the other Li Kongzuo below. Thus, it is the shiny Rayquaza, the esteemed leader of the Rayquaza lineage. Roar. The leader of the Rayquaza seems to have sensed the rewards of the system, emitting a low growl. Its gaze piercing through the annals of time like an ancient divine sword, directed at the camera. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The scene trembles violently, seemingly influenced by the overwhelming presence of the shiny Rayquaza. The audience members, witnessing this spectacle, turn pale with fear, gasping in astonishment. Even through the screen, they can feel the formidable aura of the shiny Rayquaza. Particularly, Its eyes, which appear capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, are so sharp that they are nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Is this the power of the shiny Rayquaza? It is truly terrifying. No wonder it is a divine beast with a godly status. Although it has not made a move, the sheer force of its presence could likely compel many divine beasts to bow in submission. This is the majesty that a divine beast should possess. In comparison to the shiny Rayquaza, those who cannot fly are utterly inferior. Su Yun, too, is awestruck by the shiny Rayquaza's might, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that the aura of the shiny Rayquaza would surpass his expectations by such a margin. It appears I have underestimated its strength. At this moment, Su Yun realizes just how vast the chasm is between divine beasts with a godly status and ordinary divine beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that Rayquaza pales in comparison to the shiny Rayquaza, akin to a mere caterpillar. Human, what brings you here? The shiny Rayquaza, sensing Su Yun's extraordinary nature, inquires, its voice authoritative, akin to a resounding celestial decree, commanding respect. Su Yun, maintaining his composure, introduces himself. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Su Yun, the host of the show Dialogue with the Stars. I wish to discuss matters concerning Rayquaza and the Monarch Serpent with you. Rayquaza and the Monarch Serpent? The shiny Rayquaza narrows its eyes, astutely sensing the underlying tension. Su Yun nods, taking a deep breath as he casts a glance at the Rayquaza behind him. This matter requires the Rayquaza itself to elucidate. The Rayquaza, with a solemn expression, strides confidently to the forefront of the camera. Little 9. The shiny Rayquaza's gaze sharpens, striking the Rayquaza with an uncomfortable intensity, akin to a blade piercing flesh. Leader. The Rayquaza, being the 9th-generation progeny of the lineage, is affectionately referred to as Little 9. What is the meaning of this? The shiny Rayquaza's gaze is piercing, fixed upon the Rayquaza. The latter seems to have forgotten fear, leaving only determination in its eyes. It meets the shiny Rayquaza's gaze with equal resolve, summoning the Monarch Serpent and the little Monarch Serpent to its side, and states, Leader, we have already conceived a child together. Our love is genuine. Upon seeing the Rayquaza embrace the Monarch Serpent, the shiny Rayquaza comprehends the situation instantly. Its countenance darkens, a terrifying aura emanating from it, causing the other Rayquaza to visibly tremble. The shiny Rayquaza pays no heed to the Rayquaza's subsequent explanations, roaring in fury. Do you not know that since ancient times, dragons do not dwell with serpents? You are a progeny of the Rayquaza clan, with the supreme bloodline flowing through your veins. How can you condescend to mix with a mere Monarch Serpent? The Rayquaza, having anticipated the leader's response, remains unfazed and asserts, Leader, I do not consider my bloodline to be particularly noble, nor do I regard the Monarch Serpent's bloodline as inferior. In my eyes, the Monarch Serpent is the most noble, regardless of bloodline or any other attributes. The shiny Rayquaza's expression darkens further, its gaze flickering with uncertainty, already plotting a course of action. At this moment, an elder Rayquaza among the crowd steps forward, rebuking the Rayquaza. Nonsense. Apologize to the leader at once. The elder Rayquaza, the father of the Rayquaza, appears to be filled with disappointment. However, the Rayquaza shakes its head, locking eyes with its father. Father, I do not believe I have done anything wrong. Furious, the father exclaims, Wretched child, do you wish to drive me to despair? The Rayquaza ceases to argue, knowing that the most crucial matter now lies in the leader's stance. The shiny Rayquaza waves a hand, signaling the elder to retreat, then turns to the Rayquaza, stating plainly, I grant you one final opportunity to rectify your error, eliminate them. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you all. The shiny Rayquaza's declaration is filled with authority, offering no leniency to the Rayquaza. At this juncture, Su Yun perceives the situation growing dire and steps forward. Esteemed leader, I believe your approach to this matter is rather inappropriate, setting aside other considerations. Do you truly wish for your clan to be deprived of a prodigy capable of achieving super evolution? Su Yun casts a meaningful glance at the Rayquaza. Understanding the cue, the Rayquaza connects with the multicolored meteorite, forcibly invoking the essence of its lineage, thus achieving super evolution. In an instant, a radiant golden light bursts forth. A magnificent, golden-bearded super Rayquaza materializes before the camera. To be frank, the super-evolved Rayquaza is undeniably striking, shedding its usual rebelliousness and exuding a newfound aura of formidable strength. Even the shiny Rayquaza gazes upon it with astonishment. The other Rayquaza, witnessing this transformation, are left speechless in shock. Some of these elders have yet to attain super evolution themselves. The feeling of being surpassed by their descendants is truly disheartening. Hiss. Super evolution. Little Nine has become so formidable. How did we not notice this before? Huh. Did you ever pay attention to it? Or perhaps I possess an eye for talent. I have always believed that Little Nine was extraordinary, destined to achieve super evolution, and I did not expect the day to arrive so soon. Our Rayquaza clan has gained yet another prodigy, which will surely serve as a point of pride when encountering other Divine Beast clans. The gathered Rayquaza engage in animated discussions, their faces flushed with excitement, all expressing satisfaction with the current state of the Super Rayquaza. The elder Rayquaza, too, shifts from anger to elation, exclaiming, "Ha! Little Nine is truly my son. To achieve super evolution at such a young age displays a fraction of my former might." The other Rayquaza casts scornful glances at him. Have some dignity. You have yet to achieve super evolution yourself. Truly, like father, like son. The Rayquaza's penchant for arrogance is not without reason. Leader, my son Little Nine is endowed with extraordinary talent. The situation with the monarch serpent arose from youthful impetuosity. As his father, I too bear some responsibility. Might you consider sparing him this once, given his potential? The elder Rayquaza begins to plead for his son. The remaining Rayquaza echo his sentiments. Indeed, leader. Little Nine's ability to achieve super evolution at such a young age signifies that he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Rayquaza clan. To abandon him now would be a grievous loss for our lineage. The shiny Rayquaza squints, its eyes narrowing into slits, though it does not speak. The aura radiating from it makes the gathered Rayquaza fall silent in trepidation. Do you presume to instruct me in my decisions? The shiny Rayquaza fixes its gaze upon the Rayquaza, asserting in an irrefutable tone, relying on external aid is ultimately not one's true strength. The decisions I make are beyond the influence of anyone. With these words, the shiny Rayquaza's stance becomes unequivocally clear. At this moment, Suyin stepped forward once more and spoke. Chief, if you are resolute in your decision, I have nothing further to say. However, before we proceed, I wish to present to you a video. With a grand gesture, Suyin summoned a screen that materialized before them. This video was crafted from the memories of both the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza and the Sovereign Serpent, chronicling their journey from acquaintance to understanding and ultimately to love. In the footage, Rayquaza, bearing the scars of a fierce battle, soared through the sky. It had recently triumphed over Deoxys through sheer ingenuity, yet it was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, in the midst of its flight, it succumbed to its injuries and lost consciousness, plummeting like a fallen aircraft into the forest below. This entire scene was witnessed by the Sovereign Serpent, who was frolicking in the woods at a distance. Upon seeing the injured Pokémon, the Sovereign Serpent hastened to assess the situation. Upon discovering Rayquaza's battered form, it wasted no time and began to gather life energy from the surrounding flora to aid in Rayquaza's recovery. Yet, the severity of Rayquaza's wounds was overwhelming, akin to an abyss that could not be filled. Even after draining the life from the nearby plants, Rayquaza's condition remained dire. Helpless, the Sovereign Serpent resorted to using growth to enlarge its own body, employing vine whips to transport Rayquaza back to its cave, where it tended to its wounds day after day. Through the relentless passage of time, the Sovereign Serpent braved fierce winds to collect life energy in the forest. In the pouring rain, it ventured forth to gather sustenance. Even under the scorching sun, it would venture out to amass energy, all for the sake of aiding a stranger in need. Chapter 58. I once walked with you through the most beautiful times, and I shall share with you the burden of our uncertain hopes. Through this daily routine of care, Rayquaza's condition gradually improved. When it finally opened its eyes, the first sight that greeted it was the elegant and noble Sovereign Serpent, trudging through the rain, its weary form slowly approaching. The cold rain drenched the Sovereign Serpent completely, its long lashes soaked, weighed down as if it were withering grass, devoid of vitality. Crystal-clear droplets cascaded from its cheeks, plopping onto the ground like silent sobs, yet imbued with resilience and tenacity. With each meter the Sovereign Serpent crawled forward, it paused to catch its breath, coiling in place for rest. It was not due to a lack of stamina, but rather the sheer intensity of the downpour. Each droplet, falling like icy bullets upon its body, would have left it battered had it not possessed such formidable defenses. Nevertheless, its body bore numerous crimson marks, testifying to the arduous task of gathering life energy amidst the storm. As the Sovereign Serpent approached Rayquaza, it remained oblivious to the fact that Rayquaza had already awakened. As per usual, the Sovereign Serpent began treating Rayquaza's injuries. Rayquaza felt its body absorbing the verdant life energy, akin to a gluttonous child who could never be satisfied. After completing its task, the sovereign serpent, utterly exhausted, lay down nearby, blinking its eyes before succumbing to slumber. Today had truly been a taxing day for it. Rayquaza gazed at the sovereign serpent's tranquil form, overwhelmed by an immense wave of emotion. Yes, it had been injured, but it was this sovereign serpent that had saved its life. The daily struggle to collect life energy was fraught with hardship. They were strangers. Yet the sovereign serpent had selflessly tended to its wounds. Perhaps it was the wind stinging its eyes, or the rain on its face. But Rayquaza found its eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Outside the cave, torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds howled. Inside, the sovereign serpent curled up, its body trembling. Possibly chilled by the rain or the cave's frigid temperature. In any case, it was cold. Rayquaza noticed this and silently shifted its body to encircle the sovereign serpent, shielding it from the wind and rain. The only warmth the sovereign serpent could feel was the gentle heat radiating from Rayquaza, akin to the sun in spring. Extraordinarily comforting and soothing. Witnessing such a poignant scene, the audience could not help but shed tears. Oh, how touching. Who would have thought that Rayquaza and the sovereign serpent shared such a heartfelt experience? My heart aches for them, yet I envy them too. Once, a sincere love lay before me, and I failed to cherish it properly. It was only after its loss that I felt regret. Now, seeing the reflection of my former self, I fervently wish not to repeat the same mistakes. If given the chance, I would stand shoulder to shoulder with Rayquaza, even against an invincible foe, even if it were a struggle destined for failure. Should anything befall Rayquaza or the sovereign serpent today, I will hold all present accountable. Though but a minor deity, I would go forth. If I were to depart and never return, then so be it. The barrage of comments surged with fervor, as if voicing the collective sentiment of all. Even if they were divine beasts, should anyone dare to harm Rayquaza or the sovereign serpent, we would show them no mercy. Prior to this, Su Yun had been unaware of the tale between Rayquaza and the sovereign serpent, yet upon witnessing it, he was filled with profound emotions. Once upon a time, he too was an innocent youth, harboring a sincere affection of his own. Alas, those memories, now but wisps of smoke, have transformed into leaves swirling in the wind, lost to the passage of time. Perhaps it was empathy, or merely sentimentality. In truth, it mattered not. Su Yun had resolutely decided to aid Rayquaza and the sovereign serpent. As the glimmering Rayquaza observed this, its fierce demeanor softened, replaced by a flicker of confusion, as if lost in reminiscence. But swiftly, that fleeting memory, which should not have existed, was completely obliterated. Just a trivial hardship, it murmured, its gaze returning to its previous indifference. The scene continued. Under the meticulous care of the sovereign serpent, Rayquaza's wounds healed rapidly. During this time spent together, the bond between the dragon and serpent deepened, gradually blossoming into unspoken affection. Beneath the setting sun, the two sat atop a hill, nestled together, sharing the beauty of the twilight. The bashful evening clouds, tinged with crimson, hid at the horizon, casting a golden glow upon them, adorning them in the garments of love. In the forest, they frolicked and played, laughter echoing like winged birds soaring through the trees, spreading the energy of love. On the beach, they intertwined their tales, etching the shape of a heart upon the golden sands. Time preserved this beautiful memory, burying it upon the shore and hiding it within the forest, yet selfishly withholding it from the corners of the world. This was a cherished memory belonging to the two, but now, it belonged to the entire world. As the footage concluded, Su Yun fell silent, the live stream hushed, and both Rayquaza and the sovereign serpent remained quiet. Their gazes were fixed upon the glimmering Rayquaza, all awaiting its response. Your experiences are truly moving, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, sovereign serpent, for saving the life of little Nine. Slowly, the glimmering Rayquaza began to speak. However, rules are rules, and they shall not be altered for the sake of any individual. Emotions are the most futile of all sentiments in this world. It is power that we, the Rayquaza clan, must relentlessly aspire to achieve as our ultimate goal. This objective has always been so, remains so in the present, and will continue to be so in the future. The shiny Rayquaza turned its gaze towards Rayquaza, its tone softening slightly. Xiaojio, do you still remember your uncle? Rayquaza nodded in acknowledgement. He was once the hope of our Rayquaza lineage, destined to inherit my divine status and lead our clan to greater heights. Yet he forsook this destiny, committing an unforgivable transgression. His fate is indeed tragic, yet not pitiable, for it is what he rightly deserves. Anyone daring to disregard the rules, to provoke them, shall face severe consequences. The shiny Rayquaza's gaze was piercing. You too. Upon hearing these words, Rayquaza trembled, paling visibly. This declaration left no room for negotiation. It affirmed the shiny Rayquaza's resolution. There was no scope for discussion regarding this matter. Chapter 59. The Decree of the Gods. The battle commences. The scene depicted the shiny Rayquaza soaring into the sky, emitting a resounding roar. I have personally quelled those who sought to disrupt the rules. Today is merely a reiteration of the past. With this statement, the shiny Rayquaza's figure vanished from the scene. There was no need to speculate. It was clear that it had come for Rayquaza and the Monarch Serpent. I am sorry, I have still not succeeded, Suyin approached. Apologetically regarding Rayquaza. He had hoped that through the experiences of Rayquaza and the Monarch Serpent, he could touch the shiny Rayquaza's heart and instigate a change in its mindset. Regrettably, he had underestimated the shiny Rayquaza's determination. Rayquaza shook its head. Do not blame yourself. This is my own choice. Rayquaza's spirits were low, and it forced a wry smile, saying, in truth, I had anticipated this outcome all along. I merely clung to a glimmer of hope and wished to fight for it. Alas, Lady Luck seems to have abandoned me. Suyin was at a loss for words to comfort it, lightly patting its shoulder. Do not lose heart. Perhaps we still possess a sliver of hope. Rayquaza shook its head, having completely lost faith. It looked up at Suyin, solemnly stating, I seek nothing more than your assurance to protect June, May, and my child. Suyin replied, shaking his head, you should safeguard your wife and child yourself. As for the impending arrival, leave that to me. Rayquaza was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to utter a retort. However, Suyin sternly interrupted, threateningly saying, Are you certain you wish to entrust your wife and child to my care? Rayquaza's heart raced, and it instinctively shielded the Monarch Serpent and Little Monarch Serpent behind itself. They were, after all, spirits. Suyin grinned, licking his lips. I have quite the taste for that. Rayquaza's expression darkened, and it could not help but internally curse. Damn. What a pervert. Suyin placed a sincere hand on its shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus, it would be best for you to protect your own family. As for the battle ahead, we shall take care of that. Suyin slowly stepped forward, facing the audience. At this moment, the barrage of comments flooded the live stream. Host, I respect you as a man. Even though you often clash with divine beasts, you genuinely step up when it matters. You're a person worth standing by. Can you share the location with us? We wish to join the battle. Yes. For the happiness of Rayquaza and the Monarch Serpent. We must stand up and contribute our strength. What the hell is this shiny Rayquaza? If it dares to harm the Monarch Serpent and the Divine God, I'll roll up my sleeves and take it on. Suyin felt a twinge of emotion at the viewer's enthusiasm. Yet he knew that this was no affair for ordinary individuals to partake in. Not only these spectators, but even the likes of Kana would merely tremble at the sidelines. This was no mere battle between trainers. It was a true divine war. Suyin communicated with the system, reaching out to Mew, Groudon, and Celebi. Everyone, we are in trouble and require your assistance. Without hesitation, Groudon unleashed a towering jet of magma, brimming with excitement like a child. My Cliff Sword has been yearning for action. Hurry and send me over. By the way, who is the opponent? Shiny Rayquaza. Groudon paused momentarily, then became even more exhilarated. A flying behemoth? I like it. Let's take it on. From Mew's end, two figures emerged, Ho-Oh and Kyogre. Ho-Oh maintained its flamboyant demeanor, while Kyogre sported a somewhat foolish appearance, lacking in intelligence. I've brought you two heavyweight champions, and I've contacted Zekrom as well. It is likely to arrive soon, so you can reach out to it later. Suyin nodded, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. He had not anticipated Mew's ability to summon Zekrom. Now, with an additional level 1 deity on their side, their odds against the shiny Rayquaza, who held divine status, had significantly improved. On the other hand, Celebi remained solitary, perhaps due to its proud nature, disinclined to mingle with other divine beasts. Celebi, do you have any issues? Suyin inquired. Celebi shook its head. No? Just send me over right now. But make sure to keep that slippery fellow away from me. I fear it might ambush me. Suyin chuckled awkwardly. All right, no problem. After concluding his conversation with the spirits, Suyin reached out to Zekrom. The scene shifted, revealing a pitch-black dragon weaving through the clouds, lightning illuminating the darkened sky. That was Zekrom. In its grasp, it held a white spirit. The white spirit struggled vigorously, cursing incessantly like a machine gun, never pausing for breath. Upon spotting the white spirit, Suyin was momentarily stunned. Alpaca. Indeed, the white spirit was the ever-argumentative Alpaca. Previously, he had sought out Alpaca to inform it of the Thunderplate's whereabouts and advised against approaching Zekrom. To his surprise, it had gone anyway. Now, it was being held by Zekrom as one would grip a chick. Alpaca recognized Suyin and, upon seeing him, expressed overwhelming joy, crying out for help. Su-yun. My brother, save me. I feel like I'm falling apart. Su-yun. After all this, Alpaca still hasn't grasped its identity and status. Ignoring Alpaca's pleas, he turned to communicate with Zekrom. Zekrom, as if anticipating Su-yun's arrival, spoke coolly, let me handle this Alpaca first. Alpaca was petrified. It truly did not wish to experience the taste of electric shocks again. It cried out in desperation, Big brother, Su-yun, please save me. We are brothers. Su-yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, regretting that he had ever considered Alpaca a brother. However, given their past acquaintance, he could not simply stand by and watch Zekrom eliminated. Thus, he delicately pleaded, could you do me a favor? This Alpaca is my younger brother. Although he tends to be a bit cheeky at times, his heart is undeniably kind. Tears streamed down the Alpaca's face as it nodded repeatedly. Zekrom was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Su-yun was acquainted with this Alpaca. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to release the Alpaca, considering Su-yun's relationship with Mew. Fine, then I'll just discard it, Zekrom declared. Alpaca. Su-yun quickly intervened. No, please bring it along. I'd like to reminisce with it. Zekrom nodded. All right. Then teleport me there. After concluding his conversation with Zekrom, Su-yun silently summoned the system. System, please teleport them all here. Transmitting now, please wait. Su-yun took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 60, The War of the Gods. The arrival of shiny Rayquaza. Outside the system space, 6 beams of light descended from the heavens, corresponding to 6 legendary Pokémon. Groudon, Mew, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Mewtwo, and Zekrom. Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, Mew, Zekrom, Ho-Oh, and one more Pokémon held tightly in Zekrom's claws, the Alpaca. 7 figures emerged, varying in size and stature, each exhibiting distinct expressions. Ha ha! I can fly! I can fly! Groudon bellowed excitedly as soon as it appeared. Lava erupted beneath its feet, flames soaring around it. This was its first experience of brief suspension in the sky. Though fleeting, the sensation was exhilarating enough to ignite its fervor. Su-yun couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. This fellow truly is a comedian. The onlookers erupted in laughter, seemingly oblivious to the impending battle. I can't believe Groudon actually thinks it can fly. One exclaimed, look at how happy it is. Who would dare say my Groudon can't fly now? Falling from the sky is not exactly flying, is it? Groudon must be out of its mind. Not entirely falling. I did see a moment of suspension. The other 6 Pokémon, witnessing Groudon's foolish excitement, quietly distanced themselves. Meanwhile, Kyogre, Groudon's archrival, seized the opportunity to mock it mercilessly. Come on, stop deceiving yourself. You barely hovered. Is that really flying? Kyogre had felt the same sensation of suspension, but dismissed it since it could already fly. If I were to give you wings, would you declare yourself a flying-type deity to the world? Kyogre's words dripped with sarcasm, its expression unmistakably scornful. Groudon's eyes blazed with fury, trembling with rage as it shouted. Fathead fish, what did you just say? Do you want me to roast you like a skewer? Kyogre chuckled. Well, you can try hitting me first. Fuming, Groudon unleashed its cliff blade attack. Instantly, fiery swords of earth shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. Kyogre, unfazed, soared into the air, maintaining a safe distance from the cliff blades. With a teasing glint in its eye, Kyogre taunted, put in a little more effort. Your cliff blade is just 1 millimeter shy of reaching me. In truth, Kyogre could fly higher, but it chose not to, simply wanting to toy with Groudon. This only infuriated Groudon further, realizing that its cliff blade could not stretch even a centimeter more. As it angrily spewed lava, Kyogre laughed even harder. I'm coming down. And now I'm going back up. Oh, I'm coming down again. Come at me, you fool. Groudon, fathead fish, you. At that moment, Groudon transformed into a divine beast messenger. Meanwhile, Mew and the other Pokémon erupted into laughter. What could be more delightful than ridiculing Groudon? The answer is, nothing. Su-yun, unable to watch any longer, interjected, all right. We're all here to help. There's no need to mock our ally. Groudon may not be able to fly, but it can use cliff blade. Groudon, are you insulting me or defending me? The audience chimed in with their own comments. Hello, I'm Groudon, trained for 2.5 years. And my specialty is not flying. Hey, don't bully our Groudon. It works super hard. Exactly. Little Blackie, please step aside. Tears welled in Groudon's eyes, realizing its fans truly cherished it. But then it wondered, why did it just hear a rooster crowing? Groudon glanced over at Ho-Oh, who seemed to see through Groudon's thoughts, instantly darkening its expression. What are you looking at? I'm not a chicken. I'm a phoenix. The kind that can fly. Ho-Oh emphasized the word fly, leaving Groudon feeling quite distressed. Why am I always the one getting hurt? At that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky, causing everyone's expressions to shift. The true enemy was approaching. Groudon, brimming with excitement, said to Mew and the others, "You all hold it down, and I'll pierce it with Cliff Blade." Kyogre scoffed derisively. "Haha, aren't you supposed to be able to spit fire? Why make it so complicated? Why not just use your fire attack?" Groudon replied solemnly. "That is not the same. I, the Great Overlord, cannot simply spit fire. If I'm going to use an attack, it must be a ground-type move to assert my authority as the Great Overlord." The other Pokémon exchanged glances. "You might as well just stay on the ground and glare." Kyogre shot back without mercy. Roar. Just as Groudon was about to explode in rage, a beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the clouds. In an instant, the sky shifted dramatically, and a colossal tornado swept toward them. It was clear that this was the work of Shiny Rayquaza. Boom. The 6 Pokémon combined their powers to combat the tornado, causing it to dissipate. Simultaneously, Shiny Rayquaza's figure materialized before them. Gazing at the 6 legendary Pokémon, Shiny Rayquaza's eyes turned icy. "Are you here to stop me?" The group remained silent, except for Groudon, who boldly retorted, "Indeed, we have come to thwart you. What is the matter? Do you dare take us on 6-1? Watch us turn you into a green caterpillar." Clearly, Groudon was still haunted by the battle of yesteryears. The other Pokémon looked at it in disbelief, thinking, "Come on, do you have to drag us into your bravado? You're making us look foolish." Shiny Rayquaza regarded Groudon, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes, as if recalling the battle from years past. "Heh, it seems we are to reenact the events of old. However, there is still one more missing." Shiny Rayquaza gazed upwards at the sky pillar, sneering, "What is the matter? Do you lack the courage to face me? Huh. In comparison to your uncle, you truly fall woefully short." Roar. Just as the Shiny Rayquaza's words echoed, a majestic figure enveloped in golden radiance and surrounded by verdant light descended from above the pillar of sky. It was none other than Rayquaza, having achieved its mega evolution. Upon witnessing Rayquaza's arrival, a subtle smile graced the lips of the Shiny Rayquaza. At last, the stage is set. Chapter 61, 1 against 7, Unrivaled? Elder, is there truly no room for negotiation? Rayquaza questioned, unwilling to stand against the leader of its own kin. The Shiny Rayquaza's expression was frigid, akin to a millennia-old glacier. "The moment you made your choice, you forfeited your chance." Rayquaza lowered its head. This battle had become inevitable. "Without further ado, prepare to receive my first move, Cliff Sword." Groudon, known for its fiery temperament, immediately unleashed a Cliff Sword towards the Shiny Rayquaza. Since the Shiny Rayquaza was not hovering at a great height, but rather at a lower elevation, Groudon's attack was still able to reach it. This was precisely why Groudon opted for the Cliff Sword. With a disdainful snort, the Shiny Rayquaza trembled, and a golden light radiated from its form, transforming its appearance. In less than a second, it completed its metamorphosis, evolving into Shiny Mega Rayquaza. Shiny Mega Rayquaza. Good heavens, it's Shiny Mega Rayquaza. More awe-inspiring than in the videos. Today we witnessed the might of Shiny Mega Rayquaza firsthand. The War of Gods is set to unfold once again today. Shaman, let us take a moment. I must rally for Groudon. The live stream erupted in excitement. Crack. An immense flow of divine light surged from Shiny Mega Rayquaza, and a terrifying energy storm obliterated Groudon's Cliff Sword. Groudon was taken aback. Is it truly this formidable? Shiny Mega Rayquaza did not relent. A layer of dark green light enveloped its body before it transformed into a bolt of lightning and surged forward. The speed was so overwhelming that all present, including the divine beasts and mythical creatures, felt an immense pressure. Groudon, unable to react in time, was sent flying. Boom. Its colossal form collided with a distant mountain, which was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Groudon lay buried within, its fate uncertain. Suyun was left astounded. He had anticipated the strength of Shiny Mega Rayquaza to be significant, surpassing that of any divine or mythical beast present, yet he had not expected it to be this outrageous. Groudon, a level 1 deity, could not withstand even a single attack. Without daring to linger, Suyun instantly teleported to Groudon's side and produced a crimson orb. This is the only assistance I can offer you. He tossed the crimson orb. Groudon sensed the power of the orb and was instantaneously revitalized. Roar. It rose from the ruins, releasing a thunderous roar to the heavens. The crimson orb fused with it, altering its form. In an instant, Groudon's size began to swell dramatically, akin to several towering mountains. The dark patterns on its surface were activated, revealing molten lava coursing within. The other Pokémon engaged in battle glanced at the spectacle, unable to conceal their astonishment. Is it reverting to its primal state? Where did it acquire that crimson orb? Kyogre exclaimed, a look of deep envy in its eyes. It must have been gifted by Su Yun, Mutwo interjected, having witnessed the crimson orb in Su Yun's possession. No way, you all continue fighting. Let me see if I can procure a deep blue orb as well. Kyogre hastily flew towards Su Yun. Upon seeing Kyogre departing the main battlefield, Su Yun instantly comprehended its intent. However, he truly did not possess a deep blue orb and could only shake his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry. I don't have what you seek. Kyogre's energy instantly waned, and it turned dejectedly away. Just then, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Special mission triggered. Temporary rewards have been distributed. This reward will only last for 2 hours. Please take heed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 deep blue orb. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Kyurem summoning card. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. System, your timing is impeccable. I truly adore you. With these 2 items, he could allow Kyogre to revert to its primal state and transform Zekrom into Black Kyurem. Their collective strength would significantly increase, enhancing their chances of victory. Wait, take this. Su Yun called to the departing Kyogre, tossing the deep blue orb to it. Kyogre stood stunned. Disbelief etched on its face as it gazed at Su Yun. You just said you didn't have any. Su Yun cleared his throat, admitting sheepishly, I misspoke. I suddenly remembered that I indeed possess 1. Kyogre. Nevertheless, it was now capable of reverting to its primal state. Without any hesitation, Kyogre fused with the deep blue orb, evolving into Primal Kyogre. Following its primal reversion, both Kyogre and Groudon experienced a tremendous surge in power, rejoining the battle and alleviating the pressure on the other Pokémon significantly. Meanwhile, Shiny Mega Rayquaza regarded Su Yun with newfound intrigue, sensing his extraordinary nature. First the Crimson Orb, now the Deep Blue Orb. Shiny Mega Rayquaza speculated that Little Nine's evolution was likely tied to Su Yun as well. A thought quietly blossomed in its mind. Once this battle concludes, I must interrogate this young man thoroughly. Roar. The battle raged on. Both sides clashed fiercely, unleashing a plethora of powerful moves that illuminated the sky with resplendent brilliance. The entire firmament was painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a celestial paradise. At this moment, Su Yun retrieved the Kyurem summoning card, beginning the invocation of Kyurem. As the summoning card transformed into shimmering starlight and vanished, a spatial tunnel materialized in the sky. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Snowflakes began to descend from the firmament, and the temperature plummeted, as if entering a world of ice. Shiny Mega Rayquaza and Primal Groudon momentarily ceased their battle, gazing upward in astonishment at the sudden phenomenon. Roar! Another deep, resonant dragon's roar resounded. A crystalline, silver-white head emerged from the spatial tunnel, its pale yellow eyes glinting with icy malice. It was none other than Kyurem, summoned by Su Yun. Kyurem, realizing its presence, Su Yun immediately called out to Zekrom. Initially perplexed, Zekrom quickly grasped Su Yun's intention. Su Yun sought to merge it with Kyurem, enhancing its combat prowess. Without a trace of hesitation, Zekrom nodded and swiftly darted towards Kyurem. As if foreseeing the impending conflict, Kyurem soared towards Zekrom. Upon witnessing this, the shiny Rayquaza discerned the intentions of the 2 legendary Pokémon. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its signature move, the Dragon Ascent, charging towards Zekrom and Kyurem. Given their adversarial relationship, it was inconceivable for it to stand idly by while they fused together. Meanwhile, the Primal Groudon, noticing the situation, immediately activated its flamethrower to thwart the advance of the shiny Rayquaza. The sheer power of its flamethrower was formidable, reaching an astonishing intensity of 150. Even the shiny Rayquaza was compelled to respond with utmost seriousness. A majestic dragon of fire erupted from the Primal Groudon's maw, sweeping across the sky with a thunderous roar towards the shiny Rayquaza. Sensing the overwhelming fire dragon approaching from behind, the shiny Rayquaza furrowed its brow, reluctantly abandoning its attempt to prevent the fusion of Kyurem and Zekrom, and turned to confront the fiery beast. With a resounding roar, the shiny Rayquaza emitted a brilliant beam of light, clashing with the fire dragon. The beam shone as brightly as day, resembling a divine light descending from the heavens, capable of purifying all forces in existence. The collision of the beam and the fire dragon erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the sky in a blinding white. The fire dragon opened its maw to consume the light beam, only to discover that the beam surged through its body with unstoppable force. In an instant, the once mighty fire dragon was torn apart, transforming into a shower of embers cascading towards the earth. Yet the beam continued unabated, striking the Primal Groudon directly. With a mighty roar, the primal Groudon was sent hurtling away, crashing into a distant mountain. Everything in its wake was annihilated, the land scorched to a charred desolation, while magma erupted from beneath, akin to a hellish inferno. How dare you strike one who cannot fly? I will obliterate you. The primal Kyogre, witnessing the primal Groudon being sent flying by the shiny Rayquaza, was instantly engulfed in fury. Several pale blue beams shot forth from behind, racing towards the shiny Rayquaza. This was its famed technique, the Origin Pulse, ranked alongside Groudon's Cliff Sword and Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent as one of the 3 ultimate moves. Suyun observed with mild astonishment. Kyogre and Groudon, arch-enemies, were reacting with anger over one another's plight. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although they had long been rivals, years of conflict had likely transformed their relationship into a complex bond of mutual respect, perhaps even camaraderie. Their connection was in a state of intricate dynamics, where battles did not inflict lasting harm. However, should anyone dare to bully Groudon or Kyogre, the other would undoubtedly erupt in wrath. In essence, only I may strike my rival. Should you dare to harm him, I will unleash my full fury upon you. The primal Groudon felt a flicker of gratitude towards primal Kyogre for coming to its aid. Thank you, my stout friend. I shall remember this favor. With a grin, primal Groudon expelled a massive plume of magma. Simultaneously, the shiny Rayquaza executed its Dragon Ascent, countering primal Kyogre's assault. The battle of the 3 ultimate techniques would soon reveal which was superior. In a flash, the shiny Rayquaza transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing from sight. It reappeared beside primal Kyogre, who, having faced Rayquaza before, was well aware of its capabilities. It conjured a colossal tidal wave to crash against the shiny Rayquaza. Unfortunately, it had underestimated its opponent's strength. In the midst of executing Dragon Ascent, the shiny Rayquaza surged like a bolt of lightning, unstoppable by any force. Even the titanic wave was effortlessly traversed. With a resounding impact, the shiny Rayquaza collided with primal Kyogre, the sheer force of the impact flipping Kyogre onto its back. The power of Dragon Ascent then detonated upon it, leaving the legendary Pokémon in agony. Hold on, Kyogre. I, Groudon, am coming to your aid. The primal Groudon had regained its footing, launching the Cliff Sword against the shiny Rayquaza. At this moment, Mewtwo also evolved into its Mega Mewtwo Y form, wielding a colossal energy sphere aimed at the shiny Rayquaza. Mew, gripping a 2-meter-long spiked club, prepared to ambush the shiny Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Mega Rayquaza unleashed the Dragon Ascent, striking towards the shiny Rayquaza. It dared not approach the shiny Rayquaza too closely, fearing a swift demise. As for Ho-Oh, it refrained from direct combat, instead showering its allies with a vast expanse of life-giving light, enhancing their vitality. Clearly, it was more suited to support than to battle. The audience, however, expressed discontent at this display. This Ho-Oh is merely a slacker. Does it truly expect to win without fighting? They lamented. Ho-Oh's standing in my esteem has plummeted. Could it be that this Ho-Oh, in its timidity, chose to assist its teammates rather than confront the shiny Rayquaza directly? This notion prompted the audience to recall Ho-Oh's earlier interviews, nodding in agreement. Ho-Oh, the timid one, returns home to roam the seas in search of its kind. Others felt a genuine envy towards the profound bond shared between primal Groudon and primal Kyogre. I had misjudged Groudon and Kyogre. I never realized their friendship ran so deep. I assumed it was only Mew and Mewtwo who were a couple, yet Groudon and Kyogre are the true pairing. I would gladly remain single for a lifetime, just to see Groudon and Kyogre wed right here. The 5 legendary Pokémon, mythical, united their powers, unleashing a cataclysmic force. All their attacks converged upon the shiny Rayquaza, encircling it completely. Faced with the full force of 5 legendary Pokémon, mythical, the shiny Rayquaza displayed its arrogance. It emitted a dragon's roar, spiraling upwards into the clouds. Its body began to rotate, generating a cataclysmic whirlwind. The tempest disturbed the very fabric of the heavens, compelling the surrounding clouds to retreat. Trees and rocks were swept into the air, darkening the sky. As debris soared and thunder crackled, the attacks of the 5 legendary Pokémon, mythical, arrived, but were thwarted by the raging whirlwind. The 5 powerful energies struck the tempest, yet could not penetrate it, failing to reach the shiny Rayquaza within. Confronted with the shiny Rayquaza's tempestuous defense, the 5 legendary Pokémon, mythical, found themselves at an impasse, unable to devise a counter-strategy. The audience was left in awe, shaken by the spectacle. Is this the true might of the shiny Rayquaza? It is far too formidable. Even the combined efforts of 5 legendary Pokémon, mythical, are insufficient against it. Did you really think it could take on 7 opponents in the past without merit? Does this imply that Rayquaza and the others are truly in peril? No. Could it be that Rayquaza and the Sovereign Serpent are destined to fall at the hands of the shiny Rayquaza? Oh no. I truly do not wish for Rayquaza and the Sovereign Serpent to meet their end. Lugia, Groudon, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Mew, and Mewtwo, may you all strive with fervor. The audience erupted into spontaneous cheers, fervently hoping that these legendary Pokémon could triumph over the shiny Rayquaza. The presence of the crowd's intense emotions ignited a passionate fire within Lugia and its companions. Even if they were unable to best the shiny Rayquaza, they were determined to inflict considerable damage upon it. Chapter 63, The Battle of Destiny, the End of the Seven Gods. Upon the pillar of the sky, the Superior tugged at its little counterpart, its eyes glistening with crystalline tears as it gazed anxiously down at Lugia. Lugia, you must not come to harm. If we fail, I shall harbor no grievances. In this life, knowing you has already been my greatest joy. The Superior's heart sank, an invisible hand of despair tightening around her throat, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably like a cascade of pearls. Turning to Su Yun, she earnestly implored, Mr. Su Yun, should both Lugia and I perish, I beseech you to take care of our child. It is still so young and should not suffer such a calamity. Su Yun opened his mouth to respond, but faltered, uncertain of how to console her. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had done all that he could. Now, the outcome rested in the hands of fate. However, with the aid of the system, safeguarding the little Superior should pose no insurmountable challenge. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly regarded the Superior and nodded gravely. Very well. I promise you. A wave of relief washed over the Superior, and tears streamed gently down her cheeks, symbolizing the release of her sole concern. Outside the confines of the system's realm, the battle raged on. Just as Mew and the others found themselves at an impasse, snowflakes began to swirl down from the sky. A grand avenue of ice unfurled, stretching directly into the heart of the tempest. The assembled Pokémon turned to behold a figure cloaked in darkness emerging upon the icy path. Darkrai, Darkrai, by the heavens, this fellow has finally merged successfully. The primal Groudon could not contain its astonishment, magma bubbling forth from its mouth. With Darkrai's assistance, we might just pierce through the hurricane and confront the shiny Rayquaza. Mewtwo, ever the battle enthusiast, chimed in. Indeed, Darkrai, being an ice-type Pokémon, possesses a fourfold advantage against the shiny Rayquaza. Coupled with our combined strength, we can undoubtedly shatter its hurricane. Mew nodded in agreement, the spiked club in its grasp brimming with anticipation. After a brief consultation, the Pokémon unanimously decided to act. Upon receiving their signal, Darkrai roared to the heavens, altering the very landscape and plunging the world into an icy domain. The chilling winds surged from all directions, advancing relentlessly toward the hurricane. Thunder rumbled within the storm, shattering the ice, yet it could not halt its relentless advance. Seizing the opportunity, Mew and the others unleashed their most formidable moves in unison alongside Darkrai to assail the hurricane. With a series of cracks, the gale began to fracture beneath the combined might of the 7 legendary Pokémon. The fissures spread like invisible hands tearing it apart. In an instant, they tore open a narrow gap in the hurricane. We did it, roared the primal Groudon, excitement coursing through it as it unleashed a torrent of flames through the opening. Boom. At the same moment, a beam of white light shot forth from within the crack, colliding with the fire dragon. It was the shiny Rayquaza making its move. Understanding that a direct confrontation with the primal Groudon would not favor it, the shiny Rayquaza swiftly invoked a powerful attack to counteract the flames. As the energy dissipated, the shiny Rayquaza reappeared, its gaze colder than ice, sharp as a dagger piercing the hearts of all present. Its eyes flashed like lightning as it surveyed Mew and the others. You wish to assist it, do you? I shall grant you that opportunity. Come forth, and if you can defeat me, I will allow them to depart. The shiny Rayquaza proclaimed with an air of supremacy, shifting slightly to grant passage through the hurricane before soaring skyward, vanishing into its depths. Dragon's roar shakes the heavens. Golden light dances across the sky. The divine might echoes in our ears. Once more, we shall battle the 7 gods. At this moment, the choice lay with Groudon and the others. How arrogant. You're merely a green caterpillar, thinking yourself grand. The primal Groudon seethed, spewing magma in anger. The other Pokémon remained silent, their gazes fixed on the Mega Rayquaza. They were merely allies. The true decision rested with the Mega Rayquaza itself. I didn't mean you specifically. I was referring to the one inside. The primal Groudon scratched its head awkwardly, realizing its words had been poorly chosen. The Mega Rayquaza paid it no heed, its gaze radiating a brilliant light as it turned to Mew and the others. I seek your aid. I am prepared to perish. But my wife and child must not meet the same fate. For their future, I have no choice but to fight. Should I fall, I do not ask you to continue the battle, but I implore you to protect my loved ones. In another life, I, Rayquaza, would gladly serve you. Mew and the others were deeply moved. Though they did not possess families in the same way as Rayquaza, Ho-Oh being the exception, they could empathize with its plight. As members of the Legendary Alliance, while they often appeared discordant and fraught with minor conflicts, they would unite resolutely when confronted with true adversity. Rest assured, Rayquaza, we will undoubtedly support you. Groudon declared heartily, exuding a carefree demeanor. Ho-Oh empathized as well, stating, Rayquaza, I too have a family, and I understand your sentiments. You can rely on me. I will ensure your loved ones are cared for. Even if you should fall, fret not, for I shall look after your wife and child. The other legendary Pokémon were taken aback, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Wait, what I mean is, I will protect Rayquaza's family from harm. Ho-Oh clarified, sensing the scrutiny of his companions. With that, the legendary Pokémon withdrew their gazes, no longer questioning Ho-Oh's intentions. Thank you, everyone. The Mega Rayquaza expressed gratefully. Haha. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us confront that old foe. I can hardly contain my excitement. Indeed, let us go forth. For our brother, for the Legendary Alliance. The 7 legendary Pokémon charged boldly into the hurricane, where their destinies awaited them, the ultimate culmination of their fates. Meanwhile, on another side, the captured alpaca gazed at the unwavering determination of Lugia and the others as they stepped into the tempest, unable to suppress its tears. Once buried deep within the recesses of the heart, the long-forgotten memories were unearthed anew, causing a profound tremor within its essence. Perhaps I ought to assist them. The alpaca's gaze grew resolute, seemingly having resolved upon a certain determination. Subsequently, it lifted its eyes towards Su-Yun, who stood atop the pillar of heaven. The eyes of man and beast met across the fabric of time and space, resulting in a fervent collision. In that fleeting moment, Su-Yun grasped the alpaca's intention. Summon Arceus using the stone tablet. Chapter 64. Su-Yun slowly raised his right hand, and an invisible force lifted the alpaca into the air. You wish to call upon the Creator God for assistance? Su-Yun asked, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the alpaca. The alpaca nodded, its demeanor indicating no jest. Indeed, you may not comprehend the implications of that shining Mega Rayquaza, but I can assure you that Mew and its companions stand no chance against it. Only by invoking my elder brother can we quell this conflict. Su-Yun's lips parted slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He scrutinized the alpaca anew, inquiring with curiosity, is 1 against 7 truly insufficient? Some have undergone mega evolution, while others have reverted to their primal forms, and there exists the Darkrai, which boasts a 4-fold advantage over the shining Mega Rayquaza. How can such a lineup possibly falter? To be candid, Su-Yun found it hard to believe. Though the shining Mega Rayquaza was indeed formidable, it was not without its match against the peak-evolved primal Groudon and its ilk. Each of them was a ruler in its own right. The alpaca shook its head, exhibiting great confidence in its judgment. It possesses a divine position. You do not fathom what that entails, but I do. My elder brother has told me that beneath the divine position, all are but mere insects. The powers of divine beasts with a divine position and those without are not of the same echelon. Should the shining Mega Rayquaza unleash its full might, Mew and its companions would be utterly insufficient, even with an army of ordinary divine beasts at their disposal, unless we summon another divine beast with a divine position. Su-Yun was rendered speechless, his heart shaken. Do you mean to say that even now, the shining Mega Rayquaza has yet to unleash its true power? Indeed, the alpaca replied, its expression unusually grave. While I am uncertain why it has refrained from unleashing its full potential to conclude this battle, it is certain that we still possess a chance to turn the tide. Once it fully manifests its strength, the outcome will become irreversible. Do not mention the fate of Rayquaza and the Sovereign Snake. Even Mew and its companions would suffer. Su-Yun's brows knitted together involuntarily. He admitted to knowing little about divine positions, particularly since his arrival in this world, where his understanding of the so-called divine beasts was even more scant. In this regard, the alpaca undoubtedly held greater authority. Very well, what must we do? Su-Yun recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing that their only recourse was to summon the supreme entity. I intend to invoke my elder brother's descent using the stone tablet. However, regrettably, we currently lack 1 tablet, and I am uncertain if we can succeed. The alpaca's expression dimmed, its concerns evident. Is there a lightning tablet with Darkrai? Would that suffice? Su-Yun pondered aloud. The alpaca shook its head, producing a reddish-yellow tablet from the gaps in its skeletal frame. I possess the lightning tablet. Yet with the purity tablet within me, we still require one more. Suyun gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. You pilfered the tablet from Zekrom? The alpaca frowned, a hint of displeasure flickering across its face. What a thing to say. I merely returned what was rightfully mine. Suyun was astounded. To have stealthily obtained the lightning tablet from beneath Zekrom's very nose spoke volumes of the alpaca's prowess. What shall we do now? I cannot procure another tablet for you at this moment, he lamented, suppressing his shock. The alpaca sighed in unison. We have no time to seek out additional tablets. We can only proceed with these two and hope for the best. Suyun expressed his concerns. Can 2 tablets truly suffice? The alpaca shook its head. It is uncertain. But as long as there is a chance, we must try. Suyun nodded in agreement. What do you need me to do? The alpaca gazed at Suyun, a slight, enigmatic smile gracing its lips. I am aware of your extraordinary power. I wish for you to assist me in extracting the purity tablet from within me. Suyun silently commended the alpaca for uncovering his hidden strength. I never anticipated I was so well concealed. The alpaca chuckled. When you struck me, I did not see you concealing anything. Suyun communicated with the system, asking, System, can I extract the purity tablet from the alpaca? Indeed. You are invincible within the system space and can accomplish any task you desire. A smile crept across Suyun's face as he felt a sense of relief. He turned his serious gaze back to the alpaca. I shall begin. Prepare yourself. The alpaca took a deep breath and closed its eyes. Let us commence. Suyun activated the power of the system. However, before proceeding, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked the alpaca, You are not well acquainted with Rayquaza? Are you? Why assist them? The alpaca's heart quivered, and a subtle, sweet smile graced its lips. Perhaps it is because I see a reflection of her within them. 1 minute later, the alpaca opened its eyes. In Suyun's hand lay a silvery white tablet, the purity tablet corresponding to the normal attribute. The alpaca placed the 2 tablets diagonally on the ground, then plucked a tuft of its wool and laid it at the center of the tablets. Following that, it joined its hooves in prayer, murmuring incantations. After a moment, the 2 tablets, along with the tuft of wool, began to ascend into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, beams of light shot forth from the tablets, one white, one yellow, corresponding to their respective attributes. The beams pierced the heavens, soaring toward the firmament, disappearing into the unknown. Suyun gazed in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, momentarily captivated. Is this a sign of success? Is the creator god about to appear? His anticipation grew. However, at that instant, the alpaca was suddenly propelled away by an inexplicable force. Simultaneously, the beams of light that had illuminated the skies rapidly descended, and the tuft of wool at the center was instantaneously consumed by flames, reducing it to mere ashes. Suyun's heart sank as he turned to the alpaca. Witnessing tears welling in its eyes, its spirit plummeting to the depths of despair, it choked out, I have failed. Indeed, it was a realization long overdue. How could 2 tablets possibly succeed in summoning the creator god? What hope remained was merely an illusion conjured by the desperate struggles of the powerless. Suyun opened his mouth, his hands dropping helplessly. He approached the alpaca, offering a comforting pat on its back. He wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation. Do not blame yourself, you did your utmost. The man and the alpaca exchanged silent glances, their eyes cast towards the tempest. What fate awaited Rayquaza and its companions? No one could say. Meanwhile, at the moment when Suyun and the alpaca believed the summoning ritual had failed, in the deepest recesses of the cosmos, a figure, nestled within the celestial rivers, gradually opened its eyes. With a soft hum, the visage of this entity, marked by authority, momentarily displayed a hint of displeasure before vanishing in an instant, its destination unknown. Chapter 65. Even if I am but a moth, I shall extinguish the flames to save you. Within the tempest, the battle raged fiercely. Suyun could not discern the precise events unfolding within. Yet the surging aura emanating from outside conveyed the intensity of their ferocious conflict. At that moment, a fiery red figure was suddenly hurled from the maelstrom, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into a distant mountain. Son, fathead fish, for heaven's sake, can you not aim before you strike? The primitive Groudon muttered in exasperation as it rose unsteadily from the ground, magma spewing from its mouth, appearing quite disheveled. Just moments prior, it had joined forces with primitive Kyogre in a bid to ambush the shiny Rayquaza. However, to its astonishment, primitive Kyogre, in a fit of folly, unleashed a wave of primal energy that struck directly at it, sending it flying. It was no wonder that primitive Groudon found itself incensed by the reckless behavior of primitive Kyogre. Hardly had it voiced its complaint when a blue figure was flung out next. It was none other than primitive Kyogre itself. As it tumbled through the air, it spun chaotically. The beams of primal energy emitted carelessly shot in all directions, with several heading straight for primitive Groudon. Infuriated, primitive Groudon leapt from the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames to counter the incoming waves of energy. Yet, in a twist of fate, while it evaded the primal waves, it could not escape the onslaught of primitive Kyogre. The immense form of primitive Kyogre crashed into it like a cannonball. Boom! The collision of these two ancient deities returned to their primal forms, unleashed in unimaginable force. After a struggle, Groudon managed to rise once more, only to find itself pinned to the ground again. My apologies. I couldn't rein it in. Primitive Kyogre chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment creeping into its demeanor. With a scowl, primitive Groudon retorted, "Then for heaven's sake, get off me." Now, it found itself crushed beneath the weight of primitive Kyogre, who resembled a mountain. "Oh, how could I forget? No wonder it didn't hurt when I fell," primitive Kyogre exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation, and began to float above Groudon. However, scarcely had it departed when a white figure swiftly approached them. Upon seeing this, panic swept across primitive Groudon's face. "No, don't come any closer." Crack. Boom. Dust and debris erupted as primitive Kyogre once again bore down on primitive Groudon. Accompanying them was a shiny Mewtwo. Following Mewtwo, Ho-Oh and Mega Rayquaza were also propelled out, hurtling towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo's expression shifted slightly, and it promptly utilized teleportation to evade the impending threat. Witnessing this, primitive Kyogre was seized by a fresh wave of fear, ascending rapidly into the sky without a second thought. Primitive Groudon, witnessing this, was filled with urgency. "Damn it, you two fools." Crack, crack. The sounds of impact drowned out their voices. Once more, primitive Groudon found itself pinned to the ground, this time beneath Ho-Oh, with Mega Rayquaza above it. Groudon felt utterly despondent. Why was it always the one suffering injuries? An overwhelming urge to weep surged within. Roar! Mega Rayquaza, filled with unyielding rage, soared into the sky, its scarred body determined to re-enter the tempest and confront shiny Rayquaza once more. Ho-Oh also ascended, showering the battlefield with life energy to heal its comrades. Observing the scarred Mega Rayquaza, the sovereign superior, perched atop the pillar of heaven, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Lie, brother, please, no more fighting," she implored, her heart aching at the thought of Mega Rayquaza's demise. Little Superior, sensing its mother's sorrow, instinctively nuzzled her in a bid to console her in this moment of despair. Su-Yun, watching the mother and child, felt a tumult of emotions, grappling with the pain of witnessing Mega Rayquaza's plight. Must they truly stand idly by while Mega Rayquaza faced defeat? The audience, too, was engulfed in sorrow, tears falling for the star-crossed lovers, lamenting their tragic fate. Oh, how pitiable. Why must it be this way? Can't they be granted a happy ending? The heart of shiny Rayquaza seemed merciless. Was it truly just a single superior that mattered so much? Was the lineage truly of such paramount importance? Yet, one must not solely blame shiny Rayquaza. Considering the situation from Mega Rayquaza's perspective reveals its motivations were driven by the future of its kin. I find myself in agreement with shiny Rayquaza's actions. The world is inherently cruel, and the idealistic resolutions you yearn for are but fleeting illusions. It is the pursuit of self-interest that remains paramount. To shiny Rayquaza, the future of its lineage constitutes the highest form of benefit. In the Tempest, as Mega Rayquaza prepared to plunge back into battle, it was met with the emergence of Mew and Darkrai. These two were among the strongest, having persevered until the end. Yet, they too found themselves compelled to exit the fray. Unlike primitive Groudon and its companions, however, Mew and Darkrai were not expelled, but had chosen to emerge voluntarily. Mew, holding its spiked club, wore an expression laden with fury. Clearly, it felt aggrieved by the recent skirmishes. Logically, given its power and heritage, even a deity like Rayquaza should not pose a threat to it. As the progenitor of Pokémon, the most ancient of beings, its strength was unparalleled among the deities. Even those deities were not necessarily its match. However, due to certain circumstances, its true form remained in slumber within the world tree, rendering its current power a mere fraction of its former glory. Otherwise, how could it have been so thoroughly bested by shiny Rayquaza? Though Darkrai possessed a type advantage over shiny Rayquaza, it had been forcibly awakened from the dark stone by an alpaca, and its strength had yet to fully recover, rendering it incapable of contending with a deity of shiny Rayquaza's caliber. Moreover, during the fusion process, It had discovered a significant issue. Darkray's body was undergoing some form of transformation, causing excruciating pain with each move it attempted to unleash. This hesitation led to a cautious approach, allowing shiny Rayquaza to dominate the encounter. Both Pokémon now found themselves in a precarious state as they fled from the Tempest. As Mega Rayquaza prepared to re-enter the fray for a final confrontation with shiny Rayquaza, Mew hastily intervened. "Do not go in. You are not its match." No sooner had it spoken than a white beam of light shot forth from the Tempest, colliding with the oncoming Mega Rayquaza. Boom! The power of the white beam was formidable, illuminating the skies with its radiant glow. The mere energy unleashed by the explosion compelled both Mew and Zekrom to instinctively withdraw. Meanwhile, the struck Mega Rayquaza emitted a heart-wrenching howl, plummeting from the heavens and forcibly reverting to its original form. At that moment, shiny Rayquaza emerged from the Tempest, its gaze as frigid and merciless as ice, fixating on the fallen Rayquaza below, uttering words of annihilation. "Xiaojio, it is all over." Shiny Rayquaza opened its colossal maw, unleashing an immeasurable beam of white light, intent on executing Rayquaza on the spot. Mew and the others were taken aback, astonished that shiny Rayquaza was genuinely prepared to strike. For a fleeting moment, they found themselves paralyzed with shock. By the time they regained their senses and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Just then, Suyun suddenly felt a refreshing breeze brush past her side. When she turned to look, the sovereign serpent had vanished without a trace. "This is bad," she thought. Suyun's expression shifted dramatically. Looking downward, she saw the sovereign serpent, now magnified several times, matching Rayquaza in size. Countless green flames enveloped her, infused with immense life force. Her speed reached unparalleled heights, rivaling even the Rayquaza's decisive strike. In the blink of an eye, she was before Rayquaza, without a trace of hesitation. Like a delicate moth drawn towards an all-consuming flame, she launched herself into the oncoming white light with unwavering resolve. Chapter 66. Total Annihilation, Rayquaza in Peril. In that instant, the sovereign serpent's mind flooded with myriad memories. Past moments of joy flickered in her mind like a carousel of lights. She recalled her first encounter with Rayquaza, the moment they watched the sunset together for the first time, and the scene of their first embrace. Such beauty, yet it was all fading away, like a dimming glimmer retreating into the distance. She yearned to grasp those moments, but felt utterly powerless. Gradually, she closed her eyes, witnessing the white light surge around her like a tempestuous wave, engulfing her completely. After that, there was nothing more. No. Rayquaza roared, its expression twisted in anguish. Stunned, he could not comprehend why the sovereign serpent stood before him. Panic surged within him, akin to the sensation of something precious slipping through his fingers. He sought to grasp it, dashing forward recklessly, merging with the white light. He grasped her. The ethereal form of the sovereign serpent lay limply in his hands, tranquil like a slumbering beauty. Rayquaza's hands trembled, tears cascading like a torrential flood, overwhelming him. Why did you have to come down? The sovereign serpent's spectral body began to dissipate into countless specks of starlight, scattering through the air. Rayquaza reached out in desperation, but it was futile. The luminous particles slipped through his fingers, vanishing before his eyes. In the end, nothing remained. Rayquaza wept bitterly, his voice laden with sorrow. He relentlessly questioned himself, as if interrogating shiny Rayquaza. Why? I merely wished for their safety. What wrong have I committed? Why must you pursue total annihilation, Elder? Rayquaza's gaze burned with resentment and fury as it fixed upon shiny Rayquaza in the sky. He loathed shiny Rayquaza's cold-heartedness and his own impotence. Mew and the other Pokémon wore expressions of sympathy, uncertain of what words to offer. At that moment, Ho-Oh approached, offering comfort. "Brother Rayquaza, take heart." Rayquaza turned helplessly towards him, his eyes devoid of spirit. Yet, in that instant, it seemed he had clutched onto a lifeline, discovering a glimmer of hope. He grasped Ho-Oh's hand, his voice trembling with urgency. "Wait, don't you possess the power of resurrection? You can revive fallen Pokémon. Please, help me bring back my sister. As long as you can resurrect her, I will do anything you ask." Ho-Oh averted his gaze from Rayquaza's pleading eyes, shaking his head with sorrow. "I'm afraid not, dear brother. That was the strike of a deity. While I do possess the ability to resurrect, it is limited to ordinary deaths. I cannot revive those slain by divine beings." Rayquaza faltered, his hands falling weakly at his sides, the flicker of hope in his eyes swiftly extinguishing, leaving them devoid of light. "However, do not lose all hope. Perhaps the leader of my clan may possess a means to revive her." Observing Rayquaza's despondence, Ho-Oh spoke, offering him a glimmer of hope. Yet, The existence of that hope and its chances of success remained uncertain. Really? Then please, take me to your leader at once. Rayquaza exclaimed, lifting his head abruptly. Clutching Ho-Oh once more in excitement. He feared that every passing second diminished the possibility of reviving the sovereign serpent. Ho-Oh sighed ruefully, about to explain, when he was abruptly interrupted by Shiny Rayquaza. No need. Since you love her so dearly, then go with her. Shiny Rayquaza's voice remained detached as it unleashed a draconic wave, hurtling towards Rayquaza. Killing the sovereign serpent was not enough. It sought to eliminate Rayquaza as well. And that little sovereign serpent atop the sky pillar. Yet, it sensed that the space surrounding the sky pillar was extraordinary, potentially linked to the human above. Thus, it refrained from acting hastily, opting not to engage the human and the little sovereign serpent immediately. Otherwise, the moment it descended, its primary target would undoubtedly have been the mother and daughter duo of the sovereign serpent. Rayquaza was engulfed by rage, shoving Ho-Oh aside as he unleashed a beam of white light, clashing against Shiny Rayquaza's draconic wave. Boom. Regrettably, he was no match for Shiny Rayquaza. The draconic wave obliterated the white beam and struck him, sending him hurtling away. The original Groudon and other Pokémon sprang into action, attempting to thwart Shiny Rayquaza. Yet, Shiny Rayquaza remained unfazed. A mere token effort from you all is your utmost limit. Do not cling to delusions. Should you attempt to obstruct me further, you shall join it in the grave. Shiny Rayquaza effortlessly evaded the onslaught of the divine Pokémon, then turned its attention to Mew, who was poised to strike. Little one, I recognize your struggle to survive thus far, and your symbiotic relationship with the world tree. I bear no desire to slay you, so depart while you can. Should your true form descend, you might stand a chance against me, but this mere projection is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The divine Pokémon gasped in shock, realizing that the being fighting alongside them was merely a projection of Mew. Su-Yun was equally astonished, realizing that the entity before her was not Mew's true self. Original Groudon cursed vehemently. I knew that Slippery One wasn't as weak as they appeared. Hurry and summon your real self. Let us take down this green-haired worm together. Mew, however, could only shake her head with a wry smile, burdened by her own constraints that prevented her from awakening her true form. This is rather awkward. I've already insulted that creature, and I hope it doesn't hold a grudge against me, Original Groudon thought anxiously. Fortunately, Shiny Rayquaza had no interest in him and instead set its sights on Rayquaza. Surrounded by a green aura, Shiny Rayquaza prepared to unleash its decisive strike against Rayquaza. Stop it. Ray, fall back. Original Groudon shouted, being the first to charge forth, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Shiny Rayquaza. The shimmering, ultra-rapid, and electrifying figure darted past, evading its assault, only to instantaneously reappear before it, sending it hurtling away. The primal Kyogre followed closely, unleashing its origin pulse in an attempt to thwart the shimmering figure. Alas, the preparatory delay proved too lengthy before it could be launched. It was struck down by the finishing touch of the shimmering figure. Ho-Oh and Mega Mewtwo joined the fray, each executing formidable moves. Yet the shimmering figure effortlessly evaded their attacks, and, with a swift, serpentine maneuver, annihilated both in an instant. Finally, the darkened Kyurem and Mew stood on opposite sides. One unleashed a frigid breath, attempting to encase the shimmering figure in ice, but it nimbly dodged. The other employed teleportation, swinging its spiked club to strike the shimmering figure, only to be met with a powerful tail swipe that sent it crashing to the ground. In mere moments, the shimmering figure had reached the side of Rayquaza. With an icy demeanor, it gathered a sphere of white light in its maw, launching it towards Rayquaza, a strike intended to be fatal. Rayquaza, refusing to concede defeat, was unwilling to accept such a fate. This life had been salvaged at the cost of its lord's sacrifice and would not be easily taken by anyone. To do so would betray the memory of its fallen lord and the hopes vested in it. Even if death was inevitable, it would first avenge its lord. With a furious roar, Rayquaza unleashed its anger, achieving Mega Evolution. Empowered by this rage, it succeeded in a breakthrough even without the aid of the rainbow-hued meteorites. This was not merely the force of anger, but also the strength of love. The Mega Rayquaza, ablaze with fury, unleashed a beam of white light. When it collided with the shimmering figure's attack, it erupted into a dazzling explosion of brilliance. The shockwave sent Mega Rayquaza hurtling backward, crashing through dozens of towering trees before landing on the earth. It had attained a breakthrough, with its power significantly elevated compared to before. However, when compared to the divine shimmering figure, it still fell short, remaining outmatched. Abandon your resistance. You have no chances left. The shimmering figure's cold voice pronounced the fate of Mega Rayquaza with merciless finality. In the midst of Mega Rayquaza's eyes, filled with rage, resentment, and unwillingness, the shimmering figure unleashed another energy beam, aimed at the fallen Mega Rayquaza. This time, no one could come to its aid. Everything was about to end. "Sister, I am sorry," Rayquaza roared, tears of sorrow streaming from its eyes. It longed for vengeance, yet felt powerless to achieve it. This sense of helplessness pierced its heart, as if 1,000 sharp daggers were relentlessly stabbing at its soul. Suddenly, just as everyone believed all was lost, a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. In an instant, a beam of white light descended from the sky, intercepting the energy beam aimed to obliterate Mega Rayquaza, thwarting its lethal intent. Mega Rayquaza was saved once more. At that moment, both the divine beasts and Su Yun simultaneously gazed skyward. Above, thunder rumbled ominously. A platinum figure, exuding immense pressure, descended from the heavens like a celestial dragon, standing in stark opposition to the shimmering figure beside Mega Rayquaza. Upon seeing this figure, Su Yun's face registered shock, for it was none other than a Rayquaza. Yet, its hue was a majestic platinum, adorned with flowing dragon whiskers, exuding an air of both authority and pride. In terms of presence, it even surpassed that of the shimmering figure. As for its strength, that remained uncertain. A different colored Rayquaza? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a variant before. The term shiny Pokémon refers to those whose hues diverge from both the standard and shimmering variants. For instance, the typical Rayquaza is teal, the shimmering variant is black, while this different colored Rayquaza radiates a regal platinum, appearing even more imposing and distinct. "Uncle?" Rayquaza was left astounded upon seeing the different colored Rayquaza. His uncle, once a prodigy of the Rayquaza lineage, had been confined within the clan's forbidden grounds. How could he suddenly appear here? Had someone released him, or had he escaped? Rayquaza's mind was a whirlwind of questions, yet primarily filled with astonishment, as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from his uncle, rivaling even that of their leader. This indicated that his uncle possessed strength on par with the clan head. "Little White, you have erred once. Do you wish to assist in further wrongdoing? Allowing Little Nine to make the same mistake as you?" The shimmering figure withdrew, refraining from further assault, and questioned the different colored Rayquaza in a grave tone. The latter, unfazed, responded with an air of tranquil authority. "Leader, I do not perceive this as a mistake. The version of me from years past is reflected in Little Nine today. You are too rigid, adhering to millennia-old customs that no longer suit this era. It is time for the traditions of the Rayquaza clan to evolve." These words caused the shimmering figure's eyes to narrow into slits, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. "Are you implying that I have grown old and should abdicate?" Rayquaza regarded his uncle in disbelief, astonished that he would utter such sentiments. The implication was unmistakable. It was a blatant attempt at usurpation. "Uncle, you," Rayquaza stammered. Taken aback, the different colored Rayquaza gestured for him to step behind and remained silent, then turned to face the shimmering figure, a newfound resolve gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, with that declaration, a surge of formidable combat intent erupted from the shimmering figure. Without hesitation, it launched a finishing blow at the different colored Rayquaza. "Today, you shall all pay for the mistakes of the past," it bellowed, thoroughly incensed. The different colored Rayquaza showed no fear, transforming into its mega evolution form, and engaged in fierce battle with the shimmering figure. The two exchanged blows in a relentless clash, their combat soaring through the skies with fervor. At this moment, the different colored Rayquaza's voice echoed in the air, instructing Rayquaza to ascend to the sky pillar with his companions, for a human could protect them. Rayquaza understood that the human in question referred to Su Yun, yet he was reluctant to stand idly by, watching his uncle and leader battle without being able to assist. Just then, Ho-Oh and the others arrived. "Let us depart. This battle is beyond our capabilities. We, as the younger generation, are not on par with them," Ho-Oh stated, an unmistakable tone of resignation in its voice. Rayquaza recognized the truth in Ho-Oh's words. To forcefully intervene in the conflict between the different colored Rayquaza and the shimmering figure would not only be futile, but could also distract his uncle. "Very well." With a heavy sigh, Rayquaza acquiesced, returning with the other Pokémon to the sky pillar. "I am sorry. I could not stop her," Su Yun expressed regretfully to Rayquaza, acknowledging his share of responsibility for the demise of the Lord Snake. Lugia shook its head, expressing no blame. "I understand June's character. If she truly wishes to accomplish something, no one can deter her." Regrettably, however, it was too late. Lugia bowed its head in sorrow. Ho-Oh approached, gently patting its shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Do not worry. Upon my return, I shall plead with our ancestor to see if there is any way to revive the sovereign serpent." At that moment, the young sovereign serpent crawled over, nuzzling its head against Lugia in a soothing manner. Being still quite young, it was unaware of what had transpired, only knowing to offer solace in times of sadness. A tender expression flickered in Lugia's eyes as it lifted the little sovereign serpent and embraced it tightly. Su-Yun quietly stepped aside, choosing not to intrude upon their familial moment. Bestow the stone tablet upon that anomalous Lugia. It cannot contend with the shiny Rayquaza. The watching alpaca suddenly interjected, its expression serious. Su-Yun was taken aback, astonished. After all, this was something the alpaca cherished dearly. The alpaca nodded, affirming, "The shiny Rayquaza has begun to wield the powers of its divine status, and that anomalous Lugia is being suppressed." Su-Yun turned to the distance, where indeed, a golden crown shimmered faintly above the shiny Rayquaza's head. It appeared that the anomalous Lugia was affected by the crown's presence, its movements becoming sluggish and its expression grave, as if burdened by an immense pressure. The alpaca continued to elucidate. The divine status presents an insurmountable chasm for fellow Pokémon, exerting absolute dominance over them. Defeating a Pokémon endowed with divine status is nearly impossible. Su-Yun, astonished, had not anticipated the vast implications of divine status. "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Su-Yun attempted to communicate with the anomalous Lugia, receiving a response before casting the 2 stone tablets he held into the air. Observing this, the Dark Kyurem was instantly bewildered. When did the Thunderstone tablet end up in its possession? Mutwo also gasped, a glimmer of surprise igniting in its eyes. Has the Cleansing Stone tablet been extracted from the alpaca? In their moment of shock, the Thunderstone tablet and Cleansing Stone tablet drifted toward the anomalous Lugia. After forcing back the shiny Rayquaza with one strike, it surged toward the 2 tablets. Yet, just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The 2 tablets, originally flying toward the anomalous Lugia, suddenly froze mid-air, and in the next instant, shot upwards at an alarming speed. As if drawn by an overwhelming force, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A collective tension enveloped everyone present. As a dreadful thought surfaced in their minds, the tablets had been snatched away. Chapter 68. Are you truly impressive? How about we exchange a few moves? The crowd gasped in shock. They were all too aware of what the stone tablets represented. Their theft would spell catastrophic disaster for them. Even the anomalous Lugia appeared visibly displeased. It could have triumphed over the shiny Rayquaza with those tablets, but now found itself thwarted, inciting considerable anger. Unbidden, they all gazed skyward, eager to discern who had dared to seize the tablets. Above, the skies churned with tumultuous winds. A slender rift bisected the heavens, resembling a massive eye, pulsating with eerie fluctuations. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the fissure, darting away to the distance, accompanied by the 2 stolen tablets. The tablets floated beside the figure as if children reunited with their mother, radiating a brilliant glow. As the white light faded, the figure's visage became clear to all. Gasp! It was it. Upon recognizing the true form of the figure, Su-Yun could not help but inhale sharply, a mix of awe and terror flooding his heart. The figure was none other than the legendary creator deity, Arceus, the elder brother of the alpaca, the very owner of the tablets. No wonder the 2 tablets had flown toward it. Su-Yun's mind was suddenly illuminated, yet he remained puzzled. Hadn't the alpaca stated that the summoning ritual had failed? How had the creator deity managed to locate this place? His gaze shifted to the alpaca, who was now filled with fervent excitement. Gazing adoringly at the creator deity in the sky, practically yearning to worship it. "Brother, it is I, the alpaca. Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived." Tears streamed down the alpaca's face, but they were tears of joy, not sorrow. The alpaca nodded, possessing its own pride, before turning its attention toward the shiny Rayquaza. Narrowing its eyes, "Are you truly impressive? How about we exchange a few moves?" Without further ado, it unleashed a beam of judgment upon the shiny Rayquaza. Countless icy projectiles surged toward the shiny Rayquaza, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left all present in awe. Su-Yun's lips twitched slightly in disbelief, unable to close his mouth. Indeed, the creator deity is formidable. It confronts those it deems unworthy without hesitation, displaying no fear of even divine beasts. The shiny Rayquaza, too, was taken aback, not expecting the creator deity to strike against it. It felt unjustly attacked, having never provoked the creator deity. The shiny Rayquaza was indignant. Such an affront could not be tolerated. After all, it was a divine beast, not to be assaulted without cause. It had to seek an explanation. With a furious roar, the shiny Rayquaza unleashed its signature move, drawing the dragon, while deftly evading the icy projectiles as it charged toward the creator deity. However, those icy projectiles seemed to possess a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing it. Before it could reach Arceus, it found itself enveloped by a multitude of icy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles detonated around it, enveloping it in a chilling force. The shiny Rayquaza felt an overwhelming coldness, as if its very blood had frozen, halting its flow. In a mere second, it was encased in ice, rendered immobile, a mere statue. Mutwo and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. Wow, this alpaca is incredibly powerful. With a single move, it has subdued the shiny Rayquaza. Groudon exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Mutwo muttered softly, all alpacas are not created equal. Why is there such a vast difference? Then, its gaze turned toward the creator deity, eyes glimmering with avarice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So many tablets. All mine. Su-Yun could not help but marvel at the scene, realizing that the master of the universe could effortlessly dominate even divine beasts. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers upon witnessing the alpaca's emergence, invigorated as if they had consumed a potent tonic. The creator deity is real. What an impressive display. The creator deity is truly magnificent. The divine Lugia pales in comparison to it. Laughter erupted around. Shiny Rayquaza, weren't you quite impressive earlier? What happened now? Come on. Shiny Rayquaza, I'm your loyal fan. Defeat the creator deity, seize its tablets, and you'll be the most dazzling figure in the universe. The fervor of the audience was palpable, whether it was due to sensing the call of the online viewers or some other mysterious force. In an instant, the dazzling shining Ultra Burst, previously encased in ice, broke free from its frozen prison and emerged. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a beam of white, deathly light directed at the creator god. However, upon impact, the beam had no effect whatsoever. The creator god remained unmoved, standing there with an air of tranquility. Frustrated, Shining Ultra Burst resorted to a series of attacks utilizing fire, dragon, and electric-type skills. Yet each was met with the same immunity from the creator god. After a relentless barrage, the creator god retaliated, emitting a freezing ray that struck Shining Ultra Burst squarely, causing it to scream in agony as it was slammed to the ground. The chill of ice spread rapidly, encasing the area around Shining Ultra Burst in frost once more, rendering it into a frozen statue. Having subdued Shining Ultra Burst, the creator god turned its gaze towards the sky. The onlookers instinctively took a collective step back, especially Mew, who stealthily hid behind Groudon, fearful of attracting the creator god's attention. Su-Yun regarded this with disdain, scoffing at Mew's cowardice. If you have nothing to hide, why cower? How can you claim to be the progenitor while hiding behind Groudon? Mew's expression darkened, its large eyes glancing at Su-Yun with incredulity. Then why are you hiding with me? Su-Yun fell silent, not because he feared trouble from the creator god. After all, within the confines of the system space, he was invincible. Even the creator god would have to kneel and call him big brother. As for his current position behind Groudon, it was merely a whim, a desire to experience the warmth emanating from Groudon. Enough of this, you two. Stop using me as a shield. Groudon exclaimed, visibly annoyed. At that moment, only the llama stood excitedly, leaping down to reunite with its elder brother. Chapter 69. The Llama's Promise. The Succession of Shining Ultra Burst. Elder brother. Yes, elder brother? The creator god, exuding an air of authority, gazed at the llama and inquired, has anyone been bullying you? Speak up, and I shall address it. Upon hearing this, both Mew and Su-Yun took a significant step back in unison. Groudon, exasperated, muttered, you can step back, but must you pull me along with your psychic powers? The llama cheerfully shook its head, replying, no. They all trembled in fear when they learned I am your little brother. Who would dare bully me? The creator god nodded in approval, and both Su-Yun and Mew sighed in relief. The llama's brotherly loyalty was commendable. I have gleaned enough of the situation here. Please wait a moment while I attend to their matters. Then we shall reminisce, the creator god stated, retrieving the flame tablet to unseal Shining Ultra Burst. Subsequently, it produced the thunder tablet and the venom tablet to immobilize its body, restraining its movements. Then, with a powerful breath, it unleashed a portal of space-time, drawing Shining Ultra Burst within. Instantly, they vanished without a trace. No one knew their destination or the creator god's intentions. At that moment, the llama returned to the pillar of sky, its face radiating pride and satisfaction. Approaching the gathered divine beasts, it cleared its throat, resembling a leader reprimanding subordinates. Ahem, did you all hear that? Did you see? In the future, Show me the respect I deserve, otherwise. You might find my elder brother visiting you one day when I'm displeased. The llama's tone conveyed arrogance and veiled threats, leaving the divine beasts too intimidated to retort. It then began to extort and blackmail. Ho-oh, your feathers are quite splendid. Do you have any white ones? I'd like two. Kyogre, your big, round eyes are rather delightful. Could you spare one for me to play with for a few days? Mutwo, why does your voice sound so soft after evolving? You're not planning to change genders, are you? Come on, let me see. Zapdos, I hope you don't mind if I take a thunder tablet from you. After all, you wouldn't want your brother to find out you laid a hand on me, would you? Old Rayquaza, your scales are pleasantly warm. Please set aside a few for me. I'll need them in winter. Meanwhile, Su Yun discreetly inquired of the system, if I were to confront the Creator God, who do you think would have the greater likelihood of winning? The Creator God is indeed invincible, yet so am I within the system space. It poses a challenging question of invincibility against invincibility. This is precisely why Su Yun had chosen to conceal his brilliance and hide behind Groudon. Host, you would be soundly defeated, the system replied. But you said I was invincible. Su Yun protested. The term invincible applies only to non-rule creators. The llama, as a rule creator in this world, transcends the confines of the system. Are you implying I am no longer invincible? In the system space, aside from the Creator God, you remain invincible. With a sigh, Su Yun acknowledged his wisdom, relieved that he had chosen prudence over bravado. Otherwise, he would likely be at the mercy of the llama by now. This cautiousness could be attributed to his past experiences in gaming, where he had perfected the art of survival. Back in his days playing a game called Honor of Kings, he had mastered the strategy of lurking until he reached level 15, achieving remarkable feats even against overwhelming odds. Just then, the llama approached Groudon, spotting Su Yun and Mew, and its smile widened significantly. Well, if it isn't my dear brother Mew and little brother Su, what brings you to hide here? Surely you're not afraid of me? Su Yun chuckled. Have you forgotten that I am invincible here? Not even your elder brother could intimidate me. In a battle of invincibility, who do you think would prevail? Mr. Llama, I trust you wouldn't want your brother and I to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation? Su Yun's words sent a jolt of concern through the llama. It was uncertain whether its elder brother could indeed overpower this enigmatic human, whose true strength remained a mystery. Thus, for the sake of its brother's safety, the llama refrained from provoking Su Yun, instead redirecting its focus toward Mew. I've heard you possess quite a collection of treasures. Do share some with me next time, so I may broaden my horizons. Do not attempt to haggle. My rules are absolute. Mew, on the verge of tears, looked to Su Yun for assistance. He smiled slightly, and do bring me a couple more as well. Mew? Finally, the llama approached Rayquaza, saying, rest assured, my brother is omnipotent. I shall have him resurrect the sovereign serpent for you, so you may reunite. At this, Rayquaza was overwhelmed with joy, trembling with excitement. Is that truly possible? The llama smiled faintly. Of course, my character is beyond reproach. The majestic Rayquaza was overwhelmed with excitement. All right, as long as you can assist me in resurrecting my beloved sister, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall be the first to oppose it. The llama nodded. For one of his lifelong ambitions was to gather all legendary Pokémon as his subordinates. However, he was still puzzled. But I still do not comprehend why you wish to assist me. After a brief pause, Rayquaza expressed his confusion, reminiscent of Su Yun's earlier inquiries. The llama merely shook his head in response, leaving Rayquaza in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, a sudden and intense disturbance reverberated through the sky. Subsequently, the creator deity and the shiny Mega Rayquaza materialized from thin air. For reasons unknown, the shiny Mega Rayquaza, upon returning, exhibited unusual emotional turmoil. Its previously steadfast and icy gaze now appeared clouded and uncertain, as if it had lost its pursuit and direction in life. Do you wish to deliberate on your choices? The creator deity inquired. The shiny Mega Rayquaza sighed and nodded, its spirit somewhat dejected. Perhaps it is correct. I am indeed no longer suited to lead the Rayquaza clan. Upon uttering these words, clarity gradually returned to the shiny Mega Rayquaza's gaze, accompanied by a sense of relief, as if the burdens it had borne for years had finally been lifted. Turning to the altered Rayquaza, it spoke softly, Little White. I hope you can carry your convictions and move forward with unwavering determination. Gradually, a golden crown appeared above its head, floating towards the altered Rayquaza. The divine position is being bestowed. Su Yun gasped in astonishment. The shiny Mega Rayquaza intended to pass on the divine authority to the altered Rayquaza. Chapter 70. A Grand Reunion. The Legendary Pokémon Male. Even the altered Rayquaza was momentarily dumbfounded. It never anticipated that the very leader who had once sought its demise would now undergo a complete reversal and willingly transfer the divine position to it. The relinquishing of the divine position by the shiny Mega Rayquaza meant the loss of its status as the leader of the Rayquaza clan. The shiny Mega Rayquaza was abdicating not out of coercion, but of its own volition. The altered Rayquaza was curious about what the creator deity had done to the shiny Mega Rayquaza to bring about such a drastic change in its demeanor, leading it to willingly relinquish its divine position. Slowly, the crown descended upon the altered Rayquaza's head. At that moment, the altered Rayquaza felt an overwhelming surge of energy continually flowing into its being. It immediately closed its eyes, striving to comprehend and welcome the arrival of the divine position. Simultaneously, the shiny Mega Rayquaza looked towards the Rayquaza on the sky pillar and expressed remorse. Little 9, I acknowledge my mistakes as the leader. Rayquaza was astonished, never expecting the leader, who had been resolute for a millennium, would apologize to a junior. The creator deity and I have conferred and shall assist you in resurrecting the sovereign serpent. From now on, you shall live alongside the sovereign serpent within the clan. I believe that under Little White's leadership, the Rayquaza clan will flourish even more. The shiny Mega Rayquaza declared sincerely, a relieved smile adorning its face. As though it were not under duress. This left Rayquaza momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Suyin placed a comforting hand on Rayquaza's shoulder and smiled. Old Ray, our plan has succeeded. It was then that Rayquaza registered the reality. Indeed, we have succeeded. My sister and I can now reside within the clan. Roaring with laughter, Rayquaza soared through the sky, cradling the tiny sovereign serpent. Meanwhile, the creator deity seized the opportunity to wield its great power, forcibly resurrecting the deceased sovereign serpent. As the sovereign serpent reappeared in the world, Rayquaza rushed towards her without hesitation. My love, we succeeded. We truly succeeded. The sovereign serpent appeared bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. She only recalled shielding Rayquaza from the shiny Mega Rayquaza's attack, after which she vanished. Now, she found herself suddenly back in the realm of the living, enveloped in a surreal sensation. However, through Rayquaza's explanation, she gradually grasped the situation. Turning, she gratefully bowed towards the creator deity, and then offered her thanks to Suyin and the others. Lastly, she turned to the shiny Mega Rayquaza. Although they had previously clashed in battle, without the shiny Mega Rayquaza, the current outcome would have been impossible. Leader I, Rayquaza, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at the shiny Mega Rayquaza, momentarily at a loss for words. The shiny Mega Rayquaza smiled kindly. Go forth and embrace the happiness that belongs to you. All right. Rayquaza nodded earnestly, embracing the sovereign serpent tightly. On the stage, Suyin and the others were moved to tears by the poignant scene. Damn it, the wind is too strong. Sand has gotten into my eyes, Groudon mumbled while wiping his eyes. Huh, who would have thought that you, a perpetual bachelor, could be so moved? Kyogre scoffed. Look who's talking. Your tears are flowing into your mouth, Groudon retorted. Suyin chimed in. You two enjoy bickering so much. Why not just bow to me? And I can set you up? Groudon and Kyogre replied in unison. Get lost. The audience also shared their sentiments. Wah, so touching. May all lovers be united. Though the journey was fraught with obstacles, the conclusion was undeniably sweet. Without further ado, let's applaud the host. Hey, single Pringles in front of the screen, still grinning? I'm talking about you. Damn it, I also want to find a girlfriend. I want the sovereign serpent. Then I'll go after Rayquaza. Just as everyone was reveling in the joyous gathering, 3 Master Balls suddenly drifted from the sky, heading towards the creator deity, the shiny Mega Rayquaza, and the altered Rayquaza. Ha ha ha, with so many legendary Pokémon, they are all mine. Just then, a figure clad in a black robe approached from the distance. The creator deity snorted coldly, and the 3 Master Balls instantly exploded. Its icy gaze fell upon the robed figure. Are you insulting me by attempting to capture us with such rubbish? Boom. The creator deity unleashed a sphere of energy towards the black-robed figure. The figure's expression changed dramatically as it shouted, Darkrai. In an instant, Darkrai appeared before it, shielding it from the creator deity's attack. However, the creator deity was not to be trifled with. A mere Darkrai could not possibly contend with its might, and was swiftly sent flying. The black-robed figure was taken aback, awestruck by the creator deity's power, and released Latias. Upon seeing these 2 Pokémon, Suyin instantly deduced the identity of the adversary. Legendary Pokémon Male. A mysterious and powerful figure. As the legendary Pokémon Male emerged, the special guest in the livestream shed his robe, revealing his true self, a young boy. Initially puzzled upon seeing the boy, Suyin comprehended the situation when the boy's form began to transform. This boy was Latios in disguise. Moreover, this Latios was evidently allied with the legendary Pokémon male. Su-Yun couldn't help but be astonished. His special guest was, in fact, the legendary Pokémon male. However, it no longer matters who it is. With the creator god present, the arrival of anyone else is futile. Darkrai, Latias, let us engage together. The Beast Master, feeling that this was insufficient, summoned 3 more Pokémon, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. You too shall join the fray. Witnessing this spectacle, Su-Yun could not help but exclaim in awe. Truly, the Beast Master is formidable, as all his Pokémon are legendary. In the face of the assault from 5 legendary creatures, the creator god stood tall and undaunted, exuding an air of invincibility as if he were the strongest being in existence. Even while bearing the weight of the plates and fighting alone, the creator god remained unmatched in this world. With 12 plates encircling him, the creator god prepared to eliminate these mere Karami with a single strike. Yet unexpectedly, the 5 legendary Pokémon seemed to share a silent understanding, simultaneously dragging the Beast Master away in retreat, leaving him utterly bewildered. What are you doing? I instructed you to battle them, not to pull me along. The creator god snorted disdainfully, intent on not sparing the Beast Master. 12 orbs of light, each representing a different element, surged forth in pursuit of the fleeing Beast Master. Moments later, a cloud of dust erupted in the distance, flames soaring high into the sky. A mushroom cloud billowed upward, accompanied by a piercing scream that reverberated through the air. The outcome was unmistakable. Chapter 71. System Rewards, New Functions Unveiled. Arceus departed on a hazy afternoon, amidst the chorus of summer cicadas, taking with it the arrogant alpaca. No one knew where they had gone, nor when they might return. Everything had become an unpredictable variable. Su-Yun waved his hand, gracefully concluding this episode of the program. Old Rayquaza, do you intend to reside within the clan from now on? Before they parted, Su-Yun glanced at Rayquaza with a smile. Rayquaza, cradling the mother and daughter of the Sovereign Serpent, beamed with an almost foolish glee. Yes, we shall live there happily. Su-Yun nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall seek you out to reminisce when time permits. He waved goodbye, watching Rayquaza and the others depart. Mew and the rest also took their leave. And just before leaving, Zekrom grumbled, lamenting that the alpaca had betrayed him by stealing his plate. Mew gently advised him, a loss may lead to greater fortune. Losing one plate could result in acquiring many more. Later, the two exchanged whispers, though Su-Yun could not discern their words. However, Zekrom appeared quite exhilarated. No longer mentioning the Thunder Plate, Su-Yun surmised that Mew had likely suggested a plan to acquire other plates from Arceus. He wondered if in the end, Zekrom would be caught by Arceus and receive a thorough beating. Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre also took their leave. Before departing, the 2 Pokémon were tearful, expressing their reluctance to leave Su-Yun. Brother, how can I live without you? My existence feels like an oceanless world without you. Su-Yun empathized deeply, sharing heartfelt words that moved Groudon and Kyogre to tears. Then, he extended his right hand. Once you have cried enough, return the orbs. Ultimately, Groudon and Kyogre departed, grumbling while offering their sincerest regards to Su-Yun. Soon after, the deep blue orb in Su-Yun's hand vanished, leaving only a crimson orb behind. Gazing at the crimson orb, a relaxed smile graced Su-Yun's face. After some time, I shall gift this crimson orb to Groudon, for it has indeed been quite helpful to me, he murmured, reclaiming the crimson orb. He had refrained from giving it to Groudon earlier because Kyogre was still present. He did not possess a permanent deep blue orb yet. If he only gifted Groudon and not Kyogre, it would seem unjust and could provoke Kyogre's discontent. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, Su-Yun chose to reclaim both orbs. If no one had one, wouldn't that be fair? The last to depart was shiny Mega Rayquaza. Su-Yun had intended to exchange a few words with it, but arrived a moment too late. With no choice left, he returned home alone. As soon as he lay upon his bed, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The rewards for this live broadcast have been finalized. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim them now? The weariness on Su-Yun's face vanished instantly, and he exclaimed eagerly, claim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the partial Arceus Power Package 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 character summoning card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 time-space teleportation cards. Partial Arceus Power Package. Upon opening, you may randomly obtain a portion of Arceus's power. Character Summoning Card. Upon use, you may summon a specified character as a dialogue partner for the program. Time-space teleportation card. Upon use, you may teleport to a designated location. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new function, Character summoning. Character summoning function. You may summon special characters as dialogue partners for the program. Considering this is the host's first activation of this function, a complimentary summoning opportunity has been awarded. Soo-Yun's mind was bewildered. This reward was rather substantial. He meticulously unraveled the details layer by layer. First was the character summoning function, meaning that in the future, my dialogue partners will not be limited to just Pokemon. Characters from the Pokemon world may also be included. Moreover, the system generously offered me a free summoning opportunity, in addition to the reward of a character summoning card. This implies that I can summon a total of 2 characters for the next episode. Soo-Yun glanced at the system interface and realized that both the character summoning card and the system's free summoning opportunity had a validity of 1 day. This meant he could only allocate these 2 summoning opportunities to the next episode and could not reserve them for future episodes. Engaging in dialogue with 2 characters in a single episode is, to be honest, a first for Soo-Yun, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Of course, for him, it may also pose a challenge. Next, Soo-Yun examined the other rewards. The partial Arceus power package. To his knowledge, Arceus possesses numerous types of powers, including transformation, resurrection, immunity, lightning, and more. As the deity of the Pokemon world, its abilities can be described as nearly omnipotent. Inheriting the power of Arceus means that, in a sense, he becomes a humanoid version of Arceus. Soo-Yun's heart raced with excitement. The allure of immense power often captivates individuals greatly, particularly for men. It is even more enticing than beauty, unless one is a pervert. What are you staring at? Yes, I mean you. System, open the partial Arceus power package. Soo-Yun eagerly commanded. Although it was merely a portion of Arceus's power, he was nonetheless curious about the unique abilities he would receive. A second later, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the healing power of Arceus. Arceus healing power possesses formidable healing abilities that can cure various ailments, injuries, and dispel negative effects on living beings. Soo-Yun was taken aback. The system's description reminded him of something, the horse charm. In the past, he had encountered an item from an anime titled A Long Adventure, which bore a striking resemblance to his current situation. The capabilities it offered were indeed impressive. The power of healing combined with supernatural abilities rendered him virtually invincible. Soo-Yun felt an overwhelming sense of pride, perhaps a tad too buoyant. System, please maintain some humility. Master, Arceus is observing you from an unknown corner. Soo-Yun, could you show a little respect? After all, I am your master. System, you can kill me, but you cannot disrespect me. A system with principles. Reining in his jest, Soo-Yun earnestly inquired, System, since the power of Arceus I possess is incomplete, does that imply I can restore it through some special means? The system replied, indeed. Joy surged within Soo-Yun. He was truly astute. He quickly pressed on, what must I do to obtain the remaining power of Arceus? Locate the tablets, which will activate the corresponding abilities, the system informed him. Taken aback, Soo-Yun asked uncertainly, are you suggesting that I should steal Arceus's tablets? The system hastily dissociated itself from the proposition. That is solely your suggestion. It has nothing to do with me. Soo-Yun, you sly one. Are you trying to trick me? Let us all just give up. Chapter 72. Ash and Serena, the regret of the alpaca. After inquiring several times, Soo-Yun received a definitive answer. To obtain the remaining power of Arceus, he must find the other tablets. It seemed that overcoming this challenge posed by Arceus would be a formidable task. However, considering that the alpaca was his subordinate, and Arceus was the alpaca's elder brother, by the principle of equivalence, both the elder brother of the alpaca and the elder brother of the alpaca's elder brother were in the same esteemed position. In a certain sense, Soo-Yun found himself on equal footing with Arceus, sharing a similar status. With this thought, the matter appeared significantly simpler. Since they were both elder brothers to the alpaca, borrowing a tablet seemed entirely reasonable. Soo-Yun found this rationale quite justifiable. He was merely curious whether Arceus would find it agreeable. He resolved to inquire when the opportunity arose. With that in mind, he temporarily set the matter aside and turned his attention to the final reward, the time-space transport card. He had previously utilized this wondrous item, which he must admit was indeed extraordinary. Wherever he wished to go, with a simple bayou, he could arrive instantly. This time, he had received 3 cards, allowing for ample indulgence. It was fortuitous, as he intended to seek out the shiny Mega Rayquaza, and this item would undoubtedly aid him. A faint smile graced Soo-Yun's lips as the time-space transport card materialized in his hand. As for why he sought the shiny Mega Rayquaza, it stemmed from certain uncertainties he wished to resolve with its assistance. System, Please open the task summoning interface. After confirming the rewards granted by the system, Su-Yun opened the character summoning interface, preparing to summon the dialogue partner for the next episode. Ding! A free summoning opportunity has been detected and remains unused. Would you like to use it now? Without hesitation, Su-Yun replied, use it. Extracting, please wait. Following a series of peculiar sounds, Su-Yun had drawn his next dialogue partner. Ding! Congratulations, you have summoned the dialogue character, Ash. Ash, a resident of Pallet Town, endowed with an extraordinary physique, capable of withstanding the might of legendary Pokémon. Known as the Master of Release, he has personally set free his childhood friend Pokémon. The corners of Su-Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Upon seeing the name Ash, he knew this would not be a simple affair. There was no escaping the multitude of quirks that surrounded Ash, more than even Kyogre. At least Kyogre only had the singular flaw of being unable to fly. But Ash was another story entirely. What was this extraordinary physique of Pallet Town, capable of enduring attacks from legendary Pokémon? What of the Master of Release, who, whenever his Pokémon evolved, would liberate them with a staggering 99% probability? Even more outrageous, he had released his own wife. Had it not been for Su-Yun's principles instilled from his past life, he might have found himself following in Chow Chow's footsteps upon arriving in this world, making Ash's antics seem trivial. What of the so-called Master of Reverse Attribute Combat? Every time he participated in major tournaments, he would first apply a reverse attribute buff to himself. Did he think that was the end? No. The most absurd part was that he still managed to win. Thus, Su-Yun anticipated that the upcoming episode would be nothing short of explosive. It appeared he needed to prepare thoroughly before the next episode began. There was much information and data regarding Ash that required gathering, not to mention communicating with his released Pokémon to avoid any confusion during the interview. Su-Yun felt slightly overwhelmed. This was no simple task. Yet, he found joy in the challenge. With one character summoning card remaining, he pondered who would be drawn next. Gazing at the card in his hand, he mused, to be honest, I would prefer to summon a character related to Ash. It would certainly facilitate the episode's production. If I were to summon two entirely unrelated characters, it would prove quite troublesome. With determination, he forcefully inserted the card into the narrow slot and began to silently pray. Moments later, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have summoned the dialogue character, Serena. Su-Yun was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by elation. Serena, my luck is remarkable. This is truly a match made in heaven. As one of the female characters most compatible with Ash, Serena was not only well suited to him, but also his childhood friend, their bond being exceptionally strong. The meme surrounding Ash's tendency to release his wife originated from Serena herself. Their partnership was undeniably perfect. With Ash and Serena confirmed as the protagonists of the next episode, Su-Yun's goal was clear, to alleviate regrets and ensure that Ash and Serena became a couple. However, considering Ash's notorious obliviousness to romantic advances, this task would require careful planning. Su-Yun stroked his chin, murmuring, this matter necessitates thorough deliberation. Meanwhile, in a distant meadow, the alpaca stood side by side with the creator, gazing at a pair of alpaca lovers frolicking joyfully in the grasslands. The alpaca could not help but shed tears. Among the two alpacas, one bore a striking resemblance to him. No, it could even be said to be identical. The other was breathtakingly beautiful, a paragon of alpaca beauty. Brother, will I truly never see her again? The alpaca choked out, each word a struggle. The creator shook his head. I can transport you to a world inhabited solely by alpacas. Perhaps you will find a flower akin to her. The alpaca lowered his head, rejecting the creator's kind offer. No matter how similar the flower, it will never be her. Brother, please send me back. I wish to revisit my homeland, he implored. The creator deity nodded gently. Very well, I shall leave this piece of the void stone with you. In times of peril, you may summon me with it. The creator deity extracted a fragment of shimmering silver stone and infused it into the body of the alpaca. In an instant, the fabric of time and space trembled. Taking their leave, it was time for it to descend into slumber once more. Chapter 73. The Truth? We are all the same kind of beings. In the early morning light, on an uncharted island, waves crashed against the cliffs, splashing against the rocks. The droplets danced like blooming snow lotuses, performing an elegant ballet in midair. The radiant altered sky dragon reclined at the edge of the precipice, gazing out at the distant coastline. In its calm eyes, waves of memories surged forth. You've arrived, the altered sky dragon spoke, not turning its head, its gaze still fixed on the sea's surface. Indeed, a figure nodded as they approached from behind, softly settling beside it. Su-Yun, aided by the time-space transmission card, had sought out the altered sky dragon. Stripped of its divine aura, the creature appeared less extraordinary, more approachable. The scenery here is quite beautiful, is it not? The altered sky dragon inquired, a smile gracing its lips, an indescribable sweetness gleaming in its eyes. It is indeed lovely, Su Yun replied, and a brief silence enveloped them. After a moment, Su Yun stood, picked up a stone, and hurled it into the sea. Plop! The stone shattered the tranquil surface of the water, shattering their silence as well. I have a story to share. Would you care to listen? Su Yun began. The altered sky dragon shifted slightly, adopting a new posture, yet offered no response. Su Yun resumed his seat and continued narrating. I have a friend from a prominent family who, in his youth, fell in love with a girl from a humble background. However, due to the disparity in their social standings and the opposition from his family, he ultimately lost her. Later, he realized that it was his own lack of power that had prevented him from safeguarding what he desired. Thus, he embarked on a relentless journey of self-improvement. A natural talent, he progressed rapidly, soon inheriting his family's legacy and rising to the position of clan leader. In an attempt to rectify his past regrets, he initiated sweeping reforms within the family. He succeeded in dismantling old customs, yet simultaneously, the family's strength waned significantly. In time, he came to understand that altering traditions that had been entrenched for millennia was no simple feat. Consequently, he pondered alternative strategies, yet none bore fruit. Until one day, a prodigy emerged within the family, reminiscent of his own youth, even more dazzling than he had been. Regrettably, this new talent also found affection for a girl from an ordinary family. Unsurprisingly, the prodigy faced vehement opposition from the entire clan. It was then he realized that the opportunity to alter the clan's rules had finally arrived. He devised an elaborate plan, laying the groundwork for his ambitions. To ensure the successful execution of his scheme and to protect the prodigy from a tragic downfall, he imprisoned the young talent and secretly arranged for the supposed assassination of the prodigy's beloved. In truth, he merely concealed her, awaiting a more opportune moment. Alas, fate proved unpredictable, and the second pivotal figure in his plan failed to materialize. Until that fateful day, when he believed his plan was on the verge of collapse, the crucial figure finally appeared. Another young member of the clan had chosen to follow the same path he once tread. Moreover, it was the very lineage of the original prodigy. He recognized that his chance had come, success was within reach. Thus, he orchestrated a grand conspiracy, initially feigning a desire to eliminate the young clan member who had violated the family rules, yet never delivering a fatal blow. He waited for the original prodigy to break free from captivity and rescue the young clan member. He succeeded, just as he had surmised. The fury of the prodigy had fostered immense growth over time, bringing them ever closer to his own strength, instilling hope for the mastery of the clan. At that moment, he understood that his own era was drawing to a close, and the meticulously crafted plan spanning a millennium was nearing its perfect conclusion. To avoid detection of his scheme by others within the family, thereby allowing the prodigy to inherit his position seamlessly and guide the clan down a divergent path, he staged a grand performance for himself and all involved. Although numerous unforeseen events occurred along the way, the overall momentum aligned remarkably with his expectations. Ultimately, he achieved his goals and vanished from public view. Upon concluding the tale, Su Yun fell silent, calmly gazing at the sea's surface. The tranquil gaze of the altered sky dragon stirred with tumultuous waves, divine light flickering within. It chuckled softly, still refusing to look at Su Yun. You have long been aware of the truth, have you not? Su Yun, neither confirming nor denying, nodded. Prior to the commencement of the program, he had taken the initiative to investigate the history of the altered sky dragon clan, uncovering secrets buried within the annals of time. This knowledge was the very reason he dared to assist the altered sky dragon and the monarch serpent. Moreover, the moment the altered sky dragon descended, he had harnessed the power of the system to glimpse fragments of the truth, comprehending the dragon's design. Thus, he played along, collaborating with the altered sky dragon in this grand performance. Yet, the altered sky dragon remained oblivious to these machinations, as did the monarch serpent. As for the demise of the monarch serpent, it had been orchestrated under his control. Had he wished to, he could have easily intervened to prevent it. However, he refrained from doing so, for he understood that the altered sky dragon's assaults were mere illusions. Even if the monarch serpent shielded the altered sky dragon from harm, it would not have perished. The monarch serpent's death, in fact, served to advance the unfolding events, rendering intervention unnecessary on both emotional and logical grounds. The altered sky dragon laughed, and Su Yun joined in, their unspoken understanding bridging the silence between them. Rising, Su Yun patted the altered sky dragon's shoulder. I shall take my leave now. When the altered sky dragon did not refuse, The answer within Su Yun's heart solidified. Midway through his departure, the altered sky dragon suddenly spoke, uttering a question that sent a tremor through Su Yun's heart. Have you ever loved someone? Su Yun paused, his steps freezing in place. Memories surged, and an enchanting visage involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, perhaps. His gaze lowered momentarily, yet soon regained its brilliance. With light-hearted steps, he departed from that place. The corner of the altered sky dragon's mouth lifted as it gazed out over the vast, undulating sea, its thoughts drifting far away. It was a bright and breezy afternoon, also on this island, amidst these cliffs. A naive and carefree girl pointed towards the rising sun in the distance, declaring, Xiao Hei, when I grow up, I shall surely steal the Sun Lord and hang him above your head. At that time, he had foolishly questioned why. The girl's answer lingered in his memory, indelibly etched in his heart. Thus, you can continue to laugh joyfully. Yet, unbeknownst to the young girl, his happiness and his smile are not inspired by the morning sun, but rather by her presence. Chapter 74, Fan Letter, A Person from Memory. Upon returning home, Su Yun opened his computer and published the announcement for the next program. This time, he chose not to invite any special guests, as the dialogue within the episode was already plentiful. Adding guests might lead to an undesirable outcome. Just as Su Yun completed his announcement, the doorbell rang. Could it be Kino again? Su Yun furrowed his brow and murmured as he opened the door. Hello. Is this the residence of Mr. Su Yun? The visitor was not Kina, but a postal worker. Yes, it is, Su Yun nodded. I have a letter for you. Please sign here. All right. After signing, Su Yun accepted the letter from the postal worker. Upon opening it, he saw the words, Dear Su Yun, I hope this letter finds you well. I am your fan, Yi Mingling. I have always enjoyed your hosting. I have been diagnosed with leukemia, and the doctor has informed me that I have only half a month left to live. In this short time, I wish to fulfill some of my dreams. My greatest wish is to meet you, as you have been my idol since I began watching your show 3 years ago. I understand that this request may come as a surprise, but I sincerely hope you can grant this small wish of mine. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, I would completely understand. A photograph of you would be greatly cherished. Yi Mingling. Su Yun set the letter down. 3 years ago marked the beginning of his journey as a host in this world. The letter contained detailed memories of that day's program, revealing her as a truly devoted fan. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand with her leukemia. What a pitiable girl. This matter was but a small favor he could easily grant. Regardless of fan status, he felt compelled to meet her. This world is harsh, but it still necessitates kindness. Su Yun summoned the system and utilized a time-space transfer card. System, transport me to the residence of this young girl. Remember, do not appear directly before her. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Understood, I shall comply with your instructions. Initiating transfer, please hold on. 3 seconds later, Su Yun found himself in a tranquil little town. The village was modest, with about 20 to 30 households visible at a glance. 2 towering poplar trees stood at the town's entrance, each reaching over 10 meters in height, their lush branches providing welcome shade in the sweltering summer. A rusted signpost nearby bore the 3 characters, Baiyun Town. Is this the town where the young girl resides? Su Yun murmured. Yes, the system confirmed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yun proceeded into the town. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a silver-haired girl playing on the grass nearby. Her laughter rang out like the melodious song of a lark, enchanting and delightful. Captivated by her laughter, Su Yun paused to observe. For reasons unknown, her voice stirred memories within him, sending his thoughts drifting into the past. Su Yun's lips parted slightly, a flicker of light dancing in his gaze. He reached out as if to grasp something, yet felt helpless. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense his presence, glancing over and locking eyes with him across the expanse of time. I apologize, I was reminded of some memories. Su Yun realized his indiscretion, withdrawing his gaze and offering an apology as he prepared to leave. Just then, the girl called out to him. Are you Su Yun? Taken aback, Su Yun turned to her in surprise. You know me? Upon confirming his identity, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she became flustered and at a loss for words. I am Yi Mingling. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Yi Mingling, such a familiar name. The very person who had written him the letter. I never expected you would actually come to see me, she stammered, her breath quickening. Her small hands clutched the hem of her garment nervously, appearing quite overwhelmed. Su Yun offered a gentle smile, indicating that she need not be so anxious. Well, I happen to have some free time, so I thought I would come see you. Yi Mingling's heart raced, akin to a startled fawn. Her clear eyes shimmering like a tranquil pond, rippling with emotion, yet avoiding direct contact with Su Yun's gaze. Shall we go to your home to chat? Su Yun inquired. Yi Mingling shook her head. No, there's nobody home. I would like to sit here with you for a while, if that's all right. She gazed at Su Yun with eager anticipation, longing for his response. Su Yun nodded with a smile, of course. He stepped forward and settled down on the grass beside Yi Mingling. You really need not be so formal. I am not much older than you. You can treat me like a friend. Yi Mingling lowered her gaze shyly, apologizing. I'm sorry. This is my first time interacting with a celebrity, and I don't know how to behave. Su Yun chuckled. Celebrity? I'm just an ordinary person. Yet, Yi Mingling insisted earnestly. No, you are quite famous. Many people online admire you. As she spoke, her voice softened. Su Yun chose to shift the topic, replying, What about you? You know so much about me. But I hardly know anything about you. Yi Mingling tilted her head thoughtfully and replied slowly, Me? I'm just a very ordinary girl. While she spoke, Su Yun discreetly activated the system. System, if I use the power of Arceus to heal her, can it cure her illness? He could not bear to witness a budding flower wither away. There was also another reason. Yi Mingling bore a striking resemblance to someone he once knew. A person who existed only in his memories. No, the system's response was cold and unyielding. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yun's eyes, although he was not entirely surprised. He had prepared himself for such an outcome. Leukemia, as a terminal illness, would hardly be deemed so if it were easily curable. While his Arceus power was formidable, it could not pull someone on the brink of death back from the abyss. Chapter 75, Be My Guest. When Su Yun returned to reality, he found Yi Mingling's voice had fallen silent. At that moment, she tilted her head, resting it on her knees, quietly observing him. When their gazes met, Su Yun felt a long-forgotten flutter in his heart. Yi Mingling, akin to a child caught in mischief, hurriedly turned her head away, unable to meet his eyes. On her fair visage, a captivating blush emerged, ignited by Su Yun's fleeting glance. He extended his hand, gazing tenderly at Yi Mingling, and softly spoke. Though the system had already informed him that the power of Arceus could not save the life of this girl before him, Su Yun still yearned to make an attempt. Yi Mingling was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, her heart racing like a startled deer. What was Su Yun intending to do? Was he going to hold her hand? But such gestures were typically reserved for couples, were they not? Did Su Yun harbor feelings for her? In that instant, Yi Mingling's mind raced with thoughts, her blood rushing, coloring her cheeks a deeper hue. Noticing her stillness, Su Yun boldly reached out and clasped her delicate, alabaster fingers. Previously, he had scoffed at the moniker of Five-Fingered Maiden, believing that no hand could be exceptionally beautiful. However, upon beholding Yi Mingling's exquisite hand, he found his perspective transformed. Holding her hand felt akin to grasping a piece of warm jade. Refined, smooth, and supple, every conceivable adjective of beauty could be felt within that tender touch. For a fleeting moment, Su Yun found himself reluctant to part from it. Yet, he swiftly regained his focus, not forgetting his purpose. He endeavored to summon the power of Arceus within him to alleviate Yi Mingling's affliction. The girl sensed something unusual, as a mysterious energy coursed through her body, flowing through her limbs and bones, akin to a mother's gentle caress, instilling her with comfort and warmth. Yes, I'm sorry. Yi Mingling felt she had lost composure in Su Yun's presence, her head bowing in embarrassment. Su Yun, however, perceived nothing of great consequence. In fact, had Yi Mingling not spoken, he would have overlooked her soft sigh. Immersed in concentration, he instinctively shielded himself from the distractions of the external world. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, a hint of joy gracing his lips. Although the power of Arceus could not save Yi Mingling's life, it could indeed slow the progression of her ailment. How do you feel? Su Yun asked, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Mingling, a smile illuminating his face. She opened her mouth, momentarily perplexed by his inquiry. Yet soon, realization dawned upon her, as she was astonished to discover that her body felt invigorated. The pain in her joints considerably diminished. In the past, she had often endured a persistent ache, but now, not only was she free from pain, but her vision was also significantly clearer. Yi Mingling's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg, as she gazed at Su Yun in astonishment. You've cured my illness? Su Yun shook his head, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. No, I have merely alleviated your suffering. Yi Mingling was momentarily stunned. Her eyes, which sparkled with hope, gradually dimming. Yet her face still radiated a blissful and contented smile. Thank you, Su Yun. Do you know? It is such a delightful experience to be free from pain. Her laughter was genuine, a manifestation of heartfelt joy, yet in Su Yun's eyes, it appeared rather bleak. He nodded in acceptance of her gratitude, then opened his mouth to inquire, Aren't you curious about how I accomplished this? Yi Mingling shook her head, closing her eyes. The crystalline strands of hair framing her forehead sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a cascade of diamonds, captivating all who beheld them. You are an existence I have long admired, akin to a deity in my heart. She extended her hand towards the sky, as if attempting to touch that non-existent divine being. I believe deities possess boundless power. Do they not? Yi Mingling opened her eyes, gazing at Su Yun, her gaze shimmering with starlight. In that moment, Su Yun beheld the girl before him. His own vision momentarily clouded. He perceived a devout follower, seated on the ground, gazing upward at the divine figure of their faith, hands outstretched in supplication. Please save me, O Divine One. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Yun, leaving him unsettled, as though a heavy stone were lodged in his heart, unyielding and immovable. Do you truly enjoy my show? He asked, diverting his gaze from Yi Mingling's eyes to the setting sun above. Yes, the creatures there are utterly adorable. Being with them must be a source of immense happiness, Yi Mingling replied, her laughter innocent and bright, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Su Yun's lips twitched in response, unable to suppress his inner musings. It was acceptable to deem Dreamland as cute, for it indeed possessed an endearing appearance. However, what was so charming about Groudon and Rayquaza? One was prone to sudden electrical discharges, while the other often rambled nonsensically. Su Yun found it incomprehensible how they could be perceived as adorable. Perhaps the reasoning of girls was simply peculiar? Who could say? Then be my guest, Su Yun said, turning his gaze back to Yi Mingling, emboldened by a newfound courage. Yi Mingling was taken aback, her frail form quivering slightly, struggling to believe her ears. Really? But didn't you say the next episode wouldn't feature a special guest? She had seen Su Yun's announcement on the Alliance TV official website long ago. With a smile, Su Yun replied, I've changed my mind. I believe having a special guest would be beneficial. Yi Mingling hesitated, concern shadowing her features. But what if this leads to misunderstandings among the viewers, causing you negative repercussions? After all, I am merely an ordinary person. Su Yun grasped her shoulders, earnestness reflected in his gaze as their eyes met. No, you are the most extraordinary person in this world. Yi Mingling blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering wildly. Gazing at Su Yun, tears welled up in her eyes unbidden. As Su Yun departed, the evening sun painted the sky a fiery crimson. He hummed a melody, stepping lightly as memories of growth and familiarity flooded his mind. If there exists a destined past life, would I encounter you once more? Time returns to this moment, when your right hand warmed my left. Chapter 76. Your call is truly unique. At the volcano's mouth, Su Yun roused the slumbering Groudon. Why have you awakened me? I assure you, even if I were to leap from this precipice, I shall not offer you any assistance. Groudon declared resolutely, evidently displeased by Su Yun's prior confiscation of its crimson orb. Su Yun chuckled softly, opting for silence as he produced the crimson orb. Here you go. Instantly, Groudon's demeanor transformed, laughter splitting its mouth as it doubled over in mirth. Hee, brother, feel free to command me. Su Yun was at a loss for words, internally rolling his eyes at the spectacle. Goodness, have you become an embodiment of gluttony? Not yet, but considering your commendable behavior of late, I came to express my gratitude. This crimson orb shall henceforth belong to you, but do not disclose this to Kyogre. I have granted it to you alone. Groudon was momentarily stunned, tears of joy streaming down its face. Without further ado, my brother, henceforth you shall be my esteemed elder, Su Yun declared with a triumphant smile, patting Groudon on the shoulder. A promising disciple indeed. Groudon retorted, Dude, I consider you a brother, but do you wish to assume the role of my father? Fine. I have no pressing matters, so I shall take my leave. Oh, and please do not divulge my gift of the orb to anyone, especially not to Kyogre. Su Yun made a pointed request to Groudon before departing. Rest assured, big brother, my lips are sealed tighter than any divine beast in the Alliance, Groudon assured, thumping his chest as he waved goodbye to Su Yun. An hour later, by the seaside, Groudon swayed his hips, performing a graceful dance. I possess the orb, while you do not. Such is the essence of my defiance. No way, could there really be someone who cannot achieve primal reversion? Oh, this crimson orb is simply exquisite. What could it be? Ah, it is the ruby orb that grants me primal reversion. Hey, Wishawashi, where is your orb? TSK. You don't mean to say you lack one? Kyogre interjected angrily. You, get lost. In the forbidden realm of the world tree, sounds of chirping and cawing echoed. Su Yun toyed with the young Ho-Oh before him, finding the little creature quite intriguing. Soon, Mew appeared, a frown etched on its face, pulling the young Ho-Oh behind itself. Watching Su Yun with the vigilance of a thief on guard, Su Yun waved dismissively, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Why is your mouth all sticky? Have you been sneaking treats? Mew wiped its mouth, vehemently denying, absolutely not. Su-yun, unconvinced, sniffed the air and quickly discerned the source of the stickiness. Ah, I see. You've been pilfering honey from Beedrill. Tell me, did you raid their nest? Mew jumped as if stepped on its tail, vehemently defending. You're mistaken. I did not steal. I merely borrowed, and I shall return it once I'm finished. Su-yun's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Return it? By then, their nest might be reduced to shambles. With a mischievous grin, he rubbed his hands together and turned to Mew. Little Mew. You wouldn't want this little escapade to become common knowledge, now would you? Mew's heart raced, instinctively taking a few steps back from Su-yun, cautiously inquiring. What are you plotting? Let me warn you, I will not yield to your intimidation. Su-yun, could you be a bit more serious? With a dark expression, Su-yun replied, I merely wish to ask you for a favor. What are you thinking? Mew sighed in relief. If only you had said so earlier. The atmosphere was rather tense. Su-yun, what exactly do you want me to assist you with? Su-yun explained, I wish to meet Ho-Oh. The matter concerning Yi mingling lingered in his mind. If not resolved properly, he doubted he would find peace that night. With Ho-Oh's resurrection powers, perhaps he could help. Mew extended 3 fingers. All right, but I require 300 honey cakes. Su-yun, uncertain, asked, 3 pieces? Mew shook its head, 300. Su-yun nearly spat out his soda. 300? Why not just rob a bank? Mew shrugged, that's not out of the question, though it would be a bit troublesome. Besides, isn't this an opportunity for you? If you're unwilling to help, I suppose I'll just have to steal. Su-yun's face darkened, struggling to suppress the urge to physically reprimand Mew. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Fine, I agree. Mew's face lit up with a triumphant grin, looking insufferably smug. Awesome, let us go. Mew took Su-yun's hand, and in an instant, they vanished, only to reappear in a mountainous region. As Su-yun was still processing their new surroundings, he heard alluring sounds emanating from a nearby cave, reminiscent of soft gasps, not human, but rather avian. Su-yun's expression turned peculiar. What could Ho-Oh be doing in there? Mew shrugged, I have no idea. Su-yun, perplexed, pressed, then why the wide-eyed stare? Mew replied, it's instinctive. Wait here, I'll call it out. Mew began to chant in strange syllables, presumably a secret code for Ho-Oh. As expected, the enchanting sounds from the cave abruptly ceased. Moments later, Ho-Oh emerged, cheeks flushed, panting heavily. Why was it running? Because it indeed had run out, not flown. Groudon would surely rejoice. Huh. Ho-Oh, you two have a day of not flying. Upon seeing Mew and Su-yun, Ho-Oh paused in surprise, astonished that they had returned to find it. Clearing its throat, it asked, what brings you to me? Mew pointed at Su-yun, indicating that it was Su-yun who sought Ho-Oh. Su-yun hesitated, not rushing to speak, but rather inquiring in confusion, what were you just doing? Ho-Oh's face reddened as it explained, oh, merely exercising. I enjoy vocalizing when I work out. Ah, well, your calls are quite unique. Hee, I appreciate the compliment. Su-yun chose not to dwell further on that topic, instead stating directly, I seek your assistance in using your resurrection power to save someone. Chapter 77, Su. My young friend, please accept my condolences. Su-yun recounted Yi Mingling's predicament to Ho-Oh. After listening, Ho-Oh solemnly nodded and gazed at Su-yun, providing its response. I see, you have fallen in love. Su-yun, weary of explanations, affirmed, yes, exactly. So, can you lend a hand? Ho-Oh shook its head, I cannot. Su-yun furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone, name your conditions. Whatever I can fulfill, I will. Ho-Oh chuckled, I knew it. You've indeed fallen in love. Su-yun turned his head away, wishing he could deliver a punch to Ho-Oh, if only he could. My little brother, I am not heartless, given your bond with Mew. I would certainly help. However, the crux of the matter is not my desire to assist, but rather my inability to do so. A sense of dread gripped Su-yun's heart, as if something precious was about to slip away from his life. Panic surged within him as he gazed at Ho-Oh, urgently asking, but you possess the power of resurrection. Why can't you save her? Ho-Oh sighed, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, it approached a patch of grass, pointing to a vibrant flower, and crushed it beneath its foot. Calmly, it spread its wings, releasing glistening specks of light, demonstrating its resurrection ability. In an instant, the trampled flower regained its vitality, blooming vibrantly as before. Su-yun was perplexed, failing to comprehend the meaning behind the words of the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King, unfazed, proceeded to another wilting blossom. As before, he crushed it underfoot, reducing it to a mere pulp. Then, he summoned his resurrection power to revive the flower. However, although the flower was restored to life, its leaves remained withered, and its vitality had reached its demise. Su-yun was taken aback, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. You mean to say that even if you revive her, you cannot eradicate the affliction within her? The Phoenix King nodded, expressing sympathy. Brother, do not grieve. The cycle of life, death, and disease is an immutable law of this world, one that no being can defy. Though I possess the ability to resurrect, I am not omnipotent. Su Yun's complexion paled slightly, and his hands trembled subtly. He was unwilling to endure the agony of loss once more. If it were the leader of your clan, could they cure her? Su Yun gazed at the Phoenix King, seeking a final glimmer of hope. The Phoenix King, reluctant to inflict further pain upon Su Yun, yet equally disinclined to deceive him, lamented, regrettably, the resurrection power of the Phoenix clan is not all-encompassing. Otherwise, the very fabric of this world would have long been disrupted. Su Yun clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. This feeling of helplessness was one he had experienced before arriving in this world. He had once believed that with the system he acquired, such feelings would be banished forever. Yet, he now realized how mistaken he had been. Just as despair began to engulf him, Mutuo, as if struck by inspiration, began to chirp incessantly. The Phoenix King's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Of course. How did I not think of that? Brother Su, there may indeed be a way to assist your beloved." Su Yun abruptly lifted his head, his gaze intense as the extinguished flame within him reignited. What method? The Phoenix King smiled mysteriously. The power of Arceus. If you could gain Arceus's assistance and allow it to utilize its healing abilities, your dear girlfriend would undoubtedly be restored to health. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, extending his right hand to summon a sphere of verdant light within his palm. Is this what you mean? Upon witnessing the glowing orb, both the Phoenix King and Mutuo reacted in astonishment, emitting exclamations of disbelief. What on earth? Who are you that you possess even the power of Arceus? The Phoenix King scrutinized Su Yun with an accusatory glare, as if interrogating a suspect. Su Yun, with a darkened expression, retorted, "And why not say that you are the illegitimate child of the shiny Rayquaza?" The Phoenix King's face darkened, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Su Yun, too, decided against dwelling on the topic, instead addressing the Phoenix King sincerely. "Ahem, please do not take offense. I did not mean to provoke you. It's merely a habit." The Phoenix King, not one to harbor grudges, waved his wings dismissively. "Since you possess healing abilities derived from Arceus's power, why not employ them to save her instead of seeking me?" The corners of Su Yun's mouth turned up in a bitter smile as he explained, "I am but a novice. I can only delay her affliction, not eradicate it." The Phoenix King was taken aback, momentarily astonished. Upon re-examining the verdant orb in Su Yun's hand, it could not help but click its tongue in realization. Indeed, the potency of your healing power is far too feeble, entirely unlike what one would expect from a true healing ability. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot eradicate your beloved's illness. Su Yun's face fell as he asked, "Is there any way to enhance my healing power?" The Phoenix King smirked, pointing to itself with a look of pride. "Of course, my resurrection power. If we were to collaborate, curing your girlfriend's ailment should be well within our grasp." Su Yun's expression brightened with elation. "Is that truly the case?" The Phoenix King nodded regally. "I never speak idly." Su Yun's excitement shone in his eyes. "Excellent. If we succeed, I shall express my gratitude to your ancestors for generations." The Phoenix King waved its wings. No. Let us skip that. If you truly wish to thank me, promise me one thing." Su Yun paused, instinctively asking, "What is it?" The Phoenix King chuckled teasingly. "In future interviews, could you perhaps spare me some dignity and refrain from revealing my romantic escapades?" Su Yun blinked, instantly comprehending. "I understand, no problem. You can count on me." The Phoenix King smiled, relieved to shed that burden, ready to continue its flirtatious ways. Tonight, I shall charm 10. Chapter 78, United in Healing, Hearts Entwined. In White Cloud Town, Su Yun returned with the Phoenix King. "I will fetch her. You stay here and do not wander," Su Yun instructed, leaving only the silhouette of his back. "Why does that sound so odd? It feels as if this lad is taking advantage of me." The Phoenix King mused, furrowing its brow as it watched Su Yun depart. 10 minutes later, Su Yun found Yi Mingling seated quietly on the grass, basking in the lingering sunlight. "Mingling?" he called softly, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Turning her head, Yi Mingling's face lit up with surprise, quickly followed by joy. Su Yun. Su Yun chuckled, shaking his head. "No need for such formality. Just call me Su Yun. Do you have time to accompany me somewhere?" Yi Mingling nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Where are we going?" Su Yun smiled mysteriously. "To a place that will bring you joy." Yi Mingling paused, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, reminiscent of the blush of the evening sky. "All right, Aside from her parents, Su Yun had become the person who cared for her the most. 15 minutes later, under Su Yun's guidance, they arrived in a secluded forest. Surrounded by the melodies of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms, a sea of flowers bloomed in the golden twilight. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the warmth of summer. Phoenix King? Su Yun called out, scanning the area for any sight of the legendary creature. I'm here. The Phoenix King emerged from the floral expanse, sending petals swirling into the air. Drenched in prismatic hues, it resembled a deity from the heavens. Yi Mingling, standing beside Su Yun, was awestruck, her eyes wide with wonder. Wow, how beautiful, she exclaimed, her hands clasped tightly, eyes sparkling with starlight. Hearing her words, the Phoenix King felt a surge of pride and struck a pose it deemed charming. Su Yun, however, was left speechless, his expression darkening. Stop showing off and come over here. The Phoenix King laughed, unfurling its wings in a graceful glide, landing gracefully beside them. Yi Mingling gazed up at the Phoenix King, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Is this really the legendary Pokémon, the Phoenix King? Yi Mingling found it difficult to believe her own eyes. Anxiously glancing at Su Yun nodded affirmatively. Yi Mingling was astounded, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. Are you truly the Phoenix King? I thought all of that was merely theatrical embellishment. Her mouth agape in disbelief, she stared at Su Yun as if she had discovered a new continent. Su Yun did not conceal the truth, stating, it is all genuine. This Phoenix King is my little brother. Yi Mingling's breath quickened, her heart racing at the confirmation from Su Yun. Groudon, Mew, Rayquaza, Mewtwo, these are all real. You are acquainted with so many legendary Pokémon. This is utterly unbelievable. At that moment, Yi Mingling's gaze towards Su Yun transformed, filled with admiration, respect, affection, and reverence. In her eyes, Su Yun now resembled a deity. Just as Yi Mingling was enraptured by Su Yun's formidable presence, the Phoenix King interjected, displeased. Young lady, do not listen to his nonsense. I am his elder brother, not his little brother. The Phoenix King felt compelled to assert its seniority. With the urgency of the situation at hand, Su Yun chose not to engage in an argument. Turning to Yi Mingling, he earnestly proclaimed, next, I will collaborate with the Phoenix King to heal you and rid your body of the affliction. Are you prepared? Taken aback, Yi Mingling's gaze flitted between the Phoenix King and Su Yun. You both intend to help me recover? Su Yun nodded. Indeed, this will allow you to live healthily. Yi Mingling momentarily stood frozen, struggling to accept the reality of it all. Once she regained her composure, she asked with confusion, but why? As Su Yun contemplated how to provide an alternative explanation, the Phoenix King, with its characteristic bluntness, declared, because that fellow has feelings for you. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by the Phoenix King's words, nearly choking on his own breath. Upon hearing the Phoenix King's response, Yi Mingling's heart trembled violently. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple awaiting harvest. And no, don't listen to it. My reasons are mainly because. Su Yun's face turned equally red, and after stammering for a considerable time, he could not find a suitable justification. This was not due to his cowardice, but rather because he felt that the nature of his feelings for Yi Mingling should not be so overt. A more gradual approach would be preferable. To confess at this juncture would imply a form of coercion. If you refuse me, I shan't heal you. Su Yun despised this sentiment, and was even more averse to the notion of pressuring others. Though Yi Mingling had never been in a romantic relationship and was quite innocent, she was not oblivious. She could discern that Su Yun harbored feelings for her, causing her to shyly lower her head. It would be impossible for her to deny her fondness for Su Yun. However, when it came to articulating her feelings, she found herself at a loss. Why not pursue him if you like him? Why hesitate? The Phoenix King admonished Su Yun, exuding a sense of disappointment. Su Yun, his face darkened, chose to disregard the Phoenix King's words. Redirecting the conversation, he said, let us proceed with the healing. The Phoenix King shrugged, unconcerned, deciding not to invest too much thought into Su Yun's affairs. A simple reminder was sufficient. Su Yun instructed Yi Mingling to close her eyes and to sit between him and the Phoenix King. He then summoned the power of Arceus within him to heal, merging it with the Phoenix King's resurrection energy. The two exchanged a glance and, in unison, unleashed a tremendous surge of life energy towards Yi Mingling. She felt a delightful warmth coursing through her body, an exquisite comfort that almost compelled her to moan. However, mindful of the presence of Su Yun and the Phoenix King, she stifled the urge. 10 minutes later, Su Yun and the Phoenix King simultaneously withdrew their energies, exchanging smiles. They had succeeded. Yi Mingling's ailment had been cured. A moment later, Yi Mingling opened her eyes, exhilarated as she sensed the transformation within her. I am fine. I truly am well. This is wonderful. My illness has been cured. Yi Mingling joyously leaped from the ground, her eyes shimmering with a brilliant light as she deeply bowed to the Phoenix King and Su Yun. Thank you both. With a mischievous flick of its wings, the Phoenix King smirked. Oh, no need for excessive gratitude. Don't humans often say that a young lady can only repay a debt of gratitude through devotion? Why not consider marrying my little brother? We can forego the formalities. Right here, you both can bow to me, and I shall act as your witness. What do you say, Su Yun? A surge of fury ignited within him. You want me to bow to you? Have you lost your mind? Yi Mingling, on the other hand, shyly lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching her clothing, unable to meet Su Yun's gaze. Actually, I have no objections. Yi Mingling's voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Yet, the Phoenix King and Su Yun, being astute individuals, caught her words clearly. The Phoenix King laughed heartily, soaring in the air with crossed legs. Come on, Su old buddy, give me a bow. Su Yun's face turned as dark as coal. Without hesitation, he kicked out, get lost. Fortunately, the Phoenix King dodged just in time, otherwise, that kick would have landed squarely. What's wrong, little Su? Are you getting anxious? Can't take a joke? Su Yun chose to ignore the Phoenix King's banter and approached Yi Mingling, saying, do not heed that fellow's absurdity. Simply be yourself and feel no obligation to me. If gratitude were to be mistaken for genuine affection, Su Yun would rather forfeit that emotional bond. What he sought was the cherished memories of the past, not mere physical satisfaction. Yi Mingling responded with a soft "oh," a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Let us go. I shall escort you home. Su Yun exchanged farewells with the Phoenix King and led Yi Mingling away. Upon returning to Yi Mingling's home, Su Yun met her parents and concocted a story, claiming that a friend of his could cure Yi Mingling's ailment. Yi Mingling cooperated splendidly, and their seamless performance brought her parents to joyous tears, nearly prompting them to kneel before Su Yun. Fortunately, he intervened just in time, averting an embarrassing situation. That evening, Yi Mingling's parents intended to invite Su Yun to dinner, hoping to nurture a budding romance between their daughter and him. However, Su Yun politely declined, explaining that he needed to gather information for the next interview. As dusk settled around 6 o'clock, Su Yun bid farewell to Yi Mingling's parents. She stepped outside to see him off, and the two walked along the dimly lit path. Side by side, the occasional chirping of insects around provided a melodious serenade to the tranquil night. Yi Mingling summoned her courage and hastily matched Su Yun's stride, yearning to grasp his swaying hand. Yet, by a twist of fate, she found her hand evaded by Su Yun, leaving her heart feeling desolate. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand. Lifting her gaze, she was met with Su Yun halting in his tracks, his eyes fixed upon her. Yi Mingling resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, overwhelmed by fluster. Su Yun smiled gently, assertively taking her delicate hand in his. Yi Mingling was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in a daze. Let us proceed, but do not lag behind. Su Yun chuckled lightly, half in jest. Yi Mingling erupted in laughter, nodding vigorously. Their hands intertwined, fingers interlacing tightly. The road in the small town was not long, yet for the two of them, it felt like a lifetime. They walked for a full half-hour. Nearby, a snail observed them and would have scoffed, secretly lamenting its own slow pace. In this world, there existed someone who walked even slower than it. Upon parting, Su Yun extended an invitation to Yi Mingling. Tomorrow, I shall gather material for the upcoming interview. Would you care to join me? Yi Mingling beamed with childlike glee, nodding gently. To her, it felt more like a date exclusively for the two of them. Then I shall come find you tomorrow. Farewell, Su Yun said with a smile, waving goodbye to Yi Mingling. Suddenly, Yi Mingling mustered her courage and called out to him. Wait. Su Yun halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is there something else? Yi Mingling nodded, hands clasped behind her back, stepping closer to Su Yun. She lightly tapped her toes and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then, like a child caught in mischief, she fled in haste. Su Yun stood frozen, staring at her retreating figure, lost in thought. He had been careless, failing to move aside. Upon returning home, Su Yun began organizing his schedule for the next day. First, he needed to locate the Pokémon released by Ash. They were indispensable characters for the forthcoming episode. After some contemplation, Su Yun realized that the number of Pokémon released by Ash was overwhelming. Thus, he resolved to focus on a select few noteworthy Pokémon. After careful consideration, he chose the following four. First, Butterfree. As the first Pokémon captured by Ash aside from Pikachu, Butterfree held immense significance for him. Regrettably, upon encountering its true love, Ash selflessly released Butterfree for its happiness. Reflecting on this, It was likely that Butterfree was now surrounded by a bustling family. Should they meet again, there would surely be countless heartfelt tales to share. The second was Pidgeot, Ash's second Pokémon. To protect the Pidgey and Spearow from the threats posed by Fearow and Fyro, Pidgeot became the leader of the Pidgey flock, necessitating its separation from Ash. Ash had vowed to return and bring Pidgeot home, yet it seemed he had forgotten this promise, never returning to reclaim Pidgeot. One could only wonder if Pidgeot would scold him upon their reunion, exclaiming, "Humph, scoundrel, let's break up." The third was Charizard. Affectionately known as Old Char, a formidable force within Ash's team, Charizard had accompanied him in numerous glorious battles. Later, Ash released Charizard in the Cherisific Valley, promising to return once it had become the mightiest of Charizards. Alas, he never returned to the valley. It was likely that Charizard was now enjoying retirement at Professor Oak's lab. One could only speculate if, upon reuniting with Ash, it would first unleash a fiery blast as a nostalgic tribute to their past. The fourth was Greninja, the sole Pokémon capable of undergoing a bond evolution with Ash. Their relationship was extraordinary, holding a special significance for Ash. Regrettably, Greninja was left in the Kalos region to protect the local forest, never to return. It was probably now the undisputed guardian of the woods. Su Yun was curious. When Greninja encountered Ash again, would it declare, "Greninja," requesting to return to the team? Chapter 80. You give me a wife, and I shall return you a clan. In addition to the aforementioned Pokémon, there were indeed many others released by Ash, such as Dragonite, Infernape, and Squirtle. However, considering the limited duration of the program, and his own lack of energy to retrieve each one, Su Yun could only settle for the 4 selected Pokémon as the focus of this reunion. As for whether the others could return and how that might happen, it would depend on Ash. With a clear objective in mind, Su Yun began to search for information regarding them, which consumed the entire night. At dawn, the sun shone brightly, the gentle breeze was warm, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Su Yun stood beneath a grand tree in Baishan Town, awaiting Yi Mengling's arrival. Moments later, a lovely silhouette came running towards him. Today, Yi Mengling wore a light white dress, her silver hair divided into 2 sections, tightly bound by a pink ribbon. With her adorable twin ponytails and innocent visage, she appeared to be the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Even Su Yun, a paragon of virtue, was momentarily entranced. "You are truly enchanting," Su Yun remarked, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Yi Mengling lowered her gaze shyly, feeling bashful from his compliment. "Thank you. You look quite dashing today as well," she replied softly. Summoning his courage, Su Yun took Yi Mengling's hand, saying, "Let us proceed. We have important matters to attend to." Upon hearing the words important matters, Yi Mengling's interest was piqued. She looked up at Su Yun with anticipation and asked, "Where are we headed next?" Su Yun's lips curled into a smile as he pointed to the distance. "To a place meant for just the 2 of us. The Kanto region." Deep within a certain wilderness forest, Su Yun and Yi Mengling traversed mountains and rivers to arrive at their destination. "Can you still use instant transmission?" Yi Mengling marveled as she watched Su Yun glide effortlessly, appearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Su Yun tilted his head proudly. "This is nothing. When the opportunity arises, I shall show you something even grander and more powerful." Yi Mengling's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart brimming with anticipation. What could this grand and powerful thing be? It piqued her curiosity. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at a valley bursting with vibrant flowers, competing in a splendid display. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a soft floral fragrance that tantalized their senses, lifting their spirits and enveloping them in bliss. Su Yun and Yi Mengling closed their eyes to savor the moment. After a long while, they opened their eyes and gazed into the depths of the valley. A flurry of blue butterflies danced amidst the floral sea, like born dancers, showcasing their enchanting grace. Here, indeed, was the habitat of the Butterfree clan. Every year, they migrate to nearby waters for the purpose of courtship and mating. After parting ways with Ash, his Butterfree followed its kin back to this very place. Subsequently, it took residence here, living a blissful and unrestrained life alongside its beloved shiny Butterfree. At this moment, amidst a sea of flowers, 2 Butterfree, one azure and one rose, were gracefully dancing, their age evident in their movements. Surrounding them were numerous youthful Butterfree, the very subjects that Su Yun sought. "Let us proceed," Su Yun declared, leading the way through the floral expanse and into the valley. The Butterfree soon noticed the arrival of Su Yun and Yi Mengling, flocking towards them as if welcoming distant guests. The 2 were enveloped by the Butterfree, their presence akin to a warm reception. Without hesitation, Su Yun approached Ash's Butterfree and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, Butterfree. I am Su Yun, the host of the Dialogue All-Star program, and I have come here for a purpose. He briefly elaborated on his identity and intentions, and thanks to the assistance of the system, Butterfree effortlessly grasped Su-Yun's meaning. Likewise, Su-Yun was able to comprehend the sentiments Butterfree wished to convey. You mean to say that you can help me see Ash again? Butterfree's voice was laden with a somber timbre, each word punctuated by labored breaths, as if life were slipping away. Su-Yun nodded, recognizing that after so many years apart, the longing to reunite must weigh heavily on Butterfree's heart. Tears welled in Butterfree's clouded eyes, memories flooding back to a time when it was merely a sun-soaked green caterpillar enjoying the forest's warmth. An unforeseen event had transformed it into Ash's Pokémon, leading to countless adventures and ultimately evolving into Butterfree. Those were cherished moments, brimming with beautiful recollections that still brought a smile of happiness to its face when reminisced. Since that fateful separation, I have not laid eyes upon him. To think that I might have the chance to see him once more in this lifetime fills me with gratitude. Butterfree trembled, its voice breaking in emotion. Ash had made the selfless choice to let it go for the sake of love, a debt of affection that Butterfree had carried in its heart ever since. With thoughts of Ash never fading, each year, it would return to this place, only to find that the one it sought remained elusive. Su-Yun's arrival rekindled the dormant emotions within Butterfree, allowing them to see daylight once more. There is no need for gratitude. As the host of the program, it is my duty to assist, Su-Yun replied. By the way, are all these Butterfree your offspring? He inquired, glancing at the Butterfree surrounding them with curiosity. A proud smile spread across Butterfree's face as it replied, Indeed, they are all children of me and my partner, Shiny Butterfree. The Shiny Butterfree referred to its beloved companion. Some of their offspring had already started families of their own, while others were still in search of their true partners, and a few had only just emerged from their pupal stage. As Butterfree spoke, its face radiated with joy, a sentiment that Su-Yun could easily perceive. Perhaps you could bring them along when the time comes, Su-Yun suggested. Butterfree's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that truly possible? It asked eagerly. Of course, Su-Yun assured with a smile. Butterfree, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you so much. I was just hoping to show Ash my family. You gave me a partner back then, and now I wish to repay you with my kin. The depth of Butterfree's affection for Ash was as profound as the ocean itself. Then it is settled. I shall return to invite you, Su-Yun confirmed. Thank you. You are a good person. After a few more exchanges, Su-Yun and Yi Mingling departed from the enchanting scene. Chapter 81 I would rather leap from here and never see him again, she declared. On the way, Yi Mingling inquired curiously, Do trainers often release their Pokémon? Su-Yun shook his head. Generally, trainers do not release their Pokémon. Then why? Ash is an exception, he replied. Yi Mingling's interest piqued as her large, gem-like eyes fixed upon Su-Yun, awaiting his explanation. With a sigh, Su-Yun posed a question. Have you ever encountered a man so resolute that he would release his own wife? Yi Mingling was taken aback. Su-Yun inhaled deeply and recounted the tale of Ash and Serena. Really? Yi Mingling gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Su-Yun. Is there truly a man like that in this world? Su-Yun nodded solemnly. Once you meet him, you will understand what it means to be a steadfast man. Curiosity bubbled within Yi Mingling, who found herself intrigued by Ash. At that moment, Su-Yun casually asked, Are you tired? Yi Mingling nodded, shyly lowering her gaze. A keen intuition told her that Su-Yun intended to carry her, prompting her to recall an old saying about Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Though it sounded unappealing, it was imbued with a sweetness of its own. All right, she responded softly. Oh, I too am weary. Let us rest for a while, Su-Yun suggested. Everyone criticizes Ash, yet everyone is akin to him. An hour later, Su-Yun carried Yi Mingling to the verdant expanse of the evergreen forest. As the largest primordial forest in the Kanto region, it was home to countless wild Pokémon. Along their journey, they encountered many, such as Caterpie, Metapod, and Rattata. By the way, you don't have your own Pokémon yet, do you? Su-Yun suddenly asked. A hint of melancholy flickered in Yi Mingling's eyes as she nodded gently. No, I was frail and sickly as a child. How could I care for a Pokémon? Her childhood had been far from joyful, as her health issues rendered even attending school a luxury. Most of her time was spent on a patch of grass in her small town. Had she not met Su-Yun, her life might have remained as it was, an inconspicuous patient destined to be buried beneath the earth. It is no exaggeration to say that Su-Yun's arrival was like a beacon of light, illuminating her previously dim existence and pulling her from the depths of despair. Consequently, her gratitude towards him was beyond the capacity of words to express. Even if Su-Yun were to make unreasonable demands, she would likely not refuse. Perhaps I could assist you in capturing a Pokémon? Su-Yun proposed. Now that Yi Mingling had regained her health and resolved her ailments, she was fully capable of tending to herself, and even catering to Su Yun posed no issue. Really? Yi Mingling's eyes brightened. She had longed to possess a Pokémon of her own, and now the opportunity lay before her. Su Yun smiled gently. Of course, which Pokémon would you like? Yi Mingling lifted her head, adopting a contemplative expression. After a brief moment, she provided her answer. I desire a Pidgey. Su Yun was taken aback, responding in astonishment. Why? He had anticipated that Yi Mingling would request some rare Pokémon, yet she sought a commonplace Pidgey instead. I adore the scent of the sky. Yi Mingling's eyes curved into crescent moons. Su Yun nodded, refraining from further comment. Rather than merely the aroma of the sky, it was more akin to the essence of freedom. For a small creature confined within the town, what could be more yearned for than freedom itself? Coincidentally, we are on a quest to find a Pidgeot, which should lead us to a number of Pidgeys. I can simply mention it to the Pidgeot, and selecting one should pose no significant challenge. Su Yun was not equipped with Pokeballs, making the capture of a wild Pidgey impractical. Thank you, Su Yun. Yi Mingling murmured softly, then, with the swiftness of lightning, planted a gentle kiss on Su Yun's cheek. I have little to offer you, only this. A sweet smile graced Su Yun's face. It's nothing. I cherish this. In the depths of the forest, a flock of Pidgeys rested. Perched on a distant rock was a grand Pidgeot, the leader of their clan. Just then, the Pidgeot sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching and abruptly raised its head. Gazing into the distance, two figures gradually came into view. They were Su Yun and Yi Mingling. To avoid any misunderstanding with the Pidgeot, Su Yun stepped forward to introduce himself and clarify their intentions. The Pidgeot lowered its guard, gesturing for the others to continue their rest, and approached Su Yun to converse. Do you know Ash? Su Yun nodded, sort of. The Pidgeot snorted disdainfully. Umph, is that ungrateful man who sent you here? I thought he had forgotten me long ago. The Pidgeot's tone was laced with dissatisfaction, harboring resentment towards Ash. It was understandable. After all, Ash had promised to return for it. Yet years had slipped by without a trace of him. However, it had heard that Ash had returned a few times, regrettably without seeking it out. This was the source of its greatest ire. If you claim you lack the time to return, I might accept that. But to return without even a word, and then depart again? What do you take me for? I am the proud leader of the Pidgey clan. Do I lack dignity? If you choose not to seek me out, fine. Then I shall not pursue you either. Let us sever all ties, and see who can outlast whom. The Pidgeot and Ash had a falling out. In truth, if these grievances were set aside, they could undoubtedly reunite. Yet, the pride within their hearts prevented them from doing so. One could argue that the Pidgeot was being unreasonable, yet Ash's actions were indeed quite thoughtless, lacking in compassion. To ease the tension between them, Su Yun reluctantly took on the role of mediator. Pidgeot, Ash has truly missed you over the years. Though he has not come to see you, his feelings for you remain steadfast. Su Yun spoke earnestly. The Pidgeot scoffed. Humph, just a scoundrel. There's no need for you to say more. Even if I were to perish today, leaping from a cliff, I would never see him again. Hearing this, Su Yun chuckled. No one can defy the law of true desire. This attempt at persuasion was likely to succeed. Why must family members put each other through such trials? Ash has indeed erred, but you must also consider his difficulties. I believe if he had the time, he would certainly return to see you. It's just that he has been preoccupied. Su Yun endeavored with all his might to resolve their discord. The Pidgeot retorted with a mocking smile. Oh, preoccupied? I believe he is simply brainless. Take the time he returned from the Orange Islands. He had ample opportunity to come collect me. Even if he didn't wish for me to return, he could have at least visited. But he didn't not even a word, and you say he was busy? Su Yun forced a sheepish smile. This matter was indeed difficult to elucidate. In truth, he too was curious as to why Ash had not visited the Pidgeot after his return from the Orange Islands. Had he truly forgotten? If so, that would indeed reflect poorly on Ash. Could it be that the situation is not as you perceive it? Su Yun chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. The Pidgeot raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean there's more to the story? Su Yun nodded earnestly. Indeed, there must be. The Pidgeot's interest was piqued. In truth, it did not wish to believe that Ash had simply forgotten it. If there were indeed extenuating circumstances, it might still forgive Ash. What circumstances? I don't know. So you're just here wasting my time? Su Yun clarified. There must be some circumstances. However, I believe it would be best for you to inquire directly with Ash regarding the specifics. The Pidgeot turned its head away haughtily, not going. Su Yun felt exasperated. Why must I bear the consequences of your grievances? I truly wish I could punch both of you. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun endeavored to calm himself. Pidgeot, I recognize your resentment and discomfort, but do you truly wish to remain at odds with Ash for a lifetime? If worst comes to worst, confront him directly. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, give him a couple of kicks to vent your frustrations. Isn't that better than sulking here and doing nothing? Su-Yun appealed to both reason and emotion. As for Ash's safety, sorry, that was not within his considerations. The superhuman constitution of Pallet Town? Was he joking? Not to mention 2 kicks. He could withstand 10 without breaking a sweat. The Pidgey contemplated this and began to see the merit in Su-Yun's argument. Then shall I go take a look? Su-Yun's heart leaped with joy, eagerly affirming, that's the spirit. If you find yourself unable to defeat him, we will confront him together. The Pidgey seemed somewhat embarrassed, but I just swore an oath. Su-Yun waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. No one can escape the law of true desire. Why concern yourself with it? The Pidgey blinked in confusion. What is the law of true desire? Su-Yun cleared his throat, transforming into a repository of knowledge, explaining, the law of true desire, also known as the Jingza phenomenon, was established by the renowned scholar Wang Jingza. It posits that individuals often enjoy violating their own oaths and find such actions quite delightful. The Pidgey nodded thoughtfully. An impressive individual. I must seek to know him better. Su-Yun grinned. So it's settled then? The Pidgey responded affirmatively. Just call for me when the time comes. Excellent. Su-Yun replied cheerfully. Then, with a request, he added, I have one more small favor to ask. The Pidgey, in high spirits, graciously replied, speak freely. Su-Yun gestured towards Yi Mingling. This is my friend. She has long desired a Pidgey. What do you think? The Pidgey extended its wing and rose to its feet. This is quite simple. Children, have you all heard? Who among you wishes to follow this female benefactor? The sound of chirping fills the air. Yi Mingling nervously gazes at the flock of birds, uncertain which of them will become her destined spirit. At that moment, a vividly colored Pidgey struts out from the group with a nonchalant gait. Its splendid plumage immediately captures Yi Mingling's attention. Wow, what a beautiful little bird. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she cradles the Pidgey in her hands. What do you think of this one? Asked the Beedrill. It is indeed lovely. But it feels somewhat regal, Su-Yun remarked, furrowing his brow as he couldn't help but mumble. The appearance of this Pidgey reminded him of the flamboyant molters. Is this one of your tribe's offspring? Su-Yun inquired, looking perplexedly at Beedrill. Beedrill shook his head. No, I encountered it in the forest. Seeing it in such a pitiable state, I decided to take it in. However, I must say, this little creature is quite formidable. Few in its tribe can rival its strength. An unsettling premonition washed over Su-Yun as he pondered to himself. Could this Pidgey truly be a descendant of molters? Surely not. That creature wouldn't spare even Beedrill. His expression turned decidedly peculiar. He felt that, given the opportunity, he would need to interrogate molters at length. Su-Yun, look how adorable it is. I want this one, is that all right? Yi Mingling approached, playfully pouting at Su-Yun. Her demeanor was irresistibly charming. In an instant, Su-Yun's heart melted. All right, he responded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Beedrill, observing the scene, remarked disdainfully, Ugh, you look utterly ridiculous. Su-Yun's expression darkened. Mr. Beedrill, you wouldn't want to be without Ash, would you? Beedrill fell silent, taken aback. Ahem, well then, if there's nothing else, you may take your leave. We should also be off to forage. Su-Yun did not linger, saying, once the broadcast begins, I will return to find you. Great. Su-Yun departed with Yi Mingling on a bright, sunny afternoon. Su-Yun, do Pidgey typically forage around midday? Yi Mingling asked innocently along the way. Su-Yun tapped her on the head, exasperated yet amused. Would you go to work in the blazing sun? Yi Mingling shook her head. Exactly. Oh, it turns out it was just chasing us away, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization. Su-Yun chuckled. I must say, dear comrade, your intelligence leaves much to be desired. Yi Mingling puffed her cheeks, adopting a mock fierce expression. Humph, you're the clever one. Su-Yun smiled slightly. Just average, world third. Yi Mingling retorted. You big oaf, go take your brain elsewhere. At that moment, she began to grasp what Su-Yun meant by Ash. Chapter 83, Professor Oak's Research Institute. Farewell to Charizard. Pallet Town, the hometown of Ash. Presently, they arrived at the Research Institute in Pewter City. Professor Oak. I am Su-Yun, the host from Alliance TV. And this is my friend Yi Mingling. Our director has previously exchanged greetings with you. Upon arrival, Su-Yun introduced himself first. Prior to their visit, he had spoken to Zhao Yuzhen, asking him to inform Professor Oak. Zhao Yuzhen, having spent much of his life within the Alliance, was quite familiar with Professor Oak, making the arrangement effortless. Oh, it's little Su and little Yi. You've come. Professor Oak set down his watering can, wiped his hands, and approached them with a warm smile. I heard from old Zhao that you are here to interview Charizard. Su-Yun nodded, explaining the upcoming episode's details to Professor Oak. Indeed, Professor. Our next episode of Dialogue with the All-Stars features Ash as our guest, and we wish to learn more about his Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak's eyes lit up in understanding. Ah, I see. That's a splendid program. If possible, I hope Ash can amend his habit of carelessly releasing his Pokémon. He could certainly learn a thing or two from my grandson, Gary. He possesses many admirable qualities. As Professor Oak began to extol the virtues of his grandson, Suyin found himself stifling a laugh as the conversation meandered. After a while, he politely interjected with his request. Professor Oak, may I see Charizard? Professor Oak paused, realizing he had strayed from the topic. Embarrassed, he replied, Of course, let me take you there. However, I must warn you, Charizard has a rather foul temper. It would be best not to provoke it. As they walked, Professor Oak's demeanor turned serious. Su-Yun had anticipated this. Even Ash, the owner of Charizard, often found himself scorched by its fiery breath. They were mere strangers, after all. However, armed with psychic abilities and the power of Arceus for healing, Su-Yun felt undaunted by the potential threat of Charizard. Soon, under Professor Oak's guidance, the three found themselves in the backyard, where Charizard lay resting on the ground. The yard was also home to many other Pokémon, such as Grimer and Kingler. At that moment, the Pidgey that had been sleeping in Yi Mingling's arms suddenly awoke. Spotting so many companions, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it fluttered down from Yi Mingling's embrace to frolic with the surrounding Pokémon. Noticing the Pidgey, Professor Oak's eyes widened in surprise, and he curiously inquired, Oh, this Pidgey is quite special. Where did you catch it? Yi Mingling looked towards Su-Yun, who smiled slightly and explained, Before coming here, we visited Beedrill, and this Pidgey was a gift from it. Professor Oak seemed to have an epiphany, nodding in realization. Oh, I see. But why not keep it in a Pokeball? Such a rare Pokémon is easily coveted by nefarious organizations. The Kanto region has been quite tumultuous lately, with Team Rocket frequently seizing rare Pokémon from unsuspecting trainers. Carrying such a colorful Pidgey in the wild makes you prime targets for Team Rocket. Su-Yun sighed with a wry smile. We were in such a rush to come that we didn't even bring any Pokeballs. Professor Oak looked at them incredulously. You went out without Pokeballs. Are you truly trainers? However, seeing their unusual bond, he speculated they might just be a love-struck couple seeking adventure in the wild, and thus refrained from probing further. How about this? I'll fetch some Pokeballs for you, and in the meantime, you can spend some time with Charizard, he suggested. Thank you, Professor Oak. Su-Yun and Yi Mingling chorused in gratitude. Once Professor Oak departed, Yi Mingling looked at Su-Yun with confusion and asked, Su-Yun, why did Professor Oak look at us so strangely just now? Su-Yun shot her a glance, exasperated. What do you think? A lone man and a woman bravely venturing into the wild without Pokeballs. What do you suppose we are doing? Yi Mingling paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Su-Yun sighed. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. I'll teach you in person another day. Oh, Yi Mingling pouted, responding softly. At that moment, Su-Yun turned his gaze towards the Charizard not far away and walked over. He first engaged with the Charizard using the system's functions, only then daring to approach it. Otherwise, if the creature were to misunderstand, a burst of flames could easily turn him into a pile of ashes. Roar? The Charizard lazily lifted its eyelids, casting a glance at Su-Yun before closing its eyes again, continuing its slumber, evidently indifferent to his presence. Su-Yun felt a surge of anger, wanting to shout, Hey, Charizard, who do you think you are? How could a dignified Su-Yun be so easily ignored? Even divine beasts would show him some respect. Yet here was a mere Charizard daring to disregard him? His tender heart felt deeply wounded. Taking a deep breath, Su-Yun stepped forward, preparing to wake the Charizard. However, halfway there, the Charizard suddenly opened its eyes and unleashed a torrent of flames directly at him. Yi Mingling stood nearby, dumbfounded. Su-Yun, possessing extraordinary abilities, sensed the impending danger and swiftly teleported to safety, though his expression darkened. This Charizard was rather ungrateful. Was it really necessary to force his hand? Su-Yun remarked coldly. Can we not have a proper discussion? Do you really want to provoke me into a fight? The Charizard glanced at him with a sneer. What are you barking about? If you can beat me, I'll kneel and sing conquer for you. Such a bizarre challenge was a first for Su-Yun. He grinned widely, thinking that since the opponent was seeking punishment, he might as well indulge this peculiar desire. Very well, let's have a match. Su-Yun produced a Pokeball and summoned his shiny Metagross. Metagross. The shiny Metagross descended with an imposing presence, shaking the ground beneath it. The gusts of wind it generated sent nearby Pokémon scurrying away. The Charizard sensed the formidable aura of the shiny Metagross, igniting its own battle spirit. It had been a while since it had the chance to showcase its strength since dominating the Charizard Valley. Now, It had the opportunity to demonstrate its might against what appeared to be a worthy opponent. Chapter 84. Shiny Metagross vs Ash's Charizard. Roar. The Charizard responded with a fierce roar, accepting Su Yun's challenge. To secure victory, Su Yun utilized the system's scanning feature to gather information on this Charizard. He wondered just how much stronger this creature had become since returning from training in Charizard Valley. Pokemon. Charizard. Gender. Male. Base stats. 534. Qualifications. SS. Strength. Peak champion level. Type. Fire. Flying. Ability. Blaze. Increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Moves. Air Slash. Scratch. Roar. Ember. Smokescreen. Heat Wave. Dragon Claw. Dragon Breath. Fire Fong. Cut. Flamethrower. Scary Face. Fire Spin. Inferno. Flare Blitz. Earthquake. Overheat. Su Yun's expression turned to one of astonishment. Generally, Pokemon with such base stats that even fall short of the threshold for the demigod tier should only possess an S qualification, unable to reach SS. Yet, Ash's Charizard had achieved that level. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, truly, this was no ordinary Charizard. Most astonishingly, this Charizard's strength had attained the terrifying peak of the champion level, merely a step away from the elite level. This meant that the current Charizard was fully capable of facing any Pokemon among the Elite Four of Kanto. The sheer power was evident. His shiny Metagross was merely at the champion level, not yet reaching the peak, and it was also at a type disadvantage. If he did nothing, it was highly likely that he would be outmatched. It seemed that the only option was to initiate Mega Evolution for the shiny Metagross. Su Yun murmured to himself, swiftly making his decision. He slowly revealed his Mega Evolution bracelet and pointed it at the shiny Metagross, shouting, Metagross, Mega Evolve. Boom. In an instant, the sky erupted in a dazzling array of colors. Beams of radiant light shot from Su Yun's hand toward the shiny Metagross, transforming its form. The Charizard, witnessing this, understood that the opponent was about to Mega Evolve and couldn't help but feel even more excited. After Mega Evolution, the shiny Metagross would undoubtedly become even stronger. And the Charizard had a singular passion, battling formidable opponents. The stronger, the better. The Charizard's blood surged with excitement, flames erupting from its body. A pillar of fire shot skyward, staining the heavens crimson. It was exhilarated. It was ready to unleash its fury upon the Mega Metagross. Whoosh! As the Mega Metagross completed its transformation, the Charizard could no longer contain its impatience, rushing forward with its mouth agape, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fierce dragon roared as it charged towards the Mega Metagross. Unfazed, Su Yun commanded, Metagross, use Meteor Mash. Meteor Mash, a Steel-type move, faced off against the Charizard's Fire-type Flamethrower. While the Mega Metagross held a type disadvantage, Su Yun was not merely emulating Ash's approach of battling against type. No, he aimed to cultivate the Metagross's ability to fight under adverse conditions. This was his strategy. Boom. The Flamethrower collided with Meteor Mash, igniting a brilliant explosion. The flames erupted into a sea of fire, while the Mega Metagross illuminated the battlefield with a radiant white light, navigating through the flames and charging straight for the Charizard. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well done, Metagross. To deliver such an impressive counterattack despite the type disadvantage showcases your strength. Roar. The Charizard was taken aback when it realized the Mega Metagross had withstood its Flamethrower. Instead of engaging head-on, it opted to soar through the air, deftly maneuvering around. The two Pokemon danced through the sky, their speeds remarkable. If Groudon were present, it would surely shed tears of envy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Their forms intertwined in the air, darting back and forth like lightning. The Charizard was astonished. This seemingly cumbersome giant was no slower than it. Having grasped the Mega Metagross's capabilities, the Charizard ceased evasion and prepared for a direct confrontation. Roar. The Charizard exhaled an even more massive plume of fire, which scattered in the air, surrounding the Mega Metagross. The colossal Metagross refrained from acting impulsively, awaiting Su Yun's command. Utilize Light Wall, then employ high-speed movement to charge forward. Su Yun contemplated swiftly. The Metagross must not be led around by the Charizard, otherwise, it would inevitably be incinerated by the flames of the dragon. Metagross. A pink barrier materialized before the colossal creature. Subsequently, its speed surged dramatically, transforming into a streak of light that forcefully burst through the encirclement of flames. Charizard was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the opponent would escape its purgatory in such a manner. Use Psychic Headbutt. During Charizard's moment of distraction, Su Yun issued another command to Metagross. Metagross. A white light glimmered on the forehead of the Metagross as it charged towards Charizard. Caught off guard, Charizard was sent flying. It quickly rose from the ground, letting out a furious roar. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a torrent of flames. The heat scorched Metagross, causing its brow to furrow in discomfort. Use Psychic Headbutt again. Thanks to the protection of the light wall, the damage sustained by Metagross was significantly mitigated. Thus, in terms of condition, it remained in a better state than Charizard. Unfortunately, Charizard's move, Heat Wave, left Metagross scorched, inflicting burn status. Each turn, Metagross would endure the searing flames. Su-Yun realized that to emerge victorious, he could not afford to prolong the battle any further, but must conclude it swiftly. Fortunately, Charizard was not the type to shy away from a direct confrontation. As long as you dared to engage it, it would face you head-on without hesitation. Even if Mewtwo were to arrive, it would not flinch. This fortuitously aligned with Su-Yun's strategy. He continuously commanded Metagross to engage Charizard with Psychic Headbutt, resulting in a fierce clash with no clear victor. At that juncture, Su-Yun seized Charizard's momentary respite and suddenly commanded Metagross to unleash Meteor Mash. Boom! A radiant white light erupted. Coupled with its ability, Tough Claws, Meteor Mash's power was maximized, obliterating the weakened Charizard in a single blow. Roar! Charizard let out an anguished cry as it plummeted from the sky, battered and bruised, having lost its combat capability. Yet, the slight upward curve of its mouth spoke of its exhilaration and joy. Even in defeat, it felt an inner delight. Chapter 85. Farewell, Greninja and Zygarde. Are you alright? Su-Yun approached, expressing concern. Roar! Charizard responded with a proud cry, its head held high, embodying the spirit of an undefeated warrior despite its injuries. Su-Yun couldn't help but be amused by its charming demeanor. Let me assist you with your recovery. Channeling the power of Arceus within him, Su-Yun began to heal Charizard. A rich essence of life enveloped it, imparting an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if every cell within its body rejoiced. Roar! Charizard emitted a softer tone, its authority diminished and replaced by a newfound docility. In no time, its injuries were mended. The healing prowess of Arceus proved to be remarkably potent, far surpassing the speed at which ordinary healing powers could mend Pokémon. Now we can sit down and have a proper talk, can't we? Su-Yun asked with a smile, observing Charizard lazily squinting at him. Charizard nodded in agreement. After the recent battle, it had come to acknowledge Su-Yun. I would like to invite you to participate in a program I host, where you can meet Ash. Su-Yun explained the situation to Charizard. Upon hearing this, Charizard's gaze seemed to drift, as if reminiscing about moments shared with Ash. Tears welled in its eyes unbidden. Closing its eyes, it quickly composed itself, returning to its former languid yet imposing demeanor. Roar! Charizard called out, nodding in acceptance of Su-Yun's invitation. However, it pondered to itself, just wait and see if I unleash my flames on that guy. Su-Yun breathed a sigh of relief. With Charizard settled, only Greninja remained. Just then, Professor Oak returned, holding a luxury ball and several ordinary Pokeballs. So, how did your conversation with Charizard go? Professor Oak inquired with a smile. Su-Yun replied, it went smoothly. Charizard has already agreed. Oh, that's splendid. Although Charizard appears aloof, it actually enjoys interacting with people. Professor Oak chuckled heartily. He then handed the Pokeballs to the two. Su-Yun graciously accepted them, expressing his sincere gratitude to Professor Oak. After a brief chat, they decided not to linger any longer and departed with Yi Mingling. Where shall we go next? Yi Mingling asked curiously. Su-Yun smiled mysteriously and pointed into the distance. To Kalos. Yi Mingling was taken aback and, upon realizing, expressed her confusion, but the Kalos region is quite far from here. How will we get there? Su-Yun chuckled, gazing intently into her eyes. Close your eyes and watch me perform a magic trick. Huh, Yi Mingling exclaimed, her face blushing at the thought of what might happen if she closed her eyes. Oh, she obediently shut her eyes, her heart racing with anticipation for something wonderful to unfold. Unfortunately, after a prolonged wait, she noticed no movement from Su-Yun, stirring her curiosity. Yet, she dared not open her eyes, fearing an awkward situation might ensue. Just as her mind wandered, Su-Yun's voice echoed in her ear once more. All right, you can open your eyes now. Yi Mingling opened her eyes with curiosity, only to be astounded by the scene before her. They had somehow arrived in a primordial forest, with wild Pokémon curiously peeking out at them. Welcome to the Kalos Primal Forest, Su-Yun introduced with a smile. Yi Mingling regarded Su-Yun in disbelief, her mouth agape enough to fit a sausage. Are you saying we are now in the Kalos region? Su-Yun nodded earnestly. Yet, Yi Mingling struggled to trust her own eyes. Just a moment ago, they were in the Kanto region, and now they were in Kalos. This speed was more astonishing than riding a rocket. Su-Yun, observing Yi Mingling's excitement, smiled, and explained, "Remember, I am a deity, an omnipotent deity. Now, let us go meet our other guest." Su Yun ventured deeper into the forest. Yi Mingling stood dazed, gazing at Su Yun's retreating figure, a wave of inexplicable admiration swelling within her. Su Yun was truly her deity. A radiant light sparkled in her eyes, and in that moment, Su Yun's image loomed larger than life in her heart. "Wait for me." Once she regained her senses, Yi Mingling hurried to catch up, utterly captivated by Su Yun. It is likely that Su Yun is currently making some rather excessive demands, and she would undoubtedly not refuse a real battle in the wilderness. 10 minutes later, the two arrived deep within the forest. At that moment, 3 distinctly formed spirits appeared before them. One was entirely azure, reminiscent of an ancient ninja, bearing a water-based shuriken upon its back. Another was a vibrant green, soft and endearing, lazily lounging upon a rock, basking in the warmth of the sun. The third was dark green, tall and imposing, leaning against a tree with its eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Su Yun recognized all 3 spirits. They were the Ash's Froakie, the small Kyogre, the core of Kyogre, and the 50% form of Zygarde. Years ago, these 3 spirits had remained in this forest to address the significant botanical issues left behind by the Flare team, serving as guardians of the woodland. It was at that time that Froakie had parted ways with Ash. Now, it appeared they had successfully resolved the crisis within the forest. Su Yun's arrival also captured the attention of the 3 spirits. Froakie swiftly appeared beside Su Yun with a water-based technique, its speed so remarkable that it was almost imperceptible, comparable even to teleportation. Su Yun could not help but feel astonished, exclaiming inwardly that Froakie's strength had evidently increased significantly. To quell her curiosity, Su Yun discreetly utilized the system's detection feature to glean information about Froakie. Spirit, Froakie, gender, male, base stats, 530, qualification, SS, strength, champion level, type, water, dark, ability, adaptability, changes to the same type as the move it uses, skills, water shuriken, pound, growl, quick attack, dark mist, bubble, mimic, night slash, tackle, water wave, smoke screen, shadow sneak, spikes, critical hit, substitute, telekinesis, double team, water cannon, surf, acrobatics. Upon seeing Froakie's basic information, Su Yun felt a sense of shock. Champion level strength, surpassing even that of Charizard. It seemed that even in this place, Froakie had never rested on its laurels. Was it perhaps due to a desire not to lag behind Ash, fearing that upon their reunion, it would be unable to keep pace with him? Su Yun was curious, but knew this was not the moment for such inquiries. The primary objective now was to invite Froakie to participate in the upcoming program. Gathering her thoughts, Su Yun fixed her gaze on Froakie, briefly introducing herself and conveying her purpose for being there. Upon hearing Ash's name, Froakie's emotions visibly stirred. Clearly, after such a long separation, its longing for Ash had surged like a flood. At that moment, the 50% form of Zygarde and the small Kyogre approached. Their eyes were filled with wariness, not wishing for the past to repeat itself. Froakie then explained the situation to them, which alleviated their hostility. "Can you truly help me see Ash again?" Froakie inquired steadily, though its heart brimmed with anticipation. To reunite with Ash was its lifelong wish. Even a fleeting encounter would suffice to fulfill it. Su Yun replied confidently, "Of course, I keep my promises. Moreover, if all goes well, you may even return to Ash's side." Boom. At the utterance of her concluding words, Froakie's body trembled violently, and a thunderous sound erupted in its mind. To return to Ash's side? This was a desire it had never dared to hope for, more a fantasy than a wish. Froakie glanced at the 50% form of Zygarde and the small Kyogre, uncertainty and conflict flickering in its eyes. At this juncture, the small Kyogre voiced what both had been thinking. "Froakie, we are immensely grateful for your decision back then. Without you, we would have struggled to resolve the lingering crisis. Truth be told, we felt guilty for forcing you and Ash apart. Now that there is hope for your return, we sincerely wish for you to go back. The crisis here has been resolved, and we can protect this place. You need not dedicate the remainder of your time to this forest. A brighter, happier future awaits you." The words of the small Kyogre struck a chord within Froakie. Gratitude welled up as it looked at the two, and then it picked up the small Kyogre and shook hands with Zygarde. Having fought side by side in this forest for so many years, many things could be understood with just a glance, rendering sentimental words unnecessary. After calming the tumultuous emotions within, Froakie turned back to Su Yun and asked nervously, "When can I see Ash again?" Su Yun replied, "The day after tomorrow, we commence the live broadcast of the program, at which point I will invite you to join. You will be able to reunite with Ash then." Great. Upon hearing that he would see Ash in just 2 days, Froka's excitement was palpable. Prepare well in the meantime. I will extend an invitation to you beforehand, Su Yun said with a gentle smile. The program had not yet begun, and she could not take Froka to meet Ash just yet. At that moment, the small Kygor stepped forward and asked Su Yun, "Do you know Eureka?" Ash's travel companion. Eureka was the first human friend the small Kygor had known, and the passage of time had made it nostalgic for her. Su Yun regretfully shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I do not know her." The small Kygor felt a twinge of disappointment. Eureka had once assured it that upon becoming a Pokemon trainer, she would be the first to come and retrieve it, taking it on adventures across the world. Alas, even now, there was no sign of Eureka. Su Yun was aware of this and felt no great surprise. After all, Eureka's companions included the forgetful Ash. As the saying goes, one is influenced by one's companions. Under Ash's influence, it was likely that she had become somewhat forgetful. Furthermore, given Eureka's young age and immature mindset at the time, forgetting this promise was entirely understandable. What a pity for the small Kygor, still waiting here in silence. "Why don't you come with me?" Su Yun suddenly suggested. This was not a ploy to take advantage of the situation, but rather an attempt to assist the small Kygor. After all, Su Yun had little else to do besides helping others. Moreover, due to her work, she frequently traveled across the 6 major regions, and who knows, she might encounter Eureka one day. It would not be too late to return the small Kygor to her then. Upon hearing Su Yun's suggestion, the small Kygor resolutely declined. Sensing that Su Yun harbored ulterior motives, Su Yun sighed, feeling a hint of regret. "What a pity. I wonder if your companion here might be interested in joining me?" Su Yun's ambitions were once again directed towards the 50% form of Zygarde, also known as the Z2 core. Much like Little Soft, this entity is a core of Zygarde, capable of summoning surrounding Zygarde cells to alter its own form. Should he manage to acquire it, the outcomes would indeed be similar. The 50% form of Zygarde cast a glance at Su Yun and remarked nonchalantly, "You are too weak. You are not the one I am waiting for." Su Yun's expression darkened immediately. What insolence! Just because the tiger does not roar, do they presume me to be a sickly cat? He felt it imperative to showcase his strength. Thus, he summoned the healing power of Arceus from within, coalescing it into a vibrant sphere of green light in his hand. Upon witnessing the luminous orb, both the 50% form of Zygarde and Little Soft were taken aback. As guardians of the ecological order within the Pokemon world, they could instinctively sense the significance of the energy sphere held by Su Yun. Consequently, their gazes shifted from disdain to astonishment. "How do you possess such power?" The 50% form of Zygarde inquired, astonished. Su Yun grinned with pride. "That's not for you to worry about. Just tell me, will you join me?" He exuded an air of confidence, as if he had already secured the allegiance of the 50% form of Zygarde. Not only was the 50% form intrigued, but even Little Soft began to contemplate whether to accompany Su Yun. After all, the healing power of Arceus held immense allure for them. After a moment of contemplation, the 50% form of Zygarde ultimately succumbed to temptation and chose to follow Su Yun. His spirits soared, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. Noticing the change in Little Soft's demeanor, he turned to it with a smile and asked, "What about you? Will you join me as well?" Little Soft withdrew its gaze, its expression returning to tranquility. It lay on a rock, closing its eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun. Although the healing ability of Arceus was highly enticing, it had a more significant reason for remaining here: its promise to Eulogia. As a principled creature, it would not easily alter its convictions due to external temptations. Moreover, being inherently indifferent, it was not as fervently obsessed with the pursuit of power as the 50% form of Zygarde. Thus, while intrigued by the healing power of Arceus, it regarded it merely as a curiosity. Acquiring it would be ideal, but its absence would not be a matter of concern. Su Yun felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. Little Soft's decision only reinforced his belief that it was a trustworthy divine beast. "Then I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell." He waved goodbye to Little Soft and Greninja, departing with the 50% form of Zygarde. On the journey back, Yi Mingling, brimming with curiosity, incessantly bombarded Su Yun with questions. "Su Yun, was that Pokemon you just caught very powerful?" Su Yun wiggled his fingers in response. "Not just powerful, it is extraordinarily formidable." Yi Mingling's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at the Pidgey nestled in her arms, an expression of anticipation blooming on her face. "How does it compare to my Pidgey?" Previously, Su Yun had mentioned that her Pidgey would evolve into an exceptionally strong divine beast in the future. Su Yun cast a sidelong glance and scoffed, "It would utterly dominate yours." Yi Mingling. "Pidgey, when you begin to question whether someone is a straight man, that person has already been labeled in your mind. Whether you prove it or not has become meaningless." In Bayun Town, Su-Yun bid farewell to Yi Mingling. The dim golden light of the sunset filtered through the narrow crevices, casting a glow upon the moss-covered stone path. Watching Yi Mingling bounce away, his thoughts drifted back to a similar evening from years past. The same evening glow, the same path, the same graceful silhouette. Only now, time had worn on, and he was no longer the youthful figure he once was. The next day, Su-Yun visited Shueijing City, seeking out Selena, who was participating in the Pokemon contest there. Miss Selena, you wouldn't want to miss seeing Ash again, would you? Su-Yun wasted no time in revealing the purpose of his visit. The mention of Ash conjured an indistinct image in Selena's mind, one that had left an indelible mark on her heart years ago. Though buried deep within her, it was now stirred again by Su-Yun's words, causing ripples of emotion to surface after so long. Can you help me get in touch with him again? Selena asked cautiously, her hands clasped tightly together. Of course, but you must cooperate with me, Su-Yun replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. All right, tell me what I need to do, Selena said, taking a deep breath and steeling her resolve. I need you. Su-Yun outlined his plan to her. After a moment of silence, Selena looked up, her gaze intense, and nodded. All right, no problem. A satisfied smile spread across Su-Yun's face. Then it is settled. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. They shook hands and parted ways. Upon returning home, Su-Yun prepared his speech for the next day and then opened the official website of the League TV to announce a live broadcast. Afterwards, he collapsed onto his bed, intent on catching up on sleep. However, at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door, furrowing his brow. He opened it and was taken aback. A fairy-like figure stood before him, dressed in a white gauzy gown, adorned with pink ribbons, possessing an angelic visage and a petite stature, as if descended from the heavens. What brings you here? Su-Yun stammered, momentarily flustered. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me as a special guest for the next episode? Yi Mingling replied shyly. The show is about to start tomorrow, and I couldn't wait any longer, so I came early. You're not upset with me, are you? In Su-Yun's presence, she seemed somewhat bashful and reserved. Su-Yun smiled gently. Not at all, come in. Would you like some milk? It's quite nourishing. Oh, no thank you. I prefer tea, Yi Mingling replied, shaking her head. Very well, let me brief you on the arrangements for tomorrow's program. Thus, they engaged in conversation throughout the day. As night fell and it was time to sleep, the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Where will I sleep? Yi Mingling asked softly, her cheeks flushed. Why not sleep with me? Su-Yun suggested casually. Huh. Yi Mingling stared at Su-Yun in shock, her ears burning. Wouldn't that be inappropriate, considering we? Su-Yun waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. No worries. Although I have suffered a slight loss, I believe that misfortune can indeed be a blessing. I am not bothered by it, Yi Mingling. The two of them still ended up sleeping together. One bed, two comforters. Nothing happened. It was simply an innocent slumber. Originally, Yi Mingling had no intention of sleeping separately. She wished to cultivate a somewhat intimate relationship with Su-Yun to make up for her perceived debt to him. However, Su-Yun seemed to misunderstand her intentions, stating that he did not enjoy sharing a comforter with others. Reluctantly, they had to sleep apart. However, in the dead of night, Su-Yun had a rather unfortunate habit. He would mix beds. As he shifted about, he unintentionally found himself nestled within Yi Mingling's comforter. Yi Mingling assumed Su-Yun had done so deliberately, and she became tense, afraid to open her eyes. Not long after, the sound of Su-Yun's snoring filled the air. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, they washed up briefly and shared a simple breakfast of milk, eggs, and ham. Then they arrived at the town of Tsaolu in the Galar region. As far as the eye could see, lush fields and terraced landscapes flourished with life. Ash was on a patch of grass, sharing a meal with his Pokemon. Beside him were a man and a woman, likely his companions. Su-Yun approached, introduced herself, and then clarified her purpose. Are you saying you wish to interview me? And that I might see my beloved Pokemon again? Ash exclaimed, jumping up with excitement, his eyes sparkling at the thought. Su-Yun's lips twitched slightly as she reminded him, and your companion, Serena. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Ash's eyes. Oh, Serena. Will I get to see my Greninja? Su-Yun, this is hopeless. Let's just restart. She had never encountered someone so oblivious. While I am discussing your girlfriend, you insist on talking about Pokemon. Chapter 88, Oblivious? I'm afraid I am the epitome of oblivion. Yes, you will not only see Greninja, but also Charizard. Su-Yun replied, rolling her eyes. Ash's face lit up with joy as he excitedly grasped Su-Yun's hand. No need for words. From now on, you are my brother. Su-Yun felt utterly despondent, questioning whether this interview could truly alter the dynamics between Ash and Serena. Given the current situation, it appeared to be exceedingly challenging. But with the arrow already on the string, one must shoot. After all, one cannot simply put their pants back on after having removed them, can they? Shall we commence the interview? Su-Yun inquired, despite already knowing the answer. Ash displayed even more enthusiasm than Su-Yun. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. However, this live broadcast only invites you. So your companions. Su-Yun subtly glanced at the other two. Ash quickly understood. Wait here, I'll go inform them. 3 minutes later, Ash returned. All set. Where do we begin the interview? Su-Yun smiled mysteriously. In a place you are quite familiar with. System, commence. Teleportation in progress. Please wait. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped the three. Suddenly, the world shifted, and they found themselves in a forest. The sunlight streamed down perfectly, and greenery surrounded them. The breath of nature invigorated the senses, bringing a sense of tranquility. Ash took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with delight. What a delightful environment. Reuniting here with Greninja would be a wonderful experience. Wouldn't you agree, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Ash beamed, looking like a complete fool. By the way, Su-Yun, where are we? Su-Yun stared at Ash in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. Wait, don't tell me you don't remember this place. A terrible premonition began to brew within her. This location had been meticulously chosen to evoke a beautiful ambience. Yet, Ash's immediate response was a bewildered, where is this? It shattered her hopes. Oh, have I been here before? Ash asked, puzzled. He glanced around, sensing a hint of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Su-Yun took a deep breath and reminded him, ahem, you know, our interviewee also includes your companion Serena. Ash replied nonchalantly, of course, Serena. But I'm more eager to see Greninja. Su-Yun's expression darkened considerably, wishing she could just punch Ash. However, given her current strength, she was not entirely sure she could best him. Just the sight of that master-level Steel-type Pokémon gave her chills. Moreover, the 50% form of Zygarde was quite acquainted with Ash and had a good rapport with him. If it came to a fight, it might not side with her. Thus, she restrained her impulse. Do you remember the summer camp in Pallet Town? Su-Yun's voice was low as she once again prompted Ash. She had put it so plainly. If Ash still couldn't recall, she truly could not guarantee her own restraint. Summer camp? Pallet Town? Oh, I remember. Charizard is with Professor Oak. I must go see. Su-Yun's face turned black as coal. She almost wanted to turn and leave. She truly regretted interviewing Ash. It was excessively frustrating. This felt akin to a strikingly beautiful woman standing before you, ready to surrender everything, only for you to clothe her and say, it's cold. Don't catch a chill. Oh, you mentioned Serena. That reminds me. This is the place where Serena and I attended summer camp together. Ash suddenly enlightened. Looking at Su-Yun, a flicker of relief washed over Su-Yun. It seemed he had not reached an utterly hopeless state. Indeed, this is where you first met Serena. I specifically chose this location to evoke your memories. Su-Yun spoke earnestly. Ash expressed his gratitude. Oh, thank you so much. By the way, when shall we go see Charizard? I have missed it dearly, as well as Professor Oak and my mother. Su-Yun's expression darkened further, her annoyance palpable. After the interview, you can go see whoever you like. You are so fixated on Charizard, perhaps you should just live with it. Oh, noticing Su-Yun's irritation, Ash decided to refrain from further comments. Su-Yun checked the time and realized the live broadcast was about to begin, so she issued a brief reminder. The broadcast will commence shortly. I will ask you a few questions, and you need only respond truthfully. Ash grinned broadly. Sure, no problem. Su-Yun nodded and activated the live broadcast feature. As always, the opening remarks were the same. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to our program. Our guests today are Ash and Serena. Just as she finished the introduction, the comments section erupted with questions. Who is Ash? Why does that name sound familiar? Are you truly unaware, Ash? He is a prominent figure, the inaugural champion of the Alola region and one of the 8 masters of the World Championships. Not to mention the champion of the Orange League. His accolades are abundant. My goodness, he is quite impressive. I certainly must meet him someday. But who, pray tell? Is this Serena? I've never heard of her. Does she possess any notable fame? I know she was once a companion of Ash, and they shared a good relationship. Just the other day, I spotted her at a grand contest. To be frank, she is quite beautiful, fitting the type I admire. It's peculiar, though. The host is interviewing both of them simultaneously, which surely indicates that there's more to this than meets the eye. Could it be that there are rumors of a romance between them, and the host intends to reveal such information? Unlikely. I would stake my brother's life on it, Ash. With his terminal case of brocode, could never be entangled in gossip with another girl. If faced with a stunning beauty and a small Rattata, he would undoubtedly choose the Rattata without a moment's hesitation. Goodness, he's that straightforward. I must observe this closely. Brothers, does anyone possess Serena's contact information? A man like Ash, doesn't he deserve love? I might just swoop in. Chapter 89. Surely, there can't be anyone who cannot withstand Pikachu's electric shocks? Now, let us commence by interviewing one of our protagonists, Mr. Ash. Su Yun wore a smile that radiated warmth, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight of early spring, exceedingly comforting. Su Yun had not invited Serena along, believing the moment was not yet ripe. He planned to summon her when the topic of Ash and Serena's relationship arose, deeming that the most appropriate juncture. Mr. Ash, I shall pose several questions to you. Please respond with your genuine thoughts. Are you prepared? Su Yun directed the camera towards Ash, capturing a close-up. Ash no longer bore the youthful naivety of his early years. His face was now adorned with a rugged stubble, lending him a more mature appearance. However, in terms of emotional intelligence, he remained akin to a 3-year-old child. Ready? Go ahead and ask. I'm eagerly awaiting my reunion with my Pokémon. Ash adjusted his trainer's cap to the side, flashing a wide grin that revealed his pearly whites. What could be more joyous than reuniting with his beloved Pokémon? What? You speak of childhood sweethearts? Huh, that's a narrow perspective. In my eyes, it is solely Pokémon that matter. Childhood sweethearts hold no interest for me. Su Yun, having grown weary of Ash's blunt demeanor, proceeded directly to his first question. Very well. I shall begin the inquiry. Many are curious about your physique, referring to you as the Superman of Pallet Town. What is your perspective on this matter? Ash scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. I can't claim to be a superhero. I'm just an ordinary person from Pallet Town. As for my physique, it's likely due to my frequent training. Since childhood, I have enjoyed playing with Pokémon, often chasing them through the forests and competing in swimming races with the Magikarp in the rivers. Ash shared numerous anecdotes from his childhood with Pokémon, captivating the audience. Goodness, what a remarkable individual. He wrestles without fear of injuring himself. Oh, how I envy him. He was swimming with Magikarp as a child, while I could only bathe with Ralts. Be grateful. I had no Pokémon companion in my youth, merely playing house with the neighbors' girls. Why does it feel as though you all are boasting? Let us join them. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Ash's physique was so robust. His childhood experiences had evidently shaped him. If only she had enjoyed a similar upbringing, perhaps she would now be well, not Ash. Su Yun mused that some individuals strive their entire lives to become the protagonists of this world, while others are born into those roles, like Ash himself. Thus, your ability to withstand Pikachu's electric shocks and Charizard's flames is attributed to your childhood training? Su Yun inquired further. Ash responded with an air of certainty. Of course, I was simply born this way. Furthermore, Pikachu's electric shocks aren't as terrifying as you imagine. They become quite comfortable once you acclimate. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Ash suddenly turned to Su Yun and asked, why not give it a try? Su Yun's heart raced, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I do not enjoy the sensation of being electrocuted. It's a jest. While I may be invincible in the system's realm, I still fear pain, you know? Although Pikachu's shocks won't kill me, they would certainly impart the sensation of flight. Don't be shy. It's genuinely simple. You'll understand once you try. Su Yun's inner thoughts screamed, I shall not be polite with you. You expect me to try that? You think everyone is like you? Huh. Let me tell you, I would rather leap from a cliff than attempt it. Seeing that Su Yun had no intention of participating, Ash raised an eyebrow, a teasing grin on his face. Oh, I see. You must be afraid, right? No need to explain. I understand. After all, a top-tier trainer like myself is quite rare, and it's only natural you cannot compare. Su Yun's face darkened with irritation. If she could, she would gladly deliver a punch to Ash right then. What's the matter? Did the earlier provocation from Kinna leave you addicted? Su Yun believed Kinna should have taught Ash a lesson, making him aware of his own limitations. At that moment, the audience, eager for entertainment, began to cheer. Come on. Host, we want to see it. If you perform, we'd be willing to do anything for you. Even something a bit risque. The host. You wouldn't be backing down, would you? Is this all you've got? I thought you were more impressive. Surely no one is too timid to withstand Pikachu's electric shocks? Huh, just a coward. If I were you, I would have already done it. What is the big deal about Pikachu's electric shocks? I've faced far worse. Host, if you don't give us a show, I'll unfollow you. Bad review for a cowardly host, unworthy of praise. Many began to threaten Su Yun. She smirked internally. A bunch of keyboard warriors, you think you can take action? What? Did the heavens not give birth to me, the keyboard warrior, to stand the test of time? Regardless of how the audience urged and persuaded, Su Yun remained steadfast, unwavering. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected that the host is severely contravening audience expectations. The program's overall evaluation is trending towards a significant decline. Please pay heed, host. should the overall evaluation of the program fall below the system's standards. The host shall face severe repercussions. A shiver ran down Su-Yun's spine. Damn, you lot are serious about this. He had initially thought that the audience was merely engaging in idle chatter, never anticipating that they were indeed serious. Su-Yun could scarcely contain his internal curses, expressing his heartfelt sentiments towards their ancestors. Ahem, since you have earnestly beseeched me, I shall graciously acquiesce. My dear pillows, prepare yourselves to witness a momentous occasion. The host shall personally demonstrate the sensation of Pikachu's electric shock. Su-Yun's demeanor took a complete turn, astonishing the audience. Chapter 90. To speak of it would send chills down your spine. I once lifted Cosmoem with my bare hands. Wow, the host is incredible. I always knew the host loved us. Is this the manifestation of the host's affection? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Host, I can't contain myself. Please allow me to pursue a relationship with you. Brothers, let us go for that 5-star review. Follow if you're not doing it for the host. Else it would be a disservice to them. I would like to inquire, can I sit at the widow's table during the banquet? Seeing Su-Yun's consent, Ash was ecstatic. No one had ever understood his feelings before. Finally, he had someone to confide in. He just wondered if Su-Yun could handle it. After all, his Pikachu was no longer the same. Its strength had significantly increased. Furthermore, not long ago, it had undergone rigorous training, making its electric powers even more formidable. Pikachu, be gentle. Ash cautioned Pikachu, fearing it might unintentionally zap Su-Yun to oblivion. That would be a heart-wrenching loss, indeed. Pikachu tilted its head, seemingly questioning whether it should truly electrocute Su-Yun. Ash nodded affirmatively. Pikachu. With a light leap, Pikachu descended from Ash's shoulder, facing Su-Yun directly. Su-Yun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Bring it on. Zap me hard. He wore a look of utter resignation. Pikachu nodded, gathering the electric energy within. Instantly, its body became enveloped in a crackling aura, bolts of electricity stretching like menacing tendrils, illuminating the air with a fierce golden glow. Su-Yun stole a glance and was taken aback. Goodness, that power looks immense. It can't be plotting my demise, can it? Perhaps it would be wise to heed my instincts and withdraw? Su-Yun's mind raced. He was not being cowardly. He merely sought to follow that whisper deep within. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pikachu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, it unleashed the gathered electricity. Hee, the first time shocking someone other than Ash. This sensation is rather thrilling. Boom. Lightning descended from the heavens, akin to divine retribution punishing the wicked. Su-Yun instinctively shrieked. Yet, soon he was filled with uncertainty. It doesn't seem so painful after all. In fact, it's a tad exhilarating. Su-Yun quickly banished any wicked thoughts from his mind. System, what is happening? Are you secretly intervening to assist me? With a thought, Su-Yun called upon the system. Fear not, host. Even if you were to be struck down or beaten to a pulp, this system would not lend a hand. Su-Yun, that cuts deep, my friend. Then what is this phenomenon? If it's not the system's aid, then what power is at play? Could it be that I, like Ash, possess a superhuman physique? No way. How come I never realized it before? Just as Su-Yun was lost in thought, the system provided clarity. Host, you possess the power of Arceus, granting you a certain immunity to any attribute attacks. Although this ability is imperfect, for someone of your current caliber, it is akin to divine strength. Su-Yun's expression soured slightly, and he replied, System, I appreciate your elucidation, but your tone is rather unappealing. Beep. The system emitted a static noise. Su-Yun, frowning, severed the connection. A petty response to a disagreement. Zzz. Pikachu's rear was nearly smoking, yet Su-Yun remained unscathed. He even hummed a carefree tune. As if to say, is that all? Ash's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. This guy must be a monster. While he too could endure Pikachu's electric attacks, he would never do so with such ease. Could it be that Su-Yun's physique is even more extraordinary? Ash began to question his own existence. Pikachu's spirit had long since crumbled. Throughout its life, it had never encountered someone so resistant to electricity. In the past, even Arceus had been harmed by its electric might, yet now, this mere human stood unscathed, even taunting it. It was utterly unfathomable. The audience was equally astounded by Su-Yun's performance. They had never witnessed such an impressive figure. I've always said the host is superhuman, and you all doubted it. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Wow, the host is so manly. I adore this kind of host. If possible, could we have a romantic exchange? Host, please bestow your all upon me. I long to be the host's girlfriend, so I can admire their magnificent visage every day. Blushing at the viewer's comments, Su-Yun quickly deleted the inappropriate messages that should never have graced the public eye. How vulgar. He had never even driven a car in his life. So how could he encounter such lewd comments? It was a disgrace to his dignity. Yet, this viewer named my Pai de Shui by displayed noble character and integrity. Clearly a gentleman who never engages in such behavior. Su Yun cast an appreciative glance at the viewer with the ID my Pai de Shui by. Just then, Pikachu had exhausted all its energy. Not a single drop remained. It lay on the ground like a burly man who had fought for 3 days and nights, utterly spent. Su Yun, with a light-hearted smile, approached and utilized Arceus's power to heal, restoring Pikachu's vitality. So how is my physique? Su Yun turned to Ash, inquiring with a grin. Ash's lips twitched slightly, silently giving a thumbs up. You're impressive. The two returned to their seats. Su Yun continued the conversation. Actually, I've come to understand that your superhuman physique from Pallet Town manifests not only in defense, but also in formidable offensive strength. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Ash's face brightened with pride. He looked at Su Yun and asked triumphantly, do you know how much Cosmoem weighs in its second form? Su Yun pondered for a moment and replied, if I'm not mistaken, it should be 9,999 kilograms. Ash nodded, then proudly pointed to himself with his thumb, declaring, I can lift it with my bare hands. Su Yun was not surprised by this. He had known it for quite some time. However, the audience was entirely oblivious, and soon erupted with scornful laughter. What a boast. Why not claim that with a lever, you could move the entire earth? Archimedes, are you implying something about me? You rascal? Truly, it was like a cow perched on a power line, an absurd spectacle indeed. If you can lift Cosmoem, I'll perform a dramatic act of eating excrement right here. Then I shall demonstrate a handstand while defecating. One, a trickster for food and drink. The other, a master of recycling? You two are quite the pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. Chapter 91. Ash, the Eternal Legend. Even Mutwo would take a couple of punches from him. Ash remained unfazed by the audience's opinions, continuing to flaunt his illustrious achievements. You know Mutwo, right? Of course. I have an unbreakable bond with it. That defensive shield of it's not just indestructible. Even legendary Pokémon might struggle to breach it. Hey, guess what? Su Yun feigned curiosity. Ash raised his fist, as large as a sandbag. I smashed it to bits with a single punch. Su Yun silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. The audience, however, was in stitches. You're like a cow riding a motorcycle. Truly outrageous. I traveled the world on Arceus without boasting. What is your claim to fame? You're done for. Arceus is already on its way. Regarding Ash's grand declarations, 99 of the crowd remained skeptical. As for the remaining individuals, they were preoccupied with stretching exercises, too busy to pay attention. Host, that guy just loves to brag. Why don't you ask him if he dares to practice with real weapons? A viewer, unable to tolerate it any longer, shouted in indignation. Su Yun chuckled helplessly and turned to Ash. How about a demonstration? Whether Ash was merely posturing was clear in his mind, though his words were somewhat exaggerated. There was indeed a kernel of truth. If you tell me this is illogical, I must apologize. Ash is the protagonist. Protagonists act as they please. Ash patted his chest, laughing heartily, of course. But can you find Cosmoem or Mutwo? Su Yun smiled gently. This is quite simple. With a wave of his hand, a screen materialized before them. On the screen, a Cosmoem was floating mid-air, taking a nap. Su Yun communicated with it telepathically, swiftly awakening the creature and obtaining its consent to be transported. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and Cosmoem appeared before the two. How did you manage that? Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm a psychic. Such feats are a piece of cake for me, Su Yun replied, standing as if a deity. Upon hearing the term psychic, Ash's expression shifted dramatically, conjuring unsettling memories. When he faced the psychic gym leader, Nessa, she was also a psychic. As a result, Ash and his companions had been transformed into small dolls. Had it not been for Nessa's father intervening, they might have remained trapped in that form forever. All right, it's your turn to showcase your powers now, Su Yun said with a calm smile, gesturing for Ash to perform. Ash didn't hesitate. He nodded and approached Cosmoem. With both hands, he cradled it as if it were a precious treasure, gradually lifting it. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness, I can't believe it. He really lifted it. Wow, that is frightening. I can't even bear to open my eyes. This must be a cheat. The crowd was incredulous. Yet when Cosmoem proved itself to be neither an actor nor a prop, they erupted into fervent applause, their derision vanishing. Ash, you're incredible. Voice cracking. Ash, do you have a girlfriend? I want to discuss the issue of species propagation. If I recall correctly, isn't Ash a staunchly straight male? That is fine. I prefer them straight. The straighter, the better. What just passed over my face? Ash remained unperturbed. Basic skills. No need to fuss. Su Yun was also somewhat taken aback. Witnessing the reality was a far cry from mere hearsay. To confirm his suspicions, Su Yun approached Cosmoem, taking it from Ash's hands. Instantly, an immense force surged through him. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to tumble. Cough, the ground is a bit slippery. Su Yun cleared his throat and shot Ash a knowing look. Ash, perplexed, asked, why are you blinking? Did Sin get in your eyes? That shouldn't happen. We're in a forest, after all. Su Yun, better to rely on oneself. He swiftly returned Cosmoem to Ash's care, lest he risk injuring himself. System. Do you believe this world's power is covertly aiding Ash? How else could he possibly lift such a heavy object? Su Yun shook his arm, frowning as he inquired. I know the reason, but I want to disclose it. Just for fun. Su Yun contemplated, wishing he could give the system a good thrashing. By the way, didn't you just say you were acquainted with Mutwo? Why not summon it as well? I want to show you the extent of my power. Ash eagerly leaned closer to Su Yun, waving his fists. Having just lifted Cosmoem had bolstered his confidence, and he yearned to showcase himself once more before the audience. This might not be wise, Su Yun hesitated. After all, Mutwo had a notorious temper, while Ash was a bit reckless. If a fight broke out, it could lead to serious trouble. Yet Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted, no worries, I'll go easy on it. Su Yun? Young man, you're getting a bit carried away. Contemplating, an idea suddenly struck him. How about I offer you a different opponent? That creature can take a beating. If you can break through its defenses, that would mean more than overcoming Mutwo's shield. Ash's eyes lit up with interest. Who? Alpaca. Ash paused. You mean Arceus? Su Yun pondered before answering. Sort of. In a sense, the alpaca is indeed a form of Arceus, albeit a half-hearted one. Ash was instantly intrigued. Great. Hurry and summon it. Challenging Arceus's defenses was far more enticing than confronting Mutwo. Su Yun nodded with a smile, explaining the situation to the audience. The alpaca, having made a cameo in previous episodes, had garnered a significant following. Upon hearing that the alpaca would return, many viewers erupted into applause. Witnessing the audience's fervent enthusiasm, Su Yun no longer hesitated and promptly initiated contact with the alpaca. Chapter 92. How dare you strike my skeleton? Hello there, foolish alpaca. My young brother. Su Yun instinctively opened his mouth, nearly committing a grave error. The alpaca retorted, Are you attempting to insult me? With a smile, Su Yun greeted the alpaca, resembling long-separated brothers reunited, overflowing with warmth. However, the alpaca, having encountered its elder brother Arceus, had begun to feel rather inflated with pride, believing itself to be invincible, with everyone obligated to heed its whims. Just yesterday, it had taken a special trip to the human realm, where it visited the League's store and, leveraging its brother's esteemed name, exchanged it for a brand new, resplendent multicolored skeleton. Allegedly crafted from celestial meteorites, it was worth a fortune, and the best part was, it had spent not a single penny. I have an individual who wishes to challenge your defensive prowess. Would you be available to come over? Su Yun extended a courteous invitation, choosing not to dwell on the alpaca's earlier disrespectful remarks. Not going. I have matters to attend to, the alpaca declared haughtily, turning its head away. Do you think I would go just because you asked? Do I not have my dignity? Su Yun's lips twitched slightly, forcing a chuckle. I am currently live streaming, with thousands of viewers watching. Upon hearing the mention of a live stream, the alpaca's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. I'm on my way right now. What could be more exhilarating than showcasing its might before a vast audience? The answer was, nothing. Su Yun stifled a laugh internally, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, Very well, I shall teleport you over. As the words left his mouth, a beam of white light descended from above, materializing in the live stream room. Shortly thereafter, the alpaca's figure appeared on the scene. Almighty alpaca, please allow me to pay my respects. Almighty alpaca, I have a stunning female alpaca at home. Might you be interested? Almighty alpaca, please do consider a courtship with me. Numerous alpaca fans began to cheer exuberantly, flooding the internet with various remarks. Seeing this, the alpaca was filled with immense delight, nearly rushing to the homes of certain female fans to discuss the philosophies of life. At that moment, Su Yun approached, introducing Xiao Ji. This is Xiao Ji from Sinnoh Town, known as the Superman of Sinnoh. He once shattered a shield of Mutwo with a single punch. Can you withstand him? The alpaca scrutinized Xiao Ji, mildly astonished. To shatter the shield of a first-tier deity was indeed a rare feat yet. Who was it? A subordinate of the creator god. How could a mere first-tier deity possibly compare? Just a Superman from Sinnoh, hardly worth consideration. The alpaca smirked, dismissing Xiao Ji entirely. I'll just stand here. If you can break my defense, I'll concede. Such audacious words showcased the alpaca's overwhelming confidence. Xiao Ji, intrigued, clenched his fists. eager to test the defenses of this rather unassuming alpaca. Can I begin? Xiaoji inquired cautiously, his blood already boiling with anticipation. Before Suyin could respond, the alpaca interjected, Come, strike here, hit harder. The alpaca wiggled its rear, adopting a rather mischievous demeanor. Xiaoji's expression turned peculiar. It was the first time he encountered someone wanting him to strike their backside. Are you certain? This doesn't seem right. What if I? Accidentally. Xiaoji's straightforwardness left him unguarded, speaking without a filter. Upon hearing this, the alpaca became incensed. Do you think you can break my defense? Don't be ridiculous. Stop hesitating. Come on, don't worry about the consequences if you break it. The alpaca wiggled its rear again, its short little tail appearing somewhat endearing. Suyin could hardly contain his laughter, finding the entire scene rather absurd. He glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, which echoed his sentiments. Why do I feel like this alpaca is rather flirtatious? It's almost as if it's waiting to be pampered, saying, Come, ravage me. I'm dying of laughter. When you put it that way, it really does seem like it. In the live stream, Xiaoji loosened his arms, preparing to unleash his might. Should I use my full strength? He asked one last time before launching his attack, worried he might inadvertently damage the other's backside. No need. Just put your full effort into it, Su Yun replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. He was aware of the alpaca's strength, protected by the void slate. Xiaoji's attack might not even phase it. All right. Xiaoji relaxed, channeling all his energy into a single punch. Boom. The air crackled with intensity as the punch surged forth, possessing the might to split mountains and shatter stones. The audience gasped, as if they had heard the opening notes of a classic melody. Suddenly, however, calamity struck. Xiaoji's foot slipped, causing his punch to veer off course, narrowly missing the alpaca's alluring backside and colliding with its skeleton instead. Bang! Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the alpaca's skeleton erupted with a network of cracks, appearing as though it had endured the ravages of time, ready to crumble to dust at the slightest touch. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. All eyes converged upon the shattered skeleton. How dare you strike my skeleton? The alpaca, regaining its composure, was instantly enraged, turning to confront Xiaoji. Yet as it moved, the skeleton disassembled, scattering into fragments across the ground. The alpaca stood frozen, its heart sinking into despair, wishing to weep uncontrollably. My skeleton, my lifetime of glory, reduced to this. Su Yun approached, picking up a shard from the ground and inspecting it, his expression suddenly shifting to one of bewilderment. Why is your skeleton losing its color? The alpaca paused, looking down to find that indeed, the vibrant hues had faded. The once dazzling skeleton now revealed its true form after such merciless treatment. What kind of celestial meteorite is this? It's merely a cobblestone coated in paint. The alpaca's first reaction was one of betrayal. It felt duped by the shopkeeper. Damn, a swindler. How dare they deceive me? Fires of rage ignited in the alpaca's eyes, fury clouding its judgment. Take me back. I must confront that deceitful merchant. Su Yun glanced at Xiaoji, who stood awkwardly, clearly feeling a sense of guilt. Then, his gaze shifted to the alpaca, now devoid of reason. Well, it seemed this matter would have to be temporarily set aside. Very well, do take care. Su Yun gently patted the alpaca and sent it on its way. Chapter 93. I'll give you a chance, and you shall give me a heartfelt embrace, dear Diaoyi. Wait, it just left like that? I wanted to apologize. Xiaoji remarked with a hint of regret as he watched Su Yun silently bid farewell to the alpaca. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. No need. That fellow is quite carefree. Everything's fine. Let us consider this matter settled for now. Although it didn't end up being struck. You have already demonstrated your strength, have you not? Su Yun glanced at the barrage of comments and noticed that they were all astonished by Xiaoji's prowess. Now, let us continue our dialogue. With a gesture of invitation, Su Yun signaled for Xiaoji to take his seat once more. Xiaoji scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he returned to his place. Now, let us proceed to the second question. Su Yun cleared his throat and continued, Mr. Xiaoji, I understand that since you embarked on your journey away from home, you have captured numerous Pokémon along the way, many of which you have released. Hence, some have jokingly dubbed you the Master of Release. What are your thoughts on this matter? This question is indeed the crux of today's program. Su Yun had prepared thoroughly. Xiaoji appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly finding the question somewhat peculiar. Isn't this quite normal? A trainer should not be a constraint upon their Pokémon, but rather their partner. They possess the right to pursue their own lives, and when they encounter their destined paths, should we not, as trainers, bless them and set them free? Xiaoji felt he had done nothing wrong. Moreover, in his view, those actions were not mere releases, but rather rebirths. both for the Pokémon and for himself. Su Yun was also taken aback, surprised that Xiao Zi's genuine thoughts were such. It must be said that Xiao Zi's affection for Pokémon is unparalleled by the vast majority of trainers. Su Yun felt a twinge of inferiority. Your perspective is intriguing, Su Yun said with a smile. Let us refrain from judging the act of release as a behavior. Instead, let us discuss the matter at hand. What do you think? Xiao Zi looked somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Su Yun's words, yet he instinctively nodded in agreement. Very well, since you consent, I shall proceed. Do you recall the very first Pokémon you released in the Viridian Forest? Su Yun maintained a calm exterior, though curiosity bubbled within. He was eager to uncover why the promise Xiao Zi made back then had yet to be fulfilled. Xiao Zi furrowed his brow in concentration, and then suddenly enlightened. He exclaimed, I know, you mean the Pidgeot. Su Yun was surprised that Xiao Zi still remembered. Indeed, that is correct. Meanwhile, Pidgeot, who had been silently observing this scene with Su Yun's assistance, felt a sense of pride swelling within. This foolish fellow seems to still recall me. Yet, even though he remembers me, he has never sought me out all these years. Pidgeot, you are a proud creature. You must never easily forgive that foolish boy. Pidgeot resumed its aloof demeanor, still filled with dissatisfaction over Xiao Zi's betrayal. Since you remember it, why not seek it out? Have you forgotten the promise you made? Su Yun posed a piercing question. Should the answer be unsatisfactory, there was no telling whether Pidgeot would swoop down to teach Xiao Zi a lesson. No, it might not even come over, maintaining the same distant relationship as before. A flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Zi's eyes. Actually, I have not forgotten our promise. After I returned to Pallet Town, I did go looking for it. Xiao Zi's words were startling, revealing a profoundly shocking secret. Su Yun's heart raced as he speculated. Could there truly be an untold misunderstanding behind this? Xiao Zi fell into reflection, his voice growing somber. After returning from the Orange Islands, I stayed in Pallet Town for a while. During that time, I had intended to find it in the Viridian Forest. Eventually, I learned of its whereabouts and ventured alone to the Viridian Forest. I found it. It had become the king of the Pidgey, leading its flock. It had matured significantly, becoming more composed than before. I was gratified to see how much it had grown during my absence. However, upon witnessing its thriving flock, no longer subjected to the harassment of Spearow or other wild Pokémon, I suddenly understood something. It was the keystone of this group, the core that allowed it to flourish. If I were to take it away, the Pidgey flock would once again disband, suffering the same bullying from other Pokémon groups as before. All the effort it had invested over the years in nurturing its flock would be rendered futile by my arrival. I could feel how deeply it cared for its flock. In this group, it was not alone. On the contrary, it was happy. From that moment on, I realized that I might have to live my life as a person who breaks promises. Perhaps this place is its true home, the life it is meant to embrace. Xiao Zi's gaze was unusually resolute, glistening with unshed tears. Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, tenderly patting his head with its fluffy little paws. As if to say, don't be sad, you still have me. I'm fine, Pikachu. Xiao Zi affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, a pure smile returning to his face. Su Yun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He had not anticipated the truth to be like this. Moreover, Xiao Zi's heartfelt words were profoundly moving, resonating with sincerity and leaving him in awe. It turned out that even the seemingly stoic Xiao Zi possessed a certain charm. Of course, this was limited to his bond with Pokémon. Thank you for dispelling the doubts that lingered in my heart. In return, I believe it is time for you to reunite. Su Yun smiled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. With a wave of his hand, a flash of white light appeared. In an instant, Pidgeot's figure materialized in the live stream. Upon seeing that long-missed silhouette, Xiao Zi stood frozen in place. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could it be that he would see Pidgeot again one day? Let me tell you. Here's your chance. Come here immediately and give me a heartfelt embrace, or I shall never forgive you for the rest of my life. Pidgeot proclaimed in a strong, bird-like voice, exuding an air of authority. Having learned the truth, it had already chosen to forgive Xiao Zi. Yet, its pride prevented it from lowering itself to admit this. Xiao Zi understood that Pidgeot's ability to speak was entirely thanks to Su Yun's efforts. Gratefully, he nodded towards Su Yun, then walked with determination to stand before Pidgeot. With arms wide open, he enveloped it tightly in an embrace. In that moment, the gap between man and bird vanished in an instant. Chapter 94. It has come. It has come. It brings its flock with it. Together. A loving embrace, ushering into the wedding chamber, passionate and boundless energy. The audience began to tease. Deeply moved by the bond between Xiao Zi and Pidgeot, it turned out that the connection between Pokémon and trainers could indeed be this profound. Many spectators, upon witnessing this scene, involuntarily cast their gazes towards the ethereal companion that had been by their side for many years. Shinado, perhaps our relationship can evolve to a deeper level. Miss Kuner, I implore you to accept my heartfelt confession. In the streaming room, Su-Yun felt genuine happiness for the reconciled duo, a person and a bird. After a while, Ash and Pidgeot finally separated. The two, with their arms draped over each other, seemed to have returned to the camaraderie of yesterday. At this moment, Su-Yun leaned towards Yi Mingling, who had been quietly observing everything, yearning to wrap his arm around her waist and draw her into an embrace. Yi Mingling noticed this gesture and felt her cheeks flush with crimson. However, just then, Ash suddenly glanced in their direction, startling Su-Yun, who quickly withdrew his eager hand. Thank you, Su-Yun, Ash said sincerely. If it weren't for you, the misunderstanding between me and Pidgeot might never have been resolved. Su-Yun chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively, but inwardly cursed. Couldn't you have saved your gratitude for later? I was so close to making my move. Little did he know, last night. He could have savored much more. Instead, he had succumbed to slumber. Pidgeot, now that the misunderstanding between you and Ash has been cleared, what do you plan to do moving forward? Will you remain with the flock or follow Ash? This was a rather pragmatic question. Even if Su-Yun refrained from asking, they would eventually have to confront it. Pidgeot pouted disdainfully. Humph, I, the king of the flock, why would I forsake such a precious position to follow this foolish boy? Just as Ash had stated, Pidgeot had developed profound feelings for the flock, which could not simply be dismissed. Its initial obsession was not necessarily about being taken away by Ash. It merely wished to see him. Moreover, Pidgeot had matured and established its own life. There is no eternal banquet, and Pidgeot understood this well. Ash had his own life, and Pidgeot had its own. A person and a bird should not be bound by a mere promise. Perhaps they could no longer travel and embark on adventures together as they once did. Yet, it was undeniable that they would always remain friends. This, no one could alter, not even time. Ash recognized that Pidgeot's words were merely spoken out of frustration and did not take them to heart, grinning foolishly in place. Being able to resolve the matter satisfactorily was perhaps his greatest source of comfort. Well, since your relationship is settled, let us welcome our second guest of honor. Su-Yun announced, preparing to commence the next dialogue. Suddenly, Ash, recalling something, excitedly inquired, You wouldn't have brought Butterfree, would you? Su-Yun smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Ash scratched his head, glancing at Pidgeot beside him. Pidgeot shrugged its wings. Don't look at me. This guy is a cunning schemer. I can't fathom his thoughts. Su-Yun's expression darkened instantly. You are the schemer. Your entire family is a bunch of schemers. However, upon reflection, as a host, he deemed it unnecessary to bicker with a feathered companion. Thus, ignoring Pidgeot, he waved his hand, opening a portal. Soon, Butterfree began to emerge from the passage, led by two elderly Butterfree, one blue and one pink. Butterfree, is that really you? Ash recognized Butterfree at first glance and rushed over excitedly. Butterfree appeared equally thrilled, fluttering around Ash incessantly, soaring up and down in joyous celebration at their reunion. Pika Pika. At that moment, Pikachu joined them, greeting Butterfree. Butterfree then flitted to Pikachu's side, and the two Pokémon began to chase each other, reveling in their happiness. Pika Pika. Pidgeot also approached, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the other Butterfree, tears of emotion welling at the corners of its beak. Baba, are these all your children? Pidgeot inquired cautiously. Should Butterfree dare utter a negative, it could guarantee that, in the next moment, all the Butterfree would find themselves in its belly. What do you intend to do, little Pidgeot? I warn you. These are my children with your sister. If you dare touch them, do not blame me for retaliating. Butterfree protectively shielded its offspring behind it, glaring at Pidgeot. Pidgeot chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. I usually eat greens, not these creatures. Butterfree retorted. Why don't you admit you eat dung? Ash, astonished, gaped at Butterfree. Butterfree, are these truly your children? Indeed, Butterfree declared proudly. You gave me a partner, and now I return the favor with an entire flock. What do you think? Quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Ash silently gave a thumbs up. If you fancy any of them, let me know, and I will allow it to accompany you. It could use the experience and see the world, lest it remain cooped up in a small patch of land like I did. Butterfree generously offered. Ash's eyes lit up, for he adored Pokemon. Then I shall not be polite. Ash began to thoughtfully select one. Just then, a bolder Butterfree fluttered over, its large eyes blinking. Ash instantly became fond of this particular Butterfree, finding it utterly adorable. This little fellow is perfect. If you trust me, I will take good care of it and train it to be the most powerful Pokemon in the world, Ash pledged, patting his chest with conviction. He felt quite knowledgeable in the art of training Pokemon. Ah, indeed. Little 17, would you like to accompany him? Butterfree kindly inquired of the young Butterfree. Little 17 blinked, then nodded after a moment. It danced around Ash, clearly enamored with him. Ash, likewise, felt a genuine affection for this Butterfree and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 95. Charizard, do I still have a chance? Observing the delightful scene, Su Yun joined in, directing the camera towards Butterfree for an interview. Mr. Butterfree, how do you view the incident of Ash releasing you back then? Butterfree flapped its wings gracefully, striking what it believed to be a charming pose. I am immensely grateful to Ash for considering my future and not hindering my pursuit of happiness. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have my current life, my wife, or even this flock of children. The bond between Ash and me transcends the simple relationship of trainer and Pokémon. It has evolved beyond mere friendship into a higher realm. Butterfree's voice resonated powerfully, heartfelt, and moving, prompting Su Yun to nod in agreement. Ash chimed in, indeed. My connection with Butterfree is profoundly intimate and no longer merely that of partners. Numerous empathetic spectators are voicing their sentiments at this moment. Indeed, the relationship I share with Shinado has transcended mere trainer and Pokémon dynamics, evolving into a profound mutual understanding. Fellow kindred spirits, my Laruras, Karurian, and Shinado also hold a unique significance in my life, far beyond the ordinary. Ah, the burdens you bear are considerable. The moniker of Wife Beast is not bestowed lightly. What are your plans for the future? Su Yun inquired once more. Budafa's voice was tinged with a sense of wistfulness, as if reminiscing about the fleeting nature of youth. Were I still in my prime, I would undoubtedly follow Ash on his journeys across the world without hesitation. Alas, age has rendered me weary, and I no longer possess the vigor to accompany him on his adventures. However, my child shall take my place to witness the splendid vistas this world has to offer. Budaf turned his gaze towards Ash, seemingly seeking his affirmation. Ash nodded earnestly, assuring him, rest assured, I will make it happen. Budafa's heart swelled with relief at Ash's words. This assurance brought him solace. Su Yun, too, felt a pang of emotion. The moon waxes and wanes, and humans experience joys and sorrows. Parting appears to be an eternal motif of this world, an inevitability that none can evade. An air of gravity enveloped the atmosphere. Su Yun swiftly concluded Budafa's interview, steering the tone back to a lighter note. Indeed, the bond between Budaf and Ash has deeply moved us all. I urge our audience to remember this. Pokémon are not merely instruments of battle. They are our companions, accompanying us through the journey of life. Therefore, treat them with the same care and respect you would afford your closest friends. This sentiment resonated with many in the audience, garnering their approval. A commendable host indeed. Let us commend the host. Shinado, did you hear that? Let us surpass one another and break through that final barrier. I am grateful to the host for helping to deepen the bond between myself and Hakuran, successfully shattering the veil that lay between us. Receiving accolades from the audience filled Su Yun with genuine satisfaction. Without further ado, let us continue our discourse. Next, I would like to invite our third release subject. Mr. Ash, I trust you are quite familiar with it. Just a reminder, you once released it in a valley. Can you guess who it is? As Su Yun finished speaking, Ash eagerly answered, it's Charizard. Is it coming too? Su Yun smiled gently, affirming, indeed, it is. Clearly, the bond between Ash and Charizard is exceptional. Where is it? Let me see it. Ash exclaimed impatiently, his body trembling with excitement. With a flourish of his hand, Su Yun summoned a flash of white light, and Charizard materialized in the livestream. Roar! Charizard bellowed, showcasing its formidable prowess to the world. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette on the ground, Ash's eyes glistened with unshed tears. That languid posture, those proud eyes. Was it not the Charizard he had yearned for day and night? Haha, Charizard, we meet again at last. Ash laughed heartily as he rushed over, eager to envelop Charizard in a grand embrace. To his surprise, Charizard merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, displaying little enthusiasm. Then, as Ash drew near, it unleashed a burst of flame, transforming Ash into a coal-black figure. One must admit, this greeting was rather unique. Only Ash's extraordinary resilience could withstand such an encounter. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished instantly. Cough. Ash cleared his throat, shaking his head, and unabashedly embraced Charizard. Ugh, Charizard squinted, a look of enjoyment gracing its features. Though it outwardly exuded aloofness, within, it was as jubilant as a spirited steed. It merely masked its inner emotions to maintain the facade of a proud warrior. Charizard, have you been staying with Professor Oak lately? After a moment, as they parted, Ash curiously inquired. Charizard nodded, but inwardly grumbled. Where else could I possibly go, since you, the fool, never invited me to play? At this moment, Su Yun discerned Charizard's inner thoughts and approached at the opportune moment, directing the camera towards Ash, and asked, Mr. Ash, do you have anything to say regarding your decision to release Charizard in that valley? After a brief contemplation, Ash responded, this was actually a mutual decision between Charizard and me. While traversing Charizard Valley, we encountered many powerful Charizards, and in order to enhance Charizard's strength, I decided to leave it there. Charizard agreed with this course of action, for its aspiration for strength surpasses that of other Pokémon. Isn't that so, Charizard? Roar. Charizard defiantly turned its head away but did not deny Ash's words, nodding in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun pressed further, now that Charizard's strength has significantly increased. Having defeated all the Charizards in that valley, what are your plans for it moving forward? Without hesitation, Ash answered, I wish to continue traveling with it. But I wonder how it feels about that? Ash nervously glanced at Charizard, apprehensive of its potential refusal. After all, although their bond had not waned over the years, whether Charizard still wished to accompany him on his journeys remained uncertain. Chapter 96, Frogadier, requesting reinstatement. Su Yun, filled with curiosity, turned his attention to Charizard, eager to discern its true feelings. Roar, Charizard haughtily snorted, then slowly spoke, since you have sincerely requested it, I shall reluctantly agree. Just ensure that without my protection, you do not find yourself bullied. Though its words carried a somewhat brusque tone, any discerning observer could see the bond between Charizard and Ash. Yes, that's wonderful, Charizard. We can be together again. Ash exclaimed joyfully, leaping from the ground and embracing Charizard, his happiness reminiscent of a child. Charizard's lips curled upward, feeling a swell of pride. Humph, in the end, it was I who captured your heart. Pika Pika. At that moment, Pikachu chimed in joyfully, circling Charizard in celebration of its return. In an instant, Ash's Pokémon were harmoniously reunited, and one could hardly express the bliss that enveloped the scene. Su Yun, observing this with envy, couldn't help but wrap his arm around Yi Mingling's slender waist. I envy Ash so much, having so many Pokémon by his side. Unlike me, who only has the beautiful Yi Mingling accompanying me. Yi Mingling blushed, her cheeks flushed. Feeling the warmth of his hand, she softened, almost succumbing to the desire to lean into Su Yun's embrace. However, her modesty held her back. As the camera focused on Ash and his Pokémon, the subtle gestures between Su Yun and Yi Mingling went unnoticed by the audience. Otherwise, they would have been unexpectedly served a generous helping of dog food. In a fleeting moment, Ash and Charizard resumed their once inseparable camaraderie. Su Yun felt it was time to summon the final released Pokémon. Approaching Ash's side, she remarked, now, let us welcome the last participant. I wonder, Ash, do you still remember it? With a gentle smile, Su Yun aimed to test Ash's memory. Is it Greninja? Ash pondered seriously for a moment before inquiring with uncertainty. In their previous discussions, Su Yun had mentioned Greninja. Now, with all the Pokémon gathered, it was the only one missing. In truth, Ash deeply missed Greninja. Since their parting in the forests of Kalos, they had not crossed paths again. Ash understood that Greninja had significant duties to fulfill. Compared to the task of saving the beings of the Kalos region, their reunion felt rather trivial. This was also the reason he had not sought out Greninja. Indeed, it seems Greninja holds a special place in your heart. Su Yun nodded in admiration. As the only Pokémon capable of undergoing bond evolution with Ash, their relationship was undeniably profound. Even if he were to forget anyone else, he would never forget Greninja. How is Greninja doing now? Has the danger in the Kalos region been resolved? Ash eagerly posed two questions, his urgency palpable. Su Yun chuckled softly and nodded. Rest assured, the peril in the Kalos region has been completely alleviated. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Greninja is safe, right? Absolutely, and thriving, Su Yun replied. A sense of comfort washed over Ash's face, filled with genuine pride for Greninja's role in saving the Kalos region. Seizing the moment, Su Yun waved her hand grandly, summoning Greninja forth. From the passage emerged a proud figure, adorned with ninja shurikens, exuding an aura so powerful that the very air around it seemed to solidify. The presence of strength emanated from within, and even in stillness, it commanded respect. This Greninja possesses an astonishing presence. Its strength must be at least that of a champion. One remarked. Need I even mention it? Ash is a champion-level trainer, and many battles were won with Greninja's prowess. Can anyone doubt its might? To merely classify it as champion level seems somewhat of an insult to my brother Frog, Ash exclaimed. Greninja, is that truly you? Upon spotting Greninja, Ash dashed forward in excitement. The brilliance in his eyes shone like the sun, his body trembling with exhilaration. Their gazes met, intertwining in the air, and then they opened their arms, embracing tightly. It was a bond forged between brothers, an invaluable friendship. Greninja, how have you fared over there? Ash inquired with concern. Greninja nodded, quite well. My daily work involves addressing the issues with giant plants alongside the others. Although it can be arduous, it is not overly dangerous. And you? How have you been during this time? Ash grinned, scratching the back of his head nonchalantly. I'm doing great. I've made many new friends and acquired numerous new companions. Yet, I often find myself reminiscing about you all. A tremor ran through Greninja's heart, and a smile crept onto its lips. Indeed, they both missed one another. Now, their reunion signified a return to one another. With a serious demeanor, Greninja stepped back. Ash, I have something to discuss with you. Ash blinked in surprise. What is it? Greninja took a step back. I wish to return. Then, extending its right hand, it solemnly declared, Greninja, applying for rejoining the team. The words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in every ear present. At that moment, every heart quivered in unison. Ash, momentarily taken aback, recalled the countless memories shared with Greninja. Once he regained his composure, a smile graced his lips as he extended his hand to grasp Greninja's. Welcome back, my friend. Pikachu and the other Pokémon gathered around Ash. Some were already familiar with Greninja, while others were not. Yet, this did not hinder their acceptance of Greninja. Pika Pika, Butterfree, Wah, Pikachu, Butterfree, and Charizard voiced their welcome to Greninja's return. Why do I suddenly feel an urge to cry at this sight? Su Yun mused, feeling a swell of emotion. Goodness. The wind outside is quite strong today. It feels like sand has blown into my eyes. Reunions after long separations are perhaps the greatest joys of life. Su Yun, witnessing this touching scene, was filled with sentiment, choosing not to intrude but instead to quietly appreciate this brief, yet beautiful moment. Chapter 97. The Final Reunion. Life is often riddled with disappointments, and should one be fortunate enough to reunite with a cherished person, it is indeed a significant blessing. Mr. Ash, aside from Greninja, there are numerous Pokémon you have released. I have merely helped you retrieve a portion. As for the others, Su Yun hesitated, leaving her words unspoken. I know. Squirtle, Dragapult, and Lapras, I've kept them all in mind. Although our time together was brief, they are among my most cherished friends. One day, I will bring them all back. Ash vowed earnestly. Hearing Ash's determination, Su Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Very well, since the missing members have returned, let us proceed to the next topic. Su Yun said with a smile, posing her third question, Mr. Ash, in a certain sense, there is yet another important individual you have released. Do you happen to know who it is? Ash paused, furrowing his brow. Is there another? Let me think. He fell into contemplation, while Su Yun patiently awaited his response. After a moment, a spark illuminated Ash's eyes. I know. It's Yveltal, isn't it? But I never actually captured it, so that shouldn't count as a release, right? Su Yun shook her head. Not it. Then who could it possibly be? Ash queried, perplexed. After another moment's thought, he ventured uncertainly. Could it be Nebby? But, before he could finish, Su Yun, with a stern expression, interrupted. Could you please refrain from thinking solely of Pokémon? I am referring to a person, a real, tangible person. Su Yun appeared exasperated, unable to comprehend Ash's obliviousness. A person? Have I ever released a person? Ash's face displayed confusion, unable to recall any such instance. Besides, how could one even release a person? Though uncertain of Su Yun's intent, Ash attempted to respond with common sense. Is it Brock? That guy really hasn't been around for quite some time. Su Yun shook her head. Then is it Kiawe? We only parted ways recently. Su Yun's face darkened further. His fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. I warn you, it would be wise not to mention that name. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't drag him over and give him a good thrashing. Su Yun's ire was not directed at Xiao Hao. Rather, he simply found the boy utterly distasteful. Oh, no, that was incorrect. It was actually Dog Hao. He nearly insulted the word little. Xiaoji curled his lips in confusion. Utterly baffled. No more guessing. Why don't you just tell me directly? All right. Sally fainted in the restroom. Su Yun surmised that if they continued to speculate, Sally's heart would be left in tatters, so he decided to reveal the answer without further ado. Do you remember your childhood, sweetheart? Xiaoji fell into a reverie and then asserted, I have no childhood sweetheart. Su Yun retorted, I genuinely wish I could give you a hammering. If I didn't dislike being the bull-headed one, just watch me take Sally for myself. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun endeavored to calm his rising anger. He then gently reminded him, why not ponder a bit longer? Perhaps think of summer camp? Xiaoji stroked his chin, earnestly reflecting on Su Yun's words. Gradually, a delicate figure began to materialize in his mind. You're not referring to Sally, are you? Su Yun chuckled with relief. A teachable child indeed. Yes, that's her. Xiaoji shook his head. She doesn't really count as my childhood sweetheart, does she? We only met once at summer camp, and then we didn't see each other again until that time. Su Yun, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. Come on. I finally provided you with a reason to enhance the bond between you two, and you dismiss it without a second thought? Even if you weren't technically childhood sweethearts, you still shared a delightful memory in your youth. Can't you regard her as one? What is the point of exposing me? Is Sally not deserving of you? If it weren't for how genuinely Sally feels for Xiaoji, Suyun wouldn't bother with this matter at all. It was a thankless endeavor. System, once this program concludes, you must compensate me handsomely. Do you see what kind of predicament I'm in? Suyun silently lamented to the system, which exhibited no trace of empathy. What are you even thinking? Suyun then inquired. By the way, speaking of Sally, didn't you mention she would come too? Why haven't we seen her? To be honest, it's been quite a while since I last saw her, and I do miss her, Xiaoji mused, genuine emotion flickering in his eyes. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, secretly contemplating. Goodness, this lad has suddenly become enlightened. Could it be that he sensed my feelings and was spurred into action? Huh. I truly am a genius. Feeling a bit smug, Su Yun smirked and said, since you sincerely wish to see her, I shall summon her. However, I must warn you, this meeting may be your last. If you have anything to say, it's best to express it now, lest you regret it when it's too late. Xiaoji was momentarily stunned, his expression turning serious. The last time? If I miss this opportunity, will we ever have the chance to meet again? Sally's aspirations diverged from his own. One dreamed of becoming a Pokémon performer, while the other aspired to be a Pokémon master. Unless something unforeseen occurred, their paths would likely never cross again. As he pondered, Su Yun had already opened the portal. Sally emerged, adorned in a lovely pink dress. A hat tied with a pink bow perched upon her head, resembling a princess stepped out from a fairy tale. This outfit was meticulously chosen, mirroring her attire during their first encounter at summer camp. Gazing at the enchanting, fairy-like Sally before him, Xiaoji was momentarily entranced, unable to tear his eyes away. In truth, Xiaoji had possessed a high emotional intelligence in his youth, which was why he had shared such fond memories with Sally. However, as he matured, it seemed he had specialized in Pokémon, neglecting his emotional acumen entirely. Consequently, the two who should have ended up together had yet to do so, and it almost felt as if they were mere strangers. Without Su Yun's intervention, it was highly probable they would remain distant from one another. Sally, Xiaoji called softly, as if the name held a spell, leaving his throat parched and making it difficult to voice his thoughts. Xiaoji, we meet again, Sally beamed. Her hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward to close the distance between them. Chapter 98. I am a straight man, but I know you are important to me. Xiaoji, Sally called softly, her voice radiant, yet his throat felt dry, making it arduous to respond. Xiaoji, we meet again, she said, her smile bright as she leaned closer. Your Sylveon looks splendid today. Xiaoji swallowed hard before managing to voice his thoughts. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Su Yun, who had been eagerly anticipating, nearly stumbled from his seat in disbelief. When one assumes that Xiaoji's dumbfounded gaze upon Sally was due to her beauty, one is gravely mistaken. To admire a beauty? Impossible. Such a notion would never cross his mind. Even if he released all his Pokémon, he would still not be swayed by the allure of a woman. In his eyes, Pokémon were the epitome of beauty. Even today, adorned in her finest. Sally could not shake Xiaoji's unwavering straightness. What woman? Wasn't he Sylveon far more charming? At that moment, Xiaoji's focus was solely on Sylveon, with no trace of Sally in his thoughts. Sally was momentarily taken aback, having initially believed Xiaoji was captivated by her appearance, feeling a hint of shyness at the prospect of him finally coming to his senses. However, Xiaoji's words shattered her illusion, leaving her to fully comprehend the essence of a world-class straight man. Do you think you can change my mind? Not a chance. Sally's eyes twitched, a hint of annoyance crossing her face as she longed to punch Xiaoji, hoping to crack open his skull and see what was inside. Yet, upon reflection, their relationship had only ever been that of partners. It was not as close as she had imagined. Although she had mustered the courage to give him her first kiss at their parting, it seemed Xiaoji had no recollection of it, treating her with indifference, regarding her more as a companion than a girlfriend. With this realization, Sally's gaze fell, her spirits dampened. Perhaps their paths were destined to remain separate for eternity? Well, I often take care of her, Xiaoji remarked. Sally's complexion paled, but she stifled her heartache and replied, striving not to display any overt signs of distress. Su Yun observed this scene, shaking his head in weariness, feeling a pang of sympathy for Sally. How could she have fallen for such an unwavering straight man? Simultaneously, There existed a sense of exasperation towards Ash's stubbornness. Must we not have a limit to our directness? Such unrestrained candor. What girl could possibly endure it? Suyun approached, intending to impart some guidance to Ash, lest he remain ensnared in the blind path of a typical straight man. Yet, Suyun failed to recognize a grave irony. In a strict sense, he too was a straight man, albeit far more refined than Ash. A straight man instructing another on how to escape the confines of straightness? Quite amusing. One dares to teach, while the other dares to listen. Since you both are here, let us first take our seats and commence with the next segment, Suyun suggested, gesturing for them to sit. All right, they replied in unison, a perfect harmony. Returning to their respective seats, Suyun turned to Ash and inquired, Mr. Ash, we all know that throughout your travels, you have encountered numerous companions. Among these, which one holds your favor the most? With this question, Suyun subtly tempted Ash while also probing to ascertain where Serena stood in his heart. If her significance was trivial, he would deem it unnecessary to attempt a matchmaking endeavor between them. Ash tilted his head in contemplation, while Serena watched him intently, eager to uncover his answer. She was genuinely curious about her standing in Ash's esteem. After a moment's reflection, Ash sincerely replied, if I had to choose, I would say Brock. He is incredibly gentle and considerate, not to mention his culinary skills. With him around, we need not worry about our meals. Suyun was taken aback. Are you joking? I meant your female companions. Ash blinked, taken aback. Oh, why didn't you specify earlier? Suyun, thoroughly exasperated, internally raged. Did it really require my clarification? Only a straight man would think of a male companion. Nearby, both Serena and Yumling were amused, finding Ash's adorableness irresistible. Ash resumed his contemplation, while Serena's anxiety heightened. She hoped fervently that she would be the one he cherished. The thought of him favoring someone else filled her with dread, indicating that her feelings might merely be unrequited. This time, Ash pondered for an extended period, reminiscing about his past companions. Misty, the tomboy who frequently bickered with him. May, the fiercely competitive girl. Dawn, the ever-optimistic girl who spread sunshine with her radiant smile. Iris, the spirited girl with a bold personality. And finally, Serena, the gentle and kind-hearted girl who had known him since childhood, always encouraging and caring for him. As he recalled each of these figures, one particular silhouette remained vividly etched in his mind, as if it had been ingrained in the depths of his heart, becoming the most precious aspect of his existence. However, as a straight man, he had never quite recognized it, until Suyun's question now offered him a chance to reevaluate his feelings and unearth that most significant person hidden within. It was none other than Serena. Ash felt a moment of daze, his lips moving as he whispered, Serena, she has always been in my heart. He glanced at Pikachu beside him, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He was bewildered as to why this revelation had emerged. In his mind, he had always thought that Pikachu occupied that special place. Yet, why was it Serena? Ash could not comprehend. But one thing became undeniably clear. Serena was immensely important to him, equally as significant as Pikachu. With clarity dawning upon him, he slowly raised his head, his gaze steady and profound, and declared to Suyun, Serena, my favorite female companion is Serena. She holds great significance in my heart. Chapter 99, A Heartfelt Confession. You were once my Prince Charming. I like Serena. She is important to me. The simplicity of those two statements echoed ceaselessly in Serena's mind, reverberating through her heart. Ash. Serena's lips trembled, her voice barely a whisper, glistening with tears. Was it emotion? Joy? Perhaps a mixture of both. Until now, she had not dared to hope for much, merely wishing to hold a place in Ash's heart. Yet, she never anticipated the depth of her significance to him. Even Suyun was taken aback, gazing at Ash in astonishment, as if unable to fathom that such heartfelt words had escaped his lips. Noticing their intense emotional reactions, Ash was utterly perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. He had merely expressed his feelings. Why were they reacting as though they had been invigorated? And what was with Serena? Why were her eyes glistening with tears? Had he upset her? But he had done nothing to provoke her. Ah, women, truly a perplexing species. He mused, nodding to himself. At that moment, inspired by Ash's revelation, Serena's resolve surged within her. Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, she shouted towards Ash, Ash, I like you. Serena dared not open her eyes, her body trembling in place. Fear, anxiety, excitement, a whirlwind of emotions flooded her heart, leaving her overwhelmed. This opportunity was fleeting. If missed, it might never come again. As the saying goes, I once had a sincere love presented before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my mistake, and nothing in this world is more painful than that. If fate were to grant her a second chance, she would proclaim to that girl, "I love you." If there were to be a time limit on those words, she would wish for it to last 1,000 years. Regret was not an option. If she did not bravely take this step, she might live with regret for a lifetime. Determined not to lose Ash, she mustered her courage to confess. Even if he rejected her, she would not regret it. Ash was taken aback, staring blankly at Serena, his expression a mix of confusion. Meanwhile, Suyun silently observed from the side, choosing not to interrupt the unfolding moment between them. At this moment, it was a time belonging to Ash and Serena. As for how Ash would respond, whether he would reject or accept, only he himself knew. "Serena, you." Ash found himself at a loss for words. Momentarily unsure of what to say. He had never encountered such a situation before. When it came to interacting with Pokémon, he was brimming with ideas. However, when faced with a girl, particularly regarding matters of the heart, he truly felt bewildered. He understood nothing. Had he not sensed Serena's profound feelings? He might have thought that the affection she spoke of was merely the innocent bond of friendship. Yet, he now recognized that it was far more than that. Serena genuinely cared for him, with a heartfelt affection. Seeing Ash silent, Serena nearly cried out, as if her voice could bolster her courage. "Do you remember the summer camp when we were children? I got lost in the forest and hurt my leg. I was terrified, truly wishing someone would come to my rescue. It was you, Ash, who appeared before me that day. You were like the prince from a fairy tale, showing up when I was most helpless, allowing me to experience the feeling of being protected for the first time. I remember how you bandaged my wound with your own hands, holding mine as you led me back to the campsite." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her voice trembled, her body shook, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The secret she had buried deep within her heart for so many years could finally be expressed. It felt liberating, as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. The moment she saw him on television that day, she knew her prince had returned. Without hesitation, she embarked on a journey to find him, becoming his companion and traveling together. Those days were the happiest of her life. Her time with him was truly sweet, and she longed for them to continue on this path together. But they had parted ways. At this point, Serena was overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, she had not given up. She firmly believed that they would meet again someday. Now that opportunity had arisen, she resolved not to let it slip away. "I want you to know my true feelings, Ash." The last words erupted from her lips almost as a shout. Ash stood there, dazed and unsure of himself. Suyun, feeling anxious, couldn't help but telepathically urge him, "What are you standing there for? Go and hug her." Ash, flustered, instinctively reached for the pokeball at his waist. It was a habitual motion he often made when confronted with insurmountable challenges. He took comfort in the thought that this would provide a solution. However, this time, that approach seemed futile. "Why are you reaching for the pokeball? Do you intend to capture Serena?" Suyun smacked his forehead, wishing he could step in and embrace Serena himself. But Ash remained awkwardly at a loss. Asking a straight man to navigate such emotional complexities was akin to compelling Groudon to soar. If you inquired about Groudon's feelings, you'd understand Ash's predicament. Suyun continued to encourage Ash. "Serena has laid her heart bare. If you do nothing now, you may be destined to part ways forever. What are you afraid of? You faced legendary Pokémon without flinching. How could a single Serena possibly consume you?" Ash needed to understand that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he let it pass, there would be no second chance to reconcile with Serena, as he had just acknowledged how significant she was to him. Could he truly bear to watch her slip away right under his nose? Reflecting on their cherished memories, was he willing to sever ties with Serena? "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you do this, I might just take matters into my own hands." In the end, Suyun played the role of the motivator. Chapter 100, a perfect conclusion and the system's reward. Suyun's words profoundly impacted Ash, awakening a realization within him. If he chose silence this time, Serena might indeed depart from his life. With a sudden resolve, Ash lifted his gaze to meet Serena's eyes. "I cannot bear to watch her leave me." A voice echoed in Ash's mind. Compelled by an unseen force, he took purposeful strides towards Serena, extending his arms to envelop her in a tight embrace. Serena's body trembled, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls, soaking Ash's clothing. She had succeeded. Ash had finally understood, though no words were exchanged. That passionate embrace spoke volumes more than 1,000 words ever could. After years of pursuit and waiting, everything culminated at this moment. Serena reached out, holding Ash tightly, cherishing this rare moment together. Suyun cleared his throat and discreetly shifted the camera away, addressing the audience. "The following scenes are pure romance. I know you may not want to see this, so I'll take care of it for you." He promptly muted their footage. "Audience. Dog streamer. Open the footage." Are Are you challenging my limits? Open it right now, or I'll dig up your ancestors' graves tonight. How dare you? Quickly reveal it. I want to indulge in this romance. A chorus of complaints arose. Su Yun was astonished. He hadn't realized that some people were inherently fond of such romantic displays. He had certainly gained a new perspective. If that's the case, enjoy to your heart's content. He restored the footage. Serena took the initiative, kissing Ash on the lips. While Ash stood like a statue, bewildered and unsure of how to respond. What was he supposed to do in such a moment? He was completely unprepared. Su Yun felt a bit embarrassed to remind him. Was he really going to tell Ash to stick out his tongue? No, that was far too awkward. He couldn't bring himself to do that. The audience watched this scene, tears of emotion streaming down their faces, perhaps even drooling. Finally, lovers were united. 999,999. Oh. Now who would dare say that only those who are affectionate are mere sycophants? Being sincere doesn't make one a sycophant, but you certainly are. Ouch, that hit hard. My friend. After a long while, perhaps realizing they were still on live broadcast, Serena blushed deeply, reluctantly parting from Ash. Even Ash, usually composed, displayed a rare shyness. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Congratulations to both of you. At that moment, Su Yun approached with a smile, offering his blessings. Ash grinned foolishly, while Serena sincerely thanked Su Yun. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might never have taken this step. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a small effort on my part. Moreover, you all helped me boost the show's popularity, so we can consider this a win-win situation. He felt genuinely happy to see Ash and Serena together. Let's take a photo to commemorate this rare moment, Su Yun suddenly suggested. Such an important occasion deserves to be remembered, after all. Sure, Ash and Serena replied in unison, showcasing their perfect synergy. Su Yun called over Yi Mingling as well. The group gathered together, with Ash and Su Yun standing at the center as the focal points. To Su Yun's right stood Yi Mingling, while to Ash's right was Serena. Behind them were their Pokémon, Charizard, Greninja, Pikachu, and others. Su Yun released his shiny Metagross and Zygarde as well. They struck a pose, all adorned with radiant smiles. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click. The moment was forever captured in its most beautiful form. The program concluded, coming to a perfect end. Ash took Serena back to Pallet Town, where they met his mother and Professor Oak. They were preparing to get engaged. Su Yun offered his heartfelt blessings and reminded Ash not to forget to invite him to their wedding. On the way back, Su Yun and Yi Mingling strolled along a country path, enjoying a leisurely walk. Hey, how about that episode? Wasn't it touching? Su Yun remarked nonchalantly. A blade of grass dangling from his mouth. He was quite satisfied with today's show and felt a sense of joy, having fulfilled a childhood wish of watching animated series. Yes, Ash and Serena's relationship is very touching and quite enviable, Yi Mingling softly replied, her gaze occasionally darting towards Su Yun. There's no need to envy. You can have a relationship like that too, Su Yun said sincerely, maintaining his calm demeanor. Yi Mingling took a few larger strides, surpassing Su Yun, stopping in her tracks. She turned around, a lovely smile gracing her face. If possible, I hope my boyfriend wouldn't be so much of a typical guy, she said playfully, sticking her tongue out at Su Yun before turning back and skipping ahead like a little bunny. Su Yun blinked in surprise, and once he regained his composure, he chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of guy. He then quickened his pace to catch up with Yi Mingling. Taking her hand as they walked together in the twilight glow, they wandered down a path for several hundred meters, spending a full hour together. Even the snails along the way sighed in exasperation, lamenting, not you two again. After bidding farewell to Yi Mingling with a passionate kiss, she had initially wanted to invite Su Yun to her home, as there was no one there at the moment, but he politely declined. I'm too tired today. I fear it might affect my performance and leave a bad impression on you. Back at home, Su Yun lay on his bed, activating the system. Instantly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pallet Town Superhuman Physique Awakening Card X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Dialogue Object Extraction Opportunity X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS level Pokemon Egg X1. Pallet Town Superhuman Physique Awakening Card, upon use. It can awaken the Pallet Town Superhuman Physique. Dialogue Object Extraction Opportunity. Upon use, you can randomly extract a Pokemon or character as a dialogue partner for the show. SSS level Pokemon Egg. Upon use, it can hatch into a Pokemon of SSS quality. Chapter 101. All gathered. System, you have a bit of a compulsive disorder. Hearing the system's voice, Su Yun couldn't help but click his tongue. These rewards are something else. Not to mention the other items. Just the Pallet Town Superhuman Physique was enough to make him covetous. Having superpowers already made him exceptionally strong, rivaling even some ordinary Pokémon. Now, with the Pallet Town's superhuman physique, his physical prowess would receive a monumental enhancement. His overall strength had risen to a new level, even against formidable Pokémon. He felt completely unafraid. Filled with anticipation, Su Yun eagerly used the Pallet Town superhuman physique awakening card. In an instant, a surge of violent energy coursed through his body. He could distinctly feel his physique undergoing a dramatic transformation. 3 minutes later, the sensation faded. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and felt as though he could move mountains, energized with boundless strength. Indeed, the Pallet Town's superhuman physique is extraordinary, Su Yun exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The transformation it brought him was immense, boosting his confidence significantly. Had I known, I would have visited Mingling's house. With such an incredible physique, even after a long day, I could have surely left her utterly satisfied. Su Yun felt a twinge of regret. Such a rare opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Sighing, he decided to put the matter aside and opened the system to extract his next dialogue partner, hoping to alleviate his sense of remorse. Extracting, please wait. With the system's announcement, Su Yun's heart raced with anticipation. Would he draw a character or a Pokémon this time? He murmured to himself, truth be told, I prefer conversing with Pokémon. Talking to people can be exhausting. If I run into another dense character like Ash, I might not survive the exhaustion or the frustration. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the ancient Pokémon, Kyogre. When the system's voice resonated in his mind once more, Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Kyogre? To be honest, he was somewhat taken aback. There were only 3 ancient deities, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. He had already conversed with Rayquaza and Groudon in previous dialogues. And now he had drawn Kyogre, completing the collection of these legendary beings. System, you must have a compulsive disorder, deliberately making me draw Kyogre, right? Su Yun had serious reasons to suspect the system was up to something. Hee, those with dark hearts see everything as dark. Su Yun, who are you calling dark-hearted? He rolled his eyes, muttering softly as he glanced at the final reward, the SSS level Pokemon egg. A quality reaching SSS level indicates a Pokemon of at least semi-divine caliber. He couldn't help but wonder which Pokemon it would hatch into. System, do you think this egg might hatch into a first-level deity? Su Yun began to fantasize, a smile creeping onto his lips. You'll find out once you hatch it. Well said, but no more talking like that next time. Su Yun took out the Pokemon egg, decisively closing the system. The egg was about the size of a basketball. Light in his hands, emanating warmth and radiating a crystalline glow. It looked beautiful and quite appetizing. He would need to buy an incubator tomorrow. Su Yun murmured softly to himself, temporarily placing the elven egg into a cardboard box. He then turned on his computer to begin publishing the content for his next live stream. As for the special guest, he deemed it unnecessary to extend an invitation. Nevertheless, he did issue a prize-winning quiz, with the reward being a signed photograph of himself, postage to be borne by the recipient. Who would the next conversational partner be? A. Zygarde. B. Ho-Oh. C. Kyogre. D. Dodrio. Completing these tasks, he finally drifted into slumber. During his sleep, fervent discussions erupted among netizens. Brothers, can any experts analyze which one we should choose this time? Haha, no need to look, it must be A. Have you all forgotten? Su Yun happens to have a Zygarde, so the next guest is undoubtedly it. If not, I'll do a handstand while eating feces during the live stream. A confident netizen boldly proclaimed the truth. However, he was soon met with merciless ridicule from others. Oh, is the expert here again to mooch off us? Last time you promised to perform a handstand while defecating. Are you trying to back out? Ha ha ha, no need to make it so complicated. I say you should perform the handstand while eating feces together. It's a perfect opportunity for recycling. At this moment, Rule King also joined the fray. The instant Rule King made an appearance, the online community erupted with excitement. Wow, the true expert has arrived. Great one, please enlighten us. Rule King had guessed correctly in previous quizzes and garnered numerous admirers. Hee, for such a simple question, just choose D. Do you really need me to answer? I've attained enlightenment. The next conversational partner will be Dodrio. Huh, what is Dodrio? I've never heard of it. Dodrio is not a Pokemon. It's a human. You don't even know Yulong-Du, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto? How pathetic. Of course, I know Yulong-Du. He is my cousin, but I don't understand why you call him Dodrio. It is well known that Dragonite, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl are all flying-type Pokemon. Hence, the flying-type king. One can only say that those who understand will understand. Nonsense. How dare you disturb my peace? Lord Yulong-Du is a dragon-type king, not some flying-type king. Ah, right. Morning arrived. As the first golden rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, spilling onto the bed, Su-Yun stretched lazily. The very first task upon waking was simply to rise. After a brief wash and a hearty breakfast, Su-Yun prepared to head out to purchase an incubator. Just then, the doorbell rang. Is Mingling here to find me? The beautiful figure of Yi Mingling instantly sprang to Su-Yun's mind. After tidying up his slightly disheveled hair, he approached the door. Miss Kona? Su-Yun stood in shock, realizing that the visitor was not the longed-for Yi Mingling, but rather the long-unseen King Kona. May I come in to talk? Kona's face wore a troubled expression, suggesting she had encountered some issues. Su-Yun instinctively nodded. Would you like some milk? He inquired. Do you have soy milk? Yes. Then please give me a cup. Su-Yun prepared a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk for Kona while pouring himself a glass of milk. Chapter 102. Kona's request. The actor goes online. Your soy milk tastes a bit strange, Kona remarked after taking a sip, wrinkling her brow. It's freshly made. It's supposed to taste like that. Oh. Kona took another sip. Surprisingly, it quite hits the spot. Would you like a grilled sausage? It's still warm, Su-Yun asked. Kona waved her hand dismissively. No need. I came to ask you for a favor. Su-Yun seemed to have anticipated this request and was not overly surprised. What kind of favor? He inquired casually. Kona took a deep breath. I would like you to be my boyfriend. Su-Yun nearly spat out the milk in his mouth. Are you joking? Kona shook her head, her expression earnest. I'm speaking the truth. Su-Yun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat awkward. You know I'm quite straightforward. I might not be suitable. It's all right. I can accept that. Su-Yun sighed. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Kona paused, as if recalling something, and tentatively asked. Is it that silver-haired girl from your show yesterday? Su-Yun nodded silently. Kona's eyes widened in disbelief. You like the white-haired girl? Su-Yun vehemently denied it. No. Absolutely not. I merely admire her. Kona nodded, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes, though she quickly concealed it. Actually, I don't expect you to be my real boyfriend. It's mainly because my family is pressuring me to marry, and I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend to fend them off. It won't take up too much of your time. Just today is sufficient. Kona looked at Su-Yun, her tone pleading. This doesn't seem appropriate. Su-Yun hesitated, as he was a rather devoted individual. Kona pouted, chuckling lightly, internally mocking. Heh, which man isn't a fickle heart. If I stood before you completely naked, I wouldn't believe you could resist. However, on the surface, she still expressed understanding, explaining, it's not as if I want you to be my actual boyfriend. It's just a temporary role, you know? An actor. Someone who can perform. Su-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and weakly asked, no intimate scenes, right? Kona's eyes darkened, and she nearly punched him. If I wanted that, I wouldn't even be interested in you. Rest assured, there won't be any, nor will there be kissing scenes. Don't overthink it. Su-Yun relaxed further. That's good. Otherwise, I feel quite at a disadvantage. Kona? After some deliberation, Su-Yun ultimately agreed to Kona's request. Friends should help each other out. After all, Kona had assisted him on numerous occasions. Now that she was in need, he couldn't just stand by idly, could he? As for Yi Mingling, he would explain things to her later. Then let us go, my family is waiting. Kona smiled, visibly relieved, exuding a unique charm. Let me change into something stylish and fix my hair. Su-Yun turned to head into the wardrobe. Since he was to perform, he needed to do so convincingly. He couldn't allow himself to appear as inept as the actor Han Lu in Kanto Fortress. Half an hour later, Su-Yun emerged. He looked polished and strikingly handsome. Kona was left mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Have you confirmed your relationship with Yi Mingling? Su-Yun instinctively shook his head. Kona's eyes brightened. Perhaps she still had a chance. Sensing the fluctuations in Kona's emotions, Su-Yun's heart tightened, and he warned sternly, I caution you. Do not even think about undressing to tempt me and then engaging in activities leading to me being consumed. I will not yield. I am resolutely against lust. Kona, are you certain you are not trying to entice me? Without further ado, Kona briskly urged Su-Yun into the car, declaring, we must hurry. Time is of the essence. Wait, since he is your boyfriend, driving your car seems rather mundane. Let us take mine, Su-Yun exclaimed, producing the key to his limited edition sports car, the Void Racer, which he had painstakingly saved for an entire year to afford, amounting to a staggering 50 million alliance coins. Isn't this a tad ostentatious? Kona stood frozen, a hint of shyness creeping in. The Void Racer was a rare marvel. With only 10 in existence globally, 7 in a striking teal and 3 in a sleek black. Each was a treasure beyond mere wealth, an unattainable luxury for most. Kona was taken aback to discover that Su-Yun possessed one, and a black variant at that. Precisely the flamboyance I desire. Su Yun's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Hop in. Let me show you what it feels like to weep in a sports car. Kina paused, sensing an unusual confidence in this young man behind the wheel. Vroom vroom. The seasoned driver is here. Su Yun ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator. With a whoosh, the car transformed into a streak of black light, the roar of the engine echoing, eliciting envy from passers-by. Oh, I yearn to experience the thrill of riding in a sports car, someone lamented. Break up with that scoundrel. He cannot provide the life I desire. I wish to weep in a sports car, not laugh on a bicycle. Any handsome suitors available? I want to feel the vibrations of a sports car. Half an hour later, Su Yun and Kina arrived at their destination. That was remarkably swift. Kina's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his chest. I have always been quick, Su Yun replied, a triumphant smirk gracing his face. Upon exiting the vehicle, Kina led Su Yun toward his residence, located on the illustrious 7th island of the Guandu region. In times past, before the construction of the cross-sea bridge, traveling to other areas necessitated either a ship or an airplane, quite the inconvenience. Now, with the bridge in place, travel had become significantly more accessible. Your home is quite impressive, Su Yun observed, unable to suppress his admiration as he gazed upon the estate. In comparison, his own villa paled in size, measuring only a little over 300 square meters. Are you envious? If you wish, I could provide for you, Kina teased, playfully flirting with Su Yun. I am not in need of financial support, Su Yun retorted, having seemed to develop an even more pronounced straight man demeanor since merging with the superhuman physique from the Jinqing town. Ah, straight men, no wonder you remain single, Kina scoffed, trailing behind him. Before long, they entered the estate, where Kina's parents were engaged in lively conversation with a handsome youth of striking features, laughter punctuating their dialogue, indicative of their amiable rapport. Just then, Kina's mother noticed her son's return and beckoned him over, suggesting that the two young men converse. Chapter 103. My apologies, but all present are worthless. Wang Xinghe lifted his gaze, his eyes locking with Kina's, igniting an immediate spark of surprise and admiration. How stunning. This was Wang Xinghe's first impression. Although he had previously seen Kina on television, the reality was far more breathtaking. In terms of beauty and physique, Kina ranked among the very best he had encountered, particularly with the striking curves that seemed to defy the bounds of modesty. Feeling the intensity of Wang Xinghe's gaze, Kina could not help but frown in distaste. Hello, Miss Kina. I am Wang Xinghe, he introduced himself, realizing that his unwavering stare might leave an unfavorable impression. However, as he spoke, he suddenly became aware of Su Yun standing beside Kina and was momentarily taken aback. It's you. Wang Xinghe's eyes flared with anger, his tone chilling. He had never anticipated encountering Su Yun here. The humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Su Yun during the Fengyuan King tournament had lingered in his mind, unresolved. Su Yun, perplexed, did not recall Wang Xinghe and inquired, "Do we know each other?" Wang Xinghe faltered, his expression darkening. The fact that Su Yun did not remember him felt like the utmost indignity. Since his defeat, he had regarded Su Yun as a worthy rival, aspiring to triumph over him one day. Yet, it was unbearable for him to accept that Su Yun had never considered him worthy of recognition. Oh, you truly are a forgetful one. We crossed paths during the Fengyuan King tournament. Have you forgotten so soon? Wang Xinghe sneered, his fists clenching audibly. Su Yun pondered briefly before a glimmer of recognition flickered. Oh, now I recall, a defeated foe. My apologies, my memory is rather poor. What was your name again? You. Wang Xinghe's face turned an ashen shade, his body trembling with rage. Su Yun had the audacity to humiliate him in public. At that moment, Kina's parents sensed the tension and approached, with Kina's mother glaring at Kina and admonishing, "Kina, who is this person? What sort of riffraff are you bringing home?" Upon hearing her mother belittle Su Yun, Kina bristled. "Didn't you always want me to find a boyfriend? I brought one now." Kina assertively linked arms with Su Yun in a display of affection. Wang Xinghe's expression soured instantly, feeling as if a vast expanse of grassland had settled atop his head. "Aunt Kina, what do you mean by this? If she already has a boyfriend, why invite me here? Is it to humiliate me? Or do you think the Wang family is easy prey?" Kina's mother, flustered, hurriedly separated Kina from Su Yun, addressing Wang Xinghe, "Young Master Xinghe, please do not be upset. This girl has no real boyfriend. This person is likely just an actor she hired. Do not take it to heart." Su Yun furrowed his brow in discontent. While it was indeed true that he was an actor Kina had brought along, Kina's mother could not possibly know that. To promote her daughter to others despite her having a boyfriend felt as though she was treating her daughter like a commodity. Kina's father, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer tolerate the situation. He frowned and said, "Xiaorong, let's not rush to conclusions. since Kina has found a boyfriend. We should respect her choice. He then turned to Kina, reproaching, Kina, if you have a boyfriend, why didn't you inform us earlier? Now, look at this misunderstanding. Just as Kina was about to respond, her mother interrupted, pointing an accusatory finger at her husband. You old fool. When have you ever had a say in my discussions? Are you looking to kneel on a washboard again? Kina's mother was fiercely assertive, unleashing a barrage of insults upon Kina's father, who stood there, head bowed, absorbing the reprimands. Though his complexion was far from pleasant, he dared not retort. He was inherently weak in character, notorious for being subservient to his wife, and his fear of her was well known. Additionally, as a son-in-law with a lowly status, he felt even less inclined to engage in a verbal spar with his mother-in-law. Feeling unsatisfied with merely chastising him, the mother-in-law turned her gaze to Su Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing his splendid attire, she surmised that he must possess some wealth, and thus, with an air of arrogance, she inquired, Are you Xiao Na's boyfriend? Su Yun smiled lightly and nodded. What is your occupation? Do you own a house? A car? Does your family wield any influence? The mother-in-law launched a barrage of inquiries, leaving Su Yun momentarily stunned. What kind of elitism must one possess to pose such questions? Yet, in deference to Xiao Na, he suppressed his displeasure and responded, I am a host for Alliance TV, currently presenting the show Dialogue with the Stars, which has garnered considerable fame. You may look it up online. As for properties, I own a modest collection of about a dozen houses, with the smallest villa approximately 300 to 400 square meters. I possess a single vehicle, parked outside, though it is nothing extravagant, merely valued at around 70 to 80 million. As for influence, Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk. I apologize, everyone present here, but you are all beneath me. This was not mere boasting. His connections with numerous legendary beings were substantial. Just the relationship with Zhao Yuzhen alone elevated him above many. Since the show Dialogue with the Stars became a viral sensation, Zhao Yuzhen had risen through the ranks, reportedly now among the top echelons of the Alliance, wielding immense power. As the show's host, Su Yun's position had also ascended, albeit he had opted not to pursue further promotions due to his other commitments. Nevertheless, the Alliance had still conferred upon him several honorary titles. In essence, his standing within the Fengyuan Alliance was quite formidable, rivaling that of regional champions, if not surpassing them. After all, Alliance champions were more combat-oriented, whereas his role leaned toward management rather than battle. The mother-in-law's mouth hung agape, rivaling that of a large-mouthed bat, her mind reeling. Merely the mention of Su Yun's dozen properties and the luxury car worth 70 to 80 million was enough to leave her astounded. Now, her gaze towards Su Yun had transformed into one of eager admiration, as if she wished to wed him herself. Handsome, wealthy, and influential, such a remarkable young man would surely captivate any woman's heart. Xiao Na, since you have found such an exceptional boyfriend, why didn't you inform us sooner? The mother-in-law exclaimed, her tone shifting from that of a fierce matriarch to a more understanding mother. Had I known you had such an impressive partner, your father and I would not have been so insistent on pushing you towards blind dates. She shot a pointed look at her husband, urging him to express his agreement. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. The father-in-law chuckled awkwardly, nodding repeatedly. Resembling a mere puppet devoid of autonomy, Wang Xinghe, unable to contain his frustration, turned a deep shade of purple, gesturing angrily at the mother-in-law. Aunt Ko, your words are rather excessive. This matchmaking was proposed by you, and now, not only does Xiao Na have a boyfriend, but you also praise him in my presence. Do you think so little of me, Wang Xinghe? The mother-in-law felt a tremor of unease, while she greatly favored Su Yun as a son-in-law. She did not wish to offend Wang Xinghe. Forcing a smile, she awkwardly apologized. Ah, young Wang, I must admit this is my oversight. Allow me to make amends by finding you an even better match. Wang Xinghe was no fool and dismissed her conciliatory offer with a cold laugh. No need. I find your daughter quite appealing. The mother-in-law's expression stiffened, and she was caught in a predicament. With Wang Xinghe's backing from the Star River Group, a formidable force, he was not someone she could afford to alienate. Yet, Su Yun was no simple matter either, as he was connected to the Alliance. She found herself in a dilemma, unable to offend either party, especially with only one daughter at stake. At that moment, Wang Xinghe turned his fiery gaze to Su Yun, pointing an accusing finger at him. Su Yun, you've made me look foolish time and again, and now you seek to poach my girlfriend. I can no longer tolerate this. If you are a man, let us settle this with a fight. The coward shall be deemed the lesser. He laid down a grand wager. Should he triumph, Su Yun would kneel and apologize, keeping his distance from Xiao Na. Should he lose, he would bow and kowtow 10 times in submission. Wang Xinghe was resolute, having raised the stakes significantly. Su Yun chuckled. So you wish to bow before me? I must inform you, I shall not be providing you with any New Year's gifts. Spare me your futile attempts at bravado, and let us engage in a proper duel. Having received a formal education, he knew that verbal sparring was not his forte. So he sought to reclaim his dignity through combat. Very well, how shall we proceed? Will you face me directly, or shall we summon our Pokémon? Su Yun cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin gracing his lips. Having recently acquired the abilities of a true Pokémon trainer, he was eager to showcase his prowess. Seeing Su Yun ready to strike, Wang Xinghe paled and took a few steps back, asserting, rude. I'm in a Pokémon battle, don't play dumb with me. Su Yun maintained a disarming smile. All right, I am amenable to either. Wang Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his earlier arrogance. One Pokémon each, and we shall determine the victor in a single match. Ever since his defeat by Su Yun, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training. His Garchomp had undergone significant improvement, now reaching the level of an elite trainer. Come forth, Garchomp. Let him witness your newfound strength. Wang Xinghe laughed victoriously, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if he had already secured his victory over Su Yun. Stop wasting time. Release your Metagross now. My Garchomp will undoubtedly defeat you this time. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, Who told you I would unleash Metagross? I'm afraid I truly have no interest in you. It's best to conclude this tedious battle swiftly. Wang Xinghe paused, disbelief washing over him. Stop boasting, if you have the capability. Summon an even more formidable Pokémon for me to see. Su Yun shook his head, pitying Wang Xinghe's ignorance. Brother Ji, I implore you, prepare to showcase your healing prowess. He spoke to himself as a Pokeball mysteriously appeared in his hand. The ball opened on its own, and a dark green Pokémon emerged. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Wang Xinghe was rendered speechless. As a formidable trainer, his knowledge of Pokémon surpassed that of 90% of others. This particular Pokémon was none other than the guardian of the Kalos region, Zygarde. Though it was not in its complete form, but rather in its 50% state. It was still far beyond the reach of ordinary Pokémon. It's impossible. How could you possibly possess Zygarde? Wang Xinghe was unable to accept this reality, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic. Su Yun, disinterested in providing explanations, directly commanded Zygarde to initiate an assault. Ka Fu and Ka Mu, witnessing this scene, were left speechless in astonishment. While their understanding of Zygarde may not have been as profound as Wang Xinghe's, they were certainly not oblivious to its significance. Legendary Pokémon are notoriously elusive for humans to capture, and Zygarde, being a pinnacle of these beings, is even more so. Yet, against all odds, this nearly unattainable creature had fallen into Su Yun's grasp. It was not only them. Even figures of the champion caliber would undoubtedly be left agape. Kana stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before her. Su Yun, it seemed, possessed the legendary Zygarde. His prowess was astonishing, and he had concealed it so masterfully. Kana's mouth hung agape, wide enough to accommodate a large sausage. In that moment, her gaze towards Su Yun transformed, now infused with not just admiration, but also reverence. While the group was still reeling from their shock, the battle concluded swiftly. Zygarde hadn't even evolved into its complete form. It merely unleashed a few casual strikes, effortlessly defeating Wang Xinghe's Garchomp. Wang Xinghe could scarcely believe it. He had succumbed once more, this time to Su Yun, and in even less time than before, barely 3 minutes. A feat more rapid than ever. You have lost, came Su Yun's calm voice, echoing with the finality of fate, coldly pronouncing Wang Xinghe's defeat. Kneel before me 10 times. Let us begin. A smirk danced upon Su Yun's lips as he looked down upon him. Wang Xinghe, filled with shame, lowered his head, feeling as though an invisible hand was striking his face repeatedly. The sound of those slaps resonated in his ears, taunting him with the label of useless. Ah, I am not useless. I am not useless. Wang Xinghe roared, his eyes bloodshot, glimmering like rubies. In a state of frenzy, he fled, clutching his head. Su Yun made no attempt to stop him. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Wang Xinghe, and there was no need to escalate the situation further. Chapter 105. This is not cowardice, but sincerity. Once Wang Xinghe departed the manor, he returned to a semblance of normalcy, though his eyes still bore traces of rage. Fists clenched tightly. Su Yun, just wait. I will surely defeat you, without fail. I, Wang Xinghe, am meant to be the protagonist of this world. He bellowed skyward, drawing the attention of passers-by. Who is this madman, and what has provoked him? Isn't that Wang Xinghe? I heard he is a rising star. No way. A rising star would be acting like this. Who knows, perhaps he was jilted. No, I suspect he may have been cheated on. Within the manor, Ka Fu and Ka Mu lavished Su Yun with warmth and hospitality, treating him as if he were their own son-in-law. After a delightful lunch at Ka Na's home, Su Yun took his leave. Ka Na accompanied him as they exited the manor. Typically, she resided alone outside, rarely returning home. Where would you like to go? I can give you a ride, Su Yun casually inquired in the vehicle. After a moment's thought, Ka Na replied, to the psychic gym in Golden City. My good friend Naji lives there, and we often stay together. Very well. Su Yun nodded, pressing the accelerator as they sped away. Half an hour later, Su Yun delivered Ka Na to the psychic gym in Golden City. Call me if you need anything, he said as he bade her farewell and drove off. Ka Na gazed wistfully at Su Yun's departing figure. At that moment, Naji approached, perceptive of her thoughts, and remarked, why don't I help you? We could arrange for you to subdue him. You could take the initiative. Ka Na nearly choked on her words, taken aback by Naji's suggestion. No way. That would be too forceful. He would be upset. Naji shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? Once the deed is done, he wouldn't dare cast you aside. Ka Na felt a flicker of temptation, yet reason prevailed, reminding her that she desired Su Yun's heart, not merely his body. Forget it. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own methods. Naji pouted, murmuring under her breath, if you can't win him over, don't come crying to me. In the Fengyuan region, Su Yun sought out Kyogre. Floating atop the ocean, he felt like a deity. The thrill of possessing such powers was exhilarating, soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, bound by no limits. Su Yun sighed contentedly, relishing the sensation. If that Groudon were to witness him now, envy would undoubtedly consume it. Just then, the once tranquil sea began to churn violently. Soon, a large blue head emerged from the depths, revealing Kyogre. Sensing Su Yun's presence, it awakened immediately. Kid, have you come to your senses? Given your delivery of the indigo orb, I shall begrudgingly forgive you. Kyogre opened its mouth, expectantly gesturing for Su Yun to present the orb. Su Yun, bewildered, responded. Are you all right? Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Kyogre, mistaking Su Yun's confusion for ignorance, prompted, the indigo orb. Hurry and bring it to me. Realization dawned on Su Yun. Kyogre was fixated on the indigo orb. Unfortunately, he had none to offer. What are you thinking? Do you want to slap instead? Kyogre, so you're not here to deliver the indigo orb? Su Yun chuckled. Need I even say? Of course not. Farewell. With that, Kyogre swiftly submerged into the depths. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly called out, wait. We can talk this through. I'm not refusing you. We can negotiate. Kyogre resurfaced, bubbles escaping its mouth. Casting a resentful glance at Su Yun. It's not fair. You've given that flightless creature the crimson orb. Why not me the indigo orb? Su Yun paused. A sense of foreboding creeping in. How do you know about this? Kyogre sneered. That creature flaunted the orb to me the moment he acquired it. How else would I know? Su Yun's expression darkened, and he silently cursed. That wretched flightless one, old Lu, had dared to betray him. He had previously warned Groudon not to disclose this information to Kyogre, and Groudon had assured him it would remain a secret. Yet, it had gone behind his back to gloat before Kyogre, leaking the details. Was this not a classic case of old Lu behavior? When he found the time, he would certainly settle the score with that fellow. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun temporarily stifled his frustrations and turned to Kyogre, smiling. It's simply that I've known him longer. If you had been the first to meet me, I would have certainly bestowed the indigo orb upon you. Alas, the timing is not yet right. Then wait until the opportune moment arrives before seeking me out. Kyogre, disinterested in further conversation with Su Yun, submerged once more into the water. Su Yun hastily suggested, how about this? Once the next episode concludes, I shall present you with the indigo orb. What do you think? Kyogre paused, poking its head above the surface. Skepticism etched across its features. Really? Indeed, more genuine than gold. Su Yun assured. Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Kyogre thought to itself, overjoyed, though it maintained an aloof facade. By the way, who is the unfortunate soul to be the dialogue partner in the next episode? Su Yun cast a meaningful glance at it. You. Kyogre. 10 minutes later, Su Yun elaborated on the details of the show to Kyogre. I refuse. I do not wish to appear on television. Kyogre resolutely rejected the idea. It had witnessed the harsh treatment of Groudon firsthand, and had no desire to suffer a similar fate, where its past blunders would be laid bare for all to see. Although its own misdeeds were not as numerous as Groudon's, it still held a few secrets it preferred to keep private. Su Yun chuckled softly. This is merely a notification, not a request for your opinion. Surely you wouldn't want to miss out on the indigo orb, would you? Although he did not currently possess the orb, Su Yun speculated that the system would reward him after interviewing Kyogre, hence his bold guarantee. After a moment's contemplation, Kyogre conceded, realizing it could not evade the situation and a free orb was not too shabby. Fine, I shall reluctantly agree. But let it be known that this is not for the indigo orb, but rather out of our brotherly bond. Kyogre spoke with an air of gravity. Suyun merely smiled in silence. Ah, yes, whatever you say is correct. Chapter 106. The Straight Man Partner, Pokémon is the true love. After bidding farewell to Kyogre, Suyun ventured to the largest commercial building in the Hoenn region, the Llama Era Plaza. As the premier shopping center in Hoenn, the Llama Era Plaza boasted an impressive array of goods, catering to every conceivable desire. In essence, if you could not think of it, you would find it here. Moreover, the products were of excellent quality and reasonable prices, attracting a multitude of customers. Each day, the plaza was teeming with people. Suyun held a black gold card, a mark of VIP status, allowing him exclusive access without the need to queue. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Ash and Serena. Aren't they supposed to be in the Kanto region? What brings them here? Suyun mused aloud, approaching them to greet. Suyun, what a coincidence, what brings you here? Ash exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. Serena was more subdued, smiling as she acknowledged him. Oh, I recently acquired a Pokemon egg and thought I'd come here to purchase an incubator. Suyun replied with a smile. What about you two? Aren't you supposed to be in Kanto? Scratching his head, Ash chuckled. Serena is participating in the Pokemon showcase. So I came along to support her and pick up some supplies and food for our Pokemon. Realization dawned on Suyun, and he nodded. When he had sought out Serena, she had indeed been involved in the showcase. Initially, he assumed the competition had concluded, but it seemed it would continue for some time. Do you have any plans after this? I'm eagerly awaiting the day to celebrate your wedding, Suyun teased. Serena blushed, clinging to Ash's arm, while Ash, oblivious, laughed. We plan to venture into the Galar region for some adventures, and once our travels are complete, we'll decide on our next steps. Suyun nodded approvingly. It was indeed a wise choice, allowing them time to adjust to one another without abruptness. Well then, I wish you both a pleasant journey. I must be on my way. He waved goodbye to Ash. Ascending to the second floor of the plaza, Suyun selected the finest incubator before purchasing some additional tools and then departed. Constantly confining his Pokemon within their Pokeballs would eventually stifle them. Given the ample space at home, he envisioned creating a sanctuary for his Pokemon. Allowing them to reside in such a haven would be far more comfortable than being cooped up in their balls. After securing his purchases, Suyun left the building, only to suddenly remember he ought to buy a gift for Yi Mingling. Ah, how careless of me. How has my mind become so singularly focused? He smacked his forehead, chastising himself. Unbeknownst to him, Ash's actions mirrored his own, perhaps even surpassing them. Not only had he failed to procure a gift for Serena, but he also had the audacity to acquire supplies for his Pokemon in her presence. It appeared that those with the ultra-human physique from Pallet Town shared a common thread. Returning home, Suyun placed the Pokemon egg into the incubator before heading to the backyard to begin constructing the sanctuary for his Pokemon. At that moment, Zygarde and the shiny Metagross emerged from their Pokeballs. Observing Suyun's industriousness, they joined his efforts. The shiny Metagross, however, was quite particular. As it began to build its own dwelling, it adamantly refused assistance from Suyun and Zygarde, insisting on constructing it alone. Reluctantly, Suyun turned his attention to other areas. Once he had completed the other constructions, the shiny Metagross still had not finished its own. Are you even capable? If not, don't strain yourself. Zygarde and I can help you, Suyun inquired, noting its struggle. The shiny Metagross, however, was tenacious, shaking its head vigorously to convey that it could manage on its own. Suyun shrugged, abandoning his intent to assist. Turning to Zygarde, who showed no signs of wanting to build its own dwelling, he asked, why don't you create your own little space? Zygarde chuckled, pointing to a towering tree nearby. That is my home. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? Suyun's lips twitched, internally scoffing. Splendid? It's merely a tree. Zygarde, sensing Suyun's thoughts, waved its finger, claiming it lacked an understanding of aesthetics. The tree is my ideal abode. Spending time basking in the sun and enjoying the gentle breeze is delightful. Suyun paused, casting an odd look at Zygarde. If such words had come from Xiao Ruan, he would have believed them, but from Zygarde, it seemed pure laziness. Zygarde, why the confusion? We are both core beings. Why the disparity in treatment? By the way, didn't you mention granting me the power of healing? Hurry up, don't dawdle, or I might just lose my temper. Zygarde glowed with a green light, ready for a confrontation at any moment. Suyun curled his lip, gathering the healing power of Arceus in the palm of his hand. Rest assured, I am a person of my word, unlike a certain individual who cannot fly. The mere thought of Groudon's underhanded antics left Su Yun seething with anger. Xerneas, who was oblivious to whom he was referring, had no desire to know. He was solely interested in the healing power of Arceus. Gazing at the vibrant green life energy, Xerneas opened his mouth wide and swallowed it without hesitation. Hey, don't nibble on my hand. After a day of diligent effort, the paradise was finally established, yet it lacked a caretaker. Su Yun often had to stream and gather materials, leaving him little time to manage it. Just as he was feeling perplexed, fate presented him with the perfect candidate, Yi Mingling. Originally, Yi Mingling had come to visit Su Yun for fun, but upon hearing about his situation, she expressed keen interest in taking on the role. Having grown up without the companionship of Pokémon, she had always hoped to find a job that involved caring for them. Becoming a Pokémon breeder naturally became her ideal choice. Since Su Yun had healed her condition, she had been diligently studying the fundamentals of Pokémon breeding. Just yesterday, she had successfully passed the preliminary assessment for Pokémon breeders, officially qualifying her as a novice in the field. Helping Su Yun look after these Pokémon was certainly within her capabilities. With Yi Mingling's care, Su Yun felt completely at ease. Considering it cumbersome for her to travel back and forth, he invited her to stay at his home. Why not just live here? It'll save you the hassle of commuting. Yi Mingling, blushing like a shy maiden, fidgeted in place. Is that really appropriate? A solitary man and woman together could lead to complications. Although she did not reject Su Yun, the thought of such matters made her somewhat apprehensive, as she was not mentally prepared for them. What's so inappropriate about it? I have plenty of rooms in my house. You can choose whichever you prefer. If you find it uncomfortable, it's perfectly fine to have your parents move in with us. With the conversation having reached this point, Yi Mingling felt it would be impolite to decline and nodded in agreement. You can stay here tonight. I will show you my prized possession later. Su Yun exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Mingling was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his words. What do you mean by prized possession? With a mysterious smile, Su Yun left her in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Later that evening, Su Yun led Yi Mingling into his room and locked the door behind them. She immediately tensed up, her cheeks flushing crimson. What was Su Yun planning? Why had he locked the door? Did he intend to engage in something improper? At that moment, her imagination ran wild. Just then, Su Yun revealed his prized possession. Mingling, come and see my prized possession. Yi Mingling shyly approached and was taken aback when she saw what Su Yun referred to as his prized possession. Is this what you meant? She pointed at the Pokémon egg in the incubator, incredulous. Yes, what did you expect? Su Yun's excitement was palpable. Do not underestimate this Pokémon egg. I have a strong premonition that it will hatch into a legendary creature. Yi Mingling, momentarily dazed, chose to overlook Su Yun's words. Her sole question was when he had become so oblivious to social cues. At that moment, she inexplicably saw a resemblance to Ash and Su Yun. Hey, are you alright? You seem a bit off, Su Yun said, concerned as he waved his hand in front of her. Yi Mingling snapped back to reality, forcing a shy smile. I'm fine, really. As long as you're okay, Su Yun nodded, returning to his previous excitement. Come, let me tell you again about my prized possession. 2 days later, at sea, Su Yun stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. System, initiate live stream. As his command echoed, an invisible force enveloped him. Harnessing this power, Su Yun successfully submerged underwater, locating Kyogre. This live streaming location was markedly different from previous ones, set amidst the ocean depths. Not only could he clearly observe the currents, but he could also see numerous water-type Pokémon frolicking in the sea. Utilizing the system's spatial abilities, Su Yun isolated the surrounding seawater, creating a private streaming space. With everything in place, Su Yun waved at Kyogre. Are you ready? If so, we can begin. Kyogre nodded, indicating all was well. Su Yun activated the live stream, positioning the camera to capture his striking visage. Greetings, esteemed viewers. Welcome to this episode of Dialogue with Celebrities. Our guest today is none other than the ocean's sovereign, the legendary Pokémon Kyogre. Kyogre, please greet our audience, Su Yun urged. Shifting the camera to Kyogre. Kyogre opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of gleaming teeth, its orange-yellow eyes spinning in a somewhat endearing manner. Yet, Kyogre felt quite pleased with itself as it addressed the audience. Hello, little brats. I am Kyogre, the ocean's sovereign. You may also call me that. The audience was bewildered. Why do I feel like this creature is insulting me? Be confident, disregard that feeling. What the heck, this fat fish just insulted us. Instantly, the screen was flooded with colorful Chinese characters. Su Yun was equally astonished by Kyogre's unconventional greeting, staring at it in disbelief. What do you mean by that? I asked you to greet them, not to provoke. Kyogre, looking like an innocent child, responded with confusion, but I was just saying hello. Is there a problem? Su Yun retorted. Are you pretending to be naive? Don't think I won't confront you just because you look silly. Have you ever seen anyone greet others by calling them little brats? Kyogre pondered for a moment and replied innocently, many do. You taught us this way, saying that in the human world, little brat is a friendly term. If you don't believe me, ask Groudon. That's how we legendary Pokémon greet each other. Su Yun felt something was amiss. Thus, the first question for the dialogue arose. Where did this term little brat originate? Without hesitation, he connected with Groudon. Groudon, I have a question for you. What is the most common greeting used in the legendary Pokémon community? Groudon paused, thought for a moment, and then nonchalantly replied, little brat. With a wave, he cheerfully greeted Kyogre and Su Yun, hello little brats. Internally, Su Yun was screaming, you are the little brat. Your entire family is filled with little brats. Groudon was instantly amused and eagerly inquired. Oh, how did you come to know that? Su Yun sighed, all right. I can no longer keep it in. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure before asking, who taught you the term little brat? Without a moment's hesitation, Groudon replied, it was Mew. It often mingles in the human world, and we learn many things from it. Su Yun began to grasp the situation. After all this time, it turned out that Mew was indeed the biggest trickster in the Pokémon League. In the Society of Pokémon, my friend Mew is a master at deception, he thought. Having concluded his conversation with Groudon, he initiated a call with Mew. This time, he was determined to expose the mischief of that little rascal and ensure it faced the ire of the public. Beep. 3 seconds later, a plump, pink head appeared on the screen, with 2 big, watery eyes blinking curiously. Back away from the camera, you big face, Su Yun said irritably. He now viewed Mew as an absolute troublemaker, constantly stirring the pot and ensuring that everyone could smell the chaos it created. Chapter 108. What fat-headed fish? This is called a clever fish. Mew let out a reluctant hum, distancing itself from the camera. After twirling around in place and performing a 360-degree aerial spiral dance, it lazily inquired, what do you want? Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. I just want to ask you, did you teach the term little brat to Kyogre and the others? Mew tilted its head in thought, its tail wagging incessantly. Then, with a serious expression, it adamantly denied, it wasn't me. Su Yun. Kyogre. What do you mean by that? Are you afraid to admit it? Kyogre scolded, pointing a fin at Mew. Upon hearing itself called a rascal, Mew instantly scowled, its small face darkening. Now, one must speak with evidence. Do you have proof that I taught you all this? If you lack evidence, don't make baseless accusations. Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. Kyogre was left speechless, having never encountered someone so shameless. Su Yun was equally exasperated. It was clear that Mew was responsible for this, yet it was now pretending to be unaware. I have no evidence. Groudon and Rayquaza both know that this was something you taught Kyogre. Kyogre argued diligently. Unfortunately, Mew refused to listen to its explanation. Rolling its eyes, it covered its ears with its small hands, shaking its head vigorously, as if to say, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Kyogre was seething with anger. Su Yun shot Kyogre an exasperated glance, silently criticizing, Brother, they say a big head means high intelligence, but in your case, that's not true. You have a big head but no wit. Trying to reason with Mew is like playing music to a cow. Waving his hand to quiet Kyogre, he said, You step aside, let me handle this. Turning to Mew, Su Yun cleared his throat and employed his signature tactic. Mew, you wouldn't want to. Before he could finish, Mew turned away and plopped its behind directly onto the camera. Instantly, the screen was filled with nothing but its large posterior, obscuring everything else. As long as you can't see my face, your words have no effect on me, Mew declared. Su Yun. Kyogre. The audience erupted in laughter. Ha, that rascal is too cheeky. Look at how frustrated the host is. Truly a master of mischief. Even the host has to face the music. One couldn't help but remark, I must say, Mew's behind looks quite soft. I just wonder about its peculiarities. Su Yun took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner fury. Mr. Mew, could you possibly turn your face back to the camera? We can have a civil conversation. Mew wiggled its behind, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Su Yun's face turned as dark as coal. If it were possible to inflict harm through the screen, he would have loved to deliver a 1,000-year punishment to Mew, allowing it to experience the meaning of despair. After numerous futile attempts to persuade Mew, Su Yun ultimately had to disconnect the call with a scowl. Kyogre was left astonished. It was the first time it had witnessed Su Yun being at a loss for words, and it couldn't help but admire Mew secretly. Such a brilliant way to decline an invitation. Why hadn't it thought of that? Indeed, those with smaller heads could be quite clever. However, this also offered a hint. In the future, if Su Yun found himself in an interview where he was asked questions he wished to avoid, He could take a page from Mew's book and simply sit down in front of the camera. Though, one could only wonder if the camera could withstand Mew's size. I must tell you, refrain from associating with that rascal in the future. It is not a good influence. The term little brat is certainly not a compliment. It is specifically used for insults. I may not be able to handle that little pest now, but when you encounter other legendary or mythical creatures, please inform them as well, so they too will not fall prey to that trickster. Su Yun said angrily, his neck reddening with frustration. Kyogre nodded, indicating that it would be cautious. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun decided to move on from the topic of Mew and began the dialogue with Kyogre. Let us commence with the first question, Mr. Kyogre. What are your thoughts on being referred to as fat-headed fish? Su Yun posed the initial query. Kyogre tilted its head in contemplation, appearing rather silly. After some thought, it earnestly responded, I find that title quite agreeable. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray tell. Why is that? Kyogre elaborated. Think about it. What does fat head signify? It simply means having a large head, right? That's not wrong. Do continue. Creatures with large heads typically possess higher intelligence, correct? They are often quite astute and clever. Yes? That makes sense. And then, thus, fat-headed fish translates to clever fish, does it not? They all praise me for my intelligence. Why would I dislike that? Su Yun silently gave a thumbs up. This line of reasoning is remarkable, one must admit. Those with large heads often possess extraordinary thoughts. While you believe you are insulting it, it perceives it as a compliment. Su Yun gently interjected. Let us consider the possibility that this title was merely assigned because of your large head and nothing more. Kyogre maintained a serious demeanor, adamantly stating, impossible. Absolutely not. No one understands the meaning of fat-headed fish better than I. Su Yun. All right, I concede that I may have overestimated the intelligence of fat-headed fish. If, hypothetically, this title was indeed derived solely from your large head, how would you feel about that? Su Yun altered his questioning approach, and the effect was immediately different. Kyogre pondered for a moment before responding. Well, I think that would be fine. There's nothing to be upset about. Su Yun was taken aback. Could it be that Kyogre's heart was truly as vast as the ocean? With curiosity, he inquired, could you elaborate on why? Kyogre explained with a sense of entitlement. Consider this. Even Groudon has accepted its title of the one that cannot fly. Rayquaza has accepted being called the green caterpillar. And Ho-Oh has accepted the title of the shiny sparrow. Compared to their titles, mine is far superior. If even they can accept it, what is there for me to refuse? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kyogre in astonishment. This line of thought is truly remarkable. In response, Groudon, Rayquaza, and Ho-Oh expressed their disbelief, exclaiming, what the hell? The audience was equally captivated by Kyogre's reasoning, admiring it with an almost worshipful reverence. Indeed, the psychological victory of Mini-Q is invincible. Master, please accept my humble submission. I wish to become your disciple. Ha ha. From now on, if anyone calls me a fool, I can think of it this way. A clever mind is filled with the wisdom of apparent foolishness, radiating an irresistible aura. Chapter 109. I am but a fish. Is it not reasonable to be caught? The first question concluded with Kyogre's impeccable response, leaving Su Yun with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. He couldn't help but wonder if Kyogre was truly wise or merely pretending to be foolish. This answer could easily earn full marks. Thus, Su Yun posed an even more challenging question, determined to see if Kyogre could escape unscathed this time. The second question, I have heard that you were once caught with a rudimentary fishing rod. How do you explain this humiliation? Kyogre remained unfazed, responding with nonchalance. As the god of the ocean, I am also a fish. It is only natural for a fish to be caught, so it is entirely reasonable that I was hooked. Su Yun chuckled inwardly, thinking, reasonable, my foot. Raising an eyebrow, he feigned a sarcastic tone, but you are a legendary Pokémon. Shouldn't it be quite shameful for a revered being to be caught by a fishing rod? Kyogre had his own explanation. I do not share that sentiment. Can legendary Pokémon not be caught? Groudon is also a legendary, yet it cannot fly. Groudon interjected, I was at home. The pot fell from the sky. A sly smile crept onto Su Yun's face. Kyogre had taken the bait. You are correct, which is why Groudon has been teased endlessly, even nearly expelled from the Legendary Alliance. Since you just stated that you share the same nature, does that not imply that you too will be the subject of endless mockery? Perhaps you might even be expelled from the Legendary Alliance yourself? Kyogre's expression shifted instantly, previously calm, but now revealing a hint of panic. Nevertheless, he attempted to conjure some justifications to deflect the conversation. That is different. Groudon is natural, while my situation was circumstantial. Su Yun listened intently, gesturing for him to continue. Kyogre cleared his throat, attempting to mask his flustered demeanor, and elaborated, at that time, I was young and naive. unaware of the rod's purpose. Out of curiosity, I bit it. Otherwise, such a worthless item could never have caught me. Furthermore, I was ambushed. Do you know what an ambush is? It's the kind that catches you off guard. I was also poisoned, do you understand? A lethal poison with no antidote. Which was terrifying, so I desperately needed a cure. Coincidentally, the fishing rod contained the antidote I required, and that is why I bit it. Otherwise, I would have never been caught. Kyogre presented a plethora of reasons, sounding quite convincing. Uffed. Suyun could no longer suppress his laughter. Kyogre's pride was instantly wounded. And he glared, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "My apologies, I just suddenly thought of something amusing." "Are you laughing at me?" "Absolutely not. I am professionally trained and rarely mock my interviewees, unless I cannot help myself." "Kyogre, I was speaking earnestly." "I was listening earnestly," Suyun retorted innocently, taking a deep breath. Kyogre declared, "Thus, my being caught is entirely justifiable." "Indeed, but you were still caught." "I was young." "You were caught." "I was poisoned." "You were caught." "It was a tactic of feigned capture." "But you were still caught." "How dare you?" Suyun was resolute, although his approach was somewhat unethical and quite irritating. He felt obliged to put Kyogre in a tight spot for the sake of entertainment. After all, he had sacrificed the indigo orb as a price. A little discomfort seemed reasonable, right? "I was not anxious." Kyogre protested. "Then will you admit you were caught?" Suyun pressed. Kyogre was left speechless with indignation. Finally, he resigned himself to the truth. Fine, fine. I was caught, what of it? Who among you dares to challenge me?" With Groudon's inability to fly already a topic of ridicule, Kyogre's admission seemed trivial. Rayquaza had a romantic escapade, and Ho-Oh frequently engages in affairs outside. Those who can fly are not spared. Compared to them, I am rather fortunate. Humph. I was caught, and I take pride in it. So what? Kyogre's outburst left Suyun momentarily stunned. There was much to unpack here, especially for Ho-Oh, who must have felt utterly wronged. Silently, Suyun raised a thumb in admiration for Kyogre. "Indeed, as long as I do not feel embarrassed, it is others who will feel awkward. If a problem cannot be resolved, then one must redirect the focus elsewhere. I cannot change my own blemish, but I can expose the flaws of others to overshadow my own." Kyogre had mastered this art perfectly. The audience was thoroughly entertained, captivated by Kyogre's sharp retorts. The invincible little cannon, none but the great Kyogre. Ah, Kyogre's wit is astonishing. I wish to try it myself. "Oh great one, may I become your disciple? I often fail to protect my loved ones in games. With your guidance, I could not only safeguard them, but also help others falter. Indeed, I am utterly moved by your filial piety. Shall we proceed to the third question?" Suyun ventured tentatively. Kyogre's mood had lightened, and he nodded. "Very well." Clearing his throat, Suyun began, "Before I ask the third question, please take a moment to watch a short video." With a grand gesture, a large crystal screen materialized before them. Soon, the image of a youth clad in a gray-red garment appeared. Though his face was obscured by a mosaic and a comical dog emoji, this scene perplexed many viewers, who were baffled by the censorship and the use of the dog emoji to obscure the character's face. In response, Suyun calmly remarked, "Just wait and see. You will understand soon enough." As the footage continued, a water deity bound by ropes emerged on screen. The Water Lord, one of the three sacred beasts. Oh my. I have made it. I have always dreamed of meeting the Water Lord, and now it has come true. Thank you, host. But why does this Water Lord seem somewhat pathetic, unable to even break free from a rope? As the audience engaged in animated discussions, a dramatic scene unfolded. The boy clad in gray slyly hurled a pokeball towards Suicune. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, ensnaring Suicune within its confines before returning to the boy's hand. Accompanied by a twinkling light from within the pokeball, it ceased to shake. Suicune had been captured in a single throw. The audience stood in stunned silence. Chapter 110. Please do not insult dogs. Thank you. Wait, are you certain this isn't a joke? A majestic legendary Pokémon, captured with such ease? I refuse to accept this premise. Surely, even a Caterpie would struggle before being caught, right? Is this the fate of a revered legendary? This is utterly disgraceful. Henceforth, I unilaterally declare that Suicune is hereby expelled from the ranks of legendary Pokémon. Not even the arrival of a deity would alter that decree, I assert. The audience erupted in a fervor, their indignation palpable. Witnessing such a revered Pokémon being captured so effortlessly, they couldn't help but reflect on their own struggles to catch even a Caterpie, leading to a profound crisis in their worldview. Some harbored not only animosity towards Suicune, but directed their ire towards the boy who had thrown the ball. Fool, how dare you? A single throw to capture a legendary Pokémon, and this individual dares to call themselves a trainer? Surely, this is merely a ploy to provoke us. If this were scripted, I would have only one thing to say to the writer. If it were real, I would be left speechless. The streamer's censorship was commendable. But kindly remove the dog head. Your actions are somewhat insulting to dogs. Moreover, even Kyogre, upon watching the video, was seething with rage, spouting water in fury. If Suicune were present, it would likely be reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Suyun sensed the intensity of Kyogre's emotional upheaval and inquired. As the sovereign of the seas and one of the mightiest water-type Pokémon, what are your thoughts on Suicune being captured in a single throw? Kyogre huffed in indignation. Do not let me encounter it, or I shall strike it down on sight. And that impudent boy in gray, just seeing him infuriates me. Should I cross paths with him? I assure you, I will make him regret it. Suyun smiled faintly, recognizing Kyogre's profound anger towards the situation involving Suicune. By the way, should not this Suicune be stripped of its divine status? Kyogre casually asked. Suyun shrugged. Such matters are best addressed with the Suicune clan. Shall I assist in contacting them? Kyogre nodded. Very well, I would appreciate your help. Not a problem. I, too, am eager to uncover the truth. With a flourish of his hand, Suyun conjured a screen before them. On the display, a regal legendary Pokémon reclined upon a rocky perch, exuding an aura of power that was palpably superior to that of the previous Suicune. It was none other than the current leader of the Suicune clan. Old friend, I have heard that one of your clan was captured by another. Are you aware of this incident? Kyogre wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Suicune slowly opened its eyes, regarded Kyogre with indifference, and replied, that so-called Suicune is merely a water dog captured by a mere mutt. Furthermore, please note that it is not of my clan. Speak of it as my kin again, and I shall take issue with you. This revelation left both Kyogre and Suyun in shock. Clearly, this incident had enraged Suicune. TSK, that poor creature would likely never show its face among its kin again. I doubt even a wild caterpie would think highly of it now. Kyogre chuckled maliciously, his spirits lifted. Suicune's leader had certainly provided the legendary community with an explanation. Not to speak ill of you, Kyogre, but your title as one of the mightiest water-type Pokémon seems somewhat lacking. That Suicune hardly appears intimidated by you, Suyun observed, having keenly picked up on the tone of Suicune's words. Upon hearing this, Kyogre bristled, retorting, what do you know? It merely clings to its pride, suffering for the sake of appearances. Do not be fooled by its fierce demeanor. Should it stand before me now, you would see its fear. I have known it for ages. It simply enjoys putting on airs, Kyogre insisted. Suyun chuckled inwardly, thinking, it seems the one who enjoys posturing is you, not it. After all, it is the clan leader, bestowed with divine status, while you possess neither that nor the ability to revert to primal form. What could you possibly offer in a confrontation? Your oversized head? Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? And what did you mean by claiming to be one of the mightiest water-type Pokémon? Why not simply assert that you are the strongest? Suyun's lips twitched slightly at Kyogre's bravado. So you consider yourself quite brave, do you? Suyun raised an eyebrow, questioning. Of course, I'm incredibly brave, Kyogre proclaimed defiantly. Then how about a spar with the water dragon? Who is the water dragon? Palkia, the deity of space. Kyogre immediately backed down. Ahem, I think that's unnecessary. After all, we aren't exactly close. Look, that fish is quite beautiful, isn't it? And that coral tree, so charming like a lovely maiden. Would you like it? Just say the word, and I shall retrieve it for you. Suyun raised an eyebrow. You certainly have a knack for changing the subject, don't you, Kyogre? Suyun's unwavering gaze made Kyogre uneasy. Are you scared? Kyogre glared. What nonsense. I am merely following my heart's desire. Mind your language. Suyun smirked slightly. Kyogre was all bravado, save for its mouth. Then, perhaps Suyun attempted to steer the conversation back. But Kyogre abruptly interrupted him. Are you capable of proceeding to the next question? Can't you see the audience is waiting? Feel free to expose my secrets. I can endure that. But making the audience wait is simply unacceptable, and I must address this. Suyun sighed. Enough already. The audience chimed in. Such a lovable Kyogre. I always knew it was the most compassionate of the legendaries. Faux fan. That is Kyogre. I'm in tears. I've never seen such a considerate legendary Pokémon. I wish it could be my boyfriend. Dear, heed my advice. It's far too large for you to handle. Allow me to take over. Since you've earnestly requested my favor, I shall graciously accept you. Now, let us proceed to the fourth question. Kyogre sat upright, ready to face Suyun's scrutiny. Given the long-standing rivalry between you and Groudon, which often results in conflict upon meeting, could you share your perspective on this matter? Without a moment's hesitation, Kyogre blurted out, this is all its fault. I bear no responsibility. Groudon, you treacherous fiend. You've set me up. Chapter 111. The Alliance of Groudon and Kyogre, Strengthening and Flourishing. creating new glories. Could you elaborate on that? Suyun knew without a doubt that Kyogre was attempting to ensnare Groudon. Yet he did not deter, still yearning to hear what Kyogre had to say. Clearing his throat, Kyogre adopted a victimized demeanor and began to lament to the audience. You are unaware, but we could have coexisted peacefully. Alas, that brute Groudon is too domineering, insisting on bullying me, proclaiming his intent to reclaim the seas and transform all oceans into land. As the sovereign of the ocean, how could I not be incensed upon hearing such words? Thus, I sought to confront him, only to receive an immediate thrashing in return. But who am I? I am the lord of the seas. My heart is vast as the ocean itself, and naturally, I would not stoop to his level. I calmly reasoned with him. Yet he paid no heed to my counsel, even threatening me with the sword of cliffs, declaring that if I did not acquiesce, he would skewer me and roast me like a fish. It was only after enduring such intolerable provocations that I turned against him, leading to our inevitable clashes. Can you truly place the blame solely on me? Kyogre spoke with heartfelt sincerity, managing to squeeze out 2 tears from his eyes. Suyun's lips twitched slightly, left utterly speechless. When Kyogre decided to put on a face, he was indeed unrivaled. With such a talent for distorting the truth, one could only imagine how easily Groudon would be misled in his presence. However, one must ponder. Did you know that over 70% of this world is comprised of oceans, while land barely constitutes over 20%? Suyun exhaled languidly. Kyogre's expression immediately stiffened, and he awkwardly flicked his tail. Is that so? Perhaps it is due to Groudon's laziness, as he hardly creates new land, resulting in such scarcity. If only he were as industrious as I, the world would be 90% land. Suyun was thoroughly convinced by this character, who had no qualms about throwing his teammates under the bus. Yes, whatever you say is correct. Why don't we verify this with Groudon? Upon uttering these words, Kyogre instantly panicked. That is unnecessary. To be honest, I am now sworn brothers with Groudon. Our past grievances have long since dissipated. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate to bring up our former conflicts at this juncture? Suyun nodded, conceding that it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Then, with a look of surprise, he turned to Kyogre and inquired, have you truly reconciled with Groudon? Have you sworn brotherhood? Kyogre's face radiated pride, of course. He gestured to himself with his grand wings, declaring, I, the elder brother. Do you comprehend the significance of status? Suyun regarded him with skepticism, scoffing. Groudon would acknowledge you as the elder brother? That truly opens my eyes. Kyogre appeared somewhat displeased, feeling a lack of admiration from Suyun. What? Does your expression imply disbelief? Suyun shook his head vigorously. Let me put it this way. Even if Groudon could fly, he would never recognize you as his elder brother. Kyogre's lips twitched slightly, his dignity wounded. I am a divine beast. Grant me some face and accept my words as truth, will you? Kyogre shot Suyun a meaningful glance, using his imposing figure to obscure the camera. Suyun shook his head resolutely. I am sorry, but I am also an honest broadcaster and never engage in clandestine transactions. He knew Kyogre was merely boasting. Oh, let me be forthright. I am indeed not the elder brother, but the brotherhood part is genuine. You may inquire with Groudon if you wish. Soon enough, Suyun summoned Groudon. Groudon appeared dazed, having been in the midst of gnawing on a rock at home, only to find himself suddenly transported to the sea. Kyogre's expression darkened into a straight line, staring at Suyun with incredulity. What happened to the trust between people? Apologies, but you are not human. Groudon set down the rock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. What the heck, fathead fish? What are you doing here? Speak. Did you teleport me here? Groudon questioned sternly, brandishing the rock at Kyogre's head. Kyogre felt a wave of frustration, wishing he could strike Groudon senseless. For heaven's sake, use your brain. I am a water-type divine beast, not a psychic type. How could I possess such power? He regretted swearing brotherhood with Groudon. Sensing his companion's lack of intelligence was a source of embarrassment, Groudon suddenly realized, oh right, how did I not think of that? His eyes gleamed with newfound wisdom. Leaving Kyogre utterly humiliated, Groudon surveyed the surroundings, finding only fish and aquatic plants, failing to detect any suspicious figures. He scratched his head in confusion. This shouldn't be. With my keen eyesight, how could I miss anything? Kyogre slapped his forehead, nearly fainting from the embarrassment. Behind you. The words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. This is beyond humiliating. Groudon turned around, his eyes lighting up. Suyun, it's you. Greetings, Mr. Campfly. Suyun greeted Groudon with a smile. Although Groudon's expression was less than pleasant, as if he wanted to strike him. Ahem, I summoned you to clarify a matter, Suyun said, attempting to alleviate the awkward tension. Groudon sat down with an air of annoyance. Can I refuse you? Suyun replied. You may, but then you must return my orb. Groudon, you may proceed with your inquiries. Su-yun, I heard from Kyogre that you two have become sworn brothers? Groudon nodded, a fleeting smile of paternal pride crossing his face. Indeed, a few days ago, we reached a consensus and became sworn brothers. We aspire to become the most formidable divine beast duo, with our current objective being to take down Rayquaza. Once we achieve that, we shall strive for greater heights and create new glories. Groudon spoke with spirited enthusiasm, prompting Kyogre to raise his head, displaying a proud countenance. Su-yun chuckled softly, inquiring, "Are you both so boastful? Do the other divine beasts know?" Groudon's heart raced, a wary look overtaking his expression. "You must not expose us. This is our secret. Still in the planning stages. I am only sharing this with you due to our friendship, so do not betray me." Su-yun scoffed, "Rest assured. I would never betray you. After all, I am a person of my word, unlike certain individuals who appear agreeable but turn around to sell out their own brothers." Groudon paused, realizing Su-yun's words held a deeper meaning. Chapter 112. Kyogre, let us recreate that iconic scene once more. Upon reflection, he quickly grasped that Su-yun was indeed reproaching him. Well, at that time, I was caught up in the moment and acted impulsively. I am, in fact, a person of my word, Groudon said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat ashamed and unable to meet Su-yun's gaze. Su-yun chuckled softly, choosing to ignore him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At that moment, Kyogre acted as a mediator, attempting to ease the tension between the two. "Old Goo, if there's nothing pressing, you may return first. I can manage here," Kyogre signaled to Groudon with a glance. Groudon shot him a sidelong look. "Pray tell, how am I to return? We are adrift in the ocean, and my home lies thousands of miles away. Do you wish for me to embark on another arduous journey?" Kyogre chuckled awkwardly, realizing the dilemma Groudon faced, and apologized. My apologies, I nearly forgot that you cannot fly." Groudon retorted, "Thanks for the reminder." Ultimately, it was Su-yun who escorted Groudon back. He was not one to harbor grievances over trifles. After all, it is said that a statesman can endure much, and his capacity for endurance was even greater. His perspective broadened instantly. Turning to Kyogre, Su-yun tentatively inquired, "Shall we continue?" "Indeed." Su-yun posed the fifth question. "Do you recall the incident when you were caught?" Kyogre's expression darkened, a murderous intent brewing within him. Hadn't that question been asked already? Su-yun shook his head. "This is different. My inquiry pertains to the young lady who ensnared you." Kyogre was momentarily taken aback, memories flooding back. It was a girl with azure short hair, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and blue trousers, wielding an exquisite fishing rod, an adept angler. It was she who had once fished him out, aiding him in ridding himself of the toxic affliction within. Even now, Kyogre vividly remembered her name, Water Lily. "Is she here as well?" Kyogre asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Su-yun smiled faintly and nodded. "Indeed, just observe." Following the direction of Su-yun's finger, a flash of white light appeared, and soon the enchanting figure of the girl materialized before him. Her cerulean hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gently in the breeze. Her spirited visage was adorned with two golden gem-like eyes, sparkling with brilliance. The lilac chiffon dress she wore accentuated her well-proportioned figure, while a white short skirt at her waist radiated youthful vitality. For a moment, Kyogre was rendered speechless after years apart. Water Lily had transformed remarkably, so much so that he nearly failed to recognize her. The once diminutive girl with short hair and a freckled face had blossomed into a resplendent beauty, her transformation akin to that of a swan emerging from its cocoon. They say a girl changes significantly by the age of 18, and today Kyogre bore witness to this truth. "Kyogre, it truly is you," Water Lily exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she bounded toward him, wrapping her arms around his large head and affectionately nuzzling against him. Their bond was undeniably intimate. A smile of delight graced Kyogre's features, elated to reunite with an old friend. In a sense, Water Lily was his very first human companion. Even Su-yun had to concede second place in her presence. "It's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Do you remember the sea where we first met? Whenever I think of you, I go fishing there, hoping to catch you again. But since we parted, I haven't managed to catch you even once." Water Lily spoke earnestly, as if confiding in a long-lost confidant. Kyogre's lips twitched slightly, remaining silent while musing. "If I were to let you catch me again, how would I maintain my reputation among the legendary beings?" Yet he added, "But you must have been well these past years. I see your head has grown quite a bit." Kyogre replied nonchalantly, "If we could refrain from discussing it, that would be preferable." Water Lily's laughter was radiant, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Indeed, look," she exclaimed, rising onto her toes to compare their heights. Alas, beside Kyogre's colossal frame, she resembled a mere child. Kyogre, shall we go fishing again? It has been ages since I played the fishing game. Would you accompany me once more, just like in the old days? Water Lily gazed up at him with puppy dog eyes, pleading earnestly. Kyogre's mouth twitched, his heart brimming with 1,000 refusals. Let you catch me once more? Only for the world to witness my humiliation? Absolutely not. That would be utterly disgraceful. How could I continue to navigate the realm of legendary beings? He opened his mouth to decline, but Suyun interjected, Mr. Kyogre, you wouldn't want to disappoint Miss Water Lily, would you? She did save you once. Can you not acquiesce to this small request? Kyogre felt a pang of conflict as he gazed at Water Lily, whose eyes sparkled like stars, filled with hope. His resolve softened. Perhaps one more time wouldn't he hurt. This is merely fulfilling Water Lily's wish. Surely, the world will understand. With that thought, he nodded, very well. Yay, that is splendid. Water Lily exclaimed, leaping with joy like a cheerful fawn, planting a kiss on Kyogre's large head. The spectators immediately voiced their discontent. I can't believe after years of good deeds, I am outdone by a hefty fish. I'm done for. Wow, Miss Water Lily is stunning. I wish to be her boyfriend. Miss Water Lily, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that in my dark world, you were the sole star. Please, will you go out with me? Brock. Enough. Please, just stop. Chapter 113. Ride on my beloved Kyogre. There will never be traffic. Upon the vast ocean, Water Lily perched atop her Pokémon, the Wylord, rod in hand. Her delicate, smooth feet dangled in the water, gently rippling the surface. A sweet smile graced her face, reminiscent of blooming flowers vying for attention in June. Undeniably beautiful. Kyogre, are you ready? I'm about to begin. Water Lily's melodious voice resonated across the sea, stirring the waves. Roar, Kyogre responded with a deep, thunderous rumble. Suyun stood nearby, poised to narrate this iconic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the reenactment of Kyogre being caught by a fishing rod. Those interested should remember to take screenshots for their social media. Without further ado, the fishing game is officially underway. The scene unfolded as Miss Water Lily adeptly attached bait to the hook, then with a gentle flick of her wrist, cast the line into the ocean. This bait was unlike any she had used before, crafted years ago from rare tree fruits and pure extracts, enhanced with a touch of fresh fish powder. It was said that Kyogre had a particular fondness for fresh fish powder. Ever since she meticulously crafted this bait, she has yearned for the day when she could use it to catch Kyogre. Now, that moment has finally arrived. Beneath the surface of the sea, Kyogre is gracefully swimming, heading towards the bait. It must be said that the aroma of the bait is truly enticing. Even this divine beast finds it hard to resist. Saliva mingling with seawater spilling everywhere. Such a delightful morsel must taste exquisite. After this live stream concludes, she intends to request more from the Water Lily. Kyogre mused to itself. Approaching the bait, Kyogre opened its massive mouth and, without hesitation, took a decisive bite. At that very moment, the Water Lily atop the back of the West Sea Lion felt an immense tug on the fishing rod in her hands. She knew instantly that Kyogre was hooked. With exhilaration in her eyes, she stood up on the West Sea Lion's back, pulling on the fishing rod with all her might. Engaging in a contest of strength with Kyogre. Logically speaking, a young girl could never match the power of the divine beast Kyogre. However, if Kyogre were to ease its grip, the outcome might differ. What? You inquire how much Kyogre had eased up? Huh. Suyun remarked, the entire ocean itself. Kyogre has acquired yet another title, King of the Water. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth from the sea. White frothy crests danced in the air, shimmering with radiant brilliance before scattering like blooming flowers, only to wither in an instant. Kyogre has been caught. The live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness. Kyogre has been caught yet again. Tears flowed. Groudon finally has a successor. Henceforth, I unilaterally declare that Kyogre is the divine beast with the most engaging storylines, relegating Groudon to a humble second place. In response, Kyogre declared, Ha! Foolish humans, I willingly risk my reputation to fulfill a little girl's wish. Your perspective is on a plane far beneath mine. Kyogre clamped down on the fishing rod and soared over the Water Lily's head, then plunged back into the water, creating a towering wave over 10 meters high. Had Groudon still been present, he might have felt an urge to apprentice under Kyogre. Little Kyogre, could you teach me how to fly? A classic scene is being recreated. Click, click, click. Many began to take screenshots. Suyun also chose to join in, quietly snapping a photo along with a short video. Later, he could look back on it. It would surely evoke a unique charm. Thank you, Kyogre. At that moment, the Water Lily leaped onto Kyogre, like an innocent child, repeatedly rubbing her cheek against Kyogre's large head. She even planted a vigorous kiss on its forehead. The audience watched this scene, their eyes welling with envy and jealousy. Sob, Miss Water Lily, please do the same for me. Miss Water Lily kissed Kyogre. And I kissed a photo of Kyogre. Doesn't that mean Miss Water Lily kissed me? Hee hee, I truly am a genius. Hey, you over there. Please refrain from using Miss Water Lily's photo for such things. I'm talking about you. As the classic scene drew to a close, Su-Yun approached. The Water Lily looked at him, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Mr. Su-Yun, thank you. Without you, I would have never achieved my wish. Su-Yun waved his hand, chuckling gently. Not at all. It was merely a small effort on my part. Besides, Kyogre and I are like brothers. I had to assist. The Water Lily was taken aback, seemingly surprised by the closeness of Su-Yun and Kyogre. Tilting her head, she recalled the moment she kissed Kyogre and suddenly playfully looked at Su-Yun, mischievously asking, "Oh? Does that mean I should kiss you too?" Su-Yun was momentarily stunned, then pondered the logic behind it. He replied earnestly, "No need." The audience, on the other hand, was left in despair, exuding expressions of frustration. This streamer is truly lacking. Missing such a golden opportunity. If it were me, Miss Water Lily would already have given birth to a second child. A pure, unadulterated straight man. Sob, 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 streamer. You are unworthy of Miss Water Lily. Please let me bear the burden of her kiss. The live stream was filled with lamentation. Kyogre then chimed in. Hey kid, do you have any more questions? If not, I shall take Water Lily for a stroll. It's rare for us to meet. We ought to enjoy a day together. Kyogre spoke with impatience. Compared to lingering in the live stream answering Su-Yun's inquiries, it would much prefer to be with the Water Lily. Su-Yun shook his head. No, that was the last question. He had only prepared 5 questions in total. It wasn't due to laziness. Rather, Kyogre's history wasn't as extensive as Groudon's, which could be recounted for years on end with just a casual mention. All right, I shall take my leave. Don't forget the promise you made. Remember to fulfill it. Kyogre reminded, excitement glimmering in its eyes. Then turning to the Water Lily, it cheerfully said, Water Lily, hop on. I shall take you for a ride. The Water Lily, brimming with excitement, scampered onto Kyogre's back, raising her arms high, shouting towards the horizon where the sea meets the sky. Yay, let us go for a ride. For reasons unknown, watching the pair depart, a melodious tune suddenly echoed in Su-Yun's ears. Ride on my beloved Kyogre, it will never get stuck in traffic. Chapter 114, System Reward, Zhao Shirshir calling. After concluding the live stream, Su-Yun departed from the venue. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing this live broadcast. Rewards are currently being calculated, please hold on. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Su-Yun's heart began to race with anticipation. He wondered if this time he would receive the Indigo Pearl. If he didn't receive the Indigo Pearl, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it to Kyogre. Would he say it was stolen by that Mew? Perhaps that would be the only reason convincing enough to satisfy others. Rewards have been calculated. Would you like to claim them now? Without hesitation, Su-Yun replied, claim. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 dialogue partner extraction chance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 Indigo Pearl. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a portion of Pokemon Nutrient Solution. Upon seeing the rewards this time, Su-Yun's eyes brightened. System, you truly are my dependable ally. You deliver precisely what I desire. With the Indigo Pearl in hand, he felt a sense of relief. System, please do not take advantage of me. Thank you. Su-Yun did not rush to extract the next dialogue partner. Instead, he turned his attention to the final reward. Asking with confusion, System, what is the use of this Pokemon Nutrient Solution? It looks sticky and somewhat white, resembling a milkshake. The system explained. The Pokemon Nutrient Solution contains abundant nutrients that can accelerate the hatching speed of Pokemon eggs. Su-Yun's eyes widened in realization. So, does that mean my SSS-grade Pokemon egg can hatch ahead of schedule? With the Elven Nutrient Solution, he could afford to wait a few more days. Just then, the shrill sound of a ringtone pierced the air. It was a call from Zhao Shirshir, the daughter of Zhao Yu, and his only sister in this world. Zhao Shirshir. Although there was no blood relation, she was, in name, indeed his sister. At least, that was how he perceived it. Ever since the school year commenced, Zhao Shirshir had been preoccupied with preparations for the college entrance examination and had seldom reached out to him. Thus, receiving a call from her now raised his suspicions. Upon answering, he soon heard her faint sobs. Brother Yin, do you have time? Could you come and pick me up? The moment he heard her voice, he sensed trouble. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, Where are you? Zhao Shirshir, with a hint of shame, replied, At the Alola police station. Zhao Hao had gone home to fetch a vehicle. 2 hours later, at the Alola police station. Hello, I am Zhao Shirshir's brother. May I inquire what has occurred? Upon seeing Zhao Shishir detained at the police station, alongside several girls of similar age, he shot her a disapproving glare before addressing Miss Junsha beside him. "Ah, you're Suyin, the host from the Dialogue All-Star program?" Miss Junsha looked up at him, her face paling in shock, her words stumbling. Suyin nodded gently, confirming her assumption. Miss Junsha, overwhelmed with excitement, found herself somewhat flustered at meeting her idol in person. "I watch your show regularly. I'm a devoted fan." Suyin, with a gentle tone, expressed his gratitude but tactfully interrupted her, saying, "Could we first discuss my sister's situation?" "Oh, I apologize. I got overly excited." Miss Junsha quickly realized her indiscretion and hastily offered her apologies. After regaining her composure, she explained, "The situation is this. These young ladies accidentally injured someone while capturing wild elves in the forest, and now that person is demanding compensation. If they refuse, legal proceedings will ensue. Given that they are all students, I thought it best to resolve this privately to avoid affecting their future studies. It would be a pity to leave a blemish on their record over such a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree?" Suyin nodded. "Thank you. You've handled this well. We are willing to provide compensation." He was not lacking in funds and readily agreed to Miss Junsha's suggestion. "Very well. Please wait a moment while I bring the victim over for a detailed discussion." Miss Junsha turned to leave. Approaching Zhao Shishir, Suyin gently tapped her on the head, feigning anger. "How could you be so careless and injure someone?" Zhao Shishir stuck out her tongue, pouting. "It wasn't intentional. That person suddenly dashed out from the woods, and we had no time to react. By the time I called my elf to stop, he was already on the ground." Suyin frowned. Zhao Shishir's words made it seem as though the other party was attempting to exploit the situation. However, even with such suspicions, he had no means to prove it. Zhao Shishir and her friends were training in a forest devoid of cameras, leaving no one to ascertain what truly transpired. Furthermore, getting embroiled in such trivialities would waste an inordinate amount of time, a luxury Suyin could not afford. He decided to take this as a lesson learned, a small price to pay for the insight it would provide Zhao Shishir for her future endeavors. 10 minutes later, the victim arrived. After a round of negotiations, Suyin ultimately agreed to compensate 10,000 alliance coins for medical expenses, thereby securing Zhao Shishir and her classmates' release from the police station. "Brother Yun, you didn't tell Dad about this, did you?" Zhao Shishir clung to Suyun's arm, tilting her face up with a nervous inquiry. Suyin shook his head and looked at Zhao Shishir, warning, "But if they're essay next time, I can't guarantee I won't inform Uncle Zhao." "You're the best, Brother Yun," Zhao Shishir exclaimed, tightly hugging his arm and shaking it. The girls behind them watched with envy. "Wow, Shishir's brother is so handsome. I wish I had such a brother. And he dotes on her so much. I'm so envious." What surprised them most was that Shishir's brother was indeed the legendary Suyun. She wasn't boasting after all. Hearing the whispers of the girls behind him, Suyin couldn't help but smile slightly. "By the way, I heard from Miss Junsha that you were capturing elves in the forest. Could you tell me what kind of elves you caught?" Suddenly recalling Miss Junsha's words, he inquired with curiosity. At that moment, one of the girls stepped forward eagerly, exclaiming, "It was a stufful." Another girl countered, "No, it was a stufful. It hasn't evolved yet." Clearly, they were all eager to impress Suyun. Chapter 115. With the bear god emerged, are exotic beasts still present? Upon hearing about the stufful, Suyun's interest was piqued. The stufful was the first stage of the Beware evolution. It reminded him of the Beware from the Alola region in the animation, also known as the bear god, Kapu Bear. Although it was neither a demigod nor a legendary creature, its strength was formidable, capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with even the mightiest foes. It could defeat a Ferrothorn in 3 moves. Ultimate exotic beasts would be no match before it. There had even been jokes online suggesting that if Arceus were to appear, it would have to leave behind 2 plates before departing. Such was the legendary power of the bear. Could it be that the stufful they encountered was the offspring of that bear god? A bold thought flickered in Suyun's mind. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to the girl who had spoken earlier, his gaze intense. "Where did you encounter the stufful? Take me there to have a look." The girl was startled, instinctively clutching her chest. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "In a certain forest." At that moment, Zhao Shishir yanked Suyun back, pouting in annoyance. "Brother Yun, what are you trying to do? Shinshin isn't even of age yet." Suyun smirked, utterly speechless, as he pinched Zhao Shishir's soft cheek and rolled his eyes. "You're always imagining the worst. You should watch fewer romance films." "I merely wish to see the stufful you mentioned." Wu Shinshin chimed in. "Yes, sure. I was just too nervous earlier. It's not your brother's fault." Caught between 2 sides, Zhao Shishir crossed her arms in frustration, turning her head away in a huff. Suyun playfully tapped her on the head, chuckling. "All right then. Let's south go see the place where you encountered the stufful. Zhao Shishir, with a haughty snort, clung to Su Yun's arm and led him toward the forest. Along the way, Wu Xinxin mustered her courage and hurried to Su Yun's side, asking, could I get your contact information? I'll be turning 18 next month. Su Yun, Zhao Shishir, and the others. Su Yun decisively refused. Impulsiveness is a devil. You are all preparing for the college entrance examination, aren't you? Focus on your studies. Once you enter university, you will discover that this world is far more splendid than you can imagine. The things you once idolized may, by then, seem commonplace in your eyes. Su Yun articulated a profound statement, momentarily captivating the young ladies. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the wild forest where they had previously encountered the tumble bear. There. That's where we met the tumble bear, Zhao Shishir remarked, gesturing with her chin. Su Yun observed the remnants of the battle around them. Regrettably, there was no trace of the tumble bear. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a wild beast's growl. Su Yun did not frown. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of battle, with two immensely powerful presences clashing. Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate. Su Yun instructed the group before darting off. Zhao Xinxin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Sure, your brother is so fast. Deep within the forest, two formidable spirits were engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was incredibly intense, with clouds of dust swirling in the air. One had a pink head and a black body, while the other was a muscular creature, entirely red like molten lava, adorned with the features of a bear and an ultimate beast, the muscular mosquito. Upon his arrival, Su Yun immediately recognized these two spirits. Both were renowned for their strength, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. They were currently locked in a heated struggle, neither side willing to yield. Meanwhile, a delightful little pink and black creature was energetically clapping its hands, creating a stark contrast to the battlefield. Upon witnessing this peculiar duo, Su Yun suddenly had an epiphany. The bear god and its offspring. Mabusi. During the skirmish, the muscular mosquito continuously emitted sounds, performing various poses to flaunt its muscles, which appeared somewhat juvenile. Kaigor. Lend a hand to the bear god. Su Yun released Kaigor, allowing it to join the fray. The ultimate beast did not belong to this world. It was a perpetual threat. Therefore, upon encountering it, immediate measures must be taken to swiftly return it to the ultimate world. At present, without an ultimate ball, Su Yun could not capture the muscular mosquito. Thus, he had to resort to the most primal method, incapacitating it before sending it back. Although the bear god was immensely powerful and showed no fear of the muscular mosquito, capturing it would likely require some time. Should the muscular mosquito seize the opportunity to escape, it would spell trouble. To avert such a mishap, Su Yun chose to have Kaigor join the battle, aiming for a swift resolution. With Kaigor's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The muscular mosquito found itself in an absolute defensive position, deprived of any opportunity to showcase its muscles. Seizing the moment, Su Yun also dialed the Ether Foundation, preparing to request their assistance in retrieving the muscular mosquito. The bear god sensed Su Yun's goodwill and did not refuse his aid. The muscular mosquito, however, was far less fortunate, as it was relentlessly pressured by the combined efforts of the bear god and Kaigor. Before long, the muscular mosquito was sent flying by a powerful punch from the bear god. Following that, Kaigor delivered a decisive blow, completely incapacitating the muscular mosquito. The bear god glanced at Kaigor and then at Su Yun, saying nothing further, before departing with the tumble bear. As they left, the tumble bear waved goodbye to Su Yun in a polite manner, who reciprocated the gesture. He had a premonition that they would meet again. Not long after, personnel from the Ether Foundation arrived. After handing over the muscular mosquito, Su Yun took Zhao Shishir and the others home. Although he initially intended to decline an invitation to dinner at Zhao Yuzhen's house, he eventually relented after Zhao Shishir's persistent pleading and a brief exchange with Yimingling, who was waiting for him at home. The dinner was rather awkward. The Zhao family clearly regarded him as a potential future son-in-law. Yet Su Yun only saw Zhao Shishir as a sister and had no such intentions. By 10 o'clock that evening, Su Yun finally returned home to find Yimingling sitting on the sofa watching television. Is your sister all right? Yes, she's fine, Su Yun replied, having previously informed Yimingling about Zhao Shishir's situation. Oh, that's good to hear, Yimingling responded softly, her gaze cast downward. Hey, why do you look a bit unwell? Su Yun asked, taking a seat on the sofa and eyeing Yimingling suspiciously. She hesitated. I might not be feeling well. Oh, remember to drink more hot water, he advised. At that moment, a melodious song suddenly played on the television, enveloping the two in an awkward atmosphere. She is merely my sister. My sister who says purple is charming. She is just my sister, and I'm worried you might misunderstand. She is simply my sister, and you don't seem to care about this explanation. Chapter 116. A dialogue with the bear god, Kyogre's request. Su-Yun softly uttered, "System." Commenced the extraction of the next dialogue partner. Once settled on a subject, it would facilitate his preparation. Extracting, please wait. 3 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the Alolan bear god, clad in bear attire. Su-Yun was taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment. What a coincidence. I just encountered the bear god, and now I draw it. Say, system, are you secretly meddling? Su-Yun had every reason to harbor such suspicions. Please be mindful of your tone, host. Su-Yun. Never mind, it doesn't matter. He had intended to interview the bear god anyway. Whether the system was orchestrating events behind the scenes seemed less significant. In truth, there were many intriguing aspects to explore with the bear god, especially its battles against Ferrothorn and the muscular mosquito. Additionally, its nicknames, bear god, Kapu Kukui, were noteworthy as well. Su-Yun felt he needed to organize his thoughts to ensure he could formulate his questions in a coherent logical order. Beyond mere inquiries, he considered adding a unique element. Perhaps a solo exhibition match could be arranged. Given the bear god's formidable one-on-one capabilities, he believed this idea had merit. With inspiration in mind, Su-Yun began to put his plans into action. The time for organizing thoughts is always fleeting, and before he knew it, the entire night had passed. The next day, after informing Yi Mingling, he set off for the Alolan region to find the bear god. In the forest, the bear god was frolicking with its child. The tumble bear was gleefully using the bear god's back as a slide, reveling in the joy of play. Laughter echoed through the forest, infusing the tranquil surroundings with a touch of merriment and festivity. Bear god, it is a pleasure to see you again, Su-Yun greeted with a smile. After their joint battle the previous day, they had established a preliminary acquaintance. The bear god recognized Su-Yun at a glance and returned the greeting with a smile and a wave. Su-Yun wasted no time and directly conveyed his purpose for visiting. I am the host of the Dialogue All-Stars program, and I have come to invite you to participate in the next episode. He briefly introduced himself and provided the bear god with an overview of the show. To his surprise, the bear god was already familiar with it. Upon further inquiry, Su-Yun discovered that it was because the child bear had a fondness for television, prompting the bear god to often bring it into the human world to sneak a peek at various programs. One of the child bear's favorites was indeed the Dialogue All-Stars hosted by Su-Yun. With this connection established, Su-Yun's proposal progressed smoothly. The bear god nearly instantaneously consented without a moment's hesitation. A subtle smile graced Su-Yun's lips as he felt a sense of relief, knowing the episode was likely to come to fruition. At that moment, the child bear seemed to recognize Su-Yun and, like a toddling infant, crawled to his feet and clung to his leg, eventually making its way to his shoulder. Su-Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight of the child bear and gently patted its back. The texture was delightful, soft and smooth, reminiscent of youthful skin, radiating warmth. The child bear, perched on Su-Yun's shoulder, tilted its head curiously at the human before it, its large eyes curving into crescent shapes, utterly charming. Intrigued, Su-Yun began to playfully tease the child bear with his fingers. The little creature chirped and squealed, waving its arms joyously as it frolicked on Su-Yun's shoulder. Only when it grew weary did Su-Yun set the little one down and bid farewell to the bear god and its offspring before departing the forest. Instead of returning home, Su-Yun ventured to the ultimate world, seeking out the once mighty muscle mosquito and the fearsome mantis to inquire if they would be willing to engage in a solo battle with the bear god. Whether it was due to a sense of rivalry or a desire for redemption, the muscle mosquito and the fearsome mantis agreed before Su-Yun even finished his request. The negotiations proceeded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Having secured the agreement of the fearsome mantis and muscle mosquito, Su-Yun then sought out the paper sword, which had inadvertently entered the Pokémon world. He asked if it would consider participating in the bear god solo match. As a master of swordsmanship, the paper sword was initially dismissive, but upon hearing of the bear god's formidable prowess, having defeated both the fearsome mantis and muscle mosquito, it expressed interest, stipulating that it would only participate after the bear god had bested the other two. Su-Yun accepted this condition without objection. After leaving the ultimate cave, Su-Yun returned to the Hoenn region and visited the waters where Kyogre resided. It was time to fulfill the promise he had made to Kyogre. Here, this is what you deserve. Su-Yun presented the indigo orb to Kyogre. Kyogre gazed at the orb with a flicker of reluctance in its eyes, hesitating before asking, "Could I perhaps exchange it for a different reward?" Su-Yun raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Was there anything in this world that could possibly entice Kyogre more than the indigo orb? Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Oh, What do you wish to exchange it for? Kyogre appeared somewhat bashful, further fueling Su Yun's curiosity. Hee, do you possess the ability to transform me into a human? Su Yun stood frozen in shock at Kyogre's request, nearly choking on his disbelief. He stared incredulously at Kyogre. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to become human? Kyogre nodded, its large head giving it a comical appearance. Su Yun's curiosity deepened, filled with confusion. But why? Isn't being your divine self preferable? No pressures, no burdens. You don't have to support a family, earn a living, or navigate the complexities of human relationships. Being human is exhausting, especially if one aims to excel. You might see me as a rare talent, but you cannot fathom the hardships I endure behind the scenes. Kyogre responded with a puzzled expression. Should I take that as boasting? Su Yun retorted, no. I am merely stating facts. Just tell me if you can help me. Kyogre, uninterested in further explanation, was met with Su Yun's firm denial. Absolutely not. A divine beast wishing to become human? I am no deity. I cannot perform the impossible. Kyogre appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Yun's decisive refusal. Panic flickered in its eyes. What if I don't want the indigo orb anymore? Su Yun shook his head, clarifying. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I lack the capability. Kyogre seemed skeptical, questioning. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Su Yun shot at an exasperated glance. Why would I lie about such a thing? I am not a god. How could I possibly transform a divine beast into a human? Kyogre's head drooped, a profound disappointment clouding its eyes. Su Yun, perplexed, voiced his confusion. Why the sudden desire to become human? Isn't being a divine beast preferable? Kyogre shook its head, then nodded, a mixture of contradiction. It's not that it's bad. I just suddenly feel that being human could be quite fascinating. Su Yun paused, astonished. Fascinating? I wouldn't say so. Perhaps because I am human myself. He pondered deeply, contemplating what might have sparked Kyogre's thoughts. After much reflection, only one possibility came to mind. Is it because of Water Lily? Kyogre had been with Water Lily since their separation. If anyone could influence Kyogre's thinking, it would likely be her. Kyogre nodded affirmatively. Su Yun's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he regarded Kyogre with a peculiar look. You don't mean to say you've developed feelings for her, do you? Kyogre nearly choked on its words in response. No, don't say such things. I merely wish to be friends with her so I can spend time with her whenever I please. Unfortunately, in my current form, I cannot enjoy the same freedoms as a human. You know, if I were to appear before humans, it would create quite a stir. Many might covet me and wish to capture me, wouldn't they? Su Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kyogre's point. A trainer who does not wish to capture a divine beast is hardly a good trainer. Oh, I understand now. Your fundamental desire is not to become human, but rather to frolic with the water lilies at any time without drawing undue attention from humans, Su Yun astutely articulated. Kyogre nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Oh, then the matter becomes considerably simpler. Can you assist me? Kyogre's eyes sparkled with hope. I cannot. Then what was the point of your words? Su Yun smiled slightly. Although I am unable to help, I know someone who can. A sense of urgency gripped Kyogre as he inquired. Who? The Hoenn siblings, or perhaps Mew. You can reach out to either of them, Su Yun replied. The Hoenn siblings possess the ability to transform into humans, while Mew has the power to alter its own form. These two abilities are precisely what Kyogre yearns for. As for Mew, I think not. Its genetics are far too unique for me to emulate its transformative abilities. However, the Hoenn siblings are worth a try. I still share some rapport with Latias and Latios, Kyogre murmured to himself. Very well, I shan't waste any more time. I shall seek them out. With a flap of his wings, Kyogre turned to leave. Yet, not a few meters into his flight, he pivoted back. What's the matter? Give me the orb. Su Yun inwardly scoffed. Greed will be the end of you. On the coast, a silhouette clad in blue gazed at the departing Kyogre, her eyes glistening with emotion. Memories of yesteryears involuntarily resurfaced in her mind. She sat upon the rocky shore, her feet, as pure as jade, gently swaying in the water. Kyogre lay beside her, akin to a guardian deity watching over her. Oh, Kyogre, how wonderful it would be if you could become human. Then we could play together forever, she said with a naive, carefree smile. Unbeknownst to her, those words would profoundly impact Kyogre. Upon returning home, Su Yun was taken aback by the scene in the living room. 3 beautiful women occupied the sofa. One was Kona, another was Naji, and the last was Yi Mingling. When all 3 turned to look at him simultaneously, a chill ran down Su Yun's spine as an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room. However, he brushed it aside. Ever since acquiring the superhuman physique of Vermilion City, he found himself inexplicably gravitating toward a more straightforward demeanor in the presence of women. What brings you all here so suddenly? Su Yun casually inquired as he approached them. The trio gazed at him in unison. One was voluptuous and alluring, another cold and haughty, and the last was innocent and adorably naive. Kona spoke first. Naji's dojo is undergoing renovations, and I thought your place, being spacious with many vacant rooms, would be perfect for her to stay for a few days. You wouldn't mind, would you? Su Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Then why not let her stay at your place? Kona's forehead furrowed with annoyance. My home is also under renovation. Is that a problem? Su Yun's expression turned strange as he frowned. That reason seems rather flimsy, don't you think? You're just trying to save a bit of money by mooching off me, aren't you? Just say it. I'm not stingy. Kona shot him a glare. Ah, yes, we're just here to mooch off you. Yet, she inwardly mocked him. You absolute straight man. You're almost as clueless as Ash. Perhaps you two should just become sworn brothers. Had you said so earlier, there are plenty of vacant rooms upstairs. Feel free to choose. No need to be polite, Su Yun declared generously. He may not have much, but he certainly had an abundance of wealth. Yi Mingling shot Su Yun a glare, a wave of jealousy washing over her. Rising from the sofa, she said, I'm going to check on the little ones in the backyard, and left. Su Yun turned to Kona and Naji, saying, make yourselves at home. I'm going to take a look as well, and followed her outside. After they departed, Naji looked at Kona and said earnestly, I think your chances of pursuing him are quite slim. Why not listen to me? I can help you subdue him, and you can just ride him. Kona blushed. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He might get upset. Naji chuckled lightly. What is the harm? My mother captured my father that way, and they're doing just fine now. Kona remained hesitant, and Naji refrained from pressuring her further. Think it over, and let me know any time. I have confidence in my ability to help you. Kona instinctively nodded, unsure of her own thoughts. Chapter 118. Will the shiny beldam lead a new era? In the backyard, upon seeing Su Yun approach, Yi Mingling, with tears in her eyes, confronted him. Tell me, do you no longer want me? If you merely nod, I will leave immediately and won't disturb you any further. Su Yun, confused, scratched his head. What are you talking about? Why would I want to get rid of you? You've been living here all this time. If I didn't want you, I would have kicked you out long ago. Yi Mingling questioned him fiercely. And what is your relationship with Kona and Naji? Su Yun shrugged. They are just ordinary friends. They helped me in the past, and so we became friends. You see, this superpower of mine was taught to me by Naji. Yi Mingling fixed her gaze on Su Yun's eyes, and seeing that he appeared sincere, she cautiously asked, Really? Su Yun raised his hand in a solemn vow. Absolutely. More genuine than gold. Yi Mingling finally relaxed. Oh, that's a relief. If one day you find yourself liking someone else, you must tell me. I will respect your choice and quietly leave. As she spoke, a distinct hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Su Yun felt a stirring within him. Breaking free from his obliviousness, he embraced Yi Mingling tenderly, whispering, Silly girl, if you dare to leave me, I shall spank you. With that, he playfully tapped her on the backside, causing her to blush profusely, though her heart swelled with sweetness. Su Yun's gesture was nothing short of a testament to his feelings for her. After a while, they parted ways and went to see the shiny beldam. Under Yi Mingling's care, the shiny beldam thrived splendidly. Its little house was beautifully constructed, rivaling Su Yun's grand villa. Su Yun released Zygarde as well. Upon seeing the shiny beldam's abode, Zygarde's eyes lit up. Old Gold, how about we trade? My big tree is so cozy. You would absolutely love it. The shiny beldam shook its head. Your house is far too cramped. I wouldn't consider it. Zygarde deflated but, unwilling to concede, suggested, Your place is quite spacious. Why not share it with me? The shiny beldam tightened in caution, glaring at Zygarde. What do you intend? I warn you, better keep your distance. Both creatures were genderless. Yet that did not mean they lacked certain characteristics in that regard. After all, how do genderless creatures lay eggs with Ditto? Surely it cannot be solely based on affection. My esteemed divine beast status allows me to reside with you only as a favor. Do not presume upon my generosity. Today, I shall dwell here. And I challenge you to do something about it. Zygarde, in a display of cheekiness, boldly made his way into the cozy abode of the shiny Metagross. The shiny Metagross, seething with rage yet aware of his own limitations against Zygarde, turned to Su Yun for assistance. Master, you must intervene. Su Yun cleared his throat and waved dismissively at Zygarde. For goodness sake, you are a divine beast. Could you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? However, Zygarde, once enveloped in the comfort of the small dwelling, wore a contented smile, disregarding Su Yun's words and refusing to leave. With a scowl, Su Yun entered the small space, determined to drag this shameless creature out. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, he instinctively squinted his eyes, succumbing to the delightful ambience. At that moment, He finally understood why Zygarde remained inside. This was simply too comfortable. Move over a bit. Leave me some space. Su Yun momentarily forgot his original intent and began to revel in the comfort alongside Zygarde. Isn't this delightful? Indeed, Zygarde replied. Now do you understand why I refuse to exit? I do. The shiny Metagross stood outside, utterly bewildered. What are you two up to? Yi Mingling was equally perplexed, unable to fathom why Su Yun had also reclined within. Driven by curiosity, she stepped inside, and from that moment, it spiraled out of control. She found herself nestled in Su Yun's embrace. While there was ample space, Zygarde's considerable size monopolized the area, occupying the space meant for three. Su Yun chose not to address this, whether intentionally or not, as comfort was the priority. The shiny Metagross lamented in despair. Three shameless individuals. I, the mighty one, refuse to stoop to your level. Glancing at the shiny Metagross standing outside, Su Yun beckoned. What are you waiting for? Come inside. Surely. You don't want us to completely commandeer this small dwelling? Zygarde, make some room for it. Of course. Zygarde agreed readily. After a moment's contemplation, the shiny Metagross begrudgingly realized Su Yun had a point and stormed inside in a huff. Soon enough, the three, 2 humans and 1 Pokemon, lay harmoniously together in the small nest, the scene radiating warmth. Little Gold, I believe you would make an excellent scientist, with a mind as sharp as yours. It would be a waste not to engage in some inventive pursuits, Su Yun remarked earnestly. The small abode created by the shiny Metagross showcased its brilliance. Can I really? The shiny Metagross asked, somewhat bashful. Absolutely. I'll buy you a few foundational science magazines to start. If it piques your interest, I'll procure more for you, Su Yun said, sensing great potential. All right then, I'll give it a try. There you go. That night, Su Yun and Yi Mingling took refuge in the shiny Metagross's home. The following morning, a rosy-cheeked Yi Mingling dashed back to her room from the yard. As Kinna descended the stairs, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Su Yun in confusion, he inquired, what happened to her? Su Yun offered an awkward smile, replying, perhaps she has a stomachache? The truth, however, lay solely with him. Morning was a time that invigorated the spirit, and in his half-asleep state, he inadvertently brushed against Yi Mingling's sensitive spot, startling her into a shy retreat. Yet, he could hardly be blamed, as such reactions were beyond his control, especially in a dreamlike state where consciousness was but a haze. After breakfast, Su Yun announced the preview for the next episode, eagerly awaiting the appointed time. Time flew, and before long, 3 days had passed. Su Yun prepared for another live broadcast, this time with a formidable dialogue partner, the mighty bear Pokémon, known as Tapu Bulu. Chapter 119. Let me put it this way. Even the creator god would leave behind 2 tablets upon departure. In the Alola region, amidst the verdant meadows of a forest, Su Yun commenced his live stream. Greetings, dear viewers. In this episode, we shall converse with the bear Pokémon. He offered a brief introduction before turning to Tapu Bulu. Bear god, please greet everyone. With a benign smile, Tapu Bulu waved at the camera, while the small stufful perched on its shoulder mimicked the gesture adorably. Tapu Bulu? I recall it is neither a legendary nor a mythical Pokémon, so it's somewhat surprising that the host would interview it. There was indeed an element of surprise. However, if it were the Alolan Tapu Bulu, the matter would be different. After all, that particular Tapu Bulu was the guardian deity of Alola, having fought against many Ultra Beasts without ever tasting defeat. Nevertheless, that little stufful is undeniably cute. It stirs even the most stoic hearts, the audience murmured. Su Yun, aware of their curiosity, simply remarked, its strength is on par with some legendary and mythical Pokémon, leading the audience to an instant understanding. I knew it was the Alolan one. As soon as both Pokémon appeared, many had already suspected. Just then, Su Yun gestured for Tapu Bulu to take a seat. Poised to delve into the discussion. Adjusting his demeanor, Su Yun posed his first question. Ms. Tapu Bulu, I understand that many refer to you as the bear god or Tapu Bulu in the Alola region. Do you have any thoughts on this? Upon hearing Su Yun's question, Tapu Bulu remained unperturbed. She had long been aware of this title and, candidly speaking, accepted it wholeheartedly. Perhaps it is due to my formidable strength, after all. Only the powerful can be called gods, she mused, her smile unwavering. Yet, Su Yun could distinctly sense a shift in her aura at that moment. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Su Yun inquired nonchalantly. Tapu Bulu maintained her smile, elaborating, consider the legendary Pokémon. They are labeled as such precisely because of their immense power. If not, why wouldn't Caterpie or Pidgey be called legendary Pokémon? And you? I noticed someone referred to you as Lord Su Yun just now. This indicates your strength. Otherwise, people wouldn't address you in that manner. Su Yun burst into laughter, giving Tapu Bulu a thumbs up. Indeed, The bear god lives up to her name. It's an honor to meet you. I have heard of the name Lord Su Yun as well. What a pleasure it is. They both engaged in a bout of mutual flattery, drawing laughter from the audience. These two are something else. Not only are they trying to show off, but they are doing so in front of everyone. Can't they consider how we, the less fortunate, feel? Exactly. That Su Yun is disgusting. Sisters, let us go after him. Goodness, even the creator god would struggle to withstand that punch. The laughter abruptly ceased. Su Yun inquired, what do you believe is the extent of your strength? Upon hearing this question, the bear, clad in its distinctive attire, paused momentarily, lost in contemplation. It had never before pondered such a query, for no one had ever managed to best her in a one-on-one encounter. Thus, she had always considered herself invincible, never deeming it necessary to reflect on the matter. Now, faced with the inquiry, a flicker of uncertainty arose within her. Just how formidable was she? Was she truly invincible? The bear remained in deep thought for an extended period. Su Yun, however, was in no rush to urge her, instead sitting quietly beside her, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, the audience began to engage in lively discussions. How strong do you think the bear god is? One pondered. I believe she is at least stronger than the 3 silly dogs, though certainly not as powerful as those of the first-tier gods. Who are the 3 silly dogs? Another queried. They refer to the 3 sacred beasts, Thunder Lord, Water Monarch, and Flame Emperor, commonly known as the 3 silly dogs. Oh, if that is the case. You might have a point, someone remarked. Not necessarily. I think the bear god's strength might be on par with the first-tier gods. Of course, I am not referring to the veteran first-tier gods. As you all know, first-tier gods belong to various factions. Given the bear god's prowess, I believe she could certainly hold her own within the ranks of first-tier gods. Admittedly, her standing may be quite low, yet she indeed possesses the capability to rival some of them. The audience continued their spirited debate. Suddenly, the bear lifted her head sharply, a glint of confidence illuminating her eyes as she proclaimed her answer. Just how strong am I, you ask? Let me put it this way. Even if the creator god were to descend, she would have to leave behind 2 stone tablets before departing. Gasp. At her declaration, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Is she truly that audacious? Does the bear god not fear the creator god might actually seek her out? Huh. The creator god is an exalted being. How could she possibly concern herself with the boastful claims of an insignificant creature? If you ask me, the bear has seized upon this very notion, emboldening her to speak so recklessly. Should the creator god truly arrive, just watch as she kneels and sings a song of submission. Clearly, many were skeptical of the bear's grandiose claims. Who is the creator god? That being is the architect of the universe, an invincible entity. How could a mere bear possibly stand a chance? Su Yun also felt that the bear's assertion was somewhat exaggerated, tentatively suggesting, perhaps you might reconsider your choice of words? After a moment's reflection, the bear acknowledged, very well. Let me rephrase. Even if the creator were to arrive, she would still have to endure a couple of slaps before leaving. Su Yun sighed, well, that certainly lacks the flair of your earlier statement. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted, Host, summon the creator god. Let the bear challenge her. I refuse to believe that a mere cub could turn the tables. This proposal intrigued Su Yun, who thought it worth a try. Unfortunately, he had no way to contact the creator god. However, another idea struck him. Alpaca. As the creator god's subordinate, if someone insults his elder brother, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Though the alpaca's strength may be lacking, I am genuinely curious about what might transpire when the bear, known for her might, encounters the alpaca, who claims to falter against defenses. What sparks might fly between them? Surely, it would be quite entertaining. Chapter 120, Capo Bear. I am the guardian of Alola. How fortuitous. I happen to know the creator god's subordinate. Shall I invite him over for a friendly contest? Su Yun mused, tapping his thigh nonchalantly. He harbored a genuine desire to witness the bear's true strength, while simultaneously testing whether she was merely boasting. Should the bear have been misleading, she would likely find numerous excuses to decline. Conversely, if she spoke truthfully, it was highly probable that she would accept the challenge. Sure, I have no objections. The bear responded readily, catching Su Yun off guard. While he did not believe the bear had been exaggerating, her swift acceptance of the proposal still surprised him. Excellent. Su Yun nodded and began contacting the alpaca. The confidence radiating from the bear sparked a sense of concern for the alpaca. Yet, recalling that the latter possessed the empty stone tablet, Su Yun felt considerably reassured. What do you want, you little brat? The alpaca spat at the screen, tossing its luxurious mane. Su Yun's expression darkened. The alpaca was not the most well-liked character, particularly due to its sharp tongue, which made Su Yun wish he could find something to silence it. Someone is provoking your elder brother. Will you come to confront them? Su Yun briefly recounted the situation to the alpaca. The alpaca erupted in fury. Who is that insolent little punk that dares to speak ill of my elder brother? My elder brother's strength is unparalleled. How could it possibly attempt to tarnish his reputation? Enough talk. Hurry and teleport me there. I will make it regret ever uttering a word. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. The alpaca certainly had a fiery temperament. Yet, for its own safety, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Be cautious, as the opponent is quite formidable, having bested several ultimate beasts. The alpaca paused, momentarily taken aback. Wait, who is this opponent you speak of? The Alola bear god, also known as Kapu bear. Smack. Before long, Su Yun found himself staring at a fluffy white bottom filling the screen. The alpaca's voice echoed from now on. Do not contact me. I fear it may misinterpret our relationship. I am merely an ordinary alpaca who enjoys grazing on grass. Click. The connection was severed. Su Yun? What just happened? Has the alpaca backed down? Moreover, it seemed to know the bear god. What is the matter? The bear asked, noticing Su Yun's furrowed brow. Su Yun shook his head. As soon as it heard your name, it refused to come. By the way, did you two know each other previously? The bear pondered for a moment before replying. Are you referring to the alpaca with a tuft of white fur on its forehead? Su Yun nodded. The bear's eyes widened in realization. That must be it. Some time ago, that rascal approached me, sneaking around with a wolf's fang in its mouth. I suspected it was up to no good, so I caught it and gave it a good thrashing. Su Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. The alpaca was indeed quite the character, resorting to a wolf's fang. He suspected this incident might somehow involve Dream. Did you not inquire about its purpose? Su Yun pressed. Of course I did, the bear replied. Initially, it was tight-lipped and refused to divulge anything. But after I broke a few of its bones, it finally confessed it was searching for a brownish stone tablet. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. A brown stone tablet? Could it possibly be the fighting-type tablet? But that shouldn't be the case. When Arceus descended upon the Pillar of Heaven, its tablets were indeed intact. The fighting-type tablet should not have been left behind. A vague sense of unease washed over Su Yun, though he could not pinpoint why. Have you ever seen that stone tablet? He asked again. No, however. That fellow mentioned that the tablet is with me, but I am uncertain of the meaning behind those words. The bear god furrowed his brow. This matter had caused him considerable confusion from the outset. At this moment, Su Yun was struck by a thought. He speculated that the alpaca might have made such a statement because the fighting-type tablet truly resided within the bear god, albeit unbeknownst to her. Could it possibly be within him? Su Yun, drawing parallels, recalled the purity tablet within the alpaca. To validate his hypothesis, he discreetly employed his aura to probe the bear god's body. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Su Yun could not help but furrow his brow, his thoughts ensnared in a deadlock. It shouldn't be like this. There were many enigmas surrounding this issue, yet he understood that now was not the time to delve into it. The live broadcast was the priority. Temporarily suppressing these thoughts, Su Yun cautioned the bear god. The alpaca despises nothing more than having its framework destroyed. So you should be cautious in the future. The bear god nodded, seemingly indifferent to Su Yun's warning. If the alpaca dared to come, she would dare to strike. All right, let us return to the main topic and continue the program. Since the alpaca was absent, he would proceed with his inquiries. Very well, the bear god nodded, indicating his readiness. Su Yun smiled faintly and then asked, in truth, we all know that you are more commonly referred to not as the bear god, but as Kapu Koko. Have you ever pondered why you are addressed in such a manner? The bear god maintained a calm demeanor, nodding as if already aware. This matter must be traced back to the 4 guardian deities of Alola, the Kapu family. We all know that the guardians of Alola are the Kapu family, comprising Kapu Koko, Kapu Lele, Kapu Bulu, and Kapu Fini. They reside on the 4 islands of Alola, safeguarding its security. But is that truly the case? Not at all. They merely don the guise of guardians, while their actual contributions are minimal. It is no exaggeration to say that I have resolved the majority of crises in the Alola region. Consider this. Whenever the Ultra Beasts emerge, who is the first to thwart them and protect the safety of Alola? Indeed, it is I. Have you ever witnessed a member of the Kapu family intervene? Hardly. Thus, in the hearts of the people of Alola, I am their great hero, their true guardian deity. Consequently, they associate the term Kapu with my name, to commemorate me as the genuine guardian. Of course, to me, all of this is merely an empty title. I care not for such fame. Each of the bear god's words resonated profoundly, etching the image of a great hero into the hearts of the audience. At that moment, the nearby teddy bear exclaimed, "Great hero, my mother is a great hero." The audience was stirred with fervor. What tranquility in life. It is merely that someone bears the weight for us. Bear god, your efforts are appreciated. Woo, how moving. Long live the bear god. I can attest to the truth of the bear god's words. Back in the day, when a Pheromosa sought to overpower me, it was the bear god who helped me escape my predicament. Bear god, I sincerely thank you. Chapter 121. I have been a guardian all my life. What is wrong with enjoying myself? Regarding the matter spoken by the bear god, Suyin had some inkling of the truth. In a certain sense, the bear god was indeed more deserving of the title guardian of Alola than the Kapu family. However, to understand the Kapu family's perspective on this issue, an interview would be necessary. Why don't we contact the 4 members of the Kapu family and see how they perceive this matter? What do you think? Suyin inquired with a gentle smile directed at the bear god. The bear god readily agreed, as she too was quite curious about the thoughts of the Kapu family. Without further ado, Suyin waved his hand, and 4 screens materialized before them. Each displayed one of the 4 spirits. The yellow spirit, adorned with 2 shield-like wings, was Kapu Koko. The pink spirit, with its long, curly hair, was Kapu Lele. The black spirit, characterized by its sharp horns, was Kapu Baloo. The purple spirit, resembling a shark, was Kapu Fini. Each of the spirits bore distinct forms and expressions, yet they all understood that Su Yun was conducting an interview with them. Kapu Koko, known for its tempestuous temperament, spoke first with a voice as thunderous as a storm. Human boy, speak your piece quickly. Do not waste my divine time. Kapu Lele, in contrast, spoke with a gentler tone, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Young man, have you encountered some difficulties? If so, please do share. I can assist you. Kapu Bulu and Kapu Fini remained silent, merely gazing at Su Yun, awaiting his response. Unperturbed by the presence of the 4 deities, Su Yun maintained his composure. After giving the bear god a moment in the spotlight, he gradually posed his question. You proclaim yourselves the guardians of Alola, yet your contributions seem to pale in comparison to those of a mere bear, whom the outside world reveres as Kapu Koko, the new generation of Alolan guardians. What do you have to say about this? Who claims we have made no contributions to Alola? Kapu Koko thundered, its voice resonating with conviction. When the Ultra Beasts invaded Alola, without us, the region would have perished. And as for this so-called Kapu Koko, merely a rising star. Furthermore, we have been guardians of Alola for so many years. What is wrong with enjoying ourselves now? Kapu Koko's words were as powerful as a clap of thunder, sending ripples through the air. Then, casting a glance at the distant crowd singing and dancing, it bellowed, do not cease. Continue the music and the dance. Suyin thought to himself, I must admit, Kapu Koko knows how to enjoy life. At that moment, Kapu Lele interjected, while Koko's words may be a tad extreme, the essence of the truth is not far off. We have tirelessly safeguarded the Alola region, albeit in ways you may not have noticed. Everything the bear has accomplished has not gone unnoticed by us. It being referred to as Kapu Koko is entirely justifiable. However, if you use this to belittle our Kapu family, that would be a stretch. Kapu Bulu nodded in agreement with Kapu Lele, adding in a somewhat silly manner, me too. Kapu Fini, though less expressive, offered her perspective on the issue raised by Su Yun. Setting aside the facts, is there truly no fault in the bear's actions? To my knowledge, it not only battles the Ultra Beasts, but also frequently assists Team Rocket, correct? Oh, let me think, what were their names again? Ah yes, it seems they are called Jesse, James, and Meowth, right? Boom. Just as those words escaped Su Yun's lips, a dark aura erupted from the bear's form. It looked as if it might tear Kapu Fini asunder. You may speak ill of them, but I warn you, should you dare to lay a finger on them, I will ensure you are reduced to a pulp. The bear's voice was cold and bloodthirsty, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down Su Yun's spine. Su Yun let out a bitter smile, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, the trio from Team Rocket is a taboo for the bear god. Should anyone dare to act against them, the bear god would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of wrath upon them. Kapu Kokiko was also taken aback by the bear god's formidable presence, astonished that such a terrifying aura could emanate from an ordinary Pokemon. This led it to ponder a term, Godslayer. However, the thought of being a divine beast, yet feeling intimidated by the aura of an ordinary Pokemon darkened its expression even further. I need no lectures on my intentions. With a cold snort, Kapu Kokiko forcefully severed its connection to the live stream. Observing this, Kapumu chuckled foolishly, stating, I've got my own matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, it too exited the live stream. Kapuming glared fiercely at the bear-clad figure, threatening, Bear cub, do not be arrogant. Keep a low profile, lest I reveal your true nature. Beep. The connection was severed. In the blink of an eye, only Kapu Butterfly remained in the live stream. Kapu Butterfly apologized, saying, I am sorry, my siblings have rather volatile tempers, please be understanding. And you, Bear-clad figure, do not take their words to heart. They merely speak without thinking. As the guardian of the Alola region, they are well aware of what can and cannot be done. Trust me, they will not act on what they just said. After bowing deeply to the bear-clad figure, Kapu Butterfly cast an apologetic glance at Su Yun before exiting the live stream as well. The audience was filled with righteous indignation, with most standing by the bear god. Alola cannot exist without the bear god, just as the 3D realm cannot, just as trainers cannot do without Shinado. I stand with you, bear god. So what if you are a divine beast? The bear god is the one and only, alright? Yet, some voiced dissent regarding the bear god's character. Did you not hear what Kapuko Kiko just said? The bear god has saved members of Team Rocket, and apparently not just once. You all know who Team Rocket is. They are undeniably the quintessential villains. Given the bear god's relationship with them, could it not imply that the bear god is also a villain? And that all its actions, seemingly in defense of Alola, hide unspeakable secrets? Yes, indeed. I have suspected this woman was not virtuous all along. I never thought I would be proven right. Knowing the bear's face, but not its heart. I never expected the bear-clad figure to be such a person. How disgusting. I can't believe I once trusted her so much. The audience's criticisms continued unabated. Others may not grasp the intricacies of the bear goddess connection with Team Rocket, but Su Yun understood all too well. Moreover, he had prepared questions related to Team Rocket for this livestream. Observing the current situation, it was time to pose this question. Chapter 122, The Unfathomable Bond Between Team Rocket and the Bear God. Now that the topic of Team Rocket has arisen, I shall not conceal anything further and will proceed directly to the next question. Su Yun began to speak slowly, his tone betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Fixing his gaze upon the bear god, he inquired, Bear god, it is well known that you have dealings with the trio from Team Rocket. According to my investigation, numerous witnesses have seen you rescue them on multiple occasions. Do you have any explanation for this? Su Yun had articulated the audience's sentiments. At this moment, the viewers curiously turned their attention to the bear god, eager to hear her explanation. The bear god felt there was nothing to hide regarding this matter and stated plainly, Indeed, I do have a relationship with the trio from Team Rocket. I have saved them several times in times of peril. The reason is quite simple. They are my friends. Friends? Upon hearing this word, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The guardian of the Alola region is actually friends with members of Team Rocket. This revelation was hard for them to accept. Su Yun too was intrigued, wanting to know how the bear god and Team Rocket had become friends. Although he discerned that their relationship was unusual, the specifics of how they forged their friendship remained a mystery to him. In his mind, the connection between the bear god and Team Rocket seemed like a fated encounter, inexplicably blossoming into friendship, without reason or conclusion. Could you share how you came to be friends? He asked. After all, for a Pokemon to form a friendship with humans without being captured is no small feat. Unfortunately, the bear god provided no answer to this inquiry. That is not your concern. Friends are friends, and no explanation is necessary. Su Yun's eyelid twitched slightly. If the bear god did not wish to speak, he truly could not compel her to do so. Yet, the lack of clarity left him feeling uneasy. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun continued, In that case, let us interview the trio from Team Rocket and see what they have to say. With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared in the frame. Are these the members of Team Rocket? A newcomer in the livestream asked. This question ignited a spark within the hearts of the Team Rocket trio. In an instant, familiar lines echoed in Su Yun's ears. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, we embody the evil of love and truth, the charming and delightful villains. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, soaring through the galaxy. The white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Just like that. The audience exclaimed, What an overly dramatic line. Are all Team Rocket members like this? Cough, don't look at me. I don't know them. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as he greeted them with a smile. Jesse, James, and Meowth, hello, I am. After a brief introduction, he promptly asked, Could you tell us how you became friends with the bear god? Adjusting the camera for a close-up of the bear god, Su Yun noticed the expressions of the Team Rocket trio shift dramatically as they recalled their days of being held captive by her, while the bear god treated them well, regarding them as friends. Her violent feeding methods, often poking food into their mouths with her hands, were truly unbearable for them. Moreover, the bear god frequently engaged them in intimate embraces, a gesture they could not interpret as affectionate, but rather as a perilous encounter. Given the bear god's strength, one moment of inattention could easily result in them being choked. Thus, every hug was a moment of utmost dread, fearing they might be sent to the afterlife. Haha. Hello again, bear god, James greeted awkwardly, his anxiety palpable. Although the bear god appeared distant, he genuinely feared that she would rush over and take them back home at any moment. Jessie and Meowth stood nervously, their expressions stiff as they greeted the bear god. The joyful bear Pokémon emitted cheerful sounds, waving at the trio from Team Rocket. During that period, it frequently indulged in merriment with the Rocket team, fostering a strong bond between them. Upon seeing the plush bear, the trio of the Rocket team breathed a sigh of relief. In comparison to the formidable bear god, the plush bear was undeniably much more endearing. At this juncture, Su-Yun inquired, "So, can you answer my question now?" "Rest assured, the bear god is with me and will not seek you out for the time being," Su-Yun reassured, attempting to allay the concerns of the Rocket team trio. "How does one become friends? Shouldn't this be a question for the bear god?" Musashi exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she pointed at the plush bear beside Su-Yun. Meowth chimed in, "Exactly. When we first encountered the bear god, she seemed inexplicably interested in us. Each time we embarked on a mission or faced peril, she would suddenly appear to rescue us. Over time, we naturally became friends. However, we remain uncertain as to why she was so kind to us from the outset." Kojiro nodded vigorously in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Su-Yun shrugged, expressing his exasperation. "The bear god was unwilling to share, which is why I sought your insight. I never anticipated that you would be in the dark as well." The Rocket team was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Su-Yun's words. Why would she be unwilling to divulge? Is there something she wishes to conceal? As the gazes of the group converged upon her, the bear god opened her mouth and said, "It's not that I can't share. It's just that I believe it's unnecessary to inform others. Of course, if you truly wish to know, I can enlighten you." At that moment, Su-Yun and the Rocket team's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They were undoubtedly eager to learn. Su-Yun sought to unravel the mystery within him, and the Rocket team shared the same curiosity. The audience, too, exhibited immense interest, eager to hear the tale of the bear god and the Rocket team. As for those who had been incessantly disparaging the bear god and stirring up negativity, Su-Yun promptly bestowed upon them a set of mute privileges, the kind that lasts for a minimum of 50 years. Otherwise, the live stream would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Observing the keen interest from the crowd, the bear god decided to share her story without further reservation. Her gaze drifted into the distance as she began to reminisce about her past. Chapter 123, The Bear God's Past, Kindred Spirits. Once upon a time, I too had my own trainer. The bear god began to recount her tale, and the audience listened intently. Su-Yun, simultaneously, utilized the system's memory projection feature, transforming the bear god's words into vivid imagery. In the scene, it was a bright and breezy afternoon. A plush bear was under attack by the ultimate beast, the bomber clown. Rather than inflicting harm upon the plush bear, the bomber clown continuously performed explosive head tricks before it, causing the bear to wail in terror. At that moment, a young man with blue hair rushed in like a gust of wind, delivering a swift kick that sent the bomber clown flying, thereby saving the plush bear. Infuriated, the bomber clown soon found itself easily defeated by the blue-haired man's released Pokémon, the three-headed dragon. The plush bear was left in awe of the blue-haired man's strength. Momentarily stunned, the blue-haired young man noticed the plush bear, approached with a smile, extended his hand, and gently lifted it from the ground, asking tenderly, "Little one, do you wish to follow me?" Uncertain of her own thoughts at the time, the plush bear instinctively nodded. From that moment on, the plush bear accompanied the blue-haired young man as they traveled the world, leaving their footprints in every place they visited. Yet, for reasons unknown, the blue-haired young man never allowed the plush bear to participate in any official competitions. It wasn't until that fateful day, when the plush bear evolved into a dressed bear, that he permitted it to compete officially. The dressed bear was elated, believing this signified the blue-haired young man's acknowledgement of its strength and a desire for it to become a key combatant. The scene shifted, and the dressed bear faced its first opponent, a young boy donning a red Pokémon cap, descending from the sky atop a rebellious Charizard. Indeed, this was to be its first adversary, not the Charizard, but rather an electric-type EV. The dressed bear considered itself no match for the Charizard, feeling overwhelmed by its formidable presence, while the EV seemed comparatively gentler. Despite the EV's rebellious demeanor, its aura was not overwhelmingly powerful. The dressed bear thought it still had a chance at victory. Unfortunately, it was gravely mistaken. The EV's prowess in battle was vastly superior to its demeanor when not engaged in combat. As the battle commenced, the sheer force unleashed by the EV took the dressed bear by surprise. It was powerful, far too powerful, though not on par with the Charizard. It was certainly several tiers above the dressed bear. The outcome was inevitable. It suffered a crushing defeat, leaving the dressed bear feeling humiliated and apologetic towards the blue-haired young man. However, the young man appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated the outcome of the battle all along. He merely patted the dressed bear's ear gently, conveying that it should not despair. Subsequently, he returned it to the Pokeball to recuperate. As for what transpired afterward, the dressed bear remained oblivious. The scene shifted once more. Following that defeat, the dressed bear intensified its training with unwavering dedication. It trained while eating, trained while sleeping, day in and day out, year after year. It endured the torrential downpour beneath a majestic waterfall and bore the weight of boulders upon its shoulders. Through what could only be described as grueling training, the dressed bear's strength soared. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to it, the blue-haired young man ceased to take it to competitions. A year later, the blue-haired young man once again sought out the boy riding the Charizard. They engaged in another battle, with the dressed bear facing the electric-type Eevee once more. Having been apart for so long, the Eevee's abilities had significantly improved. Nevertheless, the dressed bear believed that even if it could not claim victory, it would at least avoid the humiliating defeat it had suffered previously. The battle commenced swiftly, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding easily. Ultimately, however, the dressed bear fell short by a mere whisker, succumbing to the Eevee once more. Yet, the blue-haired young man did not appear disheartened. Instead, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he muttered a cryptic phrase, "You have grown complacent." Even to this day, the dressed bear remains uncertain whether those words were meant for it or for the boy. After parting ways with the boy for the second time, the blue-haired young man no longer took the dressed bear on adventures, but returned to the forest where they had first met. From that point on, the duo settled there, occasionally addressing matters concerning the ultimate beasts, but predominantly living a tranquil existence in the woods, rarely venturing out. And so, the years passed by. Throughout this time, the dressed bear never relinquished its training, enduring rigorous sessions daily, all in hopes of achieving victory in a future encounter with the Eevee. Alas, such good fortune was not to last. It was a gloomy afternoon, shrouded in dark clouds and resonating with the rumble of thunder. A fiery-haired woman approached a cobalt-haired man, exchanging words that visibly darkened his expression. After a moment of contemplation, the azure-haired youth summoned a bear clad in a peculiar attire, instructing, "Wait for me here and do not depart. Should I not return within a month, you may seek your freedom and find another human to become your trainer. I have faith that, with your current prowess, many would be eager to take you on as their companion." With that, the blue-haired youth departed alongside the red-haired woman, leaving the bear to fulfill its promise of waiting. As time flew by, a month elapsed without the return of the azure-haired young man. Initially, the bear believed he had merely been delayed, and thus, it chose to wait another month. Regrettably, the blue-haired youth remained absent. The bear, undeterred, continued its vigil for an entire year, yet it was met with silence. It eventually came to the somber realization that the blue-haired man would no longer return. That farewell marked their final encounter. The bear relinquished its hope but chose not to abandon the place. Instead, it settled down to live there. Many years later, it met another bear clad similarly, and they became mates, ultimately welcoming offspring into the world. Tragically, during a confrontation with a formidable creature, the bear met its untimely demise, leaving behind its children in a world fraught with peril. From that day forth, the bear devoted itself to raising its young while grappling with the dangers posed by these ultimate beasts. Until one fateful day, when the intrusion of the infamous Team Rocket trio stirred memories long buried, as if the man from its past had returned to seek it once more. Chapter 124, Handcrafted Helicopter, Please Let Us Go. The scene drew to a close. The bear remained silent, bowing its head to quell the tumultuous emotions within. Upon hearing this tale, Su Yun was profoundly moved. He had not anticipated that the bear harbored such an untold story beneath its exterior. It became clear why its strength was so formidable. It was the product of an extraordinary past. Furthermore, he couldn't shake the feeling that the boy who rode a Charizard bore a striking resemblance to Red. Su Yun's suspicions deepened. Red was known for riding a Charizard, and coincidentally, he also had a Raichu. Yet, as far as Su Yun was aware, there seemed to be no records of Red in this world. Upon his arrival, he had perused historical texts and found no mention of Red. Thus, he had always believed this world contained only ash, devoid of red. However, the bear's narrative compelled him to reconsider his assumptions. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Maybe it was merely a coincidence. Su Yun conjectured that the individual the bear encountered was not Red, but rather someone who bore a slight resemblance to him. Meanwhile, the audience was similarly moved by the bear's account, expressing heartfelt sentiments. Indeed, behind every hero lies a tale of sorrow. The bear is truly pitiable. I just want to embrace her. As a mother, I can empathize with the bear's struggles, balancing child rearing while safeguarding the Alola region. How could anyone dare to malign such a selfless figure? With the public's perception improving, Su Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he would no longer need to defend the bear. Turning to the bear, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Is your care for the Team Rocket trio because little Jessie resembles your former trainer?" The bear nodded, affirming that not only did they share a likeness, but also a similar disposition, and that her trainer had possessed a Meowth as well. Musashi's appearance also mirrors that of the red-haired woman who once sought me out. Thus, I believe they may be a divine recompense, which is why I care for them and wish to shield them from harm. Su Yun acknowledged this perspective, as it aligned closely with his own thoughts. The Team Rocket trio exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the revelation. "Musashi, are we dreaming?" murmured Kojiro, his expression vacant. A sharp slap from Musashi broke the spell of disbelief. "Why did you hit me?" Kojiro protested, irritation flaring. "Does it hurt?" Musashi disregarded his indignation. Kojiro nodded, still dazed. Musashi pondered, "Then it seems we are not dreaming." Kojiro's face darkened in an instant. At that moment, Su Yun addressed the trio. "Do you have anything you wish to convey?" He believed the bear's tale would equally astonish them. Meowth leapt up, delivering a resounding slap to each of them. Adopting an authoritative demeanor, "Remember, we are Team Rocket. This behavior is unacceptable. Pull yourselves together." Then, with hands behind its back and eyes half closed, it continued with a tone of feigned sagacity. "I believe this situation is merely a misunderstanding. It has been nothing but coincidence. We are who we are, not the individuals you may think we are. Therefore, Bear God, we hope you shall refrain from pursuing us henceforth. We are grateful for your past kindness, and we remain friends. However, we request that you do not reappear unexpectedly and whisk us away. We have our own missions and lives to lead." Kojiro and Musashi exchanged touched glances with Meowth, nodding vigorously toward the camera. Although the bear's protective actions had safeguarded them, they had also constrained their freedom. Su Yun turned to the bear, eager to witness its response regarding the Team Rocket trio. The bear displayed remarkable generosity, responding candidly, "Certainly. As long as you are not in danger, I shall not appear before you again." The Team Rocket trio erupted in joyous celebration, relieved that they would no longer have to endure the bear's bewildering interventions, such as the art of levitating across water, handcrafted helicopters, or single-handedly tossing hot air balloons. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. "Thank you for your cooperation. May our paths cross again in the future." With the matter of Team Rocket resolved, Su Yun severed the connection. Finally liberated, the Team Rocket trio reveled in their newfound freedom. "Fantastic. We can go capture that little rascal's Pikachu again." In the livestream, Su Yun gazed at the unflappable bear and couldn't help but voice his lingering curiosity. "Bear God, do you recall the name of the boy you encountered who rode a Charizard?" The bear shook its head. "I do not know. My trainer never mentioned it." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Su Yun's eyes, which the bear keenly perceived. "What is the matter? Do you know that person?" Su Yun replied, "No, I do not know him. I merely thought of someone who bears a resemblance." "Oh," the bear responded, offering no further elaboration. "By the way, what is the name of your trainer? Surely you must know that." Su Yun inquired once more. Xiangshan nodded and uttered two words, "Alang." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Alang, Xiaoxi Lang. Could it be that such coincidences truly exist in this world? Or is it that there is indeed an inexplicable connection between the two of them?" Su Yun felt that the situation might not be as simple as he initially thought. However, this matter was not something he should ponder over at the moment. After a brief contemplation, he set it aside. Once again looking at Xiangshan, Su Yun gathered his thoughts and asked, "All right, the third question has concluded. Now, let us proceed to the fourth question." In fact, strictly speaking, the fourth question isn't really a question at all. Rather, I've prepared a contest for you, and I wonder if you might be interested? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Xiangshan's eyes as he asked, "Who is the opponent?" Su Yun replied with a faint smile, "The Ultimate Beasts." Chapter 125, One-on-One Solo, Ferromite vs. Xiangshan. A spark of anticipation illuminated Xiangshan's gaze as he turned to Su Yun and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I engage in a battle with the Ultimate Beasts?" "Indeed. That is precisely the case. This time, I have selected 3 Ultimate Beasts, 2 of which are your old adversaries, eager to spar with you. As for the outcome, that is secondary. The essence lies in the exchange of skills. Of course, I believe that with your strength, you are unlikely to lose. After all, you wouldn't want your offspring to witness your defeat, would you?" Su Yun said with a gentle smile, confidence radiating from his countenance. Xiangshan found this intriguing, especially with the presence of his old rivals. Could it be Ferromite and the muscular mosquito? If it truly is them, I ought to showcase my prowess. Clenching his fists, Xiongshun assumed a fighting stance, a slight smirk curling his lips, revealing that he was not to be trifled with. Very well, summon them forth. I have no other passions, but I do relish engaging in battles with the ultimate beasts, Xiongshun declared, grinning at Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, and with a sweeping gesture, 3 portals of the ultimate realm materialized in the streaming room. Moments later, 3 distinct ultimate beasts emerged from the portals: the muscular mosquito, Ferromite, and Paper Sword. Xiongshun was already familiar with the muscular mosquito and Ferromite, displaying little astonishment at their appearance. However, Paper Sword piqued her interest. She sensed an immense aura emanating from it, far surpassing that of Ferromite and the muscular mosquito. Particularly, the 2 swords in its grasp radiated a chilling gleam, exuding an extraordinary sharpness as if they could slice through space itself. As Xiongshun assessed the 3 ultimate beasts, they too scrutinized her. Upon seeing Xiongshun, Ferromite's noble and haughty demeanor darkened, a flame of fury igniting within her, yearning to unleash her wrath upon Xiongshun at that very moment. The muscular mosquito, on the other hand, flaunted various poses in an attempt to showcase its muscles. In their previous encounters, neither side had managed to claim victory. This time, they sought a definitive conclusion. Paper Sword also sensed that Xiongshun was formidable, stirring a desire for combat within her. At that moment, Su Yun interjected, "Since everyone is present, allow me to outline the rules for the competition. The rules are quite simple. We will adopt a solo format. Ferromite, Paper Sword, and the muscular mosquito. Each of you will have 1 opportunity to challenge Xiongshun. In the order of challenges, Ferromite will go first, followed by the muscular mosquito, and then Paper Sword. Xiongshun, you will face each of them in turn. But do not concern yourself with fatigue. After each match, I will restore your stamina and injuries, ensuring you are always at your peak for every encounter. Thus, do any of you have questions regarding this? If not, we may commence." Su Yun looked at the 4 creatures, who shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no queries. Turning back to the camera, Su Yun addressed the audience. "All right, dear viewers, we are about to witness an epic showdown between titans. Let us welcome the participants of our first match, representing the red team, Xiongshun, and from the blue team, Ferromite." With a wave of his hand, a grand fighting arena materialized in the streaming room. Without hesitation, Xiongshun leaped into the air, crashing down onto the arena with a resounding thud, akin to a mountain descending. Such immense force upon landing left the arena unscathed, attesting to its remarkable durability. Ferromite, in contrast, elegantly pirouetted onto the stage, descending like a celestial being from the heavens. The contrasting styles of their entrances left the audience in awe. My goodness, Xiongshun is so imposing. Yet, I find myself more captivated by Miss Ferromite. She is stunning. Even as a roach, I would gladly transform to be in her presence. Miss Ferromite, please accept my earnest confession. Many were enamored by Ferromite's grace, displaying infatuated expressions. Fight! With Su Yun's command, the battle erupted in an instant. Whoosh! Ferromite seized the initiative, dashing forward with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above Xiongshun, delivering a downward kick aimed at his head, likely to cause a severe injury. Unfazed, Xiongshun merely tilted his head, evading the strike effortlessly. He then reached out, attempting to grab Ferromite's ankle. Ferromite, momentarily surprised that Xiongshun could evade her attack, remained composed, spinning in midair and retaliating with another kick aimed at his outstretched hand. Xiongshun did not shy away. He seized Ferromite's ankle with a firm grip. Meanwhile, her other foot struck against his arm. A dull thud echoed as Ferromite's attack met Xiongshun, akin to striking steel, painful yet ineffective. A cruel smile crept across Xiongshun's lips as a wave of perilous energy surged within him, ultimately bursting forth and enveloping Ferromite, constricting her breath. Ferromite's expression shifted dramatically. She sought to distance herself from Xiongshun, only to discover that her right foot was firmly ensnared in his grasp, rendering escape impossible. Sizzle! Xiongshun unleashed his fury. With a powerful tug, he drew Ferromite closer. Then, with a swift motion of his left hand, he delivered a punch of tremendous force. Crack! Xiongshun's punch, akin to a battering ram, generated a sound that shattered the air around him. Boom! His fist connected solidly with Ferromite's abdomen. In an instant, the body of the Philomera was contorted like a shrimp, its eyes bulging in apparent agony. Almost immediately, it shot forth like a missile, colliding violently with the arena's barrier. Thud! The Philomera crashed heavily to the ground. This strike from the bear god inflicted considerable damage, rendering it unsteady on its feet. Yet, it had not completely lost its fighting capability. As an ultimate aberration, it was not so easily vanquished. Witnessing the Philamera being knocked down by a single punch from the bear god, numerous online spectators erupted in cheers and applause. The bear god is magnificent. The bear god is eternal. O bear god, I shall call you the mightiest. Please accept my admiration. Bear god, I implore you to engage with me. Meanwhile, some viewers expressed their sympathy for the Philamera. Oh no, my beloved Philamera, must it face such a dismal defeat? No, I cannot believe my goddess's journey ends here. Who will come to her rescue? Miss Philamera is still fresh. I can help. Chapter 126, The Bear-Clad Versus. The Muscular Mosquito. The Philamera staggered to its feet. Its expression ominously dark. The echoes of a past confrontation replayed in its mind, an experience it found hard to accept. At that moment, the bear god swayed its imposing form, slowly advancing towards the Philamera. Unlike the Philamera, which pursued the pinnacle of speed, the bear god advocated for brute strength as the ultimate principle. No matter how many techniques you employ, I shall shatter them with a single punch. Whoosh! The Philamera, unwilling to concede, began to dart swiftly around the arena. Its speed was so astonishing that many spectators gasped in awe. At that moment, it seemed as if the Philamera had vanished from the arena. Its velocity reached such extremes that it could barely be perceived by the naked eye. Incredible! The speed of the Philamera is truly breathtaking. Even a llama would have to concede to it. Ah, my goddess is simply too swift. I could not endure even a second against such speed. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. At this juncture, even Su Yun, an observer, began to harbor concerns for the bear god. The Philamera's speed was indeed staggering, so rapid that it could easily evade detection. Should the Philamera seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, the bear god might not withstand it. Just as he contemplated this, the Philamera suddenly launched an ambush from behind the bear god, executing a swift kick aimed at its waist. The waist, being the most vulnerable part of the human body, lacked skeletal protection. The bear god, sharing a similar anatomical structure, possessed this same vulnerability. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled. The bear god sensed the Philamera's intention and raised its hands to block its waist. The Philamera, witnessing this, wore a smirk of mockery. The bear god has fallen for my ruse. This was a deliberate tactic to provoke a defensive posture from the bear god, allowing the Philamera to alter its attack's trajectory. Now targeting the bear goddess head. With a supple form, the Philamera moved like a graceful dancer, capable of striking any pose imaginable. In a moment of astonishment, the bear god beheld the Philamera's kick suddenly redirecting towards its head. Bang! A thunderous impact resonated, and the Philamera's heart swelled with triumph. It had struck the bear goddess head. Yet, this elation was short-lived as it soon realized that it had not made contact. The bear god had deftly blocked the blow with its arm. How could this be? A look of disbelief washed over the Philamera's face. The speed it had just achieved should have rendered the bear god incapable of responding in time. Yet, how could it be that the bear goddess' colossal hand was now clasping its delicate foot? This was incomprehensible, utterly astonishing. The bear god maintained a tranquil demeanor, exuding an air of calm confidence. Without affording the Philamera a moment to react, the bear god seized its right foot, lifting it into the air before slamming it down forcefully onto the ground. Bang! The resounding crash reverberated, causing the arena's floor to tremble. This demonstrated the sheer ferocity of the bear goddess strike. The nearby muscular mosquito's eyes sparkled, as if it had discovered a long-lost rival. Su Yun, however, turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. It was too cruel, too violent, too bloody, though no blood was shed. Smack! Within the bear goddess grip, the Philamera resembled a long, pliable dough, repeatedly being slammed against the ground. In mere moments, the Philamera rolled its eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. At this juncture, Su Yun promptly declared, "The Philamera has lost its combat capability. The victor of this match is the bear god." The livestream erupted with excitement. Hooray! The bear god is incredible. Today is a joyous occasion. I shall regale my brothers with a rendition of "You Are So Beautiful." Then I will broadcast the love story of Shinado. Whoosh! Smack! The Philamera was flung by the bear god, tracing a non-linear trajectory through the air before landing at an almost perfect angle, sharing a tender kiss with the earth. In this moment, Su Yun was reminded of a phrase, falling into a box. He pondered if any audience members present would dare to rush forth and loot the fallen. Shaking his head, he realized his thoughts had strayed. Approaching the Philamera, he prepared to administer treatment before returning it. The audience, however, was far from pleased. No. Background music played. Snowflakes fall. The north wind howls. Philamera, where are you? Philamera, please don't leave. How can I live without you? Reluctantly, he allowed the Philamera to remain and witness the match. Yet, the Philamera felt too ashamed and insisted on being sent back. You all saw it. It's not that I refuse to help. It's that she doesn't wish to stay. With a shrug, Su Yun displayed a stance of offering them a chance, yet they remained ineffective. He then waved his sleeve and sent the Philamera back. Subsequently, he restored the bear god's stamina. Returning to his position, Su Yun announced, "Next, let us welcome the contestants for the second match." In the red corner, the bear god, standing at 2 meters 3, weighing 153 kilograms. In the blue corner, the muscular mosquito, standing at 2 meters 5, weighing 333 kilograms. After a brief introduction, the match commenced. Upon entry, the muscular mosquito showcased its impressive musculature. The bear god found the display of muscles quite displeasing and responded with a swift slap. The wind howled as it struck the mosquito's face, instilling a sense of danger. Ceasing its posturing, the muscular mosquito became serious and retaliated with a slap of its own. Smack! The sharp sound pierced the ears of the onlookers. Goodness! With a sound that loud, are their hands truly unharmed? As it turned out, they were indeed unscathed. Smack! The two individuals appeared to have reached a silent understanding. Their hands clasped together as they commenced a contest of strength. Arm wrestling? Such audacity! Come, Shinado, let us entertain them with a spirited dance. The muscular mosquito and the bear god found themselves ensnared in a tense standoff. Their gazes locked intently upon one another, their right hands quivering incessantly, veins bulging. At times, the bear god held the upper hand, while at others, the muscular mosquito gained the advantage. For a fleeting moment, neither could claim victory. How utterly mundane. Allow me to make a phone call. Compared to the previous bout, the clash between the muscular mosquito and the bear god was decidedly more unadorned. Suddenly, a crisp crack shattered the atmosphere of the battlefield. Had someone's elbow been broken? This was the collective thought of all present. Their eyes instinctively drawn to the muscular mosquito and the bear god. In an instant, they were left dumbfounded. The muscular mosquito, in a blatant disregard for martial ethics, had launched a surprise attack, plunging its long, robust proboscis into the bear god. Chapter 127, Bear God vs. Paper Sword. Gurgling. The muscular mosquito greedily siphoned the life energy from within the bear god. The bear god felt the rapid depletion of her vitality. Forcefully extricating herself from the mosquito's grasp and retaliating with a punch to its chest, sending it staggering back. Sharp cries erupted from the bear god. Incensed by the mosquito's recent transgression, a terrifying aura emanated from her, causing all present to recoil in astonishment. So powerful, even the muscular mosquito, situated in the arena, trembled at the sudden surge of energy from the bear god. Before the mosquito could react, the bear god surged forward. Her entire form transformed into a streak of lightning, reappearing in the blink of an eye before the muscular mosquito. Swinging her right fist, she struck with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of impact resonated, and the muscular mosquito was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing against the distant barrier. BRR suck. The muscular mosquito convulsed, feeling a searing pain in its chest. The force of the bear god's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, even with its body forged of muscle as hard as steel. It was somewhat overwhelmed. It was only by sheer resilience that it managed to withstand the blow. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Having suffered a setback, the muscular mosquito was now incensed. No one dared to flaunt their strength before it, and the bear god was no exception. BRR. Suck. The muscular mosquito flexed its muscles, its diminutive wings fluttering in tandem. With a swift whoosh, it maximized its speed, unleashing a punch aimed at the bear god's head. Unfazed, the bear god reciprocated, throwing her own fist to counter. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. The resulting gust swept toward the observing paper sword, which cleaved through the air with a single stroke. Su Yun, exuding confidence, simply waved his hand, dissipating the turbulent air with ease. The clash of fists continued, neither side yielding an inch. The sound of their blows echoed like thunder, the air crackling with intensity. Their velocities escalated to unimaginable heights, resembling two bolts of lightning intertwining. They darted from east to west, then from south to north, leaving the live audience in a state of utter bewilderment. I can't keep up any longer. It's too fast. Shinado, let us take a breather. Such a caliber of combat is beyond the reach of ordinary Pokémon. Su Yun, however, was barely able to discern the techniques employed by both combatants. At this juncture, it seemed neither side could claim superiority. Continuing the battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Crack! Suddenly, a figure soared out from the arena. Everyone's hearts tightened. Who had lost? They turned their gazes. A robust red Pokémon, pointing a finger at the bear god, erupted in a tirade. MBRR. MBRR. MMMBRR. Although the specifics of its words were lost, the tone clearly suggested displeasure. The muscular mosquito, unwilling to concede, sought to re-enter the fray against the bear god. Its earlier defeat had been a result of the bear god's clever maneuvering, flinging it out of the arena with ease. Stay your ground. Falling out of the ring counts as a loss, and there's no need for you to re-enter, Su Yun interjected, stepping forward to halt its advance. MBRR? The muscular mosquito cast a disdainful glance at Su Yun, its expression brimming with contempt, as if to say, "Are you instructing me? Kindly assess the situation, would you? Know your place. Speak to me with respect, lest I take you down." Su Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. With a swift motion, he pinned the muscular mosquito to the ground. It was one thing to show off before others, but to do so before him? "I'll finish you." Upholding a philosophy of education over force, Su Yun imparted a lesson to the muscular mosquito before sending it back to the ultimate world. "Well then, it's down to the two of you. Currently, the bear god boasts 2 victories. Mr. Paper Sword, whether the dignity of the ultimate beasts can be restored rests upon your shoulders." Su Yun remarked with a hint of provocation. The more fiercely they fought, the more captivating the show became. Paper Sword spared no time with idle chatter. Soaring directly into the arena, the bear god, having been drained by the muscular mosquito and engaged in battle for an extended period, found her physical and mental reserves significantly depleted. Consequently, Su Yun's recovery efforts took considerably longer than before. Half an hour later, the bear god was restored to her prime. The match was officially underway. In the arena, both combatants stood poised, refraining from immediate strikes as they engaged in a battle of wills. Paper Sword emanated a fierce aura, akin to a razor-sharp blade, poised to reduce all obstacles to ashes. The bear god radiated a monumental presence, reminiscent of a vast ocean, ready to engulf everything in her path. The clash of their energies ignited a shower of sparks. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the contest of wills reached its conclusion, with neither side prevailing. Following this, the combat would inevitably transition to actual skirmishes. Paper Sword made the first move, unleashing a strike aimed at the bear god. A flicker of caution crossed the bear god's gaze as she sidestepped the attack. Even she dared not directly confront the onslaught of Paper Sword. Having evaded the assault, the bear god accelerated, charging toward Paper Sword. She then launched a high kick aimed at her airborne opponent. Like Groudon, the bear god lacked the ability to fly. However, she could utilize tools for flight, such as a propeller, allowing her to realize her dream of soaring through the skies with a simple motion. This was something Groudon could never aspire to achieve in its lifetime. Yet, Paper Sword was no easy adversary. She deftly sidestepped the bear god's assault. Subsequently, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, cornering the bear god. In an instant, blood was shed as the bear god's defenses were breached. Su Yun, however, was not particularly surprised by this development. The Paper Sword is indeed capable of cleaving through the very passage of the ultimate abyss, rendering the defenses of the bear god seemingly trivial. However, the spectators held a different perspective. The first 2 ultimate beasts that took the stage failed to breach the bear god's formidable defenses. Consequently, not long after the Paper Sword entered the fray, it drew first blood from the bear god, decisively establishing its superiority. Among the 3 ultimate beasts, the Paper Sword undeniably exhibited the most formidable strength. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the bear god was on the brink of defeat against the Paper Sword. Chapter 128. The Invincible Bear God. The Egg of Destiny hatches. Blood trickled down the bear god's arm, yet this only ignited her fierce spirit, unleashing an even more terrifying aura from within her. At that moment, the bear god resembled a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell. The chilling and bloodthirsty aura she exuded was potent enough to freeze the very moisture in the air. No one dared confront the bear god in such a state. It was evident that she was utterly enraged, provoked by the Paper Sword's assault. The Paper Sword sensed the shift in the bear god's energy and instinctively became more cautious. This new aura radiated an overwhelming sense of peril. With its diminutive stature, a single miscalculation could result in a devastating blow from the bear god, potentially leaving a gaping hole in its frame. Suddenly, the bear god sprang into action, her speed surpassing that of before. Like a bolt of lightning, she darted towards the Paper Sword in the blink of an eye. Raising her colossal fist, she unleashed a fierce gale as she struck towards the Paper Sword's head. The Paper Sword sidestepped just in time, yet the sheer force of the wind nearly destabilized its form. It seemed as though the bear god anticipated the Paper Sword's evasion the moment her fist descended. Her other fist followed suit in a swift, crushing motion. This time, the paper sword had no choice but to brace itself. It crossed its twin blades before its chest just in time to absorb the impact of the bear god's colossal fist. A resounding crack echoed as the blade sank deeply under the force, showing signs of potential fracture. Sensing the imminent danger, the paper sword swiftly adjusted the angle of its blades, narrowly averting complete destruction. However, the cost was steep. The tremendous rebound thrust it backward, crashing against the barrier. The bear god, undeterred, relentlessly pursued, delivering another powerful blow. The paper sword hastily attempted to defend itself, but the bear god's speed was overwhelmingly superior. Punch after punch rained down upon it, leaving no room for respite. After enduring several of the bear god's strikes, the paper sword felt its very being on the verge of collapse. In a desperate bid to create distance, the paper sword unleashed a fierce slash, hoping to repel the bear god and catch its breath. Yet, the bear god, seemingly possessed by a frenzy, refused to yield, meeting the paper sword's attack head-on. As the two forces converged, the paper sword hesitated. It realized that while it might have the capability to sever the bear god's arm, it risked being reduced to mere pulp under a single blow. In truth, it was intimidated, opting not to take the risk. This decision to evade resulted in the bear god maintaining her relentless offense, leaving the paper sword with no opportunity to counterattack. Ultimately, after 5 or 6 more minutes of fierce combat, the paper sword chose to concede. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to its utter annihilation. The audience was thoroughly entertained. The bear god proved her might, effortlessly overpowering the 3 formidable ultimate beasts that had previously entered the arena. Her strength seemed formidable enough to challenge even the most seasoned opponents, though perhaps still a notch below that of the formidable Groudon. However, dispatching the trio of inept canines and foolish avians posed no challenge at all. At that moment, Su-Yun approached swiftly to tend to the wounds of both the bear god and the paper sword. After confirming their well-being, he returned the paper sword to the ultimate abyss. Before departing, the paper sword cast a meaningful glance back at the bear god. Leaving behind a parting threat, "I shall return to seek you out." The jovial Tunnu bear scampered over, climbing onto the bear god's shoulder and gleefully waving its tiny hands in celebration of her victory. Su-Yun silently raised his thumb, harboring genuine admiration for the bear god's prowess. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the might of the bear god. With such a powerful guardian among us, what do the residents of Alola have to fear?" As the program drew to a close, Su-Yun began to review the rewards from this encounter. "Rewards are being calculated. Please hold on. Beep. Rewards have been issued. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 dialogue extraction opportunity. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 super experience card." The rewards seemed somewhat modest, yet still acceptable. At present, Su-Yun truly lacked for nothing. As long as he could continue hosting this program, he felt content. Upon returning home, he called forth the shiny Metagross and used the super experience card on it. Instantly, a torrent of experience surged into its being, significantly elevating its level. As Su-Yun gazed at the shiny Metagross, new information unfolded before his eyes. Pokemon, Metagross, shiny, gender, genderless, base stats, 600, potential, SS, strength, champion level, type, steel, psychic, ability, clear body, cannot have its stats lowered by opposing moves or abilities. Held item, Mega Stone, moves, Hammer Arm, Tackle, Psyshock, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Zen Headbutt, Phantom Force, Psychic, Agility, Comet Punch, Iron Fist, Hyper Beam. Splendid. Its strength had ascended directly from elite to champion level. Su-Yun felt a profound satisfaction with the current state of the shiny Metagross. The shiny Metagross, too, sensed its remarkable enhancement, its eyes sparkling with brilliance. It radiated an air of superiority, exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance. Yet, upon catching sight of the languidly slumbering Zygarde in its cozy nook, its expression fell. "Curse it. I'm still a mere fledgling. Compared to Zygarde, my strength is utterly insignificant." Just then, Yi Mingling burst from her room, her face flushed with excitement, resembling someone who had just engaged in vigorous exercise. "Su-Yun, your egg has hatched," she exclaimed, waving enthusiastically at him. Su-Yun, taken aback, instinctively looked down. "It hasn't hatched. It seems perfectly intact." Seeing Su-Yun frozen in place, staring at the egg, Yi Mingling, puzzled, beckoned him again. "Come over and take a look. Your egg has truly hatched." Su-Yun remained utterly bewildered. If it were possible, he would have liked to strip down and show Yi Mingling the egg in person, proving that his precious egg remained intact. Su Yun suddenly recalled the SSS-grade spirit egg mentioned by Yi Mingling. It seemed almost certain that it was indeed the one in question. He realized he had misunderstood Yi Mingling. However, the rapid hatching of an SSS-grade spirit egg within mere days struck him as rather extraordinary. After much contemplation, he attributed this miraculous event to the nourishing liquid. Curiosity and anticipation surged within him as he dashed into the room. Upon witnessing the creature emerging from the spirit egg, he was momentarily rendered speechless. To his astonishment, the hatchling was a white kitten. It was climbing out of its shell, delicately licking its paws and fur. Its half-closed eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, resembling two black gemstones adorning its petite face. Surrounding it were strands of crackling electricity, unmistakably indicating its electric type. A closer inspection revealed a tuft of yellow fur shaped like a lightning bolt atop its head, while the rest of its body was cloaked in white fur, adorned with black streaks resembling lightning on its limbs. Despite its nascent form, Su Yun instantly recognized its identity. It was the electric-type mythical creature, Zeraora. Not only was it the swiftest among electric-type Pokémon, but it also possessed the unique ability to gather electricity beneath its feet to achieve flight, distinguishing it from certain flightless companions. Moreover, this particular Zeraora was not just any ordinary variant. It was a shiny Zeraora. Generally, typical Zeraora are yellow, with blue fur atop their heads, but this extraordinary specimen diverged significantly from the norm. As a mythical Pokémon, Zeraora was already remarkably rare, and Su Yun's was a shiny variant, making it as precious as a legendary deity. What a stroke of fortune! I never anticipated that an SSS-grade spirit egg would yield such an exceptional creature, and a shiny one at that. Other trainers would undoubtedly be green with envy. Su Yun grinned widely, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy. He hurried to the small Zeraora, gently lifting it from the incubator. Just then, Yi Mingling approached, her eyes shimmering with barely concealed delight. She clasped her hands tightly together, radiating joy. "Oh, what an adorable little kitten. Su Yun, may I hold it?" she implored with a look of innocent longing. With a gentle smile, Su Yun replied, "Of course you may." He handed the small Zeraora over to her. Yi Mingling cradled the creature as if it were a cherished baby, her gaze filled with maternal affection, perhaps due to their shared white fur. The little Zeraora seemed particularly fond of Yi Mingling, playfully licking her delicate hands while emitting delightful sounds. How utterly adorable. If only I could have such a charming little one for myself. Yi Mingling sighed wistfully, casting a shy glance at Su Yun. Thinking she desired a Pokémon hatchling of her own, Su Yun generously offered, "If you wish for one, you can have it right now." Yi Mingling was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Yun in disbelief. Has this oblivious boy suddenly gained insight today? Here? That feels a bit embarrassing. Perhaps we should go to a room? Her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with warmth, as if kissed by fire. Su Yun, perplexed, inquired, "What do we need to go to a room for? There are no hatchlings there. If we go anywhere, it should be the hatchery." Yi Mingling's expression shifted to one of shock as she realized. "You were referring to Pokémon hatchlings?" Furrowing his brow, Su Yun retorted, "Yes, were you not?" Yi Mingling fell silent, pondering her assumptions. He remains as clueless as ever. How could he possibly have a sudden epiphany? "I feel a bit unwell. I'll return to my room," she said, returning the small Zeraora to Su Yun before retreating in disappointment. Su Yun, bewildered, glanced between Yi Mingling and the Zeraora in his hands, a broad smile breaking across his face. "Come, let us play without her." The little Zeraora tilted its head in confusion. "Zygarde, Mega Metagross. Allow me to introduce our new companion." Su Yun ventured into the backyard, summoning Zygarde and Mega Metagross to meet the newly hatched Zeraora. "This is Zeraora, just hatched from its egg. You shall be partners from now on." With curious eyes, the little Zeraora observed Mega Metagross and Zygarde. Mega Metagross reached out with its large hand, playfully poking Zeraora's head, inadvertently toppling it over. The little creature looked up with teary eyes, appearing utterly forlorn. Mega Metagross, adopting a disdainful posture, remarked, "How pathetic. Yet, it is rather adorable. I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it as my little brother." Su Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "It's still young. It's natural that it appears weak. Once it matures, you may find yourself challenged." Mega Metagross chuckled. "Those unworthy of my attention shall never be my rivals. I shall grant you time to catch up until you are but a distant memory." Su Yun twitched his lips in disbelief. "Have you read too many novels? Perhaps you should indulge in some science magazines instead. They are far more enlightening." Mega Metagross cast him a knowing glance before turning back to its abode. Zygarde approached with a smirk, eyeing Su Yun with a mischievous glint. A sense of unease washed over Su Yun as he sensed Zygarde's intentions. "What is it?" Aren't you going to get acquainted with our new companion and foster a bond? Zygarde shook its head. Not necessary. Let it grow a bit more before it recognizes me as its elder brother. For now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Intrigued, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. What matters? Zygarde's expression turned mysterious. Isn't there a game called basketball in your human world? Su Yun nodded. So, you want to play basketball? Indeed, Zygarde affirmed. As Zygarde, I believe it would be a disgrace to my title not to engage in basketball. All right, next time I go out, I'll bring you one, Su Yun promised. Zygarde shook its head, extending 2 fingers. I need 2. Su Yun sighed in resignation, ultimately conceding to its request. After all, it was his Pokémon, and one must always cater to their own. As night fell, Su Yun took special care to prepare a bowl of milk oatmeal porridge for Yi Mingling, who was genuinely touched by his gesture. Initially, Su Yun had intended to check on her health, concerned that she might be feeling unwell. However, Yi Mingling politely declined. In truth, she was perfectly fine. It was merely a matter of emotional turmoil. The root of her distress undoubtedly stemmed from Su Yun's obliviousness to her feelings. Upon returning to his own room that evening, Su Yun summoned the system to draw his next dialogue partner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 130, Dialogue with Drayton. Has Cynthia retired? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the dialogue character Drayton. Su Yun was somewhat astonished to discover that his next conversation partner was Drayton. Was the bird Pokémon going to make an appearance on television? How intriguing. Although Drayton held the title of champion in the Kanto region, he was, in reality, an exceptionally skilled trainer, and there were numerous aspects worth critiquing. The most talked about facet was undoubtedly his moniker, the bird Pokémon Master. Despite being a dragon-type champion endowed with the power to command dragons, all of his Pokémon were inexplicably flying types, earning him the playful taunt of being a flying-type champion. Drayton. I must prepare adequately, and perhaps seek him out in advance, Su Yun murmured to himself. Though he did not know Drayton personally, he was certain that Kinna was acquainted with him. Without Kinna's influence, Drayton likely would have long since claimed the title of champion in Kanto. Their private rapport was quite amicable. With this in mind, Su Yun resolved to visit Kinna the following day to see if she could introduce him to Drayton. Just then, Su Yun's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Zhao Yuzhen. Hello, Director. Is there something urgent at this hour? Su Yun inquired. Zhao Yuzhen's voice resonated from the other end. It's about this, Xiao Su. The Sinnoh League just contacted me. They wish to invite you to host a match in the Sinnoh region. I was wondering if you might be interested? Su Yun found himself taken aback. Although he was quite renowned, surely the Sinnoh region had its share of competent hosts, so what kind of event warranted his presence? Curiosity piqued, he asked, Director. Did they specify what kind of match? Zhao Yuzhen replied. It's the retirement match of the Sinnoh champion. I heard that the esteemed trainer Cynthia is set to retire, and they are organizing this match to ensure she has one last battle before stepping down. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Yun at the mention of Cynthia's retirement. The formidable and graceful champion of yesteryears was now preparing to bid farewell. It was unfathomable. How could she, a symbol of strength and elegance in the Sinnoh region, choose to retire? Was there some underlying reason? Or had she simply grown weary of the battles and longed for a quieter existence? Upon reflection, it struck Su Yun that Cynthia was nearing her 30s and had yet to marry or start a family, which seemed somewhat unusual. Was her sudden retirement a sign that she wished to settle down? And if so, who would be the fortunate partner? Su Yun felt compelled to uncover the true reasons behind Cynthia's retirement. All right, I accept. When should I arrive? He stated decisively. Tomorrow, if you have the time? Zhao Yuzhen suggested. Su Yun pondered briefly and replied, That works. I will head to the Sinnoh region first thing in the morning. Excellent. I will share the Sinnoh League's contact details with you. Once you arrive, someone will be there to greet you. After hanging up, Su Yun made his way to Yi Mingling's room to share the news. She was equally astonished. The champion she had admired for so long was also retiring. Can I accompany you tomorrow? I wish to meet Sister Cynthia, Yi Mingling implored, her gaze hopeful. Su Yun gently ruffled her hair and smiled warmly. Of course. But I will be hosting the match, so you'll have to settle for the spectator's seat. Yi Mingling was unbothered by this arrangement. She leaped into Su Yun's arms and whispered, Thank you, Su Yun. Today, I can reward you. You can ask anything of me. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He felt parched, instinctively swallowing hard. Perhaps a taste? He replied, and the night promised to be unforgettable. The next day, after a light breakfast, the two set off for the Sinnoh region. By around 9 in the morning, they finally arrived. Su Yun dialed the number Zhao Yuzhen had provided and soon connected with someone from the Sinnoh League. Before long, a representative arrived to escort them. This is, the League official inquired, glancing at Yi Mingling beside Su Yun, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. My girlfriend. She is a fan of Miss Cynthia and wishes to meet her, Su-Yun explained with a smile. The official nodded in understanding. Very well, please follow me. As Yi Mingling trailed behind Su-Yun, a blush crept onto her cheeks, akin to a ripe apple exuding an alluring fragrance that beckoned one to take a bite. The fact that Su-Yun had introduced her as his girlfriend in front of others made her heart flutter with joy, sweeter than honey. This signified that Su-Yun had acknowledged their relationship. With this thought, Yi Mingling felt a surge of happiness. She stepped forward and took Su-Yun's hand. Su-Yun was momentarily stunned, silently cursing. What on earth? Mingling has taken the initiative to hold my hand. This is so awkward. He couldn't help but wonder. What has happened to me lately? Am I becoming increasingly oblivious? If this continues, will I end up like Ash? A wave of panic washed over him. He began to regret having used the extraordinary physique of Pallet Town, realizing the side effects were far too significant. At that moment, they arrived at the official arena of the Sinnoh League. Su-Yun was greeted by the vice president of the league, Shattuck. Mr. Su, Miss Yi. Welcome to the Sinnoh League, Shattuck said with a warm smile. He then turned to Su-Yun, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for agreeing to host this event. On behalf of everyone at the Sinnoh League, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Shattuck bowed deeply, devoid of any airs befitting his high position. Su-Yun returned the gesture with a polite smile. You are too kind. I have long admired Miss Cynthia, which is why I wish to come. He then inquired. By the way, where might Miss Cynthia be at this moment? Shattuck sighed, as if mentioning Cynthia brought forth a sense of melancholy. She is currently preparing for the upcoming match. I fear you may not see her for a while. If you truly wish to meet her, you will have to wait until after the match concludes. Su-Yun nodded, understanding that he could afford to wait. Might you kindly enlighten me as to who Sharona's opponent is this time? The retirement match, in a strict sense, is a summation of Miss Sharona's illustrious career, and thus, the selection of her adversary must not be taken lightly. Upon mentioning Sharona's opponent, a bittersweet expression graced Xiaoduo's face. An eccentric yet formidable foe. Who, you ask? Su-Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xiaoduo exhaled heavily. The champion of the Lilac Conference, Dakduo. Chapter 131, Sharona vs. the Divine Beastman. Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Dakduo is indeed the Divine Beastman. He recalled vividly the episode where Dakduo made a sudden appearance during the interview with the Legendary Pokémon, proclaiming his intent to capture Arceus and its ilk, only to be engulfed by a punitive beam from the latter. At that time, he had presumed Dakduo to be perished. However, it now appeared that he had survived that catastrophe for reasons unknown. If it is Dakduo, then indeed, Sharona may find herself in peril. Su-Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. The moniker Divine Beastman was bestowed upon Dakduo due to the multitude of legendary Pokémon at his command. Merely the ones he had publicly showcased included 6, Darkrai, the Latios and Latias siblings, and the trio of legendary birds. This lineup could very well overwhelm Sharona. Su-Yun instinctively glanced at Xiaoduo, perplexed as to why he would assign such a formidable opponent to Sharona. Xiaoduo seemed to perceive his bewilderment, shaking his head with a rueful smile as he explained, the opponent was not chosen by us. It was Sharona who made that decision herself. Su-Yun's confusion deepened. Sharona made this choice herself? Did she have prior acquaintance with Dakduo? Xiaoduo speculated. She must have met him at the Lilac Conference, but I cannot say for certain. Regardless, we must respect her choice, mustn't we? Su-Yun nodded. Since it was Sharona's own selection of an opponent, he had no grounds for dissent. After conversing with Xiaoduo for a while longer, the match between Sharona and Dakduo was set to commence. Su-Yun took his place at the commentary desk, as previously arranged, while Yi Mingling watched from the observation room. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you welcome. I am your commentator for this match, Su-Yun. Allow me to briefly outline the rules and introduce the contestants. With practiced ease, Su-Yun commenced his commentary. The audience erupted in excitement upon realizing it was Su-Yun at the helm. Goodness, the great Su-Yun is here to commentate? The organizers truly are remarkable to secure such a prestigious figure. Had I known the great Su-Yun would be narrating, I would have summoned my entire extended family. Great Su-Yun, I adore you. May I engage in a heartfelt exchange with you? Depth does not matter. In the arena, Sharona and Dakduo stood at opposite ends. Sharona was resplendent in a stunning black evening gown, her slightly curled golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders, shimmering with brilliance. Her signature headpieces adorned either side, reminiscent of a dazzling Shinado. The audience gazed in rapture, nearly drooling at the sight. Wow, Miss Sharona is breathtaking. I yearn to be her man. Miss Sharona, may I assume your form? If there is a light in my life, it must surely be Miss Sharona. Dakduo, however, retained his trademark deadpan expression. a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of audacious arrogance that incited the audience's ire. Let the match commence. With Su Yun's declaration, both competitors released their Pokeballs. Very well, we observe that Miss Sharona has summoned a Togekiss. It is quite unexpected that she has not deployed her ace, the Garchomp. For this initial battle, how will Dakduo respond? With a pop, Dakduo unleashed his Pokemon, Darkrai. Is he intending to engage in a type disadvantage battle? If Ash were present, he would surely have experience with such tactics. As the battle commenced, Darkrai initiated the first strike, employing its signature move, Dark Void. Should it connect, despite the type resistance, the damage would still be considerable. Togekiss has chosen not to evade, but rather to utilize Mystic Guard. A brilliant maneuver, true to Miss Sharona's prowess. This move bestows a beneficial buff upon Togekiss, rendering it immune to status conditions, thus making Darkrai's Dark Void ineffective. Without Dark Void, Darkrai is akin to a toothless tiger, posing minimal threat. Moreover, with its type disadvantage, Darkrai now finds itself in a precarious situation. Will Dakduo opt to switch it out? No. Dakduo seems determined to press on regardless. I predict a secure victory for Togekiss in this round. As Togekiss launched its attack, Wave Bomb. Wait, what is Darkrai doing? Is it attempting to counter with a Dark Pulse against the Wave Bomb? Historically, the left side loses in such confrontations, and Darkrai lacks the advantage here. The energies collided with a resounding explosion. The Wave Bomb surged forward, unimpeded, crashing into Darkrai. I knew it. Darkrai would be at a disadvantage. It appeared Darkrai could only endure the brunt of the Wave Bomb. Yet, previously, Dark Pulse had diminished the Wave Bomb's potency, though it faced a type disadvantage. It shouldn't have been annihilated in a single blow. However, just as Su Yun finished his thought, Darkrai was struck by the Wave Bomb, plummeting from the sky to the ground, incapacitated. What? Darkrai was defeated in one hit? Is Togekiss truly that formidable? No, it must have triggered its Serene Grace ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a swift victory against Darkrai. It seems Miss Sharona's Togekiss is indeed quite powerful. In light of this setback, Dakduo remained unfazed. Recalling Darkrai and sending forth his second Pokemon, Togekiss was in excellent condition. Whom would Mr. Dakduo choose to face it? He tossed a Pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Zapdos." Zapdos, another legendary Pokemon summoned by Mr. Dakduo, truly lives up to the title of Divine Beastman. Being an electric-type legendary, Zapdos possesses a significant advantage over the flying-type Togekiss. Clearly, Mr. Dakduo recognizes the importance of type matchups and aims to retaliate in kind. As the commentary continued, Togekiss released 3 beams of light, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 yellow. The triple attack. Togekiss executed its signature move, triple attack. Goodness, 3 beams converging on Zapdos. What shall it do now? It opted to evade. It fled, yet found itself ensnared. Regrettably, the Zapdos was unable to evade its fate and was struck by a cerulean beam. Wait, what is this? Has Zapdos been frozen? Truly, the luck of the draw. Such a minuscule probability to trigger this effect? Dakduo must be feeling quite embarrassed now. The frozen Zapdos has become akin to a fish on a chopping block, utterly at the mercy of its adversaries. What will Miss Cynthia decide to do? Will she first bolster her own attributes? Or will she opt to eliminate Zapdos in one fell swoop? If it were me, I would undoubtedly enhance my own attributes to lay a solid foundation for the forthcoming battles. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on Cynthia, eager to witness her next move. Blissey, use calm mind, Cynthia said with a serene smile, echoing Su Yun's thoughts. Indeed, in terms of battle strategies, Miss Cynthia shares many similarities with me. The audience was perplexed. Miss Cynthia is ours. Yi Mingling retorted, "Bah, scoundrel. Break up." Blissey, having inspired itself, augmented its attack and special attack by 1 level. Dakduo promptly withdrew the frozen Zapdos. "Come forth, Articuno. Let us see how you will freeze me now," Dakduo scoffed. Cynthia remained unperturbed, commanding Blissey, "Utilize Origin Pulse." Simultaneously, Dakduo ordered, "Use Ice Beam." The 2 attacks collided head-on, with neither side yielding. Both Pokemon had type advantages over each other, leaving the outcome uncertain. Oh, a rainbow aura enveloped Blissey. My word, how fortunate. The passive effect of Origin Pulse activated, elevating all its abilities by 1 tier. Articuno also seemed to have a stroke of luck, successfully triggering the freezing effect. As expected, one must eventually pay for their actions. What will Articuno do next? Suddenly, hail began to fall from the sky. Articuno opted to summon hail, aiming to establish a field advantage, a wise choice indeed. Then came another Origin Pulse. Intriguing. Is this a ploy to mimic Blissey? Unfortunately, it failed to enhance its own abilities. Currently, Blissey remained in a frozen state. In fact, Dacto could have chosen to send out Zapdos to take advantage of the situation and break free from its frozen condition. However, such a decision carries inherent risks, and it ultimately depends on his judgment. Another Origin Pulse? Is Dacto engaging in a battle of wits with his opponent? However, Articuno is not Blissey, and the Goddess of Fortune has not smiled upon it. Its abilities remain unenhanced. Crack. The ice shattered. Blissey was freed from its frozen state. Blissey's health was perilously low. Would Miss Cynthia choose to switch to another Pokemon? No. She remained steadfast and once again utilized Calm Mind to boost her capabilities. Dacto unleashed another Ice Beam, attempting once more to freeze Blissey. Alas, Blissey evaded the attack. What is Blissey's next move? Oh, Miss Cynthia has actually recalled it? What was the purpose of enhancing its abilities then? No, she has employed the Baton Pass technique, transferring all of Blissey's enhanced attributes to the next Pokemon that enters the fray. Truly impressive. I award full marks for this maneuver. Cynthia summoned Lucario, who unleashed a standard Aura Sphere to assert dominance over the battlefield. Dacto, not to be outdone, retaliated with a powerful Blizzard. Both attacks struck true. Regrettably, Lucario swiftly dispatched Articuno with a single blow. The type advantage, coupled with the boost in abilities, granted it an overwhelming edge. Now, Dacto has lost 2 Pokemon, and with Zapdos still frozen, the situation appears bleak. Dacto has realized this as well, his expression turning grave. Now it's your turn, Moltres. Dacto swapped in Moltres. With a blast of Flamethrower, he sought to establish an early dominance over his opponent. Lucario chose to use Swords Dance to enhance its offensive capabilities. Is it preparing for a decisive strike? Lucario, use Close Combat. Cynthia suddenly commanded. Lucario transformed into a streak of light, leaping into the sky towards Moltres. It truly intends to eliminate Moltres in one fell swoop. How will Moltres defend itself? It chose not to defend, but rather to counterattack with the formidable Fire-type move. Overheat. Is offense truly the best defense? Both sides seem intent on mutual destruction. Boom. Flames soared into the sky. The cacophony of bird cries pierced the air. The arena fell into a profound silence, allowing the heartbeat of the crowd to resonate. Moments later, a roar erupted like a crashing wave. Both Pokemon fell in a spectacular clash. It seems Miss Cynthia has suffered a loss, but she still retains a significant advantage with only 1 Pokemon down. Who will each side deploy next? I, Su Yun, boldly predict that Miss Cynthia will most likely send out her ace, Garchomp. As for Dacto, the likelihood of Zapdos entering the fray seems slim. He can only call upon the Latios and Latias siblings. Both possess similar abilities, so it remains uncertain who he will choose. After careful analysis, neither side hastily released their Pokemon. Instead, they shared a moment of mutual understanding before finally unveiling their Pokeballs. Come forth, Garchomp. As anticipated, Cynthia released her trump card, Garchomp. Observing her applying lip balm, it is almost certain she intends for Garchomp to Mega Evolve. Dacto, too, summoned a Pokemon, but to everyone's surprise, it was neither Latios nor Latias, but rather another legendary, shiny Celebi. This implies that the legendary trainer possesses at least 7 legendary Pokemon. Chapter 132. Retirement is not an end, but a new beginning. Garchomp. Mega Evolve. As predicted, Cynthia initiated Garchomp's Mega Evolution. Dacto, having summoned a legendary Pokemon, lacked the ability to Mega Evolve and could only confront it head-on. At this juncture, Su Yin resumed his commentary. The battle between the two was about to commence. We can observe that Cynthia has utilized Mega Evolution. Mega Evolved Garchomp boasts a staggering base stat total of 700, surpassing the base stat of Celebi by a full 100, placing Dacto at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, Celebi is a dual grass and psychic-type Pokemon, rendering it 4 times weak to ground-type attacks. The fierce Garchomp is precisely a ground-type Pokemon, effectively countering the formidable Shurdoran. If only Articuno were still in play, it could have quadrupled the advantage against the Mega Garchomp, significantly increasing the chances of victory. Unfortunately, our competitor Dekuto was rather careless and prematurely deployed Articuno, which proved to be a grave mistake. As Su Yun provided commentary, both trainers issued commands to their Pokemon. Garchomp, use Dig. Shurdoran, use Protect. And now, we can observe Garchomp burrowing underground, preparing for a stealthy ambush. One wonders whether Shurdoran has any evasive maneuvers at its disposal. Shurdoran opted for Protect? It seems Dekuto is well aware of his Pokemon's vulnerabilities and wishes to avoid being struck by Garchomp's Dig attack. However, this is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Can one rely on Protect indefinitely? Whoosh! Garchomp erupted from the ground, sending Shurdoran flying. Fortunately, Shurdoran's Protect successfully mitigated Garchomp's assault, leaving it unscathed. Garchomp, use Earthquake. Cynthia swiftly altered her strategy. She continued to exploit Shadowran's critical weakness by unleashing another ground-type move. How will Dakudo respond? He cannot possibly rely on Protect again, as repeated use significantly increases the likelihood of failure. Indeed, Dakudo abandoned Protect and decided to launch a direct offensive with Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse, a Dragon-type move, has a certain advantage over Garchomp. Dakudo finds himself in a precarious position, compelled to press forward. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The entire arena shook. Wow. Garchomp's Earthquake packs a tremendous punch. I wonder if Shurdoran can withstand it? Alas, the quadruple weakness proved too overwhelming. Shurdoran was swiftly knocked out by Garchomp's Earthquake. Regrettably, Dakudo is now left with only 2 Pokémon. If he could unleash an Ice-type Pokémon, perhaps there might still be a chance for redemption. In the midst of this, Dakudo retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Latias. Now we see Dakudo releasing one of his signature Pokémon, Latias. As one of the guardians of the water capital, Latias possesses considerable strength. If Garchomp had not Mega Evolved, the two could have engaged in a fair contest. However, after Mega Evolution, Garchomp's power has surged to an extraordinary level, far beyond what an ordinary Latias can contend with, unless the opponent also undergoes Mega Evolution. Yet, one wonders if Dakudo possesses the ability to Mega Evolve. The audience's gaze collectively turned towards the battlefield. Dakudo wore a faint smile as he slowly raised his hand. On his wrist, he sported a bracelet adorned with multicolored gemstones. That is indeed the Mega Evolution bracelet. So it appears Dakudo intends to allow Latias to Mega Evolve as well. This development has rendered the situation all the more enigmatic. Dear trainers, feel free to boldly speculate on who will emerge victorious in this battle. Su Yun's words ignited the audience's enthusiasm, prompting many to voice their predictions. Isn't it obvious? My beloved Cynthia will surely triumph. You're delusional. It's my Dakudo who will win. The two sides engaged in a heated debate, with supporters rallying behind both Cynthia and Dakudo. Just as the arguments escalated, the battle erupted. The two Mega-Evolved Pokémon clashed. Now, let us return to the fray. Garchomp launched the first attack, invoking a sandstorm to enhance its weather advantage. A sandstorm swept across the arena, inflicting some damage on Latias, though it was not significant. Being a ground-type Pokémon, Garchomp remained unaffected by the storm. What will Latias choose to do? Latias initiated an attack, unleashing Dragon Pulse. Garchomp skillfully utilized the sandstorm to obscure Latias' vision, evading the Dragon Pulse. One cannot help but admire Cynthia's adept manipulation of weather advantages. Was she previously specialized in weather teams? After evading, Garchomp countered with Dragon Claw, striking Latias directly. Unfortunately, Latias failed to evade and was slammed to the ground by Garchomp. Garchomp's assault was relentless, leaving Latias no opportunity to recover, and followed up with Dragon Dive. As the saying goes, seize the moment and take a life, Latias found itself in a dire predicament. Would the battle truly conclude in this manner? As the dust settled, Latias still stood, not entirely incapacitated, though its health was critically low. I believe Dakudo could consider having it use. Haha, as expected, it appears he intends for it to heal itself. A self-restoration move instantly replenished half of its health. The battle's dynamics have shifted once more. What will Garchomp do now? If Latias continues to utilize self-restoration in a war of attrition, Garchomp may very well be worn down. One wonders if Garchomp possesses any incredibly powerful moves. Ideally, one capable of taking down half of Latias' health in a single strike. Cynthia remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Garchomp, use Outrage. It seems Cynthia is preparing for a swift resolution, directing Garchomp to unleash Outrage. While Outrage is immensely powerful, it carries a fatal flaw. Following its use, the user becomes confused. If Garchomp fails to eliminate its opponent in one blow, its situation could become precarious. Now, Garchomp charged forward with reckless abandon, launching itself at Latias with ferocity. Attack after attack rained down upon Latias like a torrential storm. I can't shake the feeling that Garchomp resembles a drunken performer, delivering a captivating rap battle. Nevertheless, one must admit that this combination of moves is impressively powerful, and Latias may not withstand it. Alas, Garchomp's assault has concluded. We can now see that it has been left dazed, stars swirling around its head, having succumbed to confusion. This presents a prime opportunity for Latias to retaliate. What will Dakudo do? He chose not to have Latias attack. Instead, it used self-restoration once more, healing itself. Is he preparing for the battles to come? Understandable. Wait. Something seems amiss. What is Garchomp doing? Is it attempting to headbutt the ground? Goodness. It appears that it has managed to dispel its own confusion in such an unconventional manner. This brings to mind a battle between it and the dual-axe dragon from long ago. Is this considered stealing techniques? Nonetheless, the results so far appear to be quite promising. All right, the awakened Garchomp charged forth with determination. Its claws shimmered, a telltale sign of the impending dragon claw. Flash. Oh my, that strike was rather fierce. Even as an outsider, I felt a twinge of pain. Latias, not one to back down, retaliated with Dragon Pulse. Garchomp opted for a direct confrontation, embodying true valor. Once again, a Dragon Claw connected with Latias. Its health is alarmingly low now. Is it still planning to use Recover? Alas, it was unfortunate, as it succumbed to the raging sandstorm. What a frustrating loss this is. At this moment, Dacto was left with but a single Pokemon, Zapdos, which remained frozen in place. In truth, the competition could be declared over right here. However, should Dacto refuse to concede, the battle must continue. I concede. A lonely voice echoed across the arena. Dacto has given up. Very well, I hereby announce that the victor of this match is Cynthia. Let us offer her the most resounding applause. The entire arena erupted in fervor. Simultaneously, a question arose in Su Yun's mind. Given Cynthia's formidable strength and lack of decline, why did she choose to withdraw? This query danced in his thoughts like a bear maiden, enticing him endlessly. Su Yun resolved to uncover the truth and seek out Cynthia for answers. In the lounge, Cynthia sat gracefully on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Vice Leader Chaldock. At that moment, Su Yun entered the room. Upon seeing their company, Chaldock rose to his feet. You two carry on. I'll step out for a moment. Call me if you need anything. Su Yun nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. Chaldock merely smiled faintly and waved his hand. Now, the expansive room was left with just him and Cynthia. A solitary man and a woman, confined within the same space. Su Yun found a place to sit, preparing to introduce himself to Cynthia. However, just then, Cynthia interrupted with a gentle smile. I know you. You are the host of the new program, Dialogue with the Dragon. I watch that show often. It's quite fascinating. With her awareness of his identity, Su Yun felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Their paths had finally crossed. Eschewing any pretense, he got straight to the point. Miss Cynthia, I have a question I've long wished to ask you. Could you possibly enlighten me? Cynthia seemed to perceive Su Yun's thoughts, responding with a smile. You wish to inquire why I chose to retire? Su Yun nodded affirmatively. Cynthia chuckled softly, rising to retrieve a book from the shelf, which she presented to Su Yun. As he glanced down, he saw the 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Chronicles of Ancient Myth. Puzzled, Su Yun looked back at Cynthia, uncertain of her intent. Do you know what my passion is? She inquired. After a moment's thought, he replied, Archaeology? Cynthia nodded before shaking her head. You are partially correct. You may often see me participating in archaeological endeavors, leading to the misconception that I cherish it. In truth, archaeology is merely a superficial pursuit. My genuine fascination lies in exploring the myths of ancient history. Archaeology serves merely as a means to facilitate my exploration. So your true passion is the myths of ancient history? Su Yun asked hesitantly. Cynthia nodded. But how does this relate to your retirement? You could easily engage in your pursuits during your leisure time. Su Yun still couldn't grasp her rationale, so he offered another example. Like Mr. Daegu, for instance. He enjoys digging for stones, yet this does not impede his role as the champion of the league. Cynthia laughed lightly. In the past, you may have been correct. However, things have changed. Recently, during my exploration of an ancient ruin, I stumbled upon something intriguing. These discoveries captivated me profoundly. I could go 3 days without food or water in pursuit of understanding them. I could forego sleep for 3 days to study them, even abandoning my primary vocation for their sake. They draw me in like stars in the sky. Do you understand my meaning? Su Yun was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the depth of Cynthia's obsession. Yet he nodded, comprehending, as he too had once been consumed by a singular passion. So it is your research that prompted your retirement? Cynthia nodded, neither confirming nor denying further. However, Su Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. He was eager to learn what Cynthia had discovered that enchanted her so deeply. Could you share what you found in that ruin? Su Yun asked, somewhat sheepishly. His query felt rather abrupt, as it touched upon Cynthia's personal privacy. Yet, curiosity compelled him to voice it. To his surprise, Cynthia did not rebuff him. Instead, she readily agreed. Of course, from within her garments, she produced a long, slender stone radiating a crystalline glow. Behold, this is it. As Su Yun gazed upon the object in Cynthia's hand, he was immediately overwhelmed with astonishment, speechless in his awe. The mysterious stone she held was none other than the Dragon Plate. Chapter 133. The Discovery of Kona, Dialogue with the dragon. Are you afraid? This is the dragon plate. Su Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized the artifact. How could Arceus's plate appear in Cynthia's possession? Indeed, it is the dragon plate, Cynthia confirmed, nodding. I unearthed this plate from that ruin. Additionally, I discovered other valuable information there, and after meticulous study, I arrived at a hypothesis. Su Yun's heart sank, a sense of urgency compelling him to inquire, what hypothesis? Cynthia's expression grew grave as she spoke slowly. Arceus may have encountered a significant issue long ago, leading to the loss of all its plates, which scattered across the world. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun shook his head vehemently, dismissing her conjecture. Impossible. When I first encountered Arceus, it was not lacking any plates. He distinctly remembered that upon their first meeting, Arceus possessed all 18 plates intact. However, the appearance of the dragon plate in Cynthia's hands left him bewildered. Cynthia's lips curled into a slight smile as she chuckled softly. What if there is a possibility that I am referring to the Arceus of this world, while the one you encountered is from another realm? Her words sent a tremor through Su Yun's heart. Are you suggesting that there exists more than one Arceus in the universe? If Cynthia's assertion held truth, it would indeed clarify how the dragon plate found its way into her possession. Cynthia nodded, her smile unwavering as she added, correct, though it is not entirely so. Rather than asserting that there exists but a single Arceus within the cosmos, it is more accurate to suggest that the Arceus of other realms merely serves as a manifestation of the true Arceus itself. The authentic Arceus continues to slumber in the profound depths of the universe, or perhaps in some obscure corner yet to be discovered. Cynthia's expansive conjecture illuminated Su Yun's mind, sparking a revelation. Furthermore, upon delving into research, he discovered that such speculation had emerged long ago, yet it remained unverified and gradually faded into the annals of history. A sudden brilliance flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he articulated, so what you're implying is that the true issue does not lie with Arceus, but with the Arceus of our world. For some reason, its tablets have scattered across various locations. If we could gather all the tablets, it would indirectly validate your hypothesis. Correct? Cynthia silently raised her thumb in admiration, clearly impressed by his insight. Su Yun inhaled deeply, acknowledging the audacity of Cynthia's idea. Yet, he could not deny its substantial plausibility. Moreover, her theory rekindled memories of a prior encounter. During an interview with the bear god, the deity had once divulged a crucial piece of information. The llama had sought her out, claiming to possess a fighting tablet. At the time, the bear god dismissed the notion, believing the llama to be spouting nonsense, likely with ulterior motives regarding her offspring. After giving the llama a sound thrashing, she had cast the matter from her mind. Upon reflection, however, the implications were numerous. Firstly, as a subordinate of Arceus, the llama could hardly be oblivious to the fact that Arceus's tablets remained intact, having departed alongside Arceus originally. The sudden pursuit for the whereabouts of the tablets by the llama struck Su Yun as exceedingly peculiar. Unless, of course, there truly existed various tablets scattered throughout the world. The llama's quest could stem from two primary motivations, either to use them for personal gain, aspiring to become the next Arceus, a lifelong dream, or to return them to Arceus, possibly in response to some predicament afflicting the deity, which necessitated the llama's search for the tablets. For the time being, Su Yun could not ascertain which of these reasons held truth. However, one certainty remained. The world likely harbored additional scattered tablets. With this in mind, Su Yun felt a surge of hope, contemplating the possibility of unlocking the full power of Arceus. A smile crept onto his lips as excitement enveloped him. Casting a glance at the tablet in Cynthia's possession, a flicker of avarice ignited in his eyes. He inquired nonchalantly, "Might I take a look at that tablet?" Cynthia, unperturbed about the prospect of him seizing it, graciously replied, "Of course." She promptly handed the tablet over to Su Yun. As he accepted the tablet, he scrutinized it with keen interest, his complexion flushing with exhilaration. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of your contact with the dragon tablet has initiated the activation of Arceus's destructive power. Please hold on. 1 minute elapsed before another notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating Arceus's destructive power. Arceus's destructive power possesses formidable destructive capabilities, capable of effortlessly obliterating any target. A wave of elation washed over Su Yun. This is fantastic. I have succeeded. Suppressing his inner joy, he returned the tablet to Cynthia, engaged in brief conversation, and then departed with great haste. He was eager to test the capabilities of Arceus's destructive power. After escorting Yi Mingling home, Su Yun ventured alone into a secluded forest, targeting a barren mountain ahead. He silently channeled Arceus's destructive force. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth from his hand, followed by a thunderous crash as the mountain was pierced with a massive crater. The entire mountain crumbled into ruins. Witnessing the scene before him, Suyun's mouth formed an astonished "Oh, this is incredible," he gasped. Such power surpassed that of an ordinary Pokémon using destructive beams manifold. Suyun felt that, should he unleash his full might, annihilating an entire small island would be a trivial feat impressive. At that moment, only these two words could encapsulate his emotions. With his current destructive capability, even legendary Pokémon would be reduced to ashes in his wake. Buoyed by confidence, Suyun believed that his path to invincibility was just beginning. The convergence of the wave power, psychic power, and the fragmented Arceus power had transformed him into a living embodiment of a divine beast, an exceptionally formidable one at that. The likes of the three birds and the three canines paled in comparison before him. Having amassed merely two forms of Arceus's power renders me this formidable. One can only speculate how powerful I would become if I were to gather all forms of Arceus's powers. Excitement surged within him as he envisioned his future invincibility. I must seek out the remaining tablets. Even if I cannot obtain them, I at least need to harness their essence to awaken the rest of Arceus's power. With this resolve, Suyun pulled out his phone and promptly dialed Cynthia's number, urging her to inform him should she come across any additional tablets in the future. In return, he promised to cover all expenses related to her explorations. Though Cynthia was a champion, her base salary from the league was modest. As she often engaged in archaeological endeavors, expenses were inevitable. After years of hard work, while she could be deemed comfortable, she was far from extravagantly wealthy. Now that she had resigned from her position, the league's monthly pension would scarcely suffice to support her work. Without intervention, her funding would surely dwindle over time, leaving her unable to pursue her adventurous aspirations. Suyun's assistance would alleviate her financial concerns. Importantly, he sought not to take the tablets from her possession. He merely wished to observe them. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was readily accepted by Cynthia. After concluding his conversation with Cynthia, Suyun contacted Kona, preparing to meet with Ryudo. With the next dialogue imminent, he needed to make appropriate preparations. "Hello, is this Miss Kona? Could you assist me in reaching Ryudo? I have matters to discuss with him." Almost immediately, Kona's dissatisfied voice came through the line, questioning why he sought a big man like Ryudo when he could approach her instead. Suyun's lips twitched slightly. "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Ryudo." "Kona, destruction awaits. It's hopeless." After much back and forth, Suyun finally acquired Ryudo's contact information. After dialing, he succinctly relayed the details of the upcoming interview. Ryudo readily agreed, inviting Suyun to come find him later. With that, Suyun's anxieties were finally laid to rest. Unburdened by worries, he began to contemplate the enigma of the other tablets, with his thoughts immediately drifting to the llama. At the very least, there exists a fragment of a pristine stone slab within its being. If I were to touch it, I could potentially awaken a different form of Arceus's power. Alas, I have no knowledge of where that fellow has collapsed now. Otherwise, I could coax it to come to me, Suyun murmured. Meanwhile, in a certain desert, an alpaca inexplicably sneezed and muttered to itself, "Which scoundrel is cursing me from behind? I better not find out. Otherwise, they shall experience the might of this esteemed beast." The alpaca shook its body and continued on its way, pondering the whereabouts of that colossal stone slab. "If this search continues, I shall run dry of my own saliva," it thought, swallowing hard as it felt its throat nearly ablaze. Just then, a glimmer of light ahead captured its attention. "Ha ha, I found it, I found it." 2 days later, in the Kanto League, the program Dialogue All-Stars commenced. This episode's guest was none other than the esteemed champion of the Kanto region, Yulong Duto. As the live broadcast began, Suyun delivered his customary opening remarks and briefly introduced Yulong Duto. The program then officially commenced. "Mr. Yulong Duto, please respond to the first question. It is widely acknowledged that you refer to yourself as the Dragon-type champion, yet many argue that this title is unfitting, suggesting you should rather be called the Flying-type champion. Consequently, some have affectionately dubbed you Dodo Bird. What do you have to say about this?" Upon hearing this, Yulong Duto's expression instantly darkened, revealing his displeasure. "Firstly, allow me to correct 2 misconceptions. First, I am not called Dodo Bird. My name is Yulong Duto. So please show due respect for my identity. Secondly, all my Pokemon are Dragon types, hence there is no question regarding my title as Dragon-type champion. As for your claim of a Flying-type champion, that is pure slander. Moreover, I suspect jealousy underlies your words. After all, a Dragon-type champion possessing the power of Yulong is bound to incite envy." As he spoke, Yulong Duto inadvertently lifted his head, displaying an air of pride. Su Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently mocking. How can you boast that all your Pokemon are dragon types with such shamelessness? However, he certainly could not voice this aloud. Instead, he sought to subtly expose any flaws in Yulong Dudo's assertions. Thus, he inquired nonchalantly, since you firmly believe all your Pokemon are dragon types, might you summon them for my evaluation? With a grand gesture, Yulong Dudo boldly responded, what is there to fear? He then released his Pokemon. Dragonite, Aerodactyl, Charizard, Gyarados, Kingdra, and Salamence emerged. Upon witnessing Yulong Dudo's array of Pokemon, Su Yun felt a twinge of amusement, desperately stifling laughter. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, having received professional training. The audience, however, was less restrained. Upon seeing that all of Yulong Dudo's Pokemon were, in fact, flying types, they erupted into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, this is an unintentional confession, isn't it? Mr. Yulong Dudo, you really need not go to such lengths. We completely understand your feelings. Huffed, I can't breathe from laughing. Mr. Yulong Dudo is simply adorable in his quest to prove himself as the Dragon-type champion. He inadvertently showcased a lineup of flying types. Observing the audience's reactions, Su Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Yulong Dudo had indeed tarnished his reputation. Henceforth, it was likely that everyone would greet him warmly by saying, hello, Mr. Dodo Bird. Upholding the principles of fairness, Su Yun proceeded to evaluate Yulong Dudo's Pokemon one by one. Now, let us ascertain whether Mr. Yulong Dudo is indeed a flying-type champion or a dragon-type champion. First, we examine Dragonite, which possesses both dragon and flying attributes. No issues there. Next, Aerodactyl, a rock and flying type. Slight discrepancies, but nothing major. Then we have Charizard, which is a fire and flying type. Regrettably, it lacks dragon attributes. Following that is Gyarados, a water and flying type. Again, missing dragon attributes. At this point, Su Yun turned to Yulong Dudo with a playful smile, inquiring, Mr. Yulong Dudo, are you feeling anxious now? Anxious? What nonsense. Why would I feel anxious? As long as I remain calm. The ones who should be anxious are you. Yulong Dudo scoffed, utterly unfazed. Su Yun maintained a serene smile. Recognizing that Yulong Dudo did not accept his assertions, and he felt no anger, he simply continued, now, let us examine the remaining Pokemon. This winged one is Kingdra, surely. Its appearance alone reveals its attributes. As he spoke, the viewers collectively typed in the comments section, water flying. At this, Yulong Dudo began to fidget. My Kingdra is undeniably a dragon. How can you say such things? He roared internally, yet he refrained from expressing his frustration outwardly. As a champion, one must maintain composure. Now, let us take a look at the last two. Su Yun continued, we have Salamence and Altaria. Yes, I recognize these two. They are indeed dragon and flying types, and in a certain sense, can be considered dragon-type Pokemon. Now that we have assessed them all, let us summarize. Mr. Yulong Dudo has released a total of 7 Pokemon. Among these, 3 are dragon types, while a full 7 are flying types. What does this signify? Su Yun inquired with interest. Turning to Yulong Dudo. Mr. Yulong Dudo, could you elucidate this for us? Before Yulong Dudo could respond, the audience could no longer contain themselves. The evidence is irrefutable. It's confirmed. Yulong Dudo is indeed a flying-type champion. From now on, we can simply address him as Mr. Dodo Bird. I knew it. There are only flying-type champions in the Kanto region. The notion of a dragon-type champion is non-existent. Although I am a fan of Yulong Dudo, I must side with the host on this attribute matter. In response to the audience's comments, Yulong Dudo expressed vehement protest and condemnation. This is blatant slander, he declared. His face darkened with fury. Su Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, could there be some grievance in this? Mr. Yulong Dudo, please commence your defense. Yulong Dudo replied. I mean explanation, not defense. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stated his case with fervor. Firstly, it is indisputably true that I am the dragon-type champion. I possess the power of Yulong and am a born dragon-type sovereign. If someone like me cannot be considered a dragon-type champion, then who could possibly qualify? No one. I, Yulong Dudo, am the most deserving individual in this world to be called the dragon-type champion. The audience responded. Why do I suddenly feel the urge to laugh? I can't hold it in any longer. This is too funny. Regarding the audience's performance, Yulong Dudo remained unperturbed, continuing to justify himself. Furthermore, the classification of a sprite as belonging to the dragon type should not be solely based on its attributes. One must also consider its appearance and name. For instance, my Charizard, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Dragapult, despite lacking inherent dragon attributes, each bear the character dragon in their names. Have you ever pondered why this is the case? Allow me to enlighten you. It is because they are dragon kin, descendants of dragons. The acknowledgement of the dragon blood coursing through their veins is precisely why the characterism is incorporated into their names. Even the ancient sages recognized them as dragon-type sprites. What further denial can you muster? A persistent refusal to accept this only serves to highlight your ignorance and folly. Recognizing their true identity is undoubtedly the most judicious choice. Yulong Du's impassioned rhetoric swayed many of the audience members with wavering resolve. Oh, how I had wronged Mr. Yulong Du. He is indeed the one most deserving of the title of Dragon-type champion. Indeed, Mr. Yulong Du is the Dragon-type champion, the spokesperson for Dragon-type sprites, and certainly not a mere Flying-type champion. The very character Wong in his name, coupled with his possession of the dragon control ability, stands as the most compelling evidence. I cannot fathom why some individuals continue to jest that he is a Flying-type champion. Do you not use your intellect? Observing the audience's reaction, Yulong Du nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the audience comprehended him well. To express his gratitude, Yulong Du added, "There is one more point I must clarify. Some individuals mistakenly regard me as a Flying-type champion due to the flying attribute of my sprite, but such a judgment is undoubtedly the height of ignorance. Pray tell, which dragon cannot fly? Since dragons possess the ability to soar, it is entirely reasonable that they may also have a secondary flying attribute." His words once again thrust him into the limelight. The audience fell silent. Yet, an instinct told them that Yulong Du's assertions were flawed. The Flying-type champion is simply that, a Flying-type champion, and he can never metamorphose into a Dragon-type champion. Just as Yulong Du basked in his perceived superiority, believing all was under his control, Suyun suddenly stood up and interjected. "Mr. Yulong Du, I believe you are mistaken. In fact, many Dragon-type sprites cannot fly. Thus, there is no direct correlation between Dragon-type sprites and the flying attribute." Yulong Du chuckled. "Oh, do provide me with an example." Suyun, calm and composed, began to enumerate. Many, for instance, the City Guardian Dragon, Dragon King Scorpion, Duckbull Fire Dragon, Ice and Snow Giant Dragon, and so forth, all of which cannot fly. The corners of Yulong Du's mouth twitched slightly. "Pray tell, do any of the sprites you mentioned possess the dragon attribute? Since they lack the dragon attribute, what basis do you have to discuss flying?" Upon hearing this, Suyun's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had awaited this very statement from Yulong Du. Indeed, they do not possess the dragon attribute. However, did you not just assert that any sprite bearing the character in its name signifies the ancient sage's acknowledgement? Although they lack the dragon attribute, their veins run with dragon blood. Thus they can indeed be regarded as dragon-type sprites. According to your own theory, my consideration of them as dragon-type sprites is quite reasonable, is it not? Upon uttering these words, Yulong Du's countenance abruptly stiffened. Meanwhile, those audience members who had previously been swayed began to realize the validity of Suyun's argument. Indeed, the host's reasoning holds merit, Mr. Yulong Du's theory appears to be self-contradictory. A bunch of naive fools. I have long perceived the flaws in Yulong Du's reasoning. It is truly amusing that you have only now come to this realization. Hey, you up there, have some dignity. Weren't you the loudest just now? Chapter 135. Perhaps today you misjudged me. Adieu, but I remain true to myself. You are engaging in sophistry. Yulong Du exclaimed in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Suyun. One of his greatest pet peeves was being dubbed the Flying-type champion. Suyun chuckled, gently pressing down on Yulong Du's hand, and replied in a measured tone, "Do not be overly agitated. If you believe my statements to be erroneous, you are entirely free to present counterarguments. I am quite reasonable." He then turned to the camera, addressing the viewers in the live stream. They can attest to this. Instantly, several audience members echoed in agreement. Indeed, the host is quite reasonable. Previously, when Groudon insisted it couldn't fly, the host debunked that notion, forcing it to confront reality. Not being able to fly is simply that. There are no valid excuses. I can vouch for this. I was present in the live stream. The host's integrity is beyond reproach. I would stake my brother's lifelong bachelorhood on the host's character. So, Mr. Yulong Du, if you feel wronged, please speak openly and let us adjudicate. If the host has indeed wronged you, I believe he will sincerely apologize. The audience engaged in fervent discussion, leaving Yulong Du momentarily speechless. Yulong Du opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Suyun, smiling reassuringly, encouraged him. "It's perfectly fine. Our program is committed to fairness, transparency, and openness. If you have something to express, please do so without reservation." With Suyun's words hanging in the air, Yulong Du felt compelled to abandon any further attempts at counterargument. With a resigned sigh, he spread his hands and, in a dejected tone, confessed, "Well, I suppose I am indeed the flying-type champion. However, I have always believed I should be the dragon-type champion. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the dragon control ability I possess. Therefore, in order to be worthy of the title of dragon-type champion, I have diligently trained dragon-type sprites over the years." Hearing Yulong Du's admission piqued not only Su Yun's curiosity, but also that of the audience. Su Yun hastily inquired, "Oh, could you share the results of your endeavors?" A proud smile adorned Yulong Du's face as he nodded. "Certainly." He then slowly retrieved 3 Pokeballs from his pocket. "Behold, these are the fruits of my labor." As he spoke, he released the sprites contained within the Pokeballs. In that moment, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the 3 sprites. However, as they beheld the appearance of the 3 sprites, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Yulong Du with a peculiar expression, uncertainly asking, "Is this truly the result of your years of training?" Yulong Du, with an air of certainty, nodded. "Of course. Now, do tell me, are they not dragon-type sprites?" A series of black lines appeared on Su Yun's forehead as he reluctantly conceded to Yulong Du's assertion. They were indeed dragon-type sprites. But what did it mean to train 3 Dragonites? Did you not already possess one? Now you have trained 3 more. Are you planning to assemble a Dragonite army? Indeed. The 3 sprites released by Yulong Du were all identical Dragonites, even sharing the same coloration. "How did you know I was contemplating this?" Yulong Du exclaimed, astonished that Su Yun had divined his future plans. Su Yun's eyelid twitched, his mind filled with exasperation, yet he managed a forced smile, replying, "Just a guess." "Your guess is remarkably accurate. I believe there is a certain affinity between us. Perhaps we should make a pact, and I shall reluctantly allow you to recognize me as your elder brother." Yulong Du holds a deep admiration for Su Yun, believing that they are of the same ilk. Su Yun repeatedly waved his hands, insisting that such a notion was entirely unnecessary. "Allow him to be my subordinate? Absolutely not." Yulong Du clicked his tongue, lamenting the lost opportunity, asserting that with a formidable elder brother like himself, Su Yun would undoubtedly miss out on many splendid experiences in the future. With a scoff, Su Yun internally derided this claim. "I have Yi Mingling, Kuna, Hiron, and Na Zi. How could my life lack excitement? Are you serious?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yun chose not to engage further in banter, but instead remarked, "Even if you have trained for Dragonites, you cannot escape your identity as a flying-type champion. While Dragonite is indeed a dragon-type Pokemon, it is also a flying type. Why did you not raise a few dragon types that are not flying types?" At this question, Yulong Du's expression turned somber. There are simply not many dragon-type Pokemon in the Kanto region. The only truly powerful one is Dragonite. If I do not train it, who else should I? Su Yun pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. However, considering Yulong Du's extensive travels across the globe, capturing a few strong dragon types that are not flying types should not pose a significant challenge. He inquired, "Have you never considered capturing Pokemon in other regions?" Yulong Du shook his head, a resolute glint in his eyes. "As a citizen of the Kanto region, I will only capture Pokemon native to Kanto." Su Yun chuckled softly, casting a glance at the nearby Dragonite. "Then what about this Dragonite?" Yulong Du's eyes flickered with memories. "It was an accident." Dragonite looked utterly bewildered. "You sly one. Are you selling me out? No one will have it easy now. You shall forever be known as the flying-type champion. There is no escaping this reputation." Yulong Du, everyone. Yulong Du decisively recalled all his Pokemon. "Ah, the sun is quite hot today." Su Yun looked up at the sky and shot him an incredulous glance. "Isn't it overcast today?" Yulong Du, I believe it would be best for us to move on to the next question. Yulong Du felt so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Su Yun smiled gently, displaying understanding. "Of course, as you wish. Now, for the second question. Please listen carefully. We all know that recently, at the 8 Masters tournament, formidable trainers representing 8 regions gathered for intense competition. However, as the representative of the Kanto region, your performance fell short, leading to an early defeat. Many believe you did not showcase your expected abilities, bringing shame to Kanto. Some even suspect that you threw the match against Karuni intentionally, particularly in the battle between Dragonite and Shinado. Your decision to have Dragonite use Dragon-type moves against Shinado has left many perplexed, further solidifying accusations of match fixing. Do you have any explanation for this?" Chapter 136. As a Dragon-type champion, you use Dragon-type moves against Shinado? Defamation. They are defaming me. How could a champion like me engage in such underhanded tactics? Please do not judge my noble intentions with your petty minds. Yulong Du's eyes blazed with anger as he vehemently denounced the accusations. Observing his emotional turmoil, Su Yun's curiosity only deepened, prompting him to ask, "Could you clarify why you acted in such a manner?" Surely you do not expect me to believe you simply made a standard move. As a Dragon-type champion, you must be aware that Fairy types are immune to Dragon-type moves, correct? Su Yun's aggressive questioning left Yolongdu momentarily speechless. Yolongdu stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh. Well, I admit I lost my head at that moment and forgot about it. You know how I am. As a Dragon-type champion, I relish using Dragon-type moves. During the battle with Karuni's Shinado, in a moment of impulsive excitement, I let it slip my mind. I ended up using a Gigantamax Dragon Rush on her. Once I realized my mistake, I understood the magnitude of my error. I was careless, and I have let down the expectations of Kanto's trainers. Yolongdu lamented his reckless actions. His expression one of deep regret, which evoked sympathy from many spectators. To err is human. A single mistake is not insurmountable. I support Mr. Yolongdu. Indeed, a loss is simply a loss. One can always win again in the future. Mr. Yolongdu, please do not be disheartened. You will always be the pride of the Kanto region. Seeing the heartfelt messages from the audience, Yolongdu was moved to tears. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Su Yun sighed, realizing the simplicity of the underlying reason. So that is the case. I thought perhaps you had a secret infatuation with Miss Karuni and deliberately lost to her. At this statement, Yolongdu's complexion changed dramatically. I did not. I never. Please do not say such things. Yolongdu hastily denied, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Su Yun furrowed his brow, keenly sensing something amiss. He fixed a steady gaze on Yolongdu, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Yolongdu nodded seriously. Yolongdu, never tell lies. Su Yun chuckled. Had you remained calm earlier, I might have believed you. But your flustered reaction raises suspicion. Oh, is that so? Then let us invite Miss Karuni over for a chat. Su Yun said nonchalantly. To Yolongdu, this statement struck like a thunderbolt, crashing down upon him. No need for that. It is completely unnecessary. Yolongdu quickly interjected. The more Yolongdu protested, the more convinced Su Yun became that something was amiss. No worries, we have plenty of time. It is merely a conversation and will not take long. With that, Su Yun waved his hand, and a screen materialized in the live broadcast room, revealing Karuni's figure. At that moment, Karuni was filming a movie in a theater, adorned in a gown as white as snow, resembling a fairy tale princess. Shinado stood quietly beside her, embodying the essence of a gentle neighbor girl, tender, serene, sweet, and innocent. Though she did not deliberately showcase her beauty, she emanated an irresistible allure. Oh wow. Miss Karuni is stunning. I wish to be her man. Shinado is also quite lovely. Personally, I lean slightly more toward Shinado. Small-minded, you are thinking too small. Only children make choices. I want both Shinado and Karuni. At that moment, Karuni seemed to sense something, waving her hand in the air to greet. Miss Karuni is waving at me. Does she wish to date me? Wow, she smiled at me. She must have developed feelings for me. If it were Miss Karuni, then even a prolonged wait would be acceptable. Su Yun waved his hand, greeting Karuni in the process. He then got straight to the point, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. Miss Karuni, during the recent Masters tournament, many have speculated about the hidden motives behind Mr. Yolongdu's use of the Gigantamax Dragapult against your Shinado. Could you shed some light on this matter for us? With a smile, Karuni seemed unfazed by Su Yun's inquiry and gradually elucidated. Our engagement was merely a standard battle. There was no prearrangement or collusion involved. I assure you this on the honor of my championship title. Moreover, as an actress, I am well versed in the nuances of performance. If anyone were to attempt to stage a farce in my presence, they would not escape my notice. Thus, you may rest assured, Yolongdu did not engage in any form of deception. With Karuni's assurances, the doubts that had plagued the crowd were largely alleviated. It was indeed clear that Yolongdu had not deceived anyone. The reason for his use of a dragon-type move against a fairy-type Shinado was simple. Perhaps it was merely an impulsive decision. However, another question remained unanswered: the nature of the relationship between Karuni and Yolongdu. Su Yun pondered for a moment and decided against raising this query, as it pertained to Yolongdu's personal privacy. Exposing it without caution would undeniably be disrespectful. His inquiry focused solely on why Yolongdu had chosen to attack Shinado with a dragon-type move, which did not touch upon the relationship between Yolongdu and Karuni. Therefore, both morally and rationally, it was unnecessary to ask. After some contemplation, Su Yun prepared to end the connection with Karuni. At that moment, Karuni suddenly turned to Yolongdu, smiling as she spoke. Adieu. Do not forget our rendezvous. I shall be waiting for you at our usual spot tomorrow. Su Yun was taken aback. A rendezvous? This was sensational. Yolongdu was indeed hiding something. Su Yun felt he might have stumbled upon a significant scoop, and, Maintaining his composure, inquired, "Miss Karuni, are you two romantically involved?" Karuni shook her head, clarifying, "We are merely old friends catching up." Upon hearing this, Su-yun's spirits deflated. After all that, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yolongdu, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Karuni had provided an explanation, otherwise, misunderstandings could have arisen. After all, the little secrets he harbored must not be uncovered. Chapter 137. A straight man? Not a chance. Having concluded the conversation with Karuni, Su-yun turned his attention back to Yolongdu. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through all veils of hypocrisy. Although Karuni claimed their relationship was purely platonic, Yolongdu's earlier demeanor suggested otherwise. Thus, Su-yun speculated that Yolongdu might be harboring a crush on Karuni, unbeknownst to her, who viewed their relationship as strictly friendship. Since Karuni had not expressed romantic feelings, Yolongdu was likely hesitant to reveal his own, fearing that a confession might jeopardize their friendship. At that moment, Su-yun seemed to perceive the inner turmoil and anguish that Yolongdu was experiencing. With a sly grin, he sidled up to Yolongdu and asked, "Do you have feelings for Miss Karuni?" Yolongdu vehemently denied it. "No." Su-yun chuckled, "Don't try to fool me. I've already figured it out. You are indeed in love with her, but you fear that your feelings might not be reciprocated, so you dare not express them. After all, even though you are a king of sorts, you are quite clueless when it comes to matters of the heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be without a girlfriend." Yolongdu scowled, feeling as though Su-yun was mocking him. "So you think you understand this well?" A confident smile spread across Su-yun's face as he patted his chest, declaring, "Of course, no one knows women better than I do. Don't let my younger age fool you. I am already in a relationship. Even with a girlfriend, there are still many who wish to pursue me. You could say my romantic experience is quite abundant." Yolongdu silently gave him a thumbs up. "You're impressive, all right. Enough already?" Su-yun humbly smiled, "Just being modest. I genuinely want to help you. With my guidance, I assure you that you can win over Karuni." To be honest, Yolongdu felt a stirring at Su-yun's words. He indeed had a crush on Karuni and was utterly clueless about relationships. If someone could mentor him, he believed his charm would surely allow him to win her heart. Thus, he felt tempted to seek Su-yun's guidance. However, an instinctive feeling made him wary of Su-yun's reliability. So, as a precaution, he asked, "If a girl tells you she has a stomachache, what should you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su-yun replied, "Of course, you tell her to drink more hot water." Yolongdu. He thought to himself, the assessment is complete. A confirmed straight man. Yolongdu felt a twinge of disdain. "With your level of insight, you dare to instruct me? Although I may be inexperienced in matters of love, I certainly wouldn't respond in such a blunt manner. When a girl mentions her stomachache, she is not seeking solutions. She wants you to be there for her, to share her pain. Yet you simply dismissed her with a suggestion to drink water. Who could be more of a straight man than you?" After Su-yun's provocation, Yolongdu suddenly realized that perhaps his emotional intelligence was quite high after all. Could this be what they referred to as self-taught wisdom? It was indeed a testament to his exceptional genetics. In that moment, Yolongdu's confidence surged. He resolved that during their rendezvous the next day, he would finally confess his feelings to Karuni. "What do you think? Isn't my response perfect?" Su-yun boasted with pride. Yolongdu's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Oh, you're truly something. Hasn't anyone told you that you are quite the straight man?" Su-yun paused, reflecting earnestly. "Yes, they have." Yolongdu. Ultimately, the program concluded with a brief yet profound discussion of life between the two. Upon returning home, Su-yun did not rush to claim his next reward, but instead sought out Yi Mingling. With a serious and earnest demeanor, he posed a question to her. "Am I a straight man?" Yi Mingling shook her head. Su-yun exhaled in relief. "I knew it. How could I possibly be a straight man?" However, the next statement from Yi Mingling shattered his sense of self. "You are indeed quite the straight man." That evening, Su-yun felt restless. In an attempt to prove he was not a straight man, he stealthily crept into Yi Mingling's bed, seeking to demonstrate otherwise through action. The night passed without slumber for either of them. The following morning, Su-yun, invigorated, sought out Yi Mingling to discuss the experiences of the previous night. He was thrilled to discover a perfect method to alleviate the peculiarities of the true New Town's superhuman constitution. That is to say, after a session of cultivation, both of them rose from their slumber. A simple meal suffices as their breakfast for the day. Taking advantage of a moment of leisure, Su-yun activated the system to draw his next dialogue partner. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Phoenix King." As a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Su-yun was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and let out a wry smile. "One can evade the initial encounter, but not the inevitable second. I had a premonition that the Phoenix King would eventually take the stage. However, I must tread carefully in my responses." avoiding any mention of his romantic escapades, which poses a bit of a challenge. Since direct discourse is off the table, subtle insinuations should suffice. If he inadvertently reveals something, I can seamlessly follow up with inquiries. With this thought, Su Yun felt a surge of optimism. He had already discerned the theme for his upcoming dialogue. Mingling. I require the assistance of your Bobo for the next episode, Su Yun remarked, glancing at Yi Mingling, who was perched on his lap. Bobo held a unique status, likely intertwined with the Phoenix King in ways that were not entirely clear. Su Yun believed he could leverage this connection. Sure, Yi Mingling replied shyly, her breath hitching as she nodded. Meanwhile, on another front, the Phoenix King was engaged in physical training, with an immense vitality coursing through him. The Phoenix King grew more formidable with each battle. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart, as if foreboding trouble. What is the matter? Why do I feel something ominous is looming? The Phoenix King muttered, a sense of dread enveloping him. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Keep going. Another manifestation of the Phoenix King shot him a disapproving glare, chastising him. The Phoenix King chuckled awkwardly. My dear, I sense a streak of bad luck is upon me. His wife rolled her eyes. You, a majestic divine beast, have little to fear. Even if you were to perish, our ancestors would certainly rescue you. What is there to worry about? After contemplating her words, the Phoenix King conceded the logic and dismissed the thought, as the two continued their training. Chapter 138. The Earthplate. Farewell to an old friend. In the afternoon, since overcoming the pitfalls of his previous demeanor, Su Yun had developed a fondness for engaging in profound conversations with Yi Mingling. Just as he pondered introducing some novel elements to their interactions, he received a call from Sharona. I have located another plate. Her words instantly piqued Su Yun's interest. Without hesitation, he hastened to meet Sharona. At that moment, Sharona was seated in the arena, savoring a glass of red wine. Upon Su Yun's arrival, she set down her glass and beckoned him closer. I have something to show you. We have discovered your old companion. Instead of revealing the plate, Sharona uttered a cryptic remark that left Su Yun puzzled. Old companion? Just as he was contemplating her words, the arena's entrance slowly opened, revealing a creature confined within a containment unit. Upon sighting the creature, Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Llama, what are you doing here? The imprisoned figure was none other than the long-lost llama, maintaining its usual nonchalant demeanor while spitting at the onlookers. The llama, taken aback, suddenly noticed Su Yun and exclaimed excitedly, Bro, it's all family here. Hurry and tell that lady to release me. Overwhelmed with joy, the llama's exuberance knew no bounds. Su Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently lamenting. Your mouth is quite the liability. Could you not hold back a little? Sharona's expression darkened. Her gaze icy. She detested being referred to in such a manner. Su Yun continuously signaled to the llama, urging it to remain silent. Finally realizing its faux pas, the llama awkwardly chuckled and fell silent. With a sigh, Su Yun turned to Sharona, cautiously stating, Miss Sharona, this llama is an old acquaintance of mine. We are on the same team. Would you consider releasing it? Sharona shot him a cold glance. Give me a reason to let it go. Su Yun pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, Look at how beautiful and kind-hearted you are. You surely cannot bear to harm a little creature, can you? Moreover, the llama is one of ours, and I trust that you, with your integrity, would never harm an ally. Su Yun offered his best arguments. Whether they would bear fruit, he could only leave to fate. After some contemplation, Sharona nodded slightly, signaling the staff to release the llama. With a click, the containment unit opened, and the llama promptly dashed out, throwing an arm around Su Yun's shoulder. Good buddy, I'll remember this favor. Just call on me whenever you need assistance. Su Yun chuckled, extending his hand. Then how about lending me your collected plates? The llama was momentarily rendered speechless. Well, I don't have any plates. My plates were all taken by my boss. Su Yun was well aware of whom the llama referred to, but he did not believe its words to be genuine. Oh, is that so? But I heard you've been searching for plates lately. Have you not found even a single one? The mention of the plates ignited a spark of fury within the llama. Of course, I found some. Su Yun's eyes lit up. Then bring them out for me to see. The llama, seething with indignation, glared at Sharona. They're gone. She took them all. Su Yun was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Sharona. Sharona brushed a strand of hair from her face and replied coolly, It wasn't theft. It was a rightful acquisition. Treasures belong to those capable of obtaining them. Just because you couldn't secure them, must you place the blame on me? The llama's face contorted with a myriad of emotions, ranging from green to purple. Noticing the escalating tension between the two, Su Yun hastily interjected as a mediator, drawing them closer together. He then turned to Sharona, inquiring, What exactly is going on here? Sharona explained matter-of-factly, my team discovered an ancient ruin in the Takan Desert, speculating it might hold the whereabouts of some plates. However, we did not anticipate that this fellow would arrive before us. To prevent any potential destruction, I decided to capture it. Recognizing it from your show, I assumed it might be of significance to you, so I brought it along. Suyin nodded in understanding and asked, and what of the plates? Sharona flipped her hand, revealing a yellowish-brown plate that materialized in her palm. Suyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the Earth Plate. Sharona affirmed, indeed, it is the Earth Plate. Do you wish to use it? If so, I can lend it to you for 3 days. However, it must be returned afterward. Suyun eagerly nodded. 3 minutes would suffice, not 3 days. Sharona raised an eyebrow. Incredulous. So soon? Suyun replied with confidence. I've always been quite quick. As he accepted the Earth Plate from Sharona, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Activating Arceus's power, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the power of Arceus, Earth. The power of Arceus, Earth allows one to harness the might of the Earth for personal use and enables free traversal and soaring through the very soil beneath us. Suyun was momentarily taken aback, as the system's description of the power of Arceus, Earth involuntarily conjured images of the Earth Demon from the adventures of Arlong. Indeed, there were striking similarities in their capabilities. All right, here you go, Suyun said with a faint smile as he returned the stone tablet to Cynthia. Beside them, the alpaca eyed the tablet with envy, urging Suyun, this is a stone tablet. Are you really just giving it to her? Suyun shrugged, replying, what else can I do? It's not mine to keep. Can I simply take it? The alpaca scoffed, dismissing the matter without further comment. It thought to itself that Suyun must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Otherwise, why would he so willingly part with the tablet? At that moment, Cynthia suddenly spoke again. I have a method to quickly locate other stone tablets. Upon hearing this, Suyun's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, what method? Cynthia remained silent, casting a knowing glance at the alpaca. The alpaca instantly felt uneasy, feigning ignorance as it said, why are you looking at me? I truly have no idea. Cynthia chuckled lightly. I never claimed you knew anything. Your hasty denial only suggests otherwise. The alpaca's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Realizing it had been outmaneuvered by Cynthia, Suyun, too, turned his gaze toward the alpaca, recalling the words of the bear god from their earlier encounter. The alpaca had indeed sought the fighting tablet from her. A hunch told him that the alpaca was concealing something significant. It was quite possible, as Cynthia speculated, that the alpaca knew the whereabouts of the remaining tablets. However, Suyun did not intend to discuss this in front of Cynthia. If she were to obtain the remaining tablets, the consequences could be dire. Imagine if one person possessed a dozen tablets simultaneously, what might transpire? In the face of such overwhelming power, could she retain her original innocence? This was a question worth pondering. Suyun did not believe anyone could remain true to themselves when tempted by immense power. Even someone as resolute as the Dragon King had erred under the allure of great strength. What could be said for others? Thus, Suyun was resolutely opposed to allowing Cynthia access to all the tablets. It would be far preferable for the alpaca to possess them instead. After all, the alpaca was, in a manner of speaking, a junior to Arceus. Should any issues arise, Arceus would undoubtedly intervene. Therefore, Suyun hoped to keep the tablets in the alpaca's possession, provided that the alpaca allowed him to touch the tablets to awaken the remaining aspects of Arceus's power. Suyun felt this matter required a discreet discussion with the alpaca, so he refrained from immediately revealing his conversation with the bear god to Cynthia. Brother, can you help me out here? You know the whereabouts of the tablets, don't you? Seeing Cynthia's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, the alpaca began to panic and quickly sought Suyun's assistance. Suyun snapped back to reality and said to Cynthia, Miss Cynthia, perhaps you've misunderstood. The alpaca truly does not know the whereabouts of the tablets, and I can assure you of that. Our encounter in the desert ruins was merely coincidental. Cynthia regarded Suyun with surprise, but said nothing more. Since Suyun had vouched for the alpaca, she felt it unnecessary to press further. Very well, then. You may take him with you, she said calmly. Suyun nodded and departed with the alpaca. It was only after they had boarded the vehicle that Suyun let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the alpaca in the passenger seat, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I must say, can you be a bit more cautious? Getting caught over a stone tablet is quite ridiculous. Had I not shown up in time, you would likely have become someone else's pawn. The alpaca huffed, feeling somewhat indignant. Humph, I was just careless this time. Next time, she won't catch me. Suyun chuckled. You said it. If you get caught again, don't come crying to me. The alpaca pouted, falling silent. As Suyun drove towards home, he casually asked the alpaca, I recently interviewed a bear who mentioned that you had sought the fighting tablet from him. How did that go? Upon hearing the mention of the bear, the alpaca's expression darkened. What result? I not only failed to find the tablet, but also received quite the thrashing. My bones nearly broke. If I hadn't fled quickly, my reputation would have been ruined. Suyun couldn't help but laugh, but still felt a twinge of curiosity. You must know the specific whereabouts of the other tablets, right? If so, why couldn't you find the fighting tablet? The alpaca's mouth twisted in frustration. Do you really think I would know where the other tablets are? If I did, would I have struggled to find the fighting tablet? Suyun furrowed his brow and pressed on. But I heard from the bear that you seemed quite certain the tablet was there. The alpaca chuckled. I was merely guessing. What's wrong with that? Suddenly, Suyun slammed on the brakes and made a U-turn. The alpaca panicked, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" Suyun shrugged indifferently. To hand you over to Cynthia? Since you won't speak the truth, she might as well interrogate you thoroughly. The alpaca panicked, waving its hands. Wait, let's talk this out nicely. Suyun remained unmoved. The alpaca, now desperate, relented. All right, I admit it. I do know the whereabouts of the other tablets. With a smirk, Suyun halted the vehicle and looked at it with mock amusement. Had you said so earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. He turned the car around again. Now, tell me. The alpaca took a deep breath and began to explain. As you know, my elder brother is Arceus, which grants me an innate ability to sense the presence of tablets. As long as a tablet is not too far from me, I can perceive its existence. It is precisely due to this ability that I have been able to search for the remaining tablets. Suyun's understanding deepened, but one lingering question remained. But what about the fighting tablet? The alpaca frowned and shook its head. I have no idea. I distinctly sensed the fighting tablet was there. But despite thoroughly searching the area, I found nothing. Then the bear discovered me, and after receiving a beating, I fled in haste. When I returned days later, I found the tablet's aura completely vanished. At first, I thought I had misperceived, so I lingered for a few more days, but still felt no presence of the tablet. I surmised it must have been moved, so I left the area. Upon hearing this, Suyun furrowed his brows and inquired, "Are you saying that the fighting slate has vanished into thin air?" The alpaca nodded slightly. That's essentially the meaning. Suyun remained perplexed. The disappearance of the fighting slate was too peculiar. He sensed that there was an unknown secret lurking beneath it. As for the reasons behind it, he was still in the dark. Temporarily suppressing his concerns about the fighting slate, Suyun turned to the alpaca earnestly and said, "Shall we collaborate? You will be responsible for locating the slate, while I will provide you with assistance. Once we find it, you only need to allow me to touch it. The slate will remain yours, and I will not take it." The alpaca was taken aback. Such a clearly profitable deal was certainly enticing. However, it found itself puzzled. Why would such a shrewd individual like Suyun agree to such a seemingly unprofitable arrangement? Are you truly only interested in touching the slate, without any intention of claiming it for yourself? The alpaca still harbored doubts about Suyun's words. Suyun nodded earnestly. Of course. Did you witness me attempting to seize Sharona's slate earlier? The alpaca pondered for a moment and conceded that indeed, that was the case. Yet, it still could not comprehend why Suyun would engage in such a loss-making venture. Chapter 140. Upon mentioning the glimmering big-mouthed sparrow, the Phoenix King grew agitated. Fine, let us settle this. After further contemplation, the alpaca realized it had nothing to lose and agreed. First, I would like a 24K titanium alloy frame. Suyun looked bewildered, casting a dubious glance at it. What does this have to do with your search for the slate? The alpaca, in all seriousness, shook its head. It has no relation. But did you not say you would fully support me? I must find a way to validate that, right? Suyun's lip twitched slightly. Yet he ultimately acquiesced to the alpaca's request. After visiting the hardware store and having a craftsman create a 24K titanium alloy frame for the alpaca, Suyun parted ways with it. 2 days later, Suyun commenced yet another live broadcast. This time, the guest of honor was the flamboyant Phoenix King. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this episode of Dialogues with Celebrities. I am your host, Sue. Today, we are graced by the presence of Mr. Phoenix King. After a brief introduction, Suyun turned to the Phoenix King with a smile. Phoenix King, please introduce yourself. The Phoenix King puffed out his chest, striding confidently toward the camera to greet the audience. Greetings, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. I am the embodiment of justice, the herald of peace, and the charming youth that makes flowers bloom and hearts flutter. A veritable prince among beings, the Phoenix King. His self-praise caused his lips to curl upwards in delight. By heavens, this Phoenix King is quite shameless. How does he seem even more insufferable than that rascal? He claims to be adored by all. Yet I've been in relationships since I could speak, with a new girlfriend every day, and I never flaunted it like he does. Bah. A scoundrel like the Phoenix King can also be interviewed? Where's the morality in that? Where's the dignity, the law, the address? Oh, how I long to experience the charm of exotic beasts. As the comments escalated in absurdity, Su Yun shook his head in disbelief. Had the virtuous gentleman of the world, like himself, truly become extinct? Regaining his composure, Su Yun addressed the Phoenix King. Mr. Phoenix King, I shall pose the first question now. Are you prepared? The Phoenix King nodded, exuding confidence. Of course, let us begin. Very well. Su Yun took a moment to gather his thoughts, then spoke. We are all aware that many mythical beasts possess rather peculiar monikers. For instance, Groudon is humorously referred to as the cannot fly, while Rayquaza is dubbed the green caterpillar, and Kyogre is known as the fat-headed fish. You, too, have garnered a similar nickname from many, being whimsically referred to as the glimmering big-mouthed sparrow. What do you have to say about this? Upon hearing the term glimmering big-mouthed sparrow, the Phoenix King's countenance noticeably shifted. Nonsense. This is a blatant insult. How could a dignified first-tier divine beast like myself be compared to a mere big-mouthed sparrow? Clearly, the Phoenix King did not accept the moniker bestowed upon it by netizens, perceiving it as an affront to its status. So, you mean to say that there is absolutely no connection between you and the glimmering big-mouthed sparrow? Su Yun inquired with a smile. The Phoenix King, with unwavering conviction, replied, Absolutely none. Do you truly believe it bears any relation to me? Su Yun smirked, delivering a retort that momentarily left the Phoenix King speechless. But you do bear a striking resemblance to it. With that, Su Yun displayed an image of the glimmering big-mouthed sparrow for all to see. The audience erupted in laughter upon seeing the image. Unless you claim these two creatures are twins, we simply cannot believe it. It's confirmed. The lineage of the Phoenix King is undoubtedly intertwined with that of the big-mouthed sparrow. I suspect the big-mouthed sparrow is but a descendant of the Phoenix King, having gradually devolved over time due to the dilution of its phoenix bloodline. The previous commenter makes a valid point. I share the same sentiment. So, if we say the Phoenix King is a glimmering big-mouthed sparrow, it would not be inaccurate, would it? Ha ha ha, indeed. The Phoenix King is likely on the verge of a meltdown. The audience, each contributing their thoughts, left Su Yun in a state of astonishment. One cannot help but admire the boundless creativity of the viewers. The Phoenix King, in a fit of rage, declared, Nonsense. How could our esteemed divine beast lineage be compared to those petty creatures? Cease your baseless chatter, or else I shall show no mercy. The Phoenix King stood proud and imposing, akin to an emperor. The audience felt an undeniable chill, even through the screen. Observing this, Su Yun signaled for it to calm down and spoke gently. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. If you truly have no connection, the rumors will naturally dissipate. However, are there not pressing issues at hand? Many doubts require your clarification. If you merely suppress the discourse, it will only exacerbate the situation. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Su Yun's words prompted the Phoenix King to ponder deeply. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. It nodded and said, Very well. Ask your questions. I shall address all doubts you may have. Su Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, let us begin with the first doubt. Why do you and the glimmering big-mouthed sparrow resemble each other so closely? The Phoenix King furrowed its brow, but was not daunted by the question. It lifted its head slightly, speaking with pride, as the rulers of the flying-type Pokémon. Our Phoenix lineage flows through their veins to some extent. Thus, it is only reasonable that we bear a resemblance. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. This explanation seemed somewhat strained. By your logic, how do the glimmering Pidgeot and glimmering Dark Raven, both flying-type Pokémon, differ so greatly in appearance from you? The Phoenix King explained nonchalantly. It is because they possess a lesser amount of our lineage. If they had as much of our lineage as the big-mouthed sparrow, their appearance would not differ significantly from ours. Su Yun's expression darkened. You are engaging in sophistry. The Phoenix King chuckled lightly. You're flustered. Su Yun retorted, I am not. The Phoenix King remained nonchalant. You are indeed flustered. Su Yun, at that moment, felt a strong urge to deliver a punch to the Phoenix King. Hey, did you all see that? This fellow wants to hit me. What does that indicate? It proves that everything I said is correct. Yet he has no room for rebuttal and thus is agitated, unable to handle it. Su Yun exclaimed, Let everything be destroyed. May no one live. Chapter 141. The colorful Pidgey, is this my child? Two individuals and a sprite exchanged glances in the air, their eyes meeting in a serene confrontation. All right, I concede. You are right, Su Yun ultimately admitted, realizing he could not out-argue the Phoenix King. Continuing this back and forth would jeopardize the show. The corners of the Phoenix King's mouth curled up, revealing a smug expression. I told you, I have no connection whatsoever with that glimmering big-mouthed sparrow. Since you have acknowledged your mistake, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Su Yun's teeth ground in frustration. The Phoenix King's audacity was infuriating. Subsequently, the Phoenix King turned to the remaining audience and earnestly declared, "And you all, refrain from calling me Glimmering Big-Mouth Sparrow henceforth. I have no association with that creature." The audience nodded in agreement. "Ah yes, you are absolutely correct." Yet internally, they scoffed. "Oh, so you think we want to call you that? That would be quite embarrassing for us. Not only will we continue to call you that, but we shall also find creative ways to do so, like Glimmering Spiral Twisted Big-Mouth Sparrow or the Unrivaled Big-Mouth Sparrow of 7 True Loves. Or perhaps, the Ascending Spiral Big-Mouth Sparrow of left foot on right foot." Thankfully, these thoughts were not voiced in front of the Phoenix King. Otherwise, he would surely have erupted in fury. "Since there are no objections from you all regarding this matter, shall we move on?" The Phoenix King leisurely looked at Su Yun, wearing an irritatingly smug expression. Su Yun concealed his malice behind a smile and nodded, prepared to unleash his trump card to reclaim his earlier dignity. "Of course. Let us proceed to the second question. During an interview program with Ash, I specifically sought out his Pidgeot before the show began, only to discover something rather intriguing." A harmless smile graced Su Yun's face as he turned to the Phoenix King and asked, "Do you know what I encountered?" Upon hearing the term Pidgeot, the Phoenix King felt an inexplicable unease, recalling his reckless youth and the mistakes he had made. What? The Phoenix King feigned indifference, pretending to know nothing. Su Yun chuckled and said, "I discovered an extraordinary Pidgey." The Phoenix King's heart raced, though his exterior remained composed. "Oh, that's nice. In this world, there are always some unique species that undergo natural mutations, becoming incompatible with their own kind." Su Yun smirked internally. "Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade." Clearing his throat, Su Yun pressed on. "Are you not at all curious about the Pidgey I mentioned?" The Phoenix King shook his head. "No, I truly have no interest. It's just a Pidgey. What significance could it possibly hold? I suggest you ask me what I enjoy eating or what I like to do instead of broaching topics that have no relevance to me. Is it amusing?" The Phoenix King was clearly losing patience, seeking a reason to bypass this inquiry. Su Yun was unwilling to relent, chuckling. "No, no, no. I believe you have misunderstood. That Pidgey has an intricate connection to you." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King glared furiously, his voice low and threatening. "Su Yun, what do you mean by that? You must provide evidence when you speak. If you continue to spout such nonsense, beware of a defamation lawsuit." Su Yun remained unfazed, waving a hand dismissively, signaling him to sit down and not to lose his temper. He then turned to the camera, asking, "Audience, would you like to see the Pidgey I mentioned?" The barrage of comments flooded in unison. "Yes." Su Yun smiled gently. "All right then, since everyone wishes to see it, I shall fulfill your request." With that, he slowly retrieved a pokeball from his waist and pressed the button. With a snap, a beam of white light shot forth. In an instant, a Pidgey, shimmering with iridescent hues, appeared before the audience. Upon seeing this Pidgey, the viewers were utterly astounded. "What the heck? Are you kidding me? This is a Pidgey, not a baby Phoenix King." At first glance, it indeed resembled a young Phoenix King, but upon closer inspection, one would notice it retained many characteristics of a Pidgey, such as the 3 tufts of feathers on its head, which were the most distinctive traits of a Pidgey. Also, its petite beak was identical to that of a Pidgey. However, its coloration was truly peculiar. Even a glimmering Pidgey would only exhibit a gradient of golden and dark golden hues. It was the first time Su Yun had seen one with 7 colors and a divine luster flowing around it. "Oh, I see. You all are wondering if this Pidgey could be the offspring of the Phoenix King and Pidgeot, thus possessing features of both?" The audience pondered. Is that even possible? The Phoenix King is a divine beast. Could it possibly engage in such bestial behavior? At that moment, all eyes turned expectantly towards the Phoenix King, awaiting an explanation. The Phoenix King, upon seeing this Pidgey, was equally taken aback. "I cannot believe this Pidgey bears such a striking resemblance to me." It felt as though a calamity had befallen it. The Phoenix King was bewildered, lamenting internally. How on earth did Su Yun manage to find this Pidgey? Regret washed over it, not for the reckless actions of its youth, but for participating in this program. At that moment, the gaze it cast towards Su Yun was filled with resentment. "You treacherous fiend, how dare you betray me?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the Pidgey, bold and unafraid, approached the Phoenix King with curiosity, flying around it like an inquisitive child. The Phoenix King, filled with shame, dared not look at the little creature. Instead, it turned to Su Yun and implored, "Could you please put it away for now?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "Why? Did you not claim it had no connection to you? Are you feeling guilty now?" The Phoenix King's lips twitched slightly, vehemently denying, "Absolutely not. I merely find it bothersome as it flits about in front of me." Su Yun responded with an indifferent "Oh, keeping his expression unchanged. "Oh, in that case, I'm afraid I cannot assist you." The Phoenix King sighed. "Fine, fine, fine. I admit it, I feel guilty. Is that satisfactory?" Ultimately, the Phoenix King reluctantly chose to concede. It truly did not wish to confront this innocent and kind-hearted Pidgey. A satisfied smile crept onto Su Yun's face. "If you had only been this agreeable from the start, we could have avoided all this fuss. Pidgey, come back." Su Yun retrieved the Pidgey into its pokeball, then fixed his gaze intently on the Phoenix King, awaiting its subsequent explanation. Chapter 142, The Rainbow Warrior and Generous Rewards. The Phoenix King sighed, a look of nostalgia shimmering in its eyes. On a tempestuous evening, as the King of Birds spoke, Su Yun harnessed the power of the system to transform his words into vivid imagery. The scene depicted thunder rumbling ominously, torrents of rain cascading from the heavens. The King of Birds struggled to soar through the deluge, his feathers drenched and heavy with water. In search of shelter from the rain, he began to scout for a refuge. Just then, a cave suddenly came into view. A flicker of joy crossed the King of Birds' visage as he spread his wings and dove towards the cave. Upon entering, he shook off the rainwater that clung to him, only to be met by a startled Beedrill timidly emerging from the shadows of the cave. The Beedrill's face contorted with displeasure at the unexpected intrusion into its sanctuary. Yet, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the King of Birds, it dared not provoke him. The King of Birds observed the Beedrill, whose feathers gleamed resplendently, and deemed it exceptionally beautiful, one of the finest among all flying Pokémon. Thus, a spark of desire ignited within him, yearning for an intimate exchange with the Beedrill. He first sought to convey his benign intentions, assuring the Beedrill that he had merely sought refuge from the rain, which eased its wariness. Gradually, he closed the distance, engaging the Beedrill in light banter that elicited joyous laughter from it. Eventually, the Beedrill, emboldened, nestled closer to the King of Birds, a blush gracing its features. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, the King of Birds advanced towards the Beedrill. The ensuing events veered into territory unsuitable for younger audiences, and the narrative abruptly halted. Having grasped the unfolding events, Su Yun regarded the King of Birds with newfound admiration. "You are quite remarkable. Pray tell, what did you say to the Beedrill to win its willing devotion?" he inquired with curiosity. A proud smirk graced the King of Birds' face as he declared, "Indeed, I am known as the Prince of Romance. There is no being I cannot sway. However, this is my unique skill, a secret I shall not divulge. If you wish to learn, you must first bow before me and pledge yourself as my disciple. I may then consider imparting my wisdom." A series of dark lines appeared on Su Yun's forehead. "Huh, you must be jesting." Despite believing himself to possess a commendable emotional intelligence, he recognized that while he could charm a young lady, he could not match the King of Birds' prowess. Though he was curious about the King of Birds' words to the Beedrill, he resolved that if the king was unwilling to share, it was of little consequence. Contrarily, the audience's reactions were markedly different. Numerous straightforward male viewers expressed a desire to study under the King of Birds. "Almighty King, might I be worthy of your tutelage? Not only would I bow before you, but I would even offer my wife for your favor." Another chimed in, "Even if I have no wife, I possess a shiny Shinado. If you desire, it is yours." A lamenting voice added, "Alas, I have neither a wife nor a Shinado, only a shiny female Machamp. Would that suffice?" Su Yun scoffed at their antics. The King of Birds' eyes sparkled at the barrage of comments. "Those with wives or Shinado, please pause. If your intentions are genuine, place your wives and Shinado upon Phoenix Mountain, and I shall retrieve them personally. If they prove to be worthy, I may consider accepting you as my disciples." Seeing the situation escalate, Su Yun shot the King of Birds a warning glare. "Enough of this. Don't make matters worse." The King of Birds assured him, "Rest easy. I shall exercise discretion." Su Yun scoffed, "If you truly had discretion, where did that Beedrill come from?" The King of Birds huffed in frustration, unable to counter the retort. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you intend to do with that Beedrill?" Su Yun replied, "It has been adopted by my girlfriend, rest assured. Its future will be filled with happiness." The King of Birds nodded, relief washing over him. Yet, he hesitantly inquired, "Have you encountered its mother? How is she faring?" Though their encounter had been merely a fleeting moment, it was impossible for him to deny the remnants of emotion. Su Yun shook his head. "When I found it, it was already an orphan, fortuitously rescued by a flock of Pidgey, which preserved its life." At this, the King of Birds' heart quivered. "You mean it may have perished?" A shadow of sorrow clouded his eyes. Su Yun nodded. Had it not died, it likely would not have become an orphan. The King of Birds fell silent, his heart heavy with guilt. Had he not existed, would the Beedrill have met such a fate? During its time of greatest need, he had not been there. Even in death, it had been left unacknowledged. He berated himself for his actions, deeming them beneath contempt. Do you have any means to find it? After a pause, the king of birds raised his gaze to Su Yun, filled with hope. Su Yun sighed, shaking his head. I'm afraid I am powerless in this matter. If you truly wish to search, perhaps you could inquire with the Pidgey in the evergreen forest. They may possess some clues. A fleeting sadness crossed the king of birds' eyes. Yet he still expressed his gratitude towards Su Yun. After this inquiry, Su Yun refrained from pressing further, allowing the king of birds a moment to collect himself before posing a third question. Mr. King of Birds, we are aware that you once bestowed a rainbow feather upon Ash and appointed him as the Rainbow Warrior. Ultimately, Ash proved his worth through numerous trials and met you. I wish to ask, why did you choose Ash to become the Rainbow Warrior? Without hesitation, the King of Birds responded. In him, I discerned a profound love for Pokémon. This affection, though present in every trainer to some degree, was unparalleled in Ash, an oceanic depth I had never encountered before. Thus, I deemed him the most fitting candidate to bear the title of Rainbow Warrior and entrusted him with a rainbow feather. Su Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the King of Birds' words. Ash's bond with Pokémon was indeed extraordinary. Just then, the King of Birds continued. However, what surprised me was that when Ash found me, I offered to grant him one wish. To my astonishment, without a moment's thought, he asked to battle me. Such an unusual desire was beyond my wildest imagination. Suppressing a laugh, Su Yun mused, but doesn't that perfectly illustrate his affection for Pokémon? The King of Birds nodded, indeed. And it was precisely this sentiment that led me to acquiesce to his request. Yet, what I did not foresee was that he would choose to battle me with a Pikachu. Who am I? I am the illustrious legendary Pokémon, the King of Birds. Yet he dared to challenge me with a mere yellow rodent. It was an affront to my dignity. To this, Su Yun held a differing perspective. No, quite the opposite. It is precisely due to the immense significance he places on you that he has dispatched Pikachu to engage in battle with you. After all, Pikachu is his most formidable Pokémon. Upon hearing Su Yun's explanation, the Phoenix King widened its eyes in disbelief, questioning with skepticism, is that truly the case? Su Yun nodded solemnly, asserting, of course, I am not one to utter falsehoods. The Phoenix King meticulously recalled the battle with Ash's Pikachu and recognized that its prowess was indeed exceptional. Well, if that is the case, then there is certainly no issue. The Phoenix King replied with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed that Ash indeed held a significant regard for it. All right then, this segment of the program must come to an end. Thank you all for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in the next episode. After posing this question, Su Yun concluded his conversation with the Phoenix King. Before parting ways, the Phoenix King informed Su Yun that it would venture to the Viridian Forest in search of the Pidgey flock to inquire about the whereabouts of Pidgeot. Su Yun offered his blessings, but did not accompany it. After bidding farewell to the Phoenix King, Su Yun returned to his abode. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! The rewards for this round have been settled. Would you like to claim them now? Without hesitation, Su Yun replied. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received one dialogue partner extraction opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained one master level experience card. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired one space-time teleportation card. Su Yun's eyes sparkled, captivated by one of the rewards. A master-level experience card. Does this mean that if I utilize it on the shiny Metagross, its strength will be elevated directly to the master level? Indeed, host. With the system's confirmation, Su Yun could hardly contain his joy. He hurriedly retrieved the master-level experience card and dashed to the backyard to use it on the shiny Metagross. Having previously used a champion-level experience card, the shiny Metagross was particularly fond of such items. Upon seeing Su Yun produce another card, it could hardly contain its excitement. Without a moment's pause, it used the master-level experience card. In an instant, it felt a tremendous surge of energy flooding into its being. Shortly thereafter, its strength began to ascend at an astonishing rate, reaching the master level in the blink of an eye. When Su Yun glanced again, the information regarding the shiny Metagross had undergone a remarkable transformation. Pokémon, shiny Metagross. Gender, genderless. Base stats, 600. Potential, SS. Strength, master level. Types, steel, psychic. Ability, clear body. Prevents stats from being lowered by opposing moves or abilities. Moves, hammer arm. Tackle, psychic. Metal claw, magnet rise, pursuit. Bullet punch, miracle eye, zen headbutt. Phantom force, psychic terrain. Agility, meteor mash, iron fist, hyper beam. Indeed, with master level prowess, the shiny Metagross now stood among the elite tier of Pokémon, facing few challengers. A satisfied smile graced Su Yun's face as he relished the newfound power of the shiny Metagross. The shiny Metagross felt similarly triumphant, believing itself invincible. As if it could challenge even Arceus without fear. Brimming with confidence, it turned its gaze toward the sleeping Zygarde in its room, a sinister grin spreading across its face. "Huh, you used to bully me with your strength. Now let us see if I don't make you regret it." The shiny Metagross approached Zygarde, who lazily lifted its eyelids and, with impatience, remarked, "Get lost, you're blocking my sunlight." The shiny Metagross snickered, its limbs flailing. With a wicked smile, it declared, "Still think you're the boss? Today, I'll show you who the real big brother is. Kneel before me." With that, the shiny Metagross launched a surprise meteor mash at Zygarde. Zygarde raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "Little Goldie, have you actually improved in just a few minutes? You dare to strike at me? How audacious." Su Yun? With a casual flick of its hand, Zygarde effortlessly intercepted the shiny Metagross's meteor mash. The expression on the shiny Metagross's face shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over it. How could this be possible? It could hardly fathom that its cataclysmic strike was so easily thwarted by Zygarde. TSK, you still have much to learn," Zygarde mocked without mercy. The shiny Metagross's expression soured. Despite its substantial power increase, it was still no match for Zygarde. With a swift motion, Zygarde applied a slight pressure, pinning the shiny Metagross to the ground. The disparity in strength was staggering. Observing this, Su Yun shook his head in bemusement. "This Metagross seems rather dim-witted. Doesn't it have any awareness of its own strength? Sigh, perhaps I should go find Dream Spirit to play. I have an intriguing new technique in mind. I wonder how effective it will be." Su Yun shook his head and returned to Yi Mingling's room. "Hey, it's daytime. This might not be appropriate," Yi Mingling said softly. Her cheeks flushed as she noticed Su Yun approaching while undressing. Su Yun, however, remained composed, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, no one will find out. Besides, don't you think daytime can be even more exhilarating?" Yi Mingling's cheeks turned a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an irresistible allure that made one yearn to take a bite. Unable to resist, Su Yun leapt forward. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was an incoming call from the alpaca. Ignoring it, he said, "Never mind, let us continue." "Ugh," she exclaimed. Chapter 143, Gaining the Power of Ice, Conversing with Giratina. Half an hour later, Su Yun finally answered the call. "Hello, what is up?" he inquired. The excitement in the alpaca's voice was palpable as it exclaimed, "I've made a groundbreaking discovery." The mere words ignited Su Yun's curiosity. Without hesitation, he donned his clothing and utilized the space-time teleportation card to arrive at the alpaca's location. Upon arrival, Su Yun was immediately enveloped by an icy chill that made him shiver uncontrollably. He instinctively shuddered and surveyed his surroundings, only to realize he was within an ice palace. The enigmatic structure was composed entirely of ice walls, its grandeur indicative of its extraordinary nature. The crystalline ice walls seemed to proclaim to any traveler that they had entered the realm of frost. "Damn it, where on earth is this place? How did that alpaca end up in such a desolate region?" Su Yun muttered under his breath as he wrapped his clothing tighter around himself. After taking a few tentative steps inside, Su Yun was taken aback to see an alpaca draped in a skeletal frame, standing there in a daze. "Alpaca!" Su Yun called out, hastening towards it. The alpaca, startled, turned around, and upon recognizing Su Yun, a look of astonishment crossed its face. "How did you arrive so swiftly? Can you teleport?" Just moments ago, the alpaca had contacted Su Yun, and now, here he was, arriving with a speed rivaling that of light itself. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Such matters are trivial. You mentioned a significant discovery over the phone? Pray, enlighten me on what it is." The alpaca nodded, its demeanor becoming grave as it paused for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have uncovered traces of the ice slate here." Upon hearing the mention of the slate, Su Yun's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly inquired, "Where is it?" The alpaca furrowed its brow and replied, "Within this very palace. But the precise location requires further searching." Su Yun's breath quickened, yet he understood the need for patience in such endeavors. He did not urge the alpaca but instead said calmly, "No rush. As long as the slate is here, it won't escape us. We shall continue searching until we find it." The alpaca nodded in agreement. The two briefly conferred and prepared to commence their search. At that moment, the entire ice palace suddenly trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Before Su Yun and the alpaca could react, a massive fissure opened up in the crystalline ice floor. Subsequently, a colossal creature, entirely encased in ice, crawled out from the chasm. Su Yun and the alpaca stared in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. as they realized it was a divine beast. To their surprise, a divine guardian resided in this place. It seemed the ice slate was indeed within reach. Excitement and exhilaration washed over Su-Yun. The guardian beast before them, however, was merely a lesser divine creature, and thus, Su-Yun did not regard it with excessive concern. Unfamiliar with this divine beast, the alpaca turned to Su-Yun and asked, "What creature is this?" Su-Yun explained, "This is Regice, also known as the Ice Pillar, classified as a lesser divine beast with average strength." Upon hearing Su-Yun's assessment, the alpaca felt relieved. Fortunately, if it possesses only average strength, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. You can handle this divine beast, can't you? A subtle smile graced Su-Yun's lips, as he felt confident about the impending battle. "Rest assured, I'll take care of it. You focus on locating the ice slate," Su-Yun declared resolutely, releasing his shiny Metagross. Now at a master level, its prowess had dramatically increased. Moreover, it could undergo mega evolution, its strength surpassing that of certain first-tier divine beasts, let alone a mere lesser divine beast like Regice. Metagross. Mega Evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Yun commanded his shiny Metagross to evolve into Mega Shiny Metagross. Originally, Metagross's base stats were a modest 600, but after Mega Evolution, they soared to 700. Such power was indeed terrifying, making it incomparable even to first-tier divine beings. Regice sensed the overwhelming strength of Mega Shiny Metagross and dared not underestimate it. Mega Shiny Metagross. Use Meteor Mash. Meteor Mash was the signature move of Mega Shiny Metagross, boasting immense power. Though its accuracy was not particularly high, Regice's sluggish speed made it an easy target for the attack. The most alarming aspect was that it struck Regice's weak point, inflicting double damage. Coupled with the Steel-type S advantage over Ice, the attack resulted in quadruple effectiveness. Under such formidable force, Regice was left battered and half-kneeling on the ground. Su-Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight, and he commanded Mega Shiny Metagross. "Now, use Hyper Beam." As the command was given, a radiant sphere of white light coalesced before Mega Shiny Metagross. It then transformed into a colossal beam of light that shot forth. Regice, already hampered by its previous injuries and half-kneeling, had no chance to evade. The immense beam struck Regice directly, sending it hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, the massive creature collided with a distant ice wall. The wall trembled violently, nearly on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, after a brief quiver, it stilled and returned to its original state. Su-Yun, witnessing this, felt the tension in his chest ease. Everything was all right. He patted his chest, still a bit shaken, and remarked. Then, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he unhesitatingly produced a Master Ball, aiming it at the incapacitated Regice. Indeed, you read correctly. Su-Yun intended to capture Regice. While Regice might not be the most outstanding among top-tier Pokémon, its status as a divine beast was undeniable. Even if its strength was lacking, it would still prove valuable. Capturing it for training was hardly a loss. Whoosh. Crack. The Master Ball traced a graceful arc through the air before hovering above Regice's head. Suddenly, it burst open. A beam of white light enveloped Regice entirely. Moments later, Regice was drawn into the Pokeball. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Su-Yun's mouth. "Wonderful, I've captured Regice." Just then, the alpaca's voice echoed from a distance. "Su-Kid, come here quickly. I've found the slate." Su-Yun paused for a moment, then joy surged in his heart. "Let me see it." Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over. Soon, he beheld the alpaca cradling a slate emanating a chilling blue light. The slate was translucent, resembling a precious gem. "Let me have a look." Su-Yun snatched the slate from the alpaca's grasp. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold surged through his right hand, penetrating his very being. The icy sensation was terrifying, akin to being plunged into a frozen abyss. A shiver ran down Su-Yun's spine. "I say, are you all right? Have you been up to no good lately, feeling faint?" The alpaca teased, observing Su-Yun's dramatic reaction. Su-Yun's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. I am not faint." This was no mere boast. It had been personally affirmed by Yi Mingling. Whenever they conversed, she could not help but praise him, saying, "You are magnificent." The alpaca chuckled, clearly skeptical of Su-Yun's claims. Su-Yun, indifferent to the need for explanation, concentrated on the chilling ice slab in his hand. At that moment, a mechanical system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the ice power of Arceus. Ice power of Arceus, the ability to manipulate the icy forces of the world. A spark of excitement flickered in Su-Yun's eyes. The power to control ice? He could not help but glance around the icy palace. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. With a mere thought, he waved his right hand gently. and a towering ice wall erupted from the ground. Following this, he danced his hands in intricate patterns, causing the ice wall to morph in tandem with his movements. 10 minutes later, a statue of a goddess materialized before him. Though it was clothed, the icy sculpture appeared almost nude due to its crystalline nature. The alpaca, witnessing this spectacle, became transfixed and blurted out, "I must say, it seems your human ladies possess a certain allure." Su Yun chuckled with pride, exclaiming, "Indeed. Once you become human, you'll understand the profound joy of being one." With the newfound ice power, Su Yun graciously returned the slab to the alpaca. The alpaca, somewhat taken aback by Su Yun's generosity, hesitantly inquired, "You're just giving it to me?" It felt as though Su Yun was harboring ulterior motives. With a roll of his eyes, Su Yun replied, "What else would I do? If you don't want it, you can give it back to me." The alpaca quickly stowed the ice slab away, fearing a potential dispute. "Of course I want it. How could I possibly refuse?" With the ice slab now in its possession, the alpaca's tail was raised high with elation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Yun parted ways with the creature. Upon returning home, Su Yun accessed the system to begin the selection of the next dialogue partner for his upcoming program. Ding. The next dialogue partner is being selected. Please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Giratina. Su Yun was momentarily struck dumb. Giratina? The renegade Pokémon? Was he really going to interview that temperamental creature? Moreover, to Su Yun's knowledge, Giratina seemed devoid of any humorous shortcomings. System, could you possibly assign me a different dialogue partner? Su Yun offered a sycophantic smile, genuinely believing that interviewing Giratina was not the wisest of choices. However, the system coldly doused his hopes. "I'm sorry, this system is unable to comply." At this, Su Yun's expression darkened. "Huh, you're just a little novice. I knew you wouldn't help. What else can you do besides sing, dance, rap, and play basketball?" Su Yun silently derided the system. Accepting the situation as it was, he resolved to make the best of it. Life is akin to being subjected to whims. If resistance is futile, one might as well revel in the experience. Su Yun decided to delve deeper into Giratina's lore, hoping to unearth some points of lighthearted banter. Without delay, he began scouring the internet for information on Giratina. 3 days later, Su Yun launched his live stream regarding Giratina. Good day, esteemed viewers. Welcome to this episode of Dialogue with the Stars. I am your host, Su Yun, and today we are graced by the presence of Giratina. He turned the camera towards Giratina, smiling as he said, "Mr. Giratina, would you kindly introduce yourself to the audience?" Giratina nodded, exuding an aura of regal authority, commanding respect without uttering a word. Simply standing there, it emanated an overwhelming presence that was difficult to gaze upon. "I am Giratina, the ruler of the distortion world." Giratina's voice was deep, tinged with a gravelly resonance, akin to a booming bass. Its introduction was brief, leaving only a succinct statement. It was evident that this being was reclusive and preferred not to engage in idle chatter with strangers. The audience, witnessing Giratina's demeanor, erupted in excitement, sharing their thoughts. Truly, as a ruler of realms, its aura is unmatched. Such imposing charisma, I am utterly captivated. Giratina, you are my eternal idol. If it pleases you, I would gladly offer you everything I possess. How bold! I would reshape Giratina in my own image. The audience's comments seemed to fall upon deaf ears, as Giratina remained indifferent, neither pleased nor dismayed. Observing this, Su Yun could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Setting aside all else, Giratina's composure alone surpassed many legendary Pokémon. The more aloof Giratina became, the more fervently it was adored by the audience. Many confessed they were overwhelmed. Merely gazing at Giratina's form sent them into raptures. Seizing the rare opportunity, Su Yun boldly posed his first question. "Mr. Giratina, we all know that you, along with Dialga and Palkia, serve under Arceus. There has been ongoing debate regarding who among the three of you is superior, yet no consensus exists. In your opinion, who possesses the greater strength among you three?" Chapter 144. Among the three titans, I reign supreme. In the distortion world, I am king. After pondering the question earnestly, Giratina provided a definitive response. Clearing its throat, it began, "Among us three brothers, there is no hierarchy, yet if one must measure strength, I firmly believe I stand at the pinnacle. After all, while Dialga and Palkia are my siblings by birth, we are fundamentally different. Perhaps to you, their strength seems formidable, ranking them among the elite of the first-tier deities, with few capable of rivaling them. However, you overlook an even mightier presence." At this, Giratina pointed at itself with pride, declaring, "Indeed, that presence is none other than myself. I do not exaggerate. My prowess is unparalleled among first-tier deities. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither Palkia nor Dialga would stand a chance against me. Even if I recount my strength, you may still struggle to grasp its magnitude. Thus, allow me to demonstrate my might in another way. Giratina paused before continuing. Let me put it this way, even while bearing the burdens of this world. As I support the dimensional realms, I, Giratina, remain invincible. Boom. Upon uttering these words, thunder roared. The audience collectively froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if some unseen force had pried them open. A surge of electric energy descended from above, striking their minds into a state of blankness. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. At that moment, only these two phrases echoed in their minds. Let us not dwell on the veracity of Giratina's claims. Merely from the tone of these two sentences, one can discern the immense confidence he exudes, suggesting that his prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Remarkable. I shall refer to my elder brother Giratina as the eternal champion. Among the 300 million divine beasts in the world, they all bow their heads before my brother Giratina. Oh, dear Giratina, I humbly beseech you to allow me the honor of your companionship. If it were you, I would gladly embrace all that you offer. The audience erupted in fervor, utterly astonished by Giratina's powerful declarations. Su Yun was equally taken aback, his astonishment palpable. Although he was aware of Giratina's might, it remained uncertain who among him, Palkia and Dialga, reigned supreme. Yet, what he could not have anticipated was Giratina's audacious confidence, bordering on arrogance, as he boldly proclaimed himself the foremost, dismissing Palkia and Dialga as mere trifles. Such audacity is indeed rare in this world. Then is there a way to substantiate your words? Su Yun pondered for a moment before articulating this query. The corners of Giratina's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a proud and confident smile as he proclaimed, "Of course. Would I dare to boast without evidence?" With that, Giratina recounted a little-known secret. It is said that at the dawn of creation, when the world was enshrouded in chaos, my master, Lord Arceus, created the god of time, Dialga, and the god of space, Palkia, to ensure the orderly functioning of the universe. With the intertwining of time and space, the world could operate under fundamental laws. However, this harmony was short-lived, as Dialga and Palkia, dissatisfied with each other's strength, fell into conflict, resulting in a chaotic temporal and spatial disturbance. It was my elder brother Arceus who intervened at this critical juncture, restoring order to the world. To prevent further discord stemming from their rivalry, my brother Arceus resolved to create a being of greater power to keep them in check. That being is none other than myself, standing before you now. This is why you often find me present wherever Palkia or Dialga appears. Giratina's succinct recounting of this tale left many in astonishment. Some archaeologists were so moved that they felt a surge of youthful vigor. So that is the reason why Arceus created Giratina, specifically to balance Palkia and Dialga. This revelation, a stunning secret, is bound to provoke significant upheaval in both archaeological and historical circles, leading to the rewriting of various historical texts. I have always known that Giratina is the mightiest of beings. Giratina is indeed eternal. Upon hearing Giratina's narrative, Su Yun was likewise profoundly astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such lore. He had not anticipated the intricate and concealed history among Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, truly an eye-opener. Su Yun understood that while Giratina spoke with conviction, the veracity of his claims remained unproven and unverifiable. Thus, it was impossible to ascertain whether Giratina's strength was genuinely as formidable as he asserted, placing him above Arceus's three subordinates. Consequently, Su Yun believed that to substantiate Giratina's true capabilities, more compelling evidence was required. "Mr. Giratina," he inquired, "your assertions are difficult for us to accept. Is there more concrete evidence to support your claims?" Giratina contemplated for a moment, nodding earnestly. "You may examine the battles I waged against Palkia and Dialga. I trust you will unwaveringly believe my words after witnessing them." Su Yun reflected carefully, recalling instances of Giratina's confrontations with Palkia and Dialga. Indeed, he remembered numerous encounters with Dialga, where Giratina had decisively overwhelmed him. This indicated that Giratina's strength surpassed that of Dialga. However, the comparison with Palkia remained uncertain, as it appeared Giratina had not publicly engaged Palkia in combat. Su Yun succinctly relayed his thoughts to Giratina, eager to see how he would continue the discourse. Giratina's expression turned to one of surprise. "What? You are unaware of my battle with Palkia? That confrontation was nothing short of cataclysmic. I nearly knocked Palkia's head askew. It was such a spectacle that it is regrettable you remain oblivious to it." Giratina spoke with a gravitas that suggested the weight of his words, shaking his head in lamentation. Su Yun, intrigued, pressed further. Might you share the specifics of this monumental battle with us? We would be most eager to witness such an extraordinary clash. Furthermore, I possess the unique ability to manifest your words into dynamic imagery, thereby vividly presenting the historical account to the audience. To Su Yun's surprise, Dialga shook his head in resignation, a look of regret and sorrow etched across his face. Su Yun furrowed his brow, questioning, "What troubles you? Is there something you cannot disclose?" Giratina shook his head, explaining, "It is not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, the event occurred so long ago that the details have faded from my memory. I only recall having dealt Palkia a grievous blow, but the specifics of the battle have long since escaped me." Su Yun was taken aback, his brow furrowing further. "You may have forgotten the details of the battle, but to forget the very course of the fight seems rather implausible, does it not?" He suspected that there might be some hidden agenda and tentatively asked, "Is it possible that you have simply misremembered and that this event never occurred at all?" Upon hearing Su Yun's probing inquiry, Giratina's demeanor darkened, his expression souring with indignation. "Are you implying that my faculties have failed me, that my memory has waned?" Su Yun hastily waved his hands. No. What I meant was, is there any chance that you might be fabricating this tale?" With a resounding crash, Giratina shattered a nearby tree with a sweep of his hand, roaring in anger. "What do you mean? I, a majestic divine beast, would never stoop to deceit. You may question my strength, but you must not question my divinity. If you truly doubt me, perhaps we should converse in my distortion world?" While Su Yun outwardly declined, inwardly he scoffed. "Ah, to converse in your distortion world. Once there, would I even have the privilege to speak?" Although Giratina did not concede, Su Yun had begun to form certain suspicions. As for the battle Giratina spoke of, its existence remained uncertain. For now, let us assume it exists. Yet, if it does exist, why is Giratina reluctant to divulge the specifics or the process? The answer is singular. The truth likely diverges significantly from his claims. Thus, Suning speculated that the ultimate victor of that battle might well be Palkia, rather than Giratina. As for whether Palkia triumphed over Giratina through sheer strength or due to some extraordinary circumstance, that remains an enigma. Are you frightened? Fear not, I assure you. I harbor no intentions of harming you. I merely wish to invite you to my world for a visit. What ill could I possibly have? Giratina's expression remained unchanged, yet a faint crimson glow flickered in its eyes. Sun Yun involuntarily shivered, as a chilling breeze swept from behind him, causing him to tremble. "No need," he quickly replied. "I believe you are entirely correct. You are indeed the most formidable, the mightiest of them all. Shall we proceed to the next question?" Sun Yun chuckled awkwardly, eager to deflect. Despite his lack of fear towards Giratina within the confines of the system space, where he could even deliver a sound thrashing, once outside, he would become nothing more than a subordinate, entirely at Giratina's mercy. Moreover, given Giratina's inherently ruthless nature, should it take offense one day and pull him into the distortion world, he would find himself bereft of any sanctuary to weep. Thus, he deemed it prudent to avoid provoking Giratina whenever possible. Giratina, with an inward sigh of regret, relented. "Very well, if that is the case. I shall not press you further. Let us change the subject." Sun Yun nodded, choosing not to voice any further remarks. After a brief silence, he continued. "As far as I am aware, you have been subdued by humans in the past. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Giratina shot Sun Yun a fierce glare, demanding, "Who?" Sun Yun slowly uttered a name. "Dialga." Giratina immediately erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. "A sneak attack. He ambushed me without honor. Had I not been careless and failed to evade, he would never have subdued me." It was evident that Giratina was still seething over that past experience. Giratina elaborated. "At that time, I had just broken through Dialga's temporal barrier and emerged from the distortion world, only to find that wretched human waiting for me. He immediately employed that hideous machine to control me. Fortunately, I possess extraordinary talent and unmatched strength, and ultimately I avenged myself." At this, Giratina could not help but raise its head in pride. However, Sun Yun interjected at an inopportune moment. "If I recall correctly, it was thanks to Ash and his friends that you managed to escape, wasn't it? And you seemed to be ridden by Ash at that time. Am I not mistaken?" Giratina's expression soured, its gaze fixated on Sun Yun, sending a chill down his spine. After a moment, as if sensing Sun Yun's unusual demeanor, it finally averted its gaze. Explaining, "Humph, what do you know? I merely repaid a favor. They saved me, so I allowed him to ride for a moment. Surely that is reasonable?" Sun Yun nodded vigorously, grinning. "Quite reasonable indeed." Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he added, "Since I have helped promote you, might you allow me to ride as well?" Giratina was taken aback, its countenance shifting dramatically. It immediately rebuked Sun Yun. Absolutely not. What is your status compared to mine? Allowing you to ride me would be a laughingstock. If word got out, how would I maintain my reputation among the legendary Pokémon? Feigning panic, Sun Yun exclaimed, "Ah yes. Yes, you are absolutely correct. But..." He suddenly grew serious, looking Giratina in the eye. "Mr. Giratina, you surely wouldn't want the world to know that you were not only captured but also ridden, would you, Giratina?" Chapter 145, Supreme Lottery, Moonlight Feast. Are you threatening me? Giratina's tone shifted instantly. Its keen eyes narrowed into slits, locking onto Sun Yun. Sun Yun waved his hands rapidly. "No, absolutely not. I am merely offering a friendly reminder. What you choose to do is entirely your own affair." Threatening? Not at all. The prestigious host would not stoop so low as to threaten a mere shadowy centipede. Such a notion would surely elicit laughter from others. Giratina's eyes remained narrowed, its gaze darting back and forth across Sun Yun's form. It pondered whether to gamble on Sun Yun revealing this incident to the public. But suddenly, it experienced a moment of clarity. What were they engaged in right now? A live broadcast, the kind being watched by an audience nationwide. Thus, their previous conversation must have already been broadcasted. This meant that whether Sun Yun chose to speak or not was irrelevant, as the entire world was already aware. Upon realizing this, Giratina's expression darkened significantly. Now, it comprehended why so many legendary Pokémon were reluctant to participate in this so-called Dialogue of All-Stars program. The reason was simple. It was utterly humiliating. The trivial secrets of their hearts and past grievances were laid bare for all to see. Giratina felt a wave of despair wash over it. It regretted joining the live broadcast. Had it known, it would have abstained. Yes, it was all that insufferable human's fault. If not for him, its disgrace would not be known to everyone. I must teach this fellow a lesson. He must learn the depths of my might. Yet, soon enough, Giratina's spirit waned. It suddenly recognized a horrifying truth. Sun Yun had hosted this Dialogue of All-Stars numerous times, interviewing many legendary Pokémon and powerful humans, exposing their dark secrets. Especially Groudon, who had been thoroughly tarnished and was on the verge of depression. Yet, despite this, that fellow Sun Yun remained unscathed, thriving and well. This was rather unsettling. Giratina began to seriously suspect that Sun Yun was merely playing the role of an innocent while harboring unfathomable depths. Though appearing harmless and easily bullied, he was, in fact, deeply inscrutable. Should Giratina act rashly, it could very well find itself in mortal peril. As these thoughts crossed its mind, Giratina's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It felt fortunate for its meticulous considerations. This cunning individual was far too shrewd. Thankfully, it had been wise enough to think things through. Otherwise, it might have fallen into this trap. I am certain that the moment I strike at this individual, he will unveil his true, formidable self. At that point, he would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing, and oh, heaven forbid, he might even use those foul-smelling shoes, as if they hadn't been washed in a millennium. To strike my behind. Oh, how terrifying. I should not act against him. This is indeed a wise choice. The more Giratina pondered, the more fearful it became. And so it decided to sever the train of thought, unwilling to delve further. At this moment, its gaze towards Sun Yun had transformed entirely, now imbued with profound respect and reverence. If previously it had scoffed at Sun Yun, deeming him merely a little nuisance easily crushed underfoot, now Sun Yun appeared to Giratina as an invincible deity, a formidable force beyond compare. Even if a top-tier deity were to arrive, they would still have to kneel and endure a couple of slaps, not daring to exhibit even a hint of defiance. Su Yun also sensed a complete 180-degree shift in Giratina's demeanor but remained perplexed about his thoughts, leading to considerable confusion. To convey his concern for Giratina, Su Yun anxiously inquired, "I say, Giratina, are you all right? You seem to be looking rather pale. Would you like me to take a look?" Giratina's heart suddenly skipped a beat, causing its enormous form to tremble slightly. Perhaps to an outsider, this was merely a commonplace expression of concern, but to Giratina, it felt like a life-threatening ultimatum. It was as if Su Yun was not expressing concern for him, but rather issuing a threat. Giratina swallowed hard, struggling to compose itself before responding, "No, no need for that. I feel perfectly fine at the moment. Yes, indeed, that's right. You needn't examine me." Su Yun was even more astonished. Why did it seem as though this creature was suddenly terrified of him? Never mind, as long as it works to my advantage. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusions, Su Yun decided to let it go. After all, why should a man complicate his own life? At that moment, Giratina suddenly smiled obsequiously at Su Yun and preemptively suggested, "Why don't you ask me another question? I've just realized I rather enjoy your inquiries. Su Yun was taken aback, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. It was the first time he had heard someone express enjoyment in being questioned. Was this a sign of masochistic tendencies? Who cares? After slightly regaining his composure, Su Yun nodded and continued. I've heard there's a person residing in your distortion world. Could you introduce us? After a moment's contemplation, Giratina hesitated and replied. Are you referring to that silver-haired middle-aged man? He seems to be the leader of the galactic team. What was his name again? Cyrus? Su Yun eagerly nodded, exclaiming, ah. Yes, that's him. Giratina shook its head, a look of regret crossing its features as it sighed. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Su Yun furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, why not? Giratina explained, because he is already deceased. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, a flash of astonishment crossing his gaze. Is that so? This was indeed unexpected. It seemed that the distortion world was not a hospitable realm for survival. Su Yun couldn't help but express a sigh of contemplation. Given Cyrus's age, he should not have succumbed to old age at this juncture. Thus, it was highly likely that his death was unnatural. The reasons for his demise could only stem from two possibilities. One was the external natural environment, the conditions of the distortion world. Perhaps the environment there was not conducive to the life forms of this world. While one might manage to survive for a time, prolonged exposure could inflict significant harm, rendering long-term habitation perilous. The other reason lay within Cyrus himself. In his quest to create a perfect world, he had summoned Dialga and Palkia, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Pokémon world. Fortunately, he had been thwarted at a critical moment. Giratina's existence allowed Cyrus to enter the distortion world, where he sought the world of his dreams. Once his singular wish was fulfilled, Cyrus's mental fortitude crumbled. Lacking a fervent desire for a goal, devoid of pursuit, one's spirit gradually wanes, making it impossible to journey far. After some reflection, Su Yun surmised that the latter reason was the true catalyst for Cyrus's demise. To validate his conjecture, he turned to Giratina once more and asked, what is the environment like in your distortion world? Is it suitable for humans from our world? Giratina, understanding the underlying implication of Su Yun's question, did not conceal the truth and replied, the environment of the distortion world is indeed vastly different from yours. It may prove challenging for you to adapt, but it would not directly lead to your demise. Upon hearing this, Su Yun grasped the situation. If the heart is already dead, how can the body possibly endure? He felt there was no further need to probe deeper into the matter. Giratina remained silent. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was seen as an unequivocal villain. Yet if one could truly step into his world and comprehend his inner thoughts, they would realize that what is deemed bad is merely ignorance, an unfounded assumption by people regarding external entities. Having once delved into Cyrus's innermost being, Giratina understood well what kind of person he was. He felt that, given a little more time, he and Cyrus could have become friends. Well, dear viewers, this concludes our program for today. Thank you for tuning in, and we shall meet again in the next episode. Su Yun concluded the segment with his familiar sign-off. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained one supreme lottery chance. After this announcement, it fell silent. Su Yun couldn't help but scoff internally. Was that all? He had anticipated something much more impressive. Just when one thinks it is merely the beginning, it has already concluded. However, upon witnessing the system's singular reward, Su Yun's eyes widened, astonishment gracing his countenance. A supreme lottery? This was the first he had heard of such a thing. Could it yield something truly unique? Su Yun furrowed his brow, muttering curiously to himself. At that moment, the system kindly provided him with a line of guidance. Supreme Lottery allows for a special dialogue partner to be selected for conversation. Su Yun was taken aback. A special dialogue partner? How special could it be? Could it possibly be Arceus? He chuckled, dismissing the thought, yet the curiosity within compelled him to engage in the Supreme Lottery. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light illuminated before him, blinding him momentarily. When the brilliance faded, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the next dialogue partner, Arceus. Boom! Su Yun stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his thoughts erupting into chaos. After a prolonged moment, his consciousness began to recover. Arceus? System. You cannot be serious, can you? Are you certain that my next interview subject is Arceus, the creator of the universe? The system provided a resounding affirmation. Indeed. Su Yun was left utterly bewildered. Could this be a tad too hasty? To be honest, the prospect of interviewing Arceus, the creator of the universe, instilled a sense of panic within him. After all, Arceus was fundamentally different from other legendary Pokémon. The thought of interviewing such a cosmic figure was undeniably nerve-wracking. Moreover, determining the content of the interview was a matter worthy of careful deliberation. He could not approach the interview with other divine beasts so casually. He needed to carefully consider every question and every word. This was an immense undertaking, one that could not be completed in just a day or two. At that moment, the system provided him with a prompt. In light of the host's current condition and the unique nature of the interviewee, this interview will be postponed for 1 week. Su Yun let out a sigh of relief, a look of contentment gracing his face. Understanding a father better than anyone, the system, you truly are my dear companion. The system responded. With an entire week to prepare, Su Yun would have ample time to arrange for the interview. As he pondered this, he made his way home. Upon returning, he found Yi Mingling clad in a semi-transparent gauzy dress, seated on the sofa watching television. Without hesitation, Su Yun approached and lifted her into his arms. Accompanied by the music emanating from the television, the two shared a graceful dance, unlocking a new location. Once the dance concluded, they both collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. After a brief respite, Yi Mingling, no longer panting as heavily, spoke up. Tomorrow marks the annual Moon Festival. Have you thought about how you wish to celebrate it? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at the calendar on the wall. Indeed, time had flown by. He hadn't realized the Moon Festival was upon them. In the past, I used to spend the Moon Festival alone, but now it's different. At least I have you by my side, he replied gently, wrapping his arms around Yi Mingling. A sweet smile spread across her face as she leaned her head against Su Yun's chest, softly saying, "Today, Uncle Zhao called and invited us to join the Moon Festival celebration. I heard it's organized by the League, and the champion of Kina is rumored to attend. What do you think?" Yi Mingling gazed up at Su Yun, her jewel-like eyes shimmering with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "Of course we should go. Why miss such a splendid festival?" Su Yun replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, a hint of disappointment crossed Yi Mingling's face. Su Yun playfully pinched her cheek, grinning as he asked, "Could it be that you're feeling jealous?" A blush crept onto Yi Mingling's cheeks as she turned her head away, pouting, "I am not." Su Yun chuckled helplessly, pulling her into an embrace and reassuring her, "Rest assured, my heart will forever belong to you alone." His words melted Yi Mingling's heart, and she nestled against him, shyly saying, "Tonight, you can choose." Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit soaring like the dawn sun. Without further ado, he carried Yi Mingling back to the room, eager to explore the intricacies of the game together. Chapter 146. All I Desire, the pinnacle of Su Yun's life. They enjoyed a wonderful night, sleepless and filled with joy. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Su Yun, stretching his body reminiscent of the number 3, climbed out of bed. Yi Mingling tousled her disheveled hair, poking her head out from under the covers, lazily declaring, "I want eggs, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding." Su Yun nodded, rising to prepare breakfast. After their meal, he took Yi Mingling to the festivities. The banquet officially commenced in the evening, but the amusement attractions were open all day. Moreover, both Kina and Zhao Shishir had messaged him the previous night, urging him to come early and enjoy the day with them. Even Miss Shui Lian had sent him a message, promising a grand surprise. Su Yun felt a sense of anticipation, though he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt towards Gaioucha, as if he were betraying him. An hour later, they arrived at Moon Island. This was an artificial island built specifically for the annual Moon Festival, equipped with various amusement facilities, making it a natural playground. Upon their arrival, Su Yun spotted 4 familiar young ladies engaged in a water fight by the seaside. He recognized them as Zhao Shishir and her 3 classmates, having once helped them out of the police station back in Alola. "Is it beautiful?" At that moment, Yi Mingling unexpectedly asked, having noticed Su Yun's gaze fixed on the scene. The 4 innocent and charming girls were clearly students, their youthful faces displaying an unmistakable naivety. She had heard that some boys were particularly fond of such girls. Seeing Su Yun so mesmerized, she felt a surge of anger. Su Yun instinctively replied, "They're all right." The next moment, however, he gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his right eye as it twitched uncontrollably. He found himself involuntarily rising a centimeter taller. "Could you please loosen your grip? It hurts." Su Yun gasped, looking up at Yi Mingling with a wounded expression. Only then did he realize he had spoken carelessly. Hastily clarifying, "Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in them. I was merely looking because I recognized them, and I didn't expect to see them here. Besides, with a beauty like you by my side, how could I ever look at anyone else? If you were to stroll along this beach in a swimsuit, you would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention." Hearing Su Yun's explanation and compliments, Yi Mingling blushed, loosening her grip significantly as she huffed. "Well, that's more like it." With the misunderstanding resolved, Su Yun began to introduce the four lovely girls to Yi Mingling. So, this is your sister, Zhao Shishir? Yi Mingling exclaimed in surprise. Although she had heard Su Yun mention Zhao Shishir before, it was the first time she had seen her in person. Indeed, and these are her classmates. Come, let us go greet them, Su Yun said with a smile, taking Yi Mingling's hand as they approached. Upon noticing Su Yun's arrival, Zhao Shishir and her friends were equally thrilled, emerging from the water like excited fish. Brother Yin, you've come. Zhao Shishir, perhaps due to her lighter frame, dashed forward, reaching Su Yun before the others. Su Yun affectionately ruffled her damp hair, smiling as he remarked, "You've grown taller since we last met." Zhao Shishir stood on tiptoe, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. Of course, I'm still a kid after all. Hey, Brother Yun, who is this beautiful sister? She asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at Yi Mingling. She is even prettier than our school flower. Su Yun chuckled. This is my girlfriend, Yi Mingling. Hello, little sister. Yi Mingling extended her hand with a smile, greeting Zhao Shishir. Zhao Shishir's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked from Yi Mingling to Su Yun, exclaiming, Brother Yun, did I hear you correctly? You have a girlfriend now? Su Yun nodded, casually replying, Yes, you didn't know? Mingling and I established our relationship quite some time ago. Zhao Shishir's delicate face was etched with shock, and as the realization dawned upon her, a profound sense of disappointment welled up within her. Lowering her head, she murmured softly, But I really want to be your girlfriend too. In truth, it wasn't just her. Several of her classmates harbored the same sentiment. They had previously confided in one another and devised an agreement, for girls could share one boyfriend, thus avoiding competition and preserving their friendship. Moreover, they could enjoy unique experiences together. Unfortunately, their meticulous plans had not accounted for the fact that Su Yun already had a girlfriend, one whose physique and beauty surpassed their own, leaving them utterly humiliated. Brother Yun, would you mind having an additional girlfriend? At that moment, Zhao Shishir boldly inquired, gazing at Su Yun with a pitiful look. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. An additional girlfriend? Setting aside whether he was willing, even if he were, the union would not permit it. Moreover, Yi Mingling was present, making it even less feasible. I also wish to be Brother Yun's girlfriend, Zhao Shishir lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. I'm not greedy, just for today, just for this one day. Brother Yun, please say yes. Su Yun shook his head in amusement, preparing to decline Zhao Shishir's request. But just then, Yi Mingling interjected with a smile. Of course, that's perfectly fine. This guy would love it. Su Yun stared in bewilderment at Yi Mingling, who winked and whispered, The little girl has a rare wish. Just grant it to her. It's only for a day, you won't be at a loss. Su Yun's lips twitched, and he retorted, Aren't you concerned about unexpected consequences? Yi Mingling shot him an enigmatic glare and remarked, As long as you manage yourself well, what could possibly go wrong? If something does happen, it will be my responsibility. But if I find out you did it on purpose, just wait and see how I will deal with you. A shiver ran down Su Yun's spine, prompting him to step back hastily. Rest assured, I will certainly take care of myself. At that moment, Zhao Shishir looked gratefully at Yi Mingling and sincerely expressed her thanks. Thank you, sister. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have a kind heart. You are the best person in the world. Flattered by the praise, Yi Mingling felt a touch of bashfulness. Curious, Su Yun inquired, What about me, your brother? Zhao Shishir pouted and disdainfully replied, You are the most dreadful boyfriend in the world. Su Yun was left speechless. Yi Mingling laughed heartily at that moment. Just then, Zhao Shishir's 3 classmates, witnessing her success in becoming Su Yun's girlfriend, lit up with excitement, eager to try their luck as well. Fairy sister. I would also like to be Su Yun's girlfriend for a day. What do you think? One curvaceous beauty boldly stepped forward, her courage amplified despite being under 18. Su Yun was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was everyone so eager to be his girlfriend? Did he truly possess such popularity? Reflecting on his attributes, he found it somewhat reasonable. After all, he was handsome and accomplished. Who else could compare? I had no idea I was so remarkable. Seeing Su Yun's silly grin, Yi Mingling granted the petite beauty's request. The girl jumped for joy, showering Yi Mingling with thanks. As the other 2 beauties, encouraged by their friend's success, also approached Yi Mingling with their requests, she approved them all, allowing Su Yun to experience the pinnacle of life. Despite the variety of personalities and types among his 5 girlfriends, he could only shake his head and chuckle in resignation. If they were to quarrel, he feared he would truly be overwhelmed. Rubbing his waist, he sighed. Sister, Brother Yun, shall we go play in the sea? Zhao Shishir suddenly proposed. Su Yun's eyes brightened. Playing in the sea meant wearing swimsuits, and after spending so much time with Yi Mingling, he had yet to see her in one. The mere thought of it exhilarated him. I think this is a splendid idea. Wang Ling, hurry and change into your swimsuit. Let us all relax today. Su Yun exclaimed eagerly. Yi Mingling nodded in agreement and made her way to a nearby swimwear shop. Su Yun, unable to contain his excitement, stripped down to his shorts. The four girls gasped in shyness upon seeing Su Yun's physique, covering their eyes while peeking through their fingers. Zhao Shishir, however, was bolder. She approached Su Yun, gently tracing her delicate fingers across his abs. Her rosy lips formed an O of surprise as she murmured, "Is this what abs feel like? So hard and smooth." Feigning irritation, Su Yun tapped her lightly on the head and admonished, "Shishir, no funny business." Zhao Shishir pouted and defiantly declared, "Humph, I want to be funny. I want to be funny." Laughter filled the air. Before long, Yi Mingling emerged from the changing room in her swimsuit, albeit shyly donning a short cover-up over it. Su Yun's breath caught at the sight of her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. "Still looking? You saw everything last night. Haven't you had enough?" Yi Mingling teased, casting him a playful glare. Su Yun chuckled, "I can never get enough." At that moment, Zhao Shishir and her friends, who had already entered the water, beckoned, "Sister, Brother Yun, come join us." Exchanging amused glances, Su Yun and Yi Mingling rushed into the sea together. They all reveled in joyous laughter. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day's activities, Su Yun soon found himself drained and retreated to the shore to rest, quietly admiring the playful antics of Yi Mingling and Zhao Shishir amidst the waves. As he enjoyed the view of the frothy white surf, a long leg suddenly appeared beside him. Turning to look, Su Yun was taken aback. "Is that you, Kinna?" he asked uncertainly. For the figure bore a striking resemblance to Kinna, but her hair was a striking white, akin to Yi Mingling's. "How could you not recognize me after just a few days? Truly a scoundrel," she teased. Kona chided lightly, her tone devoid of anger. Just as Su Yun was caught in confusion, a woman with purple hair clad in a qipao approached and seated herself on his left. This individual was none other than Kona's close friend, the superpowered Nasi. Nasi began to elucidate. "She dyed her hair white because of you." Su Yun was taken aback, filled with further perplexity. "Because of me?" Nasi nodded affirmatively and continued. "Isn't it true that you have a fondness for Yi Mingling? She believes that one of the reasons for your affection is perhaps because Yi Mingling has white hair, which is why she decided to dye her own hair white." After hearing this, Su Yun was at a loss for words. His admiration for Yi Mingling was not due to her hair color, but simply because of who she was. Kona's actions seemed, at best, unnecessary. Su Yun glanced at Kona and sighed. "Honestly, there's no need for this." Kona, undeterred, retorted, "I do as I please. Why should it concern you?" With that, she rose and wandered towards the sea, engaging in playful antics with Yi Mingling and the others. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, unsure of how to navigate their relationship. At that moment, noticing that Nasi remained seated beside him instead of joining the others, Su Yun curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to join them?" Nasi shook her head, replying, "No. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, instinctively asking, "You don't also have feelings for me, do you?" Nasi paused, casting him a peculiar glance, as if to say, "Are you itching for a beating, you little rascal?" Su Yun chuckled awkwardly, his expression turning serious as he asked, "What is it?" Chapter 147, Kyogre's Transformation, Arceus Ruins. Nasi said, "Since Kona likes you so much, don't you want to pursue her?" Su Yun stared in disbelief at Nasi. Was she promoting Kona to him? After all, Kona was her close friend. Wasn't this a tad disloyal? Or perhaps it was Kona who had prompted her to say this to gauge his feelings. Su Yun was uncertain. However, irrespective of the scenario, his response would remain unchanged. "Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." Nasi dismissed this nonchalantly, saying, "So what if you have a girlfriend? Don't men often desire more?" Su Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips, regarding Nasi with a strange look. Internally, he mused, who would have thought that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior, she was so open-minded? Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Su Yun pursed his lips, feigning disinterest as he declared, "This is a matter of principle." Nasi chuckled lightly, casting a glance downward, her expression suddenly turning teasing, the implication unmistakable. "Heh, you aren't incapable, are you?" This topic incensed Su Yun immediately. "How could you, a mere girl, question my abilities? Have you ever tried? If not, don't speak out of turn. Practice is the only criterion for truth. If you doubt, you could always test it." Seemingly seeing through Su Yun's thoughts, Nasi licked her lips and temptingly said, "If you can make Kona your girlfriend, I will let you." Su Yun shivered inexplicably. This was too much. "No thanks, I'm not interested. Don't persuade me, my answer is firm." Su Yun's stance was resolute. embodying the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, not unworthy of his many years of study in the classics. Nasi, undeterred, continued. Do you see those beautiful women over there? I can sense that they all harbor feelings for you. Can you truly bear to cast them aside? Upon hearing Nasi's words, Suyun felt a mixture of anger and amusement, retorting, so what? What do you think I should do? Nasi flashed an alluring smile, extending her delicate hand into a fist, and proclaimed grandly, it's simple, take them all. Suyun felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Take them all? Is this a death wish? No way, absolutely not. I am not that kind of person. He firmly refused, setting aside whether the union would approve. Even his body could not withstand such demands. 7 beautiful women. Even a god could not endure that. Nasi was about to say more when suddenly, Suyun's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. He stepped aside, answered the phone, and discovered it was Shui Lian calling. A surge of joy filled him. Had Miss Shui Lian arrived? What surprise could she possibly have for him? Eagerly, he connected the call. On the other end, Miss Shui Lian's voice came through promptly. Where are you? She asked. Suyun responded, I'm over by the beach. But before he could say more, Shui Lian abruptly hung up, leaving Suyun bewildered. How peculiar. Shaking his head, he returned to the beach and resumed his seat. Nasi, wanting to continue their previous discussion, found Suyun unresponsive, leaving her speechless. Moments later, a lively girl with flowing aquamarine hair approached them. The girl was strikingly beautiful, rivaling any present. Suyun immediately recognized her as Miss Shui Lian. Accompanying her was a blue-haired young man. Upon seeing the blue-haired lad, Suyun was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Where did this pretty boy come from? He seems even more handsome than me. Suyun felt his status as the universe's most handsome man was under threat. This sense of crisis had not arisen in a long time. The last time was when a boy named My Pai had given him such feelings. Who would have thought he would encounter a second today? With a smile, Suyun stood up and approached, his gaze fixated on the blue-haired youth. Is this your friend? He asked Shui Lian. She nodded. The surprise I mentioned is him. Let me introduce you. Suyun interrupted, waving his hand. No need, let me guess. This guy doesn't seem like a good person. He has probably done his fair share of mischief. As soon as Suyun finished speaking, the blue-haired youth's expression twisted, and he pointed at Suyun, cursing, Who are you calling a little punk? Gone was the previous air of refinement. Suyun was taken aback, not by the insult, but rather because the blue-haired youth's voice struck a chord of familiarity. Wait a minute, haven't we met somewhere before? Suyun eyed the blue-haired lad suspiciously, suddenly posing the question. The blue-haired youth smirked, his expression brimming with pride. Humph, at least you're somewhat perceptive. Finally remembered your big brother. Since you've recognized me, let us forget about what happened earlier. Here's the deal. You give me a bow, and I'll forgive you. Suyun's lips twitched slightly. This blue-haired youth was truly audacious. However, based on his voice and demeanor, Suyun began to piece things together and tentatively asked, You're Kyogre? The blue-haired youth's smirk widened, his expression one of utmost triumph. Indeed, it is I, the great Kyogre. Upon receiving confirmation from the azure-haired man, Suyun was taken aback. He scrutinized Gauka from head to toe and circled around him, exclaiming, Well, look at you. You've undergone quite a transformation in just a few days. It seems that the brothers and sisters of Shudu have imparted their true skills to you. Gauka, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. With my involvement, how could they not share their expertise? At that moment, Shui Lian playfully pinched his cheek, feigning anger, and said, Hey, what happened to your promised humility? The Shudu siblings have helped you, and you can at least be courteous toward them? Gauka immediately shrank back, responding repeatedly, All right, I'll heed your words. Suyun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily frozen, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Gauka was actually being obedient to Shui Lian. Was there a deeper relationship between them that had led to some indescribable incidents? Noticing Suyun's lewd gaze, Gauka surmised his thoughts and scolded him with irritation. Kid, keep those sordid ideas to yourself. Miss Shui Lian and I are pure. We are merely friends. Suyun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, pretending to understand. Ah, yes. I comprehend. As Gauka and Suyun bickered, Miss Shui Lian couldn't help but laugh. You two have a good chat. I'll go play with them, she said, making her way toward Yi Mingling and the others. Suyun and Gauka exchanged glances, each harboring ulterior motives. Tell me, how did you transform into a human? Suyun inquired, genuinely intrigued. Gauka huffed, turning his head away. What business is it of yours? I want to tell you. Suyun chuckled lightly, unfazed, and remarked, Oh, but I must say, Miss Shui Lian truly lives up to her name, looking as enchanting as a water lily, evoking admiration. At this, Gauka tensed up. casting a wary gaze at Su Yun and threatening in a low voice. You little brat, I warn you not to entertain any thoughts about her. She belongs to me. If you dare to pursue her, then I. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Then what? Gaoka, glaring fiercely, declared, then I will claim those few young ladies. He pointed toward Yi Mingling and the others. Su Yun's expression darkened as he retorted, now that S crossing the line, Gaoka. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife. Such thoughts should not even cross your mind. Gaoka huffed, well, that depends on you. As long as you don't make a move on Shui Lian, I won't touch them. Su Yun's mouth twitched in disbelief. Didn't you say you were just friends? Can friends take such measures? Gaoka stammered, well, what of it? I'm merely protecting her. I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Really? Su Yun questioned skeptically. Really? Gaoka swore, raising his hand. Su Yun chuckled, what a coward. You're even more timid than I am. Gaoka's face flushed with anger, adamantly denying it. I am not. I didn't. Don't make baseless accusations. Su Yun rolled his eyes, tired of trying to convince him, simply stating, opportunities wait for no one. Miss this chance, and you may never get it again. Miss Shui Lian is so beautiful. Who knows how many admirers she has. If you don't take the initiative, don't blame me for not warning you when someone else swoops in. Su Yun's words struck a chord with Gaoka, igniting a strong sense of urgency within him. However, the prospect of confessing directly to Miss Shui Lian still left him at a loss for words. Let us go. Don't just stand there like a fool. We should join them for some fun, Su Yun called out, heading toward the sea to frolic with Yi Mingling and the others. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day, perhaps the happiest one they had experienced. By evening, Su Yun returned home, his weary body collapsing onto the bed. The day had drained him of all energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. The following morning, Su Yun awoke with 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Glancing at the now more radiant Yi Mingling beside him, a surge of pride swelled within him. He realized he needed to make up for the past few days. Su Yun prepared 2 nutritious breakfasts, one for himself and one for Yi Mingling. After they finished eating, Su Yun received a call from Sharona, who mentioned discovering an ancient relic that contained secrets about Arceus. Su Yun thought to himself that his next interview subject was indeed Arceus. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This was a splendid opportunity to gain insights about Arceus, so he asked Sharona to send him the location. Without hesitation, Sharona obliged, dispatching the address promptly. After receiving it, Su Yun informed Yi Mingling and drove to the location Sharona had provided. The coordinates led him to a desolate desert, and Su Yun often found himself pondering how Sharona discovered such peculiar places. These locations were devoid of life. Not even wild Pokémon could be found. It was no exaggeration to say it resembled a forbidden zone of existence. 3 hours later, Su Yun arrived alone in the desert. Fortunately, his phone was a special model supplied by the Alliance, boasting exceptional signal strength. Even in this desolate wilderness, the signal was full. Following the navigation, Su Yun soon located Sharona and her team. At that moment, they were clearing away the sands surrounding the relic to expose it better to the air. How is it going? Any discoveries? Su Yun approached Sharona, standing by her side as he inquired. Sharona pointed to the relic below and replied, through excavation. We determined this is an ancient temple dedicated to Arceus. As she spoke, she gestured toward one of the murals. Do you see that mural? Su Yun nodded. The mural was magnificent, depicting ancient ancestors paying homage to the creator deity. However, it was somewhat peculiar that the Arceus portrayed in the mural was not surrounded by the usual plates, but rather had a solitary skeleton affixed to it. If it weren't for the mural's antiquity, one might suspect it was a figment of imagination. Su Yun couldn't help but wonder if that llama-like creature had a hand in this. After all, the Arceus in the mural bore an uncanny resemblance to it, as if it had been cast from the same mold. You've noticed the anomaly with that Arceus too, Sharona observed, noting Su Yun's lingering gaze on the mural. Su Yun nodded, not denying it. Such an obvious detail could not escape his notice. Since you've noticed, can you share your thoughts? Sharona asked. I believe that the llama you're familiar with may not be as simple as it appears, Sharona said solemnly, revealing her inner thoughts to Su Yun. Su Yun furrowed his brow, harboring similar doubts, but still feeling it was implausible. With a hint of uncertainty, he said, Are you suggesting that those are alpacas? Chiron nodded solemnly, affirming that even if they were not alpacas, they were undoubtedly connected in some way. Su Yun clicked his tongue, at a loss for words. Although Chiron's reasoning held merit, he still felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. From his interactions with the alpaca, he sensed that it had not deceived him regarding its true identity. This scenario could only lead to 2 possibilities. One was that the matter had no relation to the alpaca whatsoever, and everything was merely a coincidence. The other was that the alpaca itself was oblivious to its true identity, shrouded in ignorance. Chapter 148. The Alpaca's Heritage, Collecting the Tablets. Su-Yun approached the mural directly, scrutinizing it with keen attention, his brow furrowed tightly. The depiction of Arceus on the mural bore an uncanny resemblance to the alpaca, as though they had been sculpted from the same mold. This deepened his confusion. If the Arceus on the tablet truly had no connection to the alpaca, why did they look so alike? If there was a connection, what kind of relationship did they share? Were they perhaps the same entity? Or could they be akin to brothers? All of these questions lingered in the air like a dense fog, refusing to dissipate. Su-Yun felt a throbbing headache from his thoughts. At that moment, Chiron approached and, after a moment of contemplation, expressed her viewpoint. What if it is possible that the second round of 4 is actually the alpaca? Perhaps due to some uncontrollable accident, Arceus transformed into the alpaca we see now. You know, there are a total of 18 tablets scattered across the world. If my speculation holds true, we could continue to deduce that Arceus, for some reason, suffered irreversible harm, causing the 18 tablets to detach from its being and scatter across the globe. Without the power of the 18 tablets as support, Arceus's form gradually deteriorated into that of the alpaca, losing all its abilities. Moreover, this incident might have led Arceus to lose certain memories, rendering it incapable of recognizing itself, unaware of its origins or its destination, and even forgetting its own name. Yet, this memory was not entirely absent. Fragments lingered in its mind, such as those concerning the tablets. You are aware that although the alpaca claimed ignorance regarding the whereabouts of Class 10, I suspect it actually knows the precise locations of all the tablets. How could an ordinary alpaca possibly possess knowledge of all their locations? If you suggest that the Arceus from the universe informed it, I find that highly improbable. That Arceus has been slumbering in the cosmos, detached from worldly affairs. How could it possibly be aware of the matters within the Pokémon world? Thus, I believe the greater likelihood is that the alpaca is indeed Arceus from the Pokémon world, and those tablets are fragments that fell from it. Now, it seeks to collect all 18 tablets to restore its original state. Upon hearing Chiron's wildly imaginative conjecture, Su-Yun felt a profound shock within. Although her hypothesis seemed fantastical, even bordering on the absurd, it undeniably bore a semblance of validity. Furthermore, if her conjecture were accurate, many questions would find logical answers. However, Su-Yun believed that this matter might not be as simple as Chiron imagined. Perhaps there existed some undisclosed secrets. As for what these secrets entailed and what the truth truly was, Su-Yun could not ascertain. Your speculation is not without merit, but we still need to find crucial evidence to substantiate this. Everyone spoke in hushed tones. In contrast to Chiron's buoyant enthusiasm, he appeared more composed and cautious. Chiron, acknowledging his sentiments, nodded and replied, "Indeed, our immediate priority is to uncover evidence that can support our theories." Looking toward the workers laboring within the ruins, Chiron suggested to Su-Yun, "Let them continue their work. Perhaps unexpected discoveries await us." Su-Yun nodded in agreement and stepped aside. The two settled in the lounge, patiently awaiting the next developments. Before long, a worker dashed in, breathless, to report to Chiron, "Lady Chiron, we have found the tablets." Chiron and Su-Yun exchanged excited glances, their expressions alight with exhilaration. Without hesitation, they followed the worker swiftly to the depths of the ruins. Within the depths, they beheld 3 altars of varying sizes and shapes. Each altar bore a tablet of distinct colors: red, green, and blue. The red signified the fire-type tablet, the green represented the grass-type tablet, and the blue denoted the water-type tablet. The existence of 3 tablets raised questions about the secrets they concealed, leaving Su-Yun astonished. Discovering a single tablet was already a remarkable feat, yet here, within this sand-buried ruin, lay 3. If this place were merely an ordinary ruin, Su-Yun would find it hard to believe. With these 3 tablets, I can harness 3 different powers, bringing me one step closer to fully realizing Arceus's strength. Su-Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Without further ado, he advanced eagerly to seize the 3 tablets. At that moment, however, a nearby worker's expression changed dramatically as he urgently warned, "Do not approach. It is dangerous." Unfortunately, it was too late. Su-Yun's foot had already crossed the threshold. With a thunderous rumble, the entire ruin began to tremble violently. The earth shook as if a powerful earthquake were unfolding. Su-Yun's body swayed, becoming increasingly unstable. "What is happening?" Su-Yun's expression shifted to one of alarm as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, only to find nothing amiss, save for the 3 altars, which were slowly sinking into the ground. Creaking sounds echoed as the earth began to crack, spreading alarming fissures that tore through the landscape. This disaster was merely the beginning. 3 figures emerged in haste. One figure was enveloped in dark purple flames, resembling a demon that had crawled up from the depths of the underworld. Its form was entirely shrouded in an ominous black, with dark purple flames engulfing its entire being, towering in size as it took flight. It conjured a gale that swept everyone on the ground into the air. This figure was exceedingly brutal, unleashing torrents of searing flames that effortlessly transformed rocks into molten lava. Is that the Firebird? Su Yun's eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at the figure in the sky. Indeed, to him, that figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Firebird. The sole distinction lies in the coloration of this creature, which, along with its fiery aura, bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Ho-Oh of the Galar region. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern subtle differences between it and its Galarian counterpart. If one were to attempt a description, it could only be said to resemble a shiny variant of the Galarian Ho-Oh. Sensing the formidable power emanating from this Ho-Oh, Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of caution. Without hesitation, he released his shiny Gardevoir, commanding it to undergo Mega Evolution. Subsequently, he summoned both his Kyogre and his Ice Pillar, each a formidable Pokémon capable of standing against the fiery entity before them. Hearing the commotion, Cynthia's brow furrowed in concern. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, almost instinctively, she unleashed her own Pokémon, mirroring Su Yun's actions. In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, with the impending clash looming. However, what sent shivers down the spines of both Su Yun and Cynthia was the realization that this Ho-Oh was not their only adversary. 2 additional figures emerged, their predatory gazes fixed upon them, having also surfaced from the same fissure in the ground. One was enveloped in a torrent of water, radiating deep blue hues, while the other was ensnared by vines, exuding a vibrant green. Were these the legendary Suicune and the mythical Zarude? Cynthia stood momentarily stunned, uncertainly inquiring. In terms of appearance, these 2 Pokémon bore a striking resemblance to Suicune and Zarude, yet their forms and colors diverged significantly from the ordinary versions. Su Yun, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty, but nodded in acknowledgement upon beholding the anomalous Ho-Oh. It was unmistakable. Despite the bizarre transformation, their true identities were indeed Suicune and Zarude. This implied that the 3 Pokémon corresponded to 3 distinct tablets, and only by vanquishing them could they acquire those tablets. Cynthia blinked in realization, turning to Su Yun with a questioning look. Su Yun shrugged, expressing his resignation. Do we truly have any other options? Cynthia offered a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. The path before them was singular, to engage in battle. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun commanded his 3 Pokémon to initiate their assault. Aware of the overwhelming strength of their opponent, Kyogre transformed into its complete form, achieving its 100 state. At that moment, it resembled a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, exuding an unmatched aura of power. Cynthia, too, revealed her strongest cards, unleashing all her Pokémon to join the fray against the trio. The battlefield descended into chaos, the combat proving exceedingly fierce. Despite the might of the 3 Pokémon, they struggled against the combined efforts of Cynthia and Su Yun. Before long, the tide of battle began to turn decidedly in their favor. The 3 Pokémon found themselves retreating, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Seizing the moment, Su Yun hurled his Master Ball, intent on capturing them. Each of these Pokémon was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary legendaries or mythical beings. With proper training, they could become formidable allies. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. At the precise moment Su Yun cast his Pokeball, the trio suddenly transformed into beams of light, merging into their respective tablets. Upon absorbing the light, the tablets shimmered brilliantly, radiating divine energy. It took a considerable time for the luminescence to recede, settling into tranquility. As the light diminished, Su Yun approached, retrieving the 3 tablets. The instant he made contact, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Awakening Arceus power of transformation, please wait. Ding. Awakening Arceus power of incineration, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Arceus power of transformation. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Arceus power of incineration. A satisfied smile crept onto Su Yun's lips. The power of transformation must correspond with the water tablet. As the saying goes, water takes on no fixed form. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken. The power of incineration likely aligned with the fire tablet, granting the ability to command flames and incinerate all in its path. A potent offensive capability indeed. As for the grass tablet, the absence of a system notification implied that he had already awakened that power, corresponding to Arceus' healing abilities. As grass signifies life. With these connections made clear, Suyun contemplated how to discreetly procure the tablets from Cynthia, recognizing that they were not secure in her possession. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Cynthia approached, presenting her solitary dragon tablet to him. "I no longer require this tablet. Please give these to the llama," she stated. Suyun was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. These tablets possessed immense power, coveted by many, yet Cynthia was so readily willing to part with such a treasure, which was rather intriguing. "Are you certain about this?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. Cynthia nodded resolutely. "In light of these failures, I prioritize uncovering the truth behind the myth. I wish to know whether the llama will undergo a transformation once it gathers all 18 tablets. If it truly becomes Arceus as a result, it would validate my theories. Losing a few tablets is a trivial price to pay for that knowledge." Suyun silently raised his thumb in admiration of Cynthia's character. Unmoved by the allure of external power, she remained steadfast in her pursuit of inner truths. Such a rare spirit was worthy of respect. "Very well, I will entrust these tablets to the llama," he affirmed, accepting the dragon tablet and placing it alongside the others. With the tablets secured, Suyun felt no further reason to linger. After exchanging a few words with Cynthia, he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Cynthia remained behind, determined to explore the uncharted secrets of the ruins. Feeling a sense of unease regarding the tablets, Suyun took out his phone to contact the llama, intending to deliver the tablets to him. To his surprise, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the llama called him, as if anticipating his need. "Hey, hurry over. I've found the remaining tablets." Chapter 149, The Divine Ruins, 18 Tablets. Upon hearing the llama's words, Suyun was undoubtedly taken aback. All the tablets had been located? The implications of this were clear. Currently, he possessed only 4 tablets: the water tablet, the grass tablet, the fire tablet, and the dragon tablet, along with the ice tablet and the earth tablet, including the empty tablet within the llama. That made a total of 7. They were still missing 11. Now the llama claimed to have found them all, a proclamation that was hard to believe. "Are you certain you found every single one?" Suyun inhaled deeply, striving to restrain the tumult within his heart, and in a subdued tone, inquired. The voice from the alpaca conveyed impatience. "What nonsense! Why would I deceive you? I counted. And there are precisely 11 slabs here, including the combat slab. I have already investigated on Cynthia's side. There should be 3 slabs within the ruins she uncovered. Altogether, that amounts to 18 slabs, does it not?" Upon hearing the alpaca's logical analysis, Suyun's heart was further shocked. "How did you know there are 3 slabs on Cynthia's side?" The alpaca grinned smugly, brushing aside the flowing strands of hair from its forehead, and replied, Don't you realize who I am? Such trivial slabs could hardly escape my keen eye." Suyun's lips twitched slightly, sensing that the alpaca was putting on airs. Nevertheless, the alpaca's unwavering certainty about the 3 slabs on Cynthia's side inevitably reminded him of Cynthia's conjecture regarding the alpaca's true identity. Could it be that Cynthia's speculation was correct, and this fellow was indeed Arceus from the Pokemon world? Furrowing his brow, Suyun murmured to himself. He chose not to dwell on it any longer. Perhaps all would be revealed upon meeting the alpaca. "You guessed correctly. Cynthia indeed has 3 slabs, and I have already acquired them all. Even the dragon plate and the earth plate she possessed are now in my hands." Suyun briefly updated the alpaca on the current situation. The alpaca was taken aback, excitement coursing through its veins. "Wow, kid, you really did it. Did you charm that girl into giving you the slabs?" Suyun's lips twitched again, dark lines appearing on his forehead. "Get lost, don't talk nonsense." He was genuinely curious about what went on in the alpaca's mind. Was it filled with absurdities? The alpaca was unfazed, merely chuckling and ingratiatingly saying, "Since you have obtained the slabs, hurry and bring them over. I have a strong premonition that once all 18 slabs are gathered, I shall certainly fulfill my wish." "All right, I'll head over now," Suyun replied. Not wanting to engage in further banter with the alpaca, he drove forth and soon arrived at a site of ruins. The Arceus Ruins, an ancient site located in the Sinnoh region. It is said that this ruin connects to a mysterious space. Only those who have gained Arceus' recognition can resonate with the ruins and open the entrance to this enigmatic realm. The location the alpaca sent him to abruptly disappeared. Suyun gazed at the ruins before him, sensing something amiss. After some contemplation, he took out all the slabs and summoned the power of Arceus within him, infusing it into the slabs. In an instant, the slabs emitted a dazzling light, beginning to detach from Suyun's palms and ascend towards the sky. He watched in rapt attention as all the slabs formed a circle in the air. A beam of light shot forth from the circle, reacting with the altar in the ruins. Boom! Following that, the entire ruin began to tremble violently. Dust billowed. Large chunks of rock fell from the walls and pillars, cascading from various locations. Su-Yun instinctively covered his nose. At that moment, a cascade of multicolored light suddenly enveloped him. At that instant, Su-Yun felt a warm sensation envelop his body. As he reveled in this feeling, his form began to gradually dissolve into ethereal particles, scattering like stardust. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a mysterious wasteland. In this expanse, a solitary stone house stood. For reasons unknown, Su-Yun felt an inexplicable urge to approach it, as if something within the stone house was drawing him closer. Upon reaching the entrance, he extended his hand and gently pushed the stone door open. Inside, the house was dimly lit. The space was vast, with intricate patterns etched upon the stone walls. In the center of the floor lay a massive object resembling a magical array, flickering with a faint glow. At that moment, the alpaca was seated within that magical array. Seemingly alerted by Su-Yun's footsteps, the alpaca quickly turned around and scampered over, excitement radiating from its face as it asked, "Where are the slabs?" Su-Yun produced the slabs, but did not hand them over. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say you discovered the remaining slabs? Where are they? I don't see them." The alpaca tugged Su-Yun toward the magical array, pointing to the ground and saying, "See? They're all buried underground." Su-Yun glanced down and indeed found slabs hidden in every corner of the magical array. "Why didn't you take them out?" he queried in confusion. Given the alpaca's greedy nature, it seemed odd for it to remain indifferent upon seeing the slabs. The alpaca shrugged, a wry smile on its face, and said, "I wish I could, but I can't get them out. I've tried every method, and nothing works. Otherwise, do you think these slabs would remain intact here?" Su-Yun understood. That was indeed the only possibility. Crouching down, he meticulously examined the slabs buried beneath. Then, standing before one of the slabs, he attempted to forcibly extract it using the powers of Arceus' explosion and Arceus' earth. However, not only did he fail, but he also nearly suffered a backlash. A surge of counterforce surged through him, sending him flying. Bang! Su-Yun crashed into the surrounding stone wall like a cannonball, leaving cracks in the wall. So powerful. Su-Yun was greatly astonished. With Arceus' healing power and the superhuman constitution from New Bark Town, such harm was merely a trivial annoyance to him. Undeterred, Su-Yun tried several other powers of Arceus, but none succeeded. Observing Su-Yun's plight, the alpaca snickered maliciously from the sidelines. Su-Yun shot at a dark look, speechless. "You rascal, what are you laughing at?" The alpaca immediately silenced itself, realizing it could no longer contend with Su-Yun. It didn't want Su-Yun to vent his frustrations upon it. Chapter 150. The mist clears, the future as you wish. "Alpaca, come here. I've thought of another method." Since brute force wouldn't work, Su-Yun began to strategize. After pondering for a while, he concluded that the key to extracting the slabs lay in the ones he already possessed. The alpaca, perfectly capable of carrying the power of those slabs, could serve as a conduit. Though the alpaca was puzzled, it approached nonetheless. Su-Yun handed all the slabs to it, instructing, "Merge all these slabs into your body and see if you can attempt to summon the other slabs to extract them." Upon seeing the slabs in Su-Yun's hands, the alpaca's eyes immediately lit up, drool escaping its mouth as it eagerly nodded, "Of course, I can." With that, it snatched the slabs from Su-Yun's grasp and began to embed them into its frame, a triumphant smile spreading across its face. As all the slates came to rest, the anticipated events envisioned by Su-Yun failed to materialize. The slates within the formation remained utterly still. Could it be that my conjectures were erroneous? Su-Yun furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the alpaca suddenly spoke, "Do not be anxious. I have yet to exert my full strength." With that, it contorted its face, feigning an expression of immense effort. At first glance, it resembled a constipated individual in the throes of a bathroom struggle. Su-Yun found this somewhat amusing, yet he could not afford to laugh. For as the alpaca summoned its power, the slates beneath the formation indeed began to stir, emanating a soft glow that floated upward. They then coalesced into the very body of the alpaca. Su-Yun was taken aback. How on earth did it manage that? He scarcely had time to ponder before witnessing yet another extraordinary occurrence. The slates previously affixed to the skeletal structure began to detach, hovering around the alpaca. In the next instant, they transformed into a streak of luminous energy and entered the alpaca's form. Its body began to undergo a transformation, enveloped in a radiant, multicolored light, resembling a divine entity. Could it be that this creature is indeed Arceus? As he beheld the unfolding spectacle, this thought surged forth in Su-Yun's mind once more. The alpaca, now devoid of consciousness, felt familiar memories stirring to life within its mind. An invisible force suspended its body in midair, instigating an indescribable metamorphosis. At that moment, Su-Yun sensed the Arceus power within himself also surging, resonating with the alpaca. Concurrently, a series of mechanical system notifications began to echo in his mind. Ding. Awakening Arceus Power Spirit, please wait. Ding. Awakening Arceus Power Essence, please wait. Ding. Awakening Arceus Power Insect Control, please wait. Su-Yun stood in stunned silence. The chorus of voices reverberating in his mind alerted him to a most terrifying realization. He was awakening all the Arceus power. And all of this transpired due to the alpaca's transformation. At this moment, Su-Yun's conviction solidified deep within him. The alpaca was, in fact, the creator deity Arceus of this world. However, due to some unfathomable reason, it had been reduced to its current form. With the acquisition of all the slates, the divine consciousness slumbering within it began to awaken once more, initiating the changes in its body and restoring its past glory. No wonder the Arceus that lay dormant in the cosmos had treated it with such kindness. It turned out that it was merely a fragment of itself in this world. Su-Yun suddenly grasped the truth. Many previously incomprehensible matters now became clear. Moments later, the alpaca completed its transformation, truly assuming the visage of Arceus. At this juncture, the alpaca was no longer the creature it once was. Its gaze upon Su-Yun had shifted as well. If the former alpaca exuded a sense of lewdness, the current incarnation radiated nobility, sanctity, and an air of untouchability, an utter dichotomy. Do you have any inquiries for me? Arceus regarded Su-Yun for a long while before slowly speaking. Su-Yun instinctively nodded. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Arceus interrupted him once more, stating, I am aware that I shall be your interlocutor, but regrettably, my powers are antithetical to yours. Should you attempt to interview me, I cannot guarantee that unforeseen circumstances will not arise in your realm. Therefore, for the sake of safety, I suggest you conduct the interview here. As for whether the live broadcast features video or audio, that is entirely at your discretion. However, I shall not make another appearance. Su-Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the alpaca would speak in such a manner. System, is what it said true? Su-Yun silently summoned the system in his mind. Affirmative. The system confirmed. A wry smile crept across Su-Yun's face. It appeared that the live broadcast could not proceed, yet a video would suffice, as I could utilize the system's powers to recreate the scenes from the footage. With this realization, Su-Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then began to pose questions to Arceus. He had many inquiries, but the most pressing pertained to Arceus's identity. What had caused it to transform into an alpaca? Arceus did not withhold the truth, revealing the tale to him. It turned out that it was merely a fragment of the Arceus of this world, while the true Arceus lay and slumbered deep within the cosmos. In the past, to protect the Pokémon world, it had been compelled to expend all its power to collide with an extraterrestrial asteroid, ultimately losing its essence and succumbing to death. The true Arceus sensed its existence and, recognizing its struggle in safeguarding the world, revived it using its own powers, but did not bestow upon it the powers of the 18 slates. Instead, it left a single blank slate within its being as a fundamental guarantee for its survival. To reclaim its status as Arceus and protect this world, it must seek out the scattered slates across the globe. This was also a trial set forth by the alpaca. After hearing this, Su-Yun was enlightened. Everything was indeed within the control of the true Arceus. Having concluded his inquiries, Arceus parted ways with Su-Yun, expressing the need to safeguard the Pokémon world from the shadows, avoiding exposure in the public eye. Su-Yun understood and, after bidding farewell to Arceus, sought out Cynthia to share the truth with her. Upon learning the reality, Cynthia untangled her emotional knots and fulfilled her final wish. Thus, she ceased her pursuits and ultimately chose to lead a life as an archaeologist. Notably, her relationship with Duskmoor blossomed, and it was believed that they would soon walk hand in hand down the aisle. When the next live broadcast commenced, Su-Yun played the pre-recorded footage he had prepared and, utilizing the system's capabilities, recreated the scenes, crafting an earth-shattering, epic broadcast that garnered widespread acclaim. The Alliance TV network, as a result of this program, surged to prominence, becoming a symbol of cultural civilization. Zhao Yuzhen, harboring intentions to betroth Zhao Shishir to Su-Yun, found her plans thwarted by Su-Yun's persistent refusals, as he proclaimed his imminent marriage to Yi Mingling, which ultimately quelled her ambitions. Since visiting Arceus, the interlocutors Su-Yun drew thereafter were rather mundane. Yet, the program remained highly successful, earning him numerous accolades. A year later, Su-Yun wed Yi Mingling, and the much-anticipated wedding unfolded. It is worth mentioning that not only did he and Yi Mingling celebrate, but also Ash and Serena, as well as Dusknoir and Cynthia. The three pairs of newlyweds stepped into the realm of matrimony together, becoming a cherished tale. From that day forth, Suyun hosted his program while enjoying a blissful and unabashed life with Yi Mingling. The conclusion of the text has been reached. Thank you for your attentive listening. If you enjoyed it, kindly consider subscribing and giving a thumbs up in support. Until we meet again for our next tale.